Chapter 1. Marvel. I play Superman with the power of talismans. Author. 52 Jean de Gouet. Lee opened his eyes and saw two three-metal giants fighting each other. What kind of sin have I committed? I just crossed over and am going to die. Ding. Detecting host in danger. Activating system. Rewarding beginner gift pack. 12 talisman powers. From then on, Marvel gained a Superman who could fly, shoot lasers from his eyes, and more. Hulk. From now on, I'm the strongest on Earth. Thor. I can lift your hammer. Ultron. It's time to be remade. Hela. Just because I beat you doesn't mean I want to marry you. Purple potato essence. Don't run. Didn't you snap your fingers? Gwen, Wanda. We are all family. Chapter 1. Accidentally entering Marvel, starting with talisman powers. Boom! A massive explosion occurred in New York City, the most prosperous city in America, as two 2-meter-tall monsters were fighting fiercely. Buildings, cars, and even helicopters in the sky seemed like small toys to them, becoming casualties in their battle. Hulk, you're too weak. I'm the strongest. One spiky monster was pressing down on another, continuously taunting it. Hulk. The only response was a series of roars. Helicopters circled in the sky. Attack quickly. An elderly man with white hair urged the soldiers with Gatling guns. General, which one should we attack? Both are monsters. Attack them together. Father, don't hurt Banner. A woman's voice pleaded. Yes. General, there's another person over there. What? Suddenly, a figure appeared not far from the two fighting monsters. The spiky monster punched the other monster away and flew towards that figure. Whoa, what is that thing? The figure had no time to dodge and could only let out a friendly greeting. Ding. Host is in life-threatening danger. Activating system. The entire space-time was frozen, and everyone's movement stopped, as if captured in a photograph. Whoa, I almost died. What good deed have I done to deserve this crossover? The figure gasped for breath. That's right, this person's name is Li Yi, and he has now crossed over. Li is not from this world. He was originally a carefree otaku on Blue Star, usually earning a living by helping others level up in games, and he loved watching various novels, anime, and movies. He had no idea how he ended up in this dangerous place, and he hadn't been struck by lightning or hit by a car. He was quite satisfied with his otaku life. Right? I remember there seemed to be some strange voice just now, talking about a system. System, are you there? Lee tried to call out. I'm here, host. The system immediately responded. System, did you bring me here? Where exactly is this place? Host, wasn't this system that brought you here that I asked for who did? This system doesn't know. It only knows that its task is to cultivate the host into the strongest person in this time and space. The host should be very familiar with this time and space according to the name from the host's original world. This world is the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The Marvel Cinematic Universe. Those two green monsters just now are the Hulk and Abomination, right? Li Yi was shocked. Who was the great god that threw him into this incredibly dangerous world? Having watched the Avengers series, he knew just how dangerous this world was. This world revolves around superheroes and supervillains, where ordinary people can only wait to die. Those supervillains, for some reason, think about destroying the world every day, destroying a street today and a city tomorrow. And there's even a purple potato essence who fantasizes about collecting 6 infinity stones to wipe out half of all life in the universe. Even if he could escape the disasters caused by those supervillains, Lee couldn't guarantee he could avoid the snap of the purple potato essence. System, can you take me back to my original world? Lee pleaded. I'm sorry, host. This system currently does not have that function and cannot provide this service. After a minute of sulking, Lee sighed. Well, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. System, you just said you would cultivate me into the strongest person in the entire time and space. Tell me about your functions. All right, host. This system's full name is the God-level lottery system. As long as the host completes the tasks of this system, the host can draw items, bloodlines, martial arts, and more from the myriad realms. There's nothing the system cannot provide, only what the host cannot think of. The system introduced itself with a hint of bragging. Stop boasting. Is there any way to help me get through this current crisis? Lee directly interrupted the system. It turned out that when the system was activated, the entire space-time was paused, and only Lie's body was not paused. However, he couldn't leave his current position or give the system time to activate if it started. The Hulk's massive body would crush him into a meat patty. Ding! This system detects that the host still has a beginner gift pack that has not been claimed. Would you like to claim it? Isn't that obvious? Claim it now. Then, a colorful box appeared in front of Li Yi, which opened to emit dazzling multicolored light and displayed images of 12 animals. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 12 talisman powers. What? System. Are you talking about the kind of talismans from Jackie Chan Adventures? Li Yi asked in surprise. Yes, host. The system confirmed. Awesome. System, I love you. Host, This system has no gender distinction and cannot meet the host's needs. Cut. You really have no sense of humor. All right, what should I do? Quickly give me the talisman powers. Lee couldn't wait. Friends who have watched Jackie Chan Adventures should know just how powerful the 12 talismans are. The 12 talismans originate from an ancient demon lord. The lord was a terrifying demon ruling over the entire Asian region. Its subjects, unable to endure its brutal rule, eventually overthrew it and separated its power into 12 talismans. The 12 talismans contain the 12 powers of the lord, including electric eyes, dragon blast, immortality, super strength, levitation, and more. These various abilities can be said to be very comprehensive, and the lord is considered the strongest among all demons. The lord's son, the demon little dragon, was still beaten by the lord even after obtaining the magic energy of 8 other demons and the power combined from the 12 talisman. Powers would not be much weaker than Superman in his normal state, essentially making him a mini Superman. Now fuse the talisman powers into the host body. The images of the animals began to merge into Li Yi's body, as if returning home. Fusion complete. Whoa, is this my current power? Li Yi felt the powerful energy within him and couldn't help but marvel. Since the system directly fused the powers, the memories were also imbued, so Li didn't need to familiarize himself with them. System, unpause. Received. The entire space rippled like the surface of water. In a moment, the whole time and space was restored. Watching the Hulk flying back, Li Yi clenched his fists, feeling the divine power from the bull talisman, then threw a punch. Bang! The punch hit the Hulk's back, sending him flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into another street. Ugh, there's a little bug here. Abomination noticed Li Yi and spoke with confusion. Chapter 2. Torturing Abomination, brutally beating Hulk. Little bug, are you talking about me? Li Yi said non-ly. Is there anyone else here besides you, little bug? Abomination scoffed, treating Li Yi as if he could easily crush him. Even though he had just seen Li Yi punch Hulk away, he was confident in his own strength, believing himself to be invincible. You disgusting monster, Hulk at least looks human. Just look at yourself. You look like a pile of dung. How dare you roam around here? Being ugly isn't your fault, but coming out to disgust people looking like a pile of dung is your fault. Li had almost lost his life moments ago and was filled with rage, greeting Abomination warmly. Roar, little bug, you're looking for death. Abomination roared angrily, then charged forward with his massive body, crashing through the cars on the road like a relentless tank. You are the one looking for death. Li instantly vanished, then appeared beneath Abomination, performing an uppercut that landed squarely on Abomination's chin. Abomination was knocked back violently, his teeth flying out into the air. Little bug, I won't spare you. Abomination got back up, charging forward again, swinging his massive fist, but Li showed no weakness, throwing a punch in return. Boom! A massive sound explosion shattered all the glass in nearby buildings. Abomination staggered back several steps, while Li remained unmoved. Impossible. How can you, little bug, have such immense power? Abomination said in terror, unable to accept that there was someone stronger than him in this world. Not only are you ugly, but you're also blind. Now tell me, who is a little bug? Li shouted boldly, then flew forward. Abomination couldn't dodge and was caught by Li Yi, who then began a frenzied beating. Ora, 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 ora. In an instant, Li Yi unleashed dozens of punches on Abomination. Abomination was covered in wounds, with not a single good piece of flesh left. Is that still human? That guy can't be a mutant, right? A soldier in a helicopter said in shock. This is the super soldier of my dreams, powerful, controllable, way stronger than that waste Hulk. General Ross looked at Li Yi with fiery eyes. Come on, little bug, now tell me who the little bug is. Li Yi shouted. Bastard. Abomination cursed angrily. Waste. Li Yi grabbed Abomination's arm, pressed his foot against his chest, then forcefully tore it off. Ah! Abomination screamed in agony. Trash! Li Yi twisted Abomination's legs into a spiral shape. Please, please, don't kill me. Abomination was completely terrified, pleading for mercy. Li Yi ignored him, holding his head with both hands and began to apply pressure. What are you doing? In military personnel, if you kill me, the American military won't let you go. Seeing that pleading for mercy was useless, Abomination began to threaten. You pile of green dung, go to hell. No. Crack. Abomination's head was twisted 360 degrees by Li Yi, killing him completely. Those who witnessed Li Yi's brutal scene swallowed hard and touched their own necks. After venting the anger of almost dying earlier, Li still felt insufficient, grabbing Abomination's corpse and throwing it into the air. Then he clasped his hands together, a strong light radiating from his palms. Kamehameha. Then he pushed forward with force and a massive yellow energy wave shot from Li Yi's palms, striking Abomination's corpse, the dazzling light illuminating the entire street. Visible even from another street. General Ross shouted in pain, as that was important experimental material. In the strong light, Abomination's corpse was completely turned to ash. Hulk! A massive roar came from behind. It was the Hulk, who had just been punched by Li Yi to another street, rushing back. What had happened seemed long, but it was only a minute. Hulk cautiously looked at Li Yi. His beast instincts told him that this man was extremely dangerous. Hey, big guy, don't just stand there. Come and attack. What's wrong? Afraid? Li Yi, still unsatisfied, provoked the Hulk. Hulk, with his violent temper, couldn't withstand the provocation and roared, charging forward. His feet stomped hard on the ground, leaving deep footprints. Before he could reach, Li Yi's eyes began to glow, and then two beams of yellow light shot out from his eyes. Laser beams. The beams instantly hit Hulk, although Hulk had tough skin and incredible defense. The high temperature of the laser beams still caused him immense pain, forcing him to protect his head and retreat repeatedly. Li continued to close in, increasing the intensity of the laser beams. Go for it, Superman. Take down that green monster. And the entire street erupted into cheers as the curious Americans, seeing no danger, began to return. Hulk gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and approached Li Yi, throwing a punch. Li stopped the laser beams, grabbed Hulk's arm, and executed a shoulder throw, slamming Hulk hard onto the ground. Knowing he couldn't give Hulk a chance, or he would only get stronger, Li immediately mounted Hulk and began to pummel his head. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yi repeatedly punched Hulk in the face, leaving him dazed and unable to get angry. Hulk quickly adapted to Li Yi's strength, then endured the pain and threw an uppercut that sent Li Yi flying into the air. Damn! Li Yi hovered in midair, cursing angrily. He can still fly. How many abilities does he have? He really has powers just like the Superman in comics. If I can get him, my plan will succeed. General Ross looked at Li Yi with fervent eyes, muttering to himself. Li Yi began to accelerate his dive towards Hulk, retracting his right hand into a fist to gather energy. Hulk! Li Yi shouted Hulk's name to draw his attention. Hulk! The Hulk roared in anger and swung his fist, as big as a sandpot, at Li Yi. Bang. Boom! When their fists collided, a massive sonic boom erupted, and the tremendous shockwave sent all the surrounding cars flying. The crowd was also affected, with many being knocked over by the force. Chapter 3. Battle with the Hulk. After the exchange of blows, both Li Yi and the Hulk were sent flying. Roar! The Hulk quickly got back on his feet. After such a long time, his fury had completely suppressed the inhibitor that Blue Doctor had administered to him. Charging towards Li Yi again, it seems I can't confront him head-on. Li Yi rubbed his slightly sore arms and decided to target the Hulk's weakness, which is speed. Is the Hulk fast? Very fast. But it's important to remember that this is the movie universe. Although the Hulk in the movies is also fast, he is simply on a different level compared to Li Yi, who possesses the power of the rabbit talisman. Li instantly disappeared from Hulk's sight. Hulk! The rushing Hulk saw his target vanish and let out an angry roar. At this moment, Li had already arrived behind Hulk and threw a punch, breaking the sound barrier with a deafening sonic boom, striking Hulk's back hard. Roar! The punch that could initially send the green giant flying now only made him take a step back, after which he turned around and let out a roar, then patted his own back in disdain. What are you pretending for? Li roared in anger, then began a flurry of punches and kicks at the Hulk at a speed beyond the naked eye. The Hulk couldn't keep up with Li Yi's speed and could only cross his arms in front of him to protect his head, bracing against Li Yi's attacks. Bang, 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 bang. The Hulk was forced to retreat repeatedly, but Li Yi's combo still failed to inflict any damage, instead making him even angrier, causing his size to increase further, reaching 5 meters tall in the blink of an eye. With countless blows endured, the Hulk raised his fists high and then slammed them down violently, while Li instantly escaped. Boom! The tremendous force created a several-meter-wide pit, and the entire street was filled with cracks. The Hulk's eyes were completely red, clearly driven into a frenzy. It looks like it's time to end this. Letting him rampage here any longer will be uncontrollable, Li thought to himself. Li quickly disappeared and then appeared behind Hulk. Before Hulk could react, he grabbed his foot and began to spin him around with the magic of love. He swung Hulk around like a windmill and then hurled him into the air. Roar! The non-flying Hulk was thrown into the air and started to feel a bit lost. Enjoy it. Li clasped his hands together, and everything around the ruins, abandoned cars, broken fragments of houses, steel, and concrete on the ground, began to rise into the air. They crashed down on Hulk, and the objects hitting him stuck firmly to his body. The items behind continued to cling to those in front, gradually accumulating more and more, forming a sphere several dozen meters in size that trapped Hulk inside. No matter how strong Hulk was, he found himself momentarily confined within. Earth Explosion Star. Lee cosplayed as Naruto. Oh my god, is this a miracle? It's a power only God possesses. Honey, come out and see God. And. The crowd on the street looked at this shocking scene, gasping in amazement. And finally, someone shouted Superman, and everyone on the street joined in shouting Superman. What does it feel like to have tens of thousands of fans shouting one name at the same time? Lee finally experienced it. Stop, don't hurt him. He can't control himself. A discordant voice came from the helicopter hovering above. It turned out to be Bruce Banner's girlfriend, unable to bear seeing the Hulk suffer. Lee ignored it. If he had the power to kill the Hulk, he would definitely give it a try. However, with his current strength, it was clear that he did not have that ability. Lee controlled the sphere and threw it forcefully towards the deserted suburbs, tossing Hulk there, not fearing that he would explode and harm anyone. Without anyone to provoke him, he would slowly return to Bruce Banner. Hero, hero, hero. The people on the street cheered from the bottom of their hearts upon seeing that the two monsters had been completely defeated. And then a crowd surrounded Li Yi in the middle. Superman, can you sign my book, please? A group of people shouted, holding out their notebooks and pens. Mr. Superman, are you free tonight? We could go for a drink. A seductive blonde beauty teased. Uncle Superman, can you come to my house? My mommy makes the best food. A woman said, her cute little child in her arms speaking in a sweet voice. In his previous life, Li Yi was a recluse and had never experienced such a scene, so he naturally enjoyed the cheers. As a hero, shouldn't he be indifferent to fame and fortune? Well, whatever. Thank you. Thank you for everyone's kindness. While speaking, he waved his hand, as if he were a big leader. Everyone, please make way, make way. A group of reporters holding cameras squeezed through the crowd and came to Li Yi's side. Hello, sir. I'm a reporter from the New York Times, XXX. May I ask your name? Why are you here? Are you a mutant or a Kryptonian? Why do your abilities resemble those of Superman from the comics? The reporter bombarded him with a flurry of questions right away. This left Li Yi in a predicament. After all, he wasn't from this world. Would he be treated as an alien? System, will my status as an undocumented person be exposed? Li Yi asked with concern. Host, please don't worry. The system has already arranged an existing identity for you in this world. In the eyes of everyone, you're a person from this world, so there's no need to worry about being exposed. The system prompted. Everyone, does that include Ancient One, Odin, Thanos, and even those ancient deities of the universe? Li Yi asked in surprise. Yes, host, everything. The system replied clearly. The system is surprisingly powerful. Li Yi was shocked. Then he felt relieved. Since that great deity could bypass numerous big shots to send him to this world, his strength must be greater than that of the locals. So the system he provided couldn't be weak. With this thought, Li Yi smiled confidently at the camera. Hello, everyone. I am a hero driven by interest. Chapter 4. The Arrogant Ross' Powerful Strength. Absolute Rationality. This is the weapon I crave. General Ross on the helicopter looked greedily at Li Yi. Are you crazy? Ross's daughter, Betty Ross, the girlfriend of the Hulk, looked at him in shock. I'm not crazy. As long as I get him, I can develop the most powerful weapon. General Ross had been blinded by power. You just saved us. How can you do this? Betty tried to persuade her father. What do you know? Besides, I'm not going to kill him. Just make him cooperate with our research. His strength is so great that even the Hulk is no match for him. Do you think he will surrender? Oof. As long as he lives in America, I will find a way to deal with him. Ross scoffed coldly. You terrible person. I won't let you do this. Betty stood in front of Ross, attempting to make a final stand. I don't need your consent. Soldiers, take her to a safe place and lock her up. Don't let her out without my orders. Ross instructed a tall soldier nearby. Yes. Then the soldier disregarded Betty's resistance and took her away. Have you found it? Ross asked the technician on the plane. Found it, General. Here are all the details about that Superman below. The technician handed over a file. Lie, Chinese, orphan, welfare home, lives in Queens, New York. Ross frowned as he looked at the file. Does this person have any relatives? Ross inquired of the technician nearby. Report, General, he indeed has none. This person's character is very reclusive, with no close friends or family. This is a bit tricky. Ross sighed. I originally thought I could find Li Yi's family and use them to threaten him to comply. This is a common tactic used by those in power to control superheroes. But who would have thought I would encounter someone like Li Yi, who has no vulnerabilities at all? It seems we need to use some force. Using the military in the city although there is a risk of complaints, is nothing compared to the benefits of capturing Superman. On the ground, Li was receiving cheers from the people when suddenly a row of armored vehicles appeared on the street and dozens of helicopters flew in, surrounding Li. What's going on? What does the military want to do? The crowd nearby was discussing and questioning the military. A row of fully armed soldiers got out of the armored vehicles and began to drive away the crowd. What are you doing? You have no right to do this. I will complain about you and tell your leader. P.S. Finished. From one of the planes, a soldier took out a loudspeaker and began to address the crowd. Everyone, please stand back. This person is suspected of damaging important national experimental materials, destroying city streets, and violating national security laws. We are now arresting him according to the law. Please do not obstruct us. Are you blind? It was Superman who saved us. What the hell do you want to do? My dad is a congressman. I will go back and tell him to complain about you. None of you will get away. The surrounding crowd expressed their dissatisfaction strongly, but still complied and moved beyond the warning line in front of the armed military. It seems they're going to take action against me. Not taking it to heart at all. A helicopter slowly descended from the sky, and an elderly man with white hair and a strong build stepped out. He was General Ross. Hello, sir. First of all, thank you very much for your help, Ross said warmly as he walked up to Li. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ross, a general in the U.S. military. Thank you for my help. Is surrounding me with the military your way of saying thanks, General Ross? Li pointed to the soldiers around him and said with a cold smile, Sir, the creature you just killed was important experimental material for our military. You have already killed him, yet you still want to destroy his body, which causes us significant losses. Furthermore, in the recent battle, your actions damaged many citizens' properties. Your behavior has seriously violated the laws of America, and we need to understand the situation with you. We hope you can cooperate. Just cooperate with your investigation. You don't plan to dissect me for research? Of course not. After all, you're the hero who saved New York City. How can we possibly do such a thing to you? Please trust the American military, Ross said with a righteous expression. What if I don't agree? Li said mockingly. Sir, I'm not joking. I hope you can cooperate with our work. It's the duty of every citizen of America. If you don't cooperate, these soldiers around you will help you cooperate. As Ross finished speaking, the surrounding soldiers all raised their guns, aiming them at Li, while helicopters above pointed Gatling guns and even missiles at him. You scum, is this how you treat heroes? You bastards. Tomorrow, I'll bring all my friends and family to the White House to protest. If Triple X doesn't have you removed, he can forget about being president. Release him. Release him. Release him. The crowd behind saw this scene and became furious. Under someone's shout of release him, tens of thousands of people present began to chant for his release. Li doesn't care about these things at all. He just wants to be a hero out of interest. If this is your reliance, then that's too weak. Li let out a cold smile. Don't underestimate the American military. We are the strongest force in the world, equipped with the best gear. Those two monsters just now were only handled that way because they were in the city and the army was afraid of collateral damage to civilians. Now that the crowd has been completely evacuated, if you know what is good for you, you'll surrender obediently. Is that so? With a wave of his hand, all the guns in the soldiers' hands flew out of their control and into the air, aimed at them. The helicopters above also went out of control, with all the weapons pointing at Ross. What are you doing? Ross asked in terror as he saw the weapons on the helicopters aimed at him. General, it's bad. All the planes are out of control. The pilot's anxious voice came through the communicator to Ross's ears. Ross's face instantly turned deathly pale, and he trembled as he said, Is this also your ability? What do you think? What do you want to do? You must. Stay calm. If you kill me, it will be against the entire United States. Ross tried to threaten Li by invoking the United States. Slap. Li swung a big slap and sent Ross flying, who spun in the air a few times before crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, with all the remaining teeth in his mouth knocked out. Chapter 5. S-H-I-E-L-D. Keep shouting. Keep shouting. Li slowly approached the fallen Ross. No one around dared to intervene. As long as they moved, the guns above their heads could send them to their demise. They were only soldiers for the generous pay, and this situation was beyond their capability to handle. There was no need to risk their lives for their commander. America won't let you go. Ross still held his ground, despite nearly fainting from the slap he received earlier. If it weren't for his years of military training and decent physical condition, he would have been killed by now. Can you represent America? After getting closer to Ross, Li kicked him in the stomach again. Ross cried out in pain. Li frantically punched and kicked him. Scream. Keep screaming. Let's see who can save you. What do you think you are, trash, old dog? Do you think I care about the America you speak of? If you provoke me, I'll take down your president along with you. Lie's brutal actions silenced the crowd that had just spoken up for him, leaving them stunned. Come on, let me see who can save you. Call for help. Hurry up, you idiot. At that moment, a loud noise came from the sky, and a cool fighter jet flew over, then slowly landed. Lee completely ignored him and continued to beat Ross. Mr. Lee, please wait a moment. The door of the fighter jet opened, revealing a seemingly very honest white man, slightly balding. Lee recognized him at a glance as Phil Coulson, a capable aide of Nick Fury from SHIELD. What do you want? If there's nothing, don't interfere with me beating this dog. Lee stepped on Ross with one foot and replied, Hello, Merediye. My name is Phil Coulson, and I am with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. I am currently responsible for addressing the misunderstanding between you and General Ross. I wonder if you could release General Ross first. He seems to be on the verge of death, Coulson said in a polite yet poised tone. This person was indeed talented and very good at dealing with people. Listening to his tone made Li Yi think that this person was a good person. On the surface, Coulson appeared calm, but inside he was in a panic. He had just witnessed how ruthlessly Li Yi had killed the Abomination on the plane, and then trapped the Hulk in a massive sphere and threw him out of the city. Not only did he possess powers similar to Superman, but he also had abilities like Magneto, except Magneto controlled magnetism while he was even stronger, able to control gravity. Coulson had never seen a monster with so many superpowers. Director Nick Fury had even called him specifically to warn him to be very cautious and not to provoke Superman, as it could lead to a disaster. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division? What is that? I've never heard of it. Lee pretended not to recognize it. This is classified as a national-level secret, and it is normal for Mr. Li Yi to have never heard of it. However, our department is indeed a legitimate department. If Mr. Li Yi does not believe it, he can personally check with XXX. I don't have the time for that. Did you just say it was a misunderstanding? This old dog is ready to attack me with an army and Gatling guns, and even missiles are aimed at me. Is this what you call a misunderstanding? Lee said with a hint of sarcasm. This is truly a misunderstanding. These soldiers and weapons were prepared to deal with the monster you killed. We didn't expect that by the time we arrived, you had already taken action and easily defeated those two monsters, saving New York City. That old dog just threatened me. This is also a misunderstanding. General Ross has always been a good general filled with a sense of justice, committed to protecting the people. When he saw you fighting those two monsters, he caused minor damage to the surrounding buildings out of anger, but he overlooked that in the context of protecting the public. Those damages were unavoidable. So, please let him off this time. Coulson, with wide eyes, was spouting nonsense, trying to whitewash Ross into a great hero throughout history. Let's skip the nonsense and get straight to the point. If you keep talking, I won't care, but that old dog won't last much longer. Lee really didn't want to waste words with him anymore and got straight to the point. Coulson immediately became serious. Merediye, we hope you can let General Ross and the soldiers present go and hand them over to us for handling. What do I get out of it? What you did today, the United States can pretend it didn't see and will not issue any warrants against you. After saying this, Coulson felt that his words sounded foolish. But these were the conditions put forward by the group of American politicians behind him, and he had to convey them honestly like a fool. Are you joking? Lee looked at Coulson as if he were a fool. I'm not joking. I don't know if Mr. Lee agrees. I don't agree. Lee replied with a serious expression. Since you refuse to agree, this matter will be fully handled by us at S.H.I.E.L.D. My boss needs to speak with you in person. After saying this, he took out a peculiar device and pressed a button, causing all the surrounding cameras to malfunction. He then pulled out a tablet, which displayed a figure wearing an eye patch. This was Nick Fury, the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D., known by the nickname Mr. Lee, hello. My name is Nick Fury, and I am now fully responsible for negotiations with you. I wonder what it would take for you to let General Ross and those soldiers go. You can make any reasonable demands, and we will meet them. Now that's what I call sincerity. Lee nodded in satisfaction. After thinking for a while, he had already come up with the answer. Today, I helped you solve those two monsters and avoided greater destruction. You should show some appreciation. Lee made a gesture of rubbing his fingers. Need money? Seeing this, Nick Fury secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If it could be solved with money, then it wasn't really a problem. He had embezzled countless funds over the years. Those were all money that had been misappropriated for repairing bases. As someone suffering from late-stage persecution paranoia, Nick Fury always felt uncomfortable unless he had built dozens of secret bases. He didn't know how much Mr. Lee needed, So let's casually say $1 billion. That doesn't seem like too much, right? This amount would be enough for me to live a very comfortable life. Lee doesn't ask for anything extravagant. With the existence of the system, even the Infinity Stones are not a rare item in his eyes. Lee doesn't have great ambitions. He just wants to live a comfortable, noble life, doing nothing and enjoying life to the fullest, wasting his life. With the power of the dog talisman, Lee has already achieved what countless emperors throughout history have longed for: immortality. Ahem. Nick Fury was so shocked by Lie's outrageous demands that he started coughing. This is enough for him to repair 1/10 of a base. Mr. Lee, can you lower the amount? Just $1 billion and also arrange a luxurious house for me in Queens? That's all I ask. If you can't agree, I will step on this old dog right now. As he spoke, Lee raised his foot, pretending to stomp down. Wait, we agree to your request. Nick Fury hurriedly said. Chapter 6. Hero or villain. Witness interviews by the New York Times. Why did the monster appear? The military must bear full responsibility. Economic Special Report. Monsters rampage. Heroes descend from the sky, but are threatened by the military. Pioneer daily on the day of disaster. Where was Spider-Man? Horn daily. The battle in New York last night shocked the entire world. Monsters? Supermen? Superpowers? This was the first time such things were so openly exposed to the public. The battle among the monsters destroyed a street, affecting several others, resulting in dozens of deaths, hundreds of injuries, and incalculable economic losses, raising the public's crisis awareness to its peak, with everyone fearing the next occurrence might happen to them. People spontaneously took to the streets to protest, demanding the truth be revealed and calling for severe punishment of the military that created the monsters. This dealt a significant blow to the credibility of the American military. So they pushed General Ross, who was half dead and still asleep, out as a scapegoat. The hottest topic of discussion was still the Superman who appeared last night. What do you think of the Superman who appeared last night? A reporter interviewed a blonde beauty. Oh my God, he's so handsome, he's my hero. Mr. Superman, if you can hear me, I want to say I love you, you are my God, and I want to have your children. The blonde beauty fervently declared. All right, photographer, pull her away. What do you think of Superman? A middle-aged bald man was interviewed. He's a villain, didn't you all see? He used his devil-like powers to control the military's weapons, and he even beat up an American general in the street. This is simply unforgivable. He is a demon, and God will not spare him. Fortunately, he didn't see the scene where Lee extorted $1 billion, or this Mediterranean uncle would surely faint. When Coulson got off the plane, SHIELD used a special method to block all cameras. Only the nearby soldiers knew about Lie's extortion of $1 billion, but the video of him beating up Ross spread worldwide. What do you think of Superman? A freckled little boy was interviewed. Oh my God, he's amazing. He defeated that monster in an instant, but my mom doesn't allow me to learn from him, saying he's too cruel. I just want to know who is stronger, Superman or Iron Man, Spider-Man? The discussion about Superman intensified, and the hot topic was whether he was a hero or a villain. Some people believed Superman defeated those two monsters and saved the people present, so he is undoubtedly a hero. Others believed Superman's actions caused greater losses and that his final attack on the military clearly made him a villain. What do you think of this incident? A famous host asked the expert beside him. Well, cut all his segments. The on-site director said darkly to his assistant. While there was a heated discussion outside, Lee comfortably settled into the villa arranged by SHIELD. Since it was arranged by SHIELD, various forms of surveillance were inevitable, but that night, all of them were smashed by Lee, and the agents sent to monitor him were thrown onto a skyscraper hundreds of stories high, making Nick Fury's face turn black with anger, though it might have been black to begin with. But he didn't dare to get mad, because according to the calculations of SHIELD's professionals, Lee possessed no less than 10 superpowers, and his abilities were even stronger than their initial estimate of the Hulk. His speed exceeded that of the newly developed Quinjet, and even missiles couldn't catch up with him. What his maximum speed could reach was impossible to estimate due to the lack of complete data. It can be said that at this stage, all the weapons on Earth are ineffective against him. Phil Coulson drove a luxury vehicle to Lie's villa with a sexy and beautiful red-haired woman in the passenger seat. They stopped in front of the villa. Natasha, it's all up to you now, Phil Coulson said to the woman beside him. This red-haired beauty is SHIELD's senior agent, Natasha Romanoff, born in 1984 in the movie universe, nicknamed Black Widow. Trained from a young age by Soviet agents, to become a spy. Her body was modified by the former Soviet government, significantly slowing her aging process and enhancing her immune system and resilience. Combined with years of various physical and mental training, she has become a deadly Black Widow. After defecting from the Red Room, she joined SHIELD and became an agent. Nick Fury believes that no normal man would be uninterested in beautiful women, so he sent Natasha over, hoping for a friendly negotiation with Superman, ideally bringing Superman into SHIELD for their own use. Ever since that bastard Tony Stark announced his identity as Iron Man, the world seems to have gone crazy, with superpowered individuals popping up one after another. First in New York City, with a Spider-Man swinging through the air, then two monsters battling on the streets last night. And now, even Superman from the comics has appeared. Seeing these superheroes emerge, Nick Fury suddenly had an immature idea. The target is extremely powerful and has a very unstable personality. Do not provoke him, or we may not be able to walk out alive. Coulson said seriously. This is really troublesome. Natasha complained. Besides assisting Coulson in communicating with Superman, she also has another task: to uncover Superman's background, analyze his personality, weaknesses, and preferences. She also needs to investigate how Superman awakened his powers, and when he did so, was it a recent awakening or had he awakened long ago? This is unavoidable. After all, Superman's power is too terrifying and poses a significant threat to the world. We must be prepared. Coulson comforted. Understood. I will do my best to complete this mission. Natasha replied. Then, the two approached the door. Coulson pressed the doorbell, and after a while, the door finally opened, revealing a handsome Asian young man. Isn't this Coulson? When facing the god of wealth, Lee naturally wore a big smile. Then he looked at Natasha beside him with a puzzled expression. Beautiful lady, who are you? Hello, Mireille. My name is Natasha, and I'm a colleague of Coulson, working for the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Natasha said with a smile, extending her hand. The name of your department is really long. Can it be changed? Lee shook hands while saying in confusion. Mr. Lee, many people have reported this issue to us, and we are considering it. Coulson said with a smile. Did you come here today for something? Lee knew the answer, but pretended to ask out of nobility. Little did he know who had threatened to kill him if he didn't pay $10 billion last night. Mr. Lee, aren't you going to invite us in first? Coulson said. Look at my memory. He quickly led the two into the room. Coulson opened the black briefcase he was carrying and solemnly opened it, revealing layer after layer of boxes, like a nesting doll. Finally, he uncovered a black card wrapped in expensive silk, adorned with faint golden patterns. Mireille. This is the promise of $10 billion, all stored on this card. This is a black card from XXX Bank, a prestigious black gold card that only comes with a first deposit of at least $100 million. Coulson said, respectfully handing it to Lee. Lee reached out to take it and examined it carefully. It was quite unique. Very good. I am very satisfied with your attitude. As long as Mr. Lee is satisfied. Natasha displayed a gentle smile. Mr. Lee, last night you bravely defeated two monsters with your superpowers and saved an entire street. You are a true hero. Natasha flattered. We are an organization dedicated to maintaining global security, and due to work requirements, we would like to know some information about you. Would that be all right? Of course, it's necessary for work. Lee said cheerfully, not caring at all. Then, Natasha took out paper and a pen, and even a voice recorder. After we understand the situation, we need to go back and organize a report. So I hope you don't mind. Mr. Lee, may I ask when your superpower appeared? Superpower. I had it when I was 8 or 9 years old, but I've been hiding it all along. Lee started rambling. However, Natasha began to take notes very seriously. I wonder if I can understand how many superpowers you have. In terms of last night's battle video, you displayed more than 7 superpowers. Initially, we thought your superpowers were like those of superheroes in comics, but the later demonstration of object control and energy wave blast completely shattered our assumptions. I'm not too sure about that. I just used them casually, probably over 50 kinds. Who would reveal their trump cards? Only a fool would. Upon hearing this answer, Natasha and Coulson exchanged glances, and after seeing Coulson continue to nod, she resumed writing on the paper. Mr. Lee, how did you appear on that street last night? None of the surveillance equipment on that street captured your presence. It was as if you appeared out of thin air. Actually, I was flying up in the sky, but I was flying too fast, so the cameras didn't catch me. Lee continued to ramble. Mr. Lee, have you ever looked into the source of your superpowers? Not really. They suddenly awakened when I was 8 years old, but in order to live a normal life, I kept it hidden until yesterday, when I saw those two monsters destroying the city on that big street. My sense of justice couldn't let me ignore it any longer, so I flew down and defeated them. Natasha and Coulson both wore speechless expressions. Sense of justice? Who threatened the military last night, beat General Ross, and extorted $1 billion from them? Is that called having a sense of justice? Mr. Li Yi, do you know about mutants? Of course. I also know about the X-Men. You don't think I'm a mutant, do you? Li Sait Satrangiri. Although I have no discrimination against mutants, I'm not a mutant. Then we might have misunderstood. By the way, I want to know what happened to that big green guy I trapped in the Earth Explosion Star and threw to the outskirts. Li Sudende Askit. Earth Explosion Star? Natasha and Coulson looked puzzled. That's the name I gave to this move. I see. According to our intelligence, after you threw it to the outskirts, it angrily smashed a few small hills, and then it disappeared. It clearly turned back into Bruce Banner. Lee secretly complained, but he didn't care. After all, both sides were just talking nonsense, so it was a matter of who could fool whom. At that moment, Lee had been so infiltrated by Hydra that it had turned into Snake's shield, and it was possible they would suddenly come up and attack him, knock him out, take him back to the lab to study his genes, and then start cloning. However, Leah's response was simply one word: kill. No matter how many people came, he would kill them all. In this world, Lee had no worries, so he might as well have some fun with them. Otherwise, life would be too boring. After asking a few more questions, it finally ended. Mr. Li Yi, do you know that your current situation is very dangerous? Natasha suddenly became serious after asking her question. There are many forces watching you, and they all want to obtain your superpowers. Let them come then. I want to see who is that powerful. Li Jaswal Lisait. Although you are very powerful, they are ruthless in dealing with their enemies. Even someone as strong as you could be plotted against by them. What exactly do you want to say? We would like to invite you to join our organization. After you join us, the forces behind us will help you deal with those people. Natasha said with a look that suggested she was doing it for your own good. No need. Mr. Li, you should consider it again. Our organization offers very generous benefits. Coulson, who was nearby, interjected. What about a salary of 10 million a year, working only 2 hours a day, for days a week, plus various benefits? I would work until I die. I love the company. Not interested. I already have $1 billion, and I have no need for luxury goods. This $1 billion is enough for me to live a long time. So why should I still work? Mr. Li Yi, don't you want to find the meaning of your existence? You possess such immense power, almost comparable to that of a god. Don't you want to contribute to humanity and society, to be a hero? Coulson was still not giving up, trying to brainwash Li Yi. Being a hero, that feeling of being cheered for is quite nice. Li Yi reminisced and said, so, you see, if you join us, we can train you to become a hero. Coulson thought Li Yi was moved and hurriedly continued to persuade him. Why do I have to join you to become a hero? I've made up my mind. I want to be a hero for the sake of interest. A hero for the sake of interest? Chapter 8. Hello, Failman. What is a hero for the sake of interest? Natasha asked with confusion. A hero for the sake of interest is someone who doesn't care about anyone's opinions, doesn't care about the impact of anything. When I want to feel the cheers of the crowd, I go out and act heroically. When I don't need to, I can quietly do what I want to do. Being a hero is just a hobby. Lee said seriously, this is not a hero at all. Coulson's expression darkened, but it was barely noticeable. As an agent, one must always control their emotions. His idol was Captain America, a true hero who could sacrifice for others. He felt that Li Ye's casual interpretation of a hero was an insult to the word hero and to his idol, Captain America. Everyone has a different understanding. My understanding of a hero is like this. Do you have anything else? No. Then I won't see you off. Li issued an eviction order. Then we'll take our leave. Natasha and Coulson also felt it was inappropriate to stay any longer, so they took their leave as well. Back in the car, Natasha pulled out a Bluetooth device and put it in her ear, then started the vehicle. Boss, Mission B has failed. The target possesses a strong will and refuses to join us. Natasha reported to Black Egg while driving. Forget it. It's already difficult to recruit such a powerful superhuman. Just come back for now. There are some new issues on Tony Stark's side. I need your help. Black Egg's cold voice came through the Bluetooth. Okay, I understand. At night, Lee felt bored and wanted to go out for a stroll, but his image had already spread across the entire Earth through cameras. So he would probably be recognized immediately if he went out. Just as Lee was in a dilemma, the system suddenly popped up. Host, this system has a fun little gadget here. I wonder if you need it? What gadget? Lie Askit in Confusion. The same glasses as Superman Clark Kent? As long as the host wears them, these glasses will release a magical magnetic field, making it impossible for others to see your true identity, completely treating you as someone else. The system explained. Good stuff. Hurry up and get it to me. What price do I need to pay? The host doesn't need to pay anything. The system can get it to you for free. I love you so much, system. Lee excitedly said, host. This system emphasizes again that it has no gender distinction and cannot meet the host's needs. The system still replied seriously. No more nonsense. Hurry up and get it to me. Okay, host, please check your Superman glasses. A dazzling light suddenly burst from Lie's hand, and then a pair of black-framed glasses appeared, looking very cool. Lee couldn't wait to put on his glasses, and then he found a mirror to look at himself. TSK, TSK, TSK. This face is really handsome. With the glasses on, he was still so handsome, and it added a touch of elegance. Lee became narcissistic in front of the mirror. Dressed in casual clothes, he went out. The streets of America are indeed different from ours. The foot traffic is very sparse. Over here at night, it's crowded with people. After strolling around for a couple of rounds and realizing there wasn't much to do, Lee used the invisibility ability of the snake talisman to become invisible and then flew up into the sky, enjoying the view of this most prosperous city in America under the starry sky. Suddenly, Lee noticed a red figure moving quickly between the skyscrapers. The way the red figure moved was very strange. It wasn't flying like Li Yi, but rather swinging like on a swing. The red figure is swinging back and forth between the skyscrapers. Could it be Spider-Man? Li suddenly thought of a familiar figure. But isn't this the movie world? According to the timeline, Spider-Man shouldn't appear at this time. Although confused, he still followed, maintaining a suitable distance to avoid being discovered or losing track of him. Following Spider-Man's figure, Lee arrived at a secluded alley where he could clearly see a few thugs blocking a student. What do you want? I have no money. Don't come closer. The student said in panic. You little brat, still not behaving. Get him. Teach him a lesson. The thug leader ordered his underlings to beat the student. Just as the two were about to strike, several strands of white webbing fell from the sky, lifting the two thugs into the air. Who is it? The thug leader said in panic. Of course, it's your friendly neighborhood, the failed man. Spider-Man jumped down from above. Don't you know that New York City is under my protection? Violence is not allowed here. Spider-Man. Oh, are you talking about that superhero? Where? I'm a super fan. Oh, I want to get his autograph, you know? My whole family loves Spider-Man. Oh, Spider-Man, the hero of New York City. Oh, how I love you. Spider-Man covered his head, looking surprised, while mumbling continuously. Let me go. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. The thug leader said angrily, then pulled out a gun from his pocket. Oh, I'm so scared. Whoosh. Two strands of webbing shot from Spider-Man's hand, instantly sticking the thug leader to the wall. Kids shouldn't play with guns. You all should be in prison. Spider-Man scolded him like a teacher with hands on his hips. Spider-Man, please, I can't go to prison, please. Sobbed the thug leader. Whoosh. A strand of webbing sealed his mouth shut. I don't bargain with criminals. You should just go to prison honestly. Spider-Man, thank you. You are my lifesaver. The student ran over with excitement. No need to thank me. This alley often has some thugs. You shouldn't take this route. Spider-Man nagged like a mother. I know, but today, because my friend left first, I was alone, so I wanted to take a shortcut. The student said with a wronged expression. Don't take this route in the future. I got it, Spider-Man. Can I take a picture with you? The student took a small camera out of his backpack. You know how to take photos? Spider-Man asked in surprise. Yes, I taught myself. I want to be a photographer in the future. The student excitedly shared his dream. Keep it up. You'll definitely achieve your dream. Spider-Man and Kuhaget. Then they took a few pictures together, called the police, and swung away on webs. Hello, Failman. Spider-Man, swinging in midair, suddenly heard someone calling him. Chapter 9 Hello, Failman. Wow. The sudden voice distracted Spider-Man, and he accidentally lost his grip on the web, falling from midair. Whoosh. Spider-Man quickly shot out another strand of webbing, swinging himself to a tall building. Who? Spider-Man shouted suspiciously. After a while, there was still no response. Could it be that he was hallucinating? You are not hallucinating. Li Yi withdrew his invisibility and appeared in the air. Wow. Spider-Man was taken aback. I can't be seeing this wrong. You were invisible just now, and now you're actually flying in the air. This violates Newton's first law. It's simply unbelievable. Hey, Mun, how'd you do that? Can you teach me? Don't get me wrong, I can swing between skyscrapers with my web, but it's really not comfortable at all. If I could fly, I would never use that method to get around. Oh, I forgot, I'm a spider. It must be really strange for others to see a flying spider. Coming back to his senses, Spider-Man began to chatter away. Stop. Li Yi was so annoyed that he directly made a stop gesture. Ugh. Spider-Man exaggeratedly covered his mouth with his hand, and only then did he take a closer look at Li Yi's appearance. I remember now. You were the superhero who appeared last night, Spider-Man said in surprise. At this point, Li had already taken off his glasses. That's right, it's me. Oh my gosh. I'm so lucky to run into a superhero just by going out. Superhero, are you here to see me? That's right. I wanted to experience the famous superheroes of New York City. Haha, I didn't expect I was so famous. Of course not. I got to know you through the Daily Bugle. That little mustache, James, I didn't expect that besides slandering me, he also provided me with a lot of exposure. Didn't you sell your photo to him? That's right. That little mustache is so heartless. It was clearly $200. Spider-Man suddenly paused, realizing something. You. What are you talking about? I said, didn't you sell your photo to him? Li clearly didn't make sound, but Spider-Man was still able to read his lips. Peter Parker, who are you really? What is your purpose? Peter Parker under the Spider-Man mask instantly turned pale and said excitedly, don't be agitated. I mean no harm. Li explained, I am a hero driven by interest. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Yi, and I currently live at XXX in Queens. You actually revealed your real name. Spider-Man exclaimed. Spider-Man's identity is his biggest secret. He absolutely cannot let others know his true identity, or would put his family and his beloved Aunt May in danger. Why are you not afraid? Don't you fear for your loved ones? Of course not, because I have no relatives in this world, and I am strong enough. If anyone dares to provoke me, I will annihilate them. Li sighed lightly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I didn't know. Spider-Man thought he had brought up someone else's sad memories and immediately apologized. Don't worry about it, because I don't care at all. Li waved his hand nonchalantly. Both parties were aware of each other's true identities, and with this level of familiarity, Spider-Man's inner vigilance relaxed considerably, so the two began to chat. I'm very curious. Is your web something you produce yourself? Or is there some kind of device? Li said with confusion, wanting to confirm which version of Spider-Man it was. This is a device I designed myself. It can shoot out different webs according to the user's needs. For example, if I need to swing, it can shoot out this long web. If I need to trap someone, it can shoot out this net-like web. Spider-Man excitedly introduced his invention to Li Yi, his tone filled with pride. After all, the current Spider-Man is just a young guy, naturally full of the passion of youth. Impressive. You're truly a genius. Li Yi praised without hesitation. It seems it's not the Toby version of Spider-Man. Li thought to himself, Li Yi, I saw the video of you defeating those two monsters last night. You were just like a superhero from a comic book, so powerful. You're way stronger than I am. If I were there, I definitely wouldn't have been able to handle those two guys. Spider-Man exclaimed. No, you're not inferior to me. True strength comes from within. Li Yi remembered that in movies and comics, Spider-Man, no matter how many difficulties he faced, could still adhere to his motto. With great power comes great responsibility. Huh? Spider-Man looked puzzled. You'll understand one day. By the way, Spider-Man, let's have a fight. Li smiled and said, why? We're not enemies. Spider-Man replied with confusion. I want to see how strong your abilities are. It will be beneficial for you too. You probably haven't fought against someone the same level before, right? In the future, you'll face many superpowered enemies, and they won't be as easy to deal with as that group of thugs just now. Future? How do you know? Spider-Man asked, puzzled. Well, actually, I have the ability to foresee the future. Li Ban really said half-truths. How is that possible? According to the movement of fundamental particles. Spider-Man rebutted with a lot of scientific terms. Stop. Li immediately interrupted. Do you want to fight or not? Li impatiently said, of course. Spider-Man flipped backwards and said with fighting spirit, Chapter 10, facing off against Spider-Man. When fighting criminals, Spider-Man has always been controlling his strength. He knows how strong he is. He can lift heavy trucks weighing dozens of tons. If he were to use even a little bit of his strength, he could easily turn a criminal into a pile of mush. Come on. Whoosh. Spider-Man immediately shot out 2 strands of web. Li simply sidestepped lightly. Spider-Man, you don't think such a move would work on me, do you? Of course not. The main event is still to come. Wow. It turns out that Spider-Man's 2 webs weren't for attacking, but for gaining leverage. The 2 webs were firmly stuck to the building across the street. And with a powerful pull, Spider-Man used the elasticity of the webs to launch a flying kick. Li did not dodge at all and set up a gravity barrier in front of him. Bang! Spider-Man kicked hard against the gravity barrier, producing a loud explosion sound. Li defended himself easily, and even the Hulk's strength couldn't break free from Li Ye's gravitational cage. What's going on? Spider-Man looked astonished. One of my abilities? Be careful. Li casually responded and then suddenly threw a punch. Bang! It directly hit Spider-Man in the chest, sending him flying out. What great strength! Spider-Man, who was knocked back, almost fainted. Whoosh! Just before crashing into the opposite building, Spider-Man managed to regain his composure and shot a web to pull himself back. Li, you hit way too hard. Spider-Man complained. Oh really? I haven't even used my full strength yet. Li replied. Li smiled and said, in fact, I didn't even use 1/10 of my strength. However, he wouldn't say it out loud, fearing it would scare off the little spider. He just wanted to take the opportunity of a spar to openly beat up the little spider. You monster! Spider-Man shouted, then shot webs to swing through the air. Eventually, he pounced from a blind spot and locked Li from behind. Now you can't move, right? Admit defeat. In Spider-Man's locking position, most people would immediately be unable to exert any strength. But Li's strength was far greater than his. He forcefully pulled Spider-Man's hand apart. How is that possible? Spider-Man was utterly shocked. Li gently threw Spider-Man over his shoulder, sending him flying out. Spider-Man grabbed a passing pole and spun over a dozen times before managing to release the force. No more fighting, no more fighting. I'm not your opponent at all. Seeing Li wanting to move forward to attack, Spider-Man quickly waved his hands. Are you giving up just like that? We've only exchanged a few moves. Li said boredly, are you really just looking to beat me up? Spider-Man, touching the marks already appearing on his arm, angrily replied, forget it. Let's call it a day. Li looked quite dissatisfied. You really are a violent maniac. By the way, Li, when you were introducing yourself just now, you said you were a hero by interest. What does that mean? Spider-Man asked, sitting on the ground with great interest. It means literally what it says. You don't think I'm a poor guy like you, do you? I'm a billionaire, so of course I enjoy life. Being a hero is just a hobby for me. I'm not influenced by anyone or anything. I do what I want, and if I don't want to, I just stop. Black egg, this is my money, earned through hard work and embezzlement. You bastard. You guy. Spider-Man was instantly hit hard, his eyes filled with envy. I really envy you. Spider-Man Zeit. Don't you think a hero like that isn't a true hero? I have such great power, yet I don't use it to help others. Li said with confusion. Coulson did not react that way upon hearing such words. Why not? No one is obligated to be a hero. The fact that you stood up last night and saved many people makes you a hero. Spider-Man said naturally. He would not ask or force anyone. With great power comes great responsibility is only a requirement he sets for himself, because that is how his Uncle Ben taught him. Spider-Man, I admire you. If you encounter enemies you can't handle in the future, feel free to come to me. Li patted Spider-Man's shoulder, as if saying to his little brother, I'll take care of you from now on. Dude, I'm not your little brother. Spider-Man couldn't hold back and shrugged off Li's hand, angrily saying. The two chatted for a few more minutes, exchanged contact information, and then Li soared into the sky. After returning to the villa, Li looked at the spacious room, which highlighted a sense of solitude. Li didn't mind. He was just a homebody and had long been accustomed to loneliness. If other homebodies had gained the ability of the mouse talisman, they would definitely use it to resurrect their wives. But unfortunately, it was Li who obtained the ability. In his previous life, Li had followed many anime, but most of them were action series, and he didn't know much about romance shows. Naturally, he didn't have a particular favorite waifu, so the mouse talisman was the least useful to him. This refers to the author himself. The resurrected characters also lacked strong combat power, so they couldn't be used in battles. He stretched lazily and eagerly turned on the TV. The news was playing billionaire playboy, the head of Stark Industries, Iron Man Tony Stark, will participate in the F1 Monaco Grand Prix tomorrow in Monaco. The plot of Iron Man 2 is about to begin. Chapter 11. The first encounter with Iron Man Tony Stark, having used the reactor as his heart, suffered from palladium poisoning and believed he had only a few months to live, so he completely let himself go. He handed over the company to his secretary and lover, Pepper Potts, and ran off to Morocco to participate in a dangerous car race. Li thought for a moment, took out his newly bought phone, searched for the location of Monaco, and prepared to go see it tomorrow. He wanted to experience this free-spirited billionaire, who was also a true hero. When watching Avengers Endgame, Tony Stark unhesitatingly used his life to snap his fingers, which deeply shocked Li Yi. This spirit of sacrifice was something Li Yi would never possess. If Li Yi were faced with a choice that required sacrificing his life to save others, he would first eliminate those who needed saving and then mourn for 3 seconds. This is Li Yi, a man who is selfish to the extreme. The Principality of Monaco is a city-state located in southern France, making it the second smallest country in the world after Vatican City. with a total area of only 198 square kilometers. Li Yi was ready to fly directly over. After the Holy Master restored his body, it seemed to take a very short time to fly from the United States to Hong Kong. In one episode, Xiao Yu used a mechanical acceleration rabbit talisman that even reached the speed of light, allowing her to travel back to Uncle Long's youth. It didn't require much multiple of the speed of sound, several Mach to be specific, and I still need to check the information. So troublesome. Produce. I have to watch my wording. Li Yi flew while admiring the scenery along the way. With the snake talisman, he wasn't afraid of being discovered. After more than an hour, he arrived in Monaco and stopped in midair. There was no better spot than this. Li instantly spotted a sneaky figure in the corner, and upon closer inspection, it was Ivan Vanko. However, Li Yi wasn't in a hurry to take action. Saving Tony Stark at his most dangerous moment was the biggest favor owed. Not to mention Tony Stark's trillion-dollar fortune. Just his designs and inventions made Li Yi extremely envious. Li Yi didn't care at all about the Iron Man suit. Even the Hulk could tear it apart effortlessly, let alone Li Yi. The main reason he wanted to ask Tony for help was to create an artificial intelligence like JAR-VIS. Later, when JAR-VIS became Vision, Tony designed another AI named FROY, which showed that this was no difficult task for him. As a lifesaver, it would be hard for him to refuse a small favor. Welcome to the Monaco Grand Prix. Here is the long-awaited racetrack for the competitors, and the race will begin in half an hour. Please take your seats according to your ticket numbers. The host spoke loudly, trying to stir up the atmosphere. As time passed second by second, amid the cheers from the audience, the competitors made their appearances one by one, and the race was about to start. Suddenly, the audience erupted into deafening screams. It turned out that the famous billionaire, Iron Man Tony Stark, had also donned a racing suit and appeared in front of everyone. From his demeanor, it seemed he was ready to participate in the race himself. He pushed one of the competitors off the stage, clearly indicating his intention to do so. As Tony opened the car door, he shouted loudly at the camera, "If you have a car and don't race, what a waste that would be." This statement triggered another wave of fan screams. The official personnel at the venue also changed the name of one competitor to Tony Stark. Li Yi had already seen Ivan Vanko standing not far from the sidelines, and the show was about to begin. A low rumble of engines filled the air as the competitors were all set. As the green light on the track lit up, all the racing cars shot out like rockets. Ivan Vanko removed his hat, revealing a messy head of long hair with a reactor installed in his chest, and slowly walked onto the track. "Sir, the race has started. You can't change positions at will. It will affect other spectators." A staff member nearby quickly tried to dissuade Ivan Vanko from his strange behavior. On the track, a racing car was speeding towards him, but Ivan Vanko showed no fear and had no intention of stopping, swaggering forward as if he were oblivious to the car barreling towards him. Just as the racing car was about to collide with Ivan Vanko, a pair of whips suddenly appeared in his hands, crackling with energy from the reactor. He lashed out at the front of the racing car, instantly splitting it in two. The car was completely wrecked, and the occupants were done for. "Oh my God!" the commentator exclaimed in shock upon witnessing this scene. The audience gasped in astonishment, and security personnel quickly rushed over. At that moment, Tony, who was in second place, happened to arrive and, upon seeing the reactor in Ivan Vanko's chest, widened his eyes in shock. Before he could react, Ivan Vanko lashed out at him. Tony's racing car met the same fate as the one before, being split in two, with the entire body flipping over. However, as the child of fortune, he was not seriously injured. But Ivan Vanko was already approaching him with a whip, ready to engage in some humiliating antics. "It's time," Li thought to himself, and then descended from the air. Die Tonystock. After saying this, Ivan Vanko wanted to whip Tony. Suddenly, a fierce wind picked up, and when everyone looked again, a person had appeared out of nowhere, holding Ivan Vanko's electric whip. And the high-voltage electricity on the whip had no effect on this person at all. "Who are you?" Ivan Vanko shouted angrily, almost achieving his revenge. "Me? I'm a superhero driven by interest," Li Yi pretentiously replied with a sentence, and with a sudden force, he snatched the whip. Ivan Vanko still wanted to swing the other whip. Li instantly disappeared and then appeared in front of him, directly inserting his hand into his chest and digging out the reactor. Without the reactor, Ivan Vanko immediately collapsed to the ground. "Hello, Iron Man." Li turned around to greet the astonished Tony Stark. "Oh my, am I dreaming?" Tony exclaimed in shock, then seemed to remember something. "Wait, I think I've seen you. On the news the night before last, you're the guy who defeated the monster that destroyed New York City. The one who calls himself Superman." "That's right. I am the embodiment of justice, Superman. Chapter 12. Tony Stark, quick, arrest him. The police soon rushed into the venue and apprehended Ivan Vanko, who was lying on the ground. Mr. Superman, thank you very much for your help. The leading officer saluted Li Yi. The video of Superman beating the monster had gone viral, becoming the most viewed video on Twitter and Facebook. It's nothing. I just did what I could. You're the real heroes. Thanks to you, social stability was maintained. It was just a show. Anyone could do it. For Li Yi, who had just finished watching 3 seasons of The Boys, it was simply professional in one word. Mr. Superman, could you please give me an autograph? The leading officer excitedly took out a piece of paper and a pen. Of course. Li Yi signed the word Superman in a flamboyant manner on the top. Hey, why are you here? Aren't you in America? Tony, who was already an arrogant person, immediately felt unbalanced when he saw someone more popular than himself and interrupted. This is not a good place for a conversation, Amber said casually. At that moment, a car rushed in, driven by Tony's secretary Pepper and his driver Happy. Oh my God, Pepper exclaimed upon seeing the chaotic scene and immediately jumped out of the car, throwing herself into Tony's arms. Tony, are you crazy? Don't worry, babe. I'm Fina. Tony reassured her. You lunatic. Don't you care about your life? Pepper scolded loudly while crying. She was blaming Tony for his reckless behavior, actually participating in a car race and nearly losing his life because of it. Can we talk about this later? Happy couldn't help but comment. Of course. Then, Tony walked over to Li Yi and handed him a business card. Mr. Superman, thank you very much for saving my life. If you need anything, you can come to Stark Tower to find me. Done. I've owed a favor, and when I ask you for help, you won't be able to refuse. Right? Li Yi thought to himself as he took the business card. Soon after, Tony drove away, looking at the fans who approached for autographs. Li Yi waved his hand and soared into the sky. In just a minute, he flew back to his house in New York. The rabbit talisman set here is very powerful. See earlier for details. On the other side, at SHIELD headquarters, report to the director. Target 1 has made contact with Iron Man Tony Stark. An agent who had been monitoring Tony Stark quickly reported to Nick Fury. As for Li Yi's side, ever since the hidden agents were discovered by Li Yi in less than 30 seconds and were thrown onto a skyscraper hundreds of floors high, Nick Fury temporarily gave up on monitoring Superman. Okay, I understand. Let's get back to work. Yes. Superman, how to restrain this guy? Nick Fury paced in his office, filled with anxiety. After staying in a house for 2 days, Lee estimated that Tony had returned to America and flew towards Stark Tower. Stop, sir. This is Stark Tower. We cannot let you in without permission. Lee had just arrived at the door when he was stopped by the security guard. He had no choice but to take out his phone and call the number on Tony's business card. This card was Tony's private card, given only to those close to him. Hello, who are you? Came a lifeless voice from the other end of the line. It seemed that the toxins in Tony Stark's body were taking a serious toll on him. Do you remember the person who saved you a couple of days ago in Morocco? Lee casually said, Oh, it's you. What's the matter? I have something I need your help with. Sure, after all, I owe you a favor. Just come to Stark Tower. I'm downstairs right now, but the security guard won't let me in. I'll notify him. He then hung up the phone. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the security guard came over and respectfully escorted Lee inside. Sir, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you actually knew Mr. Stark. You're just doing your job. Can I go in now? Of course, please come in. Then, Tony arranged for a beautiful woman to take Li Yi to the top floor. Tony Stark was there. Superman? Or should I call you Li Yi? As a genius, Tony had thoroughly checked Li Yi's background that evening. Just call me Li Yi. It feels more normal. Aren't you supposed to be able to fly? Why did you crawl up like a turtle from below? I thought you would fly around like Superman in the comics. Tony took out a bottle of wine, pouring it while making fun of him. Anyone who didn't know his personality would have probably knocked him to the ground by now. I could have flown in, but I wasn't sure what you were doing. You wouldn't want me to catch you doing something questionable, would you? Lee did not back down and retorted. After that, the two exchanged a few pleasantries and became somewhat familiar with each other. Just a couple of days ago, he saved someone, and now he comes asking for a reward. You're nothing like a superhero. Tony took a sip of his drink and joked. What heroes? They're just disguised alter egos. Lee shrugged casually and said, What brings you to me? Tony also got straight to the point and asked, I heard you design an artificial intelligence. How did you know? Tony asked in confusion. I heard it. Lia dokit, haha. You don't really have all of Superman's abilities, do you? Jarvis, say hello to Li Yi. A cold voice echoed in the room. Hello, Mr. Li Yi. I am Jarvis. Hello, Jarvis. Li Yi replied. What do you want Jarvis for? I want an artificial intelligence, like Jarvis. What? You want Jarvis? Tony immediately jumped up and said excitedly. You heard it wrong. I said an artificial intelligence similar to Jarvis. It shouldn't be a problem for a genius like you to invent another one, right? Lee sighed. Sorry. Jarvis's success was born out of a combination of various factors and coincidences. I don't have the ability to create another new artificial intelligence. Besides, I don't have the energy in my current state. Change it to something else. Tony refused. Then, how about a set of the latest model of Iron Man armor? Lee changed again. Absolutely impossible. There's only one Iron Man in this world, and that's me. Tony became even more excited. The title of Iron Man was something he regarded as important as his own life. Chapter 13. Treatment. You're almost dead, aren't you? Lee suddenly changed the topic. How? How did you know? Tony said in surprise, using the reactor as a heart. It must take a real idiot to do something like that. Lee pointed to the protruding spot on Tony's chest and said, I know this is a very foolish act, but it is something essential for maintaining my life. With it, I can live for a few more months. Without it, I will die in just a few minutes. Tony Stark covered his chest and said with a pale face, I actually have a way to save you. Lee leaned back on the sofa, crossing his legs. What? Tony was extremely surprised, then excitedly said, Are you serious? Do you think I would lie to you? I have a superpower that can cure all diseases. You've seen my videos, so you should know I possess multiple superpowers. Lee, your condition is just an artificial intelligence like Jarvis? Tony calmed down and tentatively replied, No, that's just my reward for saving you in Morocco. Helping you treat the toxins in your body requires additional compensation. What compensation? If it's the Iron Man suit, then there's no need to mention it. There can only be one Iron Man in this world. Tony said firmly, I was just joking with you earlier. That kind of toy that breaks with a squeeze is useless to me. What? You actually said my Iron Man suit is a toy? Tony said angrily. It is indeed a toy to me. If you're unhappy, you can wear it and fight me. You. Tony instantly lost his temper. He had seen Lie's combat videos, and the Iron Man suit couldn't last 30 seconds in that level of battle. Just wait. I will continuously upgrade my Iron Man suit. One day, I will develop a suit that can defeat you. You might as well live to see that day. Just state your conditions directly. I want 5 of Stark Industries shares. Plus, I want the rights to use everything you invent in the future. Impossible. Tony directly rejected. Stark Industries was built as a military company during World War II, and because both generations of Stark men were unparalleled inventors. Stark Industries became the most famous multinational corporation in the world through their efforts. In the high-tech field, only a few industrial giants like Osborne Industries, Hammer Industries, and Japan's Yashida Industries could rival Stark. To put it bluntly, Stark Industries is the leader. This giant corporation, with its financial power, can easily crush more than half of the European countries, so its composition is quite complex. First is its owner, Tony Stark, who holds about 23 of the company's shares, making him the largest shareholder and also the owner of many patents that the entire company relies on. These patents belong not only to Tony Stark, but also to his father, Howard Stark, making his position in the company virtually unshakable. Next is Tony Stark's father's partner, one of the founders of the company, Obadiah Stane, who holds about 11 of the shares, undoubtedly the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. The remaining shares are held by the U.S. military, Wall Street financial tycoons, Osborne Industries, and other forces. After successfully taking down Obadiah, Tony reclaimed the 11 of shares he held, now owning 34 of the shares. Lee suddenly asked for 5 of his shares, which was like cutting his flesh, knowing that it was worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Then you might as well wait for death. Lee turned around and left without hesitation, feeling no regret. After all, it was just a case of using empty hands to catch a wolf. Without Lee's H-I-E-L-D would eventually save him anyway. So let him suffer a little more. Lee's actions left Tony stunned. Wasn't he supposed to negotiate? Why did he just offer a fixed price? Wait, Tony quickly interrupted. A 5% stake is truly impossible. Even if I allow it, those politicians in America won't allow it. They wouldn't let a single person, rather than a group or faction, control that much equity. So, how much can you offer? Amber casually replied, as much as you can get. I can give you at most 1%. Don't underestimate that 1%. Given Stark Industries scale, that's still worth billions of dollars. Well, fine then. Lee pretended to think for a moment, then agreed. With the identity of a Stark Industries board member, the United States would have to consider the consequences before taking action against Lee. After all, this country is one dominated by capital. You must agree to the artificial intelligence and that additional condition, otherwise I will leave right now. Lee takes an inch and wants a mile. All right, I agree to you, but the iron armor is off limits. It's exclusively mine. Tony gritted his teeth and agreed. Very well. I'll help you heal right now. You're going to help me heal without waiting for me to transfer the shares to your name? Aren't you afraid I'll go back on my word? Tony exclaimed in shock. Trust me, when you possess power like mine, you won't care about most threats in this world because you can easily destroy them. Power is eternal. Liasite. And he placed his hand on the arc reactor on Tony's chest. How long will it take? This posture feels so weird. It's like we're doing something inappropriate. Tony complained. Trust me, if it weren't for the treatment, I would never place my hand on the chest of a guy like you. What? Do you know what those beautiful women say about me? They say I. Tony couldn't help but start to retort. Shut up. Do you still want the treatment or not? Lee interrupted him with a loud shout. Woo-woo. Tony exaggeratedly covered his mouth. Lee no longer paid attention to Tony's antics and directly activated the ability of the talisman to heal all ailments. A burst of white light emanated from Li Ye's hand and enveloped Tony's body. What's going on? Why do I feel such an itch in my chest? Bang, the arc reactor in Tony's chest fell out. Immediately, Li Yi withdrew his hand. The treatment is done. So simple. Tony, still skeptical, lifted his shirt, and the previously hollowed-out area on his chest had healed with flesh. All the fragments inside his heart had disappeared. Remember to take care of the AI and share transfer procedures. Don't let me come looking for you. Because of this. After saying that, Li Yi turned and left, leaving Tony in shock. Chapter 14. The Assault from the Brotherhood. After leaving Stark Tower, Li did not choose to fly straight back home because he discovered an interesting thing. Someone was actually following him. It shouldn't be the case. He was wearing Superman glasses, so how could anyone have detected his presence? Besides his identity as Superman, Li couldn't think of any other reason why someone would follow him, an ordinary civilian. Li turned into a small alley, preparing to lure out the mastermind and then twist his hands and feet. Sure enough, a group of oddly dressed individuals surrounded Li Yi, led by a white male. Who are you? You should know the consequences of angering me. Li Yaskit. The person leading the group across from him did not speak, but instead waved at the air. Li clearly sensed a wave of air despite no one being in front of him. Invisibility. This word instantly popped into Li Ye's mind, and he couldn't help but smile. Playing invisibility in front of him, he was practically an ancestor-level figure. He suddenly kicked towards the place where the air was vibrating, and bang. He instantly struck an object, causing a figure to appear out of thin air, which then flew backward and crashed heavily against the wall, becoming a bloody mess. Get him! The people around were startled, and the leading white man immediately shouted. Then, that group began their performance. Some pulled out handguns, submachine guns, and even missiles, while others were covered in sharp spikes, some crackled with electricity, and others spewed fire. Truly a dazzling array of bizarre sights. Whoosh! Snap! Bang! Li transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly weaving through the crowd, with the sound of strikes echoing continuously. By the time Li returned to his original spot, everyone in the group, except for the leading white man, was lying on the ground. Can we talk properly now? Li smiled and said, You. The leading man was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Li didn't show any mercy and directly stepped forward to grip his neck. Who are you? Who sent you? Cough, cough. Let me go, I don't know anything. The leading man was still being stubborn. If you don't say, then you can die. Li ruthlessly snapped his neck. The reason he didn't care was that there were still people in the shadows. Clap, clap. A round of applause came from a distance as a figure slowly approached, clapping their hands, with a hint of amusement and admiration, gaining a real understanding of Li Ye's ruthlessness. Someone who would not hesitate to kill all those who offended him was exactly the kind of talent they needed. Who are you? Why are there so many clowns jumping around tonight? Li Said Jaswali. Hello, Mr. Li. I'm called the Red Devil, sent here to pick you up, the person said as they stepped out from the shadows. Their red skin was eye-catching, resembling a hellish demon at first glance. The Red Devil was aptly named. Red Devil? I think I've heard of you. You were sent by Magneto, right? Li heard this name, thought for a moment, and then remembered it. Mr. Li indeed knows us well. I thought the first one to come looking for me would be Professor X, but unexpectedly, it was Magneto. Charles is too cautious. He was one of the first to discover you, but it seems your actions towards the American military made him feel it was uncontrollable, and he seems to have doubts about your character. Truly a saint who doesn't fight back. Thinking of Professor X's ridiculous ideals, Li felt it was quite laughable. To hell with peaceful coexistence. In this world, those with bigger fists have the final say. That's right, Charles is such a pedantic person. Being able to see through his essence, you truly belong on our side. The Red Devil exclaimed excitedly. I want to ask, how did you discover me? I'm completely a different person now, right? The Yvonne did it. Mr. Lee, your ability is truly perfect. We haven't noticed any flaws. The reason we were able to discover you is that we have a device that can detect those with superpowers. I see. Lee nodded Kunojin. So now, Mr. Lee, can you come with me? Eric is waiting for you. Of course, let's go meet him. Lee did not intend to join the Brotherhood of Mutants. He wanted to experience the strength of Magneto, the mutant leader. Professor X and Magneto are the bipolar figures among mutants, the legendary level 4 mutants. Professor X possesses telepathic abilities, which are a power close to that of a deity. His mental powers can easily modify and add to certain people's memories, turning them into loyal slaves, even to the point of death. When paired with specific instruments, he can instantly kill all humans on Earth. The professor's telekinesis also has unpredictable and formidable powers, capable of annihilating all matter at the atomic level, turning it to dust. Officially, Professor X's brain is considered a weapon of mass destruction. This small head is terrifyingly powerful, perplexing, and alarming. Magneto's ability is to control magnetism, one of the 4 fundamental forces. This power is extremely strong, with Earth being equivalent to his backyard. The technological weapons developed by human society today are merely a joke in front of Magneto. Firearms, missiles, and even nuclear bombs. Anything related to metal is just a toy in Magneto's hands. He can control the global magnetic field at any time, lift a continent, create massive tsunamis that affect the entire world, and rewrite human history. In X-Men, Apocalypse, Magneto, enhanced by Apocalypse's powers, did just that. Both monsters are capable of destroying humanity. Fortunately, Professor X and Magneto are adversaries. One is a moderate who protects the world and maintains good relations with the authorities, while the other is a hardliner aiming to exterminate ordinary humans and establish a mutant nation. The two factions are in sharp opposition, maintaining a reassuring balance. How does Li Yi compare to them? Although they are strong, Li Yi completely doesn't care. If he faces Professor X, his psychic abilities are completely useless against Li Yi, because the system resides in Li Yi's sea of consciousness. And to protect the secrets of the system, Li Yi's brain is completely sealed off. Just like the brain-sealing spell in Harry Potter. Unless one is stronger than the system, they cannot break through its ceiling. However, in the world of this book, there will never be an existence stronger than the system. So Professor X's psychic abilities are completely useless. He is utterly defeated. As for telekinesis, with the existence of the horse talisman and dog talisman, Wolverine's healing factor is nothing in front of Li Yi. It is completely ineffective. How can you extinguish that? Moreover, Professor X has virtually no speed. As long as Li Yi notices him, he can instantly send Professor X to the afterlife at a speed close to pseudo-light speed. Chapter 15. War begins. What if he faces Magneto? Just like with Professor X, even if Magneto can destroy all of humanity, he still cannot do anything to Li Yi. Magneto can control magnetism, but Li Yi can control a higher level of gravity. Given time, Li Yi could even distort Earth's gravity to the extent of destroying civilization. There are countless methods to summon meteors, lift a city into the sky and smash it down, like an Age of Ultron, or unleash apocalyptic floods to wipe out human civilization. Li Yi can do all of this. The power of the talismans given to him by the system is a super-enhanced version, far stronger than the Holy Master, as the system later informed him. Li Yi grabbed the back of the Red Devil and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. With such a large operation by the Brotherhood of Mutants, it naturally couldn't escape the watchful eyes of S.H.E.L.D. Coulson handed the latest analysis report to Nick Fury. This report was compiled from comprehensive analyses gathered from various departments of S.H.E.L.D. The organization had never given up monitoring Li Yi, even though they couldn't surveil him closely for fear of being discovered by Superman, which could lead to direct fatal consequences. Instead, they had redirected a satellite to monitor the entire area where Li Yi was located. Although this kind of operation was extremely costly, the threat posed by Superman was too great. He was practically a walking nuclear bomb, one of the most powerful. At any moment, he could erupt, potentially leading to the destruction of all of America. No, the entire human civilization could be at risk. What is Superman's current situation? Nick Fury, serious, asked. According to the surveillance, Superman followed the Red Devil and disappeared, likely to meet Magneto. Coulson replied. Nick Fury's expression darkened. This was the last scenario he wanted to see. One Magneto had already caused chaos in the world, and if an uncontrollable Superman joined in, the world could very well end by tomorrow. Based on the psychological model specifically established for him, The chance of him joining the Brotherhood of Mutants would not exceed 1%. Coulson stated, "We currently do not understand how his abilities awakened, but when we interviewed him, although his words were nonsensical, one point held significant reference value. He claimed he is not a mutant. Regardless of the truth, since he does not see himself as a mutant, he would not speak from the perspective of mutants. Thus, he would not heed Magneto, who prioritizes mutant interests above all else." On another note, Superman is an extremely self-centered individual with a strong sense of self-awareness, making him resistant to others' persuasion. He is a very stubborn person. Convincing such a person with just a few words is nearly impossible. If it were Professor X's telepathic abilities, subtle brainwashing might be possible. Although the attempt to recruit Superman failed, S.H.I.E.L.D. had never abandoned the idea of continued recruitment. An existence like a god could suppress all dissent. If S.H.I.E.L.D. obtained such a super enforcer, they would no longer have to consider anyone else's opinions. On the surface, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power was frighteningly great, but it was only effective in smaller nations. In the eyes of larger countries, especially the 5 major powers, S.H.I.E.L.D. was merely a cleanup crew, summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. But what could be done? The funds of S.H.I.E.L.D. were provided by others, and if they decided to cut off the funding chain, there was nothing S.H.I.E.L.D. could do. As the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was certainly unwilling to remain constrained. Looking for ways to change this situation. Being subject to others is not a solution. It seems we need to accelerate our research on the Cosmic Cube. Nick Fury thought to himself. The headquarters of the Brotherhood of Mutants was located on an island in the ocean. The entire island was a steel city, transformed by Magneto, using his abilities to gather vast amounts of metal from around the world. This island was purchased by Magneto from the United Nations during World War II and is considered his private island. Legally, Magneto is the owner of this island, which is home to a large number of mutants, making it a mutant nation. All countries have their eyes on it, wanting to level it to the ground. But due to Magneto's terrifying powers, they can only turn a blind eye and let the mutants thrive here. After teleporting into a room, a group of mutants immediately surrounded Li Yi. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is this your way of treating guests? Looking at his situation, Li Yi was not worried at all. Instead, he joked with a relaxed expression. "Everyone step aside." The crowd parted automatically, and an elderly man with silver hair and a strange helmet, draped in a cloak, floated out from the crowd. This was Magneto, the leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants. "Hello, my fellow. Welcome to our big family," Magneto said warmly, clearly considering Li Yi to be a mutant. "So direct? Magneto, are you so sure I am a mutant?" "Of course, my fellow, we share the same special gifts, abilities that surpass those of humans. Every mutant is a unique existence, a child of destiny." Magneto began to preach his racial ideology, attempting to brainwash Li Yi like a cult leader. "Stop. I'm here to see you, first to witness the legendary mutant leader, and secondly to clarify that I am not a mutant, and we are not kin." Li Yi opened the door and spoke straightforwardly. "I know you can't accept your identity as a mutant right now. After all, the slander we face from humans is too severe. But as long as you can accept your abilities and embrace your true self, one day you will accept your identity as a mutant. Join us and fight for the future of mutants." Magneto continued to persuade him. If Li Yi were really a mutant, he might have been successfully swayed. But unfortunately, he was not. "It seems you're too old to hear what I'm saying. I've already told you I'm not a mutant. Besides, I'm a billionaire with vast wealth waiting for me to enjoy. Why would I join your unstable terrorist organization?" Li Yi curled his lips and casually said, "So you are rejecting me?" Magneto's expression instantly darkened, and his voice became cold. "Isn't that obvious? Then go to hell. Attack!" Magneto suddenly shouted in anger, and the surrounding mutants rushed forward in an instant. "Then let's have some fun with you." Li Yi shrugged and kicked the fastest mutant into a pile of mush. Then, like a wolf among a flock of sheep, every punch and kick could take a mutant's life. This was still the result of Li Yi holding back. If he really wanted to fight, he could end the battle in an instant, taking Magneto's life before he even had a chance to react. Chapter 16. The Great Battle Against Magneto. Is this it? After Li Yi took down the dozens of mutants charging at him, he disdainfully said. Then, taking a step forward, the remaining mutants were immediately frightened and retreated repeatedly. "Trash! Trash! All of you are trash!" Magneto instantly erupted in anger. Old man, why don't you dare to fight yourself? Instead, you send your subordinates to their death, knowing full well my strength. Li took the opportunity to sow discord, but clearly underestimated Magneto's status in the minds of these mutants. They completely ignored Li's words and remained steadfast in their positions. Step aside, I'll handle this myself, Magneto declared, sweeping his cape and stepping out from the crowd. Let me ask you one more time. Do you still refuse to join us? Cyclops. Li's glowing eyes responded to Magneto as he shouted to ensure the old man wouldn't miss it. A terrifyingly high-temperature laser beam shot out from Li's eyes. Magneto immediately controlled the surrounding steel to form a shield to block it. Since you insist on seeking death, then I will grant your wish and show you the power of a level 4 mutant. With one hand controlling the shield and the other extended, the ground began to tremble violently. Soon, the floor and walls of the building started to crack, and countless metal blades surged toward Li. Li's laser beam was instantly interrupted, and the metal blades stabbed into his body, continuously making sounds of steel colliding. Everyone get out, Magneto shouted. The remaining mutants were not hesitant either, all rushing out of the room within seconds. In this city, I am a god. Seeing that the metal blades were ineffective against Li, Magneto waved his hand again, and the entire room exploded. Countless metals tightly wrapped around Li, and Magneto, not satisfied yet, expanded the range to encompass the entire island. Slowly, the metal sphere encasing Li grew to hundreds of meters in size. Under Magneto's control, it rapidly flew toward the seaside, clearly intending to drown Li by throwing him into the sea, as ordinary methods could not kill him. Damn you, old man. This is clearly a ripoff of my earth-shattering star. Li inside the metal sphere was not worried at all, and even found time to mock. Li wrapped himself in a gravity shield, ensuring that the metal did not make contact with him. All right, I've had my fun. Let's see if your magnetism is stronger than my gravity. Li instantly activated his ability, causing the entire metallic sphere to freeze in midair and begin to shake violently. What's going on? Outside, Magneto looked puzzled, clearly unaware of Li's ability. Bang! The metallic sphere exploded in an instant. Then all the debris began to swirl around Li. Old man, you were wrong just now. I am a god. A nail floated up and down in Li's hand, then aimed at Magneto and was instantly accelerated and shot out. Whoosh! The nail grazed Magneto's face, leaving a distinct scar. This strike was enough to kill Magneto before he could react. After all, aside from controlling magnetism, his physical attributes were still those of an ordinary human. However, Li wasn't planning to go that far. After all, Old Man is a major villain in the X-Men series, and without him, the fun would be greatly diminished. Li, seeing himself nearly perish, Magneto instantly flew into a rage, enveloping the entire city with his ability, then controlling all the metal in the city to fly into the air, forming a terrifying metal storm. You dare to defy me? You're just a newly awakened child. Do you really think you could defeat me? Magneto instantly directed the metal storm towards Li. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, Li calmly extended his hand toward the metal storm. The metal storm instantly halted in midair. Old man, what a spectacle. But coincidentally, I am too. Li smiled and then set up a gravitational field around Magneto, trapping him in place. How is this possible? What is your power? Why can't I move? Like your magnetism, gravity is one of the 4 fundamental forces. Magneto said incredulously, how can one person possibly possess so many powerful super abilities? Because I'm a god. He then ignored the metal hovering in the air and slowly floated towards Magneto. What you can control, I can't control too. What you can't control, I can still control. Li floated in front of Magneto. Now, do you still want to fight? What do you want to do? Kill me? On the surface, Magneto remained calm and composed. But inside, he was actually in a panic. He was afraid that Li would really kill him. Magneto didn't want to die yet. He hadn't realized his grand ideal of leading mutants to overthrow human rule and establish a mutant-dominated world. From the very beginning, it was you who sought me out, and it was you who made the first move. Why does it look like you're the victim now that you've lost the fight? Li was speechless. We approached you because you are a member of the mutants and hope you can contribute to the cause of mutants. Magneto started boasting about his racial ideology again. Shut up. Li interrupted him with a loud shout. Old one, if it weren't for the fact that you have 2 good daughters, I really would want to beat you up. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't have any daughters. Magneto retorted. You don't need to know about that. Li scratched his ear and said perfunctorily, since you're not going to kill me, You must have some demands, so why not just state them directly? Magneto got straight to the point. I don't have any special requests. I just hope you won't bother me again. I'll say it again. I'm not a mutant, and I don't have a unique X gene that you mutants possess. This time I won't kill you, but if you come to provoke me again, I'll sink this island and slaughter all the mutants on it. Do you understand? I understand. Magneto instantly became furious. For so many years, no one had dared to speak to him like this, or even threaten him. He was usually the high and mighty leader of the mutants, which mutant did not show him utmost respect. However, he quickly suppressed his anger. The person before him was not as merciful as Professor X, and was truly capable of killing. The mutants he had previously sent to capture him had all been killed, and just a moment ago, he had killed dozens more. The number of mutants who had died at his hands definitely exceeded 3 digits. Very good, old man. Those who know the times are wise. Older folks should drink more tea and dance in the square, rather than always thinking about fighting and killing, or overthrowing the world and such. Magneto responded with a cold laugh. If you won't listen to advice, then so be it. Lee shook his head helplessly. He waved his hand, and the metallic storm in the air fell down like rain. What's going on? It's not raining, but it's raining iron. My head, damn it. Ignoring the greeting, Lee soared into the sky. Chapter 17, Golden Coin. After giving Magneto a stern warning, Lee immediately flew back home. It's uncertain whether everything that just happened was observed by S.H.L.D. through satellites, but even if they knew, they probably wouldn't take care. Coulson, what do you think? Nick Fury asked, frowning. It seems we underestimated Superman's power. His ability to control gravity is much greater than we estimated. Even Magneto's magnetism was completely defeated before him. Based on the XX formula, the XX theory, we can infer that. Coulson rattled off a bunch of technical terms according to the report, leaving Nick Fury with a headache. Enough with the data, just get to the point. Nick Fury said impatiently. Well, all right. Previously, we assessed that all weapons on Earth were ineffective against him, primarily based on his speed and strong defense. Now, all the weapons we launch could potentially become weapons he uses against us. Coulson said hesitantly, revealing the inference. So, we're completely helpless against him? What if one day, he decides to destroy humanity? Nick Fury said with a heavy expression. I'm afraid. That is indeed the case. Damn it, this monster. The Superman in comics has kryptonite as a weakness, but this one has no weaknesses at all. How could such a monster exist in nature? Nick Fury suddenly broke down and started cursing. If Superman really had the thought of destroying humanity one day, then there's only one thing to do. Call her back. Nick Fury touched the red pager he always carried, which could summon the superhero he considered the strongest. Director, there's one more thing. Speak. Superman has displayed a new superpower. Our agents monitoring Tony Stark reported that the arc reactor in Tony Stark's chest has disappeared, and he looks just like a normal person now. It's speculated that his poison must have been cleared, and all of this happened after Tony Stark met Superman. Our specialists speculate that Superman has a superpower that can heal diseases. It probably can only treat minor illnesses like colds. What is there to worry about? Nick Fury said casually. But they speculate that Superman's abilities can heal any known human disease, including cancer and AIDS. What? Nick Fury was instantly shocked. This ability was truly incredible. Its emergence represented that humanity would completely overcome pain and suffering, and society would undergo tremendous changes. This ability was more valuable than any other. If the wealthy knew about Superman's capability, they would go completely insane. Having a healthy body is everyone's dream. The people at the Academy hope S.H.I.E.L.D. can step in and persuade Superman to cooperate with their research. Cooperate with their research? Are they crazy? Don't they know how powerful Superman is? Tell them S.H.I.E.L.D. will not step in. Whoever wants to study Superman should persuade him themselves. Nick Fury immediately calmed down. Persuade Superman? That's asking for death. They have already informed the President, Congress, the U.S., military, and representatives of various tycoons. This is the latest notice from the President, demanding that we must step in. What? These bastards. Do they know what they're doing? They're playing with fire. If Superman gets angry, the entire America could be destroyed. Nick Fury cursed angrily. But the fact remained, S.H.I.L.D. had to step in since its funding came from America. Under the roof, one had to bow their head. Contact Tony Stark. He has some connections with Superman. Perhaps Superman will spare others for his sake. Yes, Director. What a perfect humanoid weapon. If I can get his power, I can become the crime lord ruling the entire world. On the top floor of a 100-meter-high building, a well-dressed fat man watched a video of Superman beating two monsters inside. This person is the notorious crime lord, Kingpin. Kingpin is the archenemy of superheroes like Spider-Man and Daredevil. His real name is Wilson Grant Fisk, the largest mafia boss in New York and even the whole of America. He is meticulous and far more intelligent than ordinary people, with over 90% of his body made up of muscle, possessing incredible strength capable of punching through walls. He is also a world-class fighter, having the highest level of human combat capability, similar to the Punisher. Additionally, his cane can emit lasers and smoke, making it hard for opponents to defend against him. In the underworld, he is known as Kingpin, which means the mastermind, with a criminal network spanning the globe, frequently clashing with superheroes like Daredevil, the Punisher, and Spider-Man, and even the Fantastic Four and X-Men. How do we control such a monster? Asked one of his subordinates. What else is there to say? Of course, we threaten him. Right now, send someone to capture the person Superman cares about the most. Then he will have to obediently work for me, Kingpin said matter-of-factly. Indeed, whether they are so-called heroes or villains, they all like to threaten heroes through those close to them. That's why Spider-Man will never take off his mask, desperately concealing his identity. Another superhero who exposed his identity. Iron Man Tony Stark has his home bombed every few days. Of course, that's because their powers aren't enough. If anyone dared to target Lee, he would wipe out their entire family. But boss, according to our investigation, this Superman's real name is Lee. He is an orphan and has a reclusive personality, with no particularly close relationships. Damn it, this is clearly a loser. Why is he so lucky to awaken such powerful abilities? This world is really messed up. Kingpin cursed. He had reached his position after facing life-and-death situations countless times, almost dying several times. Yet this Superman might have just awakened one day and gained such powerful strength. Target, can you deal with him? Kingpin asked, looking toward a dark corner. Boss, leave it to me. I'll make him listen to you. A bald man walked out of the shadows, a striking target painted on his forehead. His eyes were fierce, and his demeanor was arrogant. This man was none other than the formidable aide of Jean Bing, known as Target Eye. Target Eye possessed a natural throwing ability, capable of hurling any object with incredible precision at a target. Some of his achievements included using playing cards to slice open a person's throat, spitting out teeth to pierce an enemy's skull, throwing a paper airplane onto a distant rooftop, and launching a toothpick through a window 100 yards, 91 meters away, killing a man. Target Eye had extraordinary physical abilities, agility, endurance, speed, and reflexes. He was also a professional athlete. He had fused parts of the Edelman alloy into his bones, such as his spine, skull, and fists, making his bones nearly indestructible. He once fell from several stories onto a car and was uninjured. He was now filled with confidence, unaware of how disastrous it could be to encounter Superman. Chapter 18. The terrifying Target Eye inside a bar. A group of big men were drinking. Drink up. Hey Jack, why are you here drinking alone? Oh my god. That bastard, my wife Rose, cheated on me with Blake next door while I was out working. Damn, that filthy woman. Jack cursed. Jack, Rose doesn't seem like that kind of person. Are you sure you aren't misunderstanding? My brother. I wish it were a misunderstanding, but I saw it with my own eyes. I came back early from a business trip to surprise her. And guess what? I found her lying in our marital bed with that black guy. God, what have I done to deserve this? I never expected her to be such a woman. I totally misjudged her. How did you handle it? What do you think? Of course, I went up to beat that black guy. And you know what happened? Just look at the bruises on my face. I got my ass kicked. That black guy is too strong. Jack lamented. Damn, that black guy dared to treat my brother like that. If I had been there, I would have helped you beat him up. So what about you and Rose now? It's over. Everything is over. We divorced this morning. She said she couldn't stand me. A poor bastard, not only poor but also weak, unable to satisfy her. And then she ran off with that black guy. Jack said sadly. Oh, what a sad story. Brother, don't be upset. Let's drink to forget. Bang. The bar door was suddenly kicked open. Instantly, all eyes in the bar turned to look. A bald white man with a target painted on his head entered, looking fierce and intimidating. Despite the crowd's dissatisfaction with the bald man's actions, they didn't want to cause trouble and quickly turned their attention away. The bald man approached the bar. One nightshade lover. His cold, hoarse voice sent a shiver through the crowd. Igrigadis. The bartender, trembling in fear, hurriedly grabbed a bottle and poured him a drink. The bald man picked up the glass and started drinking. Seeing that he didn't do anything particularly special, the crowd resumed their loud drinking. Come on, keep drinking. Cheers. Jack, I'm going to the bathroom. Jack's friend slowly stood up, and as he passed the bald man, the bald man suddenly stood up. Smack! The two collided violently. Hey, you bastard, can't you see? Jack's friend immediately started cursing. Are you talking to me? The bald man turned around and said coldly. Yeah, you. Can't you see I'm passing by? If I were you, I wouldn't want to provoke the person in front of you. Damn, are you threatening me? Do you know who I am? I'm the boxing champion of XX State. If you annoy me, I'll definitely show you what it's like. Jack's friend continued to rant, his drunkenness obvious as he slurred his words. Hey, buddy, go take him down. I'll bet 100 you can take out that bald guy. Come on, brother. First break his legs, then give him an uppercut. The crowd, not afraid of trouble, began to cheer, mostly supporting Jack's friend, as the bald man's demeanor was indeed very annoying. Come on, let's fight. Encouraged by the crowd, Jack's friend grew cocky, thinking of himself as a boxing champion, and provocatively made boxing gestures at the bald man. The bald man ignored him and turned to walk outside, clearly not wanting to deal with the drunk. Oh, that's right. Get lost. Go cry in your mother's arms, you son of a bitch. Jack's friend continued to provoke from behind. Waste. Coward. Trash. The crowd continued to egg him on. Suddenly, the bald man turned around and swiftly threw something at Jack's friend. No one could see what it was. Jack's friend stood frozen for a moment before falling to the ground. What just happened? What's going on? Why did he suddenly fall? Jack rushed over to check on his friend, and upon feeling for a pulse, he realized his friend had stopped breathing. Oh, brother, wake up. Shit, he killed my friend. That bastard killed my friend. Call the police. Jack shouted. What? How'd he kill him? Did anyone see it? I remember. He is the killing machine Target Eye under Gene Bing. Oh God, why is he here? Quick, run. Hearing the name of Target Eye, the crowd instantly panicked and rushed to escape. The bald man calmly took out a small box from his pocket, filled with tiny iron nails. He then began to throw them, one by one, hitting people in the back of their heads. Those struck fell to the ground instantly, lifeless. To be able to throw a nail into the hardest part of the human skull, Target Eye's strength clearly surpassed that of ordinary people. In no time, out of more than 30 people in the bar, only Jack was left. Everyone else was dead. Please don't hurt me. I didn't do anything. Jack, terrified, sat on the ground, frantically begging for mercy. Target Eye leaned in closer to Jack. You just called me a bastard. I didn't mean it. Please don't hurt me. If I were God, I would surely forgive you, but unfortunately, I am not. A nail instantly pierced Jack's brain. Ruth. The last image that flashed before Jack's eyes was of his ex-wife. He just wanted to enjoy a drink. Next, he planned to find that Superman and have some fun. Without even glancing at the target, he turned to leave and casually dialed a number. Then a group of masked individuals stormed into the bar, packed all the bodies into a vehicle, and set the entire bar ablaze. The next day's headlines read, a fire broke out last night at a bar on XX Street in Queens, with all patrons perishing. A total of 32 victims. All employees of XX Company, including Jack Doug. Chapter 19. Sudden incident whoosh. A gust of wind suddenly blew, sending trash on the ground flying everywhere. My dress. Didn't the weather forecast say it would be sunny and windless today? Damn it. I will never believe their nonsense again. My eyes. A brick flew into them. Damn wind. People began to curse, unaware that what had blown past was not wind at all, but a person. Lee once again used the snake talisman to become invisible, flying freely in the sky. How boring. Is there no major event happening? System. Do you have any tasks to issue? Liasket. Ding. Host. There are currently no main quests, but there are a few side quests. Do you want to take them on? Take a look. Side quest 1. Save 10,000 people. Follow-up tasks to be updated. Current task needs to be completed. Side quest 2. Gain 1 million reputation points. Follow-up tasks to be updated. Current task needs to be completed. Current reputation value 100010000000. Side quest 3. Side quest 4. There are quite a few tasks. Are there any penalties for these tasks? Lee asked. Ding. Host, don't worry. The task of this system is to cultivate you into the strongest person in this world. It won't do anything harmful to you, whether it's a main quest or a side quest. The system is only responsible for issuing them and has no punishment function. Haha, you really are a conscientious system. In the past, when I read novels, those protagonist systems always threatened the host with various punishments, like reducing their size by 5 centimeters, changing their gender, getting exposed, or even being completely erased from the world. Host, please rest assured, this system is not like those flashy and cheap ones. The system replied, then I can relax. Since I'm bored, let's take on some of these tasks. That feeling of being cheered for is really enjoyable. Lee thought to himself. However, I need to find a way to get a set of battle armor. Or have you ever seen Superman fighting in casual clothes? The battlesuit of Superman in steel body is really cool, but how can I get one? System, since you've already gifted me the Superman glasses, let's go all the way and give me a set of Superman's battle armor too. System, host, you really have no shame. The system commented, thank you for the compliment. A person without shame is invincible. Host, consider yourself lucky. This system actually has a Superman battlesuit that matches the Superman glasses. Please prepare to receive it. After the system finished speaking, a colorful light emerged from Li Ye's body. After the light dissipated, a black Superman battlesuit with a cape was already on him. Black. System, how did you know that this was exactly what I wanted the most? System, I really love you. Host, this system once again. I know. You have no gender distinction. Before the system could finish speaking, Li interrupted it. By the way, besides the indestructible effects shown in the movie, does this suit have any other functions? Ding. This Superman battlesuit, besides being indestructible, can also automatically hide. As long as the host silently says hide to it, it will automatically hide in another dimension. When you want to wear it, you just need to silently say where to it, and it will automatically put itself on. The system replied, awesome. As expected of the system, products from a system are definitely top-notch. Thank you for the compliment, host. Next, this Superman is about to take action. Li Yi, dressed in battle armor, flew high into the sky and began to survey the entire city. The power of the talismans enhanced every aspect of his body, and his vision became incredibly clear. Although he couldn't compare to Superman, he could still see a fly several kilometers away. On the other side of the city, hurry up, Gwen, the girl in front called out. NIS, wait for me. Today was Sunday, and there were no classes at school, so Gwen went out shopping with her friend NIS. Come on, Gwen, this outfit looks great on you. NIS urged. Let me see. Wow, it's a really beautiful outfit. Gwen and her friend were happily shopping when suddenly, boom, a loud explosion echoed throughout the mall. Ah, what's happening? Help! Mom, where's NIS? The scene was in chaos. Talp. A group of people dressed in black appeared, armed with guns, firing continuously at the rooftop. Shut up. Everyone get down on the ground. The leader shouted while firing. The people on site were instantly controlled, all complying and lying down on the ground. Gwen, what should we do now? NIS quietly asked Gwen. Just cooperate with them. They must be terrorists. Don't provoke them. Gwen replied calmly. Now, everyone take out your phones. If anyone dares to hide their phone, I'll send them to meet God. New York City Police Department. Hello, what? A robbery occurred on XX Street. The robbers are armed with a large number of firearms and heavy weapons. The entire police station was instantly in an uproar. Quick. Prepare to deploy. Under the command of Chief George Stacy, the police officers immediately sprang into action. The sound of police sirens echoed throughout the street. Gwen, you must be okay. Soon, the police surrounded the entire mall and faced off against the robbers. Media reporters and onlookers rushed over after hearing the news, blocking the entire area. This major incident quickly became the focus of the entire nation, with almost everyone sitting in front of their TVs watching. Chief George, how do you plan to handle this situation? Chief George, the robbers are holding thousands of hostages. Can you guarantee their safety? Chief George, please step aside. Don't obstruct our work. Chief George broke free from the reporters' encirclement and took out a megaphone to shout inside. I am Chief George Stacy of the New York City Police Department. Please state your demands and do not harm the hostages inside. Inside the mall. Boss, what do we do now? A man in black asked. Our homeland has turned into hell because of these damn Americans. Now, they must pay the same price. Reply to them. We do not accept negotiations. Hey, something seems to be happening over there. Let's go check it out. High in the sky, Lee scanned the city and discovered the incident, quickly flying down. Chapter 20. Rescue you American bastards, listen up. We do not accept negotiations. Everyone in this mall will die today. This is your revenge. Upon hearing this, Chief George's face turned pale. His precious daughter was inside. Whether it was out of duty as a police officer or love for his daughter, he would not allow this to happen. After hearing this news, the entire nation erupted. The robbers' motive was not for money, but for revenge, which changed the nature of the situation entirely. The robbers inside could no longer even be called robbers. Chief George, what kind of people are they? Why do they say this is revenge against America? Chief George, what will your next move be? Chief George, do you have the confidence to rescue the hostages? The flood of reporters' questions surged again. Please everyone calm down. I know you are all anxious, but please trust us. We will definitely rescue the hostages safely. The deputy chief, noticing Chief George's current situation was not good, quickly stepped forward to block the reporters. Nearby, police officers took the opportunity to lead Chief George to the command room at the back. Have you identified the people on the other side? Chief George took a large sip of water to barely suppress his anxiety, and then asked. The other side consists of mercenaries from a certain XXX Asia. This incident is entirely a retaliatory act against America, the assistant replied. How do they infiltrate America with so many heavy weapons? Is the customs useless? Chief George instantly exploded with anger. The weapons were not brought in from abroad. They were purchased in America. The assistant trembled as he spoke. These bastards would sell anything for money, completely disregarding the safety of citizens' lives and property. Chief George shouted furiously. In this capital-dominated country, as long as the profit margin is high enough, there will be people willing to engage in any kind of business. Chief, do we need to request military assistance? They have a large number of lethal weapons, enough to kill anyone. This is no longer a simple police versus robber situation. It has evolved into a war. The assistant suggested. No. If the military comes, they will definitely launch a strong attack, and then the hostages inside will be in danger. We are police. Our top priority is to ensure the safety of the hostages. Chief George said firmly. We need to continue communicating with them. If this is just a simple act of revenge, they could have acted directly. The fact that they have taken over the mall and are confronting us means they must have other demands. Yes, Chief. Should we rush in and eliminate all those terrorists now? Li Yi, on the rooftop not far away, frowned as he looked at the chaotic scene below. I'm not a real hero. I'm just a hero out of interest. Although I could rely on the speed of the rabbit talisman to finish the battle before they even react, then hide my achievements and give all the credit to the New York City police while continuing to be an unnamed hero in the shadows, silently protecting the city. Oh my God, it's just too great. I'm about to be moved to tears. Whoever wants to do such a foolish thing can do it. The most important thing for me as a hero is to enjoy the cheers. If I don't even get that, then let them die. Whoever wants to save them can save them. I can also complete a mission. Now I have the power. I can do whatever I want. Then, Lee slowly descended from the sky in front of everyone present. What is that? It looks like a person. Are you crazy? How is it possible for a person to fly in the sky? Oh my God, that's the superhero that appeared a few days ago. Superman. The arrival of Lee instantly ignited the entire venue. The crowd present erupted in wild cheers, shouting the word Superman. The footage was transmitted worldwide through the on-site cameras, plunging the entire world back into a Superman frenzy. Hello, everyone. Lee smiled and waved his hand, and that smile was very much like our great-grandfather's. Wow, Superman waved at me. Are you blind? Superman is clearly waving at me. Superman, I love you. Superman, your new outfit is so cool. Just as handsome as you are. Everyone, get away from me. Superman, look at me, look at me. Superman, I love you, I want to have your children. Even though several days have passed, Superman's popularity has not diminished. In fact, it seems to be increasing. A large group of reporters quickly surrounded Li Yi. Mr. Superman, are you here to save the world? Mr. Superman, will you bring those terrorists to justice? Mr. Superman, are you wearing your battlesuit from Krypton? Let me resolve this matter first. And then everyone can ask questions. Li Yi smiled and said, please everyone, make way. Li Yi slowly ascended, avoiding the crowd, and flew in front of Director George. Hello, Director George, how can I help you? One word, showboating. Hypocritical guy. But George really buys into this. This is the most dangerous moment. The police are completely at a loss. Although Director George has always been very averse to these so-called superheroes, especially that failed man swinging around like a spider in the sky, who has disrupted police operations several times, he understands that despite Spider-Man's intentions to save people, such unorganized, unplanned actions outside of official channels have always displeased him. However, what is happening now has made him realize that the world has changed. There are indeed disasters that even the police cannot prevent. The two monsters on Broadway a week ago confirmed this point. Human effort has its limits, and at this time, those with powers beyond ordinary people, superheroes, are needed. Mr. Superman, hello. The two exchanged a symbolic handshake. Right now, the entire XX Mall is under the control of terrorists who are armed with XX machine guns, XX-type RPGs, and various heavy weapons, with thousands of hostages inside. The situation is very urgent, and we need your help. Director George briefly introduced the situation on the scene. If we launch a strong assault, the terrorists inside will definitely massacre the hostages. And we're not sure if they have bombs strapped to them. Mr. Superman, do you have a plan? Director George asked tentatively, seeing Lee lost in thought. I do have a plan, which is for you to attract the terrorists' attention in the front while I sneak around to take them out from behind. You know, I'm very fast, and I can definitely eliminate them before they even realize what's happening. Lee pretended to propose a so-called plan, but he didn't actually need the help of those useless people. With Lie's ability to reach near light speed, he could eliminate that group of terrorists multiple times in just 1 second. It was merely a show. Superman, can you ensure the safety of the hostages? Director George asked seriously. No, I can't guarantee it 100. In a situation like this, it's basically a fantasy to expect that no one will die. I can only say that I will try my best to minimize casualties. Lee repeated. Want to CPU me? Dream on. Although Li Yi could indeed do it. He hated moral coercion. If he encountered the moralists from his previous life, they would definitely throw him to the moon to keep Chang'e company. Sorry, I was too idealistic. Hearing Lie's cold tone, Director George, who had been in the officialdom for many years, instantly realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly apologized, as his precious daughter's safety depended entirely on the superhero. Next, we will continue to use negotiations as a reason to attract their attention, and the rest will be up to you. I will do my best. Following that, Director George went down to arrange the actions. To everyone inside, since you didn't kill anyone right away, you must have some demands. Anything can be negotiated. Boss, what do we do now? Asked a subordinate next to him. They had been left hanging for a while, and now they probably had completely given up on the fantasy of rescue. It was time to talk to them. Bang! Before the leader of the terrorists could finish speaking, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the top of the mall. The hostages screamed in terror. Someone broke in. Damn it. We were fooled by those Americans. This must be their secret weapon. Everyone be careful. Dozens of terrorists nervously gripped their guns. One by one, the necks of the terrorists suddenly twisted in a 360-degree turn, dying in an extremely terrifying manner. This was Li deliberately tormenting them. Otherwise, he could have killed them countless times in 0.01 seconds. Seeing their companions die in such a strange and horrifying way, the remaining terrorists trembled in fear, worried that they would be next. This was a tremendous psychological torment. There's a ghost. It must be a superpowered person. After just a dozen seconds, only the leader of the terrorists was left on the scene. Li immediately revealed his form. The leader was now paralyzed with fear, sitting on the ground. What exactly are you? The leader asked tremblingly. Isn't it obvious what I am? Look at this in Chapter 21, Star of the City. No, you're not a superhero. You are a devil, a demon sent by Satan. For evil beings like you, I am indeed a demon from hell. Li stepped forward, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. As long as I'm here, don't even think about hurting these good people. After saying that, he threw him towards the rooftop, and the leader's head broke through the concrete wall, but got stuck at the shoulders, hanging in midair like a hanged ghost, dying on the spot. Clap, clap, clap. The hostages at the scene applauded Lie's words, cheering loudly. Superman, you're so cool. Justice partner, you're going to be my idol from now on. A handsome young man shouted. Mr. Superman, my whole family are your fans. My 5-year-old daughter sleeps every day with a pillow printed with your photo. Could you please sign it for her? A beautiful woman shouted. Superman, I misunderstood you a few days ago. You are a true hero. That group of military fools had it coming. From now on, I will be your steadfast supporter. A middle-aged bald man shouted. Thank you all for your support. Now everyone stay where you are and wait for the police to rescue you. We still don't know if there are terrorists hiding among the crowd. Li comforted him and then opened the system panel. The side quests had completely changed. Side quest 1. Save 10,000 people. Subsequent tasks to be updated. Current task needs to be completed. Current completion 345,610,000. Side quest 2. Earn 1,000,000 reputation points. Subsequent tasks to be updated. Current task needs to be completed. Current reputation value 17,891,000,000. System, I understand the task of saving people, but how is this reputation value calculated? I'm at least a household name now. Why is my reputation value so low? Lia asket in confusion. Ding, the host. The system quantifies everyone's admiration and worship of you into numbers. The calculation is done like this. The system explained a bunch of terms that Li Yi couldn't understand. All right, let's leave it at that. Li quickly interrupted. After saving the person, he didn't just leave. Since he had saved them, he wanted to maximize the benefits. If he didn't enjoy a bit more applause or raise his reputation a bit higher, it would all be a waste. Li flew off the rooftop and made a guided gesture to the police. At the command of Director George, The fully armed SWAT team rushed into the mall, temporarily controlling the people present, and then began to check each hostage one by one to see if there were any terrorists mixed in among them. Lee didn't care about that anymore. Lee flew back outside. The reporters swarmed around him again. Superman, how do you feel right now? Superman, are you still single? Have you considered dating? According to the latest ranking from XX, you are the man that all American girls want to date the most. What are your thoughts on that? Superman, may I ask you? Various strange questions were thrown at him. Even a beautiful female reporter asked Lee Yi what color his underwear was, filled with provocative meaning. Thank you all for your support. Please make way. Please make way. A group of police suddenly pushed through the reporters. Who are you? Why are you pushing me? I have the right to interview. Tell me who your superior is. Just wait until I go back and scold him and his ancestors. After some pulling and tugging, the police managed to clear a path. Then a short, chubby man in a suit approached. Superman, thank you so much. You saved those poor hostages. You are a hero of America. Who are you? Oh, look at my memory. I forgot to introduce myself. I am a mayor of New York City, John Charles. You can call me John. Mayor? Haha, I didn't see you around during the crisis. Letting a police chief take the front line. Now that the situation is resolved, you come out to take credit and boost your political performance. American politicians are truly disgusting. However, Lee didn't call him out, shaking his hand with a smile while secretly setting up a gravitational barrier on his hand to avoid getting it dirty. So it's you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, how do you view today's events, and how do you evaluate Superman's heroic actions? Seeing the mayor, the reporters immediately began to fawn over him, rushing forward for interviews. First of all, the government has an undeniable responsibility for what happened today. We will seriously listen to public opinion and make improvements. In this terrible attack, not a single hostage was harmed, and we owe that to our hero, Superman. After our discussion, we have decided to award Superman the title of City Star. Oh, Superman, Superman, Superman. Everyone at the scene shouted Superman's name loudly. Gwen, standing to the side, looked at Superman in admiration. City Star? That seems to be awarded by Dad. She murmured. I never expected Superman would do such a thing. Based on our analysis, he shouldn't be the type to actively save people. Coulson said, confused. He must have some ulterior motive. Fundamentally, he is still a selfish and brutal person. Look at those terrorists. They all died at his hands, not leaving a single survivor. Nick Fury frowned. Convincing Superman to cooperate with the research? Those old folks really know how to make jokes. I don't even need to guess. If they dare to use strong-arm tactics, Superman will definitely not show mercy. This Superman is not the same as the one in the comics who doesn't kill. To be continued. Chapter 22. Undercurrents, XX Mall encountered terrorists. Superman collaborated with police. New York Times Superman, the hero of New York. The hero of America. Economic Special Report, Eyewitness Interview. Superman is by your side. Pioneer Daily Disaster Day. Where did Spider-Man go? Horn Daily the next day. Newspapers widely reported on Superman's heroic deeds from the previous day. This was also Superman's first appearance since the Green Monster incident a week ago. Hello. How do you view Superman's heroic actions? A reporter interviewed one of the rescued hostages, a beautiful woman. I was so scared yesterday, thinking I was going to die. I swear to God, I haven't done anything bad. Why did I have to go through this? Until the moment Superman appeared. I realized this wasn't God punishing me, but rather making me meet my true love. Oh, Superman, my prince, you're the most important part of my life. Superman, my true love, if you can see this, please come find me. My life cannot be without you. The beautiful woman confessed passionately. How do you evaluate Superman? A reporter interviewed a middle-aged bald man. Superman is the hero of New York City, the hero of America, the hero of the world. Superman is the son of God, the savior, here to save us sinners. The bald man shouted like a cultist. Get him away. Huh? Isn't he the one who said Superman was sent by the devil last time? Some audience members recognized the bald man as the one from the previous interview. Hello. How do you view Superman? A reporter interviewed a little girl. Superman is my hero. I have to hug him to sleep every night. Uncle Superman. My mom really likes you. She said you gave her courage, and she divorced that bastard who abused her every day because of you. Can you be my dad? I can marry you when I grow up. The little girl said with a flushed face. Quick, cut this out. This segment cannot be aired. In short, Superman's reappearance plunged all of America back into a frenzy named Superman. It also made some people see hope in dealing with Superman. On the top floor of a 100-meter building. Boss, we haven't found any trace of Superman. A subordinate stood trembling in front of Jean Bing. What? I gave you the best resources, and you tell me you haven't found anything? Jean Bing grabbed the subordinate by the collar and lifted him up, furious. Cough cough. Boss, it's not that we didn't try hard. It's just that someone above has deliberately blocked all information about Superman. Superman's identity was only discovered a week ago. Now all news about him has been completely blocked. The subordinate explained. Completely blocked? Who has such power and energy? Jean Bing frowned. This is definitely the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. They immediately sealed off information related to Superman after the incident. No matter how powerful Jean Bing was, he was ultimately just an underground boss who couldn't compare to a global organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. Damn it. Then we'll have to use some special methods. Superman likes to save people, right? Ha ha. Jean Bing laughed, unaware that he completely misunderstood Superman. Superman didn't care about the dead. He just enjoyed the cheers and completed his tasks along the way. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Professor, should we try to reach out to him? Storm suggested. I think it's better not to make contact. Someone like him wouldn't fit with us. The mutants sent by Magneto. All the terrorists involved in this incident died by his hands. Cyclops frowned. Professor, a person's growth is inseparable from their living environment. If we can guide him. Jean Grey spoke up beside him. Jean, seeing his girlfriend not standing by his side, Cyclops felt a bit uncomfortable. In that case, let it be. Professor X ultimately decided to reach out to Superman. Although Superman was very strange and his abilities seemed ineffective against him, Professor X's belief was not to give up on any of his kind. Aurora Scott, I'll leave it to you. Yes, Professor. The two replied. Although Cyclops wanted to say something more, since the professor had made this decision, he felt it was inappropriate to continue persuading him. Dad, will Superman attend the City Star Awards ceremony later? Gwen asked. I don't know. If Superman doesn't come, then we can only present it symbolically. George replied. Giving a so-called superhero the honor of the City Star was something he would never have done in the past. Even if the mayor insisted, he would have refused. But Superman saved his precious daughter and handled the situation well without causing any casualties, which greatly changed his view on superheroes. Dad, I want to ask you for something. Can you take me to the event? I want to thank Superman in person, Gwen requested. But George frowned. He had always been a person who kept public and private matters separate and had never abused his power. Dad, please take me. I really want to thank Superman in person. Gwen pleaded. Fine, I'll agree to you. George ultimately agreed to his precious daughter's request. This incident made him realize that family is more important than anything else, and taking Gwen to the event was not a big deal. Daddy, thank you. Gwen bounced back to her room. Ness, listen to me. I'm about to meet Superman. Really? Chapter 23. A date with Gwen in a certain park. Due to Superman's successful prevention of the terrorist destructive activities in this incident and the rescue of 456 hostages, we have made a serious decision to award Superman the honor of City Star New York City to thank him for his heroic deeds. Director George stood on stage with a serious expression. Applause erupted from the audience. Superman, Superman, Superman. The crowd cheered loudly while clapping. Oh, system, why am I so popular? It's really troubling, Lee said to the system in the sky. Ding. Host, I think there's a phrase that describes you perfectly. Which phrase? Is it loved by everyone? Blooming like flowers and causing cars to burst tires? It's the more despicable the goods, the more invincible they are. Lee gave the system the middle finger. Let's go down and take a look. This is specially prepared for me by the people of New York City. Lee is slowly descended. Look, it's Superman. Superman has really come. Don't just stand there. Quickly take photos. Hello, everyone. Lee smiled and waved. Superman smiled at me. No, he smiled at me. Superman, I am your most loyal fan. Mr. Superman, I'm so glad you could be here. Director George said with a smile. Of course, I'm also honored to receive this honor. Then, Director George handed a huge model of the key, symbolizing the city, star to Lee. Thank you all for your support. I will continue to fight for justice. Lee held up the key model and shouted, no way. Lee was just enjoying the cheers at that moment. Such a hypocritical guy. Superman, Mr. Superman. A blonde beauty holding a bouquet of flowers stood next to Director George, wanting to step forward but hesitating. Finally, encouraged by Director George, she timidly spoke up. Hello, beautiful lady. How can I assist you? Lee spoke elegantly. Mere Superman? Oh. I am one of the hostages you saved yesterday. My name is Gwen Stacy. Gwen gathered her courage and said, I remember you. Don't you have a friend with brown hair? Leah's memory is remarkable. Usually, the stronger the mental power, the stronger the memory. The enhancement of talismans is comprehensive, so Leah's mental abilities have also been significantly strengthened. As long as Lee has seen something, She will remember it even 10 years later. That's right, her name is Nisi. Mr. Superman, how do you know? Could it be? You've been watching us all along? Gwen exclaimed. This isn't Gwen being narcissistic. In school, she is indeed at a goddess level. Not only is she beautiful, but she also excels academically and is very good at socializing. Many boys want to pursue her, but she finds them all particularly immature and has rejected them all. Her father is the chief of the New York City Police Department, and with such a background, no one dares to provoke Gwen. I have a very deep memory of special people or events. Lee smiled and said. Upon hearing this, Gwen's face instantly flushed, clearly misunderstanding something. Superman, sir, thank you. Gwen handed over the flowers in her hand. Then I'll accept your gratitude. Lee took the flowers. After Gwen handed over the flowers, she didn't leave immediately, but stood in place. What's wrong? Lee lukit konfusit. Gwen suddenly leaned in and kissed Lee on the lips. The square, which had been filled with cheers, instantly fell silent. Everyone was stunned by Gwen's bold move. After more than 10 seconds, Gwen finally pulled away. Mr. Superman, this is my way of thanking you. Lee felt unsatisfied. What nice gift. It's a pity the time is too short. Director George, who was originally serious, instantly broke down, showing a surprised expression. My precious daughter. After so many years of raising my precious daughter, she was just taken like that? He was so angry that he wanted to pull out his gun and take down Superman. Oh, you little BTCH, how could you kiss Superman? Superman, Superman. Why did you kiss her and not me? I'm much prettier than her. Superman, take me away. The cries of the female audience instantly filled the entire square, mostly directed at Gwen with insults. The scene went out of control, with things being thrown and some trying to break through the police blockade to rush the stage. Stop them, quickly stop them. Director George hurried out to take control of the situation. Gwen then hugged Lie's waist tightly. Mr. Superman, take me away. Gwen said softly. As expected of an American girl, the hidden sultriness and boldness instantly emerged. Director George, I'll take one away now. Don't worry, I will definitely bring her back safely. Then, under Director George's shocked gaze, he flew straight into the sky. Taking the daughter away in front of the father was indeed thrilling. No, Superman, you should take me away. Superman, I am your true love. Superman, you are mine, and I am yours. Every time I look at you a little longer, I feel like I'm going to explode. If I get any closer, I will melt. I just want to claim you as my own baby. Lee flew into the sky, holding Gwen. The reason he could carry someone while flying was that his ability to fly was achieved by controlling gravity. He enveloped Gwen in a gravity shield, isolating her from the outside air, so there were naturally no issues like not being able to breathe. Inside the gravity shield, Gwen felt as if she were on a plane, only it was a transparent one. Am I flying? This is truly amazing. According to the XX law, it's impossible for a person to fly, especially at such a high speed. Just the friction with the air, and you can actually carry someone while flying? This is unbelievable. Is your ability similar to that of Superman in comics? That life stance. Gwen spouted a bunch of technical terms. She truly lived up to her status as a top student. Gwen, are you sure you want to explain scientific knowledge here? Lee smiled helplessly and said, I'm sorry, I'm used to it at school. Gwen shyly replied, you seem unsure if I can take someone flying. So why did you ask me to take you? Well, I don't know, I just got carried away a moment ago. Forget it. Do you want to go somewhere now? I can take you. Really? Actually, I've been really interested in the starry sky since I was a child. Can you take me a bit higher? I want to observe the stars up close. Of course. Lee replied. Then he flew higher again, and the surrounding air became thinner and thinner. Before long, the two of them broke through the atmosphere. This is too incredible. There is clearly no air here, yet we can breathe normally and speak normally. Your ability is truly amazing. Gwen looked at Li Yi with fiery eyes, and that heat was not the passion of a lover, but a love for science. Gwen, weren't you going to look at the starry sky? Li Yi had no choice but to change the subject. I'm sorry, Gwen said shyly. She was instantly captivated by the beautiful starry sky. This sight was truly mesmerizing. Yes, the universe is so vast. In comparison, humanity is really so small. The two admired the beautiful starry sky. After a long while, Li Yi took Gwen back to her home. Thank you, Superman. This is the happiest day of my life, Gwen said, holding Li Yi tightly and speaking softly. You're welcome, as long as you're happy. Li Yi smiled and said, Superman, can I ask you one more thing? Of course. I want to know your real name. My name is Li Yi, a hero driven by interest. Chapter 24. A changed future. Li Yi returned to his residence. Gwen Stacy? Isn't she the future girlfriend of Little Spider? How'd she end up kissing me? Lee murmured, System, is it not good for me to do this? Lee asked. Ding. Host, this is a real world. There is no certain future. The future is full of variables. So, does that mean Gwen might not necessarily become Peter Parker's girlfriend? Lee exclaimed in surprise. Host, stop pretending. Are you really the kind of person who cares about so-called predetermined fate? If you have feelings for this girl, you could just take her by force. The System mocked. Hee, you figured it out. Because the host is inherently a shameless person. At the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson, immediately send someone to secretly protect that girl. We must not let her come to harm. Nick Fury ordered. Got it, boss. Coulson quickly went to make arrangements. Sir, are you worried that someone will use this girl against Superman? Maria Hill, who was beside him, spoke up. Like Nick Fury, she was a level 10 agent with the same authority, as she was part of other forces united to share Nick Fury's power within S.H.I.E.L.D. Exactly. Getting involved with Superman is not good news. What I'm more worried about is that if someone harms this girl, it will provoke Superman's anger. Even Magneto has lost to him. I fear no one on this planet can stop his actions. In the mysterious magical sanctuary of Kamarage, the Ancient One was peering into the future as usual with the Time Stone. After guarding the Earth for hundreds of years, she was contemplating retirement. And through the Time Stone, she finally found the most suitable successor. Suddenly, the Ancient One's body began to shake violently, as if she were having a seizure. The Ancient One suddenly awoke. Why has the future changed? Superman, who is this person? It seems I need to investigate. She murmured. At the intersection of Hell's Kitchen and Queens, in the streets that gang members had named the no-go zone, two figures were conversing. Mr. XX, as long as you successfully draw out Superman, our boss will give you the business on XX Street. Mr. Kingpin is indeed generous. But about this task, the other person hesitated to agree immediately. Are you kidding? That's Superman. Provoking him? Do you want to die? If you don't agree, then your gang has no reason to continue existing. I understand. I'll do my best. Not just your best, but you must complete it. Remember, no one can bargain with Kingpin. Okay, I understand. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there were dense gunshots and continuous screams from outside. What is happening? Report. Boss, a freak in a red outfit has attacked us without warning, and many of our brothers have been taken down. A subordinate hurriedly reported. What? You say there's only one person? Then what are all these screams about? Are you all useless? You can't even handle one person. Then what use do I have keeping you around? The boss said angrily, mainly worried about leaving a bad impression in front of Kingpin's messenger. Boss, this freak's reaction speed is extremely fast. Our bullets can't hit him at all. The subordinate replied, trembling. It must be those boring superheroes. Kingpin's messenger said, boss, that freak is about to break in. Should we retreat? Idiot. Do you even need to ask? Quickly gather the manpower to resist. I'll retreat with this honorable person first. Yes. The subordinate responded and went down. Sir, let's leave. Then we can only do it this way for now. Take care of what I entrusted to you as soon as possible. Yes. Slap. A figure in a red tight suit, wearing a mask similar to that of Old 8, knocked down the last blocking thug with a stick and finally arrived at the meeting room from earlier. Unfortunately, they got away. The figure lamented. This person was none other than Daredevil, one of Kingpin's deadly enemies. Daredevil, whose real name is Matt Murdock, is the son of a boxer. His father secretly worked as a thug for others, and Matt happened to witness his father's violent actions while looking for him at the factory. Disappointed in his father, Matt ran away and almost collided with a forklift. In the ensuing chaos, a barrel containing chemicals tipped over and splashed Matt in the eyes, leading him to encounter a strange radioactive waste that regrettably caused him to go blind. However, after losing his sight, Matt's other four senses, hearing, touch, smell, and taste, became superhumanly acute. Through diligent training, Matt developed radar-like abilities, allowing him to see any corner of the city even with his eyes closed. Many years passed, and Matt kept this secret hidden from everyone. But after his father was attacked and killed by thugs in the street, he vowed to take revenge for innocent victims and fight against the evil forces in the city. By day, he was an ordinary lawyer in New York, but at night, he donned his red suit and transformed into Daredevil. With lightning-fast reflexes and the agility of a hawk or jaguar, he fought crime in the city, seeking justice where the law could not reach. He then took out a phone he had just snatched from a thug and dialed the police. These bastards have committed enough crimes to warrant 10 or 8 years in prison. Chapter 25. The first main mission, bang. a massive explosion suddenly occurred on a street. The crowd fled in panic. The American people truly live in dire straits. Just 2 days ago, there was a major terrorist attack, and now there's another unidentified explosion. Beep beep. Police and firefighters quickly arrived at the scene. The police conducted a thorough investigation of the site. Report, sir. We found that this bomb is the same model as the previous bombs. A technician reported. That means this is a series of bombings. The police officer in charge, Jason, frowned. It's obvious, but the frequency of these attacks is too high. In just 2 days, this is already the 5th incident. An assistant replied. Typically, criminals have a clear motive, but I really can't discern what this perpetrator's motive is. For money? For revenge? These 5 explosion sites are very far apart and have no common points. Report, sir. There's an encrypted call coming in for you. Before Jason could finish speaking, a young officer interrupted him. Hand it over. Jason took the phone with confusion. Hello? Hello, Officer Jason. Who are you? Jason frowned. Just an unknown person. We want. If you don't say, I'll hang up. Director Jason, if I were you, I wouldn't hang up. Those 5 explosions were all my masterpieces. What? Haha, don't get excited. I'm calling to tell you that the first 5 were intentionally set in places with no people. Now I'm on the XX bridge, and I've planted enough explosives here to blow the whole bridge sky high. As soon as I press the button, bang, everything will turn to ashes, haha. The person on the other end of the line laughed maniacally. Director, the XX bridge is one of the busiest places in this area. The assistant whispered. You lunatic. What do you want to do? Jason shouted angrily. After 5 consecutive explosions, no one doubted the authenticity of the caller's words. We need Superman. Bring Superman here. How the hell am I supposed to know where that Superman is? I don't care. The caller hung up the phone after saying that. Fuck. Jason cursed angrily. Do we have time to evacuate the XX bridge? He frowned. Director, I'm afraid not. The person is on the bridge. If we evacuate, they might detonate it immediately. Fuck. 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 That bastard. Director, it seems we have to seek help from above. Soon, an emergency news bulletin suddenly interrupted the television. Superman, no matter where you are, the situation is very urgent right now. We need your help. If you see this news, please come to XX location as soon as possible. A police officer said seriously on the news. Lee, who was bored at home, happened to see this message. However, Lee didn't care. He wasn't the babysitter of the American police. Just because they called, he should go. Who are you? As for people dying, it wasn't caused by me anyway. Helping is kindness. Not helping is my duty. Lee stretched lazily, just about to check the next program when the system suddenly sent a message. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered your first main storyline mission. Kill a warning. The hidden rats dare to scheme for the power of the gods. The gods will unleash their wrath and devour all the petty beings. Mission objective. Identify the mastermind behind the conspiracy against the host and tear him apart. Showing the world the consequences of angering the gods. Mission reward. 1 lottery draw. Mission duration. 10 days. Mission penalty. None. System. Are you saying that this incident is a deliberate trap set for me by someone? Do you question it? Yes, host. The system replied. Hee. I want to see who has the guts to do this. If I find him, I will torture him to death. Do you need it? It seems at this time I have no choice but to go. I might as well continue to play the role of a superhero. He quickly changed into a black superhero suit and soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards the designated location. At the designated location, police, reporters, and Superman fans all arrived at the scene. Is Superman coming back? Of course, Superman is the hero of New York City, the hero of America. He will definitely come. You're still too young. That Superman is clearly just putting on a show. Do you really naively think he is a hero? Oh no. Before the person could finish speaking, he was pinned to the ground and beaten up by nearby Superman fans. How dare you insult Superman? Everyone, put some force into it. My dad is a congressman. If anything happens, I can handle it. The scene turned chaotic. At that moment, someone shouted, "Look up there." Everyone looked up and saw Superman, dressed in a black suit with a large Z emblazoned on his chest, slowly descending. Superman, Superman, Superman. The crowd began to chant in unison. Tomorrow's headline is ready. Hurry up and take pictures. Everyone, don't push. Be careful to avoid accidents. Superman definitely wouldn't want anything like that to happen. Superman, I love you. Hello everyone, it's great to see you again. I missed you so much in these past 2 days. Lee laughed and said, Superman. The fans shouted wildly. Lee slowly flew to the center, where police representative Jason was standing straight. When Jason saw Superman approaching, he immediately saluted. I heard on the TV that you need my help. Lee smiled. and this smile was full of kindness. Yes, Mr. Superman, it's not convenient to talk here. Can you come with us to the back? Of course. Despite the crowd's persistent pleas, Lee followed Jason to the command room at the back. Director George, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Lee Said Akardli. After all, the last time his daughter was taken away in front of him. Director George, however, had no expression, still looking serious. Mr. Superman, this incident is... Director George explained the background and the consequences to Lee Yi. So, they were targeting me? Truly courageous. Lee Similet. However, hidden within that smile was a terrifying bloodthirst. Chapter 26. Interrogation. Mr. Superman, what do you plan to do? Director George asked. Back then, he charged in and captured him. Lee said it naturally. In fact, what Lee really wanted was to tear that bastard into pieces, but it didn't seem appropriate to say such things in front of the police. And he had a bit of interest in his daughter. If it were another police officer, Lee wouldn't care at all and would go on a rampage. Mr. Superman, please stay calm. This situation is different from last time. The explosives buried on the XX bridge by the criminal are enough to blow the entire bridge away. Director George hurriedly advised. Director George, I have something I want to discuss with you privately. Lee said, okay, I understand. You all go out first. Director George nodded knowingly and immediately instructed everyone in the command room to leave. System, disable all surveillance. Lia commanded. Okay, host. Immediately, with the help of the system, all surveillance was instantaneously blocked. Even the satellite that the SHIELD specifically applied for to monitor Superman was also shielded. The system was given to Lee Yi by that powerful being, so it naturally had more functions than just a lottery. Then, in front of Director George, Lee Yi entered an invisibility state. The super-enhanced power of the snake talisman could truly achieve perfect invisibility, making him not only invisible to the naked eye, but also undetectable by various human instruments, such as thermal sensors and infrared technology. This is why Lee Yi dared to reveal this ability. He had previously exposed it in front of Little Spider, because it was simply unpreventable after Lee Yi became invisible. Not to mention humans. Even the Thanos without the Infinity Stones could not detect him, unless the opponent mastered the power of rules. You say it doesn't conform to science? Sorry, this is magic. What? What is happening? Mr. Superman, are you still there? Seeing Superman disappear into thin air, Director George instantly became anxious. That was thousands of lives at stake. Now only Superman could save them. And if Superman left, then those people would all be blown to death. I'm right here. Lee spoke up. What? What's going on? This is another ability of mine. Invisibility. As long as I don't reveal myself, no human can discover me. After saying this, Lee slowly became visible. Oh my God, how can there be such an ability? It's truly terrifying. Director George exclaimed in shock. If Superman were to use this ability for evil, who would know it was him? Director George couldn't help but feel a sense of caution towards Superman. So, I'll leave the rest to you. Mr. Superman, please do your best to save those people. Director George pleaded in a tone that showed he no longer dared to impose moral pressure. I'll do my best. After saying this, Lee became invisible and quietly flew away towards the direction of the XX bridge. Fortunately, Superman is righteous, at least for now, Director George murmured. Lee invisibly flew onto the bridge, scanning the area for a long time, but found nothing unusual. Finally, he locked onto a suspicious person in the crowd and slowly approached. The person was wearing a black hooded jacket, had a mask on, and was carrying a black backpack. The individual looked around and then took out a phone. Beep, 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 it was already the agreed time. Yet I still haven't seen Superman. A cold, hoarse voice came from the man's throat. Please remain calm. We have tried everything to contact Superman. Just wait a little longer. The person on the other end of the call said anxiously. Hearing this, Lee was almost certain that the person in front of him was the bomber. To think he was right on the bridge, he was either not a suicide bomber, or this so-called bomb was fake. In the last 5 minutes, if I don't see Superman arrive at this bridge, you can just wait to tell the people on the bridge to rest in peace. The man then hung up the phone. I'm curious, are you on the bridge to blow yourself up too? A voice suddenly echoed out of nowhere. The man instantly jumped up like a startled bird, looking around suspiciously. Who? Unfortunately, there was no response after a long time. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Crack. The man's hand suddenly twisted in an eerie manner. Then he let out a painful scream. The sound immediately attracted the attention of others on the bridge, and pedestrians gradually gathered around. Lee enveloped him with gravity and flew into the air. My gosh, that guy can fly. Could he be the brother of that superhero on TV? This world is truly magical. No matter what kind of bomb it is, it has to be detonated by hand. So Lee first broke his arms. Of course, if it were a sensor bomb, Lee could also transfer everyone on the bridge in just 0.1 seconds like Quicksilver. Lee flew up to several thousand meters high with the bomber and then stopped. The bomber kept screaming. Lee immediately revealed his figure. I heard you were looking for me, the superhero said. Now, I'll ask you questions, and you answer, okay? Lee smiled and said, Superman, we mean no harm, we just want to draw you out. Whoosh. A yellow laser shot out from Lee's right eye, instantly piercing through the shoulder of the bomber. I ask, you answer. Can you do that? The bomber nodded desperately. Is the bomb that can blow up the entire bridge real? No, it's not. That was just a ruse to draw you out. Who sent you? Why do you want to see me? I don't know, I'm just a small fry. The previous explosions weren't done by me either. I was just responsible for waiting for you. Whoosh. Another laser shot through his leg. Who sent you? Lee repeated it again. He's my boss. His name is Jack, the leader of the Viper gang in New York City. He said if I lure you out, he'll give me $1 million. Where's your gang's headquarters? It's at 13 XX Street in Queens. The bomber confessed everything he knew. Superman, please spare me. I can't die. My mother is still waiting for me. The bomber pleaded. He had seen the news, and this Superman was known to kill. He was extremely afraid. Lee thought for a moment, what use is a lackey? It's better to hand him over to the New York City police and, by the way, boost his reputation points, and then go slaughter that gang to force out the mastermind. Chapter 27, Slaughter. Lee flew back to the XX location at high speed with the bomb, quickly throwing the criminal in front of Director George. Mr. Superman, you really are fast. Director George said in confusion. That's right. I already explained the situation. Do you need me to explain it for you? Lee said, yes, I understand. My name is Triple X. The purpose of doing this is to bring down the Superman. The bomb criminal gritted his teeth and revealed his actions. So, there really isn't any bomb? Director George frowned and said, that's right. You bastard, do you know how much police force we've wasted because of you? I'm going to apply to the higher-ups right now to catch all of you bastards. You all should be locked up and wait to rot in prison. Director George said angrily. That's not necessary, Director George. After all, they are targeting me, and I think it's more appropriate for me to deal with them. But Mr. Superman. Director George hesitated. This Superman could kill, and if he went after a gang of hundreds, it would be. But it was clear that he couldn't stop Superman, and if he tried to forcefully intervene, there was only one possibility, to anger Superman. Mr. Superman. Then, I'll trouble you. Director George ultimately compromised. Since he couldn't stop him, it was better to leave a good impression on Superman. Lee nodded indifferently, then left, flying towards the location provided by the bomber. Director George had to stay behind to deal with the mess. How was he supposed to explain to the media that such a big commotion turned out to be just a joke? Hell's Kitchen, the stronghold of the Viper gang, in a beautiful and luxurious building. Ironically, this group of people who were engaged in the most underhanded activities, all dressed in suits and lived in luxury villas. Meanwhile, some superheroes who acted bravely and upheld justice struggled daily to make a living, even resorting to selling their tight photos just to barely scrape by. This is probably what it means to have a golden belt while committing murder and arson, and to fix bridges and roads while leaving no remains behind. Good people don't live long, while calamities last for thousands of years. A certain spider hanging from a building just finished taking selfies to sell to the Hornet Daily, suddenly sneezed. Little spider, am I catching a cold? How could I possibly catch a cold? Achoo, why hasn't T-XXX sent back any news? The news on TV clearly reported that Superman responded to the police's call for help. The leader of the Viper gang, Jack, frowned. Boss, don't worry. XXX will succeed for sure. That so-called Superman is not as just as in the comics, as long as there's enough profit. Replied a subordinate beside him. Boss, just wait to receive the reward from Gene Bin. The entire street is being divided among us. Gene Bin is really generous. Once we get XX Street, the power of our Viper gang will definitely advance further. Boom! The huge floor-to-ceiling window suddenly shattered, and Lee flew in amidst countless shards of glass. Superman! The people present shouted in shock. Oh, hello there. I heard you were looking for me, so here I am. Lee waved and called out. Hurry up. Jack! The leader of the Viper gang shouted loudly at the suddenly appearing superhero. Crack! Crack! His subordinates behind him quickly took out their weapons, aiming at the superhero and preparing to open fire. Although they all knew that firearms couldn't possibly affect the superhero, humans with guns tend to be particularly bold. Even if God were to destroy humanity, a human with a gun would dare to shoot. Draw your guns? You're asking for death. Lee sneered and slowly raised his hand. Shinra Tensei. A massive repulsive force instantly filled the entire space. Other repulsive force acted on the minions of the Poison Snake Gang, sending them flying and crashing to the ground, each spitting out blood. Their bones were crushed, their organs shattered, and they were on the brink of death. Oh dear, I accidentally used too much force. What a nuisance. Lielukit distressit. Seeing the scene, Jack was already sweating profusely and trembling all over. Do you think this counts as intentional murder? Li Yi smiled at Jack. Although Li Yi had a full smile on his face, Jack felt as if he was staring at a devil from hell. Mr. Superman, this certainly doesn't count as premeditated murder. It was this group of thugs who brandished weapons at you. And, according to American law, this is purely self-defense. Jack flattered. Is that so? You scared me into thinking I was going to jail. All right, tell me what you need from me. Lee sat on the sofa, crossing his legs casually. It's like this. Mr. Superman, there's an adult behind me who is very interested in you and wants to meet you. However, we can't determine your whereabouts, so we had to resort to this tactic to draw you out. I hope Mr. Superman won't mind. Jack explained. So you're just a small player after all. Lee instantly lost interest, thinking he had caught a big fish, but it turned out to be just bait. You're just a little pawn in this game. Who's behind you? Sorry, Mr. Superman, I can't say yet. Only if you agree to meet that adult can I tell you. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in Lie's eyes. Whoosh! 2 laser beams shot out from Lie's eyes, piercing through Jack's knees. Oh! Jack let out a painful scream and fell to the ground. He never expected that the Superman, who seemed to be having a pleasant conversation, would suddenly attack. Do you think I'm bargaining with you? Lee said coldly now. I'll ask you again. Who is behind you? Hoo-ha, I can't say. If I do, he won't let me go. Jack replied while enduring the intense pain. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Lee slowly stood up from the sofa and walked over to Jack's side. Grabbing his hands, he started to apply force. Superman, what are you doing? Feeling the intense pain radiating from his arms, Jack said anxiously. Mr. Superman, you are the embodiment of justice, a superhero. Please, don't. Crack. Lee directly tore off his 2 arms from his shoulders, and a large amount of blood gushed out instantly, even splattering on Lie's face, making him look even more like a devil from hell. The scene exceptionally bloody. Jack let out an earth-shattering scream. Chapter 28. Jean Bing's recruitment now. Are you going to speak? Looking at the Viper Gang leader lying in a pool of blood, Li said, You, this demon, you don't deserve to be called a Superman. Jack gritted his teeth in pain, speaking intermittently. Still not talking? Then let's take off your legs too. I will say, it was Jean Bing. Jack, unable to endure the pain any longer, finally revealed the mastermind behind it all. You see, if you had said it earlier, you wouldn't have to suffer like this. Why not cooperate? Li smiled faintly and said, Give me a quick end. Is it your last wish? Then I will grant it. He stepped forward and opened his arms. Bang! He smashed Jack's head like a watermelon. Learning from the previous lesson of blood splatter, Li was smarter this time, setting up a gravitational barrier to block the filth in front of him. Damn it! I didn't expect this dead fat guy to dare to provoke me. He really doesn't know how to die. Li murmured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first phase of the task. Finding the behind-the-scenes clown who dares to offend the gods. The dimensional area exploration function is now activated. The system suddenly popped up. Is this really considered completed? Li was puzzled. Ding, the host has only completed the first stage. They must proceed to kill the target to truly complete the task. What is this spatial area exploration function? This is one of the System S features, allowing the host to explore all things within a certain range. Wow, this feature is amazing. Thank you for the compliment, host. System, what exactly is this certain range? The current range is the entire planet, that is, within the scope of Earth. Great, that's perfect. What I lack is a superhuman ability like super hearing, which is why I feel so passive when targeted. Just like this time. With this function, I feel like I've gained a god's perspective. Li said excitedly, let's try it out first. System. Switch to the scene of Kamarage. Li immediately thought of certain bald woman. Yes. Ding. Switch failed. What? What's going on? Kamarage has magical protection, and it's temporarily unable to be probed. Sure enough, that's the sanctum of the Ancient One. How could mere mortals like us possibly spy on it? Then let's try something else. Switch to the location where Tony Stark is right now. Yes. Soon, an image appeared in front of Li, showing Tony Stark in a laboratory, continuously perfecting his Iron Man armor. Afterwards, Li switched to the location of S-H-I-E-L-D. He saw Nick Fury sitting in a chair with a worried expression, pressing his temple with his hand, muttering to himself. Superman, How do we stop Superman if he wants to destroy the world? This Nick Fury is truly a victim of paranoia. Leah complained. Then the perspective switched to the little spider. The little spider was swinging between the tall buildings. This is really fun. I can't imagine what those perverts from my past life would do with this ability. It would probably lead to all sorts of strange things. Leah tot wickedly. Ding. Host, please stop your evil thoughts. Otherwise the claws of the huge creature roaming in the void will soon come down. Cough, cough. I was just thinking about it. I'm not going to do such things. Besides, who am I? I'm a billionaire. If I wanted women, would I be lacking? Lee coughed twice, feeling embarrassed. Now let's find Jean Bing's location. I want to have a good chat with this heavyweight figure. Jean Bing's image quickly appeared before Li Yi. Following the system's instructions, Li Yi soared into the sky, rapidly heading towards Jean Bing's location. Soon, he arrived above a magnificent, technologically advanced building. This must be the place. These criminals really have money. No wonder so many people have fallen into the abyss of crime. The feeling of getting something for nothing is indeed pleasant, as long as you have enough power. Through the system, Li Yi could clearly see Jean Bing, dressed in a white suit, on the top floor. He then accelerated and rushed over, preparing to give him a surprise. What's going on? Why haven't those people sent any news? They're truly a bunch of useless fools. Jean Bing said coldly, gripping his scepter. Boss, according to the plan, we should have already lured Superman to the designated location. There might have been some unforeseen circumstances, said the person beside him, target eye. Jean Bing's plan was to use the Viper gang to lure Superman out to a designated spot, then have a prepared decoy go forward to negotiate with Superman. If Superman could be of use to him, that would be best. If not, he would find Superman's weakness to coerce him. If Superman made a move, they would directly detonate the explosives they had buried in advance to kill him. In the eyes of these people, no matter how strong Superman was, his body was still similar to that of an ordinary person. They did not realize that underestimating Superman was their biggest mistake. Bang! The balcony's glass shattered instantly, and Li Yi flew in amidst countless shards. We're under attack. Jean Bing's subordinates shouted, quickly drawing their weapons and shielding Jean Bing behind them. The professionalism of Jean Bing's bodyguards and subordinates contrasted sharply with the amateurism of the Viper gang. Everyone present looked at the intruder with wary eyes. You must be Superman. Jean Bing, surrounded by his subordinates, spoke up. The insignia on this person was too obvious. A black Superman suit, the ability to fly, and most importantly, a large Z on his chest, making it hard not to recognize him. I heard you've been looking for me, so I rushed over without stopping. Li Yi smiled and said, Mr. Superman, I have indeed been looking for you. Please tell me more. Li Yi unceremoniously sat in the main seat that originally belonged to Jean Bing, crossing his legs and looking like a boss. Jean Bing frowned, but didn't dare to act rashly. Having watched Superman's videos, Jean Bing certainly understood the terrifying power of Superman. Mr. Superman, your strength is the strongest I've ever seen. Yet you use it for such meaningless things. Don't you think that's a pity? Oh, everything I do is to save people and stop crime. Using my power to protect this city. How can that be called meaningless? Li Yi hypocritically said, Mr. Superman. The public is actually the most foolish and the most complex group of people. Today you save them, and they will put you on a pedestal. But one day, if you fail to do so, or if you don't do it perfectly, they will also throw you into the abyss. Just like in Superman, Man of Steel, where the great Superman clearly saved the world, but there were still some people who complained about him. Although without Superman, they would all be dead. They didn't care at all. They only knew that their property was damaged because of Superman's battle with the enemy. So, Mr. Superman, come help me. With your power, combined with my wealth and wisdom, the whole of America, no, the whole world will be ours. Chapter 29. Seizing everything from Gold. Mr. Superman, what do you think? Gold suggested. It does seem that way. The ending for heroes is indeed not very good. Lee caressed his chin and murmured. Jean, after all, was a big shot in the underworld for many years, and his eloquence was exceptional. If an ordinary person might truly be swayed by Jean, who was Li Yi, he was inherently selfish, and heroes were merely a fleeting interest to him. He could enjoy the cheers of the crowd. But what if the crowd treated Li Yi the same way they treated Superman? All those who planned to report Li Yi would mysteriously die that day. And even the officials responsible for judging him would find themselves and their families sent to meet Satan. So, Mr. Superman, does that mean you've agreed to help me? Hearing Superman say this, Jean thought he had successfully recruited him and excitedly replied, You're thinking too much. I never said that. Je suis le Superman. Haven't you understood yet? God has granted you such immense power, and if you don't, Don't you think it's a waste? You really should do something meaningful. Li looked at the group of subordinates beside Jean Bing and couldn't help but feel a bit envious. One person can never handle everything alone. Why not build a force? Once this thought emerged, it became uncontrollable. Arriving in this capital-dominated country, not becoming the biggest capital would be a disservice to this journey. Soon, Li turned his attention to Jean Bing, whose influence seemed considerable, although it was minor compared to organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Let's not forget Li Yi. As long as he wanted, his influence could grow as large as he desired. Those were matters for the future. For now, he needed to seize the power first. Ahem. Mr. Jean Bing, I would like to join you, but I have a small request. Li Yi pretended to be serious and said, Mr. Superman, please go ahead. Jean Bing was so excited that he even used honorifics. I want to be the boss. Just like your current position. What? Upon hearing Li Ye's words, Jean Bing instantly erupted in anger. He had endured countless hardships from scratch to now, ruling the underworld of New York City and establishing his own criminal empire. The person in front of him actually wanted to take everything away from him with just one sentence? Heh, Mr. Superman, you really like to joke. Mr. Jean Bing, I'm not joking. I want your position. Li laughed and said, damn it, you bastard, go to hell, target. Jean Bing could no longer pretend and shouted at the target beside him. With Jean Bing's command, the target with a small target painted on its forehead instantly drew out flying knives. In just a moment, dozens of flying knives flew towards Li Ye's vital areas, such as his heart, brain, and throat, from different angles at the same time. Li showed no interest and let the flying knives come at him. Clang, clang, clang. The knives fell to the ground uselessly. The bull talisman I set not only enhances strength, but also strengthens the body. Otherwise, how could little you kick the massive true away after using the talisman? Just increasing strength alone would tear her muscles apart. We don't need to worry about how the iron body came to be. You dare to make a move? Then are you ready to face the consequences? Fire. Fire. Although he had seen videos, when actually facing a bulletproof monster, Jean Bing panicked and hurriedly ordered his subordinates. At. Countless Gunsaimet Atelier. Firing bullets. An instant gravitational barrier covered his entire body, stopping all the bullets 30 centimeters away from Li Yi, densely surrounding him like an Iron Man. The gunfire gradually ceased, making click, click sounds, clearly indicating that the bullets were all used up. Oh my god, why is there such a monster? We attacked him, he will definitely not let us go. Devil. Devil. Everyone, run away. Faced with this despairing scene, Jean Bing could no longer endure, shouting in panic and then fleeing in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li controlled the bullets in front of him to shoot back at high speed, piercing through the legs of those trying to escape. They all fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Did they think they could leave before the game was over? However, to those present, that smile seemed like the grin of a devil. Everyone at the scene was so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe, except for one person who was Target Eye. In an instant, Target Eye drew a dagger from his waist and charged at Li Yi. He still believed that this fake Superman could not be as strong as a real Superman. His body was very fragile, and as for the throwing knife just now, it was simply a matter of insufficient power. What courage! I really admire you. Li laughed and said, no need for other abilities, I'll just grab the dagger at the target's eye with my bare hands. Ding! Li Yekong grabbed the dagger from the target's eye with his bare hands and then forcefully broke it. He seized the target's arm with his left hand and pressed him down to the ground, making it impossible for the target to stand up no matter how much strength he exerted. Aside from having a slightly impaired mind, there were no other shortcomings. Once your boss gives an order, right or wrong, strong or weak, you act immediately. This tactical quality and absolute obedience to orders truly make for a good tool. I almost feel reluctant to kill you. So how about joining me? Hearing Li Ye's words, the target gave up struggling but did not respond. Are you worried about your current boss? Don't worry, he will die soon. He then released the target, unafraid of further attacks. If he still didn't understand the situation, he would be killed. Mr. Jean Bing, you really have invited a wolf into your house. I hadn't even noticed you, but you jumped out on your own. Mr. Superman, is there really no room for negotiation? I have ruled the underground of New York City for nearly 15 years. Keeping me alive would definitely be useful. Jean Bing said with a bitter smile. There is sadness, there is regret, there is hope, but there is no fear of death. He understood that when he chose this path, he would eventually face this day, but he never expected it to be like this. He provoked someone he shouldn't have and effectively brought about his own demise. Do you think it's possible? Would you spare your enemies? Li is scoffed. Of course not. I will never leave an enemy behind. I will send his entire family to hell. Jean Bing shook his head. Let's go, Mr. Jean Bing. In your next life, be more careful and don't provoke those you can't afford to mess with. After saying that, a laser shot out from his eyes, directly piercing through Jean Bing's brain. Chapter 30. Subjugation. After Li Yi killed Jean, he turned to Target Eye. Now that your boss is dead, you just did your last bit for him. So, how about it? Do you want to join me? He said this while his eyes glowed with a yellow light. As soon as Target Eye refused, the laser beam would pierce through his brain. Even if he added adamantium to himself, could it withstand the high temperature of the laser eye? Adamantium is very hard, but at a certain temperature, it can still be melted. Target Eye wisely knelt on the ground. Boss, from today on, Target Eye will be your most loyal subordinate. Your sharpest knife. Haha, very good. There's an old saying in the distant East. Those who know the right time are the true talents. As long as you follow me well, I won't treat you badly in the future. Li Yi said with satisfaction. Boss, how should we deal with these people? The targets I pointed at Jean Bing's subordinates who were lying on the ground and screaming. Ah, it hurts so much. And Master, please don't kill us. We are still useful. Master, I can serve you like a cow or a horse. Please don't kill me. Jean Bing's subordinates quickly begged for mercy. Target Eye, what do you think? Should I kill them? Li Yi was momentarily undecided and turned to the Target Eye for advice. Boss, they are all the core members under Jean Bing, holding a lot of secrets about Jean Bing's criminal empire. If you want to quickly take over Jean Bing's criminal empire, you might consider sparing their lives. The Target Eye suggested. In that case, let's spare them for now. Li Yi pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to spare their lives for now. As for whether to kill them in the future, it would depend on their subsequent behavior. Thank you, boss. Boss, your orders will be the meaning of my existence from now on. Boss, we will absolutely obey you from now on. Upon hearing that Li Yi would not kill them, this group quickly expressed their loyalty. Boss, do we need to send them to our hospital? It seems their legs. The target hesitated. Do we even have a hospital? Die Asket in Confusion. Is it the boss? No, it's the hospitals invested by Jean Bing. The brothers under him often get injured and need treatment, but they have to avoid those annoying inspections. So Jean Bing invested in several large hospitals, of course, publicly claiming it's for charity. It's really ironic that a crime lord whose hands are stained with blood is actually a famous philanthropist. No need, I'll treat them myself. Boss, you know medicine? The target asked in surprise. It was just too incongruous to associate Li Yi's earlier display of killing with a doctor's mission to save lives. Just watch. Li Yi did not explain, but slowly extended his hand towards the group of people lying on the ground. The power of the talisman was activated instantly, driving away all external forces. A white light emanated from Li Yi's palm. The injured legs of the people on the ground healed in an instant, and the bullets automatically popped out from their legs. The method of using a stick and then offering a carrot can be applied not only to train rabbits, but also to these so-called advanced animals like humans. This is a miracle. Is our boss actually God? I not only feel that my injured leg is healed, but even my years of rheumatism have disappeared. It's truly amazing. The group quickly stood up and then knelt before Li Yi, singing his praises. All right, as long as you work hard. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Li Yi hurriedly waved his hand to send them away. Target, after Jean Bing's death, do you want to take his place and become the second Jean Bing? Li Yi looked at the target and asked, Boss, I absolutely have no such thoughts. The target quickly knelt down to express loyalty. Don't worry, I don't doubt you. It's just that I'm not interested in these things and have decided to fully entrust them to you. Do you have confidence in taking over the plate he left behind? Li Yi pulled up the target and patted his shoulder to show trust. Jean Bing's influence is extremely vast. He is not only the underground ruler of New York City, but also linked to 40% of criminal activities across the United States. Jean Bing's position has been maintained for over a decade, and even if Li Yi doesn't take him down, he could hold his position for another 60 years. His subordinates have been under his control for more than 10 years, and their dominance in the underground has long been ingrained in their bones. Li Yi only needs to slightly modify his influence to fully integrate a large portion of the American underground network and become the new generation of underground emperor. Unfortunately, Li Yi is not interested in this. He still wants to be a shut-in, which is why he plans to bring the target to the forefront. He is only responsible for clearing obstacles, and anyone who goes against him or the superhumans will have only one outcome: death. Boss, thank you very much for your trust. But I can't do it. The target shook his head. Why? Li Yi frowned and said, I gave the target a chance. Shouldn't he perform well and show his value? Why is he still refusing now? Is the method of beating him down and then giving him a sweet reward, as described in the novels I read in my previous life, not effective on him? Li Yi has just suffered a loss due to his lack of experience. In his previous life, Li Yi was ultimately just an ordinary person with no opportunity to come into contact with such things. Although he now possesses powerful strength, in terms of experience, he is still an ordinary person. He doesn't realize that Jin Bing is the true emperor of the underworld, while Bai Yin is merely a gold medal enforcer. Even if Jin Bing is dead, those who once submitted to him may not necessarily submit to Bai Yin, nor to the person who took down Jin Bing, even if that person is a powerful superhuman. Jin Bing, though overbearing, fierce, and brutal, had methods, vision, and status that I cannot compare to. The rules of the underworld he established have been in effect in the United States for over a decade, and the people of the underground world have adapted to Jin Bing's rule, but they will absolutely not adapt to me. Now that Jin Bing is dead, I do not have the ability to directly command Jin Bing's other subordinates. I'm very sorry, boss. If I want to take over Jin Bing's territory, I fear I won't be able to complete your task in less than a year. Bai Yin explained. Li was pondering while stroking his chin. In fact, he called out the system. System, as the carrier of the power of talismans, can I bestow the power of talismans to others? Ding. Querying. Yes. The system gave a positive answer. Awesome. Li Yi sighed and then returned to reality. The target, I saw that Li Yi hadn't responded for a long time and thought that the boss was dissatisfied with him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Target I, if I give you the same power as mine, how long do you think it would take for you to take over the Jin Bing Empire? Chapter 31, Bestowal. Boss, do you mean? Target, I asked uncertainly upon hearing Li Yi's words. I mean it literally. With power like mine, how long would it take you to rule the empire of Jin Bing? Li Yi reiterated once again. It turned out that he had asked the system earlier, and the power of the talisman was completely under his control. He could also copy the power of the talisman to others. It's important to note that it is copying, not dividing, which means that Li Yi's original power would not be affected. He would not become weaker by copying his power to others. Moreover, this copying has no limits. If Li Yi wishes, he can give the power of the talisman to as many people as he wants, even copying a portion of talisman power for each of the 7 billion people on Earth. Li Yi alone is like a Superman Legion, similar to the external incarnation ability of our Monkey King. But the difference is that the Monkey King uses his monkey hair as a medium, while Li Yi must use living beings as a medium. In other words, it's not limited to the species human. As long as it is a living being, it can become the vessel for Li Yi's spell power. Just think about it. 70 billion Supermen. Forget about Thanos. Even those gods capable of destroying planets would be overwhelmed and defeated. At that time, the Earth would truly realize equality. There would be no distinction between high and low, rich and poor, truly achieving a great harmony world. Of course, this equality excludes Li Yi himself. As the main character, Li Yi would still remain above all. This is the reason for Li Yi's shock. Moreover, those who gain Li Yi's spell power can have their strength stripped away by Li Yi at any time, without any worry of rebellion. If Li Yi had such noble ideals, he could certainly realize the aforementioned great harmony world, but he does not possess such lofty thoughts. The lives and feelings of others do not concern Li Yi. Only those who matter to him or are useful to him will receive his power, and even then, only for a limited time. To obtain it for a longer or permanent duration depends on Li Yi's mood. For example, the target in front of him is someone useful to Li Yi. Boss, are you saying you can make me as strong as you? The target's breath quickened upon hearing Li Yi's words, excitedly responding. You can understand it that way. Li didn't want to explain and casually said, Boss, if I become as strong as you, I can take care of all those defiant leaders in at most a month. No, in half a month. And reunify the empire of Jin Bing. The target assured, patting his chest. Very well, then I will give you half a month. During this half month, you will possess part of my power. Li laughed. Li thought for a moment and concluded that the gravitational pull of the talisman, the immortality from the dog talisman, the intimidating electric gaze of the talisman, and the strength of the cow were about enough for the target. There is no need to emphasize what the talisman is or such abilities. This is a parallel world. Everything is based on this world. Li extended his hand, and 4 beams of light instantly shot from his fingertips toward the target's eye. The target instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, but it was completely useless. The 4 beams of light quickly merged into his body. Boss, what just happened? The target asked in surprise. Don't be nervous. I just transmitted power into your body. Power? This is power. I feel full of strength inside. The target exclaimed in shock. I have given you 4 abilities, control over gravity, laser vision, immense strength, and immortality. Li briefly introduced himself. Now, show us the abilities you've gained. Yes, boss. First is gravity. The target I slowly lifted off the ground according to Li Ye's instructions, flying into the air and then darting around, resembling a giant baby who just got a new toy, completely ignoring Li Ye's earlier command. Target eye, did you not hear my command just now? Seeing the target eye's reckless behavior, Li Yi frowned. Thud. I'm sorry, boss. The target eye, hearing Li Ye's displeased words, was so scared that it immediately fell from the air, kneeling on the ground in apology. It's normal to be momentarily lost with such powerful abilities, but I hope this is the last time. If you dare to defy my orders again next time, I won't hesitate to switch to someone else. Li Yi said coldly, yes. Boss, I promise there won't be a next time. Li Ye's words struck hard at the lofty thoughts of the target eye. To deal with subordinates, one must use both kindness and power to keep them loyal. Moreover, after understanding the formidable power granted by the system's talismans, Li no longer valued the target eye as much. Even if he were a useless person, gaining the power of the talisman could turn him into a Superman. Why should he care about having no subordinates? Continue. Yes, boss. The target eye replied nervously. Now it's the laser eye. The target eye's eyes began to glow, then shot out a beam of yellow light, instantly creating 2 small holes in the thick wall. Next is immense strength. The target eye walked to the huge marble desk in front of Jean Bing. This desk was made of pure marble and weighed well over a ton. The target eye grasped one corner of the marble table and easily lifted it up. Finally, immortality. The target eye hesitated, but in the end, to demonstrate his loyalty, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a dagger, stabbing it toward his most vulnerable neck. Here, the target eye did not use the power of the bull talisman to enhance his physical condition. Although it is a passive ability, one can also forcibly prevent the ability from activating. Crack! The dagger plunged completely into the target eye's neck, yet not a drop of blood emerged. I'm fine. The power of immortality. This is simply a miracle. The target eye pulled out the dagger, astonished. Boss, don't worry. With these powerful abilities, I will definitely be able to take over Jean Bing's empire completely. Remember, these abilities can only last for half a month. As for whether I will grant them to you again in the future, it depends on your performance. Li Yi reminded. Yes, the target, I said reluctantly. If I had known earlier, I would have said we needed a month. The feeling of having power is truly wonderful. At the same time, the target eye's offer Li Yi grew stronger. Having godlike power and being able to bestow it on others, this is no different from God. In the past, the target eye never believed in any deities, let alone those religions. But now he only believes in the boss Superman. If there really is a God in this world, it must be Superman. Chapter 32, Lottery. Boss, since we are a brand new force that will replace the Golden Empire, shouldn't we come up with a new name? The target I suggested from his side. A name? I really hadn't thought of that. Li Yi was stroking his chin in thought. Forget it. Let's call it Dawn. Daybreak. Li Yi thought for half a day, but couldn't come up with a reason. So he directly borrowed the name of the villain organization from the Naruto world. As for whether to change it later, that would be discussed later. Dawn. What a great name. The target quickly flattered him. But in his heart, he was thinking, Dawn? Could it be that the boss's ambition is to rule the world? While being distracted by other things, can you introduce the industries that Jean and his subordinates have? Li Yi asked it. Yes, boss. The sharpshooter detailed the industries under Jean Bing's control, which mainly involve gambling, usury, drugs, extortion, and a series of other illicit enterprises. Not only were these underground gray industries, but on the surface, Jean Bing also invested in finance, real estate, healthcare, and various other fields. He owned multiple hospitals, nightclubs, and was even a shareholder in several major newspapers, as well as an honorary president of several well-known universities. It can be said that Jean Bing's industries spanned both legal and illegal realms. Upon hearing about the drug business, Li Yi frowned inwardly. As someone from that ancient country, he understood the dangers of drugs better than anyone else and had a deep-seated aversion to them. Sharpshooter, continue with the other businesses as usual, but stop the drug business for me. I don't want to deal with others, but I don't want to touch that. Li Yi said calmly, but boss, this is our most profitable industry. If we stop it, we will not only lose a huge sum of money, but also provoke those suppliers. The target hesitated. If there's not enough money, then we can rob other factions. If this city isn't enough, then expand it to the whole country. If anyone dares to take action, then wipe them and their faction out. I've given you such powerful capabilities. What are you still afraid of? Li Yi complained, but, boss, those forces have officials backing them. If we take action against them, I'm afraid. All right, it's just the American government. You can rest assured to do it. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. Li doesn't care about the consequences. Opposing the American government? He didn't hesitate to beat General Ross into a vegetative state. So he clearly didn't care. At most, it would just be a declaration of war. But what weapons does the American government have that can deal with Li Yi? Nuclear bombs? Lasers? Or the legendary space-based weapons? With the power of the rabbit talisman, Li Yi can approach near light speed, no matter what attack it is. As long as it requires human control, it cannot hit Li Yi. With the power of the dog talisman and the horse talisman, even Wolverine's healing factor is nothing in front of Li Yi. Being hit directly by a nuclear bomb would only be like a scratch. But how would they face Li Yi's wrath after launching an attack? If that black egg brings Captain Marvel back from the universe, or if some bald woman intervenes, Li Yi would find it a bit troublesome. Yes, boss. The target could only respond helplessly. Boss, what do you want to do next? Don't we have a few nightclubs in our industry? Take me to check them out. I want to see what the environment is like, whether it meets the standards, and if it satisfies the guests. Li Yi sighed, seriously. Yes, what the boss said is right. Hearing Li Yi's words, the target's eyes smiled knowingly. He immediately arranged a luxury sports car to take Li Yi to the most luxurious nightclub. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Identify the mastermind behind the conspiracy against the host and kill him. Task reward: 1 lottery draw. Task completion time: 1 day. Task evaluation: perfect. The host currently has 1 lottery draw available. Would you like to use it? As Li Yi was heading to the nightclub, the system suddenly popped up, bombarding him with a flurry of messages that left him bewildered. After carefully examining the content, he realized that he had completed his task. Li Yi was filled with anticipation for this lottery. The beginner's gift pack had granted him such a powerful ability with the charm of spellcasting. He wondered what he would get this time. System, start the lottery. Li Yi commanded. Yes, host. The system replied. And a large spinning wheel appeared in front of Li Yi, filled with a total of 126,852 various items. There were many types of items, including longevity techniques from the cultivation world, body refining techniques from the fantasy world, laws of fire, laws of time, Scion bloodlines, Panga's essence blood, the Eastern Emperor Bell, the opening heaven axe, and so on, a dazzling array that made Li Yi drool. Li Yi even saw the Infinity Stones exclusive to the Marvel Universe. Just getting one of those would make him invincible. The pointer began to spin rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it was moving so fast that even Li Yi couldn't see it clearly. It's important to note that Li Yi was currently empowered by talisman energy, so one can imagine just how fast the pointer was spinning. Slowly, the pointer came to a stop, and then a ray of light emerged from the spinning wheel, transforming into a scroll. Congratulations to the host for drawing the A-rank ninjutsu, multi-shadow clone technique from the Naruto world. What? Upon seeing what he had drawn, Li Yi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't that the multi-shadow clone technique was a bad item, but compared to the items he had just seen, it wasn't even worth considering. If Li Yi had drawn this when he first crossed over, he would have been grateful, but now, with the power of talismans, what use was the multi-shadow clone technique? The stark contrast left Li Yi feeling extremely uncomfortable. Host, this is a normal situation. It's impossible to draw a desirable item every time. Just like in life, most things are not perfect. The system comforted him. The last time the host drew 12 talisman powers was already a stroke of luck. Normally, it's impossible to draw something with no weaknesses, high upper limits, and comprehensive abilities on the first try. Normally? Are you saying there are others with systems? Li instantly grasped the keywords in the system's words and asked back. Yes, the system gave a positive answer. I am not the only one. Li instantly bijame unsitlet. He had always thought he was special, but now the system was telling him that there were others who also had systems, which made him suddenly fearful. Among traversers, it wasn't just old friends meeting, tears in their eyes. Under normal circumstances, if 2 traversers met, it would inevitably lead to a life and death struggle, because resources were limited and women. Cough, cough, so traversers were basically in an adversarial relationship, as Li Yi had concluded from reading novels in his previous life. Moreover, with the presence of other traversers, Li Yi lost his ability to foresee the future. How could he not be anxious? Host, don't worry. The other systems are distributed across countless worlds, and it's impossible for hosts to encounter each other. In this Marvel world, you are the only host. The system explained. I see. You should have said so earlier. You scared me. Li Yi complained, boss, we have arrived. Just as Li Yi was bickering with the system, the target beside him reminded him. Great, then let's go down. Li Yi replied. Chapter 33, Daredevil Strikes. Tony Stark's villa. Bang, bang. The sound of knocking echoed in the basement. Sir, you haven't rested for 3 consecutive days. If this continues, it could be life-threatening. Jarvis advised. Almost there. Just a little more, and my latest model armor will be finished. Tony replied, while swinging the hammer in his hand. That damn Lee actually said my Iron Man suit is a child's toy. Next time we meet, I must show him what I'm capable of. At this moment, Tony's face was covered in stubble, his hair greasy, looking nothing like a wealthy young master, but more like a homeless man. After a while, the knocking finally stopped. Finally done, Tony shouted. Congratulations, sir. Jarvis responded. Thank you. Jarvis, any important news in the past 3 days? Sir, in the last 3 days. Miss Pepper left you 32 messages. Little Pepper, what does she want from me? Of the 32 messages from Miss Pepper, 20 are requests for you to sign documents. The remaining 12 are concerned about your health. Jarvis replied. Haha, Little Pepper still cares about me. Tony laughed. Although he and Little Pepper had feelings for each other, neither had broken the ice. By the way, Jarvis, has anything major happened recently? Yes, sir. 2 days ago, there was a terrorist attack at the XX Mall. Nearly 1,000 hostages were taken. Just when the police were at a loss, Superman appeared. In the end, Superman was awarded the title of City Star by New York City. Jarvis briefly introduced recent events. What? Why didn't you inform me of such a significant event? That bastardly Yi is getting all the attention. Tony complained. Sir, I reminded you, but you ignored it. Jarvis replied. You should keep reminding me until I hear it. Sir, someone is coming outside. Just as Tony was still rambling, Jarvis suddenly spoke up. Oh, who? Tony asked curiously. Sorry, sir. My database does not have corresponding information. Forget it. Let's go take a look. Sir, I suggest you tidy up your appearance. One of the visitors is a lady, and it would be rude to meet her like this. Jarvis, I don't need to, because I'm just too handsome. Any woman who sees me will be enchanted. Tony said boastfully. While saying this, he started tidying himself up. Standing outside the villa was a red-haired beauty and a bald black man wearing an eye patch. It was none other than S.H.I.L.D. Senior Agent Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury. Boss, Superman has already cured Tony Stark's illness. Bruce. Given Tony Stark's arrogant personality, the recruitment task may. Natasha hesitated. Just do your best with the recruitment task. Our main mission is to communicate the demands of those politicians to Superman through Tony Stark without angering Superman. Nick Fury replied. Understood. I hope Superman doesn't. On the other side, in a luxurious room, Lee stretched lazily and pushed away the hands and feet of the two beautiful women tightly clinging to him. Like an octopus, he then walked to the poolside and started swimming. After a while, a hotel waiter brought a sumptuous breakfast to Lee. He began to eat slowly. Boss, did you have a good night last night? A happy-looking man named Bio walked over. Not bad. I'm very satisfied with your arrangements. Lee Said Jaswali. Has the swallowing plan begun? Yes, boss. The power you bestowed is so strong that no one can match me. Last night, I took out the leader of XX Street and replaced him with our person. Target Eye smiled and said, at this rate in half a month, your reputation will spread throughout the underworld. I don't care about reputation. I only care about profits. Lee repeated. By the way, arrange a comfortable place for me to stay. With his own power, the villa that was originally extorted from S.H.I.L.D. was naturally eliminated. Yes, boss. Hawkeye respectfully replied. After Hawkeye left, Lee continued to enjoy his life. This is also the secret hideout of Kingpin, right? A person in a tight red suit stood on a nearby building, quietly observing the skyscraper where Lee was. It was none other than one of Kingpin's arch-nemeses, Daredevil, whose real name is Matt Murdock. Kingpin, this time I will definitely bring you to justice. Daredevil murmured. Little did he know that Kingpin had died at Lie's hands the night before. He then took a stick from his waist and pressed a button on it while aiming at the distant building. The top of the stick immediately launched out, connected by a long special material cable. The top of the stick firmly tied to a distant pole, and Daredevil swung over. He was unaware of the monster he was about to face. Chapter 34. Daredevil is abused. Daredevil quickly swung to the building where Lee was. Kingpin, you definitely can't escape this time. For my father, and for all those you have harmed. Daredevil murmured. Click. The door was pushed open, and Hawkeye walked in. The two instantly recognized each other, and then they stared at each other in a standoff. It's you? The guy who keeps ruining our plans. Hawkeye instantly reacted and shouted. Seeing that he was discovered, Daredevil wasted no time and immediately pulled out a long bottle from his waist, twisted it open, and threw it at Hawkeye. A large amount of smoke instantly billowed out from the bottle. This was the smoke bomb Daredevil specially made for Kingpin and his men. which would cause anyone who inhaled it to quickly faint for a short period. Meanwhile, Daredevil quickly distanced himself from smoke. A large amount of ethanol? You actually want to use this against me? How naive. Hawkeye sneered from within the mist. He then quickly moved towards Daredevil, and the wind generated by his high-speed movement even dispersed the mist. What? Daredevil barely had time to scream, and then everything went black, losing consciousness. Boss, look what I caught. Hawkeye threw Daredevil in front of Lee like tossing out garbage. What is this thing? It looks a bit familiar. Lee questioned it. Boss, this guy is the spandex pervert who often sabotaged our plans before, and he calls himself Daredevil. Target, I replied. So it's this guy. Where did you catch him? He somehow infiltrated our building, and I happened to run into him. Wake him up. I want to see what his purpose is. Yes, boss. Clap. Clap. Target, I then gave Daredevil a few big slaps to the face, causing his face to swell instantly. It seems Target I had been beaten badly by Daredevil before, and this was his retaliation. Where am I? Daredevil slowly woke up. I remember now. This is Jean Bing's hideout. Daredevil instantly sprang up, alertly looking around. He saw a handsome Asian youth sitting on the sofa next to Target Eye. Who are you? Where is Jean Bing? Bring him out. Daredevil shouted. Jean Bing is already dead, and his empire no longer exists. Now there is only Dawn. Lia repeated. What? Kingpin is dead. Hearing this news, Daredevil was instantly shocked. That's right, I did it. How is that possible? Kingpin is dead. You must be lying to me, right? Hee. Does the boss need to lie to trash like you? The character Bullseye spoke up beside him. Bullseye, Kingpin's #1 assassin. Since you're here, it can be confirmed that Kingpin is indeed dead. Daredevil said, feeling lost. I spent so much time trying to bring Kingpin to justice, and now he is dead at your hands. Does that mean you've taken Kingpin's place? You could say that. I will never allow another Kingpin to arise, and this City 1T allow it either. I advise you to turn yourself in. Perhaps the judge will consider a lighter sentence because of your confession, Daredevil said with righteous indignation. Ha ha. As soon as Daredevil finished speaking, Bullseye couldn't help but burst into laughter. Boss, I'm sorry. I just couldn't help it. This guy is too funny. The eyeball, holding back laughter, commented. I'm not joking. If you don't confess, then I'll have to take action. Daredevil frowned and said, Kid, have you been knocked silly? Have you forgotten how you were just defeated? The eyeball cracked his knuckles. Just now, I remember it was you. Daredevil nervously took a defensive stance. Don't kill me, Lee said casually, then picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. He's just an unenhanced blind man, no matter how powerful. He's merely at the peak of an ordinary person, weaker than Captain America. Facing Hawkeye, who possesses 4 types of mystical powers, is simply seeking death. Got it, boss. Let's have some fun, hee. Daredevil saw Hawkeye walking towards him and immediately drew the stick from his waist, extending it and sweeping it toward Hawkeye. Bang! The long stick hit Hawkeye with a crisp sound, but it had no effect at all. Are you just scratching my back? Hawkeye scoffed. Then he grabbed the long stick and forcefully pulled it towards him, driving a knee into Daredevil's abdomen. Ouch! Daredevil clutched his abdomen in pain and fell to the ground. Is that all? Hawkeye felt it wasn't enough and kicked Daredevil's legs twice. Crack! Daredevil let out a painful scream, convulsing on the ground. His legs instantly twisted into unnatural shapes, clearly broken. That's enough. Lee waved his hand, signaling Bullseye to stop. He then walked in front of Daredevil and crouched down. Can we talk now? How? Is that possible? Daredevil said, enduring the excruciating pain. This you don't need to know. Now, answer my questions properly. And maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll consider letting you go. Daredevil remained silent. What is your purpose for infiltrating my building? Lee didn't care and asked his own question. I discovered that this is the hideout of Jean Bing, so I wanted to catch him. Daredevil replied. In the terror of life and death, Daredevil still chose to yield. Little did he expect to encounter me. Lia did. This is really a boring cop and robber game. Target, take him down, don't kill him, and find a doctor to treat his leg while you're at it. It's already pitiful for a blind man not to see. If his leg is broken too, then he's completely done for. Lee waved his hand casually. He had no hatred towards Daredevil and saw no need to kill him. Moreover, this guy had a large group of good friends, like Iron Fist and Punisher. If he killed him, those people would definitely come to seek revenge, and Lee didn't want to kill them all. After all, he actually appreciated some of them, such as the Punisher, who practiced an eye for an eye much better than Batman's no-kill policy. He even thought about whether he could bring some of the more agreeable ones over in the future to form an Injustice League or something like that. On the contrary, He had no interest in people like Batman and even thought they were crazy, though that was just his personal opinion. He didn't want to use his magical powers to heal him, considering it the price for this guy's reckless actions. How? Did you know? Daredevil exclaimed in shock. Lee no longer paid attention and continued to drink. Yes, boss, Bullseye said, ignoring the details, grabbing him by the shoulder and dragging him out. A blind man? The famous Daredevil is blind? As they walked to the elevator, Bullseye repeated the boss's words. Could it be that the person who has been defeated by him so many times is a blind man? Although he didn't want to accept it, he believed the boss's words without doubt. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and then he found a corner and threw Daredevil to the ground. What do you want to do? Daredevil asked nervously. Let me see who you really are. I can't believe I was defeated by a blind man. After saying that, he directly removed Daredevil's mask, revealing an incredibly familiar face. You're that lawyer? That blind man? Bullseye exclaimed in shock. I can't believe I've lost to a blind man countless times. Damn. Without saying another word, he started slapping Daredevil's face. Slap. Crash. Daredevil instantly spat out a large amount of blood. Damn it, you blind bastard. Bullseye began to punch and kick Daredevil. After all the boss wanted was for this guy to stay alive as long as he didn't kill him. After a long beating, leaving Daredevil half dead and gasping for breath, Bullseye finally stopped. Then he took out his phone and dialed. This is Bullseye. Prepare an emergency ambulance immediately. I have an injured person here who needs urgent treatment. Chapter 35. S-H-I-E-L-D. Recruits Tony at Tony's villa. Joe, beautiful. Who are you? Do I know you? Tony ordered J-A-R-V-I-S to open the door and welcome two strangers inside. Hello, Mr. Stark. We belong to the National Security Agency S-H-I-E-L-D. I'm Natasha Romanoff. And this is our director, Nick Fury. Natasha introduced. Isaaki. What's that? Never heard of it. Tony poured himself a drink and sat back on the sofa with his legs crossed. The two saw Tony's attitude and had no reaction. As professional agents, they would never show any emotion during a mission. It's normal for Mr. Stark not to have heard of it. Isaaki Ilade is a secret department of the nation, responsible to the United Nations, observing global anomalies, maintaining world peace and stability. Natasha briefly explained S-H-I-E-L-D-S responsibilities to Tony. Stop. Don't say any more. I hate this kind of stuff. Just tell me your purpose. Tony said impatiently. Mr. Stark, your intelligence and brilliance are unparalleled in the world. We want to invite you to join our team to help maintain world peace. The two exchanged glances, and Nick Fury spoke up. Huh? Join you to maintain world peace? Tony repeated disdainfully. Aren't I already doing that? Why do I need to join you? Mr. Stark, perhaps I haven't introduced it fully yet. S-H-I-O is. Natasha started to say. No need to say any more. If that's your purpose, then please leave. Tony Stark, will not join any organization. Tony interrupted. Seeing Tony's determination, Nick Fury pondered for a moment and pulled out a computer, opening a folder. Mr. Stark, you may not know, but S-H-I-L-D was originally called the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. So what? Tony asked, in confusion. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division was established during World War II. One of its founders was your father, Howard Stark. Here are the original documents. Nick Fury pushed the computer towards Tony. My dad? Tony took the computer with skepticism and started looking through it. When did the old man get involved in this stuff? Tony said in shock as he browsed. Howard Stark was a patriotic scientist who made outstanding contributions to the nation's victory during World War II. Nick Fury recounted Howard Stark's achievements. That old man kept everything from me. Tony murmured. Mr. Stark, this is a state secret, so Mr. Howard couldn't. I'm not just talking about this. Are you trying to play the emotional card with me? You really miscalculated. Even if my dad is the founder of S-H-I-E-L-D, so what? I won't follow the same path as him. I have my own way. Tony could never forget his father's lack of attention towards him. Howard left very few traces in his youth, and he wasn't even present at his graduation ceremony. After a while of trying to persuade Tony, seeing he was still unreceptive, they realized that the recruitment plan was unlikely to succeed and decided to initiate Plan B. Mr. Stark, since you don't want to join us, we won't force it. But our organization's door is always open for you. If one day you come to your senses, you can contact us. Nick Fury then provided a contact number. You'll be waiting a long time. Tony casually tossed the business card onto the table. Mr. Stark, we have one more question. Do you know Superman? Superman? I know him somewhat. Why do you ask? Tony replied casually, not intending to reveal Superman's identity. Although that bastard Li Yi was a bit of a pain, he did save him after all. Somewhat? Mr. Stark, according to our records, Superman saved your life. Is that just somewhat? Nick Fury smiled. How did you know about my poisoning? Tony asked suspiciously. Mr. Stark, please don't underestimate our intelligence department. After all, we are a global organization, and your behavior has been very strange lately. Nick Fury replied. Forget it. What did you just say? What do you mean he saved my life? Even without that bastard, I could have figured out an antidote myself. He just sped up the process. Besides, I paid a huge price. Tony retorted. Mr. Stark, this next matter is extremely important. If not handled properly, it could lead to significant casualties. Nick Fury interrupted with a serious expression. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but become serious as well. Although he was carefree and reckless, he still had a sense of responsibility. Nick Fury then revealed the discovery of Superman's ability to heal all diseases. Those politicians hope Superman can cooperate with relevant personnel to research the secrets of this ability and benefit humanity. But you know Superman's personality? If such a request is made, it could lead to rivers of blood. Nick Fury said heavily. Are those politicians insane? Tony immediately shouted. As someone who regarded Superman as an opponent, he naturally studied Superman's powers. Not only did he watch the battles with the Hulk, but he also clearly observed the fights with Magneto through his satellites. Tony knew exactly how strong Superman was. Even if all the weapons on Earth were combined, they might not be able to harm him. Such a terrifying monster. And those politicians actually thought about provoking him? It's like lighting a lamp in a toilet to seek death. They might think Superman would agree to their demands out of a sense of righteousness, but they didn't understand this Superman at all. This Superman is not the kind-hearted one from the comics. This Superman kills without blinking. You can't be telling me this to make me talk to Superman. Tony exclaimed in shock. Mr. Stark, we can only ask you for help. After all, you are the only one familiar with Superman right now. No way. Absolutely not. I would never do something so stupid. Tony stood up and shouted. Mr. Stark, please. Natasha next to him tried to say something. Jarvis, show them out. Tony immediately shouted to interrupt. Yes, sir. Please leave, guests. Jarvis controlled the door to open. Well, then we'll take our leave. Seeing this scene, Nick Fury left Tony's villa with Natasha, his face dark. The mission completely failed. Chapter 36. Visitors from the Mutant School, you want me to make such a request to Superman? Isn't that asking for my life? Tony touched his chest, still feeling scared. Sir, Mr. Nick Fury just sent a message. Would you like to read it? Jarvis spoke up. What message? Open it. All right, sir. A virtual screen appeared in front of Tony, showing a video. It was a video about his father, Edward Stark. Tony, my greatest creation has always been you. Dad. Then Tony found a future city planning map left by his father, as indicated in the video. Boss, the plan has failed again. What should we do next? Natasha said while driving. These so-called superheroes are all high on themselves. It's not easy to recruit them. Let's head back to headquarters. Beep, beep, beep. Before Nick Fury could finish, the communicator in his arms suddenly rang. This is Nick Fury. Director, it's Coulson. On the other end was Nick Fury's capable assistant. Coulson, what is going on? Director, we found that person in Antarctica. The instruments show he still has life signs. Coulson said, clearly extremely excited. Calm down. Sorry, Director. It's Captain. We found Captain America at position XX in Antarctica. He's still alive. What? Nick Fury was also shocked. We'll be back immediately. Since seizing the Golden Dawn's power, Lee had completely fallen. Holding an expensive red wine, surrounded by sexy, hot women, he was enjoying the wicked life of capitalism. Darling, I didn't expect your figure to be so good. A red-haired beauty next to him admired while touching Li Ye's 8-pack abs. Not only is Darling's figure great, but he is also much more handsome than those so-called stars. A blue-eyed beauty laughed while feeding Li Yi fruit. Li Yi held one in his hand. Besides these, there's one thing I'm very good at. What is it? The red-haired beauty asked in confusion. It's this. Li is sudendi pounds formart. Dear, be gentle. Don't stop. A series of pleasant cries quietly rang out. After several hours after exercising, Li flew alone to the street to relax. Walk a bit after XX, live to 99. Bah, I'm immortal. Living a life where I can do whatever I want is truly comfortable. Looking at the slowly setting sun in the distance, Li Yi sighed. Suddenly, two figures walked side by side from afar, one male and one female. The woman had silver hair and a sexy figure, while the man had black hair and wore a strange pair of glasses. They both looked very familiar. I wonder who they are. Li Yi smiled and said, with such obvious signs, I certainly recognize the identity of the visitors. Hello, Mr. Li Yi. My name is Aurora, and this is Scott. We come from Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. The two were indeed Storm and Cyclops from the X-Men. Nice to meet you. Lia Said Polititi. He was not surprised that the two knew his location. For Professor X, there was no one in this world he couldn't find. He could browse through everyone's memories and locate whoever he wanted among countless memories. Of course, for some special beings, Professor X's ability would not work. And now this special being included Li Yi. Mr. Li Yi should know where his abilities come from, right? Of course I know. I am a Kryptonian, and I came to Earth to absorb the energy of the yellow sun. Li Yi joked, Mr. Li Yi really knows how to make jokes. Actually, we are the same kind of people possessing the same abilities, so there's no need to hide anything from us. Storm laughed and said, you should know about my battle with Magneto, right? I made it clear there that I am not a mutant. Li Yi deniedit. Afraid to admit it? Is being a mutant a shame for you? Suddenly, Cyclops, who had been silent next to him, spoke up. I've already said, I'm not a mutant. Lia's tone turned cold, clearly dissatisfied with Laser Eye's attitude. If you can't even accept your own identity, how dare you call yourself Superman? You are far worse than the Superman in comics. The identity of Superman is not something I claim for myself. It was given to me by the people. I have no intention of becoming Superman. This power is truly wasted on you. Enough, Scott. Storm quickly spoke up to stop Laser Eye from continuing. As Laser Eye kept targeting him, Lee became more and more furious. Whoosh! A yellow bolt of lightning struck the ground beside Laser Eye Scott's feet. Are you out of your mind? If you don't shut that filthy mouth of yours, I'll tear it off for you. Lia Koldi Sait. He had always been the one to scold others. When had he ever allowed anyone to insult him? What do you want to do? Cyclops was so scared that he took several steps back, hurriedly putting his hand on his glasses, which were glowing red. Stop it. Scott, have you forgotten our mission? We are not here to fight. Just as the two were about to come to blows, Storm quickly spoke up to intervene. Humph! Cyclops snorted and lowered his hand. Mr. Li, I am very sorry. It is all our fault. Scott has a bit of a temper. Please forgive him. If you're sick, stay home. Li scoffed. If it really came to blows, he could kill Cyclops hundreds of times in just 1 second. You. Upon hearing Li's words, Cyclops was agitated and wanted to fight back. Scott! Storm shouted, stopping Cyclops. Mr. Li, I wonder what you've decided? Li was pondering while stroking his chin. It would be good to meet Professor X, this kind-hearted old man, and also to get to know other mutants. Let's go take a look. Li replied, Grit. Mr. Li, please follow us. Then Li followed the two Storm women to Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, a school dedicated to training and nurturing mutants. At the entrance stood several figures, one of whom was seated in a wheelchair. That shining bald head was very eye-catching. It was Professor X. Welcome, child. Chapter 37. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters has developed rapidly in recent decades, but has lived almost in isolation. Many people in the bustling city of New York do not even know that such a unique school exists, known only to certain high-level individuals. This school exclusively enrolls mutants, ranging in age from a few years old to their teenage years. The principal is Charles Xavier, known as Professor X, a recognized bipolar figure among mutants and a great leader of their kind. He has dedicated his life to striving for peaceful coexistence between mutants and ordinary people, making him a respected elder. The school was established on property left by Professor X's family. Welcome to Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. I am Charles Xavier. Professor X said with a smile, looking at this fellow mutant with joy. Professor X was naturally pleased with Li Ye's arrival. The power Li Ye exhibited was already stronger than that of a level 4 mutant, and even his former partner Magneto had been defeated by him. If properly guided, he could provide an additional force for maintaining world peace. Although he didn't know why his abilities seemed to fail with this young man. Even without delving deeply into someone's mind, he could still sense some superficial traits through his psychic powers, such as determining the person's character. Li thinks that although he has a bit of a bad intention, he is essentially a good person. Bad intention refers to enjoying hitting and smashing others' heads. Professor X, it's an honor to meet you. Li replied. Standing next to Professor X was an elegant, mature woman with short brown hair. Although it was their first meeting, Li recognized her at a glance. She was Jean Grey, currently the only level 5 mutant in the world. Li could sense the immense power hidden within Jean Grey, which made the power of the runes inside him stir restlessly. Jean Grey, one of the hosts of the Phoenix Force, harbored terrifying energy within her body. Her telekinesis could annihilate souls and matter at the atomic level, which was extremely frightening. The most dangerous part was that this power was uncontrollable. Jean was easily manipulated by this force, leading to the emergence of a negative personality. Professor X had sealed off the source of Jean's power with his psychic abilities, but over time, the strength of this seal would weaken, becoming increasingly unable to contain the increasingly volatile Phoenix Force. It only took a single trigger for the Phoenix Force to erupt in an irreversible manner, leaving no chance for recovery, as the negative personality would erase the primary personality and take dominance. But for now, Jean Grey was still the kind and gentle doctor that she was. She didn't even know she had a negative personality. "Hello, I am Jean Grey." Jean smiled and extended her hand. "Hello, Dr. Grey. I once saw you present a paper at the National Congress, and I was fortunate enough to read some of your work." Li held Qinglei's hand and replied, "Oh? Which of my papers have you read? We could discuss them. I've heard you also attended university. Empire State University. I've read your papers on XXX biodiversity and XXX, and they have been very helpful to me." Li replied. The system had arranged an inspirational character for him, having grown up in an orphanage and later, through his own efforts, gained admission to one of the top state universities in America, the same university as Spider-Man. Next to him was a short man with a full beard who, upon seeing Li looking over, introduced himself boldly. "My name is Logan, but everyone calls me Wolverine. I just got here not long ago." "Li, I know you. You're that Superman who's been really popular lately. I've heard you're pretty strong. Let's have a fight sometime," Logan said with a smile. "Definitely, definitely." Li Politedicide. Wolverine, whose real name is Logan, possesses the ability to slow aging and regenerate. His hands can extend sharp claws. In the 1980s, he participated in the Weapon X program led by William Stryker, where his bones were infused with adamantium, and his bone claws were replaced with sharp, indestructible steel claws, officially making him Wolverine. The infusion of adamantium further enhanced his abilities, allowing him to withstand even the destructive force of Jean Grey's Phoenix for several seconds. Although he appears very young, his real age is even greater than Professor X's, having been born in 1832, making him over 200 years old. However, after being accidentally shot in the head with an adamantium bullet, he lost his previous memories and joined the X-Men at Professor X's invitation. After being polite, everyone walked inside. Many mutant students curiously looked at Li Yi, who at that moment was not wearing his Superman glasses. Some who liked watching TV recognized him and quickly informed others that the young man before them was the recently popular Superman. "Superman, everyone look, it's Superman," a girl shouted, as if she had encountered her idol. "Superman, you're so handsome. Superman, can I have your autograph? Superman, can I hug you? I'm your loyal fan, and I joined your fan club." The girls excitedly surrounded Li Yi, and some even sneakily touched his arm and abs. "What's so great about him? He's just lucky to have awakened powerful abilities." Some boys nearby, seeing how popular Li Yi was with the girls, couldn't help but feel envious. "Everyone, one at a time, don't push, be careful." Li skillfully handled the fans. The number of fans was indeed a small matter compared to before. Soon, all the girls had received Li Yi's signature and left satisfied. However, in the corner, there was a girl hesitating, wanting to approach but too shy to do so. Li walked straight towards the girl after seeing her. The girl blushed and lowered her head when she saw Li approaching. "Hello." Li walked up to the girl and spoke. Superman, hello." The girl replied softly. "What's your name?" "I am Anna. Everyone calls me Little Rascal." So it's her. Li thought to himself. The Rakshasa woman in the comic, the little troublemaker in the movie, whose real name is Anna Marie. Her ability is to absorb a person's memories and abilities through physical contact. No wonder she didn't dare to come forward just now. "Hello. My name is Li Yi." Li extended his hand and introduced himself. "No, we can't touch. I will hurt you." Little Mischievous was so scared that he kept retreating, clearly aware that his abilities had already harmed others before. "I'm different. Your abilities won't work on me." Li smiled and held her hand before the little troublemaker could react. "No, don't." The little troublemaker struggled excitedly. "Wait, look, isn't this fine?" "Huh? Why are you fine?" The little troublemaker asked in confusion. "Because I'm Superman." Chapter 38. The Trip to X Academy. Are you the angel sent by heaven to save me? "Mr. Superman, can we be friends?" "Hee, of course. And since we're friends, you could just call me Li Yi." Li smiled and said, "I finally have a friend." "Thank you, Li Yi." Little Mischief said excitedly, her eyes getting a bit moist. She once had a happy family, and her parents treated her well. But all of that shattered on that day. That day, when she was returning home from school, she was followed by a strange man who tried to get physical with her. In her panic, she awakened her abilities and upon touching the man, instantly drained the life energy from him. When she looked at the man again, he had already lost all signs of life. After hurriedly running home and telling her parents about her experience, To her shock, they called her a mutant, a monster, and even tried to kick her out. Heartbroken, Little Mischief left her home and began to wander. Later, she was discovered by her companions from the Mutant Academy, and she followed them to the academy. Although she found companions, Little Mischief still felt lonely and had no real friends. The reason was that her powers were uncontrollable. Anyone who came into contact with her would have their abilities or life energy drained away. So, Little Mischief had always hated her powers and even her identity as a mutant. Just when she thought she would have to spend her life alone, Li Yi appeared, fearless of her abilities, like a dazzling light that dispelled the darkness in her life. Soon, Li Yi and Little Mischief happily chatted, completely ignoring everyone else present, until a light cough from Qin interrupted their conversation. Realizing what she was doing, Little Mischief's face turned red. It was the first time she had talked to a boy for so long. Little Mischief, we still have a few things to discuss. Can you wait a bit before coming back to chat with Li Yi? Qin said with a smile, as she could naturally see the girl's shyness. Okay. I'm sorry, Teacher Qin, I'll leave now. After saying that, Little Mischief covered her face and ran away. The others continued walking along the cobblestone path. Li Yi, you really are popular with the girls. Logan laughed. What can I do? I'm just naturally this handsome. Li Yi touched his hair and said narcissistically, you really are full of yourself. Logan, if you shaved off the hair on your face, you might attract a bunch of Annies. Shave off my beard? That's absolutely impossible. Soon, everyone arrived at an ancient little building. This building had been around for some years, looking quite elegant. What was even more surprising was that a layer of Eastern glaze tiles was orderly laid on the outside, forming a beautiful picture. As everyone entered the building, it was filled with classical beauty. Professor X asked Li Yi to sit down, and the old and young began to chat. Li Yi, now that there's no one else here, can you tell me when your ability awakened? Professor X asked gently, as he, like Magneto, initially assumed that Li Yi was a mutant. After all, most people who awaken superpowers in this world are mutants, with only a small minority being otherwise. The distinction between mutants and other superpowered individuals is determined by whether they have the X gene in their bodies. Professor, to be honest, I am really not one of your kind. What I have is not a superpower, but magic. Li Yi repeated. Magic? Professor X repeated with confusion. Even if you want to deny your identity as a mutant, there's no need to fabricate a lie about magic. What magic exists in this world? Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Li Yi hasn't replied yet, and the person next to him, Laser Eye, mocked him. No, don't embarrass yourself with your shallow knowledge. Li Yi didn't understand why this guy always targeted him. But one of his life principles was if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they offend me, I will definitely retaliate. So he retorted without hesitation. What did you say? Laser Eye instantly became furious. What? You still don't accept it after I called you narrow-minded? Let me ask you, do you know about Kamarage? Do you know about the Sorcerer Supreme? What on earth are you talking about? If you haven't even heard of these, how dare you say magic doesn't exist? Not only are you narrow-minded, but you're also a self-righteous fool. Li Yi continued to output. Upon hearing Kamarage and the Supreme Sorcerer, a glint flashed in Professor X's eyes, and he quickly spoke up to stop the argument between the two. That's enough, Scott. Yes, Professor. Hearing Professor X's words, Cyclops reluctantly stopped but still glared at Li Yi with resentment. The reason Cyclops was constantly targeting Li Yi was naturally because he was displeased with him. Li Yi killed nearly 100 mutants while battling Magneto. Although they were all Magneto's people, they were still mutants, which inevitably made people empathize with them. Li Yi say actions naturales sparkit Cyclops' resentment. Later, Storm suggested inviting Superman to the X-Mansion, but Cyclops firmly opposed it. However, his girlfriend Jean sided with Storm instead of him, and in the end, Professor X agreed with Storm's suggestion, which made Cyclops even more uncomfortable. When the professor assigned him to invite Superman, an unpleasant incident occurred, and he was even threatened by Superman. This further escalated Cyclops' dissatisfaction with this so-called Superman. Li Yi, although I don't know what conflict you have between you, I must apologize for Scott's rudeness. Professor, you don't have to do this. I really didn't take it to heart. Li Yi said this, but in his heart, he was thinking about finding an opportunity to beat the bastard severely, preferably poking his eyes out. You just mentioned Kamarage and the Sorcerer Supreme. How do you know about these? Professor X asked, puzzled. I saw it. Saw it? I have a kind of ability similar to the clairvoyance in Eastern mythology. As long as I'm within this planet's range, I can see whatever I want to know. Li Yi's ability was indeed the system's ability, so he wasn't lying. That really is a miraculous ability. Professor X marveled. Professor, do you know about it too? Yes. I accidentally saw it in the memories of some people before. I was very surprised at that time. There exists such a being that silently protects the Earth from the invasion of demons from other dimensions. Professor, what are you talking about? Storm questioned curiously. Everyone was left in a fog, completely unaware of what the two were discussing. Weren't they supposed to be talking about whether Li Yi was a mutant? It's nothing. Professor X smiled and shook his head, indicating he wouldn't explain. You said your ability is magic? You don't have our unique X gene? That's right, Professor. Although I don't know why you all keep mistakenly identifying me as a mutant, I am indeed not. Li Yi replied. It seems that we indeed misunderstood. Professor X sighed. Although you are not one of us, since you are here, you might as well take a good look around the school. Chapter 39. The challenge of the fire people despite knowing that Li Yi was not of his own kind. Professor X still kept Li Yi and prepared a sumptuous dinner to entertain him. Originally, Li Yi thought that the dinner would be a small gathering with the professor and a few others, who were all high-level mutants. Just the right opportunity to get to know the superheroes, as he might need their help in the future. However, what Li Yi did not expect was that the dinner was actually a school-wide celebration. Professor X opened the school hall, and mutant students from all grades participated. Dozens of tables were pushed together, covered with famous delicacies from various continents, and all sorts of rare and unusual foods were served. The aroma filled the air, and the colorful spread was mouth-watering. Children and teenagers of all sizes ran around, filled with laughter and joy, while some clever kids brought out alcohol from who knows where, drinking and having a good time, but they were soon caught by the instructors. They were not of legal drinking age and would definitely face strict punishment. The rules at Xavier's school were still quite strict in some respects. Li Yi sat quietly in his seat, sipping wine and watching the joyful scene, finding it quite amusing. The memories of campus life were almost fading from Li Yi's mind, and now that he had the chance to relive them, he naturally felt a sense of nostalgia. A little troublemaker, sitting in a certain spot, kept glancing over, and when Li Yi raised his glass in a toast, she blushed and looked down. Just as Li Yi was getting into the moment, a group of mischievous boys suddenly surrounded him, encircling him without saying a word, just staring silently. Do you have something to say? Li Yi asked. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, several people exchanged glances but hesitated to step forward and speak. Finally, a scruffy young man couldn't hold back any longer. He was impatient and had a bit to drink, so he jumped out first. Are you the so-called Superman? Yeah, I am. Who are you? Li Yi said with great interest. My name is John Eldridge, nicknamed Fireman. So it's him. Li Yi thought to himself. Fireman, a minor character from X-Men. His ability is to control fire, but he can't produce flames himself, so he spends all day with a lighter. Far inferior to his friend Iceman's abilities. He has a fiery temper and is easily angered, but his skills are quite pathetic. Originally belonging to the X Academy, he betrayed them and joined Magneto's team. Thinking of this, Li Yi sneered disdainfully. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Just thought of something funny. Fireman, right? Now tell me your purpose. They say you've killed many people, even our kind. That's right. They were all Magneto's subordinates. And he sent them to capture me, so I just killed them all. Li Yi casually remarked, completely disregarding the lives of that group of people. You bastard. The fireman gritted his teeth. Not only was it because his kin had been killed, but also because he had always admired Magneto, agreeing with Magneto's ideology that mutants were the evolution of humanity, superior to humans. That's why the original timeline betrayed X Academy and joined Magneto's side. Do you want to take revenge for them? Li Yi laughed and said, Are you brave enough to come to the square tonight? I want to duel with you. The fireman did not answer Li Yi's question, but instead, he said aggressively, A duel? Hee. Interesting. I accept your challenge. Although Li Yi didn't know where the fireman got his courage, he welcomed the challenge since it was the fireman who provoked him first. Let's go. The fireman then left with a few others. Li Yi, what were you talking about with them? Storm Woman Aoluo walked over and asked with interest. Nothing much. Just making a joke. Li shrugged and smiled. Really? Want to have a drink? Aoluo shook the wine bottle in her hand and replied with a smile. Li Yi couldn't help but look at Aoluo with her silver hair, wheat-colored skin, blue eyes, rosy lips, and cheeks flushed from drinking. His heart stirred. Well then, Li Yi smiled and said, Can you tell me about your story? As Aoluo poured wine for Li Yi, she asked, My story? Yes. I'm quite curious about you. While saying this, she pressed her finger on Li Yi's chest muscles. All right, I come from the distant planet Krypton. When the planet exploded, my parents sent me to Earth, and the radiation from the yellow sun made me very strong. What I want to hear is the truth, like how you work out to have such a great physique. Aoluo kept touching Li Yi's 8-pack abs. Persistence and discipline, plus a little bit of luck. Li Yi smiled and said, luck? What kind of luck? For example, meeting a beautiful lady and then working hard to win her heart. What about me? Very sexy, very beautiful. There's a wild beauty that makes people want to conquer. Let me give you a bit of luck. Dun, aoluoluo kisetlie. Li Yi kissed back without any hesitation, just when no one was around to disturb them. After a long while, their lips parted. How about we go do something interesting? I would love to. Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, Li Yi hugged Alualuo and disappeared, quickly reaching her room under her guidance. Bang! As soon as they entered, Li Yi slammed the door shut. Don't stop, keep going. Soon, intermittent cries echoed in the room. The battle continued until the early hours of the morning, only stopping when Alualuo was completely exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. Li Yi completely broke the rule that only cows die from exhaustion, not fields from plowing. The only ones that die from exhaustion are ordinary cows, while Li Yi's cow is a divine cow, capable of destroying heaven and earth. After the event, Li Yi slowly lit a gigarette. Truly, it's lonely at the top. Looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, Li Yi sighed. On the other side of the square, the fireman waited all night with a group of underlings, but never saw Li Yi's figure. This bastard is playing us? Just you wait. Chapter 40. The fireman's challenge continues the next morning. Sunlight streamed through the window. In bed lay a couple, entwined in sleep. And the messy room seemed to tell the tale of last night's battle. The two were Li Yi and the storm woman, Alualuo. After exercising last night, Li Yi fell asleep here, while a certain fool who waited all night in the cold wind had long been thrown out of Li Yi's mind. The bright sunlight shone on his face, and Li Yi slowly opened his eyes, stretching lazily. With the power of the dog talisman, he didn't need to sleep or feel fatigue, but the habits formed over the years couldn't be changed overnight. Perhaps Li Yi's movements were too large. Waking Alualuo beside him, who slowly opened her blue eyes. Good morning, my dear. You were really fierce last night, Alualuo said with a smile. Mainly because you are too sexy. Li Yi replied. Neither of them took last night to heart, knowing it was merely a mutual need. Both were people who had weathered storms and had long passed the stage where a kiss could lead to life and death emotions. After some casual chatting, they finished their grooming and set off together for breakfast. When the two were seen walking side by side, everyone showed a knowing smile. Li Yi, you are really impressive. You managed to attract a mentor from our school just one day after arriving. Logan whistled and laughed. Keep it low-key, low-key. It's just that being handsome is unavoidable. Logan, if you shave off the beard on your face, you might also find quite a few ladies over 50 to spend the night with you. Do you have a problem with my beard? Yes. I want to help you pull it out. Ha ha ha. Their banter elicited loud laughter from the crowd. Soon, everyone finished breakfast, and Professor X arranged for Qin to lead Li Yi on a tour of the school. The professor's arrangement made Laser Eye grind his teeth in frustration and glare fiercely at Li Yi. Li Yi didn't even look at him, completely treating this guy as a clown. This guy is narrow-minded, and he deserves to be greened by Logan later. This school is quite large. If you rely solely on walking, it would take over an hour to make a complete circle. Is this where we have our classes? Qin brought Li Yi to a classroom, which was very spacious, accommodating over 100 people without feeling crowded. There was a semicircular podium on the stage, with various high-tech instruments beside it to better assist students learning. Qin, I'm very curious about what your school mainly teaches. Li Yi was puzzled. Mathematics, physics, chemistry, history, geography, and so on. The content taught in ordinary schools is about the same as ours, but we also added some courses to help students familiarize themselves with their abilities, and courses to teach them practical skills. Qin replied. Next, Qin took Li Yi to tour the cafeteria, playground, dormitory, etc., which were basically similar to other schools in America. Then Qin brought Li Yi to a circular outdoor building. As soon as he entered, Li saw a group of people constantly unleashing their abilities. There were various abilities like water spraying, electricity discharging, and flying. The two people in the center attracted the most attention. This is our usual training and combat arena, Qin introduced with a smile. Today's match is between John and Robert. Among them, John is the fireman and Robert is the Iceman. The Iceman, whose real name is Robert Louis Drake, possesses powerful super abilities, capable of creating temperatures as low as -76 degrees Celsius in a matter of seconds, and can even reach absolute zero at its lowest. He can freeze the moisture in the surrounding air to form ice and control its shape to create simple objects like shields, slides, and various cold weapons. He can also combine the molecules in his body with water sources to achieve teleportation. He can freely lower the temperature inside and outside his body without harming himself. His abilities are much stronger than the fireman's, being an Omega-level mutant, but the Iceman himself does not know how to use his abilities. As long as he unleashes them, he can even freeze atomic movement. Go for it, John. Take him down. Robert, don't lose to that arrogant guy. The supporters of the Fireman and Iceman shouted their names, making the atmosphere extremely heated. Robert, did you hear that? They're all my supporters. You might as well give up. The Fireman said with confidence. Is that so? Why am I only hearing my name? If anyone should give up, it should be you. You don't want to catch a cold, do you? The Iceman retorted defiantly. Since you refuse to give up, then take this. After the Fireman finished speaking, he took out a lighter and ignited it, then unleashed his ability. Flames instantly detached from the lighter, turning into a large fireball that he threw forcefully towards the Iceman. The Iceman immediately extended his hands, and an ice wall quickly formed in front of him. Bang! The fireball slammed hard against the ice wall, producing a large amount of water vapor that filled the surroundings. Robert, it's not over yet, the Fireman shouted, then created another fireball and threw it over. The Iceman was not to be outdone. He placed his hands on the ice wall, which instantly shattered, forming sharp ice spikes that he controlled to shoot toward the Fireman. Bang! The fireball and ice spikes collided, and water vapor once again enveloped the area. The two began a battle akin to children throwing things at each other. Lee couldn't help but shake his head upon seeing this. What's wrong? Qin asked with confusion. These two people don't know how to use their abilities at all. The fire guy is one thing, but the ice guy is actually using his ability like this. It's simply a waste. Oh, then how do you think it should be used? Qin asked with interest. In my opinion, the ice guy should focus on developing his abilities, specifically developing control skills. Lee blurted out a lot of things. The piano player next to him listened with a face full of belief. Lee, you have so much research on combat. Are you interested in becoming their mentor? Me? A mentor? Forget it. The conversation between the two reached the ears of the Fireman below. The Fireman suddenly looked up and saw that the person speaking was the bastard who had tricked him last night. He froze for a moment, forgetting to defend against the Iceman's attack. An ice spike flew past the Fireman's face, and when he reacted, he already had a streak of blood on his face. The Fireman instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He had almost died. John, what are you daydreaming about? If I hadn't changed direction just now, you would have been dead, the Iceman complained. The Fireman ignored the Iceman and looked at Li Yi with a face full of resentment. Li Yi appeared confused, wondering what this guy was up to. I want to challenge you, the Fireman shouted, pointing at Li Yi. What? Who is that guy? He looks so familiar. Wait, it seems like Superman. The Fireman's voice immediately drew the attention of everyone present to Li Yi. Soon, someone recognized Li Yi's identity. You challenge me? Li Yi pointed at himself, puzzled. That's right, do you dare? The Fireman continued to provoke. John, what are you doing? Li Yi is a guest invited by the professor, said Qin beside them. Teacher Qin, I know this person is a recently famous superhero. I hope Mr. Superhero can give us some guidance. The last sentence was directed at Li Yi. Qin, is that okay? Li Yi asked it. Although he could just go down and beat him up, this was after all someone else's territory, so he had to respect the owner's opinion. Then I'll trouble you. Qin thought for a moment, and then agreed to the Fireman's challenge to Li Yi. Chapter 41, Battle Against X-Men. Oh, John, give him a good beating. John, use your powers to turn that little guy into a bald head. Don't let him walk off the stage on his own. The boys on the field were almost unanimously cheering for Fireman John, probably because Li Yi had attracted all the attention of the girls they liked. Superman, go for it. Superman, so handsome. Superman, teach that idiot a good lesson. In contrast, the girls were overwhelmingly cheering for Li Yi. Thank you everyone. You are the best. I love you all. Li Yi waved his hand and smiled. Oh, Superman. The girls screamed in surprise. Enough. Let's start quickly. Hearing these shouts, the Fireman next to them became unhappy and shouted, You're really anxious. Li Yi laughed and then beckoned to the Fireman. Come on, damn it. How dare you look down on me, Die? The Fireman shouted, igniting his lighter, instantly forming a huge fireball and throwing it at Li Yi. You actually think this kind of attack is presentable? Do you think this is just a child's play? Li Yi disdained full sight. He suddenly threw a punch at the fireball. The intense punch's wind instantly extinguished the fireball. Nanny! Such a result left everyone present in shock. Superman is so cool. The girl screamed at the sight of Li Yi's formidable display. How is that possible? Just with the punch's wind, he extinguished my fireball. The Fireman exclaimed in horror. I don't believe it. The Fireman immediately controlled several large fireballs to smash towards Li Yi. with your mental fortitude. If this were a real battle, you would have died countless times already. Li need it. He then stretched out his hand to create a gravity barrier in front of him, instantly stopping all the fireballs. With a wave of his hand, the fireballs flew back and slammed towards the fireman. No, 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 stop. The fireman spread his arms and activated his abilities with all his might. The fireballs ultimately stopped less than 30 centimeters in front of him. Just as the fireman breathed a sigh of relief, Li quickly moved in front of him. Enough playing around, lie down. He then kicked the fireman in the abdomen. Cough, cough. The fireman fell to the ground, painfully clutching his stomach. This was still because Li had held back. If he had used his full strength, that kick could have exploded him entirely. Is this over? The speed at which the battle ended exceeded everyone's expectations. Superhero! 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 Once the girls reacted, they shouted in unison for the superhero. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all for your support. Li laughed and said, clap, clap, clap. At that moment, a burst of applause suddenly came from the entrance. Storm and Cyclops were seen slowly pushing Professor X into the room, who was clapping his hands. What a wonderful battle. A few of you, take him down. Professor X instructed several tall male students. Yes, the Human Torch was quickly carried away. Li, your abilities are truly remarkable. No wonder even Eric lost to you. Professor X exclaimed. Eric is Magneto. Ha ha, Professor, you flatter me. Li humbly said, it's just bullying a student. At this moment, a mocking voice immediately followed. And Li didn't even need to look to know who it was. It was none other than Laser Eye, who had a conflict with Li Yi. So, do you want to give it a try? Li Yi sneered and said, do you think I dare not? The laser-eyed replied, Professor, is that okay? Li Yi turned to Professor X and asked, Scott, you? Professor X frowned and said, I don't understand why Scott has become like this. This is not at all how a leader should be. He had originally planned to entrust the school to Cyclops after his retirement, making him his successor. But now Cyclops' performance left him very disappointed. If we're going to fight, count me in. Storm suddenly spoke up, her gaze fixed intensely on Li Yi. Whatever. Li Shuruk Jaswali. Although these high-level mutants had strong combat abilities, it was still quite easy for him. Jean, you should join in too. If even Eric has been defeated by Li Yi, you can't let your guard down. Yes, Professor. Jean nodded in agreement. Hey. How can a fight be complete without me? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the doorway. It was Wolverine Logan, who seemed to have popped up out of nowhere, swaggering over to the group. You all should join in together. Li Yi, being too arrogant could lead to a downfall. Storm laughed. Aurora, I'm filled with confidence. Li Yi smiled confidently and said, it was decided that Li Yi would take on 3 mentors from Zevil Academy and a freeloader by himself. Seeing that the mentors were going to team up against the Superman, the people on the fighting stage consciously stepped aside, clearing a large space. Li stood alone on one side, while the 4 stood side by side on the other. Li, I've been wanting to have a match with you for a long time. Logan said with a smile, then clenched his hands tightly, and the sharp adamantium claws extended from his knuckles. What are we waiting for? Li Vavedat Logan. Damn Li, you are too arrogant. After saying that, Logan lunged forward. Wait, Logan, Storm shouted from behind, but Logan paid no attention at all. He quickly rushed to Li Yi's front, and the adamantium claws struck fiercely at Li Yi. Li quickly reached out and grabbed Logan's metal claws. Ding! A sound of metal colliding echoed. What? Barehanded! Logan exclaimed in surprise. Logan, is that all you've got? Li laughed. Damn it! Logan struggled forcefully, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. The connection between the steel claws and his hand was already oozing a lot of blood, yet it remained motionless. Support Logan! Storm shouted, then jumped away from midair, yelling, Power of lightning. The sky instantly darkened with clouds, and a lightning bolt as thick as a thigh struck fiercely towards Li Yi. Li did not dodge or avoid, allowing the lightning to strike him. Li Yi was fine, but Logan beside him was charred all over from the lightning sent over by Li Yi, and his clothes were torn and tattered from the electric shock. If it were someone else, they would have likely been turned to charcoal within seconds. Li didn't hold back either, kicking Logan and sending him flying. Logan crashed heavily into the wall, firmly embedded in it, unable to break free. Li Yi was just about to take the next step when he suddenly felt an unknown force binding him. Looking to the side, he saw Qin with both hands on her temples, desperately trying to activate her ability. Hurry up and attack. His power is immense, I can barely hold on. Qin shouted. In reality, Li Yi wasn't using any force at all. He was just testing the waters. If he had truly exerted himself, Qin would have probably been spitting blood and collapsed by now. Hearing Chin's words, Cyclops placed his hand on his glasses, and his eyes emitted a dazzling light. Suddenly, a red laser shot fiercely towards Li Yi. You think you're the only one who can do that? I can too. I beam coming at you. The power of the pig talisman suddenly activated. A yellow beam shot out from Li Yi's eyes, meeting Cyclops' red laser. The two beams held their ground for less than 2 seconds before the yellow beam began pushing the red beam back. What? Cyclops exclaimed in shock. Get out of the way, Scott. Chin shouted. Just as the beam was about to completely engulf Cyclops, Li Yi suddenly looked up at the sky, and the beam followed his gaze, shooting upwards. With a whoosh, it instantly split the clouds and the sky apart. Watching this terrifying power, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes, speechless for a long time. Chapter 42. Battle against the X-Men 2. Is this the true power of Superman? It's truly terrifying. If that attack had been aimed at the ground, the entire school would probably have been cut in half. Superman is simply a human-shaped natural disaster. Everyone stared in shock at this horrifying power. Scott, are you okay? Chin asked, looking at Cyclops, who was knocked down in shock. At that moment, Cyclops looked extremely pale. He had just come very close to dying. Oh no, are you okay? Li Yi pretended to smile and said, I thought you were strong, so I used a bit of strength. I didn't expect you to be so weak. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I'll be careful next time. You bastard. I'm going to kill you. Cyclops roared in anger. Enough, Scott. You're no match for Li Yi. Let's stop here for today. Professor X intervened from the side. Professor, he almost killed me just now. Cyclops replied unwillingly. That's not the case, Scott. Li Yi was holding back just now. You should be grateful for his mercy. Jean advised. Jean meant well, as their performance had already shown that they were far weaker than Li Yi, but she unintentionally ignited Cyclops' fury. In Cyclops' view, he had nearly been killed, and his girlfriend was not standing up for him, but was instead siding with his enemy. Indeed, Cyclops' hatred for Li Yi had risen to the level of a personal vendetta. Li Yi, I will definitely kill you today, Cyclops shouted, then pressed his right hand on his glasses, adjusting the power to the maximum. Cyclops' glasses were made of special materials, helping him better control his abilities. When he first awakened his powers, he couldn't control them well, causing his eyes to constantly emit laser beams, resulting in significant casualties. Later, beasts from the X-Men helped him create these glasses. They can adjust the power, size, and shape of the laser beams according to his will. He once used the laser to assist a teammate in a cutting operation during a mission. Cyclops' abilities are very powerful. In the movies, they are actually weakened. In the comics, he could even penetrate a meteor with a diameter of 10 kilometers with his powers. Although he is not as overpowered in this world as depicted in the comics, his strength should not be underestimated. At this moment, he had adjusted the power to the maximum, clearly preparing to kill Li Yi in one strike. Scott, do you want to stop? Professor X, who clearly knew about Cyclops' abilities, shouted urgently to stop him, but it was too late. Cyclops had already unleashed his power. A dazzling red beam shot out from Cyclops' eyes, quickly flying towards Li Yi. Li Yi, get out of the way! Jean shouted anxiously upon seeing the situation. Dodge? Li Yi scoffed with disdain, thinking he had never had the chance to test whether there is a limit to the combination of the dog talisman and the horse talisman. Now, isn't the opportunity right in front of him? Li Yi did not flinch or avoid it, and he faced the attack from Cyclops head-on. Boom! The beam hit Li Yi, causing a massive explosion, and black smoke instantly filled the surroundings, obscuring everyone's view. The entire fighting arena was affected, shaking violently. Everyone held on tight, being careful not to be injured by falling debris. I'm about to fall, someone help me. The students nearby were crying out in despair. After a while, the black smoke slowly dissipated, and everyone could see the scene inside. In the center of the arena was a huge pit, continuously emitting black smoke. Because they were standing in the same position as Cyclops, Chin and Aurora were not significantly affected. Ha ha, bastat, d. Looking at the massive pit, Cyclops laughed maniacally, seemingly having lost his sanity. Sanity? Sanity? How can I be sane? The one I love, Chin, the one I care about, doesn't he speak for me? You tell me how to be sane? This was Cyclops' inner thought. Scott, why have you become like this? This is not at all like the usual you. Chin said disappointedly as she saw Cyclops like this. Li Yi is dead. Storm, Aurora, looked at the big pit and said sadly. Although she had only spent one night with Li Yi, she had a clear fondness for this young, handsome, strong, and humorous man. Superman is dead. My Superman. He's a killer. The girls nearby, seeing this scene, all thought their idol had been killed and yelled frantically at Cyclops. Among them, The mischievous girl who had arrived at the scene at some point was crying uncontrollably. The only person who wasn't afraid of her powers is dead. The only one who wanted to be friends with her is dead. Instantly, everyone pointed their anger at Cyclops. Cyclops became flustered, panicking. He's just an outsider, not even of our race. Hey, what are you talking about? At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged, and everyone looked over to see Li Yi standing unharmed in front of the big pit, except for his missing shirt, revealing his muscular body. He had not suffered any harm, and even his hairstyle had not changed at all. That was still a bit far off. Li Yi internally evaluated the attack of the laser eyes. Li Yi conservatively estimated that in order to inflict harm on his body, one would have to take a bath right in the center of a nuclear bomb. At that moment, the temperature exceeding that of the sun's core might cause him a little damage, equivalent to losing 1 drop of blood from 10,000 HP. But perhaps he would recover in less than 0.00001 seconds. As for radiation, that kind of thing is only useful against the weak. Li Yi, are you okay? Luo exclaimed in surprise. It would take another 20,000 years for such an attack to harm me. Li Yi needed. Everyone look. Superman is still alive. Superman is indeed the strongest. Superman, Superman, Superman. The girls in the audience instantly shouted Superman's name in unison. Little Naughty, while wiping her tears, kept repeating, so good, so good. How? Is it possible? You actually have no injuries at all. Laser Eye said in shock. Now it's my turn. Li walked towards Cyclops with a cold smile. What? What do you want to do? Cyclops stammered, Jean. Help me. Cyclops collapsed in fear again, looking to Jean for help. Unexpectedly, Jean turned her face away, clearly disappointed with Cyclops to the extreme. What do you think I should do? Should I poke your eyes out or break your legs? Leah Hexian smiled and said no, absolutely not. Someone help me. Aurora, Professor, Logan. As Cyclops crawled backward, he pleaded, but who could withstand the wrath of an angry Superman? What disgrace. Lee walked up to Laser Eye and stepped on his chest. Please don't kill me, I beg you. Laser Eye pleaded in pain. Lee ignored him completely and instead increased his strength, causing Cyclops to feel even greater pain. Li Yi, can you let him go? Just when Cyclops was about to be crushed by Li Yi, a voice came through. It was Professor X. This shows that Professor X has a very high emotional intelligence. He didn't speak up when Cyclops was begging for help, but at this moment, this allowed Li Yi to vent his anger while preventing Cyclops from being killed. Professor. Save me. Cyclops gritted his teeth in pain. Shut up. Li Yi repeated. Professor, I just showed him mercy, and this bastard actually sneak attacked me. Fortunately, my ability is quite special, allowing me to escape death. If it were anyone else, their body would have turned to ashes by now. Is there no reason left at Xavier's Academy? Lie från inside. Lie. I know that Scott did something wrong, but after all, he has followed me for so many years. So, can you let him off the hook for my sake? Professor X's face turned serious as he pleaded. Lee lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Since Professor X had pleaded so earnestly, it would clearly be unreasonable for him to kill Cyclops. Moreover, the kind invitation from Xavier's school and the generous hospitality he received were not to be taken lightly. It was just that Cyclops was being difficult. He decided that he would give the professor this favor. Lee nodded and said, "Thank you so much." Professor X exclaimed excitedly. Meanwhile, the laser eye under Lie's feet breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that he wouldn't have to die. However, since he had made a mistake, he had to accept punishment. He immediately felt tense again upon hearing Lee say this. What do you want to do? Laser, I asked nervously. I have always liked eating pork, so I'll turn you into a pig. Lee sneered and then extended his hand toward Cyclops. A beam of white light suddenly shot out from Lie's hand, activating the power of the monkey talisman. The white light accurately hit Cyclops. What did you do to me? Cyclops exclaimed in panic. As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to swell, instantly transforming into a big fat man, tearing his clothes apart. His ears grew long and big, and his nose slowly took on the shape of a pig's snout. After a series of transformations, a living, white, chubby pig with strange glasses appeared before everyone. The crowd was instantly shocked by this magical scene. A human actually turned into a pig? This is truly unbelievable. The power of Superman is truly terrifying. If he gets angry, it would be better to die. The boys present looked at Li Yi with fear on their faces. How amazing. Is this magic? Superman is really incredible. He knows everything, even magic, truly my idol. Superman. Oh my God, I want to have your babies. The girls were captivated by Li Yi's magical abilities, shouting their confessions. Li Yi. What is this? Looking at the big fat pig in front of him that was grunting, Professor X's expression turned very ugly. Professor, we're not kids anymore. We have to pay for our actions. If you make a mistake, you have to be punished. Li Yi laughed and said, will he always be like this? Qin, who was beside him, couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, it should last about 3 days. During these 3 days, please keep an eye on him. If something unexpected happens, then, just 3 days. That's good. That's good. Qin suddenly let out a sigh of relief, unaware of the torment that the next 3 days would bring to the people of Xavier Academy. With things having escalated to this point, Li had lost interest in continuing to tour Xavier Academy. The crowd dispersed amidst the noise, while Li Yi turned to fly towards the little troublemaker. Hey, don't just chat. Can someone dig me out of here? Logan, who was embedded in the wall and unable to get out, said helplessly. Li Yi, are you really leaving? The little troublemaker clung to Li Yi's arm and wouldn't let go. Li Yi is the first and only friend she has made here, and she really doesn't want to part ways with him. There's no choice, although I also want to stay here a few more days. With things having escalated to this point, continuing to stay here would only make everyone uncomfortable. Li Yi sighed helplessly. The situation with Xavier's Academy was not part of his plan. Although Li didn't really have a plan, Cyclope's outburst was indeed unexpected. While it might have led to a satisfactory conclusion if he had chosen to show mercy, Li Yi has always believed in the principle of, if you don't offend me, I won't offend you. He had already spared Cyclope's life for Professor X's sake, but if he didn't teach him a lesson, Li Yi himself would feel unsettled. Therefore, he had no regrets about turning Cyclops into a pig. Can you take me with you? Little Mischief pleaded. What? Li Yi was startled by Little Mischief's words. I don't have any friends here. You are my only friend. If you leave, I'll be all alone again. Little Mischief said with tears in her eyes. Little Mischief, although I want to take you with me, it's not safe to be around me. There are many people and forces targeting me in the dark. Li Yi helplessly sighed. In fact, these are all excuses from Li Yi. If he really wanted to take the little troublemaker with him, he could just copy his abilities for her. And then there would be no need to fear danger. What could possibly put a female superhero in danger? He simply didn't want to have a loli by his side. Although the little troublemaker was very beautiful, her figure was too flat for his taste, and Li Yi felt nothing at all. He still preferred to wait a while longer. From this, it can be seen that Li Yi is completely a beast. The little troublemaker considers him a friend, yet he is lusting after her body. Moreover, if he had the little troublemaker by his side, he couldn't engage in some more private activities. So, in summary, Li Yi rejected the little troublemaker's request. But, the little troublemaker threw herself into Li Yi's arms and started crying. Li Yi could only pat her back to comfort her. After some persuasion from Li Yi, the little rascal finally accepted his departure. You must come to see me, the little rascal pleaded in Li Yi's arms. Of course. Besides, this is modern society. It's not like we can't stay in touch after parting. If you miss me, just give me a video call. Li Yi laughed, and then the two exchanged contact information. Li Yi took the opportunity to copy the power of the dog talisman and gave a copy to Little Mischief. He remembered that Magneto seemed to have some plan that would utilize Little Mischief's abilities. Although in the original timeline, Little Mischief was safe and sound. Now that there was Li Yi, the butterfly, who knows if things would still develop the same way as in the original world. After that, Li Yi soared into the sky and left Xavier's Academy. On the other side, Tony discovered a new element from the future city blueprint left by his father, Howard Stark. This element was more environmentally friendly and cleaner than palladium, and the energy generated from the reactor it synthesized was even more powerful than before. Ha. With this new energy, I'm becoming even stronger. The next time I encounter that bastard Li Yi, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Tony laughed. Sir, I just established a mathematical model to calculate your power comparison with Mr. Li Yi. Jarvis suddenly spoke up. Oh, tell me, Tony said, filled with confidence. According to the calculations, Mr. Li Yi could pull you out of your armor with one hand. Jarvis replied. What? Jarvis, are you kidding? I upgraded the armor and switched to a new energy source. Why is the calculation result still the same as before? Is there something wrong with you? Tony retorted defiantly. Sir, I am not malfunctioning, and the calculation results are accurate. Jarvis replied, completely ignoring Tony's emotions. Jarvis, it seems I need to modify your programming again. Sir, even if you modify my programming, the calculation results will still remain unchanged. Just as Tony was about to retort again, Jarvis suddenly issued an alarm. Sir, the signal of the escaped convict Ivan Vanko that you asked me to monitor has appeared. Where? At the Hammo Industries exhibition. Jarvis displayed an image showing Justin Hammer, Stark Industries' arch-rival, awkwardly dancing at his own industrial exhibition, surrounded by a large crowd. If Ivan Vanko appears at the exhibition, that would be bad news. Jarvis, immediately prepare the Iron Man suit. Tony ordered. Sir, I must remind you that the new energy source has not undergone clinical trials and carries certain risks. Jarvis advised. There's no time. Hurry up and prepare. Yes, sir. Chapter 44. Tony's SOS, a joyful piece of music played as Justin Hammer began to awkwardly dance along with it. The music was actually quite good, but his dancing was so awkward that the audience's expressions turned sour as they watched, wanting to leave but forced to endure due to Hammer Industries' power. After a while, Justin Hammer finally finished dancing and walked to the podium. Thank you all for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, for too long, our country has had to let its brave sons and daughters fall into danger. But then Iron Man appeared, and we thought the days of sacrificing lives were over. Unfortunately, that technology is something we cannot obtain, which is unfair, wrong, and such a pity. Oh my. Justin Hammer rambled on, mostly blaming Tony for not making the Iron Man technology public, skillfully using moral coercion. The audience below clapped in agreement. Regardless, it's still an incredible innovation, making headlines around the world. Today, friends and media, we are faced with a new question. They have no ink. Hammer said with a slight smile, then passionately announced, Ladies and gentlemen, today I introduce to you the new face of the U.S. military, Iron Soldiers. A row of Iron Soldiers appeared on stage to military music, divided into 3 branches, land, sea, and air. This is the power of technology. With these soldiers, our casualty numbers will drop to 0. What is Tony Stark? We have Justin Hammer. Without Tony Stark, we still have the Iron Man suit. Seeing the appearance of these Iron Soldiers, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. However, Tony's friend, Colonel Rhodes, did not appear in the Iron Man suit as he did in the original world, likely because Lee had removed the poison from Tony in advance, preventing him from feeling the same despair about life, and naturally, he didn't send a suit to Colonel Rhodes. In a certain room, Ivan Vanko watched everything with a cold smile, then, through a backup plan he had left, took control of the Iron Soldiers. A huge surprise was about to happen. Ivan Vanko sneered. For America and its allies, Hammer Industries would. Just as Justin Hammer was about to continue boasting, a loud bang echoed in the sky, followed by a red figure flying over with a long trail of flames. The person was none other than the famous Iron Man, Tony Stark. Boom! The Iron Man's suit landed steadily on the stage. We have trouble, Tony said coldly. The crowd erupted in cheers and screams upon seeing Iron Man. As soon as Tony appeared, he captured all the attention, causing Justin Hammer's expression to turn ugly in an instant. What is an international superstar? What is a household name? This is it. Tactical lean back. Tony Stark, what are you doing here? Justin Hammer questioned. He didn't want his carefully planned exhibition to be disrupted by Tony Stark. Where is Vanko? Where is he? Tony ignored him and asked directly. What are you talking about? Justin Hammer, hearing Tony's question, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and pretended to be confused. Although he didn't know how Tony Stark found out about his collaboration with Ivan Vanko, Vanko was a wanted criminal at this time, and Justin Hammer naturally wouldn't reveal his dealings. Where's Ivan Vanko? Tony shouted, ignoring him. What are you talking about, buddy? I don't understand. Justin Hammer still stubbornly played dumb. Just as Tony was about to take action, the Iron Soldiers on stage suddenly all turned towards Tony. In a certain room, Ivan Vanko saw Tony's appearance and smiled coldly, pressing the attack button on the controller. The Iron Soldiers instantly aimed their weapons at Tony. What is going on? What's happening? Those Iron Soldiers seemed to be acting strange. The abnormal behavior of the Iron Soldiers frightened the audience below, and Hammer, seeing that things were not right, immediately rolled off the stage to hide. No wonder he could develop Hammer Industries to compete with Stark Industries. He truly had an extraordinary vision, far surpassing that of the audience present. Sir, you have been locked on, Jarvis reminded. I know, Tony replied. Then controlled the Iron Man's suit to fly up. Follow me, we're going outside to fight. He then soared into the sky. Hot, 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 hot. The Iron Soldiers completely ignored him and launched an attack, countless bullets shooting towards Tony, instantly shattering the circular glass above him. Run. Justin Hammer, you bastard. What's wrong with your Iron Soldiers? The people present instantly scattered, some cursing Justin Hammer and his whole family while fleeing. Some of the flying Iron Soldiers chased after Tony, while the ground and sea battle suits rampaged through the crowd, knocking many spectators down and injuring them, leading to a cacophony of screams. The Iron Soldiers on the ground began attacking the audience, causing significant casualties. Pepper, representing Stark Industries, also arrived on the scene and was being closely guarded by Ivan Vanko. with several Iron Soldiers relentlessly chasing Pepper and firing at her. Fortunately, Natasha was nearby, helping Pepper evade the attacks. Ivan Vanko knew that Pepper was Tony's most beloved person, and he wanted Tony to die in pain. SHIELD, as a global organization, had already noticed the anomalies at this Iron Soldier exhibition and secretly arranged for Natasha to be Pepper's bodyguard to protect her. Of course, they also did not give up on trying to win Tony over, hoping to take this opportunity to boost Tony's favor. In the sky, Tony relied on the superior performance of his Iron Man suit, his proficient skills, and Jarvis's assistance to counterattack the Iron Soldiers following him one by one. "Sir, there are enemies at 6 o'clock targeting you," Jarvis warned. "I know. Try to draw their fire away from the exhibition." Tony then controlled the suit to make a sudden stop, sliding behind the Iron Soldiers, and then opened his palm, activating the palm cannon to eliminate the last few flying Iron Soldiers. "Jarvis, did you see that? I'm so awesome. Sir, I have detected Miss Pepper on the ground." Jarvis reminded. "Pepper?" Tony exclaimed, quickly flying down while taking out a few Iron Soldiers on the ground. Bang! At that moment, a mysterious Iron Man suit intercepted Tony in midair, pushing him into a nearby park. "What the hell? Tony Stark, we meet again." The mask of the mysterious suit opened, revealing Tony's enemy, Ivan Vanko. "Oh shit. To be honest, I really don't want to see your old face again," Tony retorted. "That's truly unfortunate. This will be the last face you see." After Ivan Vanko finished speaking, he spread his hands, and 2 lightning whips appeared in the suit's hands, then fiercely lashed out at Tony. Tony was instantly struck away, crashing heavily onto the ground. Tony cried out in pain. "Sir, we need to move quickly. Miss Pepper is being pursued." I know, but I can't leave right now." Just as Tony was feeling desperate, he suddenly remembered a certain bastard who called his Iron Man suit a toy. "Jarvis, help me contact Lee immediately. I need his help." Chapter 45, Timely Rescue. Meanwhile, Lee had just returned to the mansion prepared by Hawkeye from Xavier's Academy. He took a bottle of 1982 La Fight from the fridge and began to savor it, planning to call over a few beautiful women to relax. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Strange. Who will be contacting me? Die Asket in Confusion. He hadn't used this phone since he bought it because he really didn't have anyone to contact. Moreover, there weren't many people who knew his number. At most, he had only given it to 2 people, Target Eye and Naughty. He pressed the answer button. "Who is it?" "Lee, I need your help." A familiar voice came from the other end of the line. "Who are you? Do I know you?" "Lee is Said Jaswali. I am Tony Stark. Pepper is in danger now. I need your help." Tony replied excitedly, clearly extremely anxious. "Location?" Lee instantly became serious. This person still owed him a payment. If something unexpected happened, who could he ask for his payment? "The exhibition of Hamo Industrial on XX Street. I'm on my way," Lee replied, and immediately hung up the phone, quickly flying towards where Tony was. In just a few seconds, he arrived at the location. The scene was chaotic, with many Iron Soldiers shooting wildly. He casually scanned the area, and soon spotted Natasha and Pepper being chased not far away. He chuckled, realizing that another opportunity to gain reputation had come. "Liachaklet." He silently recited a phrase, and in an instant, he was clad in a black superhero suit, then quickly rushed towards the Iron Soldiers below. "Be careful." Natasha pulled Pepper down to the ground, narrowly avoiding another round of gunfire from the Iron Soldiers. Talp, talp, talp. The 2 on the ground could no longer evade and could only watch as the Iron Soldiers slowly approached. Natasha drew her pistol and aimed at the Iron Soldiers, knowing full well that this small handgun would have no effect on these mechanical monsters. But she couldn't just do nothing. The Iron Soldiers slowly raised their weapons to aim at the 2, just as they were about to attack. Bang! A figure flashed by quickly, and then all the Iron Soldiers in front of them turned into wreckage. "Natalie, what just happened?" Pepper asked in confusion. Natalie is Natasha's alias. I'm not sure." Natasha frowned. "Oh, long time no see, gorgeous." Just as the 2 were puzzled, a somewhat frivolous voice came over. They looked up and saw Lee draped in a black cloak, appearing as if he had descended from the heavens, holding the severed head of an Iron Soldier. "It's you, Superman," Pepper exclaimed with joy. She had seen Superman in Morocco, so she recognized him immediately. "Are you both okay?" Lee slowly descended and asked. "We're fine." Natasha shook her head. "Superman, there are still quite a few of these mechanical soldiers in other places. Could you?" Natasha asked tentatively. She really wasn't sure about Superman's thoughts. Based on her past observations of his character, whether he would take action was an unknown. "No problem, you all wait here." Lee laughed and said that his purpose for coming this time was to gain reputation. He then flew up into the sky again, heading towards the positions of other steel soldiers. Soon the sounds of bang, bang, bang echoed continuously, and the steel soldiers at the scene were quickly destroyed by Li Yi. What happened? Why are all these monsters lying on the ground? Is it a malfunction? Everyone looked on in confusion at all of this. Everyone, it's safe. As long as I'm here, they won't be able to hurt you. Li Yi descended slowly from the sky like a savior. It's Superman. My goodness. Superman has come to save us. I used to not believe in God, but starting today, Superman is my God. Superman. 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 The people on the scene all cheered for Superman. Are you all okay? Li Yi walked up to an old man and kindly asked, Are you okay? The old man tightly grasped Li Yi's hand and said excitedly, I'm fine, Superman. Thank you for saving us. Thank you. Protecting this city is my duty. Your safety is the greatest gratitude I could receive. Li Yi smiled, his white teeth shining under the lights. Superman, Superman, Superman. They all shouted together again. Li Yexin was happily enjoying the cheers. Superman, can you help me? Just then, a discordant voice suddenly came through. Li Yi looked over, and the owner of the voice was none other than Little Pepper. She raised her hand, looking hesitant to speak. Hello, ma'am. Please go ahead. I'll do whatever I can. Li Yi smiled and said, Can you go help Tony a bit? Of course. Li Yi appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was already sweating profusely. It seemed like he had been too focused on showing off and putting on a facade, completely forgetting about Tony. He hoped that Tony hadn't been killed. Otherwise, he would have to take over the entire Stark Industries as compensation. Li flew into the sky and soon noticed distant explosions coming from the park, quickly flying over. Bang! Ivan Vanko bound Tony's feet with an electric whip and violently threw him away. Tony Stark, today I will make you pay for what your family has done to my son and me. Ivan Vanko sneered. You brought this on yourselves. Tony replied breathlessly. Although his armor was his latest creation, Ivan Vanko had sacrificed agility for greater power, making the armor thick and heavy. In a direct confrontation, Tony was no match for him, but he couldn't escape. If he did, Ivan Vanko would surely massacre the audience at the scene. Brought this on myself? Yes. It's only fitting that you die by my hand today. Ivan Vanko gritted his teeth. Then he swung the whip and charged again. Hey, big guy. Want to play with me? At that moment, a voice suddenly came through. It's you. Chapter 46. One-handed control of the iron armor. Hey, big guy. Want to play with me? Li stopped in midair and provocatively said to Ivan Vanko, It's you, the guy who calls himself Superman. Upon seeing Li Yi, Ivan Vanko instantly remembered that this was the person who had stopped him from killing Tony Stark in Morocco. Ivan Vanko regarded this person as his enemy, second only to Tony Stark, believing that if it weren't for this bastard, he would have succeeded last time. Li Yi, you finally showed up. Tony, who was nearby, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Li Yi, knowing that he was completely safe now. Don't worry, Tony. I won't let you die. Li Yi replied. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Tony couldn't help but feel a flicker of gratitude in his heart. Although this guy called his Iron Man suit a toy, he seemed to be a decent person. Tony, you still owe me a debt. If you die, who will pay it off for you? At that time, I'm afraid I can only reluctantly take Stark Industries as compensation. You bastard. Before Tony could dwell on this thought for long, Li Yi's words came again, infuriating him to the point of cursing. Are you done talking? On the side, Ivan Vanko saw that the two were ignoring him, and his expression instantly darkened. After all, he was the boss of this instance. Could they at least show him some respect? You didn't take the chance to escape. I don't know whether to praise your bravery or to call you an idiot. Li laughed and said, Run away? Don't need to run away. Do you see this set of steel battle armor on me? This is the pinnacle of human technology, the crystallization of human industrial civilization, completely surpassing that pile of junk that Tony Stark has. Ivan Vanko boasted. Clearly, he was so focused on planning his revenge against Tony that he had completely neglected to gather information about Li Yi. What? You dare to call my armor junk? Tony was instantly displeased when he heard Ivan Vanko describe his armor as garbage. Li said his armor is a toy, and he can tolerate it since his strength is evident. But what is Ivan Vanko? Just a counterfeit, and he dares to say his original is garbage. Isn't that right? Ivan Vanko looked disdainfully at the nearly scrapped armor on Tony. You counterfeit, incomplete piece of junk. If you have the ability, wait until I upgrade my armor and then come for a fight. Tony retorted. A nice thought, but unfortunately you're about to die, and there won't be a next chance. Ivan Vanko sneered. I say, is it really necessary for you to argue over a toy? Li scratched his ear and said casually. Li, I told you my armor is not. Tony immediately retorted. When your armor can defeat me, then it won't be a toy anymore. Lee interrupted Tony's words with a single sentence, shutting him up. Defeating this monster? How could it be possible with the current technology and materials used to create the armor? A toy? Heh. Come and see the power of what you call a toy. Ivan Vanko sneered. He then aimed the weapon on the shoulder of the armor at Li Yi. Da-da-da. Countless bullets were fired at Li Yi. Li Yi did not resist, straightened his body, and let the bullets hit him. Ding, ding, ding. The bullets seemed to hit steel, producing only a few sparks and having no effect at all. How is that possible? Ivan Vanko exclaimed in shock. Blocking bullets with just flesh, you still have some strength, but die. After saying that, the two electric whips in his hands swung toward Li Yi. Li Yi directly grabbed it with one hand, allowing the powerful high-voltage electricity to ravage his body. Such a high level of voltage. You're actually fine? Ivan Vank finally realized what a terrifying monster he was facing, quickly releasing the electric whip, and the thrusters at his feet instantly activated, wanting to escape. Want to run away? Come back to me. 10,000 images of heaven's pull. Li reached out his hand in the direction Ivan Vanko was fleeing, and a terrifying gravitational force instantly pulled him back. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. Ivan Vanko realized he couldn't escape and charged towards Li Yi with his iron fist raised. Li Yi casually threw a punch, hitting Ivan Vanko squarely in the chest. Bang! Ivan Vanko was sent flying like a cannonball before he even got close, crashing heavily onto the ground of the park and creating a 2-meter-wide pit. His armor shattered instantly, turning into a pile of scrap metal, and Ivan Vanko himself was constantly spitting blood, clearly on the brink of death. Seeing this, Tony's mouth dropped in shock. Jarvis, your calculations are truly accurate. Thank you for your compliments, sir. I have always said there was no problem with the calculations. Jarvis replied. Ha ha ha. You lost, Tony Stark. It's you who lost. Ivan Vanko laughed while spitting blood at Tony. What do you mean? Tony flew over immediately, grabbing Ivan Vanko's shoulder and questioning him. Ha ha. Say goodbye to the one you love the most. Ivan Vanko laughed as he pressed a button on his armor. After a moment, nothing happened. What is going on? Ivan Vanko said in disbelief. Are you asking about the bombs on those Iron Soldiers? It seems I damaged them too severely. Even the bombs have turned into tiny parts. Lee scratched his head and recalled. How could this happen? Wow. Ivan Vanko suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, completely losing the breath of life. Chapter 47. The End. Li, you are truly a monster. Seeing Li effortlessly deal with a whip that had tortured him to the brink of death, Tony couldn't help but comment. Tony, it's not that I'm too strong. It's that you Earthlings are too weak. Li laughed and said, Tony, this time you owe me a big favor again. How are you going to repay me? Ha ha ha. Li, we are friends. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other? Hearing Li's words, Tony chuckled, trying to brush it off. Last time Li helped him, it came at a heavy price. He not only gave Li shares of Stark Industries worth tens of billions of dollars, but also had to help him create an artificial intelligence, giving Li usage rights to all his inventions except for the Iron Man suit. Forget it. I'll consider it a free help this time. By the way, how's the progress on the artificial intelligence you promised to help me make? Li said casually. After all, solving this matter was a piece of cake for him, but the last payment had not been settled yet. The shares Tony promised to give Li were transferred to him the next day, but he hadn't seen a shadow of the artificial intelligence. You aren't still not started, are you? Li's tone became unfriendly. Although it was just a small toy to him, it was a legitimate reward earned through his own labor. If Tony couldn't produce it, he would have to turn hostile. How is that possible? I'm Tony Stark. You can come to Stark Tower to pick it up in a couple of days. Tony said, feeling guilty. He had indeed forgotten. He had been so busy upgrading his Iron Man suit these past few days that he completely overlooked the artificial intelligence matter. He initially wanted to tell the truth, but seeing Li's unfriendly gaze, Tony had to deny it, though it wasn't a big deal. For someone who had developed Jarvis, creating another one was just second nature. Great, then I'll come to pick it up on time in 2 days. Li nodded in satisfaction. After chatting for a few more minutes, Tony hurried off to find Pepper and flew away. Backstage at the exhibition. Fuck. Justin Hammer stormed in, roaring. What the hell is going on? Why have those Iron Soldiers lost control? As soon as he entered, Hammer loudly questioned the scientists in white lab coats. This exhibition was an important platform for Justin Hammer to showcase Hammer Industries' capabilities to the American military, proving that it was on par with Stark Industries, and most importantly, to secure military contracts. If Hammer Industries could land this deal with the American military, it would become the true leader in the defense industry, completely overshadowing Stark Industries. But he never expected Tony Stark to suddenly appear at the exhibition in an Iron Man suit And even more so, he never anticipated that the Iron Soldiers he was so proud of would suddenly go rogue and attack the audience. "Boss, our mainframe has been tampered with." A subordinate replied. "Tampered with? What do you mean? What has been changed?" Hammer frowned. "He hacked into our mainframe and took control of all the Iron Soldiers." "Who?" "It must be that Goose Country bastard. It has to be him. Immediately track him down." Hammer roared in anger. "Sir, we've located the position he used to hack in, but he's already gone." The subordinate stammered. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call the police." "Sir, the phone line has been cut." Hammer instantly realized he had been played by Ivan Vanko. At this exhibition, Ivan Vanko had completely made a fool of him. It's over. Everything is over. He could even foresee how tomorrow's news would report on Hammer Industries. A trash manufacturing plant? A waste modification workshop? Or a murderer? Next would be various investigations and evidence collection from the relevant departments. Hammer Industries was finished. Just then, a sudden scream came from outside, followed by Coulson rushing in with a group of people. "Hey, who are you? This is private property. Get out." Hammer immediately began to curse upon seeing them. "Snappa." He was quickly subdued by a man in black, pressed down onto the table. "Who the hell are you? I'm going to sue you all." Hammer struggled and shouted. "CIA, Central Intelligence Agency of the United States. We have received information that you are involved with the wanted criminal Ivan Vanko. Justin Hammer, you are under arrest." Coulson skillfully pulled out a prepared badge. 4SHIELD. Agents carrying a few official documents from American enforcement agencies has become routine. Fuck. Why so fast? Then he spotted Pepper coming in behind them and instantly understood everything. "It's you. Very good, very good. Now you finally look a bit like a CEO. But this matter is not over yet. I will be out again soon, and then we will see." Chapter 48. Artificial Intelligence Ding. The host has saved 545 people in the recent incident. Side Quest 1. Save 10,000 people. Follow-up tasks to be updated. Current task must be completed. Current completion 400-210,000. Side Quest 2. Gain 1,000,000 reputation. Follow-up tasks to be updated. Current task must be completed. Current reputation 2500-100,000. Follow-up tasks to be updated. Current task must be completed. This saving people side quest is quite easy to complete, but this reputation requirement is really tough. Could it be that I need to save the world to gather 1,000,000 reputation? Lia Complain. Ding. Host. This system's calculation method will not make mistakes. The more difficult the side quest, the greater the chance of obtaining top-tier task rewards. The system replied, "Forget it, anyway. The power of the talismans is sufficient for now. When facing those universe-level deities, ordinary task rewards are useless. It's better to get a top-tier reward instead." He has always taken a more laid-back approach to side quests. Otherwise, if he were like Spider-Man, out saving people every day, the rescue side quest would have been completed long ago, and the reputation side quest would probably be hopeless. He is quite well known globally, but the system's reputation value is still so low, clearly indicating that reputation points are not calculated that way. Li shook his head, putting that side issue out of his mind, and then flew back to his luxurious residence. The remaining mess could be left for Tony to deal with. After all, this was a situation created by Tony's father, so it was naturally up to him, as the son, to bear the responsibility. Meanwhile, above a small town in America, a meteor streaked across the sky, crashing down towards the ground. Boom! It instantly created a several-meter-deep pit. Ziz, ziz, ziz. At the center of the pit was a small silver hammer, adorned with ancient patterns, continuously emitting sparks of lightning. Lee returned to his mansion and felt a bit bored, so he lay down. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lee was lying in the mansion doing nothing, and the gang didn't need him to worry about anything. If he had given such a powerful force to the target, and they couldn't complete such a simple task, Lee decided to get rid of him. Suddenly, the phone rang. "Hello, Lee, the artificial intelligence assistant you wanted is ready. You can come pick it up now." Tony's voice on the other end sounded extremely excited. How could he not be excited? Ever since he witnessed Lie's terrifying power 2 days ago, he had been afraid that Lie would find out he hadn't even started making the artificial intelligence and would angrily demolish his house. Hearing Tony's words, Lee instantly became interested. "I'll be there right away." After saying that, he hung up the phone, not giving Tony a chance to respond. He then soared into the sky and activated the system's built-in dimensional exploration function, locating Tony's position, which was in the basement of his villa, the same one that was blown up in Iron Man 3. In just a few seconds, Lee arrived at his destination and found Tony. What did you just appear here when you were on the phone a moment ago? Tony looked at Li Yi in shock. It was clear he had just hung up the phone 10 seconds ago, and now this guy was standing at his door. What Tony didn't know was that Li Yi had spent a few seconds locating him. Don't worry about that. Hurry up and take me to see it, Li Yi said impatiently, you guy. Tony gritted his teeth in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. He silently vowed to develop the anti-Superman armor and then give this guy a good beating. Betty, come out and greet your new boss. Tony suddenly shouted at the wall. Okay, sir. A gentle female voice appeared out of nowhere. Hello, boss. I am the artificial intelligence assistant developed by Mr. Stark. You can call me Betty. Hello, Betty. Lee smiled in response, clearly satisfied with the voice. Betty, what specific functions do you have? Boss, my existence is to assist you. I can help you analyze data and provide the best solutions. At the same time, I can continuously improve my intelligence through self-learning to offer you more assistance. Betty replied. Lee was somewhat surprised. The capabilities of this artificial intelligence far exceeded his imagination. This AI is truly amazing, and I believe it can help me a lot. Tony, you are indeed a genius inventor. Lee pires without hesitation. He knew that his intelligence had never been his strong suit. With the artificial intelligence Betty, he could complete tasks more efficiently and delve deeper into unknown fields. Haha, of course, I'm a genius. Are you just realizing that now? That's really too late. Tony laughed proudly. By the way, how can I keep Betty by my side? Lia asket in confusion. I thought about this long ago. Look at this. Tony suddenly pulled out a very high-tech watch. What is this? This is Betty's subsystem. As long as you wear it, Betty can stay in contact with you at any time. Moreover, this watch is my pride and joy. It's not only shockproof and crushproof, but also fireproof and waterproof, and its appearance is very attractive. Tony continued to explain enthusiastically. Lee didn't have the patience to listen to his boasting and directly snatched the item and put it on his hand. It looked pretty good. Then he soared into the sky, leaving Tony dumbfounded. Chapter 49, The Tycoons in Action S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. What did you say? Nick Fury, you actually said you can't complete the mission? On a huge screen, a 3D image of a group of elderly men was holding the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury, accountable. Among these elderly men were the leaders of major conglomerates, important officials from the government, and military representatives from the United States. These people united to pressure Nick Fury to send someone to contact Superman and convey their intentions. But Nick Fury was well aware of Superman's terrifying power and firmly refused. Don't you know what that so-called Superman is capable of? It means change. It means the future. I'm fully aware of that. Nick Fury interrupted them forcefully. You don't understand, or you simply don't want to understand how powerful this Superman really is. Angering him means what? Do you think it's possible to make him willingly cooperate with you as a lab rat for research? Nick Fury, watch your attitude. You can remove me from my position, but S.H.I.E.L.D. will definitely refuse this damn mission. You. The group of people had nothing to say in response to Nick Fury's retort. They couldn't really remove him from his position. Nick Fury's ascent to the role of S.H.I.E.L.D. director was not only due to the compromise of various factions, but also because of his outstanding abilities. Having managed the director's position for several years, they truly had no way to deal with him at that moment. The meeting ended on an unhappy note. However, they did not give up on acquiring Superman's ability to heal all diseases. After all, the youngest among them was over 50, and they couldn't guarantee they wouldn't encounter a serious illness one day. Obtaining the secret of Superman's ability could allow them to live free of ailments and die peacefully. This was secondary. The main concern was the enormous benefits behind it. If they truly researched this ability thoroughly, would they really make the results public as they claimed? Obviously not. They would only tightly control it for their own profit. What? You want to cure your terminal illness? Don't even think about it without $5 billion. Heard your wife has a terminal illness? If you provide me with intel on the bear, I can help you treat your wife's terminal illness. Running out of time? As long as you bring your research results and ally with us, we can help you cure your illness. This was the true face of humanity, ugly and terrifying. The next day, people suddenly found that all the newspapers coincidentally reported on one thing. Superman possesses the miraculous ability to heal all currently known diseases. If we can uncover the secrets of this ability, humanity will enter a new era without disease and pain. Everyone who saw this news was excited. Countless people die from diseases every year, and if there were a method to cure all diseases, it would be a blessing for humanity. Unbeknownst to them, a voice suddenly emerged in society. I hope Superman can actively cooperate with the government's research to benefit humanity. This sentiment grew stronger. In newspapers, on TV news, and on street banners, there were slogans like this, and those who once called themselves Superman fans also joined in shouting, Isaaki Elave. Headquarters. Nonsense. Nick Fury looked at the screen, showing people waving flags, calling for Superman to cooperate with government research, and cursed. These old men don't really think this method will work on Superman, do they? They want to use public opinion to pressure Superman? They will soon regret it. Director, shouldn't we do something? Coulson asked, puzzled. It's too late. These old fools have completely lost their minds, only seeing the immediate benefits while ignoring the bottomless abyss. Nick Fury shook his head. Meanwhile, in a mansion, Liu was drinking fine wine, keenly watching this farce unfold. Although he didn't know who was targeting him, he found it very interesting. Boss, I'll send someone right away to find out who is behind this, said Hawkeye, who witnessed everything, immediately filled with righteous indignation. Just don't know how much of this is genuine and how much is hypocritical. No need. Don't you think this farce is quite amusing? Li shook his head. Yes, boss. After saying that, he stopped talking as he had already shown his loyalty. How is the situation with Jean Bing's forces? Boss, please rest assured. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. No one can stand against me, and we will definitely achieve our goals within the planned time frame. Very good. Then I should go down and have some fun. Li stood up and stretched. Boss, you have new messages. Do you need to take the call? Betty in his hand suddenly spoke up. Ever since he got Betty, that phone, which had only been used twice, was completely retired. Put it through. Dia Said, Jaswali. Soon, an image appeared from the watch. It was Tony. Tony, what is the matter? Tony on the other side seemed a bit nervous. Dia, how do you plan to solve this matter? How else can I solve it? Of course, by killing. I'm planning to slaughter a few American military bases for fun. Actually, I know about this matter. Oh, Nick Fury came to see me, asked me to persuade you, but I didn't agree. Tony, you are very smart. Lee praised. This time Nick Fury contacted me again. He handed me the list of people targeting you and asked me to pass it on to you. I hope I can persuade you to show mercy. Send it over for me to take a look. Lee laughed, but Tony could clearly feel the terrifying killing intent. Tony quickly sent over a list of more than a dozen names, all important figures in America. Good. This time I want to try a different approach besides just blowing people's heads off. Chapter 50, The Ugly Side of Humanity. A group of people on the street was holding up banners, shouting that Superman should actively cooperate with the government's research. A large group of reporters followed closely beside them, broadcasting the parade live. Can I ask why you took to the streets? A reporter interviewed a blond young man holding a banner high. Because I fear that disease will take my life. My grandmother died of cancer. And now Superman has the ability to cure all diseases. You should announce it for the benefit of all humanity, the young man passionately said. I don't know if the magical charms in anime can cure cancer, but in my world, they definitely can. And why did you join the protest? The reporter asked a middle-aged man in his 50s. My daughter, Alice, she is only 5 years old and has an incurable disease. She can't even get out of bed and walk. Oh God, she's only 5 years old. What did she do wrong? I hope she can live a normal life. Superman, are you watching this on TV? I beg you, save my daughter. I implore you as a father. The middle-aged man said before breaking down in tears. Superman is too selfish. This ability should belong to all humanity. God granted him this power to benefit everyone, yet he keeps it to himself. Superman, I know you are watching. Hurry up and cooperate with the research. This ability is not just yours. It belongs to everyone. A 30-something overweight man snatched the microphone from the reporter and shouted, Why did you join the protest? The reporter asked a fashionable, hot young woman nearby. No particular reason. I just didn't want to go to class, so I came along. It's pretty lively. The girl casually replied. Why did you join the protest? The reporter asked a young man in his 20s with a pompadour and jacket. I'm just jealous of Superman. Why is it that among so many people, he is the only one with such immense power? Why not me? Why not someone else? Why him? The young man said with envy. The reporter interviewed several different groups with all sorts of reasons given. This protest was not just about those demanding Superman's cooperation with the government. Many miscellaneous groups joined in, including those who simply disliked Superman. At that moment, the reporter saw a young woman holding a small girl by the roadside who had not joined the protest, and immediately became interested, rushing over to interview her. Hello, ma'am. Can I interview you? Why has everyone joined the protest, but you? The reporter asked. Because Superman is my savior. He saved me a few days ago. I won't participate in actions against him, the young woman said. She quickly moved away from the reporter, not wanting him to affect her daughter. Mommy, Superman saved Mommy. He's a good person. Why is everyone scolding Superman now? The little girl tugged at her mother's hand, confused. Because those people are jerks. Mary, don't learn from them when you grow up, the young woman said, doting on her daughter. Got Mommy? The little girl replied in a sweet voice. In a luxurious residence somewhere, a group of people drank fine wine, smugly watching the news on TV. Ha ha, no matter how powerful Superman is, he will have to surrender this time. Ha ha ha. How can one person's power compete with that of the state? By the way, these people are really easy to deceive. Just guide public opinion a bit, and they all follow along without much effort. But what if this tactic doesn't work on Superman? Someone suddenly raised a new opinion. Even if Superman doesn't care about those citizens, it doesn't harm him. He doesn't need to run for president. Can those citizens do anything to him? If this tactic doesn't work, then just find a reason to send the military after him, said a middle-aged man in military uniform with 5 stars on his chest, clearly a representative of the American military. But you know Superman's strength, a regular army. Probably can't take him down. Someone else expressed a different view. Then send special forces with heavy weapons to deal with him. If that doesn't work, launch missiles. If still not enough, drop a nuclear bomb. Can he withstand a nuclear bomb? Using a nuclear bomb against one person? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Think about the benefits of obtaining that miraculous ability. It's worth it. These people are the top figures of various powers. Their combined influence is immense, capable of forcing the American president to resign in 3 days. Throwing a few nuclear bombs is nothing. As for the public, they don't care at all. On the street, the protest continued and more people joined in, most for their own interests, with only a small number of rational individuals choosing not to follow the crowd. Look up there. At that moment, a sharp-eyed person suddenly spotted a figure slowly approaching in the sky and shouted, It's Superman. Superman has finally come. This coward can no longer hide. Everyone, let's go. Upon seeing Superman, the protesters were instantly filled with energy, thinking that their protest had worked. Dressed in a black battle suit, Lee slowly descended from the sky. The reason he was set up this time was still due to his too laid-back attitude. Either he should have used a thunderous approach to uproot those targeting him, or he should have built a massive force to compete for power. Lee had not done either to the extreme. Teaching Ross a lesson only left him paralyzed, and the force he built was not that significant. I heard you were looking for me. Do you need my help? Lee smiled faintly and said, Superman, you have the ability to heal all diseases. Why don't you make it public? As soon as Lee finished speaking, someone immediately questioned him loudly. Yes, Superman, you are too selfish. This ability belongs to all of humanity. Superman, I hope you can cooperate well with the government's research. Hee. Lee sneered and then said, Why should I? Just because you're also human and you have received help from the country and the collective, now it is your turn to give back to society. Why should I? I want to ask why this ability belongs to you. Why are you the Superman? Superman, I checked your information. Before you turned 13, you lived in an orphanage, which means America raised you. Now that America needs you to contribute, how dare you not contribute? Shut up. Hearing these disgusting moral coercion words instantly reminded Li Yi of the moralist from his past life, and he cursed loudly. With a wave of his hand, an invisible repulsive force sent a group of people who were pointing and cursing at him flying. Superman, he's killing people. Seeing Li Yi make a move, the marching crowd immediately scattered in all directions. Chapter 51. Attack on the military base. The crowd participating in the march quickly dispersed. Is this guy Li Yi an idiot? I gave him the list. With his abilities, he could have acted secretly. Why did he have to confront the marchers so aggressively? Nick Fury, who saw Li Yi's actions within SHIELD, couldn't help but curse. The reason he gave Li Yi the list was that he didn't want things to escalate too much, making Li Yi an enemy of all of America. Sacrificing those old folks was completely worth it. Of course, no one would know it was Nick Fury who leaked the list. Even if someone did, they would need evidence. Without evidence, the director would take you down in no time. The reason for not wanting to force Li Yi into a confrontation with all of America, besides Li Yi's terrifying power, was that Nick Fury had other thoughts. With more and more superheroes appearing, Nick Fury slowly began to have an idea: to unite all superheroes to protect the Earth. He knew that there were aliens in this world because he had encountered a type of green-skinned alien, and as I was not lost due to an accident. But in his battle against those terrifying aliens, it was a mark of his merit. Big Orange, Li Yi possesses immense power and is the most suitable candidate in Nick Fury's mind, perhaps comparable to Carol, Captain Marvel. If Superman and the Hulk team up, even if the aliens from the 90s invade again, there would be no need for Carol to intervene. Earth's people could eliminate them all with their own strength. In Nick Fury's heart, he has developed a sense of vigilance towards the modified Captain Marvel, a clear case of severe persecution paranoia. Our speculation about his character is correct. What should we do now? Coulson asked beside him. Immediately mobilize all resources to block news of Superman attacking the public. Then create distractions to shift attention. And make sure to suppress its heat to the lowest possible level. Nick Fury replied. Subsequently, the public opinion machinery controlled by SHIELD operated at full capacity to clear Li Ye's name. The effect was very significant, as the murder videos of Azor circulated widely online, and they could also be cleaned up. After Li Ye scared away the marching crowd, he immediately used the system's dimensional detection feature to start searching for the people on the list. He planned to find a big fish first, to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. In an instant, he located one, namely the middle-aged general mentioned earlier, who unfortunately was chosen by Li Ye. Bang! Li Ye instantly soared into the sky, leaving a large pit on the ground. This general was responsible for several military bases, and Li planned to destroy them all to showcase his power, making these clowns think twice before daring to have any ideas about him. The news of Superman's appearance was quickly picked up by all the forces monitoring the situation. After all, there were satellites and cameras everywhere, and Li had appeared at the front of the crowd, making it hard to go unnoticed. Report: Superman is heading towards military base number 13. His goal is likely to destroy base number 13. Seeing Superman take action against the parade goers, they were initially smug. But when they saw Superman flying at high speed towards the military base, they instantly panicked. They hadn't even sent troops to deal with Superman. So how could he arrive to attack them first? This was not how the script was supposed to go. Little did they know it was Li Ye who had deliberately allowed them to discover him. Otherwise, he could have gone invisible, and their so-called high-tech equipment wouldn't have detected him at all. What does this bastard want? The middle-aged general inside the base watched Superman approaching and exclaimed in panic. All troops, be on alert. An enemy is about to attack the base. The middle-aged general quickly commanded the soldiers in the base to prepare for battle. What's happening? They say there's an enemy attack. How is that possible? This is American territory. Even a terrorist attack, like 9/11, should target buildings or something. Who would be foolish enough to attack a military base? The soldiers looked confused, completely unaware of who their enemy was, but they didn't dare disobey orders and arm themselves. Li quickly arrived at the number 13 military base. Bang! He then landed on the ground, creating a large crater. The huge noise instantly attracted the attention of most soldiers, who instinctively surrounded Li Ye, the suspicious figure. Flying, wearing a black combat suit, with a big on his chest, he is Superman. Soldiers on the scene immediately recognized Li Ye's identity. What is going on? Why is Superman here? Could it be the enemy the general spoke of is Superman? The soldiers stood frozen in place. What are you all standing around for? Attack immediately, commanded the middle-aged general, who was watching the scene through a monitor angrily. But, General, this is Superman. The squad leader hesitated. The enemy is Superman. Superman has betrayed America and allied with other countries. Attack immediately, or you will all be treated as traitors. The middle-aged general shouted angrily. Li crossed his arms and watched them with great interest. Superhero, please leave immediately, or we will launch an attack. The squad leader did not heed the general's orders. After all, if a fight broke out, it would not be the general who died, but them. I'm here just to find one person, General Jack. You better get out of my way. Jack Universe. Li said coldly. Everyone get ready. The squad leader ignored Li Ye's words and instead ordered the soldiers to aim their weapons at him. Click, click, click. Although the soldiers were scared inside, they still firmly carried out the order. Superman, if you don't leave now, we will launch an attack immediately. Want to try? Li laughed and said attack. The squad leader shouted with all his strength. Da. Countless bullets instantly shot towards Li. Li slowly stretched out his hand, and all the bullets seemed to freeze in midair, just like in the Matrix. Click, click, click. Soon all the bullets were fired. But no one reloaded. All were shocked by the scene before them. A devil. He is a devil. I want to go home. I don't want to be a soldier anymore. Damn it. Is the general crazy? Let's deal with such a monster. Hurry, escape. Faced with such an invincible existence, the soldiers' morale instantly collapsed. The squad leader let out a sigh of relief upon seeing the collapse of morale, as this meant he wouldn't have to confront the superhuman. Superhuman, you win. The squad leader's words represented his surrender to the superhuman. Do you think this is the end? Li let out a cold laugh. Superman, what else do you want? The squad leader asked in confusion. You initiated the attack on me. Do you think there won't be a price to pay? What do you want to do? Nothing. Just want to return your bullets to you. After saying that, he waved his hand, and countless bullets instantly flew back. Stop! The squad leader shouted urgently upon seeing Li Ye's actions, but Li Yi paid no attention. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ah! In an instant, screams echoed, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Chapter 52, Missile Strike. Why? They've already laid down their weapons. Why kill them? The squad leader questioned angrily. They also have families, children, parents. Why kill them? You are not a superhero. You are a devil. Haha. Li laughed wildly while holding his stomach. You think I have to let you go if you give up resistance? Who made up this stupid rule? According to the Geneva Convention on Prisoners of War. Li quickly moved in front of the squad leader, interrupting his words. What do your rules have to do with me? Why must I follow them? You can only attack me, but I can't fight back? Their deaths are not only related to me. You can't escape either. The moment you ordered them to attack, you must take responsibility for their deaths. No, it's not like that. The squad leader was bombarded by Li Ye's words, feeling overwhelmed and at a loss for how to respond. If Li Yi didn't kill him, he would likely live his life in the shadow of guilt and remorse, knowing that it was his orders that led to the deaths of so many brothers and comrades. What a pity. What a pity. Li Yi didn't even consider letting him live the rest of his life in guilt. One hand slowly gripped the squad leader's neck, lifting him up. In this world, you have to pay for what you do. If you make a mistake, you have to face the consequences. Superman, please. Crack. Ignoring his pleas, he twisted his neck and then discarded him like trash. As the American soldiers opened fire, their lives were in the hands of Li Yi. If he were in a good mood, he might have spared them. Unfortunately, Li Yi felt a bit nauseated by this incident. So they were very unlucky to become his outlets for venting. They were just the appetizers. Jack, I will soon find you for the main course. Li Yi smiled as he looked at the surveillance camera above him, knowing that his target was right behind it. General Jack, who was behind the camera, looked at Li Ye's devilish smile, cold sweat continuously flowing down his back. Superman, has he gone mad? He actually dares to take action against the American military. General Jack said in disbelief. Since Superman debuted, he had never really laid a hand on official personnel, except for one unfortunate General Ross who was left crippled, leading many to mistakenly believe that Superman was wary of the American government and would not easily or dare to act against official personnel. Therefore, Superman's decisive killing of those soldiers completely caught Jack off guard. Get someone to launch missile number XX immediately. General Jack ordered loudly. As a military base, there were naturally various heavy weapons, aircraft, tanks, and missiles of extraordinary capability. The reason they weren't used earlier was that Superman's speed was too fast. The soldiers had just armed themselves when Superman arrived and killed them. Furthermore, Jack was deep inside the underground bunker of the base, so he didn't have to worry about the missiles affecting him. But, General, there still are people in the base. A soldier beside him hesitated. Do you think Superman will spare them? The rest will also be killed by that monster, since they will die anyway. It's better to let him take that monster with him. But, General, don't worry. I will report to the higher-ups that they died heroically in battle. Their families will receive a substantial compensation, and I will personally give their families $200,000 in compensation. Jack promised, gripping the soldier's shoulder. I'm sorry, General. I still can't carry out such an order. Their families need them to return safely, not that money in a cold corpse. The soldier stood up and firmly rebutted Jack. Is that so? Then I have no choice. Jack turned away helplessly, and in the moment of turning, he suddenly drew his sidearm. Bang! A spray of blood blossomed from the soldier's heart. General, why? The soldier looked at his wound, confused. Dare to disobey my orders? You might as well die. Jack said coldly. Thud. The soldier fell to the ground with regret and anger. Now, does anyone still want to disobey my orders? Jack coldly surveyed the surroundings. Seeing the fate of the soldier before them, the other soldiers lowered their heads, not daring to meet the general's gaze. Good. Now immediately carry out my previous orders. Launch missiles at the base. And throw this person's body outside. Don't leave it here to rot. Yes. Over there, Li Yi watched everything through the system's built-in features, viewing it from a god's perspective. What a great show. That soldier had quite a sense of justice. What a pity. Li Yi shook his head. What does it have to do with me? Although the base was large, it was not difficult for Li Yi, who could pinpoint his location directly, to find General Jack. The main reason was, he was itching for fight, no? He wanted to test the power of the American missile. So he made no moves, and just watched as the base's missile aimed at his location. Launch! Whoosh! At General Jack's command, a high-yield tactical missile was quickly launched, targeting Li Yi. This was the latest model of missile from America. Although its power was much smaller than that of nuclear weapons, it should not be underestimated, as its lethal range reached a terrifying 100 meters, usually used to incapacitate other countries' military bases. Bang! Boom! The position where Li Yi was located suddenly experienced a violent explosion, the resulting high temperature incinerating everything nearby, and the shock wave affecting an area of over 10 kilometers, with even the nearby town feeling significant tremors. What happened over there? Could be a terrorist attack? How is that possible? That is a military base of our great America. Who would dare to attack our military base on our soil? The townspeople began to discuss among themselves. After the explosion, the entire military base was in shambles. Although the area burned was only 100 meters, the intense shockwave at close range killed all the soldiers on the ground. Ha 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 ha. General Jack saw everything through the monitor and laughed triumphantly. What a crap, Superman opposing me. Gordy. General, quickly look at the monitor. A soldier's urgent shout interrupted Jack's fantasies, and he hurriedly turned to the monitor. Where a black figure was waving at the camera, it was Superman. Superman didn't die. Jack stared at the monitor, his mouth agape enough to swallow a bowling ball. Chapter 53, 5 Horses Divided. The Superman on the monitor was not only unscathed, but also smiling, with not a single wrinkle on his clothes. How? Is this possible? Even an XX missile couldn't kill him. How could there be such a monster in this world? God, are you joking with me? Jack exclaimed in shock. Yes, we still have nuclear bombs. Hurry and contact higher-ups to request the use of nuclear bombs. I don't believe this monster can withstand a nuclear bomb. Jack hurriedly said. Although he was a general and had the right to propose, strategic weapons like nuclear bombs certainly couldn't be controlled by one person. Otherwise, the whole country would fall into chaos. General, it's too late. Superman has found the entrance. What? How is that possible? The entrance to this underground bunker was designed to be very secretive, specifically to avoid a nuclear bomb from the polar bear. How could that monster find it so quickly? Could it be? A traitor has appeared. Jack exclaimed. But he could never imagine that Li Yi possessed the bug of the god's perspective. This world is just like that. Cheating is like wearing a green hat. You just get used to it, Doge. Li easily found the entrance to the underground fortress, but was blocked by a heavy, round alloy door. Huh, monster. Even if you found the entrance, so what? This door is made of special alloy, designed to withstand the shock waves of a nuclear bomb. General Jack laughed proudly. He believed he was safe. There was no way Superman could break through this specially made door. He then looked down on Li Yi on the monitor, thinking he was just a lucky commoner who had gained superpowers, really thinking of himself as Superman. However, Li's next move completely stunned everyone in the base. Li brought his hands together at his waist, with a yellow light shining in his palms. Purgatory Unmatched Explosive Wave Cannon. That's right, this move is the legendary S-Class hero, the strongest man on the surface, known as King Engine, who has killed countless monsters and has been silently protecting the safety of the Earth. He is the only one in the One Punch Man world who has ever defeated the main character Saitama, belonging to the boss of all bosses. Someone Saitama dreams of defeating, but can never hope to beat. With Li's furious shout, a terrifying beam of destructive yellow light shot out from his palm. Wherever the beam passed, everything was incinerated, everything was destroyed, everything turned to ashes. Whoosh! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion occurred in an instant, accompanied by terrifying high temperatures, wildly devouring everything around. As the tremendous explosion happened, the entire base began to shake violently, the intensity of the tremors not less than that caused by the missile earlier. Being underground, the intensity of the tremors in the fortress was even more severe, comparable to a normal 7.0 earthquake. Boom! Damn it, what is that monster doing? Jack gripped the handrail on the wall tightly, barely managing to stabilize himself. Someone help me. I'm trapped. Oh, my leg. Help me. I don't want to die. The other soldiers weren't so lucky. Some were dead, some were injured, lying on the ground in pain and wailing. Bang! The special iron door was instantly reduced to rubble by the Purgatory Unmatched Explosive Wave Cannon. Jack, where are you? Daddy's coming to find you. Li's voice echoed in the vast underground fortress, sounding particularly lengthy. Damn it, that cursed monster. Jack heard Li say it was his father and instantly felt his face turn red with anger, cursing furiously. But soon he dared not make a sound. As Li's footsteps drew closer, he hoped that by remaining silent, Superman would not discover him. The entire underground fortress was in chaos, with various documents, equipment, and devices strewn across the ground. And nearby were some American soldiers lying on the floor, moaning in agony, resembling those who had just experienced a world war. Li ignored these small minions and followed the system's guidance, slowly walking towards the location where Jack was. "Little Jack, don't hide anymore. Daddy sees you." Li smiled and said. Jack still held onto a glimmer of hope, not making a sound. "Bang. Found you." Li pulled open the iron cabinet blocking General Jack. Superhero." Jack looked at Li Yi with an embarrassed expression. "Now let's have some fun." Li Yi smiled and said, "Man, what do you want to do? I am a general of America." "Oh, really?" Li Yi mocked. "I'm not like those big-headed soldiers. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll face the endless pursuit of America, and your family, friends, everyone related to you will suffer." At first, Jack was scared, but the more he spoke, the more confident he became, and in the end, he stood up straight and even dared to look Li Yi in the eye. "Ha. Li Yi couldn't help but laugh at the clown's behavior. "What are you laughing at? Are all the generals of your American military graduated from the same school? Why do their threats sound so similar? Oh, by the way, did you know? The last person who threatened me like this is now a vegetable, and his name is Ross." Jack was instantly scared into silence. Ross was his comrade, and he had visited him in the hospital. He would never forget that tragic sight, needing a nurse's help for even the most basic physiological needs. If he weren't a general, he would have been cremated long ago. He joined the group to deal with Superman, also harboring thoughts of avenging his friend. "Why are you always so stupid, so unable to see the situation clearly? I am now capable of being a one-man army against a nation. How dare you provoke me? Aren't you afraid I might go to the White House and eliminate all your American high-ranking officials? Do you really think those poor soldiers can protect your safety and withstand me? You, how dare you?" Jack exclaimed in shock. "I'll show you whether I dare or not. This place is too small. Let's go outside." Li Yi wrapped Jack with gravity and brought him to the ground. "Superman, if you want to kill me, just do it. Why humiliate me? I'm still a general." At this moment, Jack regained a bit of his courage as a general of the United States and said firmly, "Very soon, Li Yi replied." He then caught 5 rabbits and used a monkey talisman to turn them into horses. "What do you want to do?" At this moment, Jack was bound by gravity, unable to escape, and could only watch Li Yi's actions in horror. "I really like Eastern culture. It has some interesting punishments that I've always wanted to experiment with. Today, you're very lucky to be my first test subject. I'll tie the 5 horses to 5 different positions with ropes, and then tie the other ends of the ropes to your 5 limbs. Superman, please. You are a kind angel. Give me a quick death." Jack had begun to guess what Li Yi was planning and pleaded in terror. "The punishment I'm going to experiment with today is called 5 horses pulling apart. As the name implies, it involves using 5 horses to tear your body apart. Legend has it that a certain reformer from ancient Eastern times died by this punishment, and today you are lucky enough to meet the same fate. If you don't die after all the horses have run away, I will let you go." Li Yi laughed and said, "No, don't." Amid Jack's screams, Li Yi released the bindings of the 5 horses, which immediately bolted in fright. Cock. Don't worry. I'll send your colleagues over one by one too." Looking at Jack, who had been turned into pieces, Li Yi mourned silently. Chapter 54. Withstanding a nuclear bomb at the SHIELD headquarters, seeing Li Yi destroy the entire military base without hesitation. The group planning against Li Yi found Nick Fury again. "Nick Fury, how did Superman know that Jack was part of the plan? Did you give him a list?" An old man with white hair began to question Nick Fury as soon as he arrived. If he wasn't a Corps member, he wouldn't have known that this incident targeting Superman was orchestrated by us in the shadows. "Nick Fury, you're the prime suspect. Evidence. Do you have evidence?" Nick Fury replied expressionlessly. When he decided to do this, he had already considered the consequences, so he had erased all potential evidence long ago. Only one intermediary, Tony Stark, knew. But would that playboy be threatened? That's a joke. You. The old man with white hair was speechless because he truly had no evidence. Enough arguing. This is not the time for disputes. The important thing is how to solve the Superman issue. Now, Base 13 has turned into ruins, and even General Jack has. A white-haired woman spoke up. She paused when mentioning Jack's fate. Hearing the woman's words, everyone present fell silent. Superman's brutal treatment of General Jack had frightened them greatly, fearing they would be next, which was why they had united in anger to question Nick Fury. What now? That Superman is completely insane. He doesn't care about anything. Not even missiles work on him. How about we soften our stance towards Superman? Someone suggested. Instantly, most people opposed it. Impossible. Absolutely not. How can we, the great America, yield? We took down the Russians back then. How can we back down because of one person now? If other countries find out, we would lose face. Then what do you propose? We can't do anything about Superman, and we won't soften our stance. Are we just waiting for Superman to kill us all? The proposers said angrily upon hearing the opposition. No, we still have one last resort. A bald old man, who looked very authoritative on the big screen, spoke up. The bald old man was clearly the leader among this group. He was the head of the largest conglomerate in America, which monopolized nearly 30% of the country's industries and often manipulated presidential elections. The current president rose to power with their family support, so even in front of this bald old man, everyone had to show great respect. The reason the bald old man participated in this operation, aside from the interest behind it, was largely due to his cancer diagnosis, with less than 3 months to live. His baldness was a result of constant chemotherapy. He could have requested Superman's help through a deal, but he was attracted by the enormous interest behind it and chose a different path. This joint operation against Superman was initiated by him. In other words, everyone could yield, but he absolutely could not. According to Superman's character, he would never let him go. Are you suggesting? Nuclear bomb. No matter how powerful Superman is, he can't stop a nuclear bomb, the bald old man said firmly. That's right. As long as it's within the biological realm, there's no way to stop a nuclear bomb. Since Superman refuses to cooperate, let's send him to hell. Let others see the consequences of defying us. Once the bald old man's words were spoken, they instantly gained the approval of everyone. Even the person who had just suggested softening their stance looked approving. Nick Fury outside the screen shook his head helplessly. He understood that once these people decided, he had no power to stop them and chose not to speak anymore. He knew that nuclear bombs were useless against Superman because Superman had previously shown the ability to control gravity, and even Magneto had been defeated by Superman. A nuclear bomb would have no chance of getting close to Superman. He had long thrown the data from these years in front of these people, but they still insisted on believing in the nuclear bomb invincibility theory. Soon, the meeting decided to drop a nuclear bomb at the next base Superman would visit, Base 6. Orders were quickly sent to the 6th military base, and under the command of the base commander, all the soldiers hid in the underground fortress, waiting for Superman to arrive. After Li Yi destroyed Base 13, he immediately rushed to the next base, completely unaware that a trap lay ahead. Although the system had a bug-like God's perspective, Li Yi couldn't keep an eye on it all the time. This feature was like a keen eye belonging to an active skill. Huh. Their ISNT, a single soldier outside. How strange. Li Yi flew over Base 6 and looked at the empty base in confusion. Just moments ago, Base 13 was filled with people waiting for him with weapons. He quickly activated the God's perspective and discovered that all the soldiers were hiding underground. Boss, please be aware. A high-speed moving object is approaching. Betty suddenly spoke from his watch. She was connected to Stark Industries satellites and quickly detected the approaching nuclear missile. So that's it. This group probably wants to grow mushrooms. It seems they are panicking and acting recklessly because they were scared by me. Lee sneered and said, Boss, I suggest you take cover. Betty, thank you for the reminder. However, a nuclear bomb is not something you come across every day. So I naturally want to experience it properly. Lee laughed and said, That's right. I'm not planning to dodge anymore. The last attack from the laser eyes only caused me a slight pain, which is far from enough excitement. Besides, I want to make history and become the first person to withstand a nuclear bomb. Maybe I'll even be the only one. The Guinness World Records would surely give me a medal for that. After making the decision, he quietly waited for the nuclear bomb to arrive. To prevent his watch from being damaged, he tossed it into the system's built-in space. Soon, a missile carrying a nuclear warhead came flying in with a long tail of flame. Come on, let me see the power of the most powerful weapon humanity has right now. Liisimidet. A dazzling light suddenly appeared out of nowhere, engulfing everything around it. Boom! Accompanied by this enormous sound, a mushroom cloud quietly rose from the ground, and the intense heat instantly vaporized all objects within the base. The area within several kilometers turned into a sea of fire, and the shockwave affected dozens of kilometers, even reaching distant New York City, which felt the tremors. What is going on? Could it be an earthquake? Why are you still dawdling? Run! It's an earthquake! This caused quite a commotion in New York City, which gradually calmed down only after the police intervened. As the center of the nuclear explosion, Lee felt an intense heat, as if he were in 50-degree bathwater. But he didn't feel anything particularly special. It should be noted that the temperature at the center of a nuclear explosion can approach or even exceed the temperature of the sun's core. Such damage couldn't affect Li Yi. One can only imagine how strong the combination of the dog talisman and horse talisman is. Of course, this was just a small-yield nuclear bomb, Whether a larger yield could have an effect, Li Yi was still unsure. If Li Yi could absorb the power of the sun to enhance himself, he estimated that he would have long since moved into the sun and transformed into a golden Superman. Unfortunately, Li Yi is not a Kryptonian, though perhaps it's possible he could draw such power in the future. All data is fabricated. Please don't take it too seriously. I'm not a military expert. Chapter 55. Refusal to negotiate. Superman should be dead by now, right? This monster couldn't possibly survive a nuclear explosion. This is what happens when you oppose us. Since you won cooperate, then you shall die. Everyone watched the mushroom cloud rising above Base 6 through satellites, cheering excitedly. Only Nick Fury wore a worried expression. He couldn't understand why Li Yi would let a nuclear bomb get close to him. Was he trying to test the power of the bomb? He shook his head, dismissing that thought. No one would be that bored. Just as everyone was cheering, the mushroom cloud suddenly changed. Whoosh! A black figure flew out from the mushroom cloud. The sonic boom from its super-speed flight and the intense shockwave created a massive wave, blowing away all the surrounding flames and smoke. The figure was Li Yi. The astonishing energy of a nuclear explosion had caused him no harm, not even damaging his clothes. He didn't die. This monster, the nuclear bomb, had no effect on him. It's over. We're done for. He definitely won. Let us go. We're doomed. Will we meet the same fate as Jack? No. Our fate will be even worse than Jack's. Seeing this scene, the group could no longer maintain their composure and panicked. They showed no sign of the elegance and gentlemanliness expected of elite individuals. Everyone, calm down. The bald elder shouted loudly. The bald elder usually exuded great authority, and his words indeed had an effect. Everyone gradually calmed down. Sir, what should we do now? Should we use a larger yield nuclear bomb? Someone beside the bald elder suggested. Is there still a chance? Someone countered. Yes. Is there still a chance? The first time we could rely on Superman's ignorance. Now that Superman knows we're throwing nuclear bombs, how could he still just stand there and let us blow him up? They didn't know that Superman had indeed stood there waiting for them to blow him up, but it wasn't out of ignorance. It was absolute confidence. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Nick Fury. Fury, can you contact Superman? The bald elder asked softly. Yes, they were ready to back down. They had used their last resort, and it still had no effect. In the face of death, they completely set aside their so-called dignity and the glory of great America. I warned you long ago, Nick Fury replied coldly. It's all our fault. We should have listened to you sooner, but now is not the time to discuss that. Fury, our lives are in your hands. You must help us contact Superman. We can agree to any conditions he has, as long as he spares us. The bald elder pleaded, completely devoid of his previous authority. Even if he only had 3 months left to live, he still wanted to survive. The higher one lives, the more one fears death. Wealth and a superior life have dulled their will. I can indeed contact Superman, but I can't guarantee he will negotiate. Nick Fury replied, That's enough. We'll handle the rest ourselves. The bald elder said with joy. Originally, Nick Fury didn't want to get involved in this matter any further, but now he had no choice. Otherwise, the forces behind these people would definitely pull him down as the director. If Li Yi and Nick Fury thought the same way, eliminating these people quietly using their powers would be fine. Unfortunately, Li Yi had no sense of the bigger picture and didn't care about the consequences. He directly took action. Such a person is the least suitable for playing politics and the least suitable to be a leader, yet God gave him such immense power. Isn't that infuriating? Looking at the ruins of Base 6, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. The speed of this destruction was even more decisive than if he had acted himself. However, he didn't plan to take action against the soldiers in the underground bunker. The reason he killed before was that those soldiers attacked first, and now that these soldiers were actively avoiding him, Li Yi saw no need to kill them. After all, the orders came from the higher-ups and had nothing to do with the ordinary soldiers. They didn't even know that the enemy they faced was Superman. He prepared to head to the last military base, Base 3, controlled by General Jack, and once he dealt with that military base, he would take care of all those people. Boss, you have a new message. Do you wish to take it? Betty suddenly reminded. Oh, at this time, someone is actually trying to contact me? Li Yi exclaimed in surprise. I want to see who it is. Go ahead and answer. After Li Yi gave the order, a screen popped up from the watch, displaying a dark, bald head. It was Nick Fury. Superman, hello. Can you stop for a moment? We can have a good talk. Nick Fury said. Talk? What is there talk about? Li Yi needed. He had long guessed the nature of this group of people, who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Just like why the Hulk was always chased around by the military. Do you really think the Hulk can't defeat those American soldiers? It's just that there's a Bruce Banner inside him who is unwilling to kill. Before Nick Fury could respond, the scene shifted to a bald old man. Superman, everything that happened today is our fault, and we are willing to compensate you. As long as you are willing to stop, we can agree to any conditions. The bald old man promised in a humble tone. Compensation? What can you offer? Money, power, women, everything we have, you can ask for. Ha 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 ha. What's the matter? Is it not enough? The bald old man asked in confusion. You seem to think of yourselves as gods, wanting to do whatever you please. This situation was initiated by you, and now you want to end it so lightly? Superman, you misunderstood. We are very sincere in wanting to negotiate with you. The bald old man explained. Let me tell you, negotiation refers to two opponents of comparable strength, where neither can do anything to the other. That's called negotiation. It seems you cannot pose any threat to me, while I can kill you at any time. Do we still need to negotiate? Hearing his words, the bald old man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Superman, if this continues, you might as well wash your neck and wait to die. Before the bald old man could finish speaking, Lee directly cut off the connection. Seeing Superman hang up without hesitation, everyone was at a loss. It's over. Everything is over. Why did we provoke Superman in the first place? Everyone, there is no hope left. I'm going back to arrange for my affairs. In the end, I want to be with my family. It's all our greed that has brought us to this. I'm sorry, I will leave first. I want to see my daughter one last time. One by one, the people on the screen left. Sigh. The bald old man watched all of this, sighed, and also cut off the connection, then called for the butler. Bring back everyone from the family. I want to publicly establish an heir. Yes, sir. The butler replied, and then turned to leave. The bald old man slowly took out a handgun from the drawer. Chapter 56, Settling Accounts. Lee flew to the last military base controlled by General Jack, Base 3. You ask why not just go and kill those behind the scenes? In life, one should have a beginning and an end. If you say you're going to destroy a military base, then you must destroy it, just like Lincoln, who says you have to follow through when you come out to mix. This time, the American soldiers at the military base neither resisted nor hid. Instead, they stood empty-handed on the training ground, their weapons thrown aside. Is this meant to learn from France? Lee laughed and said. At this moment, a soldier dressed completely differently stepped forward and saluted Lee. Mr. Superman, orders have come down from above, and we need to fully cooperate with your actions. What? Not only surrendering, but also cooperating? This group of American soldiers, or rather the operations of the American government behind them, was truly incredible. This also made sense. After all, aside from the forces behind those targeting Lee, there were many other powers concerned about this incident. They saw that neither missiles nor the final nuclear weapons could harm Superman. So naturally, they wanted to please him. If you can't beat them, join them. This has always been reasonable since ancient times. Very good. There's an old saying in the East. Those who absorb the essence of things are all heroes. You are all heroes. This American soldier, full of question marks, completely failed to grasp the profound depth of Eastern culture. Lee had no interest in giving him a science lesson and directly issued an order. I will flatten this military base in the next 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes to leave. Yes. The leading soldier had no objections, saluted Lee, and then turned to shout at the soldiers behind him. All personnel, evacuate the base immediately at maximum speed. Yes, sir. The group of soldiers replied excitedly. It was fantastic not to have to fight Superman. The three bases were interconnected, and these soldiers had just learned about the fate of the soldiers from the other two bases, especially the first one, where the soldiers had been killed by Superman for attacking him. They did not want to become part of that statistic. Most of them had joined the military for the generous bonuses and salaries, not to become martyrs. And they might not even be considered martyrs if the higher-ups wanted to appease Superman. They would have to promote the narrative of a gas leak or a terrorist attack instead. This group of American soldiers rushed to board the designated military vehicles and sped away as fast as they could. Speeding? To hell with speeding when it comes to life. Lee started the countdown out of boredom, and time passed second by second. When it reached the 10-minute mark, Betty reminded him on time, "Boss, time's up." "Great. Now it's showtime. If that group of soldiers hasn't run out yet, then they deserve it." Lee laughed and said, "Betty, turn on the recording function and capture this magnificent moment for me." "Okay, boss. The recording function is activated," Betty replied. Then, Lee slowly ascended into the sky above military base number 3. "I've always wanted to be this dramatic, just once. A bag of rice needs to be carried up several floors. A bag of rice needs to be carried to the second floor. A bag of rice is so heavy. A bag of rice need me to wash it. It's all muddy. Who gave you a bag of rice? Spisi tiansen. Lia called the show to tisentenge. Then he spread his arms, and a flash of white light swept by. A terrifying, repulsive force centered around Li Yi crazily squeezed everything around him. With a loud bang, the base that was once filled with buildings was left with nothing but a bare ground, with a giant pit several kilometers in size in the middle. Li Yi floated in the air, casting a long shadow under the sunlight, merging with the scene on the ground, resembling a world-destroying deity. Betty, did you record it? Lia's voice suddenly appeared, interrupting the solemn scene. Boss, please rest assured. Everything has been recorded. Betty replied. Good. Now it's time to settle the score. Lia needed. Then he activated the god's perspective and began to locate the positions of those people, with the first target being the organizer. The scene with Li Yi just now was completely captured by various forces using satellite monitoring. Of course, this was all intentional on Li Yi's part, meant to showcase his destructive power to these people and to let them know what kind of price they would pay for provoking him. What language did Superman just speak? Black Egg asked Coulson beside him. It was Japanese. Coulson's expression looked very strange. Why did Superman speak Japanese? Isn't English the universal language of the universe? Doge. Coulson then relayed the translated content to the director. Feel pain? Does Superman harbor hatred for this world? Black Egg furrowed his brow and instructed Coulson. Check Superman's past again to see if he has any enemies or if he lived a difficult life before gaining his powers and faced injustice. Yes, director. Coulson replied. Lee probably didn't expect that a random line he casually shouted would be analyzed by Hey Lou Dan in this way. Lee quickly arrived at the XX family estate, which was very large. It would take an ordinary person more than an hour just to walk around it. The residents here usually need a special car to take them from the gate to the house. The estate features lawns, gardens, fountains, and various stone sculptures for decoration. The house is a 3-story building, larger than a football field and extravagantly decorated. The evil capitalist society. I want this too. This type of estate is difficult to acquire even with wealth. Not even ancient families with heritage are guaranteed to own one. The XX family controls 30% of the industries in the entire United States. Lee needed. Although there was a voice in his mind urging him to eliminate everyone from this family, Lee firmly refused. He couldn't be considered a good person, but he would not indiscriminately kill the innocent or engage in collective punishment. The people he killed were all those who provoked him. Even soldiers from Base 13 had acted first. Lee quickly found a bald, old man study based on the location, with no guards around him. He probably gave up struggling. After all, it wouldn't help even if there were any. No one could withstand the wrath of an angry Superman. Bang! Leah's face smashed through the window and slowly flew in. Finally, you've come? The bald old man, dressed in a neat suit, sat upright in his chair. You have provoked someone you shouldn't have, and of course, you have to pay the price. Leah needed. Heh. I never expected that I would be careful all my life, yet still fall victim to my own greed. The bald old man shook his head with a bitter smile, then slowly took out a gun and placed it against his temple. Superman, no one can decide my life or death. Not even you. Only I can. The bald old man's aura suddenly changed, as if he had transformed back into the great leader who led his family to become the first family in America. Huh, is that so? Lee needed. Of course. The bald old man said confidently, then pulled the trigger. Bang! A burst of blood suddenly erupted from his head. Thinking you could die so easily? That's too cheap for you. Lee could have stopped it just now, but he thought of something more entertaining. He waved his hand at the bald old man's corpse, and a transparent figure instantly emerged from the body, which Li Yi then grabbed. What happened? Am I not dead? The bald old man said in terror. Yes, you are dead. You are a ghost now. You say I can't decide your life and death. Well, let me show you whether I can or not. Li needed. The power of the goat talisman activated. Chapter 57, A New Task. How could this happen? The bald old man's soul struggled desperately, but it had no effect at all. The power of the goat talisman was not as simple as just leaving the body. With the power of the goat talisman, Li could also touch and attack the soul, greatly enhancing his soul force, or mental power. If Li Yi went to Kamarage to learn magic, he would definitely be a magical genius. Without any underlying issues, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become the next supreme sorcerer. Unfortunately, it seemed that the Ancient One had already chosen Strange as the next supreme sorcerer, and as for that chubby Ned, it was just a joke. Now you understand, right? When the body dies, the soul remains. When the soul dies, that is true and complete disappearance. Li needed. Superman, please don't. I know I was wrong, please. The bald old man pleaded. You think you can provoke me? You don't even have the qualifications to go to hell. The soul of the bald old man completely disappeared amidst the screams. Following that, Li did the same to all those who targeted him, extracting their souls and crushing them. News of Superman attacking the public spread quickly, instantly causing a huge uproar, and the public engaged in intense discussions. This is definitely fake news. Superman would never do such a thing. It must be you little haters trying to smear my brother Superman on purpose, spreading rumors that will land you in jail. Rationality? How can I be rational? My brother Superman works so hard to fight crime and save the world. He even sleeps only 1 hour a day. Actually, he doesn't need to sleep. Can I just sit by and watch you slander him? Is that what you call rationality? Little haters, don't even come near. My brother Superman is light. How can you cockroaches hiding in the sewers compare to my brother? My brother is handsome and stylish, way better than you lowly guys. Superman's fans naturally didn't believe it and accused those spreading the news of smearing Superman, demanding them to provide evidence. But the news spreaders indeed couldn't produce any. In the end, they were charged with spreading rumors and arrested. Because SHIELD intervened immediately, all surveillance and videos at the scene were forcibly taken away. Even if 1 or 2 managed to get posted online, they were deleted in less than 2 seconds. Due to Superman's displayed strength, all forces in America were now trying to please Superman. They used their resources to suppress the heat, flooding the narrative, and quickly the news of Superman attacking the public was largely suppressed. Some stubborn individuals were also invited by the FBI for coffee. After having coffee, they no longer dared to speak recklessly. Dozens of media outlets that published the fake news claiming Superman has the ability to heal all diseases were all investigated and warned, ultimately having to republish an article admitting they had published fake news and sincerely apologizing to Superman. For a time, the sensational incident seemed to come to an end. In New York City, Officer George's home. Great. I told you Superman would never attack the public. It turns out those bad guys were slandering Superman. Gwen excitedly said, while looking at the latest newspaper. Daddy, look, I see it. Director George said helplessly. His precious daughter had completely changed since being taken away by Superman during the city Star Awards ceremony. She talked about Superman all the time, clearly brainwashed. But Director George knew that such news could not possibly come out of nowhere. He had seen firsthand how ruthless that Superman was. None of the criminals he dealt with were left alive. At SHIELD headquarters, Director, all related news has been suppressed. Coulson reported. Good. Keep him in the image of a superhero. It's beneficial for all of us. At least it can restrain Superman's behavior. Nick Fury replied. Director, does Superman really care about this? If he cared, he wouldn't have attacked the public on the street and brutally killed those people. Coulson questioned. No matter whether he cares or not pushing Superman to our opposing side is our greatest victory. Nick Fury sighed. He truly didn't know how to restrain Superman, who was ruthless, unrestrained, and, most importantly, terrifyingly powerful. Such a person carries too much uncertainty. By the way, there was an incident in Mexico where an unidentified object fell, apparently a hammer made of unknown material. It said that local people couldn't move that hammer using any means. Even cranes were ineffective. You and Hawkeye go check it out and keep in touch. Nick Fury suddenly remembered this matter and instructed Coulson. Okay, boss. Coulson replied. Clap, clap, clap. No wonder you are the boss. Even the American government has backed down. Bullseye clapped and exclaimed. This time, he finally saw how strong his new boss really was. Even a nuclear explosion was just a minor issue in front of the boss. Stop flattering. Okay, boss. On another front, our people have fully controlled Kingpin's territory, and all unruly leaders have been killed by me. Bullseye boasted. If it took you so long. Discontentedly. With a thud, the target fell to the ground. Boss, All right. No need to be nervous. Since you completed it within the stipulated half month, I naturally won't punish you. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. However, don't think you can keep the abilities on you. Lee casually summoned the power of the talisman from the target eye. At that moment, the system suddenly appeared. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the second main quest. Alien visitors. Mysterious alien visitors are about to descend upon Earth and bring a disaster. Mission objective. Defeat all alien visitors and prevent the disaster. Mission reward. 1 lottery draw. Mission time. 10 days. Mission penalty. None. Alien visitors? Are there aliens during this time period? Yvonne did it. Host, let me give you a reminder, Hammer. Thor. Chapter 58. Thor. In a small town in New Mexico, a golden-haired man wakes up in a hospital bed. Are you okay? The doctor approaches to ask, then takes out a syringe. Don't get excited, just drawing some blood. Who knew that upon hearing blood draw, the man would struggle excitedly, shouting, "You dare to attack Odin's son. Help!" The doctor quickly calls a group of nurses to hold the man down. But the man is exceptionally strong, easily pushing away the male nurses. Hurry, call security. Security immediately arrives at emergency room 3 right away. Security quickly came, rushing in to restrain the man. The man shouts as he struggles, being pinned against the wall, still yelling, "You can't defeat the great." He is then injected with a sedative and faints. This golden-haired man is none other than Thor, the famous god of thunder from Norse mythology. Thor, one of the princes of Asgard, is also the first in line to inherit the Asgard throne. From the moment he was born, he was highly anticipated, receiving the best education and becoming one of the most powerful warriors of Asgard. Like other Asgardian gods, Thor is much stronger than mortals, with a body density 3 times that of a human, giving him greater resilience against impacts, and he has significant resistance to viruses, radiation, poison gases, and other attacks. He possesses extraordinary speed and strength, able to fight for extended periods without feeling fatigued. He can freely enter the deep sea and space without carrying any equipment. With superhuman strength, speed, and defense, he can withstand massive explosions, impacts, extreme heat of 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and near absolute zero temperatures, and he can resist magic. Conventional weapons on Earth are generally ineffective against him. Thor's destructive power is astounding. In Avengers, Age of Ultron, alongside Tony, he was able to instantly destroy a city with a full force strike. Thus, when fighting on Earth, Thor must restrain his power to prevent causing excessive damage. Asgardians have a lifespan much longer than humans, reaching a terrifying 5,000 years, and they grow stronger as they age. Currently, Thor is over 1,500 years old, and his strength will continue to grow until the end of his life. Thousands of years of combat experience have given Thor excellent battle awareness and fighting skills, and he is proficient with various weapons. But his favorite weapon is still his exclusive hammer, Mjolnir, also known as the Meow Meow Hammer among Marvel fans. He can fly by spinning Mjolnir and can control lightning with it. One could say that Thor is the legendary child of destiny, the future king of Asgard. However, this figure was stripped of his powers by his father Odin and exiled to Earth, now caught in the hands of a few mortals, marking a dark chapter in Thor's life. Of course, the future Thor will have more dark moments. One must get used to it. Thor was exiled to Earth by Odin because a few frost giants invaded Asgard during Thor's coronation ceremony. Angered, Thor, incited by his good brother Loki, led a few friends to attack the frost giants' kingdom, resulting in severe injuries to his friends. Even after being rescued by Odin, Thor showed no remorse and defied Odin. Odin deemed Thor arrogant, reckless, and irresponsible, unworthy of being a king. Thus, he stripped Thor of his powers and exiled him to Earth. Of course, it wasn't a true exile. He was Odin's only biological son and was expected to inherit the family business. The main goal was for Thor to experience trials on Earth and learn humility and responsibility. To achieve this, Odin also placed a spell on Mjolnir to encourage Thor to become a better person. One could say that Odin was deeply concerned for his heir. After some trouble, Thor escaped the hospital and met Jane Foster and others, and with their help, he finally managed to appear somewhat presentable. Later, he left alone to retrieve his little hammer. Coulson also brought SHIELD personnel to New Mexico to start collecting data, quickly discovering that the data from Jane Foster and others was related to the hammer that had fallen a few days ago, so it had to be collected. "What are you doing?" Jane Foster saw a group of people in black moving her research materials and angrily questioned. "Miss Foster, I am from SHIELD. What does that have to do with me? You can't do this." Jane didn't care, immediately rushing to stop these thieves. "Jane, this is much more serious than you think. Just let it go." Dr. Eric Selvig advised from his side. "Let go. That's my life's work." Jane replied angrily. All the materials from the research institution were the result of her decades of hard work, and now that she finally had some results, they were about to be taken away by the government. How could she accept that? "We are investigating some security threats and need to requisition your materials and atmospheric data," Coulson calmly explained. "Requisition means stealing, right?" Jane retorted angrily. "This can compensate for your loss." Coulson pulled out a check and handed it over. "These things can't just be bought. Most of them I made myself." Jane slapped Coulson's hand away. "Then you can definitely make them again." Coulson casually replied. often did such things without any psychological burden. After all, it was all for the safety of the Earth. Then I can definitely sue you for violating my constitutional rights. Seeing Coulson's shameless demeanor, Jane directly took out a green signal device to warn him. Sorry, Miss Jane Foster, we're the good guys. Coulson replied, as S.H.I.L.D. agents, ordinary laws do not apply to them. So are we. We are about to discover a phenomenal big secret. All my research materials are in this notebook, and those computers, you can't just take them. Seeing that Coulson and the others had no intention of returning anything, Jane shouted excitedly, Hey, a black-clad man nearby, hearing that Jane had materials, snatched her notebook away. Seeing her last bit of data being taken, Jane angrily rushed up to fight back. Jane, calm down, calm down. Dr. Eric Selvig quickly stepped in to stop her. Coulson, good people don't just steal from others. Just as the scene became chaotic, a voice suddenly came from the side. Everyone turned to look where the voice came from, and they saw a handsome young Asian man leaning against the wall, arms crossed, with a faint smile on his face. It was Li Yi, who had rushed over from New York. Ever since the system issued the task, Li had no idea where Thor's storyline had progressed. So he thought about it and directly sought out Thor's future girlfriend, Jane Foster. No matter what, Thor would surely appear by her side, right? Thus, that earlier scene unfolded. Jane, he's so handsome. He's my type. Daisy tugged at Jane's clothes and whispered, I feel the same way. Jane agreed. The aesthetic of handsome and beautiful is universal. Just like the female stars who are particularly popular in Europe and America, we also think they're stunning beauties. The agents present, seeing this strange stranger, immediately pulled out their guns from their pockets. Click, click. Are you going to take action against me? Li Yi similed. Seeing Li Yi's smile, Coulson instantly thought of the soldiers at Military Base 13 and hurriedly shouted to stop. Everyone put down your guns. Put down your guns immediately. The agents lowered their guns, looking at their commander with confusion. This is one of our own. Coulson casually found an excuse to explain. He couldn't exactly say, if you shoot, we will all die. Then Coulson respectfully walked up to Li Yi. Mr. Li Yi, how did you end up here? His voice carried a hint of nervousness, as the events from a few days ago involving Superman were still fresh in his mind. Just out for a walk. Li Yi didn't explain, just laughed awkwardly, then pointed at the equipment in the car. Aren't you dedicated to maintaining the safety of the Earth? When did you switch to being bandits? Ah, Mr. Li Yi, we're just borrowing. Coulson explained awkwardly. Is that so? Li Yi turned to look at Jian, E, and the others. Jian noticed that these bandits, including Coulson, seemed to be afraid of the person named Li Yi in front of them. Feeling that an opportunity had come, she angrily said, What do you mean by borrowing? Taking someone else's things without their consent is called borrowing? We are just as Coulson was about to explain, Li interrupted, Put down those things, and you can leave. Li had no mood to listen to his nonsense, and interrupted directly. But, do you need me to escort you out? Upon hearing this, Coulson's expression instantly changed. If they didn't leave soon, Superman might really throw them into the sky. Mission interrupted. We're leaving. He quickly urged his subordinates to take another vehicle and leave, leaving the one with the equipment behind. Few of these bandits finally left. Thank you. Jean let out a big sigh of relief upon seeing that her data was finally saved and expressed her gratitude to Li Yi. It's nothing. No need to be polite. Li Yi smiled and said, Wait a minute. You look so familiar, I think I've seen you before. Daisy, who was beside him, seemed to recall something and asked curiously, Oh my gosh. I remember now. I saw you on TV. You are Superman. Daisy exclaimed in surprise. Superman? What's Superman? Isn't that a character from a comic? Jian asked in confusion. She usually focused on her research and rarely paid attention to things outside. Jian, that's the one. The real Superman, who actually exists. I still have a newspaper about him. Let me find it. Daisy then took out a copy of the Horn Herald from her bag and handed it to Jian. Superman. There really is a Superman. Chapter 59. First encounter with Thor. Are you really the Superman from the newspaper? Jian asked uncertainly. Hee hee. If there isn't a second one, then it's me. Li laughed and said, Superman, can you give me an autograph? Daisy, who was beside him, quickly realized what was happening and hurriedly took out a small notebook from her bag, excitedly handing it to Li Yi. She was also a fan of Superman and was part of various fan groups. The reason she didn't recognize him right away was simply because she didn't expect to encounter Superman without his clothes here, cough cough, without his battle suit. Of course, Li took the small notebook and wrote the letter Superman in a flamboyant style. He was quite willing to meet the fans' requests, especially since this girl was particularly beautiful. Especially that figure, played by Kat Dennings, who also portrayed Max in Two Broke Girls. My God, I finally have Superman's signature. Daisy shouted while holding up the notebook, showing it off to Jane and Eric like a little kid. Jane, seeing her friend's childish behavior, directly covered her face. Superman. Just call me Lee. Lee corrected him. Lee, do you know why you are here? Jin asked in confusion. I'm looking for a blonde man named Thor. You must have seen him, right? Thor. The three of them exclaimed in surprise, because just a moment ago, they'd encountered a blonde man who claimed to be Thor. However, he seemed to have some issues. As he said, he was the god of thunder from Norse mythology and acted very strangely, leaving a deep impression on the three of them. Do you know Thor? Lee smiled and said, Lee, are you looking for that Thor for something? Is he a criminal? Jin Xiao cautiously asked. He had a bit of crush on that seemingly silly but strong man and was unsure why Superman was looking for him. Since Superman was a superhero, he naturally associated Thor with being a criminal. I want to fight him. Fight? The three were shocked again. Lee, although that Thor is strong, he's just an ordinary person, far from being on your level as a superhero. Why do you want to fight him? Daisy asked in confusion. Thor is not an ordinary person. He is the god of thunder from Norse mythology. Lee explained it. Thor, the god of thunder? Jin couldn't believe it. Even Superman is saying this. Could it be that Thor is really the legendary god of thunder? The other two also had incredulous expressions. But this was Superman. What reason would he have to lie to ordinary people like them? So you know him? Yes, we were just with him. He said he was going to look for something called Meow Meow. Daisy recalled. It's Mjolnir. Yes, that's the name. Thor said he was going to find something called Mjolnir. All right, thank you. Lee finished speaking and turned to leave. Hey, wait. Daisy suddenly shouted. Then she grabbed Lee's arm. Lee had a face full of question marks. That guy should be nearby. Why not rest in our place for a while? And we can help you look for him later, Daisy said enthusiastically, while constantly rubbing her 36D against Lee's arm. This girl is truly a crazy fan. All right, then I'll trouble you all. Lee was enjoying himself when he replied, why hide when a girl is approaching? Moreover, this girl looked exactly like Max, whom he had liked very much in his past life, especially with that magnificent figure. No need to be polite. After all, you helped us just now. Daisy smiled. Jane, seeing her friend swooning again, rolled her eyes helplessly. Daisy usually couldn't move when she saw a handsome guy, but that was all there was to it. Why was she now so eager to get close to Superman? The four of them returned to the house and chatted casually, mostly with Daisy asking questions and Lee answering, while the other two focused on their research and didn't say much. Wait, I think I found him. Jane suddenly shouted. Not far outside the window, a tall blonde man swaggered into the pet store. It was Thor, whom they had just parted ways with. I want a horse, Thor shouted. The shop assistant looked up at Thor in confusion and then replied, we don't sell horses, only dogs, cats, and birds. Then just give me something I can ride. Thor responded. The shop assistant looked completely bewildered. Thor, a voice suddenly called from outside. Thor turned around in surprise to find Jane, whom he had just parted with, and quickly walked over. Jane, what's up? Thor asked in confusion. There's a gentleman here looking for you. Je ne pointet tout liebesideher. Do we know each other? Thor asked, looking puzzled. The mighty Thor from Norse mythology. I've heard so much about you. My name is Lee, and I'm here to challenge you to a fight. Lee laughed and said, do you know me? Do you really believe I am Thor, the god of thunder? Thor exclaimed with excitement. After arriving here, no one was willing to believe in his identity. So it was naturally thrilling to suddenly meet someone who could call him by name. Of course, you are quite famous. Ha ha, I didn't expect my name to have reached Midgard. Lee, just hearing your name indicates that you are a powerful warrior. It's a pity that I've lost my divine powers. Otherwise, I would definitely want to have a good fight with you. Thor said regretfully. I am here to help you find your hammer. After you regain your divine powers, we can have a match. You want to help me find my hammer? Thor asked with a surprised expression. Just a moment ago, he was troubled about how to get to the place where Mjolnir had fallen. And now that Lee said he would help him, how could he not be happy? Once I find Mjolnir, I will definitely invite you to Asgard as a guest. And we must drink to our heart's content then, Thor declared boldly, evidently having taken a liking to Lee after just a few sentences, treating him as a friend. What a big, silly guy. After the two made their decision, they turned to the other three and said, do you want to come along? To witness the legendary scene of the God of Thunder's revival. Can we go too? I want to go. Such a magical event is definitely not to be missed. Eric laughed. Then I will go too. Jane said, but how we get there? By car? But our car is too small. It can't fit 5 people. I will show you something magical. Do you have anything like a carpet? Yes. What do you want to sit on? Daisy asked curiously. Have you ever ridden on a flying carpet? What? Everyone exclaimed in shock. After Daisy took out a 5-meter blanket, Lee placed his hand on it, and the blanket instantly transformed into a flying carpet. My friend, You must be a magician from Midgard. This is truly amazing. Thor looked at all this in astonishment. I am not a magician, but this is indeed magic. Then, the five of them sat on the flying carpet and flew towards the place where Mjolnir had fallen. On the other side, after Li Yi sent Coulson and the others away, they did not go far and kept lingering nearby. With Superman's presence, nothing was a small issue, so they naturally needed to keep a close watch and just happened to see this miraculous scene. Then Coulson took out his phone and dialed out. Hello? The voice of the Black Egg came from the other end. Boss, Superman has appeared here. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Just observe the situation. Whatever you do, do not engage with Superman. Understood, boss. Chapter 60. Raise Mjolnir, Ali Yi, you're so fast. Daisy shouted. Is this called fast? I can go even faster. Do you want to? Ido. Then hold on tight. Whoosh. The flying carpet swept through the sky like a gust of wind. Lee set up a gravity shield around them, blocking the strong wind pressure from the outside. Therefore, even though the flying magic carpet was moving quickly, it didn't have much effect on the people inside. Otherwise, flying this fast would have made the other three, except for the strong Thor, cough up blood. After a few minutes of flight, a large research tent guarded by a massive number of soldiers appeared before them. That's right, this is it. I can sense it. Mjolnir is right here, Thor said excitedly. Although he had lost his divine power, the faint connection between him and Mjolnir had always remained. Strange, when were these things built? They weren't here when we passed by yesterday. Daisy wondered. This was the place where the three of them had bumped into Thor last night. This is the power of S-H-I-E-L-D. This organization holds significant power globally, primarily dealing with supernatural events. Lee briefly explained without any intention of keeping it a secret from S-H-I-L-D. After all, he is not an agent of S-H-E-E-L-D. This crumbling temple of S-H-I-E-L-D, which has been thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra, cannot accommodate a great Buddha like Li Yi. Li found a safe place to land, and everyone got off the magic carpet. Daisy was carefully putting away the blanket. Daisy, what are you doing? Li questioned it. This is a magical flying carpet. Of course I have to treasure it. Daisy said matter-of-factly, this carpet can only fly when I bestow it with magic, otherwise. It is just an ordinary blanket. Li explained it helplessly. What? Daisy said in disappointment. Let's go in right away. I can't wait to see my Mjolnir. Thor said eagerly. But with so many people, how are we supposed to get in? Jin asked in confusion. If it were just Li Yi by himself, he would definitely have barged in. But now with the little fangirl by his side, he couldn't leave a bad impression on her. After thinking for a moment, he decided to contact that Black Egg. Betty, contact the Black Egg. Li Yi instructed Betty, who was holding the phone. All right, boss. Betty replied, then made the call. The internet defenses of S-H-I-L-D were practically non-existent for Tony, and the artificial intelligence he designed could easily infiltrate the now porous S-H-I-E-L-D. Soon, the call connected, and Betty projected the avatar of Black Egg. Superman? Black Egg looked at Li Yi with confusion. I won't beat around the bush. I'm going to bring a few people to lift the hammer you discovered. You need to arrange it. Otherwise, if anything unexpected happens later, I won't take any responsibility. Li Yi said, completely acting as if he considered S-H-I-E-L-D his subordinates. However, Nick Fury had no reaction. Being known as the king of agents, he had long mastered emotional control to perfection. I understand. I've already contacted Coulson on site. He will take you in. Nick Fury replied. Then there is nothing else. Li Yi finished speaking and cut off the connection. Sure enough, Coulson soon appeared out of nowhere, respectfully walking up to Li Yi. Mr. Li Yi, please follow me. A few people followed Coulson inside and saw many people gathered around Mjolnir conducting various research and measurements. What are these guys doing to my beloved Mjolnir? Thor, the hammer enthusiast, instantly became furious at the sight, as if someone were touching his wife, ready to charge in. I advise you not to move. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from above, and a man with a bow aimed it at Thor. This man had an ordinary appearance, but his sharp eyes were unforgettable. Who are you? Why are you blocking me? Thor shouted. This is Agent Barton, who is specifically responsible for guarding the hammer. Agent Barton, they are not enemies. You can lower your bow. Coulson intervened from the side. The man with the bow was indeed Hawkeye, a senior agent of S-H-I-E-L-D, and a future member of the Avengers. Hawkeye nodded and then lowered his bow. Thor, calm down. They're just studying. They haven't done anything to damage Mjolnir. Lee also stepped in to stop the big guy. All right, let's wrap up today's research. Coulson shouted. Yes, sir. The group of researchers slowly retreated. Mayday. You can now go lift that hammer with your friend, but be careful, it's very heavy, Coulson said. Of course it's heavy, because none of you are worthy except for me, Thor said arrogantly. Hearing this made Lee want to punch him right then and there, but he had to mentally remind himself. He's just a big guy. He's just a big guy. Don't stoop to his level, to barely suppress his urge. Thor, stop wasting time. Go lift it already, Lee said impatiently. All right, I understand. Thor arrogantly stepped in front of the hammer. Everyone's gaze unconsciously focused on Thor, making him feel as if he had returned to Asgard, where he was similarly revered. Thor tightly gripped the handle of the hammer, his face filled with excitement, as if he could lift Mjolnir and regain his divine power at any moment. Thor began to exert force, his arm muscles instantly becoming grotesque, but he realized he couldn't lift it no matter how hard he tried, and his previously excited face quickly deflated. No way, Thor couldn't believe that Mjolnir would reject him. He let out a roar, using all his strength, his muscles tensed, even the veins on his forehead bulging, clearly exerting himself to the limit. But the hammer remained completely immovable. With a thud, Thor sat on the ground in despair, muttering to himself, how is this possible? How is this possible? His father had truly given up on him. He could never return to Asgard, never see his father, mother, brother Loki, or those comrades again. This isn't real. This isn't real. Thor instantly collapsed. The onlookers had varied expressions. Jin felt heartbroken watching Thor, wanting to comfort him, but not knowing how to approach. Mr. Lee, is your friend just... It's just a hammer, Coulson said, looking puzzled. Lee shook his head and did not explain. He then walked over to Thor and said, Thor, let me give it a try. What? Thor exclaimed in surprise. Lee, I can't even lift it. How could a human from Earth possibly lift it? Thor, you're just too proud. Of course, there are people on Earth who can lift it, and not just one. Lee instantly thought of Captain America, Vision, and even Natasha, who had also lifted it in the comics. But he wasn't sure if he could do it in this world. As Lee was about to go up and lift it, everyone's gaze turned back to him, filled with anticipation. Especially Coulson, who knew that Superman could withstand a nuclear bomb, so he was sure he could lift it. Lee gripped the handle of the hammer and, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, began to exert force, but the hammer remained completely still, causing the crowd to feel disappointed once again. Lee, I told you, it's impossible for Earthlings to lift it, Thor said. Lee did not pay attention. He was just testing whether he could gain the hammer's recognition like Captain America. But it was clear that he failed. He was not worthy. Lee was not discouraged. He knew what kind of person he was and did not need the approval of a hammer. He then began to truly exert his strength, as the power of the bull talisman provided him with endless energy. Even he did not know how powerful he actually was. 100 pounds, 500 pounds, 1,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 1 billion. Buzzing the ground began to shake violently. What's going on? What happened? Could it be Lee? Everyone looked at the trembling ground in confusion. Lee continued to exert more force, and the tremors beneath his feet grew increasingly intense. Buzzing the entire base felt as if it were experiencing a magnitude 7 earthquake. How much strength did he actually use? It's astonishing. What kind of power is needed to create such a commotion? Everyone, stand firm and be careful not to fall to the ground. Crack! The ground where Lee sstood suddenly cracked open, and the fissures quickly spread, causing the entire base to break into 2 halves and rapidly move towards the city. Mr. Lee, stop. If you continue, the nearby city will be destroyed, Coulson shouted. Unfortunately, Lee ignored him and continued to exert more force. The tremors of the base became increasingly apparent just when everyone thought they were going to die. Lee suddenly raised the hammer high into the sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck from above, hitting Lee directly. In a flash of lightning, an ancient armor enveloped Lee, with a red cape draped over his back. As he lifted it up, the crowd gasped in amazement. The protagonist is no less than Odin, naturally able to forcibly break through Odin's limitations. This is how the book is set up. Chapter 61. Give up? How is that possible? The one most shocked on the scene was undoubtedly Thor. His mouth agape as if he could swallow a bowling ball. Watching the Mjolnir, he had been rejected by being lifted by a mere earthling. Thor's worldview was completely shattered. Thor knew how heavy Mjolnir was. Without the hammer's recognition, it was impossible to lift it. No, there was another possibility. That was if one's strength reached or exceeded that of his father Odin, one could forcibly break through Odin's limitations. But how could that be possible? His father Odin was the strongest in the 9 realms, the undisputed king of gods. How could anyone from the weakest Midgard surpass the god King Odin? The god King Odin, whose full name is Odinborson. The king of the gods in Norse mythology, ruler of Asgard, father of Thor, and also the adoptive father of Loki. Wielding the powerful Odin force, he is the highest ruler and defender of the Nine Realms. His weapon is the eternal spear Gungnir. Odin is portrayed as extremely powerful in both comics and movies, with god-level combat power, although not much is depicted directly in the movies. The fact that he waited until he and the Ancient One had both left before daring to act during Thanos' invasion of Earth shows his strength. The fire giant Surtur, capable of destroying all of Asgard with a single blow, was defeated by Odin even at the height of his eternal flame power, with the source of his power. The eternal flame, taken away by Odin and stored in his treasury. With one strike, he crushed the hammer of the god of thunder, easily defeated the Asgardian army, and forcibly ascended to the throne of the goddess of death, Hela, who was suppressed and sealed by Odin for 1,000 years. Just these descriptions alone show Odin's power. Lee estimates that Odin in this world must possess at least planet-destroying power. Lee, you look so handsome, Daisy exclaimed excitedly as she looked at Li Yi in the Thor suit. Jane also had a face full of admiration at that moment. Li was undoubtedly the dream lover of most girls. If before, Li gave the impression of a sunny boy next door with a hint of charm, now he appeared as an invincible general conquering the universe. Daisy, already a fan of Superman, suddenly found her admiration for Li Yi at its peak. Meanwhile, Coulson quietly took out his phone and made a call. Boss, we can basically confirm that the hammer is indeed Mjolnir from Norse mythology. And that blonde man bears a striking resemblance to Thor in the murals. We can confirm he is Thor. Coulson reported. I understand. Continue to observe and record on-site. Contact me at any time if there are developments. Nick Fury replied. Okay, boss. He then hung up the phone. At SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury watched the situation unfold through the on-site surveillance. Upon seeing the tremendous noise caused by Superman lifting the hammer, which nearly destroyed the city, Nick Fury couldn't help but frown. Superman was simply too dangerous. Even a casual action could almost destroy a city. He had to be contained. When he saw Li Yi raise Mjolnir high and transform into the god of thunder amidst the lightning, cold sweat dripped down Nick Fury's forehead. Is mythology really true? If Norse mythology is real, then what about the myths from other regions of the world? Are the world-ending monsters from those myths also real? This is too terrifying. This world is too terrifying. How has humanity survived safely until now? It seems necessary to build another 1,000 bases to protect the safety of the Earth. Nick Fury began to think about building bases again, preparing to use this video to convince a group of officials to allocate more funding. Asgard. Loki was, as usual, monitoring his good brother Thor, wondering what kind of disaster had befallen him today that could amuse him. When he saw Thor approach Mjolnir and attempt to lift it, Loki couldn't help but frown. However, soon Thor failed, which made Loki beam with joy as he said, "My foolish brother, you have completely lost your divine power and become an ordinary person. How can you compete with me for the throne?" When he saw another Earthling walk up to Mjolnir and attempt to lift it, Loki mocked. A mere Midgardian thinks he can lift Mjolnir? What a dream. Boom. When he saw that Midgardian forcibly lift Mjolnir, Loki's expression was worse than crying. How could this happen? Loki roared in disbelief. Li Yi, are you the god of thunder now? Daisy leaned over, excitedly touching Li Yi's armor, feeling the texture of the armor. Of course, let me show you. Li Yi laughed and swung the Thor's hammer a few times, then aimed at the sky. A dazzling bolt of lightning shot out from the front of the hammer in an instant. Boom! Crackle, it shot fiercely towards the sky. The sky instantly became overcast with dark clouds, and the sound of thunder roared, as if it were about to rain. Li Yi carefully felt the Thor's hammer in his hand and couldn't help but give an evaluation. Not bad. It's very handy to use, and it even has a hint of self-awareness. No wonder Thor loves his hammer so much. Li Yi, you're so cool. Does that mean that whenever it needs to rain somewhere, you can just fly there, thunder a bit, and it will rain? Daisy laughed. This is Thor's hammer, not the rain god's hammer. Li Yi complained, "Aw, what a pity. It's often dry and doesn't rain here, especially dry, which has made my skin rough. If it weren't for research." Daisy mumbled a lot. Hearing this, Thor felt even more downcast, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. He had completely lost everything now. Even Mjolnir had gone to someone else. Daisy, say less. Jane, who was next to them, couldn't help but poke Daisy. "Oh, I'm sorry. I seem to have been too focused on my own talking." Daisy immediately realized that her words seemed to have hurt the main character and quickly apologized. "It's okay. I was just stating the facts. I've completely lost the qualification to be the god of thunder, Thor said dejectedly. Just then, Lee suddenly threw Mjolnir back to the ground, and his armor and cloak quickly disappeared, turning back into casual clothes. This, Thor looked at Li Yi in shock. I just had to give it a try, and since this hammer is so important to you, how could I, as a friend, take it away? Li Yi laughed and said, but my father said that whoever can lift this hammer can become the new god of thunder. Are you sure you don't want to? Thor asked in confusion. Ha, being a billionaire on Earth is pretty good. I don't want to be any kind of god of thunder. Li Yi laughed and said, mainly, Mjolnir is just a big toy for him and doesn't really enhance his strength. Since that's the case, why not take the opportunity to build some goodwill with the big guy? His combat power is still quite good. Maybe in the future, I can persuade him to be a muscle for hire. If it were a treasure that could enhance my strength, I would have snatched it long ago. Li Yi, thank you. You're such a good friend, Thor exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 62. The destroyer approaches, but I still can't lift Mjolnir. Thor suddenly deflated again. Don't be discouraged, Thor. Maybe your father is just angry right now. Give it some time, and he will forgive you. After all, you are the heir to the throne of Asgard. In our human world, kings often create hardships to train their heirs. That won't happen. You might not know, but I have a brother. If I am not qualified to inherit the throne, my brother will take over. Tony replied. I'd like to ask, what is your brother's name? Daisy asked curiously from aside. She was quite interested in learning about the social aspects, language, and family structures of these gods. You must have heard of his name. He is called Loki. Loki? Isn't he your uncle? How did he become your brother? Daisy asked, puzzled. What uncle? Thor looked completely confused. Daisy then explained their relationship in Norse mythology to Thor. In traditional Norse mythology, Loki is Odin's blood brother, making him Thor's uncle. Nonsense. This is entirely a rumor and fabrication from your human world. Loki and I have always been brothers. We have lived and fought together for thousands of years. Thor said angrily. Thousands of years? Everyone was surprised to hear Thor mention his age for the first time. Can gods really live that long? Using thousands of years as a unit. That's enough for humans to reincarnate hundreds of times. Thor, how old are you this year? Jane asked curiously. She had a vague fondness for Thor, but if gods were all such long-lived beings, she should really think it through. By your human way of counting, I am over 1,500 years old. 1,500 years. Everyone shouted in shock. This was truly astonishing. Longevity and immortality have always been the pursuits of humanity. From ancient myths to modern biological technology, they all reflect humanity's yearning for longevity. When a true, long-lived species appeared before everyone, it was naturally met with immense surprise. Is it just you or? Coulson raised a key point nearby. The average lifespan of us Asgardians is 5,000 years, Thor casually revealed, as this was just a normal matter in his eyes. An average of 5,000 years? Humanity's recorded history is just over 5,000 years. No wonder you are gods. Coulson sighed. However, Lee felt nothing particularly special about it. A lifespan of 5,000 years really meant nothing to him. He possessed the power of the dog talisman. And as long as he wanted to live, living for billions of years would be a piece of cake. He just didn't know if he could endure the loneliness and solitude. Loneliness and solitude are the greatest enemies of a long-lived individual. Of course, Lee didn't need to worry at all, because he could replicate his abilities for others. He could share a portion of the dog talisman power with anyone he wanted, and living until the universe's end together wouldn't be impossible. With the existence of the system, transcending this universe and achieving eternity in the future was also very likely, provided that the creator of this world didn't castrate himself. Thor, you should wait a few more days before making plans. Let's see if your father changes his mind. Lee laughed and said, Loki hasn't arrived yet. The show hasn't even started. Well, okay. Thor thought for a moment and agreed. Where'll he stay? At Jane's place? Daisy, the big-chested and brainless girl, always managed to ask strange questions. Jane, who was nearby, instantly turned red when she heard that Thor would be staying with them, and couldn't help but poke Daisy. Hey Jane, what are you doing? Daisy frowned. Ahem. I think I can help arrange that. Coulson spoke up from the side. Thank you so much, Thor said excitedly. After coming to Earth, although there were some unpleasant experiences, he had met only warm-hearted good people, which made him feel very positive about Earth. Soon, Coulson arranged a luxurious room for Thor, which was much better than the small dark room in his original world. Lee, can you come here for a moment? Daisy secretly approached Lee. What's up? Lee asked. Do you have a girlfriend? Daisy inquired. This direct question surprised Lee a bit. Compared to Eastern culture, Girls raised in Western culture were less reserved, but more decisive. Leah's mind flashed through several figures: Gwen, Little Mischief, Aurora. Then he firmly said, no, he really wasn't lying. After all, Lee hadn't established a relationship with any of them. I like you. Do you want to be my boyfriend? Daisy proudly adjusted her 36D and boldly confessed. Sure. Lee smiled and said, since the girl was so proactive and he liked her, what reason was there to refuse? Then come to my room tonight. So soon? Stop talking nonsense. Later, strange sounds were heard from the room, and passers-by said it sounded like a fight was happening inside, with cries of awe echoing out. The next morning, everyone gathered for breakfast. Jian looked at his friend strangely, wondering why he looked like he hadn't woken up. Lie, are you leaving? Daisy asked. No, I still have a few days to stay and deal with some things. If he hadn't dealt with Loki and the Destroyer, then he would have come for nothing. Of course, it wasn't all for nothing, as he had gained a girlfriend. That's great, Daisy said excitedly. Daisy, why are you so happy? Jian asked. Lee and I became a couple last night, Daisy said proudly. That's too fast, Jian complained. He then looked at the dull Thor next to him and shook his head helplessly. Thor scratched his head in confusion. Just then, there was a sudden knocking sound from outside the window. Everyone looked over to see 4 oddly dressed people standing outside, 3 men and 1 woman. Thor, we finally found you, one of the bearded men shouted. It's you, Thor responded excitedly. He then embraced the 4 of them in excitement. Let me introduce you. These are my comrades from Asgard, Vostag, Hogan, Fandral, and this fierce warrior, Sif. After some polite exchanges, Thor said dejectedly, you shouldn't be here. My father has already banished me from Asgard. The plot had taken a slight turn because of Lee Ye's terrifying strength. Loki was too scared to come, so there was no chance to deceive Thor with a lie about Odin's death. Thor, we're here to bring you back, Sif said. You know I can't go back. Mjolnir still refuses me, which means my father hasn't forgiven me. Thor said sadly. Thor, King Odin has fallen into a coma. What? What happened? Is my father all right? Thor asked anxiously. During King Odin's coma, Loki took the throne and plans to go to war with the Frost Giants, which is why we came to find you to stop him. The 4 told Thor about Loki's plot. Loki, you bastard. Thor gritted his teeth. He regretted trusting him so much and vowed to give him a good beating when he returned. Thor, you're in trouble. Lie sudenli sepok. What? Thor asked in confusion. Just then, a loud noise came from outside, and everyone hurried out to check. A colorful beam of light descended from the sky, leaving a mysterious pattern on the ground. As the light faded, a 5-meter-tall giant made entirely of metal remained in its place. Isn't that Iron Man? Daisy wondered as she looked at the metal giant. Chapter 63. Taking action. Oh no, it's the Destroyer. I didn't expect Loki to send the Destroyer to stop me. Thor frowned, still naively thinking that Loki was just trying to prevent him from returning to Asgard, rather than trying to kill him. Lee shook his head upon hearing this. This big fool is definitely a good general, but he is certainly not a good king. His mind is filled only with muscles, lacking any depth or cunning. The Destroyer? What is that? Jane asked in confusion. That is the armor my father used for battles in the past, which was later handed over to the dwarves to help forge it into a war weapon. Thor briefly explained. The Destroyer armor, the ultimate weapon of Odin, the king of the gods. Made from a URU metal of the Celestial Palace, it is nearly indestructible and can annihilate all known matter. The Destroyer can be controlled autonomously or by a person, with energy sourced from Odin and other gods. Its face can emit a continuous high-temperature beam that can almost melt any material, and it can also change shape. Legend has it that Odin once wore it to battle against invading cosmic deities, defending the safety of Earth. The moment the Destroyer appeared, it attracted the attention of many. However, the Destroyer ignored these people and walked straight towards Thor. Whoever you are, stop immediately. Your actions are seriously affecting traffic, shouted a police officer on the roadside, pulling out his gun at the Destroyer. It turned out that the Destroyer was crossing the main road, causing a massive traffic jam. The Destroyer halted, then slowly turned towards the police officer who had spoken. Stop. I warn you to stop immediately, or we will open fire. The officer yelled, thinking that someone was controlling the enormous robot inside. The Destroyer continued to walk over, undeterred. Fire. Open fire immediately. With the officer's command, the police began shooting. Bang, bang, bang. But the bullets hit the Destroyer's body, sparking a few flames without leaving a mark. Monster. It's a monster. Quick, run. Seeing that the bullets were completely ineffective, the surrounding police instantly scattered in panic. The Destroyer's face slowly opened, emitting a dazzling light, then suddenly shot out. Whoosh. Bang. The white annihilation beam struck a car, resulting in a violent explosion that sent nearby crowds flying, causing dozens of casualties. The monster is killing people. Help! Is there anyone to save us? Humans fled like animals, and at that moment, everything felt meaningless. Only survival was real. Nearby, Agent Coulson at the SHIELD base quickly received the news. Looking at the robot, he immediately thought of Tony Stark. After all, he was the only one who had built similar robots. He then took out his phone and called Tony Stark. Tony, is your robot out of control? It's attacking the crowd everywhere. Coulson questioned as soon as the call connected. Tony, on the other end, was completely confused. Coulson, what are you talking about? What robot? The one causing destruction in the small town of XX in New Mexico. Is it not yours? Impossible. I've been dealing with that boring charity gala for the past 3 days. Where would I have the time to create any robot? What is going on? Coulson then informed Tony of the situation on the scene. I'm on my way right now. Tony replied excitedly. He had just upgraded his armor and was eager to test its power. Unexpectedly, the opportunity had arrived. You better hurry. Superman is nearby. What? That guy Lee again. I'm on my way. The two ended the call. Coulson had already dispatched all armed personnel from the base, hoping to delay the robot's actions. Several helicopters and dozens of tanks arrived from all directions, surrounding the destroyer. Bang! A tank was the first to attack, and soon, like a domino effect, all tanks and aircraft launched their assaults simultaneously. Tot. Bang! 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 Countless bullets and shells bombarded the destroyer, pushing it back repeatedly, yet causing no damage at all. Haha! Foolish Midgardians. Loki, watching everything from Asgard through the destroyer's perspective, mocked. Destroyer, kill them all for me. Upon hearing Loki's command, the destroyer paused for a moment, then began to unleash its annihilation beam relentlessly. Bang! Boom! Dozens of tanks and several helicopters were instantly obliterated by the annihilation beam, turning into huge fireworks. Thor, you stay here. We'll go stop him. The four from the Celestial Palace said. They knew Thor's powers had not yet recovered. If they went up now, they would definitely be killed by the destroyer. Little did they know, there was a Superman nearby, a being as powerful as a nuclear bomb. No, this situation arose because of me. How can I hide? Besides, Loki is ultimately my brother. He won't kill me, Thor declared firmly. Upon hearing this, everyone covered their faces, speechless at Thor's lack of wisdom. The other side had already sent the destroyer to kill him, and he still believed he wouldn't be killed? Thor, do you really think Loki won't kill you? He has gone completely mad for the throne, and your existence is his greatest obstacle. I advise you not to gamble. Lie intergested. Hearing Lie's words and recalling Loki's actions, Thor instantly lost his earlier determination. Seeing Lie persuaded, the four from Celestial Palace no longer hesitated, drawing their weapons and charging towards the destroyer. Their figures were so grand, instilling a sense of security. Surely they could win, right? Daisy thought hopefully. Of course, they are among the strongest warriors of Asgard. Thor said confidently. Bang! A massive explosion occurred ahead, and then the four were sent flying back at high speed. Is this what you call the strongest warriors of Asgard? Daisy pointed at the four lying on the ground. Puzzled. Thor was instantly speechless. Found you, my good brother Thor. So you were here? At that moment, Loki also arrived, controlling the destroyer, and Daisy and Jane quickly hid behind Lee. Loki, why are you doing this? Thor immediately stepped forward, loudly questioning. Why? With your intellect, it's hard to comprehend. It's time to go, my good brother, Loki said with a wicked smile, then controlled the destroyer to raise its hand, intending to kill Thor. Bang! A fist slammed into the destroyer's face, sending it flying away. So you're called Loki. Don't you know this planet is my territory? The Aside Koldi. Chapter 64. The Great Battle with the Destroyer. The destroyer, which had been knocked away, slid a long distance on the ground. Lee, go for it. Give that monster a good beating. Daisy shouted excitedly, feeling proud to have a superhuman boyfriend. That human actually managed to knock the destroyer away. We never realized. The four members of the Celestial Palace said in disbelief. It's you. This level of damage was nothing to the destroyer. And it quickly got back up. At this moment, Loki finally saw Lie's appearance clearly and instantly recalled the monster that had forcibly lifted Mjolnir yesterday, causing an earthquake. It seems you've been observing us all along. Lie smiled faintly and said, Midgardians, this matter is an internal conflict of Asgard. I advise you not to get involved. Loki shouted, which was actually a step back. The person in front of him was extremely powerful, and although Loki was very confident in the destroyer, The clever and cunning him did not want to create a strong enemy out of nowhere, which is why he said that. If it were an ordinary person nagging here, Loki would have already turned them to ashes. Thor is my friend, so of course I have to get involved. Even if it weren't for Thor, your rampant destruction on Earth would force me to intervene. It. With a thought, the black superhero costume instantly covered his body. Look, it's Superman. Superman is here to save us. Go Superman. Defeat that monster. The surrounding crowd quickly recognized the distinctive Superman, shouting excitedly. They believed that as long as Superman appeared, they would be safe. Thank you all for your support, but it's very dangerous here. You should all take cover at a distance. Lee waved his hand in response. He had always been very tolerant towards his fans. The crowd cheered while backing away. Since you want to interfere, go die with Thor. Loki, seeing Lee ignore him and speak to those ordinary people, instantly became furious. He was the Prince of Asgard, and no one had ever dared to ignore him like this. A shining light reappeared on the face of the destroyer, and then it shot a powerful beam of destruction at Lee. Whoosh! Lightning eye! Lee saw this and wanted to test it, so his eyes instantly released yellow rays that met the other side. Bang! ZZ! The two rays were momentarily locked in a stalemate. Not bad, but still far from enough. Lee sneered, then immediately increased the power. The yellow electric beam instantly suppressed the destroyer's destructive beam. How is that possible? Loki said in disbelief. Boom! The electric beam struck the destroyer hard, instantly melting half of its body. So powerful! Even the destroyer made of URU metal. When did Midgard have such a strong warrior? Sif said in disbelief. Thor, how do you know this powerful warrior? Vandal asked curiously. He approached me and said he would help me retrieve my hammer. Thor replied, although the destroyer's body was melted away. In the next instant, it flashed and recovered. What was happening? It was clearly defeated by Superman, Jane said, pointing at the recovering destroyer in shock. The destroyer is the ultimate weapon of Asgard, blessed by the gods of Asgard, and will automatically repair damaged parts unless it is destroyed completely with absolute power. Otherwise, it will keep self-repairing. The Valkyrie Sif explained beside her. How is that possible? This doesn't conform to the law of conservation of energy at all. Jane, as a scientist, naturally rebutted. Jane, this is magic, Thor said. Jane was completely speechless. She had never studied magic. Ha 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 ha. Midgardian, did you hear what your companion said? You can never defeat the destroyer. Loki laughed triumphantly. Lee ignored it and instead took a running stance on the ground. Can't be broken? Then it's the best punching bag. Boom! With a push off the ground, he shot towards the destroyer, leaving a large pit behind. Lee's speed was very fast, and, in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the destroyer. The destroyer didn't have time to react at all. Or rather, Loki, who was controlling the destroyer, never expected that Midgard would have such a powerful warrior. Lee clenched his right fist tightly and swiftly struck out, smashing hard into the chest of the destroyer, producing a piercing sound of an explosion. Bang! The destroyer was instantly driven into the ground, with his chest caved in. Crack! The ground couldn't withstand this immense force and instantly collapsed, forming a large pit, with cracks rapidly spreading from the pit. Wow, wow, wow. Superman, you're just too amazing. Superman, my idol. The crowd nearby cheered as they saw the destroyer being knocked down. Li, however, did not let his guard down. He knew that the destroyer would soon recover. Sure enough, a flash of white light passed over the destroyer, and it quickly returned to its original state, slowly getting back up. Haha, I told you it's useless. Loki laughed, then controlled the destroyer's enormous hand to swipe at Li. But the speed was simply too slow, and Li easily dodged it, then moved in close and kicked out forcefully. The destroyer fell to the ground again, but within 2 seconds, it got back up once more. Li frowned tightly, no longer holding back, using both hands and feet to launch continuous attacks. Bang, bang, bang. A tug-of-war battle unfolded, with Li relentlessly attacking. The destroyer was too slow to defend itself, being hit back and forth like a punching bag. Superman, go for it. Take it down. The excited crowd shouted from a distance, cheering for Superman. Did you see that? He is my boyfriend. Daisy shouted excitedly. Jianzhe looked helplessly at his friend. This was Asgard's ultimate war weapon, yet was being handled by that Midgardian. It's truly terrifying. How could there be such a powerful warrior? Such a strong fighter should join us in Asgard. Watching Li Yi beat the destroyer, the four from the Celestial Palace exclaimed. Beside them, Thor felt somewhat dejected, unable to join such an exciting battle. Then he recalled MJ Lanur's rejection of him, making him reflect on why he had been exiled to Earth by his father. Bang, bang, bang. Li Yi fiercely beat the destroyer for over a minute. and the destroyer had no power to fight back at all. Loki, in the Asgard palace, looked increasingly grim. He felt insulted. Enough. A loud shout interrupted Li Ye's rhythm of attack. You lowly Midgardian, do you know who I am? I am the king of Asgard, a god, and you lowly insects. Before Loki could finish his sentence, Li grabbed the destroyer's foot and slammed it against the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Several large pits were left on the ground. That felt good, but it was still a bit unsatisfying. How about? Li looked up at the sky. Loki felt a chill. Even though Asgard and Midgard were thousands of miles apart, he still felt that the Midgardian was watching him. Chapter 65, Destroyer of Destruction. Why did he have such a strange feeling? Clearly, it was the destroyer that was being smashed. Loki shook his head vigorously and once again controlled the destroyer to stand up. What's going on? It had already been destroyed by Superman so many times. Why was this monster able to recover again? Is this monster impossible to kill? Oh God, why did you create such a monster to punish us? In the distance, the crowd saw the destroyer rise up once again, like an indestructible cockroach, and they shouted in despair. Li shrugged and charged forward again, beginning a relentless beating. He wasn't done having fun yet. Since his debut, nothing had been able to withstand his blows for such a long time. Bang, bang, bang. Is there really no way to completely destroy that robot? A voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. They looked over to see Coulson had somehow appeared beside them. The destroyer is Asgard's ultimate war weapon. Once activated, it won't stop unless my father personally orders it to. But right now my father is in a coma, so it's impossible to give that order, Thor explained. He casually revealed Asgard's situation without any guard. What a big fool. Of course, it was also because Coulson had performed decently in front of Thor, who regarded him as a good guy like Jane and Daisy. So this is how it has to be. Coulson frowned. Meanwhile, he had secretly turned on a recording device, capturing Thor's words. The king is in a coma. A war weapon. This is valuable intelligence. Another method. To destroy it with absolute, overwhelming power. But it seems like Yi can't do that, and can only suppress it. Looks like we're in trouble. Coulson sighed. The battle between Li Yi and the destroyer has caused massive destruction, with cracks covering the streets of the town. Fortunately, the crowd evacuated to safety when the fighting began. In this situation, even Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, has no solutions. Is this the technology of an alien civilization? Just deploying a single robot can leave us helpless. It seems necessary to accelerate the research on the tesseract. Only by developing more powerful weapons can we eliminate these damn aliens. Nick Fury gritted his teeth. Little did he know that this action would completely expose Earth's location in the universe, and the invasion would soon follow. Loki stopped. At that moment, Thor suddenly ran in front of the two fighters and shouted, interrupting their battle. Loki, my brother, I don't know why you hate me so much. Nor do I understand why you want to kill me. But if killing me will calm the anger in your heart, I am willing to be killed by you. Then leave Earth. It is innocent. This is our conflict and should not involve others. Thor declared with righteous determination. Loki controlled the destroyer to stop in front of Thor. Seeing Loki halt, Thor thought he had touched his brother's heart and displayed a hopeful smile. The next moment, he was slapped in the face as the destroyer suddenly raised its right arm and swung at Thor, clearly intending to kill him. Boom! The destroyer was once again sent flying by a punch from Li Yi. Thor, you idiot! Are you here to hand over your head and fatten up the enemy's economy? Li Yi laughed and said, I won't let Thor awaken and steal the kill. The system requires defeating all aliens, so naturally, I can't give up the destroyer's head. Thor is willing to stand up for Earth, which clearly means he has regained the qualification to become the God of Thunder, but he still can't awaken yet. Li Yi, you saved my life again, Thor said gratefully, completely unaware that Li Yi was trying to prevent him from awakening. All right, you hurry over there. After waving Thor away, Li Yi coldly looked at the destroyer and said, I've had enough. Next comes your complete destruction. Ha ha ha. Midgardian, you can't be dreaming, can you? You have no way to destroy the destroyer. Just now was merely a warm-up. Now it's time to get serious. Loki sneered. Li Yi did not respond, and his figure instantly vanished, moving several times faster than when he had just brutally beaten the destroyer. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. In just a flash, the destroyer turned into a pile of fragments on the ground. As it emitted a glow again, attempting to restore itself, Li Yi showed no mercy this time. With a wave of his hand, a powerful gravitational shield enveloped the fragments of the destroyer and sent them soaring into the sky. Li Yi's right hand began to emit a dazzling yellow light. He kicked off the ground, leaving a large pit, and flew towards the destroyer. Dragon Fist! He struck out fiercely at the destroyer with his fist. Roar! A dragon-shaped energy wave instantly shot out from his fist, roaring as it flew towards the destroyer. How is this possible? Loki shouted in disbelief. Bang! The dragon-shaped energy wave instantly engulfed the destroyer's fragments, continuing to soar into the sky, creating a large hole in the clouds above, breaking through the atmosphere, and disappearing into the endless darkness of space. In the palace of Asgard, Loki suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The moment the dragon-shaped energy wave came towards him, Loki truly felt the breath of death. Fortunately, he immediately severed his connection with the destroyer. Otherwise, he would have experienced death early. How could that Midgardian be so strong? Just a moment ago, they were in a stalemate, and then he turned around and wiped out the opponent. Leah's actions left everyone dumbfounded. Lee, weren't you just unable to deal with that robot? Daisy asked, voicing the confusion that everyone felt. Did I say I couldn't handle it? I just finally found a punching bag that couldn't be broken, and I wanted to play with it a little longer. Leah laughed. The crowd was speechless. No matter what, the matter of the destroyer was settled. No way. Mjolnir is still rejecting me, Thor said, feeling frustrated. Lee certainly knows why. Because Thor has never died. Odin had given a command to the hammer that if Thor was in danger, the hammer would lift the restrictions on Thor. But it was just destroyed by Lee earlier. I have a way to help you lift it. Lee smiled and said, what method? Thor asked in confusion. Just stand there and leave the rest to me. Lee released a beam of white light towards Thor. The noble horse dispelled all external forces. Then, Odin's restrictions should also be considered external forces for Thor. I can feel. The divine power is returning. Thor shouted excitedly, then extended his hand towards Mjolnir. Buzz. Mjolnir seemed to respond to the call, flying back to Thor's hand at high speed. Thor raised the god of thunder's hammer high. Boom! In an instant, the world changed color, dark clouds gathered, and a bolt of lightning struck down fiercely, hitting Thor squarely. In the lightning, silver armor and a red cloak slowly enveloped him. The god of thunder has returned. There's a novel called Marvel featuring a little superhero on QQ reading, which just changed the name. Everything else is completely copied and pasted. Is anyone reading it there? Please help report the author named Queen Corgi. Please help. Is anyone there? I'm begging you, please help. Report it, please. Praying with 360-degree devotion, Chapter 66, Journey to Asgard. Well, so cool. Daisy exclaimed as she looked at the mighty Thor, then immediately added, but Lee is still a bit cooler. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. Although it was true, there was no need to say it directly in front of others. Jing looked at Thor, her eyes shining. Thor, now that you have regained your divine power, we must hurry back to Asgard to stop Loki's conspiracy. Sif said from the side. Okay, Thor was about to agree. Hey Thor, do you remember the reason I came to find you? Lee suddenly interrupted his words. Of course I remember, but I'm very sorry, Lee. I don't have time right now. My hometown Asgard is facing a crisis. Thor shook his head, regretfully. He himself was a battle fanatic and certainly wanted to compete with Li Yi, this powerful warrior. Although Li Yi was very strong and could defeat Asgard's ultimate war weapon in a short time, Thor was very confident in his own strength, believing he was not inferior to Li Yi. Thor, this is not what we agreed upon. Li Yi frowned and said, if I don't beat them all up, the system's task won't be considered complete and I won't be able to draw a prize. Thor, what did you agree on? Sifu asked in confusion. It's nothing. Just a combat agreement. Li Yi is helping me get my hammer back, and I want to have a fight with him. Thor replied, how about this? I'll go back with you and help you resolve the turmoil. After it's over, all of you have to fight me. Li suggested. That's great. Come visit us in Asgard. Thor said excitedly. He had already considered all the friends he met on Earth as his own, especially since Li Yi's strength was very formidable. Are you coming? Li turned to look at the others. Huh, can we go too? Daisy asked in confusion. You can come, but the situation over there is still chaotic, and they're just ordinary people. Thor glanced at Jane, hesitating. He had different feelings for Jane and naturally didn't want her to encounter any danger. Don't worry, I will protect them. Li smiled and said, I want to. Daisy was about to raise her hand but was stopped by Jian beside her, who shook her head at her. Although she also wanted to go, since Thor said there was danger over there, they ordinary people shouldn't go and cause trouble. Li, let's just forget it. Daisy, who was held back, said to Li, in that case, you wait here for me to come back. Li thought for a moment and replied. Although he originally intended to grant them a portion of the talisman's power to ensure their safety, since they didn't want to go, Li wouldn't force them. That's how the group decided. Only Coulson beside them looked completely bewildered. Aren't you going to ask me? I want to go. Unfortunately, Li Yi and the others completely ignored him. He could only sigh helplessly, thinking about how good of an opportunity it was to gather intelligence from Asgard, now lost. He could only blame himself for not being a beauty, but rather a middle-aged, balding man. After getting ready, Thor raised his hammer and shouted to the sky, "Heimdall!" But after a long while, there was no response. What was going on? What happened? Why wasn't Heimdall opening the Bifrost? Had the war already begun? The group in the palace began to discuss. Heimdall's main function, besides guarding the Bifrost, was to open it. Now that he wasn't responding, they couldn't return to Asgard. "Heimdall!" Thor shouted again, unwilling to give up. Boom! This time, there was finally a response. A loud noise echoed from the sky, followed by dark clouds gathering, and a colorful beam of light shot down from nowhere. "Great! It seems Heimdall is okay," Thor said with a smile. Then the four from the palace, along with Thor and Li Yi, walked into the beam of light. Thor said to Jane with deep emotion, "Jane, wait for me. I will definitely come back." Bang! The beam of light instantly retracted, leaving behind a mysterious ancient pattern on the ground. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky, and a red armored figure with a long flame appeared in front of everyone. "Where are the aliens?" As the mask opened, it was none other than Iron Man. "Tony Stark, you've already been defeated. You came too late." Coulson shrugged, helplessly. SHT. The space began to change rapidly, and Lee could clearly see the endless darkness outside the beam of light, feeling as if he was on a roller coaster in his past life, with his sense of space and direction all becoming chaotic. This process lasted only about 10 seconds. When he observed again, the surrounding scene had turned into a magnificent building. "We're finally back," Vandal shouted excitedly. The group quickly discovered the injured Heimdall lying nearby. Clearly, he had just used the last of his strength to open the Bifrost and bring everyone back. "Heimdall, are you okay?" Thor rushed forward to check Heimdall's injuries. "Quickly go to the palace, stop Loki," Heimdall said intermittently. "Take a heal, I'll go stop Loki," Thor instructed the four from the palace. He then tightly gripped his hammer, intending to find Loki for retribution. "Wait, I'll go with you." "Li Sudendi Said." "All right," Thor replied simply, then quickly swung his hammer and flew up into the sky, with Li following closely behind. The two soon reached the palace and entered the place where Odin was sleeping. As soon as Loki walked in, Thor shouted. Inside, besides the sleeping Odin, there was Loki and Queen Frigga, and on the ground lay a frost giant completely covered in blue. "Thor, I knew you would come back," Queen Frigga said, rushing forward to embrace her son upon seeing him return safely. "Who are you?" she then asked, noticing Li following behind, puzzled. She had never seen anyone with such an appearance in Asgard before. "Mother, this is a friend I met on Earth, a very powerful warrior, and he came to visit," Thor explained. "Hello, Queen," Li elegantly greeted. "Welcome to Asgard." Frigga responded in kind. You actually brought a lowly Midgardian back to Asgard, Thor, my brother. You are truly becoming more and more depraved." Loki mocked from the side. "Oh, lowly?" Li furrowed his brows and repeated a sentence. Then he stepped forward, ready to beat Loki up, but was suddenly stopped by Thor's hand. "Li, he is my brother. I want to deal with him personally," Thor said. "All right." Li helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Thor then fixed his gaze tightly on Loki, who was also staring back at Thor. The once brotherly duo was now turned into enemies. "Thor, what is going on?" Frigga asked in confusion from side. "Why didn't you tell me how you sent the destroyer to Midgard to kill me and my friends?" Thor questioned Loki. "What?" Frigga was taken aback. "You must have been carrying out Father's last command," Loki replied innocently. "You're a great liar. You always have been," Thor said flatly. "It's good to have you back, but I have to go destroy Jotunheim." With that, he smashed through the wall and ran out. Thor hurriedly chased after him, and Li also flew out through the broken section. Chapter 67, Meeting Odin. Li left the palace and did not chase after Thor and his brother to interfere with their rekindled love. Instead, he wandered around Asgard. Asgard also has day and night, and it was currently nighttime, with countless stars twinkling in the sky. Ancient, strange, and magnificent buildings stood all around, shimmering with light. This light was not like the electric lights of the human world, but rather the soft glow produced by various forms of magic. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from a distance. It seemed that Thor and Loki had already started fighting. However, Li did not pay much attention, as he had only come to complete his combat mission with Thor. Moreover, with Thor's strength, Loki, who was only skilled in schemes and tricks, was definitely no match for him. Sure enough, it quickly became silent over there. It seemed that it was already over. Li laughed. but suddenly remembered that Thor seemed to have smashed the rainbow bridge. Damn, how could I have forgotten this? Lee blurted out a piece of traditional culture. It's too late now. Thor's hammer has probably already fallen. At this point, I can only seek help from the all-powerful system. System? Is there any way to take me back to Earth? Ding, sorry host. This system's main function is lottery, and other functions are just auxiliary. Currently, there is no interstellar travel function. The system replied. That's it. Lee sighed, saying he didn't expect to forget such an important matter. If he had known, he would have stopped Loki earlier. This is to lead into the next lottery prize. Everyone should be able to guess what it is. Asgard's distance from Earth is both close and far. If it's close, you can reach it in a flash using the Rainbow Bridge. If it's far, it would take years to fly there. Sure enough, after the commotion over there ended, Thor walked over with a guilty expression. Lee, I have some bad news. I accidentally smashed the Rainbow Bridge, so you might not be able to return to Midgard for a while. Thor, I want to ask, was it intentional or an accident? Or intentionally an accident? Ahem, Lee, I definitely didn't do it on purpose. Thor replied, awkwardly. Forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Lee shook his head and said, Lee, my father has awakened, and he wants to see you. See me? Lee said in surprise, then continued. Then lead the way. I also want to meet this legendary god, King Odin. The two quickly flew and soon arrived at their destination, a large, ancient building. A banquet had already been prepared here, and the seats were filled with people. God King Odin sat in a high seat, with goddess Frigg beside him. They approached Odin. Father, I have brought Lee. Thor said, you go rest over there for a while. Odin nodded and then turned to Lee, saying, Welcome, guests from Midgard. We have prepared a grand feast. Please enjoy it. Thank you, your majesty Odin. Lee replied respectfully, which was a sign of respect for the strong. Although the god King Odin before him appeared to be an ordinary old man with white hair, resembling Nick Fury with one eye missing, and looked completely non-threatening, Lee could clearly feel the terrifying power hidden within that seemingly aged body, causing the power of the talismans within him to stir restlessly. This old man before him possessed stellar-level strength, undoubtedly a boss-level character in the Marvel Universe, alongside the Ancient One. They were known as the two major bosses of the beginner village. I heard that you saved Thor and the others from the attack of the Destroyer. Just a small matter. Lee politely replied, although it's a small matter for you, it is very important to me. After all, no parent wants to see their child in danger. As a reward, you can make any request you want, and as long as it's within my capability, I will help you fulfill it. As soon as Odin's words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of those around. This was the promise of the King of Gods. Power, authority, treasures, all within reach. No one expected that His Majesty Odin would offer such a significant reward, and in front of so many witnesses. If someone made an excessive request, such as asking for 2 treasures from Odin's treasury, it would be difficult for His Majesty to refuse. The people around looked at Lee with envy, eager to see what this Midgardian would propose. It seems I don't really want anything. Lee sighed helplessly. He really didn't want anything. Power and wealth were completely useless to him. What he wanted was strength, but Odin couldn't enhance his power at all, as he felt that Odin's strength was probably on the same level as his own. By the way, let's arrange a match between me, the 4 warriors of the Celestial Palace, and Thor. Lee sighed. Upon hearing Lie's words, everyone looked bewildered. What kind of request is this? They could easily challenge Thor privately. Why waste such a good opportunity? Is this Midgardian foolish? Is this your request? Odin asked in surprise. That's right. All right. Since you put it that way, I will arrange for you to battle in the duel arena as soon as possible. He then raised his cup and said to everyone, Let's welcome our guest from Midgard. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone responded. In Odin's study, Thor, you need to be careful of this Midgardian. Odin warned Thor with a serious expression. Father, do you have some misunderstanding? Lee is my friend. We owe our safe return to Asgard to him during our time in Midgard. Thor said, puzzled. Hearing Thor's naive words, Odin shook his head helplessly. Thor, you are still immature. Have you not considered why he would save you? Moreover, in the face of my promise, he didn't mention any requests. Only made a symbolic jest. Don't you find that strange? Odin patiently explained to Thor. He knew his son well. He had no cunning at all, and would he even realize if someone sold him out, still helping others count money. That's why he sent him to Midgard to train, hoping to change his character. But it seems he hasn't been trained enough yet. Furthermore, I can sense a very powerful force within him, one that even makes me feel fear. Regardless of whether he has other intentions, it's never wrong to be cautious. Odin taught. I understand, father, Thor replied. But inwardly he was reluctant to imagine that Li Yi had bad intentions. After all, he was his first friend made in Midgard. Chapter 68. Battle with Thor the next day. Asgard welcomed its morning. Early in the morning, Thor came to the guest room to find Li Yi. Li Yi, how did you sleep last night? Not bad. So early. Is there something important? Li Yi asked in confusion. The fighting arena has reopened. Didn't you request my father last night to fight me? So I came to find you today, Thor said excitedly. Fighting against Li Yi, this powerful warrior, was something he had always wanted to do, but it had been delayed by the matter with Loki. Great, I'm already prepared. Li Yi laughed. Soon, Li Yi and Thor arrived at the fighting arena. This arena was similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum, particularly large, about the size of 3 or 4 football fields, and filled with spectators. Look, Thor is here. Oh, Thor. Thor, the invincible god of war, the strongest warrior. The audience screamed and cheered upon seeing Thor arrive, comparable to the treatment Li Yi received on Earth. Thor had been in the fighting arena for a long time, defeating countless enemies and challengers, becoming an undefeated legend in the arena, and these people were all his fans. Thank you for your support. Thor waved to the audience, causing another wave of screams. How about that? Thor bragged to Li Yi. Not much. Let's get started. Li Yi replied expressionlessly. He had long since lost count of how many such cheers he had experienced. All right. Upon seeing that Li Yi showed no reaction, Thor instantly deflated like a deflated balloon. Next, we are about to witness an epic showdown. The host on stage shouted. Oh. The audience responded enthusiastically. Seeing the audience so fervent, the host nodded in satisfaction and continued. On one side, we have the undefeated myth of our fighting arena, the son of Odin, the god of thunder, Thor Odinson. Boom! Standing in the arena, Thor raised his hammer and unleashed a bolt of lightning into the sky, showcasing his power. Oh. The cheers from the audience grew even more fervent. Facing him is his challenger, Li Yi from Midgard. Hiss! Upon hearing Li Yi's name, the audience erupted in boos. But Li Yi didn't care. These Asgardians were still immersed in the glory of their divine realm and naturally looked down on Earthlings. When Asgard is destroyed and they go to settle in Norway, they will know how to respect Earthlings. Now the battle begins. The host announced loudly. Li Yi, as a guest, you can attack first. Thor said confidently. Are you sure? Li Yi laughed and said, of course. Then I won't be polite. Bang. After speaking, Li Yi's figure disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a large pit in the ground. So fast. Thor was shocked. Although he had also witnessed the battle between Li Yi and the Destroyer, and although he couldn't see it then either, he had lost his divine power at that time. Now that his divine power had returned, he was full of confidence, yet he still couldn't see anything. Li Yi suddenly appeared in front of Thor and kicked him, sending him flying with a loud bang, leaving a long trench on the ground. Seeing Thor being kicked away, the previously noisy audience fell silent in an instant. How is that possible? Thor was actually kicked away. Who is that Midgardian? Then, a deafening scream erupted. Damn it! Thor's defense is no joke. He quickly got back up and rapidly spun his hammer, Mjolnir. With a furious roar, Mjolnir was violently thrown towards Li Yi. Li Yi raised his hand to catch Thor's hammer with a sudden force. Although he could forcibly lift the hammer with sheer strength, it did not acknowledge him, so its weight still affected him. Coupled with Thor's immense power, he was instantly knocked back, dragging 2 long, deep grooves into the ground. He caught it. That Midgardian caught Thor's hammer. How could this be possible? Witnessing this incredible scene, the audience's worldview was shattered. In their minds, aside from His Majesty Odin, no one could possibly catch the hammer, and the scene before them completely broke their perception. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate this Midgardian. Whoosh! Thor opened his hand and summoned the hammer back, and Li Yi did not intentionally stop him. Li Yi, you are indeed powerful. Bring it on, Thor exclaimed excitedly. He then jumped into the air, raising the hammer high to strike down at Li Yi. Li Yi gently raised his hand toward Thor. Godly domain. A terrifying, invisible, repulsive force surged forward instantly. Bang! The repulsion force struck Thor hard, causing him to fall from the air. Li Yi seized the opportunity to catch up, then used both hands and feet to launch a series of attacks. Thor didn't have time to react, and could only cross his arms to protect his head against the blows. Bang! 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 In less than a few seconds, Thor's body was covered in bruises. Thor let out a roar, and violent lightning erupted from his body, sweeping around him. This successfully interrupted Li Yi's attack, and Li Yi jumped aside. Li Yi, take this. Thor raised his hammer high and unleashed a bolt of lightning the size of a thigh towards Li Yi. Z. Leah's eyes also unleashed electric light without hesitation. Whoosh! Bang! The yellow electric light and blue lightning collided fiercely, momentarily locking in place. Leah, if that's all you can do, you won't be able to defeat me, Thor shouted. Is that so? Lee sneered and then instantly increased his power. The electric light pressed back the lightning in an instant. How is this possible? Thor was taken aback and quickly rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. The electric light shot down to the ground, instantly piercing through it and heading underground. When Lee stopped the electric light, what remained were two bottomless holes. Thor, the warm-up is over. Now I'm going to get serious. Lee laughed and said, You still not serious? Thor asked in surprise. After just a few rounds of fighting, he was already in a perilous situation, and this was not being serious? Lee did not respond, but quickly charged towards Thor. Thor let out a loud roar, jumped high, raised his hammer above his head, and then swung it down fiercely towards Li Yi. Just as they were about to make contact, Li Yi's figure vanished again, reappearing behind Thor and kicked him in the back. Before Thor could react, Li Yi disappeared once more, reappearing at Thor's side, and landed a powerful punch on Thor's face. Li Yi continuously knocked Thor away, and then, as if teleporting, appeared beside Thor and struck him again. Thor was completely defenseless, and Li Yi's final kick landed on Thor's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly back, crashing into the ground, remaining unresponsive for a while. Chapter 69, Advanced Rewards. Oh my. The invincible and undefeated god of war, Thor, has fallen. Seeing Thor in the deep pit unresponsive for a long time, the host shouted, Thor, you are the strongest warrior. How can you fail? Get up. Stand up for the glory of Asgard. Stand up. You cannot lose like this. The audience urged Thor, unable to imagine and accept that the powerful Asgardians had lost to the weakest Midgardians in the Nine Realms. Although the audience was cheering fervently, Li knew that his previous attack had completely exceeded Thor's limits, and he would definitely not be able to stand up in a short time. Sure enough, Thor in the pit still showed no signs of movement. The outcome of the battle was already very clear. Why weren't you announcing it? Watching the host hesitate to declare the winner, Li couldn't help but frown. Oh, everyone, the result of this epic battle is out. And the winner is Li Yi from Midgard. The host announced loudly. The venue fell silent, as most Asgardians could not accept this result. But Li didn't care. He just wanted to complete the task. After the battle, soon a goddess skilled in healing magic came to treat Thor, and before long, Thor woke up. Li, you are truly amazing. No wonder even my father says your power is formidable. I am no match for you at all. Thor laughed heartily. He didn't take his defeat to Li Yi to heart. As a warrior, winning and losing is inevitable. He had often lost to those powerful warriors when he came to challenge before. No one gave him any favors just because he was the son of the God King. He had grown stronger step by step through constant challenges, eventually becoming the undefeated god of war in the arena. Of course, that title has now been overturned by Li Yi. I still want to fight those four. Li Yi pointed at the four-member Celestial Palace group next to Thor. The four members looked completely confused. Li Yi clearly already defeated Thor. Is there still a need to challenge them? They are definitely no match for Thor. Although puzzled, since he was challenged, he cannot back down. It is the honor of being a warrior of Asgard. There is no doubt that the four of them united could not last even one round against Li Yi and were swiftly dealt with by him. Mission accomplished. Li Yi smiled and felt full of anticipation for this lottery, hoping to draw something good, but also knowing that it was entirely based on luck. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task, Alien Visitors. Mysterious alien visitors are about to descend on Earth and bring a disaster. Task objective: defeat all alien visitors and prevent the disaster from occurring. Completed. Successfully obtained one lottery draw. System, let's draw. Dia commandit. Praying in his heart that he wouldn't draw garbage this time. All right, host. The system responded. Suddenly, a large spinning wheel appeared in front of Li Yi, filled with a dense array of various items, totaling 126,852 pieces. The pointer on the wheel spun rapidly, quickly exceeding Li Yi's perception range, and slowly came to a stop 10 seconds later. Li Yi looked over and saw a mysterious golden light emanating from the turntable. Congratulations, host. Your luck is off the charts, and you've received a high-level reward. The unique divine skill instant transmission from the main character of the Dragon Ball world, Son Goku. What? Li Yi could hardly believe that he had drawn such an amazing skill. Teleportation, which could ignore the limits of space, allowing him to jump from one point in space to another, automatically adapting to the current world. It no longer required chi as a sensing medium. As long as the host knew the location of the destination point, it could be used. The system explained. Ha ha ha. I, Li, am indeed a lucky emperor. Not some unlucky fool. Last time was purely an accident. Li lafit ikutidli. Although the concept of teleportation is simple to understand literally, achieving in the real world is not easy. From the perspective of Einstein's general relativity, if the gravitational force or energy of an object is large enough, it can distort space, bringing 2 points in three-dimensional space closer together. If this energy is strong enough to make the 2 points coincide, then a situation arises where passing through one of the nearly coinciding points in three-dimensional space would directly cross the three-dimensional space between the 2 points and appear at another point in space at the same time, thus achieving the result of teleportation. Another understanding is even more fantastical. It involves disrupting or pausing the universe's unique timeline, completing the movement during this time without it being counted as time, making it appear to others as if you have achieved teleportation, regardless of which interpretation is used. With current human technology, achieving this will require a very long time of development. Li Yi originally had the rabbit talisman, which allowed him to reach sublight speed when fully unleashed. Now, with the addition of the teleportation skill, he could basically traverse the universe with ease. Even if he couldn't win a fight, couldn't he still escape? Unless he encountered an existence that could seal space and time. But such beings would have to be at the level of a creator deity. Excited to practice his newfound abilities, Li activated teleportation immediately. His figure vanished from its original spot and reappeared not far away. As expected of a protagonist skill, it was impressive. Now he could return to Earth. Li laughed and said, in the Asgard royal palace on the other side, the All-Father Odin felt Li Yi's aura disappear in an instant, and then appear again the next moment, causing him to frown. What is this Midgardian doing? After finding a way back to Earth, Li no longer hesitated and directly bid farewell to Thor and the others. Li, are you leaving? How will you go? Thor asked in confusion. The Rainbow Bridge had already been smashed by him and had not been repaired yet. I have comprehended a new ability. Li Yi smiled and said, but did not explain too much. It was better for him to keep such skills to himself. Well then, goodbye. I originally wanted to compete with you one more time, Thor said regretfully. Then Li bid farewell to Odin, the king of the gods and the master of Asgard. Mr. Li Yi, Asgard will always welcome you, Odin said to Li Yi with a smile on his face. Thank you very much for your hospitality, Lord Odin. Li replied politely. After bidding farewell, Li found the location of Earth and directly teleported back. What a magical ability, even better than our Rainbow Bridge. Odin sighed as he watched Li Yi's disappearing figure. Chapter 70. The Little Spider's Urgent Call for Help. The next moment, Li Yi's figure appeared in a small town in New Mexico. Click, click. The moment Li Yi appeared, dozens of armed soldiers aimed their weapons at him, causing him to furrow his brows, thinking someone had set a trap for him. Put down all your guns. Just as Li Yi was about to take action and eliminate this group of people, an anxious voice suddenly called out, belonging to Coulson, who quickly walked over. The soldiers were confused, but still lowered their weapons. Seeing this, Coulson secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as it almost turned into a tragedy. This is one of our own. You all go back to your posts and continue working. Yes. The soldiers turned and left. Coulson, what is going on? Why am I receiving such a warm welcome as soon as I return? Li is not good at talking. Mayday. This is the first scene of the alien appearance, and we naturally need to send someone to investigate properly. It was completely a misunderstanding just now. Coulson explained. Forget it. How long have I been gone? Li didn't want to dwell on it and asked. He wanted to confirm whether the flow of time in Asgard was the same as on Earth, as he didn't want any melodramatic situations where a day in the sky equaled 1,000 years on the ground. Mayday. You have been gone for 22 hours and 3 minutes, Coulson replied after checking his watch. It seems the flow of time is the same. Li murmured. Asgard is the first alien civilization we have contacted. I wonder if you could share the specific situation over there, Mr. Li? This is very important for our human civilization, Coulson probed, cleverly tying it all to the fate of human civilization. However, Li was not buying it all. He chuckled and said, I'm too tired right now and need a rest. Next time, definitely. With that, he soared into the sky, leaving Coulson looking bewildered. It was daytime, and Li pinpointed the location of Daisy and the others, instantly teleporting to their research institute. Daisy, record this data. Okay. The team, including Simmons, was busy working. You all seem to be working. It looks like I came at the wrong time. Li smiled and said, Li. Jin and the others exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Li Yi. You're back. Daisy even threw herself into Li Yi's arms. Sorry, it took a bit longer. It's fine, Daisy replied with a smile. Daisy, I'm here to say goodbye this time. I've basically wrapped up everything here, and I'm preparing to return to New York. Are you coming back to New York with me? Or are you going to stay here? Lee Oskit. I'm very sorry, Lee. Our research is not finished yet. So I plan to stay here to assist Jian in completing the study. Daisy said regretfully. All right, if you want to reach me, just give me a call. And take this thing with you. You must keep it on you. Lie handit, Daisy au uniculi, shapit obict. Which was a sealing scroll commonly seen in the world of Naruto. Inside it was sealed Lie's shadow clone, which would be triggered immediately to come out and protect Daisy if she encountered any danger. When the shadow clone was activated, Lee would also know instantly and could teleport over immediately. Although Lee had the god's perspective provided by the system, he couldn't possibly keep an eye on everything all day long. Lee also bestowed the power of the dog talisman onto Daisy as a double insurance. After all, she is his woman, and he must protect her safety. As for the supreme forgetting of emotions often seen in certain cultivation novels, Lee stated that he and those protagonists are not the same kind of people. He simply cannot do it. Losing emotions and living like a machine. What is the point of cultivating immortality? What does it mean to live until the universe explodes? Some people say they seek the truth of the universe, that their insights are the great path of the cosmos. But in Lie's view, the very will to pursue these things is a part of emotion. After bidding farewell to the two, Lee instantly teleported back to his luxurious residence in New York City. The next day, Lee was enthusiastically studying the newly acquired teleportation ability. Boss, you have a new message from a gentleman named Peter Parker. Would you like to take the call? Betty on his watch suddenly reminded him. Little Spider, what does he want to call me for? Lee asked in confusion, then chose to answer the call. Lee, I need your help, came the frantic voice of Little Spider from the other end. What? Tell me the details. Lee repeated. Who was the first boss that Little Spider encountered? It seems to be the lizard man, sure enough. Little Spider's next words confirmed Lie's guess. I encountered a green lizard man. It plans to turn everyone in New York City into big lizards like itself. I tried to stop it, but it's very strong and good at escaping. I can't catch it alone, Little Spider explained. I'm on my way. Lee instantly located the Little Spider's position and then teleported over. Okay, my location is... Just as the Little Spider was about to say its location, Lie's voice suddenly came from beside him. Boo! Startled, the Little Spider quickly put down the phone and did a backflip to jump away. You're the ghost. Upon hearing the Little Spider's words, Lie's face instantly darkened. Lie, how did you appear here? This is really surprising. You were just on the phone. How did you suddenly get here? Were you here all along? No, that's impossible. If you were nearby, my spider sense would have reacted. The Little Spider, being a chatterbox, immediately started rambling on. Stop. If you keep talking, the lizard people's plan will succeed. Lee hurriedly gestured for stop. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. The lizard man is in the XX area. We need to hurry and stop it. After saying that, Little Spider led the way and took off. Although Li Yi could directly locate the lizardman's position and teleport there, he wanted to see the battle between Little Spider and the lizard man. So he decided to follow Little Spider's actions. In the streets of the XX area, chaos reigned. Debris was flying everywhere, and the crowd was screaming and fleeing in all directions. Look at you lowly creatures. Behold my form. This is what humanity has evolved into. How beautiful. The lizard man, transformed from Dr. Kurt Connors, was holding a police car and shouting, Shoot! Shoot! Bang! 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 A group of police officers surrounded the lizard man, continuously firing their guns. The leader was none other than Lie's acquaintance, the chief of the New York City Police Department, George Stacy. It's not even painful. The lizard man laughed maniacally, then smashed the police car towards Chief Stacy. Bang! Just as the police car was about to hit, a hand steadied and caught the flying vehicle. Chief Stacy, are you okay? Superman. Chapter 71. The brutal lizard man George Stacy was very surprised by Superman's appearance. It had been a long time since Superman had come out. The last news about him was the report of Superman attacking civilians, which was soon confirmed to be false. However, Chief Stacy believed that this could be true. Are you all okay? Lee placed the police car on the ground and smiled at the nearby officers. Superman. It's Superman. Great, Superman is here, we're saved. Superman. 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 The officers nearby cheered loudly, shouting for Superman. No, my friends, there's no need to cheer for me. You are the real heroes. Lee gave a thumbs up to the police and smiled. Oh, Superman. Superman. I go out every day. Why is my popularity not as high as Superman's? Seeing Superman attracting everyone's attention, Spider-Man, who was lying on the police car, instantly fell off balance. He then shot out a web to attach to a distant tall building, swung over, and delivered a flying kick to the lizard man. Bang. With one kick, he sent the lizard man flying. Roar. It's you again, Spider-Man. Dempest. The lizard man shouted angrily as he got back up and charged at Spider-Man. Hey, buddy, can you not open your mouth? I can smell your bad breath from this far away. Spider-Man teased, also charging towards the lizard man. The two non-human creatures began to fight, creating an exaggerated battlefield with debris flying everywhere. Especially the lizard man, whose tail was torn off by Spider-Man, but soon grew back. However, the battle between the two was purely based on physical strength, with no skills involved, just a competition of who could take more hits. Of course, Liu was not in a position to criticize others, as his own fighting was also entirely reliant on his overwhelming abilities. Liu did not step forward to interrupt. He just stood in place, watching with great interest. That, Superman, aren't you going to help? Director George probed. Spider-Man can handle that monster on his own. I don't need to intervene. Liu repeated. Sure enough, seeing it live was much better than in the movie. The next second, Spider-Man was flung away by the lizard with its tail. Seeing this, Lee knew it was time for him to take action. In an instant, his figure disappeared, then reappeared in front of the lizard. Hey, monster, let me play with you. Lia Mokit, monster. I'm not a monster. I'm not a monster. I am a superior species to humanity. Upon hearing the word monster, the lizard man instantly became furious and roared. Although it had indeed transformed into a half-human, half-lizard monster, it would never admit it, and it wanted the people of this city to become just like it. This is the future of humanity. No more pain. No more bloodshed, the lizard man thought madly. It raised its green, slimy claws to strike at Li Yi, vowing to kill the human who dared to insult it. However, Li easily caught its claw and suddenly exerted force. Under the intense pain, the lizard man let out a painful wail. No matter how it struggled, it could not pull its hand back. Li lifted his foot and suddenly kicked the lizard man's chest. Bang! The lizard man was instantly kicked away. His captured right arm was also pulled off by Li Yi. This guy Li Yi is truly a monster. Seeing the lizard man, who was being tortured to the brink of death, being toyed with like a plaything by Superman, Spider-Man couldn't help but exclaim. The lizard man struggled to get up, painfully clutching his severed arm. At this moment, all he wanted was to escape. This human in front of him was even more of a monster than he was, and he absolutely stood no chance. If he didn't run now, he would definitely die here. Spotting a sewer opening not far away, the lizard man gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and quickly crawled over. Superman, don't let it escape. Spider-Man shouted urgently. Want to run? It's not that simple. Li quickly moved towards the lizard man, his speed completely exceeding the lizard man's imagination. Then, with a powerful punch, he struck the lizard man's chest. Bang! Wow! The lizard man spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying again, crashing heavily into a police car in the distance. At Gwen's home, since her father was leading the police in capturing the lizard man, Gwen and her mother were anxiously watching the live broadcast on television. When she saw the terrifying lizard man with her own eyes, Gwen was startled. How could there be such a terrifying monster in this world? This monster doesn't conform to biological evolution at all. When she saw the lizard man throwing a police car at her father, she screamed and covered her eyes. Unable to look. Gwen, quick, look at the TV. Gwen's mother said. No. Dad, your dad is fine. Superman came to save him. Superman. Gwen suddenly opened her eyes and indeed saw her father safe and sound, standing next to the Superman she had been thinking about day and night. As for Spider-Man, who was battling hard, she completely ignored him. Great, Dad is okay. Gwen's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, and then she looked at Superman and whispered, You saved my world once again. Thank you, Superman. If reality were a dating game, one could see that Gwen's affection for Li Yi had reached its maximum level. Of course, at this moment, Li Yi had no idea that he had unknowingly won over another girl. The lizard man lay on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Oh. Everyone cheered when they saw Superman defeat the lizard man. Go catch that monster. Director George immediately ordered. Yes, a group of police officers cautiously approached the lizard man, unsure if it would suddenly get up again. Wait, Spider-Man suddenly jumped in front of the police. Click, click. The police immediately aimed their guns at Spider-Man. Spider-Man, what do you mean by this? Are you obstructing our law enforcement? Director George questioned. No. This lizard man is not a monster. He became like this due to an accident. I can turn him back. Spider-Man hoorightly explain it. The police looked at Spider-Man with skeptical expressions. What he's saying is true. Lee Suddenly spoke up. Hearing Superman say that Director George ordered to lower the gun. Thank you, Li. Spider-Man said gratefully. It's nothing, just hurry up and turn it back. Li waved his hand and said, all right. Spider-Man nodded, took out a small syringe from a device at his waist, and injected it into the lizard man's arm. In a moment of transformation, the lizard man turned back into a naked middle-aged man. Now that it's all done, I'll be on my way, seeing the reporters approaching in the distance. Li soared into the sky, leaving the scene. Unbeknownst to him, a bald woman was watching everything through some special means. Chapter 72. Gu-E. After dealing with the lizard man's little incident, Li returned to his luxurious residence and lay in bed, bored, watching TV. Suddenly, Li jumped up, staring intently at the living room, his eyes filled with vigilance. A spinning, spark-emitting portal suddenly appeared in the living room, expanding rapidly until it reached 2 meters in size. On the other side of the portal was an ancient-looking building, but its complete appearance was unclear. Then, a black man dressed in a green robe stepped out from the portal. Who are you? Don't you know that breaking into someone's home is illegal? Li furrowed his brows and prepared himself. If the person in front of him made any sudden moves, he would blow him and the building up with a dragon explosion. After all, there was only Li living in this building, so he didn't have to worry about innocent bystanders. As for whether it would cause panic, Li didn't care much about that. Mr. Li, my name is Modu. I apologize for my abrupt visit. Please forgive me. The black gentleman bowed. Modu? Upon hearing this name, Li immediately thought of the Doctor Strange he had seen, where there was a black character named Modu, a loyal follower of the Ancient One. Of course, originally in the comics, he was a white man, but in America, due to political correctness, they forced Modu to be changed into a black character, resulting in this world's Modu also being black. What brings you here? Li Askit. Your Excellency Li Yi, my master, the Supreme Mage, hopes to invite you to visit Kamarage. Modu smiled. Invite me as a guest. Li was surprised. Gu-Yi's actions completely caught him off guard. He had considered countless possibilities. Given his reckless behavior, Gu-Yi might hint at him, directly warn him, or even take action against him. However, he never expected she would invite him as a guest. Yes, Your Excellency Li Yi, what do you think? Modu asked. Li Yi pondered to himself. The system had already helped him forge an identity, so there was no way that Gu-Yi could recognize him as someone from another world. Now that she had come to him, it was likely because she had observed a variable in the future timeline and wanted to take a look at him. However, Gu-Yi did not act directly, which suggested that she seemed reluctant to use force. Even if Gu-Yi wanted to take action, Li Yi was not afraid. His talisman power would not be inferior to Gu-Yi's magic, and besides, Gu-Yi was a fragile mage. Can you imagine a dignified supreme mage falling from a building and dying? However, from the later plot, it seemed that Gu-Yi had done it intentionally, as she had already found her successor, Strange. After protecting the Earth for hundreds of years, she was already weary and wanted to retire. The only troublesome thing was the time stone. This thing was particularly annoying, as it would keep rebooting and making you miserable if it couldn't defeat you. Even the dimensional demon Dormammu was annoyed by Strange's countless reboots. Lead the way. After much thought, Li decided to go take a look. Alright, Lord Li, please follow me. Mordo took the lead and stepped through the portal, with Li closely following. Once he crossed the light's circle, Li found himself in an ancient courtyard with rows of old-fashioned buildings behind him, clearly showing a Chinese style. In the courtyard, dozens of apprentice mages were practicing. Some were practicing the most basic spatial portals, while others were practicing staff techniques, sword techniques, and even some were jumping around practicing light techniques. Practicing magic was one thing, but why practice martial arts? Remembering the movies, it seemed that both good and evil mages particularly enjoyed close combat. Even the Supreme Mage Gu-Yi charged in with a magical sword for melee combat, and Li Yi suddenly understood. The mages stopped their activities and saluted Mordo upon seeing him. As Gu-Yi's most loyal follower, Mordo held significant prestige in Kamarage. Notijin Li besidehim. The mages did not show any signs of surprise. This is Lord Li Yi, a guest of Master Gu-Yi. Mordo introduced. Lord Li Yi. The group of mages cupped their fists towards Li Yi. Thank you. Li Yi also politely returned a fist salute. He then followed Modu and continued forward, passing through a quiet little path, and finally arrived at a delicate small courtyard. Master Gu-Yi was waiting for you inside. Li slowly pushed open the door and saw a person sitting on a chair in the small courtyard, reading a book. The shiny bald head was so eye-catching. It was the Supreme Sorcerer, Gu-Yi, the pinnacle of Earth's defense. Finally meeting you, Li Yi, or should I call you Superman? Gu-Yi smiled as he put down the book upon hearing the door open. This Gu-Yi looked exactly like the one in the movie, full of an artistic vibe. Just call me Li Yi. Superman is just a code name. Li Yi said casually, would you like a cup of tea? Gu Yi picked up the teapot beside him, poured a cup of tea, and asked Li Yi. Of course. Li Yi naturally took it and drank it in one gulp. Immediately, he felt a wave of comfort spread throughout his body, and his mood relaxed significantly. This tea has been enchanted. Li Yi thought to himself. This tea is a specialty of our Kamarage. How is it? Ancient One smiled and said, very good. Li Yi replied, I specifically added a bit of honey. The two chatted idly for a few more moments. What did you call me here for? Li Yi didn't want to waste any more time and got straight to the point. No need to be so anxious, Gu Yi said with a smile. To be honest, I'm still quite busy and don't have that much time for tea. Li Yi spoke nonsense as soon as he opened his mouth. In fact, he didn't have to do anything at all. Most of his time was spent idly at home. Since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. I want to take you as my apprentice and make you the next Supreme Mage, Gu Yi said astonishingly. Puffed. Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Li Yi, who was drinking tea, directly spat it out. What? Did I hear that wrong? Or are you joking? Li Yi was shocked and said, you didn't hear wrong. And I'm not joking. Gu Yi repeated. Li Yi put down his teacup and asked in confusion, Master Gu Yi, as far as I know, you have already chosen the next Supreme Sorcerer, that man named Strange. I'm very curious. How do you know about future events? In my countless observations of the timeline, I found that you seem to be well aware of what will happen in the future. Gu Yi smiled and said, Li Yadun Pauza. Unsure how to respond. He couldn't possibly say that he came from another world where the stories of this world were made into movies, and he just happened to have seen them. Chapter 73. Is Superman the Guardian of Earth? Li didn't know how to respond, so he chose to remain silent. As the saying goes, silence is golden. Since you don't want to answer, let's skip this topic, Gu Yi said with a smile. It wasn't a big deal. Everyone has their own secrets. The reason I want to choose you as the Supreme Mage is that I have observed countless timelines, and you have always been a qualified Guardian of Earth, defeating numerous monsters that wanted to invade. Although most of it wasn't your intention, you indeed did so. Additionally, your magical talent is the most outstanding I've ever seen, far surpassing my own. If you can become the next Supreme Mage, you will be the greatest Supreme Mage in history. This mysterious power within you must also be some kind of magic, right? You really noticed. Li Yi was not surprised at all. After all, this was the Supreme Sorcerer, Professor X. Someone like Magneto, an outsider, could mistakenly use power for superpower. But the Ancient One, who relied on magic for a living, naturally recognized the essence of Li Yi's strength at a glance. It's truly amazing. There are actually forms of magic I've never seen before, the Ancient One exclaimed. As for Strange, the mention of Strange made the Ancient One frown. If there were a better option, I really wouldn't want that chatterbox, so troublesome, disrespectful of magic, toying with time, arrogant, proud, conceited, and exceptionally stubborn, to take my place. Listening to the Ancient One's words, Li pondered carefully. This was indeed Strange character. Upon their first meeting, he had disrespected the Ancient One and was then taught a harsh lesson. Of course, the Ancient One was also trying to break Strange's subjective beliefs to make him believe in the existence of magic. After all, many things depend on belief. If you believe, it exists. If you don't, it doesn't. I want to ask, what is the future version of me like? Li asked curiously. In the 14, 567, 890 timelines I observed, in some you ruled the earth, in others you were enemies with Strange and the others, and in some you looked down upon all beings from above. But in times of crisis, you all unexpectedly chose to protect the earth. That's why I want you to be the next Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One replied, ruling the earth? Master Ancient One, do you have any objections to someone like me? Li was puzzled. He was not surprised that his future self would rule the earth. After all, he had had such thoughts in his previous life. Once he gained power, it was not strange for him to put those ideas into practice. What he found strange was that Ancient One actually had no objections to him. Wasn't Ancient One a proper righteous person? Meeting an ambitious person like Li Yi, she should at least be very annoyed, if not hateful. But from Ancient One's demeanor, it seemed that she didn't care much. You don't need to worry about my opinion. I protect the entire earth, not humanity. As long as the earth is safe, I won't care about other matters. Ancient One shook her head. When she took over as the Sorcerer Supreme, she had already positioned herself as an observer, quietly watching the development of the human world without ever intervening. To her, humanity was no more precious than an ant on the road, just like everything else in the world. For hundreds of years, the mutual slaughter among humans had caused casualties far more severe than those caused by the demons and monsters invading the real dimension. But she never cared. Li nodded silently, but his respect for Gu Yi grew even more. To protect the entire world, this is true love. Li may not be able to do it himself, but that does not hinder his admiration for such people. What have you thought about? Are you willing to become my disciple and the next Supreme Mage? Gui asked. After I become a Supreme Mage, will I need to do things like you? Li said in confusion. Everyone has a different path. This path is my own choice, and your path depends entirely on your own choices. There's no need to be the same as me. The ultimate goal is to protect the Earth. Ancient One shook his head and said, Master Gui, I really appreciate your regard, but I still feel that the Supreme Master is not suitable for me. Li thought for a moment and still refused. Although Gui had said that he didn't have to be like her, there were still certain constraints, and Li particularly hated constraints. He was also thinking that after having enough fun on Earth, he would run off to the universe for a cosmic tour. There are not many in this world who have the ability to travel the universe, and Li Yi is one of them, not only possessing teleportation, but also an immortal life. It seems that Gui Yi's portals still have distance limitations. Otherwise, this group of mages would have been invincible long ago. Of course, if someone mastered the Space Stone, they could achieve that as well. So you really refused? Gui seek it. In the timeline she predicted. She had also invited Li Yi, but the probability of him agreeing was less than 1 in 1,000. Out of 1,000 times, Li Yi would agree only once. And shortly after, he would immediately find someone to take over. Li did not make any shameless demands like, as a Supreme Mage, can you pass on your magic to me? After all, he did not want to bear the responsibilities of Supreme Mage, nor did he deserve the benefits. In that case, I won't force you. Since you are already here at Kamarage, take your time to explore. I have already sent a message to Mordo, and he will come and show you around. Master Gui, he said with a smile, already hinting at sending him off. Master Gui, I have one more request, and I wonder if you could agree to it. Oh, tell me more. I want to spar with you and see the difference between myself and the Supreme Mage who protects the Earth. Li said with a strong fighting spirit. You seem to really enjoy battle? No, to be precise, I love power, powerful power. All right, I promise you. In that case, let's get started. Li said eagerly, finally having the chance to witness the power of this Supreme Sorcerer. The death in the movie was too pathetic, wasn't he it? Although it was her own choice. Is there a larger venue nearby? My destructive power is quite strong. Follow me. Gui said lightly, then stood up and gestured at the void. The space instantly shattered like a mirror, revealing a door. Mirror World. Chapter 74. Battle against Gui. Li Yi followed Ancient One into the mirror dimension and found that it was exactly like the real world, only reversed. The mirror dimension is a very powerful spatial magic, a special space completely independent of the main world. Although the reality of the main universe is projected identically into the mirror dimension, those in the mirror dimension cannot affect the real world. This means that Li Yi can freely unleash his power here without worrying about causing damage to the real world. The Ancient One often uses it to trap enemies and defeat them using the terrain of the mirror dimension. It can be said that this is Ancient One's home ground, where she can maximize her magical abilities. The mirror dimension is a very advanced magic. In the movie Doctor Strange, aside from the Ancient One, only the later Doctor Strange has used it, indicating that this spatial magic is not something anyone can learn. It may require a special identity inheritance, such as being the Sorcerer Supreme Heir. Of course, it is also possible that learning the mirror dimension requires a very high level of magical prowess or comprehension ability. Li Yi and Gui are standing at one end of the building. Master Gui, I'm going to launch my attack now. Li laughed and said, Gui nodded in acknowledged. Receiving a response, Li no longer hesitated, and his figure instantly vanished, speeding towards Gui. His right fist was clenched tightly and suddenly hurled forward with such speed that it created a sonic boom. Gui didn't even raise a hand. A circular magical shield automatically appeared beside her. After hundreds of years, Gui had mastered the casting of magic to the point it became instinctual, even being able to sense the future and cast spells in advance. Therefore, even though Ye's attack speed had surpassed the speed of sound, he still couldn't strike her before she cast her magic. Bang! His fist hit the magical shield, instantly producing a huge explosion sound. Crack. A fissure appeared on the magical shield. Damn, it's that tough? Li exclaimed it. He was well aware of the immense power behind his punch. With one blow, he could bring down an entire building, yet it only left a crack on the magical shield. So what if it were a faster, more powerful attack? Li secretly thought. Then he swung his fists even faster, instantly throwing out dozens of punches. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. But it seemed that the magical shield beside Gui appeared in a flash. always managing to block his attacks at the moment they were about to hit her. The greater Li Ye's punching power, the stronger the defense of the magical shield. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, Li Yi made a big jump to create distance. Ancient One, your defense is indeed flawless. Li Yi exclaimed in admiration. It's just relying on hundreds of years of experience. Gu Yi said calmly. Then she extended her hand and twisted the air towards Li Ye's standing position. Boom! The entire building instantly began to twist and fold, and then the whole building pressed down towards Li Yi. Whoosh! Li Ye's eyes sparkled with electric light as he unleashed two beams of high-temperature lightning. Bang! They sliced through the building, cutting it into several sections. But that wasn't the end. Gu Yi continued to wave his hand, and this time it wasn't just one building, but the entire city began to twist and spin. What? This is getting out of hand? Looking at this exaggerated scene, Li Yi exclaimed, if this were done with special effects, how much would it cost? No wonder the Marvel screenwriters hurried to kill off Gu Yi. This is just too expensive. Even later on, Strange rarely used this magic. Not even during his battle with Thanos. All the buildings piled up together, suddenly pressing down on Li Yi. How many tons is this? Li spoke confidently while his hands moved swiftly. He brought his hands together at his waist, and a yellow beam of destructive energy quickly condensed. Purgatory's unmatched explosive wave cannon. The dragon explosion was unleashed in an instant, releasing a destruction beam several meters wide from his palm. This time, the power of the dragon explosion was the strongest Li Yi had ever used. Whoosh! The destructive beam shot towards the skyscrapers in the sky. Bang! A massive explosion erupted instantly, affecting a radius of several kilometers, its power no less than the small-yield nuclear bomb that Li Yi had previously withstood. Flames erupted, smoke billowed, resembling God's punishment of annihilation. As the towering smoke slowly dispersed, only a corner of every building in the sky remained. Li did not suspect anything else, and quickly moved towards Gu Yi. Gu Yi remained calm and rapidly formed several hand seals. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, countless clones were created. Li Yi was momentarily unsure which was the true form of the Ancient One, and couldn't help but stop his attack. The Ancient One's avatars waved their hands, and a magical long rope appeared in their grasp. Li Yi recalled that this move was used by Doctor Strange in the battle against Thanos, but it was countered by the Power Stone. Sure enough, in the next moment, countless magical long ropes were thrown towards Li Yi. Li Yi didn't want to be tied up, so he stretched out his hand. Super Shinra Tensei. The infinite terror of repulsion instantly activated. Boom! Not only did it send all the nearby magical ropes flying, but the duplicates of Gu Yi also vanished the moment they came into contact with the repulsion, and the nearby building ruins were completely crushed. Li Yi's eyes instantly captured the location of the Ancient One. His figure vanished in an instant and then reappeared behind the Ancient One, delivering a powerful punch. He was completely unconcerned about any problems arising with the Ancient One. After all, this was the Supreme Sorcerer, and Li Yi possessed the power of the talisman. Just as his fist was about to strike the Ancient One, her figure flickered and disappeared without a trace. Space magic? Li Yi questioned in confusion. He didn't expect that Gu Yi, in addition to the space portal, also mastered other spatial magic for rapid movement. No wonder he was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Just as Li Yi was about to continue his attack, a golden magic circle suddenly appeared on his body. Oh no, it was a trap. A beam of golden light appeared above Li Yi's head and then shot down fiercely. Li Yi quickly moved, but the golden light seemed to have a consciousness of its own, automatically tracking Li Yi. Li Yi's speed was so fast that it even created afterimages, but the golden light was relentless. Not only that, but the golden light above his head was continuously released in waves, and in an instant, dozens of rays of golden light flew after Li Yi. Seeing the increasing number of golden lights, Li Yi decided to stop dodging. He pressed his hand down to the ground, and all the debris from the buildings flew into the sky, forming dozens of gigantic hands. He controlled the massive hands to collide violently with the golden light. Boom! A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted instantly. However, the golden light in the sky continued to be released without pause. Li immediately thought it was due to the magic circle on his body. The talisman spell expelled all external forces and activated instantly. After a flash of white light, the golden magic circle on Li Yi completely vanished. Your magic can actually expel mine? Ancient One frowned. This was the only time since the beginning of the battle that she showed a different expression. Before, she had maintained a calm demeanor. Ancient One, my abilities are not that simple. Li Yi similed. Chapter 75. The Crisis of X Academy. Gui's expression instantly became extremely serious. Although she did not expect the magic circle from earlier to defeat Li Yi, she never imagined it could be so easily broken. After all, the magic circle she had just created was a high-level spell that took her hundreds of years to develop and perfect. Although she could observe countless timelines, she could only grasp the general idea and naturally could not see every detail. Perhaps only the legendary creator god could see every detail. Gui waved her hand gently again, and suddenly a row of spikes protruded from the ground, quickly moving towards Li Ye's position. Li Yi didn't even look, and directly threw a punch down. Bang! The sharp spikes were instantly shattered. Li Yi secretly felt puzzled, as such an attack was of no use to him at all. Why would Gui still engage in such a futile effort? Li Yi soon noticed something unusual. He saw Ancient One twist her wrist in the air, and a green halo appeared on her wrist, rotating along with the movement of her hand. What kind of magic is this? Li Yi pondered to himself. Whoosh! Before he could figure it out, Gui waved his hand, and a magic sword appeared, slashing down in front of Li Yi. Gui, the sorcerer. You actually want to engage me in close combat? Li Yi laughed, and then punched forward. Boom! Gui's figure was instantly sent flying. Huh? Li Yi wondered why Ancient One didn't use the teleportation magic to dodge. Whoosh! The Ancient One's figure suddenly reappeared at the previous position, transforming a fist into a palm, which glowed with golden light, and slapped Li Yi. Bang! Li Yi's figure was instead knocked away, completely beyond his reaction. What on earth is going on? I clearly hit her just now. Why did she suddenly reappear? Li Yi thought to himself. To test it, Li Yi quickly moved over again and threw a punch at Gui. This time, it was as if he had hit a phantom. Gui's figure disappeared once more, and Li Yi hurriedly began to search around. Whoosh! Gui's figure reappeared at the original spot, and with both hands forming a palm, he fiercely struck Li Yi's chest, sending him flying once again. Is it time magic? Li Yi suddenly woke up, staring intently at the green halo on Gui's wrist. It was exactly the same as the scene when Strange used time magic. Finally discovered, Gui smiled and said, That's right, it is indeed time magic. Although Gui can use many other types of magic, her expertise lies in time magic, especially under the influence of the Eye of Agamotto, which is the time stone, making it incredibly powerful. Many demons and monsters that invade the reality dimension are stronger than Gui, but they are all pulled into a time loop by her. Although Gui cannot deal with them while they are in the time loop, they cannot kill her either, because time continuously resets. Ultimately, they are so disgusted that they have to retreat from the reality dimension. Even Dormammu, the ruler of the dark dimension, was defeated by this tactic. Not to mention Li Yi at this moment. Although Li Yi is very strong now, he is probably only at the same level as Odin, which is the so-called father level, and naturally cannot escape the constraints of time. Of course, in the future, as Li Yi becomes stronger through the system, he will be able to do so. It seems that this battle will end in a draw. After all, neither of us can defeat the other now. Li smiled and said, We know dit kalmli. Then, she turned the green ring on her wrist, unlocking the time loop. After that, she waved her hand at the surrounding space, and the mirror-like space instantly shattered like a mirror, allowing the two to return to the real world smoothly. Thank you very much, Master Gui. This battle has taught me a lot. Li clasped his hands together in gratitude towards Gui. No need. I hope you can steadfastly walk your own path and protect the earth. Gui smiled. Just then, the door was opened again, and in walked Mordo. Master, Mordo said respectfully. Take Lord Li Yi to tour our Kamarage. Gui instructed. Yes, Master, Mordo replied respectfully. The two then bid farewell to Gui and left the courtyard. Under Mordo's guidance, Li Yi briefly toured Kamarage and was ready to head back. Lord Li Yi, let me escort you, Mordo said. After speaking, he began to draw a portal. Wait, no need. I have my own way. Li Yi waved his hand and said, All right. Your Excellency Li Yi, wish you a smooth journey. Mordo stopped his actions and smiled. Please give my regards to Master Gui goodbye. Li Yi located his residence and disappeared in an instant. Meanwhile, the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters was in crisis. A powerful congressman proposed a bill requiring all mutants to register and be transparent to the public. Although such an action violated the rights granted by the Constitution of the United States to protect individual privacy, the congressman believed that mutants were not human at all. This angered Magneto, who prepared a weapon for retaliation, a device capable of turning ordinary people into mutants. Magneto first used the congressman who proposed the bill as a test subject, transforming him into a jellyfish man. However, this mutation was unstable, and soon the jellyfish man became a puddle of water and died completely. Magneto planned to use this device to turn all the politicians who threatened mutant interests into mutants at the same time the humans issued their decree. But activating the machine to alter the genes of ordinary people consumed an enormous amount of his powers. Changing just one congressman was already a huge drain. To change the genes of politicians from various countries, Magneto would surely exhaust himself to death. But he was unwilling to accept that. He had not yet completed his grand vision of establishing a mutant nation. So he set his sights on Little Mischief. Little Mischief's ability was to absorb others' powers, and he planned to have her absorb most of his abilities, then send her to die in his place. Boom! Magneto and his followers attacked the X Academy, creating a massive explosion. Help! What happened? Faced with Magneto and his group, the mutant students inside the X Academy had no ability to fight back and could only scatter and flee. As teachers, Jean Grey and Storm stepped forward to confront Magneto, but they were quickly restrained and fell into a tough battle. Magneto then walked straight towards Little Mischief, with Wolverine, Logan, standing protectively in front of her. "You shall not take another step," Logan growled, revealing his sharp adamantium claws. "You're covered in metal and still dare to stop me?" Magneto smiled. With a wave of his hand, Wolverine floated in the air, clearly under Magneto's control. Magneto was simply Logan's natural nemesis. Wolverine's claws were forced open by Magneto, causing him to howl in pain. "Stop! Please stop!" Little Mischief shouted. "Hee, child, shouting is the most powerless weapon." Magneto laughed. If you dare to hurt me, my friends will definitely not let you go." Little Mischief threatened. "Your friends? Child, do you know who you're threatening? Name your friends so I can hear it and see if it scares me." Magneto laughed. What could a child's friend possibly be scary? "He is Li Yi." "Haha, sounds like a side character's name. Others call him Superman." Upon hearing these letters, Magneto's expression changed instantly. Chapter 76, Request for Help. Upon hearing the name Superman, Magneto's face instantly turned stern. This name reminded him of the bastard who had defeated and humiliated him. Magneto had been proud all his life. When had he ever experienced such humiliation? Although he was unwilling to accept it, Magneto had to admit that he was no match for that bastard, even after he had killed nearly 100 of his subordinates without any thoughts of revenge. But despite all his calculations, he still could not escape the connection with Superman. "Child, are you trying to deceive me? That bastard doesn't even consider himself a mutant. How do you know him?" Magneto violently threw Wolverine aside and questioned Little Mischief. "I'm not lying. Superman is really my friend." Little Mischief replied firmly. Magneto stared intently into Little Mischief's eyes, trying to find evidence of her lying. But unfortunately, he found no signs of deceit in the girl's gaze, which made his heart tighten. If given a choice, he really didn't want to confront that bastard. Suddenly, Sabretooth emerged from behind and grabbed Magneto by the neck. "Let go of this child, Eric," Sabretooth said coldly, clearly under someone's control, and the only one who could do that was Professor X. Although Magneto's powers were impressive, his physical condition was still that of an ordinary person, and he couldn't break free from this grip. "Charles!" Magneto instantly guessed it was his old friend. "Why don't you come out and let me see you, Charles? What do you want with this child?" Professor X questioned. "Didn't you read my thoughts?" Magneto suddenly laughed. With a wave of his hand, countless steel spikes aimed at the fleeing students. "What now? Do you want to save that girl? Then you can only kill me, Charles." "But what would that lead to? If they pass that bill, they will chain you up and brand your prisoner number on your forehead." "It will never go that far," Professor X replied, but his confidence was clearly lacking. He had long been aware of the inherent flaws of the human race. "Then you can only kill me. I'm waiting for that." Magneto laughed. "If you can't do it, then let me go." Professor X still made no move. It was in his nature. Magneto was his longtime friend, and they had fought side by side. Although they later parted ways due to differing ideologies, he still cherished this friendship deep down. "Very well, now let us see your dear students." Magneto sneered. Then he controlled the steel spikes to shoot toward the girl. The girl fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding the steel spikes. "Want to gamble on your luck again, Charles? I want to be able to control all the steel spikes accurately next." Magneto continued to threaten. Professor X closed his eyes, and after a difficult decision, he controlled Sabretooth to let go of Magneto. "Still unwilling to make a sacrifice? That's your weakness," Magneto coldly mocked. Rumble. Mystique piloted a helicopter and slowly descended. "Goodbye, Charles." Magneto ordered his men to grab Little Mischief and board the helicopter to leave. Although he didn't want to be enemies with that bastard Superman, the plan had reached this stage and no one could stop him. Everyone gathered in the conference room. "You said they were coming for me. Logan questioned Professor X. I made a fatal mistake. For some reason, his helmet blocked my telepathy. By the time I realized who he really wanted to capture, it was already too late. Professor X replied. Logan put on his coat and expressionlessly walked outside. Where are you going? The Storm asked beside me. She was taken away in front of me, and I want to rescue her. Logan, you can't take on Magneto alone. Join us in the fight. Storm urged. Fight with you? Join the X-Men? After that, everyone encountered the escaped Senator Kelly and learned about Magneto's plan. Professor X wanted to use the brainwave amplifier to locate Magneto, but ended up unconscious. Jean, enduring the pain, found Magneto's location. But can we really rescue Rogue with just a few of us? Storm questioned. We have reinforcements. Jean replied. Reinforcements? Where are the reinforcements? Logan asked in confusion. Superman. Jean responded. Upon hearing that name, Cyclops, who had been silent, suddenly turned pale. At the former Gold and Diamond building, now the Brotherhood headquarters. Boss, our influence has expanded beyond New York City. Bullseye reported while kneeling. Lee Said Flatly. This force was originally just a product of boredom, so Lee naturally didn't pay much attention to it. It's that Spider-Man who keeps ruining our business. Target, I said angrily. Spider-Man. Superhero. Avengers. Lee stared at the little spider on the screen, lost in thought. Alliance. Alliance. Why not create a superhero alliance for fun? As soon as this idea popped into his head, Lee jumped up instantly, startling the target next to him. That's right, a superhero alliance. Lee shouted. Why can there only be the Avengers in this world? Why can't there be other superhero teams? Since this world has Superman, it cannot lack the Justice League. If there isn't one, then I'll build it myself. Spider-Man, you're the first. Lee smiled and said, Boss, you have a new message from a lady named Alualuo. Would you like to answer it? Just as Li Yi was imagining the future, the Betty in his hand suddenly reminded him. Alualuo, could this girl be thinking of me? I find Storm from X-Men 1 very beautiful. I'm not sure about other versions. Li Yi laughed and then chose to answer the call. Hello, Li Yi, we need your help. Little Mischief has been captured by Magneto. A worried voice from Aurora came through the line. What? Chapter 77. Rescue Little Mischief. Damn it, it's that old man again? Didn't we send him off for tea and square dancing? Why is he out causing trouble again? It seems the lesson we taught him last time wasn't enough. Li thought to himself, I will be there soon. Li hung up the phone after speaking. Xiao Taoqi was the little wife he raised himself, so of course he had to save her. He opened the system to locate Xiao Taoqi's position, then directly teleported there. How's it going? Logan asked anxiously. He said he would be here soon, but I hadn't even told him the location before he hung up. Aurora replied. Haha, he doesn't even know the location and claims he's coming right away. I think he's just holding a grudge from last time and doesn't want to help. Cyclops sneered from his side. That bastard Superman turned himself into a pig, losing face for 3 days and earning the title of Laser Pig. Even though some time has passed, students still call him that behind his back. It seems this title will stick with him for life. All of this is because of that bastard Superman. And Cyclops' hatred for him has reached its peak. Scott, shut up. Jean shouted angrily upon hearing Cyclops still dwelling on this. Jean, you. Cyclops was taken aback by the unprecedented anger on Jean's face. I don't know what situation Superman is in, but I'm sure he LL come. Aurora spoke up. Forget it. Let us set off first. Logan said impatiently. Liberty Island. Tonight, leaders from various countries will gather here to discuss the Mutant Registration Act. And Magneto's target is also here. Isn't it magnificent? Magneto remarked as he looked at the towering Statue of Liberty in the distance. I've seen it before. Xiao Taoqi replied. I first saw her in 1949, when America was to become a tolerant and peaceful nation. Are you going to kill me? Xiao Taoqi asked directly, ignoring the question. Yes. Why? Because there is no such thing as a tolerant nation. Your sacrifice means we can survive. Xiao Taoqi fell silent. Put her in the machine. Tonight will be a great day. Magneto ordered Mystique. Yes. Mystique replied, then locked Xiao Taoqi inside the machine. No. Li, hurry and save me. Aren't we friends? Xiao Taoqi struggled desperately. You better take your hands off her. Just then, a voice suddenly came over. Who is it? Magneto's men shouted. Li Yi. Xiao Taoqi exclaimed in surprise. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. It was Li Yi who had teleported over. I'm sorry I'm late. You're safe now. Li Yi comforted the little troublemaker. He then looked at Magneto, whose face had turned exceptionally ugly. Old one, you actually dare to take my people. It seems that my last lesson wasn't enough for you. Superman, are you really going to stop my plan? Magneto asked with a grim face. Isn't that obvious? Li Yi sneered. Why don't you understand what I'm doing? The people below control the fate of all mutants. As long as I turn them all into mutants, they will become one of us. At that time, our great ideal of having a country of our own will be realized. Magneto questioned loudly. Upon hearing this, the mutants around Magneto looked at him with admiration, as if they were followers of some kind of cult. What does that have to do with me? Lee dug in his ear and said with a pout, "You traitor of mutants." Magneto said angrily, clearly still stubbornly believing that Li Yi was one of the mutants. "Do whatever you want. I can't be bothered to explain." Li casually said, "You all retreat first. I'll handle this myself." Magneto addressed the other mutants, remembering last time when the Superman ruthlessly killed nearly 100 of his subordinates. He couldn't dare to let his men go to their deaths again. The mutants began to withdraw. Zupaman. Magneto started to unleash his powers. Buzzing, the entire island began to shake violently. Soon it attracted the attention of the crowd outside. What's happening? Is this an earthquake? Quick, run. It caused great chaos. They no longer cared about the Mutant Registration Act, and the crowd scattered in fear, each wishing they had 4 legs to escape faster. This unusual phenomenon quickly caught the attention of SHIELD. Quickly investigate the cause of the tremors on Liberty Island. We absolutely cannot have any problems. Director Nick Fury ordered urgently. The leaders from various countries were there, half of them from America's allies. If anything happened to those people, no matter how strong America was, offending so many countries would lead to disaster. America's hegemony does not rely solely on itself. Without the support of those allies, America's dominance would collapse in an instant. "Sir, I think we found the cause." Coulson pressed a few buttons on the computer, and the screen displayed a scene. Magneto floating high in the air, with Superman on the ground below. "It's those two." Nick Fury widened his eyes in surprise. Either of these monsters could destroy Liberty Island. If they start fighting now, we must stop them. Yes, quickly contact Li Yi. We cannot let them fight. Magneto unleashed his powers, controlling countless metal structures nearby, lifting them off the ground and slowly floating them into the air. "Boss, you have a new message from an unknown source." Just as Li Yi was about to rush up and beat up old Magneto, Betty suddenly reminded him. "Who could it be at this time? Answer it," Li Yi commanded. Nick Fury's figure immediately projected from the watch. "What do you want?" "I am Busse. Lie Said impatiently." "Lie, you absolutely cannot go to war with Magneto on Liberty Island. Otherwise, the consequences will be terrifying." Nick Fury explained the reasons to Li Yi in the briefest terms. "So, what does it have to do with me? I don't care about the life or death of America." Li Yi shrugged casually and said, "Wait, there are a lot of civilians there. You wouldn't want them to be harmed by the aftermath of your battle, right?" Nick Fury persuaded in a different way. "Then that's just their bad luck." After saying that, Li Yi directly cut off the communication, then ordered Betty, refuse all contact." "Okay, boss," Betty replied. Hee, now we can have a good fight." Li Yi looked at Magneto in the sky and sneered. Chapter 78. The Resurrected Statue of Liberty. Magneto controlled countless metals flying in the air, blocking out the sun. At this moment, Magneto was like a deity, with a subtle pressure approaching from afar. This towering power, this unstoppable force, made one feel insignificant. "Superman, let's settle this once and for all today," Magneto said coldly. "Old man, I really don't want to fight you." Li shrugged and said helplessly, "Less nonsense." With a wave of his hand, Magneto sent a dozen heavily armed trucks crashing down towards Li Yi. Just this move alone was enough to eliminate over 90% of superhumans. But unfortunately, it was up against a freak like Li Yi. Li Yi simply waved his hand, and his ability was instantly activated, effortlessly lifting more than a dozen trucks weighing hundreds of tons with endless gravity. Seeing this, Magneto waved his hand again, and countless pieces of metal surged toward Li Yi like a fountain. With a wave of Li Yi's hand, the endless metal frenzy was stopped mid-air, unable to advance at all, just like Neo in the Matrix freezing bullets. "Old one, you still can't learn your lesson. What you can control, I can too. What you can't control, I still can. How are you going to fight me?" Li shook his head and said, "Superman, don't get too complacent." Magneto snorted coldly, waved his hand, and countless huge metals were dismantled into tiny parts. They then began to spin around Magneto, wrapping him tightly, transforming like a transformer, and finally turning into a metal giant over 50 meters tall. "Superman, this is a new trick I specially developed for you." Magneto laughed. "Interesting, I didn't expect you, Old Man Juan, to come up with the Ultraman." Li laughed. The enormous metal giant instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. What is that? Is it a monster?" Are you blind? That's clearly a robot. It must be a new type of weapon developed by our great America. Everyone, no matter what it is. I think we should run quickly. The crowd, which had initially felt safe, scattered once again, fleeing the island. Those with money boarded their luxurious yachts, while those without squeezed onto the crowded passenger ship. The agents of SHIELD watched all of this through satellite surveillance. Are these two lunatics trying to destroy the entire island? Looking at the massive metal giant, Nick Fury exclaimed in shock. What should we do now? Lee has cut off all communications. We can't reach him. Coulson inquired. Nick Fury bowed his head in contemplation. Contact Tony Stark. See if he can send his Iron Man suits to help Superman. Nick Fury said. However, when it came to helping Superman, even he felt a strange sensation. Superman needs help? All right, I'll contact him right now. Coulson turned and left. D. Zupaman. Magneto controlled the metal giant, swinging its massive arms towards Lee. Ha ha. Who is afraid of whom? Die Sokolfut die Steinfui. He pushed off the ground forcefully, launching himself towards the metal giant, leaving a large crater behind. With his right fist clenched tightly, he suddenly struck out at the swinging metal arm. Bang! The metal arm instantly exploded, scattering parts everywhere. Upon seeing this, Magneto immediately activated his powers, pulling the parts back and reassembling them into his right arm. Ha ha! As long as I'm alive, no matter what damage this giant takes, it will recover, Magneto said with a smug smile. That's all there is to it. Die Skofut. If he really exerted himself, that last strike could have pierced through the entire metal giant. He was just playing around. Suddenly, Lee looked at the Statue of Liberty in the distance, and an idea sprang to his mind. That would be really interesting. Lee thought to himself, Superman, come on. Magneto controlled the metal giant and was about to launch another attack. Wait, but he was suddenly stopped by Lee. What? Magneto looked confused, completely unaware of what Superman was up to. Your opponent is not me, it's her. Lee pointed into the distance. Her? Magneto asked in confusion. Exactly. Then Lee extended her right hand, and a beam of white light instantly shot from her hand, hitting the Statue of Liberty. The power of the mouse talisman transforms stillness into motion. It activated in an instant. Rise again, my goddess. Lee stretched out his hands and shouted. In the white light, the Statue of Liberty slowly transformed from a stone statue into a girl dressed in white, holding a torch and a book. Who am I? A voice came from the lips of the Statue of Liberty. This can't be real. The Statue of Liberty has come to life. Oh my God, this is just too crazy. The crowd around them stared in shock at this scene. Leah's actions completely shattered everyone's worldview. Superman, are you the kept boy of that bitch god? Looking at this scene, Magneto couldn't help but sigh. The ability to turn inanimate objects into living beings. He had never seen or even heard of such a thing in his life. This has surpassed the realm of humans and belongs to the authority of gods. Bang! Nick Fury slammed his hands heavily on the table. Superman, is this guy still human? How is this possible? Nick Fury said in disbelief. To turn a lifeless stone into a living carbon-based being is impossible from any angle. Coulson exclaimed in shock. But it indeed happened to Superman. Nick Fury replied. Superman? How many more abilities does he hide? Who am I? The Statue of Liberty repeatedly asked herself. Lie, you are the Statue of Liberty that upholds freedom, democracy, and justice. Lie shouted. I remember now. I am the Statue of Liberty, upholding freedom, democracy, and justice. The Statue of Liberty murmured, then turned to look at Li Yi on her shoulder. Who are you? I am the Creator who resurrected you. Li replied. You are not lying. The power within me indeed comes from you. The Statue of Liberty nodded and then asked, what is your reason for resurrecting me? That thing over there is trying to trample on freedom and democracy. Let's eliminate it. Li pointed at the distant metal giant and said, okay, my creator. The Statue of Liberty nodded and then aimed her torch at the metal giant. Evil devil, disappear. Boom. The flame on the torch instantly expanded into a column of fire, directed towards the metal giant. Chapter 79. The Statue of Liberty versus Magneto. The towering column of fire rushed towards the metal giant. Magneto hurriedly controlled the metal to form a massive shield that blocked in front of him. Boom! The fire column struck the shield, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The terrifying heat turned the entire shield bright red. Wow! Seeing the Statue of Liberty's fighting style, Lee was taken aback himself. How can she use magic? Shouldn't she be smashing people with a torch in her hand? Damn, this is not what I expected. Lee sighed helplessly. He still wanted to see the beautiful image of the Statue of Liberty smashing people with her torch. He had never heard that the Statue of Liberty could breathe fire. Ding. Host, don't mind these things. The creatures you resurrect with magic will naturally possess supernatural powers. The system suddenly popped up to explain. That's true. Leonordit in agreement. In the world of Jackie Chan adventures, creatures revived by the mouse talisman transcended the mundane, possessing obvious supernatural powers. Seeing that her attacks were ineffective, the Statue of Liberty tossed the plaque she held into the sky, and amidst a burst of light, it transformed into a long sword. The plaque was inscribed with the date of the Declaration of Independence, holding special significance. The Statue of Liberty raised the long sword and moved in front of the metal giant, bringing the sword down with a fierce slash. Whoosh! The metal giant was caught off guard and was instantly cut in half. Darn! Magneto once again used his powers to restore the metal giant. A sword? Ha! How foolish to use metal in front of me. Magneto quickly activated his powers to try to control the Statue of Liberty's long sword, but nothing happened. How is this possible? This is clearly metal! Magneto exclaimed in shock. Evil demon, your wicked powers have no effect on me. The Statue of Liberty scoffed. Because the Statue of Liberty is a magical creation, the sword she conjured is also a magical artifact, so Magneto's powers were ineffective. No matter what kind of monster you are, die for me. Magneto roared, controlling the metal giant. He had it swing its arms and fight the Statue of Liberty. Clang, clang, clang. A robot battling the Statue of Liberty? Everyone felt a strong sense of dissonance at this scene. It was as if we were watching Sun Wukong battle Optimus Prime. The metal giant, being entirely made of metal, was extremely heavy and was far less agile than the Statue of Liberty. It never managed to land a hit on her and was instead sliced to pieces by her sword, only to be restored the next moment. The battle between the two colossal beings turned the surrounding area into a wasteland. Li did not intervene, watching everything with great interest. Seeing that close combat was not an option, Magneto controlled the metal giant to create distance, then commanded countless metal pieces to form a metal storm, attacking the Statue of Liberty. The metal storm was overwhelming, as if a colossal wave were about to engulf the Statue of Liberty. The Statue of Liberty lowered her long sword and aimed the torch at the metal storm, shouting, "Any evil devil that tramples on freedom and democracy will be burned to ashes in the sacred flames." The flames on the torch instantly formed a towering fire column, meeting the endless metal storm. Boom! The violent collision of fire and metal produced a tremendous explosion, filling the surroundings with thick black smoke from the chemical reactions. For a moment, the two attacks were at a standstill. Go, Statue of Liberty! Defeat that machine monster! Statue of Liberty, take it down! The crowd cheered for the Statue of Liberty. Although they still didn't understand what was happening, the Statue of Liberty was a symbol of America, so she must represent justice. Cheering for her was definitely the right choice. Unfortunately, the harsh reality would not bend to human will, and the fire column gradually could not withstand the metal storm. Creator, I can hardly hold on any longer. I'm so sorry. The Statue of Liberty said to Li. It's okay. You've done very well. Now, use my power to defeat it. Li laughed, and then bestowed the power of the dragon talisman onto the Statue of Liberty. Power! I can feel the immense power. Is this the power of the Creator? The Statue of Liberty exclaimed excitedly. Eva Deville, prépare tout. The pillar of fire instantly thickened several times, violently overpowering the metal storm, and the terrifying high temperature melted all the metal in an instant. The pillar of fire struck the metal giant fiercely, which couldn't hold for even a few seconds before instantly turning into a pool of molten iron. Bam! Magneto escaped at the moment of the attack. Otherwise, he would have perished in that assault. Damn it, Superman. How could you help her? Magneto gritted his teeth. He was so close to winning. Ha ha ha, old man, are you crazy? She was resurrected by me to deal with you. So, of course, I have to help her. Lies needed. Since the plan couldn't be completed, then I'll take everyone down with me. Magneto shouted madly. He quickly flew up to the sky and activated his powers again, this time covering the entire island. A large amount of metal was controlled by Magneto and flew into the sky. The metal quickly fused and kept growing, eventually turning into a giant iron ball over 500 meters in diameter, blocking out the sun. What is that? A balloon? Idiot. How could there be such a big balloon? If that thing rises so high, won't it fall down? The crowd murmured as they saw the massive iron ball. Is Magneto going crazy? What is he planning to do? Nick Fury looked at the screen in shock. It's obvious. He plans to smash that giant iron ball down. If it falls from this height, No living creature within dozens of kilometers will survive. Coulson replied, "No, we must stop this madman. Hurry, contact Superman and tell him to act quickly. We still can't reach Superman. What about Tony Stark? He's on his way." "Shit. Superman, you forced my hand. Let's destroy this city together." Magneto shouted. He no longer cared about anything. He had failed enough times. Now he just wanted humanity and Superman to pay the price. He controlled the giant iron ball and slammed it down. "Creator." The Statue of Liberty looked at Li Yi. "All right, leave the rest to me." Li Yi laughed and said bang. Li Yi soared into the sky, heading towards the giant iron ball. I haven't tried punching through a meteor before. With his fist tightly clenched, he began to gather strength, then suddenly unleashed it. Boom! The deafening explosion instantly swept through the surroundings, forcing everyone to cover their ears. Chapter 80. The naughty confession. Li Yi's fist instantly pierced through the massive iron ball. The immense force from his punch acted on the iron ball, which, even as metal, couldn't withstand such tremendous power. Bang! The iron ball exploded violently, destroying most of the city that was still relatively intact. How is this possible? Magneto exclaimed in shock. He couldn't even imagine that Superman's power had reached such a level. And just as he was about to take the next action, Li Yi, however, did not want to continue playing and directly teleported behind Magneto, striking with a hand chop. Magneto immediately fainted, and Li Yi picked him up like a chick. Nick Fury watched all of this through satellite surveillance, instantly dumbfounded. Superman defeated Magneto this easily? Nick Fury exclaimed. It seems so. Then why didn't he do this from the beginning? Why wait until half the city was destroyed? He might just think it's fun. Coulson replied helplessly. Most people would try to minimize losses, but Superman doesn't care about that at all, acting at will and disregarding any rules. What's even scarier is that they have no means to restrain Superman. What should we do next? Immediately send our people to suppress this matter. It absolutely must not spread. Nick Fury said gloomily. Isaaki Elade once again became Superman's cleanup crew, diligently working to whitewash him. But what can they do? Superman doesn't care what his image is in the eyes of the public. But they dare not. Once Superman's true nature is revealed, the public will definitely be outraged and criticize him furiously. And will Superman tolerate that? It's likely that it won't just be a simple matter of blood flowing like rivers. Considering all this, Nick Fury had no choice but to repeatedly whitewash Superman, not just this time, but continuing in the future, unless they have a way to sanction Superman. Black Egg has pinned all hopes on the owner of the Red Communicator. Creator, thank you very much for defeating this evil devil and guarding the will of freedom and democracy, the huge Statue of Liberty said as it approached Li Yi. Clearly, it believed deeply in what Li Yi had said. It's nothing. You put in a lot of effort to defeat him too. Li Yi smiled and said, Creator, my task is complete, so please turn me back. Oh, you have finally become a true life form, and you still want to return to your previous state? Li Yi asked curiously. The feeling of life is very beautiful, and I am very grateful to the Creator for granting me life. But I feel that there are some things more important than life, such as the freedom and the will of democracy that I represent. I want to continue standing here, guarding this precious treasure. The Statue of Liberty smiled and said, more important than life? Li Yi murmured to himself, completely unable to understand. Only life is the most important. He can generously give many things to others, but he will never share his own life with anyone. In his past life, Li Yi had imagined what choices he would make if he were in the position of Tony during the climax of Avengers Endgame. Li Yi chose without hesitation to sacrifice others in exchange for the survival of his own family. Well, since you have made this choice, I will fulfill it for you. Thank you, Creator, the Statue of Liberty said with a smile. Then she returned to her original position, and Li Yi withdrew the power of the mouse talisman from her. And the Statue of Liberty transformed back into the statue, holding the torch. Perhaps the future will last a long time, or maybe it will be destroyed like some statues. Who knows? Li Yi teleported back to the Little Mischief side and canceled the gravity shield around her. Li Yi, so scared. The Little Mischief clung to Li Yi like an octopus. Don't worry, it's all okay now. Li Yi comforted. The little rascal suddenly started nibbling at Li Yi's mouth. Little rascal. Li Yi was at a loss for words. Idiot, don't talk. Little Mischief immediately stopped him. The two embraced and kissed each other. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed through the sky as a sci-fi fighter jet appeared, belonging to the X-Men who had come to rescue Little Mischief. What on earth happened here? Did Magneto's plan succeed? Aurora looked around at the ruins in confusion. Look over there. Logan pointed at the two people who were kissing not far away. It's Li Yi. Aurora exclaimed in surprise. Strange. How did he get here faster than us? We were in the latest model of the Cohen-style aircraft. And how did he know our location? Maybe he has his own methods. I knew Lee wouldn't be that kind of person. He would definitely come to save Little Mischief, Jean said with a light smile. Watching Lie's back, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. That bastard. Cyclops had remained silent, just staring intently at Lie's figure, continuously cursing under his breath. He really wanted to take off his visor and shoot that bastard Superman full of holes right now. But he knew it would be useless. He had already set it to maximum power last time and still couldn't cause him any harm. Ha ha, this is amazing. The mission is completed even before the battle starts. So what should we do now? Should we go down and watch them show off their love, or go back directly? Logan laughed. Let's go back first, Jean replied. Just like that, the X-Men came and went in a hurry. Lee naturally understood the situation in the sky, but it's such a critical moment. He wouldn't ruin the atmosphere. After a long time, the two separated. Lee, I like you, be my boyfriend, Little Mischief said, staring closely into Lie's eyes as she confessed. Little Mischief. Before that, I have something I need to clarify with you. Actually, I have a girlfriend. Her name is Daisy, and she's currently doing research in a small town in New Mexico. Lee was in a difficult situation. What? The little mischievous girl's face instantly turned pale, and she panically let go of Lee. I'm sorry, I didn't know. The little mischievous girl said anxiously, her face already filled with tears. After speaking, she covered her face and was about to run away. Lee is not the typical foolish male lead in a romance anime. So how could such a thing happen? He pulled the little mischievous one back into his embrace. Little Mischief, I like you too, Lee whispered in Xiao Taoqi's ear. But, you have a girlfriend. So what? Can't we be together as three? Sheng Yi, you can go with peace of mind. I have an immortal talisman. I won't be in any danger. To be continued. Chapter 81. The follow-up? Xiao Taoqi instantly stopped crying and looked at Li Yi in shock. Li Yi, what are you saying? She then questioned angrily. Although she liked Li Yi, she wouldn't be so reckless. Xiao Taoqi, I'm serious. Li Yi looked at Xiao Taoqi affectionately. Xiao Taoqi, I really like you. Li Yi took the opportunity to pull the still dazed little troublemaker into his arms, stroking her smooth hair. You are all very important to me. You are my wings. Without any one of you, I cannot fly and will fall into the abyss. Li Yi kept whispering sweet nothings into the ear of the little troublemaker, and her initially tough attitude gradually softened. Due to her uncontrollable abilities, she felt very lonely at Xavier's academy. The appearance of Li Yi, who was unaffected by her powers, became a light in her life, and she made her first friend since awakening her abilities. Li Yi appeared just in time to save her during her most difficult moments, leaving an indelible and profound impression in her heart. Gradually, she started to develop feelings for Li Yi. So, what about Daisy? What does she think? Little Mischief asked softly while nestled in Li Yi's embrace. Hearing Little Mischief's question, Li Yi was instantly overjoyed as it indicated that her inner resistance had loosened, even if her words still sounded firm. Little Mischief, I'll talk to Daisy. This is all my fault. It's my greed for wanting to have both of you. No matter what problems arise, just leave everything to me. Li Yi said softly, I don't know. I want to think it over carefully. Little Mischief stammered. Li Yi knew that she had already agreed in her heart, but she still needed some time to convince herself. At this moment, she couldn't be pushed too hard, or might backfire. All right, little troublemaker, take your time to think it over. I'll be waiting for you. Just as the two were exchanging sweet words, a loud bang suddenly echoed through the sky. Boom! The impressive red iron armor, with a long fiery tail, flew in from the distance. It was none other than the famous Iron Man, Tony Stark. Li Yi, what is that thing? Little troublemaker asked in surprise, looking at Li Yi with confusion. Don't worry. It's just some playboy. Li Yi replied, Tony Stark, the famous Iron Man. You should have heard of him. The armored suit landed steadily on the ground. Hey, Li Yi. Tony lifted his helmet and greeted her. Long time no see, Tony. Li Yi replied, Hello, beautiful miss. Tony said to the little mischievous girl beside him, behaving very gentlemanly, completely different from his usual playboy demeanor. Hello. The little mischievous girl replied timidly. Let me introduce her. She is my girlfriend, named Anna, and you can call her Little Mischief. Li Yi introduced. Oh, Li Yi, you lucky guy. You found such a beautiful girlfriend. Tony teased. Li Yi, don't talk nonsense. I haven't agreed to anything yet. The little troublemaker blushed in anger upon hearing Li Yi say she was his girlfriend. Li Yi. It seems you still have to work hard. Tony shook his head and sighed. Tony, you don't need to worry about that. You came too late. The battle is already over. You always just miss it by a little. You should stop calling yourself Iron Man and start calling yourself Late Man. Lee chuckled and said, I can't help it. I originally planned to have a romantic day with Little Pepper, but that black egg insisted on contacting me, saying, if you don't stop it, the whole city will be destroyed. So I had no choice but to come. Tony shrugged helplessly. Then he looked around at the ruins and said, it seems that Black Egg was really right. This has nothing to do with me. It's all Magneto's doing. Besides, I have to thank myself for stopping Magneto's actions, or he would have destroyed the entire city just now. Lee pointed to Magneto, lying on the ground not far away. Oh, he is still alive, Tony exclaimed in shock. In his impression, Lee was extremely decisive and ruthless in his actions, and very few enemies could survive under him. He just didn't want to kill. Lee casually shrugged and said, I won't tell Tony it's because Magneto has 2 beautiful daughters. What are you planning to do with him? Tony asked curiously. I was thinking of sending him to prison, but since you're here, I'll let you handle it. Just a reminder, this guy can control metal, so you'd better build him a prison without any metal. After saying that, he took off with little mischief, leaving Tony looking bewildered. He's the one who caused the trouble, and I'm the one who ends up dealing with it? After a while, Tony finally reacted. Forget it. G-A-R-V-I-S. Contact that Black Egg. Tony sighed. Yes, sir. Yarve Siplight. Lee was flying under the starry night sky, holding Xiao Taochi in his arms. Although Lee had the ability to teleport and could instantly take Xiao Taochi back to Xavier Academy, it was the perfect time to cultivate their bond, so he chose to fly back instead. Lee's speed is very slow, just right to appreciate the beautiful night scenery along the way. Lee, I'm very curious. How do you have so many superpowers? There are all kinds of strange abilities, and you can even resurrect the Statue of Liberty. Little Mischief asked curiously. Little Mischief, actually my abilities are not superpowers, but magic. I am a magician. Lee smiled and said, the existence of the system is his biggest secret, and he doesn't intend to tell anyone. Magic? Does magic really exist in this world? Of course it does. There's a place called Kamarage, where a group of sorcerers live, secretly protecting the safety of the earth. The 2 of them chatted casually as they flew back to Xavier Academy. Lee, you gotta make it clear. We all thought you wouldn't take action. I didn't expect you to rescue the little rascal before we arrived. Logan punched Lie's chest with a laugh. I was too anxious at that time and didn't have time to explain. Lee replied, by the way, where's the professor? Lee was puzzled after not seeing Professor X for half a day. The nearby Chin explained Professor got poisoned while trying to find the little troublemaker, and is still unconscious. What? Really? Chin suddenly became excited. Ever since her powers awakened in childhood, she had stayed by the professor's side. He was both her mentor and a father figure. Then, Chin took Li to their research lab, and on the way, they ran into Cyclops coming toward them. As soon as Cyclops saw Chin bringing Li in, he instantly became furious. What are you doing here? You are not welcome. Cyclops shouted. Oh, I remember this place belongs to the professor. Who do you think you are? Li Mokit, you bastard. Cyclops wanted to continue speaking. That's enough, Scott. Jean shouted loudly, interrupting him. Jean, why do you always defend him? I'm your boyfriend, the one who's always by your side. I don't want to discuss this right now. The professor is still unconscious inside. Jean replied impatiently. Why? We need to clear this up today. Who is your boyfriend? Who are you really supporting? Cyclops completely exploded. He had had enough. Why was everyone siding with that damn outsider, who wasn't even part of their race? Fine, then we're done. Are you satisfied now? What does that mean? Cyclops' expression instantly turned ugly. Is it not obvious? Break up, I'm dumping you. Jean was incredibly imposing, completely different from her usual gentle demeanor. Hearing Jean mention breaking up, even Li, who was nearby, was shocked. They were actually breaking up just like that? Was it because of him? Kais pointed at Li. So what if it is? Jean pulled Li over and kissed him on the lips. Are you satisfied now? Cyclops was speechless, lowering his head and leaving expressionlessly. I'm sorry, Seeing Cyclops leave, Jean stammered as she tried to explain to Li. It's okay, I understand. Li smiled and said, thank you. Jean responded with a sweet smile. Then the 2 walked inside, where the professor was lying, covered in various instruments. Do you need any tools? We have everything here. No need. It will only take a few seconds. Li shook his head and then released a beam of white light towards Professor X, which instantly spread over the professor's entire body. It's done. Li smiled and said, is this the end? Jean was puzzled. Just as Jean was confused, the professor on the bed slowly woke up. Professor. Jean hurriedly approached. Jean. Li? Professor, you were poisoned, and it was Li Yi who saved you. Jean explained. I see. Thank you, Li Yi. Professor, you don't need to be polite. It was just a small effort. Li Yi said politely. Professor. It was also Li Yi who saved the little rascal. After listening, the professor pondered for a moment and said, Li Yi, thank you so much this time. From now on, you're a friend of Xavier Academy, and you are welcome to visit us anytime. I am honored to become a friend of Xavier Academy. Li Yi smiled and then chatted casually for a while before bidding farewell to Xavier Academy. What no one noticed was that Cyclops walked out of Xavier Academy and then entered the dark woods, never to return. Chapter 82. Press Conference at Dawn Headquarters. Li Yi stood on the balcony overlooking the entire city of New York. Boss. Bullseye stood respectfully beside him. How is the plan coming along? Liaskit. The major media outlets in New York City have already been notified, and our people have visited them in a friendly manner. They will cooperate with us well in 3 days. The target replied. Very good. Remember, if anyone disrespects me, send them to hell. Yes. Li Yi has always been someone who acts immediately on any idea without procrastination. Since he came up with the idea of establishing an alliance a few days ago, he immediately began preparations. He secured a large base in a bustling area of New York City and planned to hold a press conference 3 days later. The top figures of various major forces are aware that the Gene Bing force has a new master, someone so powerful that even the American government has to give way, Superman. Therefore, no one dares to create obstacles, especially considering the recent actions of Superman are still fresh in everyone's memory. Provoking Superman means even the American government can't protect you. 3 days later, the largest opera house in New York City is already packed with people. Under the arrangement of Shao, this has become the venue for Li Yi's press conference. Not only are major media outlets present, but many Superman fans and curious onlookers have also come to witness the event. This is Superman's first time actively appearing in front of the media, so it naturally attracts a lot of attention. Beep beep. Li Yi did not fly down from the sky in his superhero costume, as usual this time, but chose a more ordinary way to travel. Dressed in a stylish black suit, he arrived at the venue in a luxury car worth millions. Wow, wow. Wow, everyone, look, the superhero has arrived. Honey, come out and see God. See the superhero. The hero of New York City. The hero of America. I can't take it anymore. He's so handsome. Superhero. I want to have your children. Oh my God, I can't handle it. The superhero's figure is just too graceful. Those muscle lines, those calves, that bulging. Superhero, I love you. No matter what danger it is, as long as the superhero is here, it's not a problem. Just a few days ago on Liberty Island, that mutant Magneto was causing trouble, and it was the superhero who took care of him. We should remake a Superman movie, and at least change the face to Mr. Liese face. Superman, Iron Man, Pride of New York City, you are the coolest. The crowd on the street erupted in cheers upon seeing the arriving superhero. Boss. A subordinate next to him respectfully opened the car door for Li Yi. Thank you. Thank you for your support. I love you all. Li got out of the car and waved, saying, wow, wow, wow. Li Yi's wave once again elicited a round of screams and cheers. Superman's image has always been good. Aside from some slanders during certain periods, he has remained America's most popular hero. After all, since Li Yi arrived in this world, he has neither actively harmed the interests of ordinary people nor hesitated to step up in times of crisis. Moreover, his recent destruction of a military base and the elimination of the mastermind behind it deeply frightened various factions, prompting them to mobilize their propaganda machines to praise and whitewash him in order to appease him. Now, strength, integrity, kindness, and approachability are the general impressions the public has of Superman. Even if Superman has any dark spots, they would be quickly whitewashed and concealed. Of course, all of this is being driven by the American government and SHILD. They wish more than anyone for Superman to have a good reputation. For such a powerful figure, they would love to bestow upon him the persona of a kind-hearted great hero, even if Superman appears indifferent. As long as he becomes accustomed to the praises coming from all walks of life, it will subtly influence him. If this Superman truly becomes the saint depicted in comics, they would be able to wake up laughing from their dreams. This refers to the main universe's Superman. Let's not bring up the Injustice Superman. The bodyguards were blocking the enthusiastic crowd, and Li Yi took the opportunity to enter the venue. The venue was already packed with people. It can accommodate thousands, highlighting the grandeur of this press conference. Major media outlets were already present, and the equipment was fully prepared, just waiting for Li Yi to take the stage and speak. Li Yi walked past row after row of seats and took his place. Everyone, look, Superman is here. Superman. Hello, I'm Barton from the New York Times. Why did you choose to hold a press conference at this time? Superman, I'm Lilith from Economic Special Report. may I ask? Superman, I'm Porter from Southern Daily, may I ask? Superman, I'm Grace from Horn Daily, may I ask? As soon as the media reporters saw Li Yi, the venue erupted into chaos, with everyone eagerly asking their questions. Li Yexikong pressed his hand, and the reporters from various media outlets instantly fell silent, obediently cooperating with Li Yi. Before they left, the boss had repeatedly emphasized that they must cooperate with Superman's actions. Otherwise, the consequences would not be as simple as just being fired. Chapter 83. The Establishment of the Hero Association. Everyone, first of all, thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come here. Li Yi started with a polite remark. Since the beginning of the new era, an increasing number of superpowered individuals have emerged. Some of these superpowered individuals can control their desires, using their abilities to combat crime and maintain peace. We call them superheroes. I have noticed that superheroes have always been fighting alone, each on their own. This not only makes them vulnerable to being defeated one by one, but also prevents them from maximizing their collective strength to uphold justice. Some heroes seem to enjoy the cheers of the public, appearing glamorous, but secretly they are impoverished, unable to even pay their rent. Spider-Man, HU. Therefore, I have decided to establish an organization dedicated to serving superheroes, regulating their behavior. An organization exclusively for superheroes, the Hero Association. An organization exclusively for superheroes? The Hero Association? What is this? Regulating the behavior of superheroes sounds good. Some so-called superhero actions are indeed quite unreasonable. Having Superman lead it is feasible after all. Superman is so strong. I never expected that even glamorous superheroes live in poverty. Li Yi's words instantly sparked a flurry of discussions among the crowd. Next, Li Yi briefly introduced some of the contents and systems of the Hero Association, helping everyone better understand what the Hero Association is and how it operates. Of course, Li Yi's actions would undoubtedly touch upon the interests of many people, but he didn't care at all. He believed in doing what makes him happy, and if anyone was dissatisfied, they could settle it with their fists. After Superman proposed the establishment of the Hero Association plan, Iron Man Tony Stark was the first to step forward and express his support. At the SHIELD headquarters, Li Yi's press conference was live-streamed in its entirety, and SHIELD was naturally paying close attention. Superman, what on earth does he want to do? Nick Fury slammed his hand on the table, which could no longer withstand the force, and shattered instantly. Poor table. It always took the brunt of Fury's anger whenever he was upset. Now it could finally rest in peace. Nick Fury was almost driven mad with anger. He had always thought about uniting the superheroes and had already entered the implementation stage. Who would have thought that Superman would suddenly appear out of nowhere? Wanting to create some hero league? Wasn't that a slap at his face? Coulson, how is the Avengers initiative coming along? Nick Fury asked Coulson, who was standing nearby. It's still a manpower issue. We are severely understaffed right now. Our situation is different from Superman's. He is just too strong. He alone can form a league. Coulson shook his head. Currently, SHIELD only had a few small players, with only Hawkeye and Black Widow being useful. Captain America, who was retrieved from the Arctic, was still in a coma, and it was uncertain when he would wake up. Damn it, Nick Fury exclaimed angrily. But there was nothing he could do. New York City Police Department. Is Superman trying to legalize those superheroes? A nearby officer said indignantly. Maintaining peace and fighting crime has always been the job of the police, but now Superman was clearly trying to take their jobs. In this capital-driven country, as long as there is money and capital, any outrageous bill could potentially pass. And Superman was exactly that kind of big capital, especially with Tony Stark and Superman's absolutely overwhelming power. Legalizing superheroes would not be a difficult task. Before this, the police could still arrest those so-called superheroes on charges of obstructing justice. But after this, as long as superheroes were registered with the Hero Association, their actions would be completely legal, forming a competitive relationship with the police. There's nothing we can do about it. It's now the superhero era, sighed Director George. He had felt powerless since the terrorist attack incident. After the Lizardman incident, the police's credibility and reputation had dropped another level in the public's eyes. Faced with those extraordinary events, the police truly found themselves helpless and were no match for the superheroes. In the future, the police might only be able to handle petty thefts, illegal vendors, neighborhood disputes, and similar minor cases. The power center of America, the White House. The president held an emergency meeting regarding Superman. Any issue concerning Superman was not a small matter. Military officials, representatives from major conglomerates, and important figures from various departments were all present. Superman wants to establish this hero association. What do you all think? The President of America said. To be honest, Superman's plan doesn't have a significant impact on us. Yes. Since it doesn't have any impact, we don't need to worry about it, right? Agreed. The first to speak was a representative of the major conglomerates. They were genuinely terrified of Superman. They still had plenty of wealth to enjoy and didn't want to end up like the few people before who died at Superman's hands. After all, he was a monster that could withstand nuclear bombs. Chapter 84. The System of the Hero Association Bang. I disagree. If we take a step back today, and another step back tomorrow, we will lose all our prestige as Great America. How will other countries look at us in the future? An elderly general in military uniform slammed his hand on the table angrily. General, if you feel it's inappropriate, why don't you take the lead in confronting Superman? I believe General Jack would love to catch up with you. By the way, I still have the last video of General Jack. I can make a copy for you to enjoy at your leisure. A congressman in a black suit and glasses stepped forward. The general was momentarily speechless. He had just been habitually showing off. The military had to appear tough, even if it was just for show. How could this bastard expose him like that? All right. Everyone stop arguing. To be honest, we currently have no way to restrain Superman. The weapons we have are ineffective against him, and he could easily kill everyone present here, so until we find a way to deal with him, it's best to turn a blind eye to his actions. Another congressman stood up and said, "It can only be this way." I agree. Everyone, let's just wash up and sleep. There's a new nightclub that just opened. Should we go have a few drinks later? Okay. I heard it's owned by Superman's faction. Hearing the increasingly outrageous discussions, the President of America felt veins popping on his forehead. Enough. This meeting is adjourned. The President shouted. After the press conference, Lee immediately applied to establish the Hero Association and legalize it. The result was naturally smooth sailing, with no obstacles whatsoever. The president of the association was, of course, Lee himself. Lee called on everyone capable of becoming a hero during a live stream to join the Hero Association and become superheroes. When danger arises, they can step up and resolve crises. Do you want to become a superhero? Then join the Hero Association. Such slogans were plastered all over the streets the next day. Tony Stark undoubtedly announced that he was the first to join the Hero Alliance, which infuriated Black Egg to the point of a headache. He spent a lot of time trying to persuade Tony Stark, even bringing up his father Howard Stark, but Tony ignored him and joined the Hero Association instead. The Hero Association's management and services for heroes will cover various aspects. First is the qualification assessment for heroes, which mainly involves a written test and a physical fitness test. The written test is worth 50 points. The physical fitness test is worth 50 points, with a total score of 100. Achieving a score of over 70 points will earn a hero's license issued by the Hero Association, officially making them a member. The written test content focuses on how to act, rescue people, and how to quickly and effectively handle emergencies. There will be specialized training for these topics. And as long as one is diligent, passing is generally achievable. The physical fitness test is just as it sounds, assessing whether one can meet the minimum physical standards set by the Hero Association. Ordinary people cannot handle extraordinary events. A physique far beyond that of an average person is essential. The headquarters of the Hero Association is located in Manhattan, New York City, a choice made by Lee Yi to prepare for the future invasion of the Chitauri. Imagine the Chitauri arriving on Earth, eager to wreak havoc with their various weapons, only to find themselves faced with incredibly powerful humans who can not only disregard their weaponry, but can also easily counterattack them. What an interesting scene that would be. The Hero Association categorizes events based on their level and threat into 5 ranks: God, Dragon, Ghost, Tiger, and Wolf. Arranged from smallest to largest. They are: Wolf poses a certain threat to ordinary lives, such as petty thefts and robberies. Tiger can lead to a significant threat to many lives, such as terrorist attacks. Ghost can cause a city to come to a halt or even be destroyed. Dragon can devastate several cities. God poses a threat that could lead to human extinction. A true major panic. Additionally, heroes are classified into 5 levels based on combat ability and societal contribution: D, C, B, A, and S. Level D. Ordinary people, or slightly stronger than ordinary, mainly responding to D-level events. The association provides the best equipment to maximize protection for these heroes, like Kick-Ass. Level C. Significantly stronger than ordinary people, capable of handling a small team and responding to Tiger-level events, like Captain America. Level B. possesses powers far beyond those of ordinary people, able to handle multiple Tiger-level events simultaneously, like Spider-Man. Level A, one of the strongest individuals in the world, able to deal with Ghost-level events, like Hulk or Thor. Level S, possesses power that completely surpasses current humanity, able to respond to Dragon-level events. Furthermore, the Hero Association has various comprehensive systems in place. For example, the Hero Compensation System. Although many who voluntarily become superheroes possess a spirit of sacrifice and dedication and can continue to fight without pay or understanding from others, Lee believes that heroes should not be required to contribute without compensation. While some heroes come from wealthy families, many live ordinary or even impoverished lives, like Spider-Man, Falcon, and the Winter Soldier who has regained his consciousness. They sacrifice their time for the safety of others while rescuing people, which prevents them from working and earning money, leading to potential reprimands or even job loss due to tardiness or absences. Therefore, the Hero Association will provide them with subsidies not just in terms of money, but real assistance in various aspects. The damage caused by superheroes while protecting the public will also be covered by the Hero Association. To prevent heroes from developing excessive psychological pressure that could lead to a dark turn, there are dedicated psychologists who provide regular counseling services. Everything is aimed at ensuring that true heroes are not let down. The Hero Association not only aims to be an organization that gathers superheroes, but also to be one that can genuinely inspire and encourage heroic actions. One day in the future, heroes will no longer be individuals. Everyone will be a hero. Lee, did you make a mistake? I was the first to join the Hero Association, and I'm only a level B hero? Tony said indignantly. Tony, I want to raise your hero rank a bit, but it's based on actual circumstances. Your Iron Man suit really only qualifies for level B. I can in good conscience promote you to level A or S. But if there is an event that could destroy an entire city, you wouldn't want to embarrass yourself by sending me, would you? Can't your Iron Man suit be upgraded? Once you upgrade it to a sufficient level, your hero rank will naturally increase. Lee laughed and said, damn it, Lee. Just wait. I will definitely develop a reverse Superman armor that can defeat you, and then I will become an S-class hero. Tony gritted his teeth. How could he accept that the famous Iron Man was actually just a B-class hero? I am really looking forward to it. After all, I am just too strong right now. Lee laughed and said, the only S-level hero of the Hero Association, Superman. Chapter 85, Hero Test Site. The Hero Association had just been established, and besides Lee and Tony, there were hardly any other people. Lee even called out the nearby target I had to fill in. This left target I stunned for 100 years. He had worked as a killer his whole life, killing countless people, and now the boss actually wanted him to save people and become a hero. Although he was very unwilling, he didn't dare to disobey the boss's orders and could only reluctantly become a hero. To quickly fill the ranks, the Hero Association soon launched the first round of hero testing. Thanks to the association's excellent promotion, people came in droves to participate in the hero test. After all, everyone has a dream of being a superhero. Unfortunately, the participants were of varying quality, and very few could pass the hero test. Lee curiously opened the surveillance footage. Inside the Hero Association, there was an ultra-large testing ground of over 5,000 square meters. The testing ground was divided into 5 levels, corresponding to 5 ranks of heroes from low to high. Testers could freely choose the corresponding level based on their strength. However, currently, only the lowest-ranked D-class heroes had come, while the stronger heroes were watching from the sidelines. Attention all testers, this test is divided into 5 stages. The broadcast detailed the content of the test. A clown in green clothing and a little girl with purple hair, dressed in black and wearing a black mask, arrived at the scene. Hello. We would like to sign up for the Hero Association's test, the green-clad clown said to the staff. The staff looked at the two, particularly frowning at the little girl beside him. I'm sorry, but the minimum age to participate in the hero test is 18, and you seem to not meet the requirements. What? When was this regulation made? The green-clad clown shouted excitedly. It's written on the announcement outside. The staff pointed outside. Sorry. We didn't see it clearly, but I'm already 18 this year. The green-clad clown said awkwardly. You can participate, but your sister does not meet the requirements. The staff said after looking them over again. Great. The green-clad clown jumped up happily. I don't meet the requirements? The purple-haired little girl said, narrowing her eyes slightly. She then quickly drew a dagger from her waist and held it to the staff's neck, coldly saying, how about now? The child's movements were so fast and fierce. I couldn't see her actions at all. It seems she is trained. No wonder she dares to participate in the hero test at such a young age. But who is so cruel as to train such a young child? Yeah. When I was her age, I was still in school. The little girl's quick actions completely exceeded the reactions of those present, and everyone couldn't help but discuss among themselves. And no, don't hurt me. I'm just following the rules. The staff stammered. Wait, Hitman. We're here to participate in the hero test, to become heroes, not to cause trouble. The green-clad clown quickly spoke to persuade his companion. Put down your weapon. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding guards, who quickly surrounded the two with weapons drawn. Don't shoot, this is just a misunderstanding. The green-clad clown waved his hands repeatedly. Hitman, don't be afraid. I'll help you fight our way out. The little girl responded. The two were indeed Hitman and the female assassin. Fight our way out? You almost got me killed. It was clearly you who brought me here. The two began to argue, and the scene became very chaotic. Hitman? Female assassin? Interesting. Lee smiled as he watched the scene through the surveillance. He then called over his supervisor and had him go down to mediate for the two. What are you doing? The supervisor shouted as he came out. Supervisor, it's these two. The guard briefly explained the situation. I understand. Put down your guns for now. The supervisor said. Yes. The guards all promptly put away their guns. The female assassin saw that the person before her was so sensible and also put away her dagger. Hello to both of you. The Hero Association's rule is that you must be 18 to test. We have no choice but to follow the rules. The supervisor explained. What kind of ridiculous rule is that? What's wrong with being young? Can't young people be heroes? How many of you here can beat me? The female assassin protested. I'm very sorry, ma'am. We're just following the rules. Please don't make it difficult for us. The supervisor continued to smile. Oomph. The female assassin snorted coldly, pushed through the door, and left the testing ground, leaving Hitman behind. Can I still test? Hitman said awkwardly, although the female assassin's ruckus wasn't his intention. She was brought by him after all. Of course, sir. As long as you're over 18, you can test. The supervisor replied. Yay, that's great. Hitman exclaimed excitedly. He then began the registration for the test under the staff's guidance. By the way, the Hero Association's registration does not require revealing real names or real appearances. As long as you pass the hero test, a dedicated card will be issued, and all rewards earned by the hero will be deposited into this card. This card is uniformly handled by Stark Industries and can be used just like a normal card, but it won't expose any data. To know the data in this card, one would need hacking skills powerful enough to breach the dual defenses of Betty and Jarvis, two top-tier artificial intelligences. The first item was the speed test. The staff led Hitman to the testing area. After a while, Hitman completed all the tests. The result was just slightly above the average level of ordinary people, barely meeting the standard. Sir, congratulations on passing our test and becoming a D-class hero of the Hero Association. Here is your identity card. Please follow me to collect your equipment. The staff said with a smile. I really passed. That's amazing. I'm finally a real superhero. Hitman shouted excitedly. He then followed the staff to collect his gear. There were various modern pieces of equipment, including bulletproof vests, steel helmets, batons, etc., truly fully armed. This was just a small part of the Hero Association's test. Chapter 86. Recruiting the Hero Test continued, and Lee also began his recruitment operation. First on the list was our good neighbor, Spider-Man. Whoosh. Spider-Man swung and landed steadily on the building. Hey, Lee. Spider-Man greeted. Hello, Spider-Man. What brings you out today? Spider-Man smiled. Stop pretending. You know my purpose. So, how about joining our Hero Association? Lee directly laid it all out. Spider-Man immediately lowered his head and fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, Lee, thank you very much for your invitation, but I'm very sorry. I can't agree. Oh, can you tell me why? Lee questioned. Compared to the team, I am more accustomed to going solo. Besides, I don't want to expose my identity. Spider-Man replied. Spider-Man, you completely misunderstand the system of the Hero Association. In the Hero Association, you do not need to reveal your identity or true appearance. You only need a code name to complete your registration. What? There is actually such an organization. Spider-Man exclaimed in shock. Moreover, don't you think being a superhero has seriously affected your life? I know that you can barely pay your rent lately. And our Hero Association provides corresponding rewards based on the hero's performance. Lee briefly introduced the benefits of the Hero Association. Little Spider was suddenly at a loss for words. Spider-Man has indeed helped many people and received a lot of gratitude, but it has seriously affected his normal life. He is currently working as an assistant in a laboratory, and due to his continuous tardiness and absences, the PhD in the lab is already very unhappy with him. Moreover, he has moved out from Amei's place and needs a considerable amount of money for rent, but he doesn't even have time for a part-time job. Liye. You know, I didn't become Spider-Man for these. Spider-Man replied. I know you bear the responsibility of this power, but there's no rule that heroes must live a hard life. What's wrong with helping others while also earning a little deserved reward to improve your own life? If heroes are always expected to contribute without compensation, then who would be willing to be a hero in this world? Liye's verbal tactics were very effective, and Spider-Man was clearly hesitating. Moreover, don't you think fighting alone is quite exhausting? It's fine for dealing with some petty thieves. But if you come up against a powerful being like the lizard, Spider-Man suddenly recalled how badly he had been beaten by the lizard last time, and he couldn't help but shiver. All right, I've made up my mind. I'm joining the Hero Association, Spider-Man said. Excellent, wise decision. Our Donchong ahem. Hero Association needs talents like you. Then Liye took out the identity card he had prepared for Spider-Man from the system space. This is your identification. Your hero rewards will also be deposited onto this card in the future. Spider-Man took the identity card and saw that it read, Hero Association B-Class Hero, Spider-Man. B-Class? Spider-Man asked in confusion. The hero levels in the Hero Association are divided into S. Hey, corresponding to. Liye briefly introduced the mechanism of the Hero Association. All right, I understand. Spider-Man nodded in realization. By the way, we also have to attend a hero action guidance class once a month. Huh. After finishing up with Spider-Man, Liye immediately headed towards his next destination. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. This is one of the places with the most superpowered individuals. Liye, aren't you busy with that Hero Association thing? How do you have time to come here? Logan asked in confusion. I have important matters to discuss with the professor. Liye smiled and said, The professor is in the underground laboratory. The nearby Chin said in a low voice. Liye then realized that the expressions of these people were very strange. What's wrong with you all? Liye wanted it. The scene instantly fell silent. It was Scott who left the academy. In the end, it was Arolo who spoke up to explain. What? Liye was shocked. Isn't this guy a loyal follower of Professor X? How'd he leave? Liye suddenly recalled the conflict he had with Laser Eye. It can't be because of me, right? Liye pointed at himself. Of course. Liye didn't regret it at all. It was all the fault of the laser-eyed person. He was just passively defending himself. No, it's none of your business. It's all because of me, Chin said in a low voice. No, this is Scott's own choice. Just then, a voice came over, and Professor X slowly walked over. Professor. Your leg? Liye looked at Professor X, standing there in shock. I have to thank you. That white light from last time not only removed the toxins from my body, but also allowed my legs, which had been paralyzed for many years, to walk again. Professor X replied. Does expelling all external forces include this too? Old Ma, you are really impressive. Liye Sikit. Professor, what do you mean by that? Scott has changed. He is no longer the same person he used to be. Since he has chosen to leave the academy, we should respect his choice and not blame ourselves. Professor X said. Everyone fell silent. Liye, I heard you have something important to discuss with me? Professor X asked Liye. Yes, I want to have the X-Men join the League of Heroes. Liye opened the door and got straight to the point. What? Upon hearing Liye's words, everyone present was shocked. Liye, you know the public's attitude towards mutants, Professor X said awkwardly. Of course I know. This is also an opportunity to change the public's perception of mutants. Opportunity? The reason why the public fears mutants is that their unstable abilities often cause significant destruction. As long as we bring mutants to the forefront and tell the public that mutants are also human, just a bit different, then becoming heroes is a great way for the public to get familiar with you. Do you see why those movie stars are so popular? It's because their personas are well packaged. I want to package all of you as heroes. Imagine, when you are renowned in the human world, won't that change the public's perception of mutants? Liye talked for almost 3,000 words, leaving everyone stunned. Is this really possible? Professor X hesitated. Don't worry, Professor. I've got your back, and no one would dare to target you. Liye confidently said. The daring person will have their corpse floating on the sea the next day. Liye thought to himself, well, all right. Professor X realized that the goal he had worked hard for his whole life seemed to be within reach and finally made a decision. Chapter 87, The Hulk's Uprising. Liye took out the prepared identification badges and distributed them to everyone. Liye, are we all B-class heroes? Logan asked in confusion. The Hero Association's ranking system evaluates based on combat power and contributions. Liye briefly explained that the main reason is that they are too weak right now. For example, Logan, if not for his powerful healing factor, would probably be on the same level as Captain America. Storm can't control the weather on a large scale yet. Her powers have a lot of room for development, and when fully realized, she could even create cosmic phenomena like solar winds. As for Jean, being the host of the Phoenix Force, even though the movie universe has significantly weakened her, once she awakens, destroying a planet would be a matter of minutes. There are only a few X-Men for now, and as for the students, they're still too weak, and the professor does not agree to let them fight at this time. Lee felt it was a pity, as there were some students he valued, like Bing Ren. After that, Lee temporarily said goodbye to everyone and returned to the academy to find Xiao Taoqi. Lee, I heard you started Hero Association? Xiao Taoqi asked while lying in Lie's arms. What's wrong? Do you want to be a superhero too? Lee smiled and said, Can I too? Little Mischief exclaimed in surprise. Of course, as long as you want to. I definitely want to, but my ability, Little Mischief said dejectedly. Her ability is to absorb energy from others, including life, energy, and mutant powers. Unfortunately, she still needs physical contact to complete it. Otherwise, it would be a bug-like ability. Little Mischief, your current ability is still very weak, but with constant training, it will definitely become very powerful in the future. Lie Comforted. That's all in the future. Right now, I just want to fight alongside you. Little Naughty said regretfully, It's not impossible. What do you mean? I can transfer my abilities to you, turning you into a superhero. What? Really? Little Naughty sat up excitedly. Of course. Well, have I ever lied to you? Lee smiled and said, Wait. If you give me your abilities, will you? Of course not. I won't be affected at all. That's amazing. Lee, you're so awesome. Little Taoqi hugged Lie's face and started playfully nibbling. This is all thanks to the system. Lee thought to himself. Seeing the little troublemaker's actions, he smiled and said, Little troublemaker, are you agreeing to be my girlfriend? Upon hearing this, the little troublemaker froze in place. Her face instantly flushed, and then she subtly nodded. Oh dear, are you going to agree or not? Lee pretended not to see and teased. Silly, fickle big radish. They agreed to you. Little Mischief pouted in Lie's embrace, feeling both shy and angry. You go talk to the other side? Of course. Lie, I want to ask you a question. Little Mischief suddenly said. Go ahead. Lee casually said, You won't look for other girls in the future, right? That. You're such a playboy. I'll bite you to death. No, you little rascal, you're a dog. In a small town in the American XX region, Bruce Banner was awkwardly fleeing. Since the last time, he was beaten up by someone and thrown to the outskirts. The Hulk had not appeared, and Banner had finally managed to live a comfortable life. He was hiding in this small town to avoid unnecessary trouble, because he knew that many people in this world feared and coveted the Hulk's power. Despite being very careful, he was still discovered by someone with ulterior motives. What followed was endless pursuit, and Banner had to embark on the road of escape once again. Attention! Attention! I have spotted the target at XX location. A fully armed soldier in the corner was staring at Banner and reported into the communicator. Received. Received. Keep an eye on him. We'll be there soon. Yes. Soon, a large group of people slowly surrounded Banner, and by the time he noticed, it was already too late. All I want is to be an ordinary person. Why can't you just leave me alone? Banner looked at the soldiers in front of him and smiled helplessly. Dr. Banner, we hope you can cooperate with us. The squad leader said coldly. I advise you not to act recklessly, or something very terrible will happen. Banner warned. Go. Seeing that Banner was not prepared to cooperate, the squad leader immediately waved his hand to signal. Several soldiers rushed forward to prepare to handcuff Banner and take him away. Why? Must you provoke me? Banner's tone turned extremely cold, and the green veins on his body bulged, letting out a beastly growl. What's going on? Seeing this strange scene, the soldiers instantly panicked. They had received orders to arrest a treasonous scientist and had no idea they were facing the Hulk. Roar Banner let out a furious roar and instantly transformed into the Hulk, ripping his clothes apart, leaving only his signature pants. Run fast, the squad leader exclaimed urgently. But it was already too late. Hulk's fists were raised high and then slammed down onto the ground. Boom! A powerful shockwave instantly swept through the area, knocking the soldiers to the ground, each one bleeding from their orifices and dying. This was not over. Once Hulk's anger was provoked, it wouldn't be so easily calmed down. He jumped to the most prosperous street in the town. Boom! Hulk landed heavily on the ground, causing violent tremors and instantly attracting the attention of people around. A monster! Help run! Run fast! Seeing the terrifying Hulk, the surrounding crowd scattered in an instant, each wishing they could grow 4 legs. Roar Hulk didn't care at all, grabbing anything he could find and smashing it. Right now, he just wanted to vent his pent-up rage. Attention! Attention! A green monster has appeared in Glupus town in the XX area and is destroying the town. The monster's destructive power is extremely strong, having destroyed multiple areas. The incident level is estimated to be ghost level. Please send heroes immediately. The piercing alarm instantly spread throughout the Hero Association headquarters. Ghost level? An incident threatening the entire town? Tony frowned tightly as he stared at the screen. Damn, we need A-class heroes, but the Hero Association has just been established. Where are we going to find A-class heroes? They're S-only Lee, an S-class hero. Tony looked at his B-class hero status with displeasure. J-A-R-V, contact Betty and have Lee go handle it. Okay, sir. J-A-R-V-E supplied. Chapter 88. Battle with the Hulk again. Lee, who was at Xavier's Academy, quickly received Tony's notification. Ghost-level disaster? A green monster? It can only be the Hulk. Lee thought to himself. He then bid farewell to everyone at Xavier's Academy and immediately called up the system to locate the Hulk's position, then teleported over. As soon as he arrived in Glupus town, Lee saw the Hulk destroying a street. Looks like you're having a lot of fun in there. Hulk, I'm here to find you again. Lee shouted loudly and immediately flew towards Hulk. Hulk. Hulk was happily destroying things when he suddenly seemed to hear someone calling him and turned his head in confusion. Bang! A fist flying at high speed slammed into his face. Hulk was instantly sent flying, several teeth scattering in the air, crashing into a building and reducing it to ruins. Hulk. Hulk shook his head and slowly got up. It's been a while, Hulk. I'm here to fight you again. Lee waved and smiled at Hulk. Hulk, upon seeing Lee, Hulk instantly recalled that this guy had beaten him up last time and let out a furious roar. The booming sound wave rushed toward Lee, accompanied by a fierce wind. On my ears. Help! The remaining people in the ruins painfully covered their ears, as the terrifying sound waves severely damaged their eardrums. Blood was already flowing between their hands that were covering their ears. Unfortunately, this move was completely ineffective against Li Yi, but to prevent Hulk from causing further harm to others, Li Yi still took action. He teleported directly in front of Hulk. Before Hulk could react, Li Yi's fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, arrived at lightning speed, even creating a sonic boom. Bang! Once again, his fist slammed into Hulk's big face, sending him flying out of the town, and Li Yi quickly followed. Thud! Hulk crashed heavily to the ground again, but this not only failed to harm him, it further fueled his rage, causing him to grow larger, reaching a terrifying height of 6 meters, a full meter taller than last time. After all, last time Hulk was affected by the serum injected into him by Blue Doctor, which greatly limited his ability to exert his power. Hung! Hulk let out another furious roar and charged at Li Yi at high speed. Li Yi also wanted to know how strong the Hulk was at that moment, so he quickly moved towards the Hulk. Bang! Li Yi and Hulk collided violently, and a loud sound erupted. The two were locked in a moment, during which the ground beneath them shattered instantly, with cracks spreading along the broken area. Hulk! Hulk swung his massive fist towards Li Yi. Li Yi skillfully caught it and used Master Ma's true technique receive, transform, and release to neutralize the force of Hulk's punch. Grabbing Hulk's hand, he executed a shoulder throw. Bang! He slammed Hulk hard into the ground, creating a large pit. Hulk, you're not that great. Li Yichao fell to the ground as Hulk laughed. Hung! Hulk roared and quickly got back up. Bang! Bang! Li seized the opportunity, accelerated, and slammed his fists hard into Hulk's abdomen, taking Hulk into the air with him. In midair, Hulk had no leverage and struggled in a panic. Li Yi, in a position of power, relentlessly beat Hulk with both hands and feet, causing Hulk to curl up and flee in panic. Hulk could only roar in frustration. Li punched Hulk hundreds of times in just a few seconds, and finally delivered a kick to its abdomen, sending it crashing down. Hulk plummeted like a shooting star. Whoosh! Bang! It slammed into the ground, creating a pit several dozen meters wide, and a violent shockwave lifted the surrounding soil, kicking up a cloud of dust. Defeating Hulk was simple. One could knock it out before it had a chance to get angry, but Li didn't want to do that right now. Li is currently trying to anger Hulk as much as possible to see if there are any limits to his rage, and whether he can possess infinite anger and strength like in the comics. After all, the movies have never shown Hulk's limits. He is always interrupted by various things. However, Li suspects that there must be a limit, otherwise he wouldn't have been rendered mute and unable to come out after being beaten by Thanos' military punches. Right now, they are in a deserted wasteland, so there's no need to worry about Hulk causing any casualties. Buzz, buzz, buzz sounds are coming from the ground. Li's one-sided beating of Hulk made him furious. The intense pain triggered a strong anger, causing Hulk's rage to almost become tangible. His eyes emitted a red glow, filled with terrifying killing intent, resembling a fearsome ancient giant beast. A beast-like roar erupted from Hulk's mouth, shaking the heavens and the earth. Indeed, he has evolved again. Come on, Hulk, let me see your limits. Lia exclaimed excitedly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As Li anticipated, Hulk's body trembled violently, and then it began to swell rapidly like a balloon. Soon, it grew from 6 meters tall to 10 meters tall, and his muscles became grotesque and terrifying. Originally, Hulk's shoulders were wide enough for a horse to run on, but now each muscle was almost thicker than an adult's waist, shining with a metallic luster. Hulk, keep going. Lia égale beconnet to Hulk. Hunk. Hulk roared, swinging his gigantic fist over a meter long towards Li, producing a series of whooshing sounds as it cut through the air. Li wanted to experience Hulk's power at that moment, so he stood still without dodging. With a loud bang, Hulk's fist slammed into Li's body, producing a deafening explosion sound, and Li was instantly sent flying. Damn, this power is really strong. If it hit the ground, it would probably cause an earthquake, Li thought as he was sent flying. To dissipate the kinetic energy, Li quickly activated his gravity control to suspend himself in midair and then flew back again. Hulk on the ground saw that annoying guy being sent flying by his punch and was as happy as a child, jumping around and leaving big craters behind. Hulk, I'm back. Li shouted Lude, instantly attracting Hulk's attention. Hulk. When Hulk saw Li flying back again, he shouted once more, with his childlike intelligence. He simply couldn't understand how this annoying guy couldn't be killed, even though he had used all his strength. Hulk, is this your limit? If you can't become stronger, then there's no need for this game to continue. Li said coldly. Hulk. Despite Hulk's continuous roaring, his size no longer increased, and his strength no longer grew stronger. Perhaps this was his limit, or maybe his anger wasn't sufficient. Alas, he ultimately wasn't the Hulk from the comics who could become infinitely stronger. Li hit, and then his gaze became extremely sharp as he instantly moved in front of Hulk, his right hand gathering power before suddenly striking out. Hulk. Hulk seemed to see the word death, and he screamed in terror. A strong punch wind rushed in fiercely. Boom! A thunderous roar followed, raising a cloud of dust. A gust of wind blew away the dust, and Hulk's massive figure had already vanished, leaving only a completely naked white man at the scene. Anyone looking from a distance would surely be shocked. The towering mountain hundreds of meters high in the distance had disappeared. Chapter 89. The first A-class hero. Looking at Bruce Banner lying on the ground, Li took out a blanket from the system space and covered him up. He had no habit of looking at a man's nakedness. Whoosh! Li unhesitatingly released a bolt of lightning at Banner's, but, of course, at the lowest power. Definitely not enough to kill him. Wow! Banner jumped up, clutching his butt in pain, letting out a pain howl. You finally woke up. Li sighed. Banner bounced for a while, before realizing that a young Asian man was standing next to him. Who are you? Where is this? Banner asked in confusion. Don't you remember what just happened? Right. Soon I've turned into the Hulk again. Banner suddenly recalled his earlier experience and quickly asked, I didn't hurt anyone, did I? No. Phew, that's great. Banner let out a sigh of relief. Not really. You destroyed an entire town. I knew it, Banner said, feeling deflated like a puncture balloon. The Hulk always appeared in a rage, wildly destroying everything in sight. Bruce Banner felt like the unluckiest person in the world. He was once a famous scientist with a beautiful girlfriend, a definite winner in life. But because of that damn accident, he not only lost his girlfriend, but also turned into a monstrous being, forced to embark on an endless journey of escape. So he hated the Hulk immensely, believing it was the Hulk who ruined everything for him, and had even attempted to commit suicide by swallowing a gun. But at critical moments, the Hulk would always emerge to thwart his plans. During this time, the Hulk had finally disappeared, and he could live a normal life, but unfortunately, he was targeted by an unknown force and had to turn into the Hulk again. Although he wasn't quite sure what was happening, he could feel that the Hulk was very angry, angrier than ever before. Then it seemed the Hulk was subjected to a strong attack and ran back, allowing him to finally come out. Wait, were you fighting the Hulk just now? Banner looked at Li Yi in surprise. Are there others here? Li Yi said speechlessly, Hulk is so powerful. Who exactly are you? How could you stop Hulk? Don't you know me? Haven't you been following the news lately? Li Yi was puzzled. He was now globally known, yet there were still people who didn't know him. During this time, he had only focused on hiding and hadn't paid much attention to things outside. Banner scratched his head and said, You see for yourself. Li Yi thought for a moment. then took out the phone he bought when he first came to this world from the system space and threw it to Banner. Banner caught the phone and began browsing the latest news. Superman, New York City's hero, Hero Association. Each unfamiliar term deeply shocked Banner. He had only been out of touch with this world for 2 months, and how had it changed so completely that he no longer recognized it? You were Superman? The one from Broadway last time? Banner exclaimed in shock. Uh-huh. Lee casually nodded and said, I really didn't expect such earth-shattering changes to happen in just 2 months. Then Banner handed the phone back to Lee and said, Superman, thank you so much for stopping Hulk. Otherwise, I don't know how much destruction it would have caused. This phone is a gift for you. I already have a new one. Oh, how can that be? Let's talk, just take it. Lee said impatiently, fine, fine. Banner said happily, where do you plan to go now? Lee asked it. Indeed, Lee had the intention to recruit. Although the Hulk in this world is not as powerful as in the comics, he is still capable of destroying cities and nations. The 10-meter Hulk from just now could definitely flatten any country on Earth, including America. With such immense power, he must be recruited into the Hero Association to become Lee's enforcer. I didn't intend to. I can only continue to hide. Banner said helplessly. Then, do you want to join our Hero Association? Lee suggested. What? Banner was instantly shocked. Join the Hero Association? Yes. With Hulk's tremendous power, don't you think it's a pity not to use it for something meaningful? Lee smiled and said, in this world, the positive characters are most affected by the idea that with great power comes great responsibility. But Hulk is completely uncontrollable. Banner's expression grew somber. Have you ever thought about training him? What? You mean train Hulk? Banner exclaimed. Hulk is like a child. He doesn't know what is good or evil. Hulk was born from you. You're like his father. You have always feared and hated Hulk, keeping him locked deep in your consciousness. When he breaks free, it's only natural that he is filled with rage, which is why he destroys everything. Banner, if you don't teach, it's the father's fault. You bear at least half the responsibility for the killings caused by Hulk. So, it's because of me that Hulk has become like this? Then I really am to blame. Banner self-mockingly said, Banner, it's not too late to make amends. Join the Hero Association, and I will help you train Hulk, so his power can be used for good. If Hulk goes berserk, I can also stop him in time. You wouldn't want to continue hurting others, would you? Lee once again recruited. Banner said that he was just a scientist. If he could really bear the psychological burden of killing innocents, would he still be the way he is now? He would have already resolved everything. Moreover, after joining the Hero Association, I will help you deal with those forces against you, allowing you to live a normal life. Really? Under Lee's persuasion and temptation, Banner was clearly moved. That life of wandering and fleeing was not a life for anyone, and he no longer wanted to go back. Of course, Lee affirmed. Then, I join. Banner finally made a decision. Great, welcome. The number 1 A-rank hero of the Hero Association. A-rank hero. Chapter 90 side quest completed. I'll explain this later. The most important thing now is to get you a set of clothes to wear. You wouldn't want to show up at the Hero Association headquarters like this, would you? Lee smiled and said, I'm used to it. Every time I transform into the Hulk, my clothes get ripped apart. Banner replied helplessly. To find a new outfit for Banner, Lee took him back to the small town. Looking at the devastated town, Banner felt as if 1,000 pounds weighed on his heart. The scene was filled with ambulances and fire trucks working tirelessly to rescue the victims. The Hulk's rampage had destroyed several streets, resulting in dozens of deaths and nearly 1,000 injuries. If the Hulk keeps doing this from time to time, there won't be enough things for it to destroy. No wonder Thor later said, the Earth hates you, and that completely broke the Hulk's defenses. I really am deeply guilty. Banner said heavily. It's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep are lost. I will teach the Hulk well from now on, so it learns to use its strength for good. In fact, he is the least qualified to preach about the abuse of power, as he himself misuses his own immense strength. However, he does not criticize himself internally like those heroes do. The scene was busy with rescue efforts, and no one paid attention to the two of them. At most, people found it a bit strange to see a man wrapped in a blanket running out naked. Lee threw a stack of cash to Banner, telling him to buy a few sets of clothes, and then instantly transported back to the Hero Association with Banner. Lee, you become even more monstrous. You knocked out such a powerful monster with a single punch, and you even destroyed that hundreds of meters tall mountain with just your punch's wind. You might as well stop calling yourself Superman and just go with One Punch Man. As soon as they returned, Tony started chattering nonstop. The previous battle was simply too exciting, and as a bystander, Tony expressed that he enjoyed it immensely. Who is this? Tony asked, puzzled, seeing Banner standing next to him. Bruce Banner. He is the Hulk. Lie introducit, Dr. Bruce Banner. It's a pleasure to meet you. Your paper on biotechnology and the future was truly remarkable. Tony was very enthusiastic. Seeing Tony's enthusiasm, Banner couldn't help but smile, thinking that this famous playboy was quite easy to get along with. But the next moment, Tony revealed his sharp tone. Dr. Banner, that big guy you transform into is really insane, Hulk smash and all. Banner's face instantly darkened. Lee chuckled to himself. Tony, that guy, loves to make fun of others. If it weren't for his billionaire status, he would have been beaten up countless times already. Today, Dr. Banner officially joined the Hero Association and became our first A-class hero. Lee announced. A-level hero? Dr. Banner, you really are impressive, becoming an A-level hero right away. You know, I'm still just a B-level hero, Tony said in surprise. I would rather not have this power and be an ordinary person, Banner said with a wry smile. Tony, I'll need you to help arrange things for Banner next. Why me? You're the president of the association, Tony complained. To each his own. After Lee finished speaking, he directly teleported away, leaving no opportunity for Tony to refute. Upon returning to his residence, Lee summoned the system. System, check the side quests. Lee suddenly remembered that he still had a few side quests that he had forgotten about. Good host. Shortly after, a panel appeared in front of Lee. Side quest 1. Save 10,000 people. Completed. Reward. 1 lottery draw. Current completion. 258,945, 310. 000. Side quest 2. Earn 1,000,000 reputation points. Subsequent tasks to be updated. Current task needs to be completed. Current reputation points. 500, 001, 000. Subsequent tasks to be updated. Current task needs to be completed. I completed side quest 1. When did I save so many people? Lee asked in confusion. When fighting Magneto, if Magneto's final attack landed, it would have caused a lot of casualties. The host shattered it and saved these people. The system replied. It seems like this was caused by me. Is that okay? Lee suddenly had an idea. What if he deliberately created a huge disaster and then went to save people? Wouldn't that be a quick way to gain points? He shook his head and discarded the thought. Although Li Yi was reckless, he wasn't scummy enough to go that far. Let's do a lottery system, Li Yi commanded. Okay, host. The huge roulette appeared again, still filled with 126,852 items. The pointer on the roulette began to spin rapidly and then slowly came to a stop, with golden light emerging on the roulette. Congratulations, host. You've drawn the T-virus serum from the world of Resident Evil. The system reminded. Damn it, system. How did you bring out this dangerous thing? Li Yi was shocked. It is known that the world of Resident Evil was destroyed because of this thing. Nearly all of the 7 billion humans perished, leaving only a small number struggling to survive. The reason was simply that a fool, for money, shattered the T-virus raw liquid. The host and the lottery are random. The system has no control over it, and what can be drawn completely depends on the host's luck. The system replied, could it be that I exhausted all my luck last time, and this time I fell straight to the bottom? Lee self-deprecatingly said. Last time his luck was sky high, and he drew the god-level skill of teleportation. So this time he was so unfortunate to draw the T-virus, which was completely useless and particularly dangerous. He quickly threw the T-virus liquid into the system space, not stopping for a moment. Such a dangerous thing should stay in the system space. In the future, when he travels the universe, he could just throw it down on any planet he doesn't like. But he doesn't know if this thing has any effect on alien life. Host has received a reward. Side Quest 1 has been updated. Side Quest 1. Save 10 million people. Subsequent tasks will be updated. Current task needs to be completed. Current completion. 258,945, 310, 000. It directly increased to 10 million people, which is a bit challenging, especially since there haven't been any particularly significant events lately. Suddenly, he was a bit looking forward to Ultron. That guy wanted to throw a city down like a meteorite to destroy all of humanity. If he stopped it, wouldn't that be equivalent to saving 7 billion people? And if he dealt with Thanos' snap, wouldn't that mean he saved half of the universe's beings? Lia murmured. Chapter 91. The New Hero, Supergirl. In the morning, the weather was clear and sunny. With such good weather, Lee decided to take a day off for himself. Although he usually didn't have to do anything, it felt better to have a reason that seemed legitimate. Boss, you have a new message from Miss Anna. Would you like to take it? Betty reminded him. Little rascal, is there something going on? Take it. Yes. The image of the little rascal instantly appeared before Li Yi. Good morning, little rascal. Is there something you need? Li Yi smiled and said, good morning. Li Yi, let's go shopping together today. It seems like we haven't had a proper date, like a normal couple. The little rascal replied. She just turned 18, the age of first love, so of course, she wants to spend more time with her boyfriend. Sure, I happen to be free. Li Yi replied. Just like that. The two decided to go on a date today, like an ordinary couple. Li Yi directly used teleportation to bring Xiao Taoqi out of Xavier Academy. Li Yi, come look at this. That doll is so cute. Li Yi, hurry up, let's go ride that ride together. Let's watch this movie later. All the way, Xiao Taoqi was bouncing and jumping, extremely happy. On a certain bridge, a man with a briefcase took off his shoes and walked to the edge of the bridge, wanting to commit suicide. He had lost all his family's money in stock trading, and his wife had run away with a neighbor, Old Wang, taking their daughter with her. What was the meaning of living in this world anymore? Hey, a voice suddenly interrupted the man's actions. The man looked over and saw a monster that looked like a rock, instantly startled. Although there were now superhumans like Superman, Iron Man, and Spider-Man in America, at least they still had human forms. The stone monster in front of him had completely deviated from the realm of humanity. Do you think you're the only one with problems? Friend, look at me. How much worse can it get, right? I see you. The stone man tried to persuade the man not to commit suicide. The man, frightened, stepped back repeatedly. Below was a rushing stream of cars, and if he fell, he would undoubtedly die. Hey, don't go outside. I said stop, you fruitcake. No, don't come over. Stop messing around. Come here quickly. The stone man continued to persuade. No. The man lost his balance and fell down. A heavy truck was about to crash into him. The stone man didn't hesitate and jumped down immediately. Boom, boom, boom. The truck crashed into the stone man and immediately overturned, causing a serious chain collision. After such a severe accident, the police quickly received reports. Oh my God, what is this? When the police arrived at the scene and saw the stone man's appearance, they were all shocked. Don't move. Put your hands up. The police immediately drew their weapons, pointing at the stone man. Hey, I mean no harm. I just wanted to save someone. The stone man complied and said. Suddenly, a damaged cable nearby released a large amount of sparks. Shoot. The police were startled, thinking the monster was moving, and immediately opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. To their surprise, the bullets hit the stone man and only sparked without leaving any damage. The stone man didn't expect that even after complying, the police would still shoot, and he was instantly enraged. Get away from me. The stone man shouted angrily at the police. Help! Monster! Run! The monster is going to kill people. This instantly caused greater chaos, and the surrounding crowd screamed. On another street, Li Yi and Xiao Taoqi were having fun. Wait, I think I heard someone calling for help. Li Yi hearing, enhanced by the power of the talisman, instantly caught the sound of a cry for help. What? Is something happening? Little Mischief exclaimed in surprise. It seems so. Let's go take a look. Saying this, he picked up Little Mischief and flew up. Soon, they arrived above the bridge. Li Yi looked quickly. There's a monster over there preparing to attack the civilians. Sharp-eyed Little Mischief immediately spotted the thing. What is this? The thing from the Fantastic Four. As expected, the events in this timeline all stem from Tony revealing his identity as Iron Man. Li instantly recognized the identity of the thing. Who is the character from the Fantastic Four? Little rascal, do you want to experience being a superhero? Li laughed and said, now, that's right. As he spoke, he bestowed some of his commonly used spells upon Xiao Taoqi. Li Yi, is this what you mean by granting power? I feel so powerful now. Xiao Taoqi exclaimed as she floated independently in the air. That's right. Now you have a part of my strength. Go maintain justice, Supergirl. Supergirl? That title is so childish. Xiao Taoqi retorted, then flew downwards. Big guy, stop right there. Xiao Taoqi landed in front of the stone man and said, Who are you? The stone man asked. The woman who flew down from the sky must also be a superhuman like him. Who is she? Did you see that? She can actually fly, just like Superman. Could she be a newly emerged hero? The crowd around murmured upon seeing this new hero who had never appeared before. I am Supergirl. Your actions have seriously violated the law, so surrender peacefully. I didn't mean to cause trouble. I just wanted to save people. The stone man hurriedly explained again. No matter what your reasons are, the fact is that you have caused serious damage. I think you should go talk to the judge. Xiao Taoqi stated with righteousness. In midair, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Taoqi really is quite impressive. I'll have to get her a Wonder Woman-style outfit later. No, I said I didn't mean to cause trouble. The stone man shouted as he stepped forward. The crowd's misunderstanding had clearly overwhelmed his nerves. Looks like I can only calm you down first. Xiao Taoqi frowned. Don't push me. The stone man continued to shout. Ignoring him, Xiao Qiaoqi instinctively activated her powers. Buzz. The gravitational field around the stone man instantly increased countless times. Crack. The stone man was suddenly pinned to the ground, struggling to support his body with his hands. What's happening? The stone man exclaimed in surprise. I've distorted the gravitational field around you. Qiaoqi explained. Great. Supergirl has subdued the monster. The crowd cheered. Should we take him back to the police station? Or should we notify the Hero Association to handle it? We're really no match for them in this regard. The police slowly approached, but the stone man struggled in vain. Wait. A woman and two men ran over quickly, shouting. Chapter 92, The Fantastic Four. The three were Susan, Reed, and Johnny, who had come to find Ben. Who are you? The leading police officer questioned. Officer, we are his companions. It's all a misunderstanding. Reed hurriedly stepped forward to explain. You are companions of this monster? Hey, don't call him a monster. He became like this due to an accident. Reed countered, then walked up to the stone man. Ben, is that you? Why, yeah, it's me. The stone man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to admit it. Sorry, it was just an accident. He's our friend and has no criminal record. Susan quickly continued to explain. Criminal record or not, the important thing is that he has caused such serious damage. The officer frowned. Just then, a loud bang interrupted the argument as a nearby oil tanker suddenly exploded violently. The raging flames surged towards the crowd in an instant. Due to the traffic accident blocking the road, the crowd present had no time to escape and could only wail helplessly. Just as Xiao Qiaoqi was about to intervene to stop the flames halted in midair. Everyone looked and saw Susan with her arms outstretched. An invisible force field blocking the flames from engulfing them, then slowly extinguishing the fire. The other three also showcased their powers. Johnny discovered that he was not afraid of flames at all, while Reed's hand stretched like rubber to grab a person who was about to fall off a bridge. And Ben managed to pull a car that was about to topple over. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd watching this scene began to applaud. Wow, superheroes. Thank you. They shouted and cheered while clapping. In midair, Lee thought for a moment, changed into Superman's costume, and slowly descended from the sky. Oh my God. I can't believe my eyes, it's Superman. Superman has also come. What a day with so many superheroes. I can't take it anymore. Superman is so handsome. My heart is about to stop. Lee's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. You did a great job. Lee walked up to the four of them and praised them with the demeanor of a senior. His smile was filled with a unique charm, making people feel as if they were basking in a spring breeze. Superman has complimented us. Look quickly. Johnny seemed extremely excited. Superman was his idol. Now, he also had superpowers and could become a superhero like Superman in the future. The other three appeared more reserved, especially Susan, whose eyes flashed with a strange expression. This guy seemed not to recognize her. Are you interested in joining our Hero Association? Lee took the opportunity to extend the invitation. What? The Hero Association? Us? Johnny said excitedly. Of course. Your abilities are strong, and most importantly, you all have a heart for justice. Lee laughed and said, of course we have to join. Just as Johnny was about to speak, he was covered by Susan's hand. Superman, thank you so much for the invitation. But we need to figure out if this mutation will cause any trouble for our bodies first. Reed took the opportunity to interject. I already feel like it's causing trouble. The Thing said gruffly. Why is it that everyone else gets superpowers without changing their appearance, while I end up as this ugly rock monster? The Thing's powers are not weak. In fact, he might be the strongest among us, but he's so ugly. In this society, being pretty and having good looks are always more popular. Now that even my fiancé, he has left me, I feel particularly unfortunate. Of course, if I could control my transformation freely, I would be quite willing. After all, everyone wants to be something special like a superhero. Superman has set a great example for us. All right, I want to push it then. Lee replied, and then turned to leave. It seemed he thought of something and turned back to say, if you need anything, you can contact me through the Hero Association. I believe I can solve your mutation problem. Then he soared into the sky, with Xiao Qiaoqi closely following. Wonder Woman followed Superman. What is their relationship? Could it be that Wonder Woman is Superman's girlfriend? The surrounding crowd began to discuss in whispers. Did I just hear that correctly? Superman said he could solve our mutation problem. I couldn't believe it. Li, how did I perform just now? Xiao Taochi asked with her big eyes blinking. Very well. Your expressions and demeanor are just like those righteous heroines in the comics. Li praised. Don't you see who I am? The little rascal snorted and said proudly. You are Supergirl, Superman's little sidekick. What? I'm not a sidekick. The next day, the news in the newspapers exploded throughout America. So, Superman has a girlfriend? The New York Times. Superman's romantic relationship revealed. Economic Special Report. New hero, Supergirl. Superman's charming little girlfriend. Pioneer Daily. On the day of disaster. Where did Spider-Man go? The Horn Daily. Almost all the newspaper headlines were about Superman's love life. Only a few insignificant tabloids focused on the series of car accidents that occurred on the XX bridge, as well as the 4 new superheroes at the scene. They named those 4 new superheroes the Fantastic Four. What do you think about the news of Superman's romance? Reporters interviewed Superman's female fans. It's slander. This is definitely slander. Superman absolutely cannot have a girlfriend. He is mine. You damn bastards are spreading rumors. I'm going to sue you. Superman never said that woman was his girlfriend. May I ask how you came to this conclusion? You media people are just full and spreading rumors about my Superman. Don't you know spreading rumors can lead to jail time? Be careful. My brother will sue you all and make you spend the rest of your lives in prison. Rationality. How can you expect me to be rational? Is it rational to see you slandering my brother and remain indifferent? My Superman absolutely will not have a girlfriend. He belongs to all of us girls. The news of Superman's romance caused a collective explosion among his female fans. They refused to acknowledge the news, believing it was all media fabrication. Chapter 93. Superhero Fan Meeting. Hero Association Headquarters. Lee, you really are something. Just a suspected exposure of a romance, and it has generated such high heat. This popularity is even higher than when I revealed Iron Man's identity. Tony said, holding a newspaper and looking at the news with envy. Who is he? Billionaire, playboy, famous inventor, philanthropist. The justice-maintaining Iron Man Tony Stark. Losing to Li Yi in popularity. How can he bear it? Tony, there's no way. After all, I am this strong, this excellent. Li is simulate insight. Li, you really are narcissistic. Tony complained. Tony, in this regard, you're a master level. Li retorted. The two often exchanged a few jabs at each other. Betty, how has the Hero Association been developing recently? Li called out to Betty and asked, report, boss, the Hero Association has been developing well recently. We have recruited many heroes. The list is as follows. A-class heroes, 2 B-class heroes, 10 C-class heroes, 132 D-class heroes, 1678. Betty replied with a list. Not bad, Betty. You did a great job. Li Yi praised. Thank you for the compliment. I will continue to work hard. Betty replied. Li Yi, you're really relaxed. Leaving everything to Betty to handle. Tony laughed. Why make life so exhausting? Li Yi je suis li replied. By the way, I've always had a question for you. Feel free to ask. You're already so powerful. Why spend so much manpower and resources to establish the Hero Association? Tony asked in confusion. To resist the invasion of aliens. Li replied, aliens. You must have seen the videos from New Mexico, so you know that there are aliens in this world, right? That's right. After millions of years of evolution, humanity has claimed dominion over Earth and seems very powerful. But in the vast universe, countless races and civilizations have been born, some of which are far stronger than humans. If they were to invade Earth in the future, with humanity's current technology, we would be no match for them. You're right. Tony's expression was grave. And superheroes are undoubtedly the strongest among humans, but fighting individually won't work. That's why I brought them together, to harness their maximum power to protect the Earth. I still don't understand. You are so powerful, almost completely surpassing the existing civilization. If even you can't solve the problem, then what can other superheroes do even if they unite? Tony, do you think I will always stay on Earth? What? You want to leave Earth? Tony exclaimed in shock. Li Yi is the strongest warrior on Earth. If Li Yi leaves Earth, the probability of Earth being successfully invaded will rapidly increase. That's right. I already have a plan, and I will leave Earth to travel the universe at the right time. Li replied. Tony fell silent, and a different idea formed in his mind. If humanity cannot protect the Earth, perhaps. Betty, arrange the upcoming superhero fan meeting. Li instructed Betty, fan meeting. Tony asked in surprise. That's right. We have to meet the fans. Li Yi smiled and said, the Hero Association has created a dedicated website that will display the rankings of various superheroes, the events they have resolved, and corresponding battle videos. In just a few days, it has exceeded 200 million logins, which shows how popular it is. The public can vote for their favorite superheroes on the website, and if a superhero has any misconduct, they can file a complaint through the site. The Hero Association will verify and handle complaints promptly. If the complaint is valid, the accused superhero will face appropriate consequences, including the possibility of having their hero license revoked. This is not only to help the public better understand the difficulties superheroes face in executing justice and saving civilians, but also to monitor the behavior of these superheroes, preventing the emergence of false heroes like the Seven from the Black Cloak Enforcement Squad. Superheroes also have their own personal space where they can chat with fans and share their daily lives and photos. Currently, the hottest hero on the Hero Association's dedicated website is Superman, with votes reaching an astonishing 10 million. The second place is held not by Iron Man Tony Stark or our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, but by Supergirl Anna, with 5 million votes. Although she has only appeared once. As Superman's rumored girlfriend, she has naturally received a lot of attention, and with her strong abilities and sweet appearance, she has attracted countless fans. It is worth mentioning that the ratio of Supergirl's fans to haters has reached a staggering 1, meaning there are 5 million fans and 5 million haters. And the haters are precisely those female fans of Superman, which adds significant pressure as Superman's rumored girlfriend. Superman is incredibly popular among women. After the Hero Association announced the superhero fan meeting, it instantly drew enthusiastic attention and discussion across America. Countless people from different regions of America flocked to New York City, even causing some hotels in certain areas of the city to be in short supply. A few days later, the superhero fan meeting took place as scheduled in New York City's largest park. Fans arrived early to see their favorite heroes. The park was packed with people, bustling with excitement, and it is estimated that no fewer than 300,000 fans attended. Welcome everyone to the superhero fan meeting hosted by the Hero Association. A famous supporter shouted, "Oh!" Instantly, fans screamed in response. Now, please welcome our superheroes to the stage. First up is our most powerful and beloved superhero, Superman. As the host introduced, Li Yi, dressed in a black battle suit, slowly descended from the sky. Oh, Superman, I will always support you. Superman, I love you, I want to have your babies. Superman, hero of New York City, hero of America. Fans screamed and cheered, expressing their love for Superman. Thank you for your support, my friends. Li Yi smiled and waved to greet everyone. He was already quite familiar with this aspect. Another wave of screams erupted. One by one, superheroes made their appearances. Spider-Man swung down from a tall building on the other end. Iron Man descended from the sky with a long trail of flames. Wonder Woman appeared in a manner similar to Superman, further fueling speculation about her relationship with him. Iron Man is so cool. A real man should love mecha. Iron Man, I want to duel with you. The Failed Man, New York City's good neighbor. Little Spider, moms love you. Wonder Woman, your new outfit is so beautiful. Wonder Woman, show them that we women are not inferior to men. Fans are shouting and screaming crazily, cheering for their favorite heroes. Chapter 94. Hero Association headquarters attacked. Since Tony Stark revealed his identity as Iron Man, the world seemed to have fast-forwarded into a new era. Superpowers and supernatural events emerged one after another. Faced with those supernatural forces, the police were clearly at a loss, while the appearance of superheroes filled that gap very well. They acted heroically, upheld justice, fought against evil, and became some of the most popular figures in the world, surpassing even the hottest Hollywood stars. After all, one can only play the role of a hero in a fictional world, while the other is a real hero in reality. Just like in real life, if one has a girlfriend, aside from a few otaku, who would be willing to indulge in a paper doll wife? So, young man, don't just stay cooped up. Work hard. Manual doghead. On the other hand, this is also attributed to Li Ye's promotional strategies. In America, you might disregard the president's face, but you cannot disregard Superman's face. This is a unified opinion among all major powers. After all, if you anger the president, he might retaliate against you. But Superman would simply fly to your home and take you out. Moreover, the Hero Association in this world would not be like the Hero Association in the One Punch Man world, corrupted by capital and money, becoming a tool of the rich to protect the wealthy. Although many capitalists wanted to invest in the Hero Association, they were all rejected by Li Yi, with money staying behind and people leaving. Even if the money was taken away by Superman in an almost robbery-like manner, those major powers did not dare to make it public and instead donated it in the name of charity. Li Yi was so reckless and indifferent to any rules. At worst, he would just flip the table. After all, there was no one with the strength to stop him. One was in the universe, and the other only cared about Earth, not humanity. Just as the superhero fan meeting was in full swing, most of the Hero Association's attention had shifted to the event, making it the perfect opportunity for us to implement our plan. Let's make a big move. Everything is for the organization. Hail Hydra! Someone was secretly plotting a conspiracy against the Hero Association. A truck slowly approached the headquarters of the Hero Association. "Sir, this is a restricted area. Please show your pass." The security guards of the Hero Association immediately stopped the truck. They were all equipped with the best gear and armed with the most advanced weapons. Each one was a carefully selected, battle-hardened soldier. After retiring without a job, they were recruited by the Hero Association. The association offered them excellent benefits, including comprehensive insurance. And most importantly, a monthly salary of 30,000 that made them willing to serve the Hero Association. With a monthly salary of 30,000, they could retire after 2 or 3 years of work. Proof? Go find in hell. The driver of the truck sneered. He slammed the accelerator, and the truck sped past the barriers, heading straight for the 2 guards. Fortunately, the guards were agile and narrowly dodged the collision. Report. Report. We're being attacked. We're being attacked. The guards quickly reported the situation to headquarters. Bang. The back door of the truck opened, and a group of fully armed criminals rushed out, opening fire with their guns. Boom. Help. Run. Run. Nearby civilians instantly scattered in all directions. Take cover. Take cover. The squad leader led the security personnel on site to occupy advantageous positions and return fire against the criminals. Ha. Everything is for the organization. At that moment, the truck driver turned the vehicle around, aiming for the headquarters building. Slamming the accelerator, the truck sped forward. Stop that truck. Block that truck. The squad leader shouted urgently. But it was too late. Bang. The truck slammed into the building. Boom. A massive explosion occurred instantly, and violent flames wildly engulfed everything around, even affecting nearby streets, and causing hundreds of casualties. Mission accomplished. Retreat. Retreat. The criminals boarded another truck that was driving by amidst the explosion and fled the scene. At the fan meeting site, Li Yi is enthusiastically interacting with the audience. Boss, the association headquarters has been attacked by unknown individuals, resulting in 345 casualties. Betty suddenly reminded. What? Li Yi was shocked. Then he felt an endless rage. Damn, how dare someone touch my territory? After thinking for a moment, he called over Tony, who was nearby. What's wrong, Li Yi? Tony asked, puzzled. The headquarters of the association has been attacked. I need to go back for a while. The scene is up to you. I'm not sure if they will target here next, so be extra careful. Contact me if anything happens. After saying that, he directly disappeared in front of everyone. Hey, where's Superman? Why is Superman gone? The fans were confused and puzzled. Ahem. Tony coughed a couple of times, drawing the fans' attention to himself. This morning we had a few burgers, and those burgers might not be very healthy, so Superman needs to go back. You know what I mean? So try to eat less junk food. Ha. Tony's joke instantly made everyone burst into laughter. Lee teleported back to the headquarters of the association and quickly scanned the area from the sky, but he found nothing at all. It seems that this group of bastards has escaped. Lee was angry and annoyed. Then he looked at the exploding building. Fortunately, the building was still relatively sturdy. It only had a layer of black soot on its surface, with no other damage. However, the streets outside were in complete disarray. Oh, my leg. My arm is broken. Help me, help me. The victims on the ground kept wailing. Lee thought for a moment, then fell from midair, immediately releasing a white orb of light from his hand. Those illuminated by the white light instantly healed their injuries. Broken legs grew back. Severed hands reappeared. The talisman of the horse dispelled all external forces and activated in an instant. My hand is healed. How amazing. My foot too, it was clearly broken just now. All my injuries have disappeared. The victims were overjoyed. The souls of the deceased had not yet vanished. After Li Yi used the power of the horse talisman to repair their bodies, he used the power of the goat talisman to draw their souls back into their flesh. Thus, the dead were resurrected. Chapter 95, Nine-Headed Snake. Li Yi rescued these people because they were staff members of the Hero Association, making them sort of his own people. Li Yi has always treated his own well. If it were other injured or even deceased individuals from the attack, Li Yi would not have gone out of his way to use his abilities to save them. The Hero Association has already sealed off the headquarters and is searching for traces at the scene. Have they figured out who it is? Tony immediately asked after returning from the fan meeting. Tony was very angry. Who in America doesn't know that the Hero Association was founded by him and Superman? How dare they openly attack the association's headquarters? It's clear they don't regard him, Tony Stark, with any respect. There were bombs on the truck, which caused such a massive explosion. However, the other party's movements are too secretive, and there is currently no information available. Tony, tell me your guess. Who do you think did it? Well, it's hard to say. There are many organizations with that capability, but I really can't think of any forces that would dare to act knowing your relationship with the Hero Association. Tony shook his head. Is that so? Lee lowered his head and fell into deep thought. He actually already had a guess in his mind. Given the craziness of that organization, if they set their sights on him, they truly wouldn't care about the threat of superhero. After all, one of their frequently uttered phrases is, cut off one head and two more will grow. Indeed, Lee suspected it was the notorious Hydra. Only they could infiltrate SHIELD and turn it into Snake's shield with such secrecy. The origins of Hydra date back to 1,400 years ago, during a time when the Kree and Skrull were already at war. The Kree needed a large number of warriors, so they came to the solar system and found humans on Earth to conduct genetic experiments, modifying primitive humans to gain superpowers. However, the genetic modifications failed, and the Kree left the failed subjects on Earth before departing. These failed subjects became Inhumans. They were not entirely failures, as they gained superpowers and refer to themselves as the Inhuman race. The first Inhuman created, Hive, had the ability to control other Inhumans. The other Inhumans feared him and exiled him to another planet. As time went on, some Inhumans came to believe that Hive was a deity, so they decided to unite, doing everything possible to worship Hive and bring him back from the alien planet. The families they formed became Hydra. During World War II, Red Skull created the Nazi Hydra based on Hive's version of Hydra to serve his mad ambitions, with the slogan, cut off one head and two more will grow. However, under the attacks of the Allied forces and Captain America, they gradually retreated. Red Skull himself accidentally touched the tesseract during his battle with Captain America, which teleported him to the planet Vormir to guard the Soul Stone. The remaining Hydra members were absorbed by the precursor to SHIELD, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, and under the leadership of its mastermind, Zola, the Hidden grew stronger, eventually completely infiltrating SHIELD. Heh, I originally didn't want to bother with you clowns, but I didn't expect you to dare provoke me. Truly unaware of the danger. Do you know who it is? Tony asked in confusion. A bit of a leader. After saying that, he left directly, leaving Tony with a puzzled expression. The next day, news exploded about the attack on the Hero Association headquarters, causing an uproar. Someone actually dared to attack the Hero Association so brazenly. After all, it was a gathering place for a large number of superheroes, and with the strongest superhero on Earth, Superman, as their backing, people really couldn't understand who was so bold. Haha, what Hero Association? It's completely a joke. It was only established a few days ago and already had its base blown up. It might as well close down early. This world doesn't need any superheroes. Get out of New York, get out of America. Last time, a so-called superhero damaged the street near my house, and no one has taken responsibility for compensation until now. What do you think should be done? Isn't the Hero Association supposed to handle compensation for this? Because that superhero wasn't one of their heroes, so they don't take responsibility. Isn't that normal? Of course, the Hero Association only takes responsibility for their own heroes. How can you criticize that? I'm just not happy about it. So what? Come at me. A portion of people who dislike superheroes, along with some online trolls, took the opportunity to frantically slander and insult the Hero Association online. You bastards upstairs, no one is forcing you to like them. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Exactly. You think you can just tell us to leave America? America belongs to you? A bunch of shameless trolls. I don't know about anything else. But my small town wasn't destroyed by monsters because of Superman's appearance. Last time I ran into some bastard in an alley, I was safe thanks to Spider-Man's help. The appearance of superheroes has made our society better. Fans of various superheroes quickly began to fight back, and the two sides launched an intense online argument. The heat escalated, and eventually, the website even crashed before it settled down. Somewhere in a secret base of Hydra. Who told you to act on your own and provoke Superman? The head of Hydra in America, Alexander Pierce, who was formerly the director of SHIELD, under Nick Fury, was angrily reprimanding his subordinates. This foolish subordinate actually provoked that terrifying Superman, pushing Hydra into the fire pit. If Superman finds out that this incident was done by them, he would dig 3 feet into the ground to find them. Fortunately, they were still well hidden for now. Boss, Superman is the strongest person on this planet. As long as we obtain Superman's power, ruling the world is just around the corner. A subordinate retorted, obtain Superman's power? What's your plan? To provoke Superman while risking exposure of our organization? I just wanted to test them. Test? Utterly foolish. Alexander Pierce said angrily. I'll let you off this time considering your past performance. Next time, you won't even have a position to sit in. Why yes, boss. The subordinate nodded and bowed in fear. Just then, Pierce's communicator beeped. Opening it, he saw was Nick Fury. What does this guy want with me at this time? Has he discovered some clue? Pierce murmured. He didn't dare to let his guard down against this suspicious guy and chose to answer. Chapter 96, Spider-Woman? Back at headquarters. Lee thought for a moment and contacted Nick Fury. Superman? What do you want to contact me about? Nick Fury frowned, feeling quite unhappy. After all the hard work in planning the Avengers Initiative, it was interrupted by Lee Ye's Hero Association, and finding enough heroes had become a problem. You know about the attack on the Hero Association headquarters, right? Lee asked it. I just got the news. Do you know who did it? We don't have any information for now. Their movements are very secretive, even able to evade our S-H-I-E-L-D intelligence system. Nick Fury replied, this is not a simple matter. Their S-H-I-E-L-D intelligence system is top-notch in America, possessing information that even the U.S. military doesn't have. Do you know Hydra? Of course. Do you think they did it? Nick Fury chuckled in disbelief. Hydra was defeated and destroyed by Captain America during World War II. Are you sure? Lee smiled and said, haven't you heard that if you cut off one head, two will grow back? U.S.H.I.E.L.D. must have absorbed those Hydra scientists after the war, right? What do you mean? Nick Fury's eyes widened instantly. He quickly recalled the past of S.H.I.E.L.D., and there were indeed some strange aspects. Not even realizing that your own headquarters had been infiltrated like a sieve. You really are a failure as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Lee sneered and said, sorry, Superman. I have something to deal with. So I won't chat for long. Nick Fury hung up with a dark face, although he was already in a bad mood. Hey, Hydra. I'll give you some trouble for now, and we'll settle the rest of the scores slowly. Lee isn't needed. What he wanted was to completely eradicate Hydra, but he knew that just a few exposed in the play were not enough. It would be better to let Black Egg dig them out one by one, and then take action to kill them all without leaving a trace. Black Egg hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and called in Coulson and Natasha. Although he didn't trust anyone right now, he knew that with just himself, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't possibly dig out all the Hydra members. He could only bring in two relatively trusted people. Coulson had been with him for a long time, and Natasha was a defector from the Soviet Union. These two had the least chance of being Hydra members. Nick Fury revealed the news to the two. What? Hydra still exists and is hiding within S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson exclaimed in shock. It was hard to imagine that an organization that had long been destroyed could actually be reborn and parasitize within S.H.I.E.L.D., absorbing its nutrients to grow stronger. Natasha frowned as well. That's right. That's what Superman means. Nick Fury nodded. Director, what can we do? You two are the only ones I trust. I need you to cooperate with my actions and dig out all the Hydra members within S.H.I.L.D. Understood, boss. At Gwen's home, she was on the phone with her best friend, Nisi. Gwen, didn't you always love Superman? Why didn't you go to the fan meeting organized by the Hero Association? Nisi's voice came from the other end. There are too many people. I can't squeeze in it all. I'm too lazy to join the crowd. Gwen replied lazily. That's true. I heard there were over 300,000 people just at the scene. It must be a sea of people. Yeah, when are we going out to play again? I haven't seen you lately. Gwen, I miss you. Don't start. You just want me to buy snacks for you. Ha, you found me out. After chatting with a friend for a while, Gwen hung up the phone. She sighed deeply. She actually wanted to go to the superhero fan meeting, but her body had undergone some very strange changes that made her reluctant to go out easily. A few days ago, she had a strange dream where she swung between tall buildings like a spider, helping people. When she woke up, she found that her strength had become very great. Just a little force was enough to twist a doorknob off, and she could even climb walls like Spider-Man. Could I have mutated? But why is it exactly like Spider-Man? Gwen murmured to herself. As a top student in school, she understood biology very well. Two completely different individuals could not have identical mutations, let alone the inherent uncertainties of biological mutations. After careful thought, Gwen decided to find another top student in school, Peter Parker, to help her research what was happening to her. They arranged to meet at a library. Peter was very excited. Gwen was the campus beauty and the dream girl of many boys. Countless boys had wanted to ask Gwen out, but she had ruthlessly rejected them, saying, "You are too immature, not my type." On the other hand, Peter had nothing to show for himself except for his grades. He was practically a nobody at school, mainly because Peter didn't want to expose his superpowers. He was often late and truant, and the professors in school described Peter as a lazy genius. When the goddess took the initiative to ask him out, Peter was naturally thrilled. He arrived at the library early and found a spot. "Sorry, have you been waiting long? There was a bit of traffic." Gwen hurriedly arrived and whispered an apology. "And no, it's fine. Actually, I didn't wait long." It was Peter's first time talking to the goddess, and he was a bit nervous and stuttered. Gwen cautiously looked around. It was afternoon, and there were very few people in the library. There was no one around them. I want to ask you for a favor," Gwen whispered. Go ahead." "Well, I've experienced some special changes, and I can't figure it out by myself. I want to trouble you to help me research it." "Special changes?" Peter's face was full of question marks. "It's just, my strength has become very great." "Forget it, come outside, I'll show you." With that, Gwen took Peter outside, found a steel pipe in a nearby alley, and bent it with her bare hands in front of Peter. Peter's eyes widened like saucers. "And this?" Gwen placed her hands against the wall and climbed straight up. "I can't be dreaming." Chapter 97. Spider Silk surprised, huh? Gwen smiled at Peter, who was astonished. What is going on? Did you get bitten by a spider too?" Peter was shocked. "I don't know, I just had a dream. And when I woke up, I was like this." Gwen shrugged helplessly. "No. I mean, why does your ability resemble Spider-Man so much?" "Didn't I just say, I don't know?" Gwen replied speechlessly. "Wait, I need to take a moment. This is too crazy." Peter responded, his mind already surging with waves. He was very clear about how he became Spider-Man. He was bitten by a mutated spider, which permanently altered his genes. This gave him the powers, speed, and balance of a spider, plus his own web shooters, which allowed him to swing between buildings. He originally thought he was the only one in the world with such a bizarre experience, but now suddenly another one appeared. How could he not be surprised? Moreover, the other party hadn't been bitten by a spider and had no strange experiences. She simply gained her abilities just by sleeping. This completely shattered his worldview. It was simply unscientific. "So, do you want to help me?" Gwen watched as Peter didn't reply for a long time and grew impatient. "Oh, of course." Peter hurriedly replied. "Great, Peter. I knew you were a good person." Gwen smiled. Looking at Gwen's smile, Peter couldn't help but blush. We should first check if there have been any changes to your genes. Such mutations are usually uncontrollable." Peter said. "Haha, I happen to have no classes today. We can borrow the school's lab." Gwen recalled. Then the two went to their university and found an empty lab. Gwen lied that she needed to use the lab for an assignment and easily fooled the guard. "We might need a little of your blood." Peter said. "That's simple," Gwen replied. The two then started the experiment. "Oh my, it's really unbelievable. Your genes are exactly the same as normal humans, with no changes at all," Peter exclaimed in surprise. "But how do I explain this ability I have?" Gwen furrowed her brow. "Current science can't explain this phenomenon at all." Peter shook his head. The two fell silent, feeling like they had worked hard for nothing. "What are you going to do?" Peter asked. "What do you mean?" Gwen replied, confused. "I mean your ability. Having such a power means you can't easily blend into ordinary life anymore." "Well," Gwen smiled mysteriously and then said, "I want to join the Hero Association and become a superhero." "A superhero? Are you sure? This path might be very difficult." Peter was shocked. "Of course. Superman is my idol. I admire him so much. I want to be someone like Superman. It would be best if I could partner with Superman." Gwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Someone like Superman." Peter thought of Lie's carefree personality and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "First, I need my own exclusive title. What should it be? Spider-Woman? Lady Spider? Flying Spider? Oh dear, this is so troublesome. Why is the name Spider-Man already taken?" Gwen started pulling at her hair. Hee, sorry for taking that name." Peter internally complained. "Wait, how about Webweaver?" "Yes, that's it. What do you think?" Gwen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Webweaver? That's a great name." Peter agreed. "Peter, I consider you a good friend, so you must keep this secret from me." Gwen suddenly remembered that many superheroes kept their identities secret, and she didn't want her parents to know either. So she said to Peter beside her. Peter pondered for a long time, hesitating whether to reveal his own identity. After thinking for a while, he decided to tell her. After all, he had always been alone and felt quite lonely. Now that someone with the same ability had finally appeared, he naturally felt a sense of closeness. "Actually, I'm Spider-Man." Gwen's face was filled with question marks. "Peter, are you joking?" "Of course not." Peter shook his head and then suddenly jumped onto the roof, touching it with his hand. "Oh my gosh, am I crazy? Or is this world crazy?" Peter is essentially Gwen's mentor. She has someone she likes in her heart, and that is Superman. Below a building. "Mr. Doom, what do you think about the drop in the IPO? What do you think about the rumors of your company being taken over?" "No comment." Victor Von Doom frowned and avoided the reporters. Victor Von Doom is the main antagonist, Dr. Doom, from the Fantastic Four. Victor Von Doom, hailing from a small Eastern European country called Latveria, had a mother who was a gypsy which known for her mastery of magic. After working hard, he earned a scholarship to the State University of New York, allowing him to escape the feudal rule of Latveria, where he met his lifelong nemesis Reed Richards, who later became Mr. Fantastic. During his college years, Doom deliberately maintained a competitive relationship with Reed Richards, even getting close to Reed's crush, the future Invisible Woman, Susan. However, Susan seemed to have someone else in her heart and rejected Doom. After graduation, he became a self-made businessman and owner of a publicly traded company, which can be considered a success story. Unfortunately, due to investing in Reed's disastrous research, specifically the recent space station incident, he faced cash flow issues and lost control of the company. He angrily confronted Reed Richards. "Your research is nothing but a disaster. You ruined 5 lives. No, 4. You yourself are satisfied." Doom pointed angrily at Reed's chest. "First of all, I'm very sorry. This is not what I wanted. But politely speaking, we all have responsibilities. I told you it should be stopped. Stop? I invested my company, my reputation, and billions of dollars into this. And now you make me look like a fool. Victor, we first need to clarify this. I don't want to clarify. This isn't your research plan. I just want to remedy it quickly." As he spoke, the surrounding lights began to flicker madly. Seeing Victor like this, Reed seemed to realize something. What happened? Suddenly, the thing slowly walked out. No problem, Ben. Hurry up and pay your electricity bill so you can get back to work." Victor Von Doom spat a harsh remark and turned to leave. In the elevator, Victor slammed his fist against the wall, and the steel wall instantly caved in. My hand. Chapter 98. The arrival of the Invisible Woman, Li Ye's luxurious residence. Li stretched lazily and pushed away Daisy's hand from his body. Why was Daisy here? That's a long story. Li recently got so busy with the Hero Association that he forgot he was playing both sides. He didn't handle the situation properly at first, and things turned out badly. The rumors about Superman and Wonder Woman spread all over America, and of course, Daisy saw them. Knowing that her boyfriend was actually a two-timer, Daisy's fiery personality couldn't take it. She immediately called to confront Li Yi, but no amount of coaxing worked. So, he directly teleported over and brought Daisy back. Using his last resort, time to build feelings. The effect was obvious. After Li Ye's efforts throughout the night, Daisy initially held her ground, but a few hours later, she ended up begging for mercy and agreed to the fact that Li Yi could have a harem. Li Ye's actions startled Daisy next to him. "Good morning, Daisy." Li chuckled and said, "Mph." Who knew that Daisy would immediately turn her head and snort coldly at the sight of my face. Sigh. It seems that last night's lesson wasn't enough. Li sighed, his hand already climbing up Daisy's waist. "You still want to come?" "Please don't," Daisy said in terror. Hee, Daisy, I'm quite unhappy with your attitude just now." "Oh no, I was just joking," she exclaimed. "I was just bored after waking up early and wanted to liven up the atmosphere." Daisy immediately cuddled Li Ye's arm and acted cute. "All right, I'll let you off this time." Li Ye chucked it softly. "Thank you, dear." Daisy secretly let out a sigh of relief. She was almost worn out by this beast last night. "Daisy, has your research over there finished? Do you want to move over and live with me?" Li asked while getting dressed. "How can it be so fast? It's only been a short time since we last met. We haven't even finished a third of the research." Daisy replied, "There's no point in doing that research anyway. I have enough money to last me for several lifetimes. I'll just take care of you from now on." Li retorted, "I'm not a pig. I have hands and feet. Why would I need you to take care of me?" Daisy said discontentedly. The two flirted and bantered while washing up, and then they had breakfast together. "Li, take me back." "I understand." Li hugged Daisy's waist and sent her back. "Li, you won't find another woman while I'm not around, will you?" Daisy suddenly asked before they parted. That. "Daisy, I'm leaving first." After saying that, he immediately activated his teleportation and disappeared, leaving Daisy with a dazed expression. At the headquarters of the Hero Association, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but you can't enter without an appointment." The security guard blocked a blonde beauty at the entrance, who was none other than the Invisible Woman, Susan. "Can't you just inform me?" Susan frowned. "I'm sorry. That's the rule." The guard flatly refused. They were all professionally trained soldiers and would not easily be swayed, unless they couldn't resist. "Okay, I'll come back next time." Susan turned to leave. Beep, beep, beep. The guard's communicator suddenly rang. "Hello. Yes, I understand." After hanging up, the guard quickly stopped Susan. "Ma'am, I apologize for the inconvenience. I didn't know you knew Mr. Li Yi. You can enter now." "Huh?" Susan looked bewildered but followed the guard's instructions into the building. On the top floor of the Hero Association headquarters, the Invisible Woman. Why did she come alone? The Asket in Confusion. It was just now that Betty captured Susan through the surveillance below, which was how Lee found out she was looking for him. Soon, Susan arrived at the top floor. Welcome, Lee greeted. Your Hero Association headquarters is really impressive. Susan smiled and said, of course, I spent a lot of money on it. Would you like something to drink? Just a simple coffee will do. All right. She then called in her secretary to prepare 2 cups of coffee. After some polite conversation, Susan asked Superman, is it true that you can solve the changes happening to us? Of course it's true. Did Reed fail? Lee replied, yes, he failed and couldn't turn things back. And now he's in extreme guilt. I can help you solve this problem. But I have one condition. What condition? Susan asked, puzzled. A netizen from Shaorizi. Madam, you wouldn't want your husband. It's simple. You 4 need to join the Hero Association. Lee replied, Sure. Susan sighed in relief, thinking that Li might make some unreasonable request. Then it's settled. She said, when are you available? Anytime. The two chatted for a while longer. You really didn't recognize me? Susan suddenly asked. Huh? Li was left with a face full of question marks after hearing this. Did he know her? It seemed he hadn't seen her in the 3 months since he crossed over. Ding. Host, you don't need to guess. You really haven't met this human female before. At that moment, the system suddenly popped up. Then how? It's arranged by this system. In a virtual life, arranged for you by this system. You had a girlfriend in college, but you broke up later due to incompatible personalities. That girlfriend is the human female in front of you. The system explained. Damn. System. You're basically my dad. Lee recognized his family on the spot. He had always liked the actress who played Susan when he watched the movie Fantastic Four. However, it seemed that Susan and Reed had a good relationship, so after Lee crossed over, he never thought about it. He didn't expect the system to be so helpful, directly arranging for him to have the identity of an ex-boyfriend. Ding. Host, this system does not have a gender distinction and cannot be your father. The system said seriously. Huh. Lee waved his hand to drive the system away. Of course, I recognize you, Susan. Leah's expression suddenly became profound. I had finally managed to let go of that unforgettable emotion, but then you suddenly appeared in front of me, and I could only pretend not to recognize you to hide my feelings. 99 points. Lee gave his acting a score of 99, leaving 1 point out of fear of becoming arrogant. I thought. Susan said, Susan, the time spent with you was the most unforgettable of my life. I will never forget it. I'll take my leave now. Susan hurriedly stood up and ran away, because she also remembered Lee. She hadn't dated anyone since then. Even when Reed confessed to her, she rejected him. Chapter 99. The treatment of the thing the next day. Susan brought Lee back to their research lab. They had been studying and training their abilities there for the past few days, and even made a set of battle suits with special materials. This battle suit not only fit them perfectly, but also worked in conjunction with their abilities. For example, Johnny, also known as Human Torch, wouldn't burn his clothes when using his fire abilities. Susan's clothes could turn invisible along with her, and Reed's clothes could stretch with him. Only the poor thing had no clothes and, like the Hulk, wore only a pair of shorts. The other 3 were very surprised to see Lee, especially Johnny, who was extremely excited that his idol had come to visit. Superman, welcome. I didn't get to introduce myself last time. My name is Johnny. My current nickname is Human Torch, and I'm your loyal fan. I wonder if you could give me an autograph so I could show off to those jerks. Human Torch rambled on as soon as he opened his mouth. Johnny, seeing her brother in this crazy fanboy state, Susan couldn't help but interrupt him loudly. Superman is here for serious business. Sorry, I got too excited. Human Torch scratched his head and laughed. It's all right. I'm honored to have you as a fan. Lee smiled and said, Superman, I'm really sorry for rejecting your invitation last time. Reed stepped forward to apologize, looking quite awkward. Last time, Superman kindly invited them to join the Hero Association, but they had turned him down. Rejecting was one thing, but now they were shamelessly seeking his help, which made the proud Reed feel very embarrassed. After that, a few more polite exchanges took place. Have you made your decision? Lee said to Ben, I've made up my mind. I'd rather give up my superpowers than become a stone monster. Ben replied suddenly. His fiancée, he had completely severed ties with him, which had dealt a severe blow to his spirit. His love, his life, all ruined by that damned accident. I'm sorry. Ben. Reed felt deeply guilty. It was he who had dragged Ben into space in the first place, or else Ben wouldn't have ended up like this. Who said you have to give up your superpowers? Lee suddenly said, Superman. What do you mean? Confused, he continued. The condition I gave you is to let all 4 of you join the Hero Association together. How could I let you lose your superpowers? The Hero Association doesn't support idlers. I have a way to allow you to transform freely between a rock person and a normal person. Lee laughed and said, what? As soon as Lie's words were spoken, it instantly shocked everyone. How? How is this possible? Reed said in disbelief. He couldn't even revert Ben back. And now Superman actually said he could allow Ben to freely switch between the two, which completely overturned his worldview. Of course it's possible. Let's get started right away. Lee smiled and said, the reason why Ben cannot maintain his human form like others is because he has been exposed to excessive radiation. As long as the energy within him is kept in a balanced state, he can retain his superpowers while restoring his human form. Of course, please follow me. We have the most advanced equipment. Reed habitually thought that Lee was going to use some scientific method to transform Ben back, and even planned to learn from him on the side. No need, right here. Lee shook his head, and a white light emitted from his hand, instantly activating the power of the horse talisman. The body illuminated by the white light quickly shrank, and in no time, it transformed from a stone man back into a human. Oh my, I finally transformed back. Ben exclaimed excitedly. What? What is this? It's not science at all, Reed said in shock. Of course it's not science. It's magic. Magic. Does such a thing really exist? Isn't it right in front of you now? And it's not over yet. The power of the tiger talisman balances yin and yang, activating instantly. Ben once again transformed back into a stone man amidst a series of changes. Did it fail? Johnny asked anxiously. Although he and Ben seemed to be at odds, he still cared about Ben deeply. You should have felt it. Show them. Lee smiled and said, yes. I can indeed feel it. The stone man's thoughts stirred, quickly switching between the stone man and the human several times. It worked. The four of them cheered excitedly. Just now, Lee didn't completely expel the radiation energy from his body. Instead, he expelled a small portion and then used the power of the tiger talisman to maintain a balance between the radiation energy in his body and the life energy of the human, achieving the effect of free transformation. I, finally, recovered. He quickly came to Lie's side. With a thud, he knelt directly in front of Lie. Superman, from now on, my life is yours. I will face any danger without hesitation, he said firmly. Hee. You can get up now. There's no need to be so formal. Just join the Hero Association according to the agreed conditions. Lee grabbed the stone man's hand with one hand and pulled him up. The stone man's eyes widened instantly as he felt Lie's strength. Superhuman power. So powerful. Then, Lee took out the prepared identity cards from the system space and threw them to the others. B-level hero, Blitz Fire. B-level hero, Invisible Woman. B-level hero, Mr. Fantastic. A-level hero, Stone Man. We're all B-level heroes, so why is this big guy an A-level hero? Blitz Fire asked in confusion. Hero levels are assessed based on various factors, and the most important is strength. Ben's strength is the strongest among you. Lee explained that the body of the stone man had been irradiated by cosmic rays, turning his entire body into stone. These stones are extremely hard, with a hardness comparable to diamonds, giving him incredible resistance to impact. The stone man not only has astonishing defensive capabilities, but also possesses terrifying offensive power, with a strength exceeding 100 tons. Such immense power means that his punches are capable of causing catastrophic destruction. One could say that the stone man has no weaknesses besides his speed. In some world, he even fought the Hulk head-on without losing ground. And his level is definitely worthy of an A-class hero. Just this bulky guy? Pika fire mocked. What? Are you not convinced? The stone man threatened, waving his fist, which was as big as a cooking pot. Of course I'm not convinced. Then let's have a fight. Come on, who's afraid of who? The two began to argue, and Reed quickly stepped in to mediate. Seeing this scene, Susan couldn't help but roll her eyes and cover her face. Why did she end up teaming up with such a bunch of idiots? Well, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lee waved goodbye to the four people. Wait, I'll see you off. Susan suddenly ran out after Lee. Seeing Susan take the initiative to send off a man, the three stopped arguing and exchanged glances. Am I going to have a brother-in-law now? Thunderfire exclaimed in surprise. However, Reed's face instantly turned ugly next to him. He had liked Susan for a long time. Chapter 100. The beginning of the Avengers in the vast and boundless universe. Three enormous spaceships were sailing through the void, with the largest one named Sanctuary One. Its owner was none other than the Dark Titan, the Mad Titan, the Dark Lord, the ruler of the galaxy, and the cosmic genocide of Thanos, also known as the Mad Titan. Thanos originally belonged to the eternal race living on Titan. As a child, he was ostracized by his kin due to his unusual appearance, but he maintained his kind nature. However, an event changed him completely. Due to the overpopulation of Titan and a scarcity of resources, the ecological balance was destroyed, leading to the planet's demise. Before Titan's destruction, Thanos proposed eliminating half of the population to achieve ecological balance. But this mad idea was rejected by his people, who labeled him the Mad Titan. Ultimately, Thanos became the sole survivor of Titan. This experience profoundly taught Thanos about the balance between life and resources. Life can reproduce infinitely, but the resources in the universe are finite. Thus, Thanos firmly became the president of the Universe Family Planning Committee, specifically leading his army to eliminate the surplus population on other planets. On every planet he passed, he would slaughter half of its inhabitants, leaving behind a terrifying reputation. Later, he accidentally heard the legend of the Infinity Stones and embarked on a journey to find them to fulfill his grand ideal. Thanos was incredibly powerful, unmatched, and knowledgeable about all the superhuman philosophies of the Eternals. This granted him unparalleled strength, endurance, recovery speed, and agility. He could single-handedly take on one of Earth's strongest heroes, the Hulk, defeating him with a single set of military punches that left the Hulk too traumatized to come out. His defense was nearly invincible. His skin was almost indestructible, capable of withstanding cold, heat, electricity, poison, aging, and disease, and he could even survive in a vacuum. In Ivengus Infinitiva, Iron Man led numerous heroes to attack Thanos, but couldn't inflict significant harm on his body. In the end, Iron Man, using all his strength, only left a small wound on Thanos' face. He could endure the explosive power of 6 Infinity Stones, and even catch the Power Stone with his bare hands. Thanos' mind was also nearly invincible, making him immune to most mental attacks. Even when controlled by many superheroes or hypnotized by Mantis, he could awaken in a very short time. At the same time, Thanos was also a strategist, possessing knowledge far beyond Earth technology. In short, Thanos was undoubtedly a boss-level character, possessing world-destroying power and commanding a massive fleet. Coupled with Thanos' madness, even the 3 major empires of the universe, the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, and the Shi'ar Empire, dared not provoke him lightly. After all, each of these empires controlled hundreds of life-bearing planets. Even if they could eliminate Thanos, they would have to pay a heavy price, and, at that time, the other 2 empires would surely take advantage of the situation. Moreover, eliminating Thanos would bring them no benefits, so they naturally wouldn't engage in such meaningless actions. Thanos was also a wise man. He would avoid the territories of the 3 major empires during his massacres. Thus, a delicate balance was reached between Thanos and the 3 major empires. At this time, Thanos was sitting on a high throne, receiving an unexpected guest. Beside the throne, the slender yet exceptionally elegant Ebony Maw bowed. "Great master, Prince Loki from Asgard has come to see you." "It's your master, not mine," Loki said with a smile. Indeed, the mysterious guest was Loki, who had disappeared from Asgard, the half-brother of Thor. He had accidentally fallen into a time vortex during his struggle with Thor, and everyone in Asgard thought he was dead. However, he had fortunately escaped the time vortex and sought out the infamous Mad Titan in the universe. Ebony Maw's previously graceful face suddenly frowned. His deep loyalty and admiration for Thanos could not tolerate anyone disrespecting him. He turned to Thanos, silently inquiring if he should kill Loki. Gods? Princes? In their eyes, they were merely pitiful little bugs that could be killed at will. "However, I hope to serve you, great cosmic emperor, your majesty Thanos." Loki, seeing the scene, cleverly chose to bow in submission. Unlike his foolish brother, he understood that being flexible would allow him to live better. Seeing this, Ebony Maw nodded with satisfaction and then said, "Prince of Asgard, what is your purpose in coming here?" "Respected your majesty Thanos, wise Lord Ebony Maw, although this just happened, I must admit that I no longer belong to Asgard. I attempted a failed coup in Asgard, losing to my foolish yet surprisingly lucky brother, and ultimately ended up wandering in the universe. Your majesty Thanos, I hope to take revenge with your power, and as a thank you, I will offer you the Space Stone from the Infinity Stones." Loki replied. Upon hearing Loki's words, a trace of disdain flashed in Ebony Maw's eyes. Blaming his failure on luck, what a waste. Loki raised his hand, and a clear image appeared in his palm. It was the SHIELD headquarters. A group of people dressed in white surrounded it, with a cosmic cube floating in the air, emitting a faint glow. The Space Stone, Thanos sitting on the throne, finally spoke his first words, his voice hoarse and filled with weariness and sorrow. Respected your majesty Thanos. I will bring you this space stone in exchange for the dominion over Midgard, also known as Earth. Loki humbly stated. What do you need? Thanos asked. A powerful army. An invincible army. Loki replied excitedly. Thanos exchanged glances with Ebony Maw, who understood the implication, opened the door, and a fierce alien in silver armor walked in. Great master. How may I serve you? The alien knelt humbly before Thanos' throne. You will take your people's army to assist this Asgardian prince in seizing the planet called Midgard. Thanos commanded. Yes, my great master. The alien replied. My Chitauri army will assist you. Thanos said to Loki, Respectable Lord Thanos, you underestimate Earth too much. They have a very powerful warrior. Chapter 101. Signs of invasion. Respectable Lord Thanos, you underestimate Earth too much. Although they're generally weak, there's a very powerful warrior among them. With just your army, it might not be enough. Loki said, looking frightened. He recalled his encounter on Earth, where that guy in black easily destroyed his father's destroyer armor. And he felt the breath of death even from a distance of tens of thousands of miles. After hearing this, Thanos, sitting on his throne, did not speak. But the Chitauri general kneeling below became furious. It quickly approached Loki, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up, growling Asgardian, How dare you underestimate us Chitauri? Cough. Cough. I didn't mean it. Loki coughed violently, struggling in pain, but the other's strength was too great, and his struggles were completely ineffective. After all, he was not like his stupid brother, filled with muscles. He was a sorcerer, relying on magic for a living. Let him go. Let's see what he has to say. Ebony Maw instructed Thanos beside him and waved his hand. Yes. The Chitauri general suddenly threw Loki to the ground, not daring to disobey Thanos' command, appearing extremely humble. This was unavoidable. The Chitauri's reputation in the universe was not good, and they could only survive by aligning themselves with Thanos' power. Otherwise, they would have long been exterminated by the three great empires and their allies. Tell us more about that powerful warrior. Ebony Maw said to Loki. Cough, cough. Yes. Although I have seen him, I do not know his name. At that time, I was controlling my father's destroyer armor to go to Earth to kill my stupid brother, and that person suddenly stood up, claiming that Earth was his territory, and then attacked the destroyer. At first, he couldn't do anything to the destroyer. Later, I realized he was just playing. After taking it seriously, he destroyed the destroyer in just a few seconds. Loki recounted his experience on Earth in detail. Destroy the destroyer. Thanos, who had been expressionless on the throne, frowned. He certainly knew about the destroyer armor, as Odin had worn it to battle against the Asgardian gods. In a one-on-one fight, he had suppressed the Asgardian gods, but later lost because he was besieged by 5 of them. Although Odin's powerful divine power was a significant reason for suppressing them, the power of the destroyer armor should not be underestimated. The fact that this earthling could easily destroy the destroyer was indeed frighteningly powerful, and relying solely on the Chitauri might not be enough to conquer Earth. Black Dwarf. Thanos called out softly. Yes, my great master. A rough voice echoed from the corner. Then a massive figure slowly appeared, over 3 meters tall, with an ugly appearance resembling a demon, sporting beastly fangs and sharp claws, dressed in black armor. And the most eye-catching feature was the massive battle axe that instilled fear. This monster was Black Dwarf, one of Thanos' Black Order. Unlike other desperate followers of Thanos, he had no choice but to pledge allegiance to Thanos for the survival of his race. With strength that rivaled the Hulk, his skin was nearly indestructible, capable of withstanding most attacks, and his massive size and strength made him a devastating force in the team. Loki was startled by this voice. He hadn't expected anyone else to be here, and he had not noticed it until now. You will also go to that planet called Midgard and bring back the head of that earthling. Thanos commanded. Yes, my great master. Black Dwarf respectfully replied. Loki did not expect Thanos to send only one additional person and quickly wanted to continue speaking. However, when he met Ebony Maw's half-smiling face, he tactfully closed his mouth, knowing he had no right to make further requests. Continuing to speak might make him a sacrificial offering before the battle. Then Thanos called for a peculiar scepter. Asgardian, we cannot send the entire army to Midgard at once. You need to act as the vanguard, the first to arrive in Midgard to open the portal for the army. This is the scepter for opening the portal. Ebony Maw explained. Your esteemed lord, since it was my suggestion, I'm naturally willing to be the vanguard. Loki said humbly. Remember, you only have 5 chances to teleport. After 5 times, if you still cannot open the portal, the energy we use to locate the space stone will be exhausted. You must quickly grasp the fluctuation pattern of the space stone and open the portal at the right moment. That opportunity is extremely brief. Therefore, you do not have many training opportunities. Study it, master it, and control it to the best of your ability, Asgardian. Understand, Loki said excitedly as he took the scepter. He could finally seek revenge on that stupid brother and by his father. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As soon as Loki grasped the scepter, it immediately emitted a massive wave of energy. This could be. Looking at the light at the end of the scepter, Loki exclaimed in shock. Yes, this is the Mind Stone among the 6 Infinity Stones. Ebony Moore replied. Why would you give such an important treasure? Aren't you afraid of losing it? Loki questioned. In this universe, no one can take what belongs to Lord Thanos. Ebony Maw said coldly. Go, Asgardian, lead my army to retrieve the stone that belongs to me. Thanos stood up from his throne and waved his hand. Yes, Lord Thanos. I will definitely bring back the Space Stone for you. Loki quickly bowed humbly. Filled with excitement, he realized he had made the right move. He had not given anything in return, but with just his words, he had deceived an army, and Thanos had even entrusted him with the Mind Stone. With this Mind Scepter, he even felt capable of defeating his stupid brother single-handedly. He, Loki, would prove to the world that he was the most suitable king of Asgard. After Loki left, he eagerly began to sense the Space Stone. Earth at a certain S-H-I-E-L-D base. Over 2,000 S-H-I-E-L-D. Agents and elite scholars were conducting research on the tesseract. The Black Egg had been psychologically scarred by aliens and vowed to master the power of the tesseract. Although it consumed a large amount of manpower and resources, they had made some progress and had created new weapons by extracting energy from the tesseract. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, the previously stable tesseract began to tremble violently. What is happening? What's going on? Why did it suddenly change like this? It was fine just a moment ago. Could it be that it was disturbed by some energy? Scholars who are currently researching are discussing fervently, completely unsure of how to explain this strange phenomenon. Bang! A massive surge of energy is instantly released from the cosmic cube, and the entire research lab is reduced to rubble in an instant, with no survivors among the dozens of scholars present. Chapter 102. Dark Victor Von Doom. What? The cosmic cube's energy explosion has killed all the scholars. Nick Fury, the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, quickly receives the news. He has to put aside his work gathering intelligence on Hydra members and rush to the scene to handle the situation. What happened? Fury asks a nearby professor for details. This professor is Eric Savage, a familiar face to Lee, who was brought here due to his outstanding abilities to oversee the research on the Cosmic Cube. The activity of the Cosmic Cube suddenly increased, and before we could react, it exploded. Dr. Savage explains. Why did this happen? We suspect it may have been interfered with by some kind of external energy. There is nothing else around here. How could there be external energy? Fury questions, puzzled. No. What I mean by external is the universe. Savage shakes his head in response. The universe? Could be aliens? There is a possibility. What is the current situation with the Cosmic Cube? The Cosmic Cube has lost its previous balance and silence. It is like a sleeping volcano gradually awakening, brewing energy, and once it finishes, it will undoubtedly erupt. What are the consequences of such an eruption? It could create a wormhole or even a black hole, and then Earth would be in danger. Dr. Savage replies, looking fearful. A black hole? Shit, don't you have a way to control it? Fury asks. Sorry, that is not my area of expertise. But there is someone who has done extensive research in this area. He might have a solution. Who? Dr. Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? It looks like that plan has to be executed after all. I just don't know if Superman will agree. Inside a building, most of Victor Von Doom's body has transformed into metal. He looks at his monstrous reflection in the mirror, a surge of anger rising within him. Reed Richards. It's all your fault. Victor Von Doom grits his teeth. With his roar, bolts of violent lightning erupt from his body. Zzz. The lightning consumes everything around him, plunging the entire building into darkness. Is this my doing? Victor Von Doom contemplates, looking at his metallic hands. No, this is not a disease. I'm not a monster. This is evolution. I am becoming a higher species than humans becoming. Oh, God. Victor Von Doom Vispas. Mr. Doom, what happened? The commotion just now attracted the building's security, and the security captain, armed with a large group, cautiously approaches. It's nothing. Victor Von Doom replies. That's good. Put your guns away. The security captain instructs everyone. Mr. Doom, you seem to be injured. Should I call an ambulance for you? The security captain asks, noticing Victor Von Doom is torn clothes. Unexpectedly, this question angers Victor. I'm not sick. Zzz. He instantly unleashes lightning at the unprepared crowd. The security personnel are instantly killed. Victor then finds an iron mask to wear and slowly walks toward the street. Monster! Help, don't kill me. Quickly, run. Soon, countless screams fill the street. 3 days have passed since Li Yi's treatment, and during these 3 days, the Fantastic Four has officially joined the Hero Association, becoming part of it. During this time, Susan frequently visits the association headquarters to see Li Yi. Li Yi has long had feelings for Susan, so he naturally accepts her visits. The two often go out together, their relationship growing rapidly, seemingly regaining the feelings of their past romance. Li Yi was also grateful that his two girlfriends were not by his side, otherwise it would be hard to handle. Under the beautiful starry sky, Li Yi flew in the air, holding Susan in his arms. Li Yi, do you remember? We used to lie on the grass together and watch the beautiful starry sky. Susan reminisced, holding Li Yi tightly. Of course I remember. I still recall you saying that every star represents an angel. You really haven't forgotten? Susan said excitedly. Thanks to having seen that memory in advance. Li Yi thought to himself. Li Yi also understood what the system had done in the beginning. It had directly altered the history of this Marvel universe, inserting the existence of Li Yi into history itself. No wonder even the Ancient One, who can observe countless timelines, could not detect Li Yi's identity as an outsider. This unbelievable method made Li Yi even more curious about the origins of the system. Who exactly created such an amazing system? Li Yi, I regret it. I can't forget you. Can we start over? Susan suddenly said. In Susan's memory, her relationship with Li Yi was very good. They were even at the point of getting married, but she suddenly separated from Li Yi, a reason she didn't even know herself. Of course, I can't forget you either. Li Yi, who knew all the reasons, naturally agreed. You are so nice, Susan said as she hugged Li Yi's head and kissed him. Li Yi embraced Susan's slim waist and kissed her back. The two quietly enjoyed this moment. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from afar, interrupting them. What happened over there? Susan asked in confusion. It seems there's been another incident. America really is full of disasters. Let's go take a look. Li Yi smiled and said, Li Yi flew rapidly with Susan towards the scene. Stop. The police arrived quickly after receiving the alarm and saw a monster wearing a metal mask wreaking havoc. They immediately drew their weapons to stop him. No matter what you are, stop your actions immediately, or we will open fire. The police warned again. Loli creaturas. D. Victor Doom looked at the group of police with disdain, then waved his hand, and a lightning bolt as thick as an arm shot out, striking the police car and instantly causing a massive explosion, killing the surrounding officers in an instant. Fire. The police no longer hesitated and immediately launched their attack. Bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. However, hitting Victor only produced some sparks with no effect. Monster. Another invulnerable monster. Is there no superhero? Can we police really not protect the public? The police were in despair. D. Victor waved his hand again, and several bolts of furious lightning surged towards the police. Bang! The lightning was blocked by an invisible barrier in front of the officers. Who is it? Chapter 103. Susan versus Victor Doom. Time rewound to just now. As Li Yi brought Susan to the sky above the incident site. It's him, Victor Doom, Susan exclaimed. Do you know him? Li Yi asked. That's right. He is also one of the experiencers of the space station incident, and his abilities should have been influenced by cosmic rays. He used to attend the same university as me and Reed, and during college, he was in a competitive relationship with Reed. Later, he even pursued me, but I rejected him. Susan explained. Haha, Susan, your charm really is great. Li laughed and said, Fool, is this the time to talk about that? We need to hurry down and stop him. Susan pouted and replied, No, not us, it's you. Li shook his head. What? Superman no longer needs to increase his fame. Now it's your time to shine as the new hero. Are you asking me to face him alone? Susan exclaimed. She had never fought in real combat using her abilities, and Victor's powers seemed very strong, so she naturally lacked confidence in dealing with Victor. Don't worry. You will definitely win. Trust me. Li revealed a mysterious smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, two rays of light appeared, one white and one yellow, instantly merging into Susan's body. They were the powers of the horse charm and the dragon charm. The horse charm power could protect her from harm, while the dragon charm power could enhance her attack power. What? What is this? Susan exclaimed in shock. This is my ability, and I have bestowed it upon you. Go down and stop him. Li laughed. This is truly incredible. I've become so strong. Hee. I can handle him now, Susan said confidently. She then turned invisible and flew down, timely blocking the lightning just as Victor's attack was about to hit the police. Who? Victor shouted angrily upon seeing his attack blocked. Susan revealed herself. So it's you, Susan? Victor said through gritted teeth. In his eyes, Susan and that bastard Reed were in cahoots. It was because of them that he ended up like this, going from a person with a net worth of billions to his current pitiful state. One couldn't help but lament that Reed Richards was just as much of a scammer as Constantine from Hellblazer, except that Constantine was actively scamming, while Reed was passively doomed by his very nature. Victor, why'd you become like this? Susan frowned upon seeing Victor's terrifying appearance. Although she had once rejected Victor's advances, they had been college classmates and worked together afterward, so their relationship was still relatively good. Why have I become like this? Good question. I also want to know, why is it that after being exposed to cosmic rays, you were perfectly fine and even gained superpowers, while I ended up like this? Victor said angrily. Calm down. Reed will definitely find a way to turn you back. Although she said this, Susan was actually uncertain whether Reed could really do it. Don't mention that damn name in front of me. Since you're here, the others should be here too. Call them all out. That would disappoint you. I'm the only one here. Susan shrugged helplessly. Oh, one person came to stop me. You really have guts. Victor said disdainfully. Who is she? Is she a superhero? No, she is the Invisible Woman from the new superhero Team Fantastic Four. A superhero has arrived. We are saved. Go, Invisible Woman. Take down that monster. Monster, get out of America. The crowd quickly recognized Susan's identity and began to cheer for her, while cursing Victor Doom. Shut up, you noisy people. Hearing the word monster repeatedly, Victor instantly became furious and raised his hand to attack the surrounding crowd. Susan exclaimed lightly, pushing her hands forward, and an invisible force field was instantly released, crashing into Victor, sending him flying into a truck. Go for it. Take him down. The Invisible Woman is so cool. The crowd erupted in cheers again. Damn it. Victor quickly got back up. His body had completely transformed into an unknown metal, so this level of attack was far from enough. Zzz. With a wave of his hand, several bolts of furious lightning shot towards Susan. Susan's hands were in front of her, and the invisible force field appeared again, completely blocking the lightning. Taking advantage of this moment, Victor quickly moved in front of Susan and grabbed her by the neck. You're too weak. Victor sneered. Cough, am I? Isn't it? I could take your life at any moment. Say goodbye to your brother Johnny. You're dreaming. Susan placed her hand on Victor's chest, emitting a dazzling light. Whoosh! A powerful energy wave was released from Susan's hand. Bang! It sent Victor flying, leaving a huge hole in his chest, and he could no longer get up. This is not your power at all. Victor gritted his teeth in pain. If he hadn't mutated, that blow would have been enough to take his life. But now he had completely transcended humanity. That's none of your business. Susan smiled. You should go talk to the judge. She then used the force field to strike again. And this time Victor was completely unable to resist and quickly fainted. Most heroes still held the belief that criminals should be judged by the law. If Lee had acted, he would have already killed him. We won. Long live superheroes. Seeing the Invisible Woman defeat the monster, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers again. Hurry. After observing for a while and seeing that the steel monster was not moving, the police quickly moved in to handcuff Victor. Invisible Woman, thank you for your help. The police captain came forward to thank Susan. No need to be polite. Susan seemed a bit shy. After all, it was her first time experiencing such a scene. Officers, I'll leave it to you. Watching the crowd quickly approaching, Susan hurriedly turned invisible and left. Sigh, it really is the age of superheroes now. The police captain sighed. How did I perform just now? Susan said excitedly. Being a superhero feels so amazing. Very impressive. Absolutely fantastic. Pires. It's also thanks to your strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him just now. Susan laughed. Chapter 104. The arrival of Loki in a certain underground base of S.H.I.O. located 3,000 meters below the ground. Director Nick Fury wore a heavy expression as he conversed with Hawkeye while walking towards the core area where the tesseract was stored. He was contemplating how to persuade Bruce Banner to join the tesseract research program. He was very confident about convincing Bruce Banner. He had no less than 100 ways to trick these superheroes. 100 ways. But the hardest part was Superman. Now the whole world knew that Bruce Banner had joined the Hero Association and become an A-class hero. To persuade Bruce Banner, he had to deal with Superman. But with Superman's bad temperament, convincing him was as difficult as climbing to the sky. Nick Fury soon arrived at the core area. Several scientists were surrounding the area, meticulously recording data. After the last incident, these people no longer dared to gather in front of the tesseract, as no one knew when it would erupt again. How has the tesseract been recently? Nick Fury inquired. The tesseract is still unstable, occasionally erupting, but the power is very small, far from the level of the last time. Dr. Shavig replied. At that moment, a deafening alarm suddenly rang out throughout the core area. Oh no, the tesseract is about to erupt again. Dr. Shavig shouted. Get away from the tesseract. Hurry, move quickly. The people on site quickly hid behind cover. Suddenly, the tesseract, fixed on a special instrument, emitted a dazzling blue light. Boom! The energy instantly exceeded the limit of the adjacent energy detector, causing it to explode. Oh my god, this energy is stronger than any previous readings. Dr. Shavig exclaimed loudly. Everyone began to worry, fearing for their own survival and the safety of the Earth, given that the tesseract had the power to destroy it. At this moment, the light from the tesseract intensified, and the energy even transformed into a tangible form, creating a circular energy mass in front of the tesseract. It then shot forward, the intense light forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The emitted energy mass gradually formed a rectangular spatial portal over 3 meters high, revealing an extremely dark space on the other side. Everyone curiously peered inside, and a figure slowly emerged from the space, half kneeling and striking a pose. Upon seeing this figure, everyone was incredibly surprised. There was no way this being could be human. It had to be an alien. Nick Fury's expression immediately darkened. How dare this alien come to his territory? He signaled to the agents beside him, who slowly surrounded the figure with their small guns. The figure slowly raised its head, revealing a face indistinguishable from that of a human, with a cold smile. It was Loki, the Prince of Asgard. Why do aliens look so much like us? The crowd exchanged glances, seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Sir, please put down your spear. Nick Fury shouted, hoping to test whether he could communicate with this alien. Loki glanced at the scepter in his hand, and then shot a blue energy wave towards Nick Fury. Hawkeye, quick on his feet, swiftly pushed Nick Fury to the ground, dodging the energy wave. Rat-a-tat-tat. The surrounding agents, seeing their leader being attacked, no longer hesitated and immediately launched their attack. But ordinary human weapons were useless against Loki. A god, he completely ignored the bullets hitting him and continuously swung his scepter, harvesting the lives of the agents. He then quickly approached Hawkeye, who was about to counterattack but was easily subdued by Loki, his strength significantly reduced without his bow and arrows. You are unique, Loki chuckled, pressing the scepter against Hawkeye's chest. Hawkeye's eyes twitched as he was clearly controlled by the Mind Scepter. Loki then used the same method to control several other agents. Seizing the opportunity, Nick Fury grabbed the tesseract from beneath the machine. Put it down, I really need it, Loki threatened, pointing the scepter at Nick Fury. There's no need to be so tense. Nick Fury replied, of course it's necessary. I came all this way for this. I am Loki from Asgard. I bear a great mission that you cannot imagine. Loki? You're Thor's brother? Dr. Shavig exclaimed in surprise. Loki immediately shot him a glare. He hated it when people mentioned that name. We have no enmity with you, Nick Fury said. The ant has no enmity with your shoe. Loki scoffed, viewing humans as mere ants. So you want to crush us? Freedom is the greatest lie. To obtain peace. Loki then used the scepter to control Dr. Shavig. Your piece reminds me of its antonym. Head, this guy is stalling for time. It's about to explode, and we will be buried here. Hawkeye warned. Just like a pyramid. Nick Fury sneered. Yes, right. We have 2 minutes left. Dr. Shavig said. Boom. Hawkeye raised his hand and shot Nick Fury, who fell to the ground. Then the group brazenly slipped away in front of Agent Hill. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire base began to shake violently. Boom. It then collapsed suddenly. However, Nick Fury escaped safely. It turned out he was wearing a bulletproof vest, and Hawkeye's shot hit the vest perfectly. Director, do you hear me? A voice from Coulson came through Nick Fury's communicator. The tesseract has been taken by an unidentified enemy. Agent Barton has also been controlled by them, and our personnel have suffered heavy casualties. Hill, how about you? Many personnel have been buried underground. We don't know how many can survive. Hill replied. Send out an emergency order. Assemble everyone for rescue. Also, we must retrieve the tesseract. Coulson, you return to base and issue a level 7 alert. Given the current situation, war has begun, and we need support, the strongest warriors on Earth. Chapter 105. Persuading Superman just as I expected. In the sky above the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Listening to the huge noises coming from below and seeing Loki and Hawkeye boldly leaving, Li Yi sneered repeatedly. As soon as Loki appeared on Earth, the system issued Li Yi the third mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered the third main mission, the Battle of New York. The Asgardian Prince Loki, unwilling to accept his defeat in the struggle for the throne, offered the Space Stone in exchange for the support of the Cosmic Emperor Thanos, and is about to lead Thanos' Chitauri army to invade Earth. Mission objective: defeat the Chitauri and thwart Loki's scheme. Mission reward: 1 lottery draw. Mission duration: 10 days. Mission penalty: none. After receiving the mission, Lee immediately teleported to the sky above the base, watching everything that happened from Loki's appearance to the subsequent major casualties. If Lee had intervened, these casualties could have been completely avoided. However, he had no intention of intervening and merely watched as Loki left. For Lee, apart from those he cared about, everyone else was like NPCs in a game, utterly insignificant. Whether to save someone depended entirely on his mood. Sometimes he felt sorry for a dog on the street and might save it, while at other times, even if thousands died, he wouldn't bat an eye, and his eyes wouldn't even dry. After watching for a while, Lee teleported away. Did you just feel someone watching us? Loki suddenly turned to Hawkeye and the others and asked. As the most powerful mage in the 9 realms, his senses were far beyond those of ordinary people. Not at all. Hawkeye and the others shook their heads in unison. Really? Could it be that my senses are wrong? Impossible. My senses are always accurate. I am a #1 mage in the 9 realms. Do you know the value of being the top mage? Loki frowned. Not really. Hawkeye and the others shook their heads again. You all. Forget it. The control of the Mind Scepter isn't perfect. Do you have any hidden places where we can hide? Loki asked. Opening a space portal with the Space Stone to summon the Chitauri army from space is not simple. Just heating the tesseract to a certain temperature requires specialized instruments and special equipment. Before that, they needed a foothold to prepare. After all, although Loki is a demigod and doesn't need food or sleep, the people being controlled still do. And opening the space portal precisely requires the help of these people. I have a secret safe house. It's very spacious. You can check it out. Hawkeye said. Okay, let's go there. Loki decisively ordered. By the way, we also lack manpower. Does anyone have the ability to gather some people? Leave the recruitment to me. I can quickly gather a large group. Hawkeye stepped up again. Very good. You're impressive. No wonder I controlled you first. Loki praised. What is this? This is simply a god-tier teammate. Can you imagine encountering a top player in ranked matches who directly carries the whole game? After the Tesseract was lost, Nick Fury immediately set aside all unimportant tasks and began his plan. In the original story, Coulson was responsible for recruiting the wealthy Tony Stark, while Natasha was in charge of recruiting the big guy, Hulk. Now all these plans were out the window because they had already been gathered together. To have them unite to defend Earth, they only needed to do one thing: persuade Superman. It sounds simple, but it is incredibly difficult. Superman is the most difficult superhero the SHIELD has ever encountered, and they had no confidence. To persuade Superman, Nick Fury also brought out his trump card, the beauty strategy. Based on observations of Superman, beautiful women might be the only thing he cares about. After all, there are 3 women who have a substantial relationship with him, not counting those with whom he has ambiguous relationships. Thus SHIELD's 2 most beautiful agents, Natasha Romanoff and Maria Hill, were dispatched. Leah's mansion was quiet as he waited, curious to see how SHIELD would persuade him. Although dealing with Loki was a task assigned by the system, Lee still wanted to give SHIELD a hard time. While he was deep in thought, Betty suddenly detected 2 individuals, Natasha and Hill, appearing in front of Lee's residence. Natasha needed no introduction. She was a level 7 agent of SHIELD. Maria Hill, a level 10 agent, was the only one at the same level as Nick Fury, reportedly an agent introduced by powerful factions to balance Nick Fury's authority. A brilliant strategic expert, she excelled in strategic deployment and was Nick Fury's right-hand woman. She even had the chance to become the director of SHIELD, but declined, feeling unfit for the role. The superhero Civil War was also greatly influenced by her. After the Ultron incident, she clearly recognized how terrifying unrestrained superheroes could be, and thus firmly pushed for the implementation of the Superhero Registration Act, becoming a crucial spark for the Civil War. They actually sent 2 stunning beauties. Nick Fury really is generous. Doesn't he fear they might not come back? He then ordered Betty to open the door. Wanted to see how they planned to persuade him. The 2 slowly approached Lee. How come 2 SHIELD agents have the time to come here? Is SHIELD D on break? Li Yi sat on the sofa, with his legs crossed and a glass of red wine in hand, looking very relaxed. Mr. Li Yi, we are here this time to discuss something very important with you. It concerns the safety of the Earth. Maria Hill quickly spoke up. Don't rush. Sit down and tell me slowly. Li Yi smiled and waved his hand, and 2 chairs flew over. Watching this magical scene, the 2 who knew Li Yi's abilities were already used to it and sat down without hesitation. You can speak now. I am listening. It's like this: a few days ago, there was a huge upheaval in our S.H.I.L.D. We were conducting a research, and an alien suddenly appeared and attacked our base. He controlled several S.H.I.L.D. agents, including Hawkeye and a scientist. Our base was. Maria Hill said a lot in a rush. Get to the point. Li Yi replied impatiently. Seeing Li Yi like this, the 2 exchanged glances, already mentally prepared. After all, Superman was known to be the most ill-tempered superhero. Originally, this task didn't require them. S.H.I.L.D. had specially trained agents for using the beauty trap, but ever since Black Egg received a tip from Li Yi, they began an in-depth investigation into S.H.I.L.D. This investigation turned out to be serious. Hydra's claws had already reached every corner of S.H.I.L.D. And such an important task as persuading Superman naturally couldn't be entrusted to Hydra's people, so the 2 of them were sent out. That alien has taken the tesseract, an object with the power to destroy Earth. We don't know what his purpose is, and we must unite all possible forces. So we hope to get your help and that of the Hero Association. Chapter 106. The Call for Heroes. Unity, that's right, unity. As for inviting Li Yi to join the Avengers, Nick Fury had no such fantasy at all. Li Yi is now prosperous and high above, while Nick Fury has placed himself in Li Yi's position, finding no reason to join the Avengers. So he settles for second best, hoping that Li Yi, as a fellow inhabitant of Earth, will lend a hand in dealing with Loki. With Li Yi, the strongest warrior on Earth, on their side, Nick Fury is confident that no matter what schemes the alien has, they will have to obediently leave the Earth. The idea is beautiful, but reality is harsh. Persuading Superman is not an easy task. Why should I help you? Give me a reason. Li Yi smiled and said, because you are a great hero. You even established the Hero Association to gather all the heroes together. Isn't it to better punish evil and promote good, to uphold justice? Natasha, standing beside him, said with a smile. To get Li Yi to take action, she shamelessly flattered him. There was not a hint of embarrassment on her face. She had done this many times. I think you misunderstood. I created the Hero Association purely for fun. After all, it's quite boring day after day, and if one day I find it uninteresting, disbanding it would be an easy thing to do. Although Natasha's flattery made Li Yi feel good, it was too simplistic to convince himself this way. Li Yi's words made both of them roll their eyes, gaining a clearer understanding of Superman's terrible personality. What about the members of the Hero Association under you? Can't they fight for Earth as well? Hill switched to a different line of thought. Of course they can, as long as you can persuade them. Li Yi laughed. Hill's face instantly filled with joy. If Superman didn't intervene, the other heroes were also quite good. The Hulk, the Fantastic Four, Iron Man, Spider-Man, the X-Men. Their strength was formidable as well. Hill, try to persuade Superman. His power is indispensable. Just then, Hill heard Nick Fury's voice in her ear. He had been listening to the conversation on-site through special equipment. Nick Fury had encountered aliens in the 1980s, when a group of aliens invaded Earth with interstellar warships far beyond Earth's technology. Just one of those ships could easily overpower humanity. Missiles and nuclear bombs were useless, as they couldn't even reach the aliens or breach their warship's energy shields. If it hadn't been for Carol, Captain Marvel, stepping in back then, humanity would have been doomed. He estimated that this crisis wouldn't be any less severe than that one. Now that Carol was traveling through space, even if she could return, it would be too late. The only one he could rely on, who he believed was as strong as Carol, was Superman, which gave him some reassurance. Mr. Li Yi, would you consider again? He'll have to persuade once more. I'm curious why I should help you. If I wanted to, it seems like I could handle this all by myself. Li Yi chuckled. Upon hearing his words, both of them fell silent, unsure how to refute him. Indeed, Superman was incredibly powerful. If he truly wanted to resolve this matter, he could do it all by himself. They were merely ornaments hanging on Superman's legs. Helping them wouldn't be out of the question. But, well, there should be some benefits, right? Li Yi suddenly changed the subject. Really? Mr. Li Yi, as long as you take action, we can meet any needs you have. Hill said excitedly. Li Yi's sudden transformation was unexpected for her. After everything is over, The cosmic cube belongs to me. What? Lie's words instantly shocked the three of them. In fact, if Lie really wanted it, he could have just snatched it directly from Loki's hands. Saying this was merely a way to gild himself, and by the way, find a reason to take action. Lie felt that it was too easy to take action, which made him seem cheap. This time was different from his previous actions. The earlier ones were initiated by him, but this time he was requested to act, so he had to appear a bit more prestigious. The two fell silent again, as this matter could not be decided by them. They could only wait for the director's instructions. Agree to him. After a long while, Nick Fury's voice came through. Although Nick Fury was also reluctant, he guessed that this crisis was entirely due to their research on the tesseract exposing something, which attracted the alien invasion. Such things were too dangerous and were not suitable for mortals to handle, which was also one of the reasons why he had Thor bring the tesseract back to Asgard in the original story. If it were to be guarded by Superman, the strongest warrior on Earth, and then some monster invaded, Superman would have to take responsibility to resolve it. Right? Mr. Lee, we agree to your request. Hill quickly replied. Very good. However, I have one small additional condition. Lee looked at the two of them and suddenly smiled mischievously, wanting to tease them a bit. Mr. Lee, if you have any requests, you can say them all at once. Natasha smiled. Well, I also want you two to be my maids for a week, helping me with laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Lee laughed and said, Are you joking? The two instantly darkened their faces, feeling insulted. As dignified level 10, level 7, agents of SHIELD, they couldn't believe this jerk was asking them to do such things. Although they had mentally prepared themselves when they arrived, they were still angered by this jerk Lee. Do you think it looks like that? Lee shrugged casually and said, Promise him. Nick Fury's voice came from the other side, low and deep. We've already sacrificed the tesseract. Sacrificing 2 more subordinates isn't a big deal. All right, we agree to your terms. As long as you agree to take action, we will serve as your maids for a week, helping you with laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Hill gritted her teeth and agreed. It's just a week. If that bastard Lee wants to do something strange to them, then, well, they would have no way out. They were seasoned agents. But in front of Superman, let's just forget it. Very well, then I have no other demands. Lee nodded in satisfaction. So can you now gather the other heroes from the Hero Association? Shio asked expressionlessly. Of course. Betty, a cloud-piercing arrow. Let 1,000 troops come meet us. Okay, boss. Upon receiving the signal, Betty immediately sent out a hero assembly order to heroes of B rank and above. An emergency contact method that could only be used in the event of a major crisis. Chapter 107. Hero meeting on a street in New York City. Spider-Man was dealing with a group of armed thugs. Spider-Man, if you let us go, we promise we won't cause any more trouble. How about it? The thug leader proposed. Sorry, I don't bargain with criminals. You should go talk to the judge. Spider-Man replied. Then die. Kill him. The thug leader ordered his minions. Yes. The thugs aimed their weapons at Spider-Man. Want to kill me? Every criminal I've met has said that, and not one of them has succeeded. Spider-Man leaped onto a building, escaping the thug's attack range. Then he spread his hands and instantly shot out 2 webs that enveloped the thugs, sticking them all together. Spider-Man, let us go. Damn it. Spider-Man. You wait. We will come back to take revenge on you. We will find you soon. The thug shouted while struggling. Ha! You guys can spend a few decades in prison first. Spider-Man laukit. Beep beep beep. At that moment, the Hero Association ID card that Spider-Man carried suddenly made a sound. He quickly took it out to check. Emergency assembly order? What happened? At the X Academy combat training ground, Storm shouted, The power of lightning. The sky instantly darkened with clouds, thunder, and lightning rolled, and a lightning bolt as thick as an arm struck down towards Little Mischief. Little Mischief easily dodged the lightning with a quick movement and swiftly approached Storm, placing a hand on her shoulder. Storm immediately felt a wave of weakness as her energy was drained, nearly collapsing to the ground. But fortunately, Little Mischief withdrew his hand in time. Professor Aurora, are you okay? Little Mischief asked, concerned as he supported Storm. I'm fine. You become so strong. Storm exclaimed. Hee, it's all thanks to Lee. Little Mischief scratched his head and smiled. It's incredible that Lee can share his abilities with others. Storm said, though her words carried a hint of bitterness, as she had slept with him and didn't even think of herself. Beep beep beep. Just as the two were chatting happily, the Hero Association ID card nearby suddenly sounded an alarm. Hero assembly order. At Stark Tower, Tony had just finished upgrading his Iron Man suit, grabbed a bottle of wine, and stood on the balcony enjoying the bustling traffic below. Lee, my anti-Superman armor is almost complete. Just wait to see the show. Tony said to the air. Sir, I advise you not to challenge Mr. Lee. He has never used his full strength, and we cannot determine his true data. The anti-Superman armor build based on current data may be easily shattered by Mr. Lee. Jarvis reminded. Jarvis, you really know how to bring a guy down. Tony instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, complaining. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the Hero Association ID card placed aside suddenly emitted an alarm. Hero Assembly Order? That guy Lee has something he can't solve? I thought this function wouldn't be necessary when it was designed. Jarvis, immediately prepare the Iron Man suit. Okay, sir. The same situation occurred for all heroes of B rank and above in the Hero Association, with everyone setting aside their tasks and rushing to the association headquarters. After a while, more than a dozen heroes arrived at the Hero Association headquarters one after another. Led by the staff, the heroes entered a large conference room, where they saw their names written in different places and took their seats accordingly. Lee, did you issue the Hero Assembly Order to announce something important? Tony was one of the first to arrive and had been waiting the longest. As soon as he sat down, he couldn't wait to ask. You will find out soon, but it won't be me explaining the situation to you. Lee shook his head and said. Just when everyone looked confused, the lights in the conference room suddenly went out, and the screen lit up. You must be wondering why you were gathered here. Let me tell you, because the Earth is about to face a great crisis. A voice suddenly echoed. Who is speaking? I can't see anyone. Someone exclaimed. Is this the legendary invisibility? Everyone looked baffled. They could clearly hear the voice coming from nearby, but couldn't see who was speaking. I'm standing right in front of you. The voice came again. Everyone observed carefully and then noticed a person standing beside the screen, perfectly blending into the darkness, making it hard for them to discern. You are Nick Fury? Tony exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. who once recruited him? Tony, we meet again. Nick Fury replied. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nick Fury, the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the organization responsible for protecting the Earth and maintaining. You mentioned gathering us because of some great crisis. Could you elaborate? Reed Richards from the Fantastic Four asked. A few days ago, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. were conducting a research when an alien suddenly appeared and stole the tesseract. This object, known as the tesseract, possesses the power to destroy the Earth. We did not know its purpose, and we must unite all possible forces to confront this crisis. Nick Fury briefly explained the situation they were facing. The alien you mentioned, I think I've seen him. He is Thor's brother, named Loki, the infamous god of mischief in Norse mythology. Lee said, indeed, he calls himself Loki. Nick Fury nodded. All right, let me outline our plan. Tony Stark and Banner will be responsible for locating the tesseract, while the rest of you will be on standby. Once Loki appears, we will strike. Nick Fury then introduced S.H.I.E.L.D.'s plan. After the heroes understood the plan, they boarded the latest model Quinjet and flew towards S.H.I.E.L.D.'s aircraft carrier. Asgard. What? Loki appeared in Midgard. Thor exclaimed, both surprised and excited. He was happy that his brother was alive, but shocked that he was on Earth. Yes, I did see him there. Heimdall replied. It is said that Heimdall's eyes can see anywhere in the 9 realms. Loki must have some sort of scheme. No, I must go to Midgard and stop him. Thor said anxiously. Thor, calm down. The Bifrost is not repaired yet. How will you get to Midgard? By flying? Heimdall advised. What? What should I do? Right? My father must have a way, he said and rushed off to find Odin. Chapter 108. Loki appears. Thor quickly found the All-Father Odin. Father, this is our Asgard matter and should not involve Midgard, Thor said with a serious face. Thor, you have grown. You're starting to look like a king. Odin smiled. He was pleased to see the hope in the air he had nurtured through so much effort. Father, do you have a way to send me to Midgard? Thor asked. I do have a way. Although the Bifrost is not yet repaired, the space tunnel is still connected. I can use my divine power to send you there. But only you. I cannot handle more than that. So this time you must rely on yourself. Odin replied. Don't worry, Father. I will definitely bring Loki back. Thor promised, patting his chest. All right, go prepare. Come find me when you're ready. Odin said. Thor turned to leave, muttering to himself. Great, Jane. I will be able to see you soon. If Odin heard this, he would have slapped him across the face. He originally thought Thor had taken on the responsibility of a king, but it turned out to be just to see a woman. The speed of the Quinjet is very fast, reaching up to 10 times the speed of sound, and soon arrived at the aircraft carrier. The Quinjet slowly landed on the deck of the aircraft carrier. The deck was bustling with activity, filled with S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. and outsiders could not get close. The heroes gradually descended from the aircraft, and Lee immediately spotted Coulson standing not far away. "Hey, long time no see, Coulson." Lee greeted cheerfully. "Lee, long time no see. Your name has spread all over the world recently, and the hero association you established has also gained great fame." Coulson replied with a smile. "Yes, that's them. Don't be fooled by their strange outfits. Their combat abilities are quite strong." Lee pointed to the little spider standing beside him. The little spider looked confused. Was her spider costume very strange? The little spider came alone, after all, when had just gained her powers and had only been training for a few days. She couldn't immediately join the Hero Association to meet Superman, which had frustrated her for a long time. "Coulson, you seem very nervous. Are you worried about a fierce battle coming up?" Lee said in confusion. "No, it's because I'm about to meet my idol. I never expected to see him in person one day," Coulson said excitedly, acting like a 15 or 16-year-old boy. "Your idol?" "Captain America." Lee was first puzzled, then instantly realized that this guy's idol was Captain America. "How did you know?" Coulson asked in confusion. "I guessed. Forget it. He's here. I need to go get his autograph." Coulson saw a muscular man walking over and quickly excitedly approached him. The muscular man was none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers, who had been asleep for over 70 years and even missed his own date. After Captain America finished signing for Coulson, he walked straight towards Lee. "You are Captain America?" Lee smiled and said, "Yes, my name is Steve Rogers. You're Lee, also known as Superman, right? I've heard Director Fury mention you. The most powerful warrior on Earth." Steve smiled and extended his hand to Lee in a friendly manner. Lee pointed shook hands. Although many people said he was a double-standard captain, after seeing Steve face Thanos and his army alone in the world-famous painting from Avengers Endgame, Lee still admired the man. Soon, the heroes introduced themselves to each other, and after getting acquainted, the sky carrier slowly took off into the sky with a loud noise. This was truly astonishing. Steve looked at the massive object flying up, his face full of disbelief. After all, he was an antique who had slept for 70 years. He then took out $10 and handed it to Nick Fury. Tony, Banner, and Reed quickly got to work, starting to search for traces of the tesseract around the world. Although all three were top scientists, finding the hidden Loki would likely take a long time. "Found him!" Banner suddenly shouted. "So soon?" Everyone was surprised. He appeared in Germany, but it seems he exposed himself on purpose. Banner said, "Regardless of whether it was intentional, we need to capture him first. Heroes, it's your turn to take action." Nick Fury said, "No need, I can handle it alone." Lee laughed and then left without explanation, using teleportation. "What about the others?" Steve asked curiously. "This is called teleportation, which allows you to instantly move to any desired location." "Forget it. I can't explain it clearly to an old fossil like you," Tony replied. Some people hearing about this ability for the first time looked surprised. Only the mutants didn't find it strange, as they had seen mutants with this ability before. Lee arrived at the square where Loki appeared. He saw Loki holding up his scepter and shouting to the crowd, "Meow, you can kill me, but you cannot make me kneel." An old man with white hair stood upright, angrily confronting Loki. Loki sneered, raised his scepter, and prepared to kill this human who dared to defy him. Lee suddenly appeared behind Loki and kicked him right in the backside. Bang! Loki was instantly sent flying, landing in a heap. "What happened? Everyone look! It's Superman! Superman is here! We're saved! Superman, my eternal idol! Superman, Superman, Superman!" The crowd that was originally kneeling erupted into cheers and screams upon seeing Lee in a black battlesuit. Superman's fame was incredibly high. If Captain America was the idol of the previous generation, then Superman was the idol of the current generation. "Huh, it's you. I know you. The one who thwarted my plan last time, Superman." Loki got up. His face darkened as he spoke. Last time, he had controlled the destroyer to kill Thor and was almost successful, but this person suddenly appeared and stopped his plan, making him feel death up close, which left a deep impression on Loki. "Loki, is it? Come over. Let me show you something interesting." Chapter 109, Thor versus the Heroes. "Cool, me. Let me see what this so-called god of yours is really capable of. Let's see if there's a different feeling when a god kills." Lee beckoned to Loki with a finger, provoking him in a teasing tone. Upon hearing this, Loki's expression changed instantly. He had heard from Hawkeye that Superman's actions were eccentric and reckless, showing no regard for the consequences. Even if he was a prince of Asgard, if Superman said he would kill him, it was indeed possible that he would do so. "Damn it, those Midgardians, how dare you underestimate me?" With a furious shout, Loki raised his scepter and fired an energy blast at Lee. Lee did not dodge at all, allowing the energy blast to hit him. Bang! The energy blast struck Lie's chest, producing a low rumble, but it caused him no harm. How is this possible? Loki was extremely shocked. Is this it? This so-called god is nothing? Dare to look down on us humans like ants, garbage. Lie sneered and returned Loki's words used to mock earthlings back to him. Wait for me. Loki gritted his teeth and said. Then his figure flickered, and in an instant, he split into 10 clones, all rushing towards Lie. Lie didn't even glance at the clone in front of him, directly turning around to deliver a flying kick. Bang! The invisible Loki was instantly kicked away, and his figure became visible. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing twice, Loki covered his stomach and got up from the ground. Although Lie's kick caused him a lot of pain, it didn't render him incapable of fighting. As a god of Asgard, Loki's physical abilities are far superior to those of Earthlings, especially with divine power protecting him. Although his combat strength is not as strong as that of his muscle-bound brother, it still far exceeds that of an ordinary person. Loki grew up alongside Thor and received the same training, so his combat skills are naturally not weak, particularly favoring the assassin style. With 2 small knives in hand, he strides across the 9 realms. Loki has also learned a lot of magic under the guidance of his adoptive mother, the goddess Frigga, including clones, invisibility, flight, and teleportation. On the other hand, Lie's fighting style is very clear, relying on absolute strength to overpower everything, specifically countering Loki's flashy moves. Lie quickly moved in front of Loki, and before he could react, he grabbed his foot and started smashing it left and right. Bang, bang, bang. Then he violently threw him away. He also cursed. What a weak god. After being smashed, Loki looked up at the sky with a face full of despair. Superman won. This is too strong. Superman truly is our hero. Hero, great savior, messiah. Superman, I love you. I will always support you. Seeing Lie handle that alien so easily, the crowd around them erupted in enthusiastic cheers and screams. Thank you. Thank you for your support, my friends. Lie raised his hands and responded with a smile. Then, like picking up a chick, he teleported with Loki and returned to the airspace mothership. Snap! Lie threw Loki onto the deck like tossing out trash. It's done. The rest is up to you, he said to Nick Fury. Yeah, I got it. We'll definitely interrogate him to find out the whereabouts of the tesseract. Nick Fury replied. Is this really called a major crisis? Lie solved it all by himself. And we still had to gather everyone. What a waste of time. Tony complained nearby. Tony, don't be so hasty. This guy might be hiding other schemes. Lie laughed. Just then, the skies suddenly darkened, followed by thunder and lightning. As soon as the thunder and lightning appeared, Loki, who was handcuffed by S.H.L.D. and prepared for detention, suddenly trembled. Although it was fleeting, Tony, with his keen eyes, caught it immediately. The mighty god of Asgard is actually afraid of thunder? Tony mocked. No, I just don't like the company of thunder and lightning. Loki sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck the deck, gradually revealing a towering figure, dressed in retro armor, with a red cape draped over his back and long golden hair, holding a small hammer. The visitor was none other than Thor Odinson, the future king of Asgard, the god of thunder, and Loki's brother. Be careful, we have an intruder. Crack, crack, crack. Thor's sudden appearance startled the surrounding S.H.I.L.D. agents, who quickly drew their guns and aimed at him. The heroes also prepared for battle, while he stood aside with his arms crossed, watching the show. Hey buddy, put your hands up. Tony boldly stepped forward, aiming his repulsor at Thor. Midgardian, step aside. Thor frowned. Sorry, no entry ahead. I can't comply with your request. Tony replied coldly. Whoosh. Without saying a word, Thor immediately threw his hammer. The sudden attack sent Tony flying into the sea. Seeing the intruder make a move, the surrounding agents no longer held back and launched their attacks. Hot, 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 hot. The bullets hitting Thor had no effect whatsoever. Realizing the bullets were useless, the heroes exchanged glances and charged at him. Whoosh. First, Spider-Man jumped into the air, shooting webbing at Thor's face to obstruct his vision. Then, Jean and Susan activated their powers to restrain Thor, while Mr. Fantastic, Richard, transformed into rubber and wrapped his body around Thor. This series of actions completely limited Thor's movement. Damn it! Thor cursed, beginning to struggle fiercely. Hurry up and help. His strength is immense. Richard shouted. The Thing, Spider-Man, Captain America, and other heroes rushed forward to hold Thor down. Don't move, or I can't guarantee my claws won't leave a mark on your neck. Wolverine Logan threatened, placing his adamantium claws against Thor's neck. Midgardians attacking in numbers. How shameless you are. If you have the ability, Let me go and we can fight one-on-one, Thor retorted defiantly. Is Thor strong? Very strong. But facing so many superheroes alone, especially those on par with him, he was quickly subdued, with even his right hand holding the hammer tightly pinned down by the Thing and Spider-Man. Who has time to play one-on-one with you? This isn't a children's fight. Nick Fury stepped forward. You are Thor, the god of thunder, right? Why did you attack us? I am here to crush Loki's scheme. Thor argued loudly. Then prove it to us, instead of attacking us right away. Nick Fury replied coldly. Seeing Earth's heroes able to subdue these so-called gods filled him with confidence. Chapter 110. Loki's scheme. Upon hearing Nick Fury's words, and realizing he was being restrained, Thor gradually set aside his Asgardian pride and calmed down. All right, let him go. He is not the enemy. Seeing Thor calm down, Lee also stopped watching the show and stepped forward to speak. Lee! Thor exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect to see his good friend here. However, if Thor knew that his good friend had deliberately stood by and watched him get beaten, he would wonder how he would feel about it. After hearing Lee Ye's words, the heroes released Thor without further ado. Nearby, Nick Fury's eyes flashed with a glimmer. His persecution complex flared up again. These heroes actually listen to Superman. It seems I need to do something. I need to take Loki away. Thor loosened his shoulders and said, That won't do. He stole the tesseract, and until we interrogate him, he can't go anywhere. Even if you take Loki away, you won't get anything out of him. Nick Fury replied. Then, what do you suggest? He stays here until we find the tesseract. And you, if you're interested, can wait here. Thor hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed, as the situation was not in his favor. Deep down, he preferred to take Loki back to Asgard and judge him under Asgardian law, rather than leave him to be judged by these Midgardians. No matter how well he spoke, Thor, as a proud Asgardian, naturally exuded a sense of arrogance. This arrogance was not solely directed at Midgardians, but also towards all planets under Asgard's rule. But now, taking Loki back was impossible. Just these superheroes alone could restrain him. Not to mention, there was Lee nearby, who could easily handle him. Although the two were friends, Thor wasn't naive. He understood that in the event of conflict, Lee would certainly side with Midgard. Ha ha, the invincible god of thunder Thor. Who would have thought that one day he would compromise with humans? Loki mocked from the side. Loki, shut your mouth. Thor's expression instantly turned grim as he angrily retorted. Lee thought for a moment, waved his hand to release a beam of white light, and transformed Loki into a rabbit, completely purifying the world. What kind of ability is this? It can actually change. It's truly incredible. Although I have seen it last time, watching it again now still feels so magical. Li Yi, how many abilities do you actually have? Everyone was left speechless by Li Ye's methods. Not many, just a little over 100. Li Yi, only an idiot would expose their own secrets. After a twitching fit, Loki transformed back into his human form, as Li only intended to give him a warning and had no intention of permanently turning him into an animal. Damn Midgardians. Loki was about to curse when Li interrupted. If you say one more word, I'll turn you into a pig. Li coldly interrupted him with a single sentence. This statement was very intimidating, and Loki instantly covered his mouth, indicating he dared not speak further. He certainly did not want to experience turning into a rabbit again. After all, he was the noble prince of Asgard, and transforming into a lowly beast was something he could hardly accept. Hee, Li Yi, you really have a way. Thor, the brother beside him, said with a gloating smile. Bang! The sea suddenly split open, and a steel armor with a long fiery tail flew back. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Tony angrily shouted at Thor. Calm down, buddy, it's all been settled. We're on the same side now. There's no need for weapons. Let's reason things out. Thor quickly waved his hands. What? Tony looked at Nick Fury in confusion. He is not wrong. For now, he is on our side. Nick Fury replied. So I got beaten up for nothing? Shit. After dealing with this matter, Lee casually found a reason to leave the spaceship. If he stayed here, Loki would definitely have no chance. He planned to let Loki carry out his plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to complete his own mission. Although the power of the talisman was already strong, there would still be monsters like the Planet Devourer and Dormammu in the future. And Lee did not want to rely on the so-called plot for his life. So he wanted to become stronger. And the system's lottery was undoubtedly the fastest way to do so. As for Lie's departure, Nick Fury naturally had no choice but to agree. After Lee left, Loki, although not knowing why his luck was so good, began to act according to his plan. As expected of the god of mischief, Loki was very cunning and devious. He first sowed discord among the various heroes and between the heroes and S, H, I, L, D, through words and secretly influenced everyone with the Mind Stone. Soon, the crowd began to argue. "What are you doing, Mr. Stark? You should be figuring out the location of the tesseract." Nick Fury said, "The signal has been locked, and we're searching for gamma ray signatures." Banner explained, "Phase 2. What is Phase 2? Tony suddenly opened a screen showing DS data on weapon manufacturing using the tesseract. At that moment, Captain America placed a uniquely shaped gun on the table. Phase 2 is SHIELD, using the tesseract to create weapons. Steve said coldly, "Gentlemen, we're looking into everything related to the tesseract, but that doesn't mean we are making weapons." Nick Fury defended, "Come on, Nick. Stop making excuses." Tony directly hit Nick Fury with the data. "Is this true?" Spider-Man asked in surprise. "Creating weapons is not a good sign," the Thing said in a low voice. "Why didn't you explain this to us when we arrived?" The hot-tempered Logan directly grabbed Nick Fury by the collar. "Commander, I realize I was wrong. This world hasn't changed at all. Why did you deceive us? You're using us." Just then, Thor and Natasha walked in. "Don't you want to leave this place, Dr. Banner?" Natasha said. She had successfully extracted Loki's conspiracy from him. "What does that have to do with me?" Banner looked confused. "Loki is using you. Then I'll leave. What I need to know is what SHIELD is using the tesseract to create in terms of large-scale weapons." The scene erupted into chaos, and everyone was unknowingly affected by the Mind Stone. Chapter 111. The situation calms down. Why is SHIELD using the tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction? Banner asked loudly. "It's because of him." Nick Fury pointed sharply at Thor. "Me?" Thor looked bewildered. "What does it have to do with me?" 3 months ago, an alien visitor came to Earth, and they nearly leveled a small town due to some personal grudges. We learned that there are not only other forms of life in the universe, but also that they are much stronger, more advanced, and more developed than us. Nick Fury said slowly, "Our people have no ill intentions towards your planet." Thor explained, "But there are others in the universe besides you, and you're not the only threat. It is your research on the tesseract that has attracted Loki and his allies to other planets. This is your preparation for advanced warfare. We need to have countermeasures. Tony, you wouldn't forget how you got started." Just as the heroes were arguing fiercely, a fighter jet slowly approached the outside of the helicarrier, piloted by the controlled Hawkeye and his recruited henchmen. Whoosh! Hawkeye, crouching at the hatch, drew his bow and aimed at the helicarrier. Bang! The arrow struck the metal exterior of the helicarrier, instantly causing a massive explosion. The heroes were caught in the shockwave of the explosion, scattering in confusion. Although the explosion was powerful, it was basically ineffective against most heroes. For characters like the Thing and Wolverine, it felt like a tickle. Some of the more fragile heroes quickly activated their abilities to protect themselves. Shortly after the helicarrier took off, it was breached from the outside, rendering all prior drills useless. Everyone was in disarray, and despair and fear lingered in everyone's hearts. But one person was an exception. He was always consumed by anger, without any other emotions. Hulk. A loud roar echoed from the darkness. Hulk was unleashed. Hulk's roar instantly reverberated throughout the helicarrier, ringing in everyone's ears, causing the people inside to feel a buzzing in their heads. Natasha, lying nearby, suddenly widened her eyes and quickly got up to escape, dragging her injured leg. Bang, bang, bang. Hulk followed behind, wildly destroying everything he saw. Hulk was fast, and with Natasha's leg injured from the earlier explosion, he quickly caught up to her, raising his massive fist to smash down on her. Completely consumed by rage, Hulk showed no intention of holding back, aiming straight for Natasha's life. Am I really going to die here? This thought suddenly appeared in Natasha's mind, and she closed her eyes in despair. Whoosh! Bang! A sound of something cutting through the air suddenly came, and then Hulk was sent flying, crashing into a metal wall and leaving a massive human-shaped hole in it. "Lie!" Natasha heard the voice, slowly opened her eyes, and shouted excitedly when she saw the newcomer. "What happened?" "I just left for a moment, and everything changed completely." Lee slowly retracted his fist and pretended to ask, "Now is not the time for this. Hurry and stop Hulk. If he continues to destroy, the entire Sky Mothership will be destroyed." Natasha hurriedly said, "It is a consensus that Superman is the strongest force on Earth. The only person who can stop Hulk from going berserk is Superman. As for why we don't mention someone as powerful as the Ancient One, it's simply because no one knows her. Don't worry, leave it to me." Lee stared intently at the large green creature slowly rising in the distance and laughed. After diving for so long, it was time to clean up the mess. Hulk quickly got up after being thrown away, tearing the entire metal gate to shreds and roaring loudly in the direction of the two. The rolling sound waves came rushing toward them, accompanied by a fierce wind. Natasha covered her ears in pain, her mind buzzing, feeling a strong urge to vomit, and even experiencing temporary deafness. Just the roar alone could cause such destruction. This was the invincible Hulk. Unfortunately, it encountered a Superman who was stronger than it. Lee quickly flew towards Hulk's location. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Hulk, and before Hulk could react, he directly slapped him. Slap. The power of this slap was very small, and it didn't even move Hulk's body a fraction. But something amazing happened. This seemingly ordinary slap struck Hulk, and his massive body instantly fell to the ground. The power of the sheep talisman caused his soul to leave his body. It turned out that Lee used the power of the sheep talisman to temporarily expel Hulk's soul from within him. Just like how the Ancient One dealt with Dr. Green. There were actually two souls. Lee looked at the floating soul of Bruce Banner and another green Hulk soul in shock. It seemed that the later Green Doctor form was the result of Bruce Banner completely killing the soul of the Hulk and taking over the entire body. Lee, what's going on? Bruce Banner's soul asked in confusion as he watched everything unfold. Meanwhile, the Hulk soul was constantly roaring, Hulk, Hulk. Doctor, under Loki's conspiracy, you transformed into the Hulk and went on a rampage destroying the starship. After that, I used my abilities to temporarily expel your souls from your bodies to stop the Hulk from causing further destruction. It is the soul of Hulk. Bruce Banner looked at the huge, transparent green figure beside him with complicated feelings. Lee, can you kill it? What? Kill it? Lee exclaimed in astonishment. That's right, it not only ruined my life, but keeps hurting others. Its existence is a mistake. Now I hope you can end this mistake. Bruce Banner said heavily. I refuse. Lee refused without a second thought. Why? Bruce Banner asked in confusion. This is your problem with Hulk, not mine. Why should I get involved? If you want to kill Hulk, there are plenty of ways to do it. As one of the world's top scientists, I don't believe you can't figure it out. Lia Said Jaswali. Bruce Banner fell silent. You need to maintain this state for a while, wait for Hulk's anger to subside, and then I'll put your souls back into your bodies. After saying that, Lee turned and left. In the control room, the people brought by Hawkeye launched an attack on the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents aboard the Sky mothership. They initially caused some trouble, but soon encountered heroes like Spider-Man and Wolverine and were quickly subdued. Hawkeye also slowly regained his consciousness after taking a heavy hit. Outside, Iron Man and Captain America were in charge of repairing the damaged turbine, but an unexpected incident occurred when a small henchman held Captain America at gunpoint, preventing him from pressing the button in time, causing Tony to get sucked into the turbine. Bang! At that moment, the henchman's head suddenly exploded like a watermelon. Lee? Captain America exclaimed excitedly. Lee nodded simply in response. Captain America remembered his duty and quickly pressed the button. The turbine slowly came to a stop, and Tony took the opportunity to break free. Chapter 112. The Space Gate opens. The crisis triggered by Loki's conspiracy was quickly quelled with everyone's efforts, and there were basically no significant casualties except for two individuals. First was Thor, the big fool, who once again fell victim to Loki's deception, tricked into a cage meant for Loki and thrown directly from 10,000 meters in the air. However, he was of the Asgardian race, so everyone wasn't too worried. The other was Coulson, who alone confronted Loki with a new weapon, hoping to stop him, but ended up severely injured and in critical condition. I'm sorry, boss. That guy got away. Coulson said. Stay awake. It's okay. Look at me. Looks like I need to take a break. You can't rest. Nick Fury replied firmly. Get out of the way. Lee casually tossed the black marinated egg aside, although he knew that this guy would be resurrected by Nick Fury through other means. There was no need to die once if he could be saved. Nick Fury had no complaints about Lie's rough push. Instead, he looked hopeful. He remembered Lie's miraculous ability to heal all diseases and injuries. Coulson was saved. Lie's hand emitted a white light, and under the illumination of this white light, Coulson's wounds quickly healed, and in no time, he was completely restored. If it weren't for the bloodstains on his chest, it would be hard to tell that he had been injured at all. Can someone be saved after being hurt this badly? This is truly incredible. This must be the same ability as last time when he healed Ben. I really want to study this. Lie, could it be that you are the illegitimate child of God? How could someone like you, who seems like a bug, appear in this world? A part of the heroes, seeing Lee use the power of the talisman for the first time, exclaimed in surprise. I just stepped away for a moment, and you all started arguing? Is this what the strongest heroes protecting the Earth are like? Lee was speechless. The heroes all lowered their heads in shame. This was all because of that guy Loki's scheme. Tony retorted. Scheme? It only took a few words to stir you all up. Loki is truly a formidable enemy. Li Yi deliberately ignored the role of the Mind Scepter. Well, forget it. This time we really underestimated the enemy. Banner, Richard, let's continue searching for the tesseract. Tony stopped being stubborn and called over the already restored Banner and Richard. The three of them began to busy themselves with the search on the instruments. However, Loki had hidden the tesseract too well, and after searching for a long time, they still had no clues. He knew the only way to win was to defeat us. And to defeat us, he wanted someone to witness that moment. He was a standard narcissist, craving flowers, desiring applause, wanting a landmark to elevate his name. That bastard. Just then, Tony had a flash of inspiration, putting himself in Loki's shoes, and began to imagine where he would hide the tesseract. Surprisingly, the place that came to mind was his own Stark Tower. He hurried to the machine and started operating it, and sure enough, the tesseract was there. This time, Captain America didn't need to shout Avengers, assemble, because there were hardly any of their people. All were members of the Hero Association, and the two teams were just temporarily cooperating. Everyone flew towards New York City in the warplanes. New York City, Stark Tower. The control doctor. Eric Selvig was fiddling with the machine. What can be done? Loki urged from the side. The Chitauri leader had just contacted him via brainwaves, urging him to open the portal quickly. It's almost done, my master. Dr. Selvig pressed the last button, and the machine instantly activated. A dazzling blue light shooting into the sky. The sky seemed to split open, revealing a huge opening, beyond which was endless darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense swarm of Chitauri slowly emerged from the opening. They were clad in high-tech battle armor, holding laser guns, appearing in the human world on flying vehicles. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. They launched an attack on the nearby streets, and explosions erupted. Ah, monsters, everyone run. Help, contact the Hero Association quickly. Superheroes, where are you? Come save us. Damn it, I just bought a new car today. My house. The crowd instantly scattered. Chaos and screams filled the air. Attention, attention. A major incident has occurred in the Manhattan area of New York City, initially estimated to be a Dragon-level event. Nearby citizens are advised to take shelter, and heroes from the Hero Association should immediately go to rescue. Since the headquarters of the Hero Association is located in the Manhattan area, they received and issued the shelter message at the first moment. All heroes at the Hero Association headquarters mobilized, including the weakest D-class. The heroes quickly engaged the Chitauri, buying time for the civilians to escape. Not only the members of the Hero Association, but other heroes also stood up at this moment. Daredevil, Punisher, Iron Fist, and Kunlun Hero all came forward. In times of crisis, those who stand up are all heroes. Whoosh! Lie's figure appeared in the sky. The good show is finally starting. Looking at the huge portal in the sky and the countless Chitauri, Li Yi sneered. Let's have some fun then. I wonder if Thanos will show up. I really want to take down this purple sweet potato spirit right now. Li Yi quickly formed hand seals. Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. Instantly, hundreds of Li Yes appeared in the sky. This technique was one that Li Yi had drawn before but had never used, originating from the world of Naruto. Each of these clones possessed a portion of Li Ye's abilities. The reason they only had partial abilities was that the clones were too fragile to withstand the immense power of the seals. Moreover, they would disappear after taking a strong attack, as this was just a ninjutsu, not a high-level spell from fantasy or cultivation worlds. Eliminate these nuisances. Li Yi pointed to the Chitauri in the sky and said coldly, yes. Hundreds of Li Yi simultaneously activated their lightning eyes, and yellow electric light flashed. Countless Chitauri fell from the sky like rain. Chapter 113. War. Although this wave of attacks eliminated some Chitauri, it was just a drop in the bucket compared to the dense mass of Chitauri. The real world is not like the movies, where there are only one or two small cats. That's just due to limited budgets. In reality, an invading army on a planet is conservatively estimated to be in the millions. Other heroes quickly arrived at the battlefield. Captain America, Spider-Man, and other heroes without flight capabilities were responsible for drawing fire on the ground, buying time for the crowd to escape. Meanwhile, heroes with flight abilities like Iron Man, Thor, and the Human Torch were spreading out. Li Yi, when did you get so many brothers? Tony flew to Li Ye's side and asked curiously upon seeing the hundreds of Li Yi. One of my special abilities. I'll explain it to you later. What's the situation now? Hearing this, Tony immediately became serious. Although he liked to joke, he was absolutely reliable when it mattered. There are too many of them. We must close the spatial gate over there to end the war. Lee pointed at Stark Tower and said, "That bastard Loki, that's my building mine." Tony gritted his teeth and replied, "Hey, he won't care. Tony, you find a way to draw the Chitauri's attention to yourself, and I'll find a way to close the portal." Lee chuckled and then flew towards Stark Tower, instructing his avatars to go support in various locations. With hundreds of Lie's avatars providing assistance, the other heroes fighting the Chitauri found things much easier. The other heroes were not only amazed by Lie's incredible abilities, but also pleasantly surprised. Since the survival of Earth was at stake, the stronger the teammates, the better. TCH, why am I not the one responsible for closing the portal? Tony grumbled. He then spread his arms, and the outer shell of his Iron Man suit instantly opened, revealing dozens of small missiles. "Monsters, look over here. This is a gift for you." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Boom! Dozens of small missiles were launched, and the massive explosion instantly killed dozens of Chitauri. Tony's strike immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding Chitauri. Roar! They howled at Tony, and then hundreds of Chitauri, drawn to his attention, flew down towards him. Lee quickly arrived above Stark Tower, where the device for opening the space portal was located. Standing next to the device were Loki and the controlled Dr. Eric Selvig. "Superman, it's you again," Loki exclaimed in terror upon seeing Lee. He still remembered how Superman had tossed him around like garbage, and he didn't want to experience that terrifying scene again. "Loki, it's good to see you again. Just seeing you makes me eager to take action." Lee it. He then clenched his fists and struck the machine, intending to destroy the device and end the war directly. Bang! A shield suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking Lie's attack. Boom! Lie's fist caused a violent tremor, shaking the entire Stark Tower, but the force field remained completely unaffected. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Lee instantly frowned. "Ha! Superman, it's useless. This force field is constructed using the power of the cosmic cube. No matter how strong your power is, it can't compare to the energy of the cosmic cube." Loki laughed maniacally. Lee has become the person he hates the most besides Thor. Seeing Lee suffer, he is naturally very happy. "Betty, how do we close this spatial door?" Lee did not pay attention to Loki, but instead asked Betty to analyze it. "Boss, I'm analyzing. Please wait a moment." Analysis complete. According to the analysis, to shut it down, we must find an energy source that matches the cosmic cube. And at the same time, Betty rattled off a lot of information, but Lee didn't understand a word. "Betty, just tell me what I should do." Lee interrupted. "Grab that scepter. It's not that complicated." "Loki, hand over the scepter to me." Lee coldly said, "Don't even think about it. Wait for your world to be destroyed." "Ha ha ha." Loki pushed Dr. Savik, who was operating the machine beside him, aside and turned the machine's power to the maximum. The space gate in the sky instantly became even more massive. It originally measured only 10 meters in size, but now it expanded to nearly 100 meters. As the space gate expanded, a huge battleship slowly emerged from it, followed by countless other battleships. The plot is indeed unreliable. How can an invading army of a planet be as small as depicted in the movies? Lee thought to himself, "I don't believe it. How strong can this turtle shell be to withstand my attacks?" Lee clenched his fists and began to gather strength, then struck the protective shield again. Bang! His fist hit the shield, producing a thunderous sound that resonated throughout New York City. The shield finally showed a slight change, but within less than a second, it returned to its original state. Thunderous rumbling shook the surroundings again, much stronger than the previous tremor, causing some buildings to collapse and large cracks to appear on the ground. Fortunately, the crowd had evacuated in advance. Otherwise, the casualties from Lie's attack would have been far worse than those caused by the aliens. "Lie, stop. If you keep attacking, the protective shield won't break, and New York City will be destroyed first." The voice of Nick Fury came through the hidden earpiece. "Let it be destroyed. We can rebuild. It's not a big deal." Lie sighed nonchalantly. "Oh, I think we should try to defeat the aliens while preserving New York City as much as possible." Nick Fury replied expressionlessly. Once again, he witnessed Superman's reckless personality. "Lee, how about you stop the battleship in the sky? As for the space portal, I'll figure something out." Nick Fury said, "Whatever," Lee replied, then quickly flew towards the battleship in the sky. Dragon Fist. He swung his fist fiercely at the foremost cosmic battleship, and a yellow dragon-shaped energy wave was suddenly released from his fist. Roar! The dragon howled through the heavens, carrying a terrifying might as it flew towards the cosmic battleship. The dragon-shaped energy wave instantly pierced through the first cosmic battleship, then the second and the third, like a string of barbecued skewers. Boom! 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 It triggered a series of explosions. Just as Li Yi was about to continue his attack, he suddenly felt something approaching rapidly. Looking closely, it was a giant axe. To be continued. Chapter 114. Battle against the Black Dwarf Star. Looking at the flying giant axe, Li Yi reached out to catch it, then looked towards the direction where the axe was thrown from. On a battleship stood a black monster. What is this thing? It looks really ugly. Li Yi threw the axe back at the black monster with force, wanting to use its own method against it. Unexpectedly, the black monster caught the axe steadily. Oh, it can actually catch the axe I threw. That's quite interesting. Li Yi sneered, and then flew towards the battleship. Who are you? Are there Chitauri that look like you? Li Yi questioned it. Don't compare me to those lowly races. I'm the first warrior under Lord Thanos, Black Dwarf. The black monster replied. Black Dwarf? I remember now. You're one of the so-called Black Order. I didn't expect Thanos to send you here. Lord Thanos commanded me to take your head. Black Dwarf said coldly. Take my head? Huh, that depends on whether you can do it. Li Yi sneered and said, go to hell. The Black Dwarf kicked off the ground and shot towards Li Yi like a cannonball. Li Yi raised his foot high and stomped down on Black Dwarf's face the moment he arrived. Black Dwarf instantly fell to the ground like a shooting star. After bullying weaker opponents for so long, Li Yi was naturally unwilling to let go of a sturdier punching bag, so he quickly followed up. Whoosh! Bang! Black Dwarf crashed to the ground, creating a huge noise and smashing a large pit into the surface. He shook his head and quickly got back up. Wow, you didn't get hurt falling from such a high place. It seems that in this world, you're not as useless as in the movies. Li Yi stood beside the pit, praising. The Black Dwarf Star did not respond, gripping the giant axe tightly and jumping up to swing it at Li Yi again. Li Yi sidestepped and seized the opportunity, then punched Black Dwarf in the chest. Black Dwarf flew out again, crashing into a building, which instantly collapsed, burying him inside. Impossible. This is just a remote and barren planet. How could there be a powerhouse like you? Black Dwarf pushed aside the rubble on him, his face filled with disbelief. This earthling before him was surprisingly strong, and he was utterly defenseless against him. With such a powerful opponent, he couldn't help but worry about the invasion of Earth. It's not that I'm too strong, but that you're too weak. Can you call your Lord Thanos over? To be honest, I want to kill him right now. Li Yi sneered. Damn Earthlings, you are not allowed to insult His Majesty Thanos. Black Dwarf instantly erupted in fury. As for Thanos in the movies, he may have his flaws, but his charisma is undeniable. At least his subordinates are fiercely loyal to him. As for Thanos in the comics, he has been betrayed more than once. Black Dwarf charged forward again with his giant axe. Li Yi simply did not dodge this time and stood still. Clang! The giant axe struck precisely on Li Yi's shoulder, making a sound of metal colliding. How lame! Li Yi sneered. Then he reached out and grabbed the axe head, applying force. Crack! The entire axe head split under Li Yi's terrifying strength. How is this possible? My weapon is made of the hardest URU metal in the universe. Black Dwarf was stunned, speechless. Li Yi ignored him. His right hand formed into a blade and slashed violently at the neck of the Black Dwarf Star. Blood, completely different from that of humans, splattered in the air as the Black Dwarf's head fell to the ground, still bearing the shocked expression from moments ago. In the dark universe, aboard the Sanctuary One, the Black Dwarf was dead. Thanos on the throne suddenly said, What? Your Majesty Thanos. Wasn't he heading to Earth with the Chitauri? Could it be? The nearby Ebony Maw exclaimed in shock. Their Black Order under the command of Your Majesty Thanos has been unstoppable and invincible. It's unimaginable that the Black Dwarf would perish on that inconspicuous planet. That's right. He died at the hands of the Earthlings. Send word to the Chitauri. Tell them to hold nothing back and use all their weapons. Thanos said coldly. Including that one? Ebony Maw cautiously asked. All of them? Yes. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury was in conversation with the upper echelons of America. Fury, how's the battle situation? An old man with white hair asked. With the joint efforts of superheroes and the military, we have stabilized the front line in the Manhattan area, and the enemy cannot break through for now. Nick Fury replied. Do we have the capability to push back? Another old white-haired man asked. It's difficult. The enemy's numbers are simply too many, estimated to be no less than 1 million, and their technology is far superior to ours. Right now, we can maintain the front line only thanks to Superman, who is holding back 80 of the enemies by himself. If the enemy breaks through our defenses, all of America will fall within half a day. Nick Fury shook his head. Hiss. Hearing Nick Fury's words, the others couldn't help but gasp. I know Superman is strong, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. Now, the fate of all America, no, the entire world is in his hands. Luckily, thankfully, Superman was born in America. Everyone was discussing animatedly. But maintaining the status quo is not a solution. We need to find a way to break the deadlock. An old man in military uniform said. But all conventional weapons have already been deployed. What other options do we have? Someone questioned. We still have a trump card. The military man replied seriously. A nuclear bomb? Are you crazy? You want to drop a nuclear bomb in New York City? Everyone was shocked. This is an emergency. With a slight misstep, all of America could be doomed. So we can't afford to be so cautious. Sacrificing a city for the victory of the whole world. Do I really have to do the math for you? The military man shouted. Well, it does seem reasonable. I think so too. As long as we can achieve victory, everything is worth it. I agree. I agree too. The military man's words received the support of most people. Nick Fury remained dark-faced and said nothing. The moral low point of these politicians once again refreshed his understanding. Fury, what's your opinion? Someone urged when they saw Fury was silent. Your thoughts are beautiful. Sacrificing nearly 10 million ordinary people in New York City for victory is certainly worth it. But let's not forget, Superman is right there. If he finds out you want to drop a nuclear bomb on him. I remember last time Superman seemed to tell me that anyone who dared to pull tricks on him would. Everyone should think it through. Chapter 115, Planet Destroying Cannon. Nick Fury knew that the usual methods would definitely not persuade this shameless group of politicians, so he brought up Superman to intimidate them. How could we forget about Superman? No, this method won't work. If a nuclear bomb is really dropped, Superman will definitely not spare anyone present. I want to live a few more years. The events from last time are still fresh in my memory, until we have a way to restrain Superman. Let's not provoke him. Superman won't listen to our explanations. The intimidation was very effective. Leah's previous act of flipping the table had truly frightened them. It is known that even the leader of America's top financial magnate, Superman, could kill without mercy. Would he care about them? No matter how much power they hold, they are essentially still ordinary people, and, as humans, they instinctively fear death. General, let's not bring up the idea of dropping a nuclear bomb again. We believe that the superheroes and our brave soldiers will definitely defeat the invaders. The crowd completely rejected the military man's proposal. You, these cowardly bastards. The military man cursed. The most powerful country in the world is actually afraid of just one person. How can he accept that? On the battlefield in New York. Because Loki, who controlled the scepter, had been hiding inside a shield made of cosmic cube energy, everyone was a loss. Lee could indeed shatter it, but the required force is too immense, and one misstep could potentially destroy the entire city of New York. It's important to remember that there are still millions of people living in this city. Killing to save them is utterly meaningless. It's the same simple question. Is it acceptable to kill one person to save the world? Naturally, it is not. No one has the right to make such a decision except the individual who is to be sacrificed. Take a simple example. There are 5 knowledgeable and experienced scientists who can make tremendous contributions to society, but they each fall gravely ill and need different organs. At this moment, a healthy young man appears, but he is a fool and cannot contribute anything to society. Can we then take his organs to save those 5 scientists who could significantly benefit society? Life cannot be compared. Every life is unique and precious. An hour has passed since the outbreak of war, and the heroes are slowly falling into a hard battle. The Chitauri seem endless, continually pouring out from the portal, with one batch after another being eliminated. Among them, Lee appears to be the most at ease. He moves quickly, appearing in various battle zones. With abilities such as Electric Eye, Dragon Blast, Soul Extraction, and turning into cockroaches to crush, Lee employs a variety of powers. Crack! Lee reached out to the densely packed Chitauri in the sky, and hundreds of them were instantly crushed into meat paste by the gravitational force. Lee, we can't hold on any longer. There are just too many enemies, and the others are about to give in. Didn't you say you would find a way to deal with the portal? Lee heard Tony's voice in his ear. Can you blame me? I wanted to blow up the shield, but that black egg Fu Rue disagreed, saying he would find a way. Now you have to ask him about this. Lee shrugged helplessly and said, Is that what you call a method? Tony complained. Gentlemen, I can't hear you. Nick Fury replied, darkly from inside the S.H.I.E.L.E. base. Fury, do you have a way to break through the shield? Tony asked excitedly upon hearing Nick Fury's voice. There's one possible method, with a 48% chance of success. Nick Fury replied, 48%? After searching for so long, this is what you found? Lee expressed his dissatisfaction. Well, Nick Fury didn't know how to respond. Go ahead. You all know that we've been studying the tesseract for a long time, right? It's because of your research that Earth's coordinates were exposed, and that's why this war started, Tony sarcastically remarked. Ahem. Nick Fury pretended to cough to cover his embarrassment. We established a model of the tesseract and found that the energy it emits maintains a certain frequency. As long as we interfere with this frequency, the energy field of the tesseract will fluctuate. At that point, if we attack this energy field with strong force, we may be able to disrupt it. So how exactly should we do it? My armor can act as a device. Fury, you send me the emission frequency, and I'll handle the interference. Tony replied. So I'll just be responsible for applying the force, right? Lee casually said, all right, it's decided then. The future of this planet is in your hands. Nick Fury replied sternly. At this moment, on the other side of the space portal, a soldier from the Chitauri reported. Commander, Lord Black Dwarf has been defeated. So what if he is dead? It's nothing to be concerned about. That guy always looked down on us Chitauri. He got what he deserved. The Chitauri leader responded nonchalantly. Yes, Commander. Contact all departments, intensify the attack, and we must take this planet down. Let Lord Thanos know that we Chitauri are his most loyal and strongest legion. Yes. Report. Lord Ebony Maw has contacted us. The Chitauri communications officer shouted. Connected. Lord Ebony Maw, what instructions do you have? The Chitauri leader flattered. Although he looked down on the clumsy Black Dwarf, he dared not show any dissatisfaction towards this most capable general under Lord Thanos. Black Dwarf has been defeated? Yes, my lord. Black Dwarf unfortunately died at the hands of the Earthlings. The Chitauri leader feigned great sorrow. Stop acting. Ebony Maw saw through him immediately and said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Lord Thanos permits you to use all weapons, including that planet-destroying cannon. Ebony Maw said seriously. What? Does Lord Thanos intend to destroy this planet? The Chitauri leader was shocked. It should be noted that although Thanos was notorious for his killings, he had never ordered the annihilation of an entire planet before. He usually only wiped out half of its life. That's right. The Earthlings' resistance has angered Lord Thanos. Ebony Maw said coldly. In his heart, Lord Thanos' orders were absolute, even if it meant killing billions of lives. Okay, I'll prepare immediately, the Chitauri leader replied. Then, the Chitauri's massive mothership aimed its cannon at the space portal. Although the mothership could not pass through due to the limited size of the portal, the destructive beam of the planet-destroying cannon could. Chapter 116. Closing the space portal in the movies, whether it's the Asgardians, Chitauri, or even Thanos. They all love to charge into close combat with big weapons. But this does not mean they lack large-scale destructive weapons. For example, in Asgard, the Bifrost is their strategic weapon. The Bifrost serves not just for transportation, but also possesses the power to destroy planets. In the film, Loki used the Bifrost to bombard the Frost Giant's planet. Had Thor not arrived in time to stop him, the 9 realms would have been reduced to 8. Naturally, Thanos' Dark Army is also equipped with planet-destroying weapons. This is a strategic weapon that every top power in the universe must have, similar to Earth's nuclear weapons. Primarily used for deterrence, major powers will not use them lightly against each other. The vastness and complexity of the universe far exceed the nations on Earth. Even Earth itself has no country that dares to be the first to use such weapons, and neither does the universe. Generally, advanced civilizations do not use planet-destroying weapons against lower civilizations unless it is a mortal enemy or an act of genocide. Once this taboo is broken, no one knows if the next target will be their own planet. After all, while there are many planets in the universe, finding a suitable one for life is not easy. But Thanos had no such concerns. What he was doing was already deserving of universal wrath. Killing half the lives on a planet, there are countless beings in the universe wanting revenge against Thanos, but they are too weak. The Chitauri aimed the massive cannon on their mothership at the space portal. Ha ha, Earthlings, you dare to resist the great Lord Thanos. This is your fate. Fire. The Chitauri leader commanded. Yes. The massive cannon began to charge, a dazzling light illuminating the dark space. On Earth, at the New York battlefield, Thor was desperately trying to persuade Loki. Loki, wake up. So many people have died because of this war. Is that not enough? Stop being foolish. The war has reached this point. How could I possibly stop now? Loki remained unmoved. Why do you become this way? Indifferent to life and cold-hearted. This is not the real you. Thor said sadly. Don't play the emotional card with me. This is my true self. I was just pretending for the throne. But the throne is yours now, and I will take back what belongs to me. Is it worth sacrificing so many for a so-called throne? Thor questioned. Once I am crowned king of Midgard, I will commemorate them. Loki sneered. In his eyes, the lives of Earthlings were as insignificant as ants. Sorry, Earth does not want a king like you. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted the brothers' conversation. Tony and Lee flew in from a distance. It was Tony who had just mocked Loki. Midgardians, you should talk while you still have time. Once my army flattens this planet, I will step on your corpses to be crowned king. Loki sneered. You're dreaming, Bambi. Tony mocked, as Loki's helmet resembled that of a certain animal. Sorry, Lie. Tony, this is clearly our Asgard matter, yet has dragged Midgard into it twice. Thor felt guilty. This has nothing to do with you. It's the enmity between Earthlings and Loki. Lee shook his head and said, to actually lower yourself to the Midgardians, Thor, you really are a waste. How could Odin choose someone like you to be king? Loki, relying on the protection of his shield, went on a crazy rant. Laugh all you want, little Bambi. Soon you won't be able to laugh anymore. You don't think this shield can protect you for a lifetime, do you? Tony laughed. What do you mean? Loki's expression instantly changed. We already have a way to break this turtle shell. You're finished, little Bambi. How is that possible? Loki shouted in disbelief. Whether it works or not is up to you. Lee, are you ready? Tony called out. Okay. Just as the two were about to work together to break the shield, a warning suddenly popped up. Attention. Host, please pay attention. The enemy is using planet-destroying weapons. Expected to come through the space gate in 3 minutes. Please be on alert for defense. Lee exclaimed in shock. What's wrong? Tony asked in confusion. Lee informed everyone of the situation through a hidden earpiece. What? A planet-destroying weapon? Is Earth doomed? What should we do now? Everyone panicked. How is that possible? He promised me. Loki, who was nearby, exclaimed in shock upon hearing the news. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly emanated from a portal in the sky. Everyone realized that what Li Yi said was indeed true. Loki, I don't know what kind of deal you've made, but don't you see it yet? That person is just deceiving you. He wants to destroy you along with Midgard. Thor shouted. I. Loki didn't know how to respond. Master, maybe we should still. Dr. Shavik, who was beside him, also advised. Although he was under control, he still had his own thoughts. It seems we can only break through forcefully. Lie, wait. In the face of the terrifying threat of life and death, Loki ultimately yielded, shutting down the protective shield and stepping out. With this device, the spatial gate can be closed. Loki threw the scepter to Li Yi and said coldly. Then he was firmly restrained by Thor. Li steadily caught the scepter and then restored Dr. Shavik, who had been controlled, to his original state. I'm sorry for doing all this, Dr. Shavik said, feeling very guilty. Now is not the time to talk about this, Doctor. Hurry and close the portal. Okay. Dr. Shavik quickly operated the instruments. Tony, make sure to use this to assist the doctor in closing the space gate. Lee handed the staff to Tony beside him. What about you? Tony asked, confused. Me. He, of course. I'm going to settle the score with the Chitauri. Lee is needed. All right, I understand. Tony replied. He knew Lie's intentions and was well aware of his teleportation ability, so he wasn't worried. That's it. Just insert the scepter and it will close. Dr. Shavik said. Without hesitation, Tony inserted the scepter into the device. The portal began to shrink rapidly. Bang! Lee flew into the closed space portal at the last moment. As the portal closed, the sky was filled with Chitauri and creatures resembling Kunpung, who seemed to lose their power and fell from the sky one by one. We won. Chapter 117. The war is over. We won. With the Chitauri collapsing to the ground, the Battle of New York, lasting several hours, finally came to an end, and everyone cheered with joy. Oh my God, it's finally over. Spider-Man slumped down on the ground. He wasn't a main fighter in the recent battle. He was busy saving people, rescuing thousands under the Chitauri's gunfire. You're amazing. Daredevil, who encountered Spider-Man on the battlefield, said. Hee, thanks for the compliment. You're a superhero too, right? Why didn't you join the Hero Association? Spider-Man asked curiously. I prefer to be free alone. Daredevil recalled the time he got beaten up, and his expression instantly darkened. Those monsters are really terrifying, endless, and unafraid of death. Just a bunch of war maniacs. But sis, when did you become so strong? And what's with that energy wave? Lightning said. You don't need to worry about that. Susan replied. Ha. It must be because of Superman. Shut up. Susan scolded, her face turning red. Reed, standing nearby, showed no special reaction, already understanding that it was impossible for him and Susan. This is it. I haven't killed enough of these bastards. Wolverine said, brandishing his claws unwillingly. It must have been Li Yi who did something. Jean speculated, looking at Stark Tower in the distance. Hulk, the Green Giant, was smashing a Chitauri corpse back and forth. Hulk, the war is over. Natasha and others tried to comfort him. Thor, what are you going to do with him? Tony asked. I will take him back to Asgard for judgment. I want to take the tesseract with me too, Thor said, holding the silent Loki. Impossible. Nick Fury immediately retorted. This is the reward promised to Superman. If Thor takes it away, Superman will tear down the entire S.H.I.L.D. Midgardian. This originally belongs to us, Asgard. Now, it belongs to Earth. This war was initiated by your brother Loki. We have shown you mercy by handing him over for judgment. The tesseract cannot be given up. Staying here will only attract countless invaders. Can you Midgard withstand it? Didn't we just withstand it? And we have Superman. The two engaged in a war of words. In front of Nick Fury, the king of agents, Thor had no power to retort. And he had to give up the idea of taking the tesseract back to Asgard, mainly because Earth has Superman, this top-tier combat power. This war made Thor realize the strength of Superman more intuitively. Asgard did not want to provoke such a terrifying enemy for no reason. Thor began to think more like a king. After the war ended, everyone dispersed. Thor took Loki back to Asgard. Tony hurried back to his residence to see Pepper. Captain America slowly began to familiarize himself with this world. Spider-Man, the Hulk, the Fantastic Four, the X-Men. All heroes returned to their normal lives. The shocking battle in New York City astonished the whole world. Next came an overwhelming wave of news reports. Through the reports, all Earth citizens learned that aliens really exist and are hostile towards Earth, having launched an invasion yesterday. In the end, with the joint efforts of superheroes and the military, the aliens were defeated, bringing peace to Earth. It was Superman. Superman, save me. I saw so many Supermen on the battlefield. Superman is so cool. He just waved his hand lightly, and those aliens were all crushed. I want to be like Superman, someone who can help others and bring hope. I'm declaring right here, I must sleep with Superman, or I'll never look for a man again. Uncle Superman, can you come to our house? My mommy's bed is very big. I used to not believe there was a god or divine beings in this world, but now I do. Superman is the embodiment of Jehovah, the savior who came to rescue this cursed world. Before this, I didn't think there was any hope left in this world. But now I can confidently say that Superman is the symbol of hope. As long as he is here, there is hope. I cleared out all those ghostly gods I had at home. From now on, I will only worship Superman. Join our Superman cult. Believe in Superman and gain eternal life. Believe in Superman and be fully resurrected. Believe in Superman and live a carefree life. As the news spread, the world once again welcomed a wave of Superman mania. Countless humans around the world began to worship and believe in Superman. And even cults related to Superman appeared, gaining a large number of followers, momentarily overshadowing the original three major religions. After all, Superman is a living, true god, while others cannot even prove their existence. Naturally, the hero association established by Superman also shone brightly, becoming renowned and attracting more and more heroes to join, quickly becoming a huge force that even the American government had to be wary of. I saw Supergirl. Oh my god, she looks just like Superman. Her eyes can shoot lasers, and she wiped out a large number of aliens in an instant. I saw Iron Man. He flew around in the sky, constantly firing lasers. Beep, 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 and the aliens were shot dead. I saw a big green monster. I thought he was going to attack me, but he helped me drive away the aliens. And later, I found out he was a superhero from the Hero Association. Spider-Man is indeed our good neighbor. I was trapped under a collapsed building, and Spider-Man appeared just in time to help me lift it. The X-Men saved me. I used to have a deep misunderstanding of mutants, but now I understand they're just like us, humans. We are all part of this planet. The Fantastic Four worked seamlessly together. I saw them team up to kill several large flying monsters. Countless people praised the superheroes for their heroic deeds in saving the world. What the heck? My house was destroyed by superheroes. Superheroes must compensate for my losses. Why save so many people, but not her? Why? My child died in this war. I can't find the aliens. I hope the superheroes can give me an explanation. So many people died in the war. Why not surrender? Wouldn't giving the aliens a piece of land be better? Trading land for peace? These superheroes are the real culprits. If they hadn't appeared, the aliens wouldn't have invaded. Superheroes should all die. There are admirers, and naturally, there are opponents. This world has always been filled with endless debates. Chapter 118. The Great Battle Against the Chitauri Fleet. The time returns to when the portal was closing. Launch now. With the roar of the Chitauri leader, the fully charged Annihilation cannon fired fiercely towards the portal. Whoosh! A dark beam of destructive light appeared in an instant. Just as it was about to approach the portal suddenly began to shrink rapidly, and then disappeared. narrowly avoiding the beam of destruction. The beam of destruction vanished into the boundless darkness. Fuck, what is happening? The Chitauri leader shouted in fury. Leader, it seems that someone has closed the portal, a nearby Chitauri soldier replied. Closed? Could it be that Asgardian betrayed us? It's also possible he was captured. So close, so close. Useless. That Asgardian is truly useless. The Chitauri leader cursed. What should we do now, leader? The soldier asked. What else can we do? We can only return. I hope Lord Thanos doesn't he. Just thinking of Thanos' terrifying methods made the Chitauri leader shiver. Bang! Suddenly, one of the Chitauri warships exploded, turning the entire ship into cosmic dust. What is happening? The Chitauri leader quickly asked. Report, the warship is under unknown attack. A nearby warship responded. Bang! Before it could finish speaking, the responding warship also turned to ashes. Damn it! It must be those Earthlings. Some of them must have come through the portal. The Chitauri leader asserted. All warships, scatter immediately and activate shields. Following the command of the Chitauri leader, the warships that were originally clustered together quickly dispersed. Have we been discovered so quickly? Lia thought. Then he no longer hid and revealed his figure. Although he could eliminate this fleet entirely through a sneak attack, Li preferred a direct confrontation. Boss, I found them. They are indeed Earthlings. As soon as Lie's figure appeared, it was immediately scanned. Lord Black Dwarf was killed by this human. Why does this planet have such low technology, yet possess such powerful warriors? I heard that the woman who likes to meddle in others' affairs also came from this planet. Everyone, aim your attacks at that Earthling. I want to blast him into atoms, commanded the leader of the Chitauri. Yes, leader. All the Chitauri warships aimed their cannons at Li Yi. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless energy beams shot towards Li Yi. Bang! The energy beams collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion, with dazzling light filling the surroundings. This is the fate of those who oppose His Majesty Thanos. The Chitauri leader sneered. No, he is not dead. A soldier exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the data displayed on the computer. What? The Chitauri leader was astonished. As the light gradually faded, Lie's figure reappeared on the warship's computer screen. That was quite a refreshing bath. Lie laughed. Although the attack intensity of these energy rays is much higher than that of the energy-dispersed nuclear bomb, it is still of no use to Li Yi. The combination of the power of the horse talisman and the dog talisman is just that domineering. Chief, it seems the opponent is going to attack, said the soldier. It's fine, his attack definitely won't break through our shield. Keep attacking. The leader of the Zetarians confidently said. Li stretched his body, got into position, and rushed towards the fleet. Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. Countless lasers and missiles were fired at Li Yi. Li did not evade at all, allowing the attacks to hit him. He charged straight towards the front of the battleship, using his own body to collide with it. Bang! He passed through the front to the back of the battleship, and wherever he went, the battleship fell apart. In no time, the entire ship was destroyed. Ha ha, this must be a joke. He actually destroyed the whole battleship just with his body. Is there really such a being in the universe? What a terrifying monster. The Chitauri were shocked by this scene, and their morale began to waver. He is coming again. Li turned and flew towards the next battleship. Everyone, continue attacking. Draw his attention. Prepare the planet-destroying cannon to charge again. I don't believe he can withstand the planet-destroying cannon. The Chitauri leader ordered decisively. Thus, Li single-handedly engaged in a battle against the Chitauri's battleships. However, Lie's power was too overwhelming, and in a short time, he destroyed dozens of battleships. Is the charging not done yet? Seeing the heavy losses of his fleet, the Chitauri leader asked anxiously. At this rate, their fleet would be annihilated by that Earthling. Leader, it's ready. Aim at him and fire. With the leader's command, a dark beam of destruction, several dozen meters wide, was released from the mothership's cannon once again. Whoosh! It flew towards Li Yi at an extremely fast speed. Hee, a weapon to destroy planets? Let's see if it can hold up. Li Yi sneezed. The double 10 was clasped at his waist, and his palm had already gathered a dazzling yellow light. Infernal, unmatched, explosive wave cannon. Li pushed his hand forward fiercely, and a dazzling yellow energy wave burst forth from his palm, rapidly expanding until it transformed into a destructive beam of light several dozen meters in size. Bang! With a loud rumble, two brilliant beams collided violently, creating a massive explosion that instantly engulfed the entire space in radiant light. For a moment, the two beams were locked in a standoff. How strong can this Earthling be? This attack could even... No, Increase the energy output. The leader of the Zetarii ordered. Leader, if we increase the energy output any further, the remaining energy will not be enough to support our space jump. A soldier reminded. Let's get through this crisis first, and then find a way. Yes. As the soldier pushed the control stick, the energy of the annihilation cannon was increased once more, causing the beam to expand again and begin to push back. Interesting. Let's have a competition then. Li Yi smiled, and then increased the energy. The space at the point of collision between the two beams of light began to twist irregularly, even affecting the surrounding space. A small warship of the Zetarians was unfortunately caught in the wave, instantly twisted into a pretzel. What happened? The Zetarian leader asked. Leader, the sudden increase in our energy has caused an imbalance, and it's about to explode, a soldier replied in fear. Boom! Chapter 119. Breaking free from the black hole boom. As the two attacks simultaneously increased their energy, the energy that was originally able to maintain balance instantly lost control, resulting in a massive explosion. The power of the explosion was extraordinarily immense. So much so that a miniature black hole appeared at the center of the collision of the two energies, crazily devouring everything around it. Leader, we are about to be sucked in, the soldier said in panic. Hold on, push the ship with all your might, and get us out of the black hole's gravitational range, the Zetarian leader ordered. Leader, the two planet-destroying cannons have already used 80% of the mothership's energy, and now we are running low on energy. What? Amid the Zetarian screams, one small warship after another was torn apart and devoured as they were pulled into the vicinity of the black hole, with only their mothership struggling to hold on. Li Yi, however, was not greatly affected. He used the power of talismans to distort the gravitational field around him, making the gravitational pull of the black hole essentially zero. The power of talismans is indeed so domineering that it can even ignore the mysterious black hole, albeit a miniature one. However, he couldn't guarantee that if he were sucked into the black hole, the dog talisman would be able to keep him alive. Otherwise, Li Yi would have wanted to go in and take a look. Li Yi, being someone who values his life greatly, would naturally not engage in actions that would actively endanger his own life. In just over 10 seconds, the other small Chitauri warships were completely devoured. And, just as the mothership was about to be consumed as well, the micro-black hole suddenly disappeared. We are saved. Oh my god, we actually survived. This is amazing, long live. The Chitauri on the mothership cheered excitedly. Report the remaining energy of the warship. The Chitauri leader, not having time to mourn the annihilated fleet, hurriedly asked. Leader, there is only 20% left, which means we can't go back? A soldier replied, tremblingly. What? The Chitauri leader exclaimed in shock. In this vast universe, what does it mean for a warship to run out of energy? It turns into a heap of space debris, drifting forever in the cosmos. Eternal loneliness, eternal despair. Why is this happening? We just escaped from death, and now we are facing even greater despair. Our Alpha Chitauri Legion is doomed. The Chitauri on the mothership wailed in despair. Can we contact headquarters for rescue? The Chitauri leader asked calmly. They are not all the Chitauri. Those who sided with Thanos are an entire Chitauri race, and they are merely one of the larger legions. Codenamed Alpha, the spatial storm caused by the black hole just now has destroyed all communication devices. The soldier replied hopelessly. Sigh. It seems we are really finished. The Chitauri leader pondered for a long time and finally let out a long sigh. Yet, he had no regrets about this expedition. Being able to eliminate such a powerful enemy for Lord Thanos, they died with purpose. If it weren't for Lord Thanos taking them in, the Chitauri would have been exterminated by other forces long ago, so the entire Chitauri race was filled with gratitude towards Lord Thanos, willing to sacrifice their lives for his great cause. As for that Earthling, in their eyes, that Earthling had been sucked into the black hole just now, disappearing forever from the universe. After all, they had only managed to hold on to life due to the mothership's powerful propulsion, while that Earthling had no protection or equipment and could not possibly withstand the immense gravitational pull of the black hole. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the Chitauri mothership emitted a series of alarm sounds. What's happening? Leader, although it's hard to believe, the radar has detected a living being approaching us. What? After the black hole incident, is there any other life in this vicinity besides us? The Chitauri leader exclaimed in shock. Is it possible that it's one of our survivors? Someone speculated. How could that be? If it were our people, how could it trigger an alarm? Someone immediately countered. Could it be that Earthling is still alive? Are you kidding? That was a black hole. How could any life escape? But have you ever seen a being that can emit energy comparable to a planet-destroying cannon, just with its body? The Chitauri on the warship began to discuss among themselves. However, they quickly stopped discussing as Li Yi appeared directly on their warship screen. Oh my god, what a terrifying monster this is. We are actually fighting against such a powerful being. What does he want? He doesn't plan to kill us all, does he? Bang! Li Yi did not act as they expected by attacking upon meeting. Instead, he directly broke through the warship and flew in. Take me to your commander. Li Yi ordered a Chitauri, Earthling. You don't stand a chance. The Chitauri, although very frightened, still firmly refused, saying, "Oh, you dare defy my orders now? Interesting." Li Yi smiled and said, "It is quite impressive to have such high regard for the Zitterans. You must know that the lives of everyone on this entire warship are at my command. Yet, despite this, they still dare to resist. This kind of determination is truly remarkable. Indeed, every race that has made the journey from the surface to the universe should not be underestimated. They have triumphed over countless races to reach where they are today, much like humanity, which has eliminated numerous races over millions of years of evolution to become the dominant species on Earth. I will give you one more chance. Are you sure you do not wish to follow my orders?" Li continued to smile. However, that smile looked so terrifying in the eyes of the Chitauri. "Absolutely not," the Chitauri around him said in unison. "Then go die." Li Yi raised his hand, and the terrifying gravity instantly acted upon them, crazily squeezing their bodies. Ah, ah, ah. Crack, crack. This group of Chitauri let out painful screams, and even their bones began to make sounds under the unbearable pressure. "If you're not for my use, then go die." Li Yi increased the gravity once again. Bang! A group of Chitauri instantly turned into a mush of flesh, bones, minced meat, and blood all mixed together. Although Li Yi somewhat admired their beliefs, it didn't mean he had to indulge them. He could kill anyone except for those he cared about. And now, Li Yi turned to another group of Chitauri. "We refuse." Despite being terrified to the extreme, this group of Chitauri still chose to refuse. "Very well, then die." Saying this, they were about to kill them in the same way. Wait, at that moment, a voice suddenly came through. Then a hatch opened, and a distinct Chitauri stepped out. The Chitauri leader. "I am the commander of this warship. You can call me Cook. Whatever you want, come at me. Let my crew go." Cook said fearlessly. Hee. I was just looking for you. You really have some guts to invade my planet." Li Yi sneered. "This esteemed strongman, it's all a misunderstanding. We had no idea there would be a powerful figure like you on that planet. Otherwise, we would never have attacked your planet." Cook said respectfully. This respect was for the strong, as the law of the jungle dictates. "I heard you are subordinates of Thanos?" "Yes, my lord. We are the Alpha Zatara Legion under His Majesty Thanos." "I want to talk to him. Contact him for me." Chapter 120, Provocation of Thanos. "My lord." Cook was in a difficult position. "What? You can't do it? Then all of you can go die." Li Yi sneered. He then expanded the range of gravity to encompass the entire battleship. All the Chitauri on the battleship were pressed to the ground. Faced with the godlike Li Yi, they had no power to resist at all, just like unarmed earthlings being slaughtered in front of them. What is this called? This is called the Wheel of Fortune Turning. The heavens allow whom to pass. "My lord, all the communicators are damaged." Cook shouted anxiously. "So that's how it is. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Li Yi revoked gravity and survived. Cook gasped, although they had long been prepared for sacrifice. Who would be willing to die if they could survive? Death represents the loss of everything. Only endless emptiness remains. Nothing is more terrifying than death. "Take me to your control room. I will help you fix it." Li Yi smiled and said, "What? Your Excellency, are you joking?" Cook exclaimed in shock. "Just a moment ago you wanted to kill them, and now you're so kind? What do you say?" "Your Excellency, please follow me." Cook led Li Yi to the control room of the mothership. The Zetarians in the control room watched Li Yi warily. "Continue with your work. This gentleman is here to help us." Cook scolded the surrounding Zetarians, fearing that their scared expressions would anger this unpredictable living tyrant. "Your Excellency, this is our communication device." Cook pointed to an antenna-like apparatus. Li didn't even look and casually released a beam of white light. "Zzz, beep beep. This is Temple Number 1, Alpha Legion. Please respond to the message." The previously damaged communication device immediately made a sound. "Chief, the communicator is working normally," said excited soldier next to him. Cook hurriedly stepped forward. "I am Cook, the commander of the Alpha Legion. What is the current situation?" The person on the other end asked. Don't waste time. Quickly contact Thanos." Cook was about to reply when Li Yi directly interrupted him. "Who are you? How dare you directly address His Majesty Thanos?" The person on the other end asked excitedly. Li Yi did not respond and looked at Cook with a dangerous gaze. Cook was startled and quickly said into the communicator, The Alpha Fleet has been completely destroyed. I have very important intelligence to report to His Majesty Thanos. Please help me get in touch. Be specific. Stop wasting time. My intelligence is crucial. Can you take responsibility if it gets delayed? All right, I understand. The person on the other end was frightened by Cook's loud shout and immediately went to contact Thanos. Before long, a figure appeared on the screen. It was the Chief Lieutenant of Thanos, Corvus Glaive. What important intelligence do you have? Corvus Glaive asked flatly. Cook was about to answer when Li directly pushed him aside. The fleet you sent to Earth has been completely annihilated, and I did it. Li Simidet. The scene was silent. You are the powerful warrior that the Asgardians speak of? That's right, it's me. To be able to kill the Black Dwarf and destroy the Alpha Fleet. Your power is indeed impressive. So what is your purpose? Ebony Maw questioned. I want to see Thanos. Li spoke directly. Ebony Maw pondered for a moment. With your strength, you indeed have the qualifications to meet His Majesty Thanos. I will go and report for you. After a while, the screen changed to show a purple alien sitting on a throne. It was none other than the Cosmic Emperor, Thanos himself. At this moment, the two powerful beings finally met, separated by an unknown distance. Earthling, Thanos. The two looked at each other for a moment and spoke simultaneously. Earthling, state your name. A strong being like you deserves to have your name remembered. Thanos said. Li, you can also call me Superman. Li smiled and said, Li Superman, interesting. I remember you. Now tell me your purpose for finding me. I heard you're looking for the Infinity Stones, and I'm here to let you know that 2 of the Infinity Stones you desire are already in my hands. If you want them, come to Earth and find me. Li laughed and said, Is this considered a provocation? Thanos casually asked, Isn't it obvious? To make it even clearer, I want to twist your head off and use it as a ball to kick. As soon as Li spoke, the Chitauri nearby were all shocked. How could someone dare to speak to the Cosmic Emperor Thanos like that? It completely shattered their worldview. Hee, an interesting Earthling. We will meet on your planet, and war and destruction will come to your world. Upon hearing the provocation, Thanos did not show any signs of anger. After so many years of conquest, he had seen it all. There was no way he could be easily provoked. I look forward to your arrival. Soon, Thanos' image disappeared from the screen. Your Excellency, we have done as you requested. I wonder if you could. Cook asked carefully from the side. Of course, you are safe. I won't kill you, although feel free to use this device to call for help. Li smiled and then flew out from the originally broken spot. Chief, we survived? The soldier said in disbelief. Yes, we were supposed to be dead for sure, but I didn't expect that Earthling would help us fix the communication equipment. Cook said with relief. Just then, a dazzling light suddenly came from outside the battleship. What's going on? Cook looked outside in confusion. Earthling, you are not trustworthy. Boom! The entire battleship exploded violently, turning into cosmic dust. Trust? Do you deserve it? It's just to make you gain hope and then die in despair. Liisinidit. Chapter 121. Silver Superman Template. It's time to go back to Earth. After Li destroyed the last Chitauri warship, he lowered his head in contemplation. Because the coordinates of Earth were firmly etched in Li's mind, he could quickly return to Earth no matter where he went. For other places, he had to know the coordinates to teleport there, and the system's positioning range was limited to within Earth. This is why Li did not teleport in front of Thanos to take him down. Li teleported back to his residence in New York City. During the New York battle, most of the buildings were destroyed, but Li's home was fortunate enough to remain unaffected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the 3rd main quest, the Battle of New York. Prince Loki of Asgard, unwilling to accept his defeat in the battle for the throne, exchanged the Space Stone for the support of Cosmic Emperor Thanos, who was about to lead the Chitauri army to invade Earth. Quest objective: defeat the Chitauri and stop Loki's scheme. Quest reward: 1 lottery draw. Quest duration: 10 days. Quest penalty: none. Side quest 1: save 1 million people. Quest completed. Current completion: 1 324 524 510 000 000. Quest reward: 1 lottery draw. Quest duration: no limit. Side quest 2: gain 1 million reputation points. Subsequent tasks to be updated. Requires completion of the current task. Current reputation: 2000001000000. Subsequent tasks to be updated. Requires completion of the current task. The host now has 2 lottery draw opportunities. Would you like to use them? The system suddenly chimed in with a series of prompts. Side quest 1 was also completed due to saving New York City. Strictly speaking, Li should be considered as having saved all of humanity. As if the Chitauri breached New York's defenses, the entire world would fall. However, the system only recognized that he saved the residents of New York City. Perhaps only when the Chitauri spread across the globe, and then he intervened would it count as saving all of humanity. But Lee couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. It was better to keep the disaster confined within America. Well, it didn't matter since he already had 2 lottery draw opportunities. Lee waved his hand, not wanting to argue anymore. System, let's start the lottery. Lee commanded, secretly praying, please don't let it be another useless item like the T-virus raw solution. Good host, the system replied. Then, that familiar big roulette reappeared in front of Lee, still densely filled with 126,852 items from various worlds. The pointer on the wheel began to spin rapidly and gradually came to a stop. A beam of light emerged from the spot where the pointer landed, slowly transforming into an ancient book. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Martial Arts Secret Manual 3 parts return to Yuan Chi from the High Martial World of Fengyan. The system announced. Martial Arts Manual? Another useless item. Li Sighit. Although the world of Fengyan was quite good, even featuring legendary creatures like dragons, phoenixes, and Shilants. It was simply too weak compared to the Marvel Universe. Moreover, with the power of talismans at his disposal, he could easily defeat the martial artist Xiongba with just a finger. So how could he possibly be interested in this? If it were a cultivation manual from a fantasy world, it might be a different story. After thinking for a moment, Li tossed the manual into the system space, sealing it away along with the T-virus solution. Let's continue with the lottery. Li commanded. All right, host. The pointer on the roulette began to spin rapidly again and slowly came to a stop after a moment. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Silver Superman template 001 unlocked. System. What did you say? Silver Superman. I must be hearing things. Lee checked his eyes and asked in disbelief. Yes, host. You heard it right. The system replied. Lee's eyes widened instantly, followed by a face full of ecstasy. That was the Silver Superman. One of the strongest periods of Superman, possessing super strength, super speed, super healing ability, super defense, super intellect, and various other superpowers. His performances were terrifying. A frozen breath could extinguish an entire star. A sneeze could destroy an entire solar system. He could pull dozens of planets with a single iron chain. He could learn knowledge rapidly, mastering a foreign language in just a few seconds. His speed could reach the speed of light, and he could even travel through time and space, and so on. Regardless of whether it is scientific or not. The setting of Silver Superman is just that impressive, and now that he had drawn this character, Li was naturally overjoyed. This world is movie-based, and based on the performance of the Planet Devourer in the films, Silver Superman's power would crush it in seconds. System, what is up with this 001 unlock? Li suddenly reacted and asked. It's just a literal meaning. What the host drew is just a template. The template is different from the real person. A real person can obtain 100 of the powers of the drawn character, while the template requires the host to unlock the powers themselves. Currently, only 001 has been unlocked. The system replied. Fuck. Li couldn't help but curse out loud. Just a moment ago, he was fantasizing about the power of the Silver Superman, only to find out it was just a template. The ups and downs of life were truly thrilling. System, why didn't you explain this from the start? The host didn't ask at the beginning. The system replied innocently. Forget it. How do I unlock the remaining powers? Li was speechless. Sunbathe. The system replied. When will that be? In the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Li is seek repeatedly. Or perhaps use powerful energy to push. The system replied. Powerful energy. Can Infinity Stones work? Analyzing. Yes. That's perfect. Then 2 Infinity Stones are about to fall into my hands. Li felt fortunate. He was glad for the reward of the cosmic cube he had received. And as for the Mind Scepter, that was Li's trophy, and he had every right to take it back. Who would dare oppose him? With a goal in mind, Li quickly sought out S.H.I.L.D. Mr. Li, you're back. That was fast, exclaimed Coulson, who had been healed by Li as he greeted him. I want to see Nick Fury. Li got straight to the point and stated his purpose. Please follow me. The director has been waiting for you for a long time, Coulson said with a smile. He then took Li to an office where Nick Fury was sitting with a serious expression. You're here. What happened to those aliens? Nick Fury asked curiously. The entire fleet of the Chitauri has been destroyed by me, and I also met their master, Loki's trading partner, the real mastermind. Lia replied, what? Nick Fury, who had just been expressionless, now looked shocked. Can you elaborate? His name is Thanos, with many aliases such as the Dark Titan, the Emperor of the Universe, and the Mass Murderer. His lifelong goal is to exterminate half of all life in the universe. Lee briefly introduced Black Egg to Thanos. Who would have thought there could be such a crazy person? He has already set his sights on Earth. Although he failed this time, he will soon return. It seems we must be well prepared. Nick Fury said solemnly. Lee, I wonder if you could. Don't ask, no. I've already brought you this information. The rest you have to solve on your own. If you want to entrust the safety of Earth to me, then you've really entrusted it to the wrong person. Before Nick Fury could finish his sentence, Lee interrupted him directly. All right, quickly give me the agreed reward, the tesseract. And Loki's scepter. That's my trophy. No one else can touch it. Chapter 122. Ancient Ones plea. Nick Fury could only helplessly take out a box, which contained the tesseract and the Mind Stone scepter. Originally, these two items were supposed to be handed over to the research department for study, but Nick Fury used his authority as director to intercept them. This naturally caused dissatisfaction among the higher-ups, especially Alexander Pierce, who gathered a group of people angrily wanting to confront Nick Fury. However, he was silenced by Nick Fury's remark. These are all Superman's things. Go ask Superman for them. He didn't dare to confront Superman, fearing that Superman might have the ability to read minds and uncover his identity as a Hydra member, and then settle the score for the last incident. Last time, a foolish idiot attacked the headquarters of the Hero Association. Knowing Superman's personality, if he found out it was them from Hydra, they would all be dead. Lee hides very well, and to this day, no one knows how many abilities Lee actually has. One of the reasons people fear Superman is because of his endless mysterious abilities. After all, Superman can even turn statues into living beings. So it wouldn't be surprising if he has even more mysterious powers. Lee teleported away with the box containing the cosmic cube and the Mind Scepter. In the midst of a desolate desert, whoosh, Lee's figure suddenly appeared. His purpose for coming here was to unlock the Silver Superman template using the powerful energy of the two Infinity Stones to enhance his own strength. He had a vague feeling that the Earth would soon face a crisis of destruction, and he needed to gain powerful strength to feel secure. System, how do I use it? Lee asked, host. All you need to do is hold the Infinity Stones with your hand. The system replied. That's simple. The energy of the Infinity Stones is incredibly powerful. An ordinary person would not be able to touch them without the aid of other equipment. If one were to forcefully touch them, that immense power would instantly tear their body apart. Even the powerful Thanos experienced great pain when holding the Power Stone barehanded. However, for Li, who possesses the power of the horse and dog talismans, this is not a concern at all. Even if the energy of the Infinity Stones could harm Li's body, it would be instantly repaired by the talisman power. Li first crushed the Cosmic Cube and took out the blue space gem inside. Then he removed the yellow Mind Gem from the top of the scepter. With one Infinity Gem in each hand, as soon as they made contact, the energy of the Infinity Gems began to affect Li's body. It felt quite pleasant. Like soaking in a hot spring, Li smiled and said, ding, the Silver Superman template is unlocking. 0, 0, 2, 0, 0, 3, 0, 0, 4. Looking at the rapidly flashing numbers on the screen, Li nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, he would soon become the powerful Silver Superman. Even eternal beings and gods of death could be faced if necessary. If pushed to the limit, he could lie in the sun for tens of thousands of years and see if he could become the Golden Superman. He didn't believe that even a 5-dimensional Golden Superman couldn't fight against these gods. The numbers on the screen quickly jumped to 10 and then stopped moving. System, what's going on? Liaskit. The energy of these two Infinity Stones can no longer be unlocked, and we need to find a new energy source. So we need other Infinity Stone energies, right? Yes. Additionally, any powerful energy source can continue to unlock. One can unlock 5, 6 can unlock 30, which is not bad. And for the remaining 70, we'll have to think of other methods. Lee casually said, these two Infinity Stones seem to be of no use to me. What should I do? Forget it. Since they are in my hands, there's no way I'm giving them back. He then tossed them into the system space. The system space was about to become Li Ye's storage cabinet, filled with Infinity Stones that he didn't need for the time being. Precious manuals that were too valuable to throw away and unwanted T-virus files that he had discarded. Li began to feel the power within him, clearly sensing that he had become countless times stronger. Abilities such as superhuman heat vision, biological stance, super brain, and super hearing all manifested in Li. Now I can truly be called a Superman. Feeling the immense power within his body, Li chuckled with satisfaction. He felt that with just a light punch, he could destroy the entire Earth. Although he could do this before, it was under near full power. He estimated that in terms of cosmic energy alone, He had surpassed the level of a celestial being and reached a single universe level. How strong is a Silver Superman? It's hard to say, because the upper limit of Silver Superman is too high. He is almost omnipotent. A breath could extinguish the sun. A sneeze could destroy the entire solar system. He could even ignore time paradoxes. If someone traveled back in time to kill the Superman of the past, it would not affect the current Silver Superman. Even the kryptonite that restrained Superman was as easy for him as eating. Pulling galaxies, flying faster than light, altering timelines, surviving the Big Bang, and various extreme operations were all basic skills for him. Li Yi, when fully unleashing the power of the Silver Superman, is undoubtedly a universe-level being, a top-tier existence across all realms. Just as Li Yi was sensing the immense power within him, a crackling sound emerged, and suddenly a light ring appeared in the air. Then, a bald woman stepped out of the light ring. It was none other than the Ancient One from Kamarage. Is that not the Ancient One? It has indeed been a long time. Li Yi greeted with a smile. Li Yi, I need your help. Gu, he said directly without any pleasantries. What? Li Yi was a bit shocked. The esteemed Supreme Mage actually had things he couldn't handle and needed his help. What kind of help? Li Yvonne did it. The Hell Dimension and the Real Dimension suddenly connected for some unknown reason. Chapter 123. Hell Dimension. Hell Dimension? This universe has more than just the Real Dimension. There are other dimensions beyond the Real Dimension, and the Hell Dimension is one of them. The Hell Dimension is an adjacent dimension to the Real Dimension, inhabited by terrifying demons and monsters who are constantly seeking to invade the Real Dimension. However, there are dimensional barriers between the dimensions that block them. We explain it. So what is it now? Lia asket in confusion. During yesterday's battle in New York, those extraterrestrial beings used a space gem to open a huge spatial gate. Although you closed it in time, the opening of the gate still had some unknown effects. And the connection between the reality dimension and the hell dimension is one of them. Many demons have already slipped into the reality dimension through the connected rift. But I have discovered and eliminated them in time. Master Gu Yi, how can I help you? Li frowned and asked. The demon invasion is no small matter. A careless mistake could lead to disaster. The resulting calamity might even be more severe than an alien invasion. Although the crack between the two dimensions is still small, if it's not repaired in time, it will gradually expand, and eventually, the two dimensions will completely overlap. I can repair it. But those hell demons are continuously attacking the crack from the hell dimension, and my repair speed cannot keep up with their destruction speed. So I need you to go to the hell dimension to hold them off, giving me time to fix the crack. Gu, he said heavily. He also understood that his request was somewhat unreasonable. After all, the hell dimension is the demon's home, and once you go there, you might not even have a chance to come back. But among the people Gui knows, only Li Yi has this strength. Of course, there is also the god King Odin, but now that Odin is nearing the end of his life, how could he risk himself for you Midgardians? However, Li Yi was a bit eager to try. He had just unlocked 10% of the Silver Superman template and was wanting to test out his current strength, and unexpectedly, the opportunity came knocking. He had originally thought about going to the universe to find an uninhabited planet to wreak havoc, since it was unlikely to blow up the Earth. But now, wreaking havoc in hell was clearly more exciting. What do you think? I know this task is dangerous. You can refuse, and I want to force you. Gu Yi asked again. Of course I accept. Li Yi smiled and said, I want to thank you on behalf of all living beings in the real dimension. Gu Yi replied sincerely. Li Yi did not refuse. He deserved it. No matter how he thinks, it ultimately depends on what he does. As the saying goes, a gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. All right, follow me. Then, Gu Yi gestured with both hands to create a circle in front of him, and a fiery portal opened up. Gu Yi entered the portal first, with Li Yi following closely behind. As soon as they exited the portal, Li Yi found himself in a strange space, surrounded by fiery red hues, as if he had entered a world made of magma. This is the boundary between the real dimension and the hell dimension. We ape-lane it. The two continued forward, and soon, a massive crack appeared in the space ahead, as if it had been intentionally torn open. Beyond the crack was a blood-red world, filled with desolate scenes, saturated with various negative emotions, such as brutality, despair, and loneliness. That must be hell. Leah's expression was serious. That's right. We know it. Roar, slaughter, death. Come on, throw yourself into my arms. At that moment, a terrifying roar and chilling screams suddenly came from the crack. Then, a gigantic arm stretched out from the crack, covered in countless eyes. It would be unforgettable for anyone with a fear of clusters. Demons. This reality dimension is not your playground. Two magic circles instantly appeared in Gu Yi's hand, and then a magical sword materialized, slashing towards the giant arm. Crack! Ah! The arm instantly fell off, and a painful howl came from the other side of the crack. It's you again. Just wait. When the two dimensions overlap, I'll be the first to devour you. I'll swallow you alive. I'll extract your soul and torture it mercilessly. I'll kill all the mages of Kamarage. The demons collectively cursed. Shut up. He shouted loudly and instantly shot a beam of golden light towards the crack. Bang! Ah! A wail came from the other side of the crack. And then there was complete silence. The mage, is this what you usually do? It's really not an easy job. These are all low-level demons. The more powerful the demon, the greater the restrictions imposed by the dimensional barrier. So their true forms cannot descend into the real dimension and must use avatars or projections instead. On the contrary, these low-level demons can cross the barrier, and they need to be regularly cleared out. Otherwise, letting them escape into the outside world would cause great panic. Explain it. I see. Nodded in understanding. Have you really thought it through? He asked again. Yes, I've thought it through. Once you get over there, try to keep a low profile and don't stray too far from the rift. With your strength, dealing with most demons shouldn't be a problem. But the biggest fear is encountering those Hell Lords. Each of them is powerful enough to destroy the world. If you accidentally run into one, make sure to return through the rift at the first opportunity. Hell Lords? Sounds interesting. All right, I understand. Lee laughed as he finished his conversation with Master and resolutely walked towards the rift. On the other side was the Hell Dimension. The reality dimension? Hey. This is a great opportunity. As long as I devour the reality dimension, I can become the strongest one. By then, even Lucifer won't be able to stop me from ruling the entire Hell Dimension. A white-haired old man wearing a hat sat on a huge throne, laughing heartily. This old man looked frail, but his power made even the planet Devourer, one of the 5 great creator gods, marvel. He was none other than the infamous demon king Mephisto of the Hell Dimension, one of the 7 great lords of Hell. Hell is not a unified whole. Its various regions are divided among the 7 most powerful lords of Hell, and Mephisto is one of them. The 7 lords of Hell have been engaged in a battle for the supreme throne for millions of years. Among them, the most likely candidate for the supreme throne are Mephisto and Lucifer. For the 2 of them, competing for the reality dimension has become an important step towards the throne. Chapter 124. Mephisto resolutely walked into the spatial rift and arrived in the terrifying Hell Dimension. The moment he stepped out of the rift, he found himself in a blood-red world where desolation stretched as far as the eye could see, with no signs of life. The entire space was filled with an aura of terror, despair, and loneliness. Is this really the Hell Dimension? The environment is truly dreadful. No wonder that group of demons is always thinking about invading the real dimension. Seeing this scene, Lee couldn't help but sigh. In front of the rift lay a pile of incomplete monster corpses, which must be the demons that he had just slain. Are there really no other demons? I'm not here for a stroll. Lee stood in place for a while, but still did not see any other demons. He couldn't help but frown and said, "Forget it. Since they won't come out, I'll call them over." Lee flew into the air, his eyes shining with a red light. With a swoosh, heat rays exceeding 10,000 degrees were released from Lie's eyes. Lee spun around and made a 360-degree cut. Bang! Rumble! The distant mountains and giant stones were all sliced into 2 pieces. Who is it? So lacking in public morality. Can't you see I'm sleeping? Bastard, come out. How dare you wake me up? I want to eat you. Can't you see I'm eating? Thousands of oddly shaped demons appeared in front of Li, grumbling and complaining. The moment they saw Li, they all froze. Hi, how are you? Li greeted fearingly. I can't be mistaken, right? Hey, living human? No, you are not mistaken. That is indeed a living human. Haha, it's been so long since I've eaten a human. I've almost forgotten what they taste like. Step aside, he's mine. You step aside, I saw him first. Human, come here. Let me have a taste. Get lost, I was here first. Seeing a living human, this group of demons actually started arguing over it. After all, the reality dimension and the Hell Dimension have been separated for too long. The last time they ate meat was thousands of years ago in ancient times. So seeing a living human naturally excited them. Stop arguing. How to divide it can wait. First kill him, so he won't run away later. At this moment, one of the demons shouted. Yes. The demons suddenly realized and rushed towards Li in a swarm. They roared, letting out beast-like growls. A bunch of trash wants to eat me? Li scoffed disdainfully, his fiery gaze instantly released. Whoosh! It directly hit the rushing demons. The demons turned to ashes amidst a chorus of wails. He is not an ordinary human. The remaining demons who did not charge forward shouted in terror. As expected, a group of lowly demons that don't even have brains. How could an ordinary human possibly come here alone? Human. What do you want in hell? A demon with the head of a goat and the body of a man, with a pair of bat wings on its back, asked tremblingly. Slaughter. Li simply replied with 2 words, then charged into the demon crowd and began a massacre. Help! Oh God, save me. In Mephisto's palace. Was this powerful aura? Sitting on the throne, Mephisto suddenly felt a strong presence in his territory, one that was as intense as other Hell Lords, but very peculiar, as if it did not belong to the Hell Dimension. At the location of the rift, no, I must go see. This rift is crucial for my ability to invade the reality dimension, so Mephisto was naturally very concerned. He then instantly disappeared from the throne and teleported to the location of the spatial rift. The strength of a Hell Lord is greatly enhanced within their domain, and even confronting a creator deity is not a problem. Mephisto had done this before, fighting against a planet devourer in the Hell Dimension, and using teleportation. A skill that requires no technical skill is also possible. Of course, outside the Hell Dimension, a Hell Lord's power would be greatly diminished, so they would not easily leave Hell. Whoosh! Mephisto's figure instantly appeared on a high mountain. Who did this? Mephisto murmured. Below, countless demon corpses lay scattered. Severed hands, missing legs, exploded heads. None were intact. A human? He then noticed a human sitting on a pile of demon corpses. Did you kill my subordinates? Mephisto asked with a friendly smile, like a neighborly old man. Yes. Li nodded calmly, having guessed the identity of the person before him. Mephisto, one of the 7 Lord of Hells. How dare he intrude into my domain and kill my subordinates? Truly a formidable young man. Compared to you, I am already old. Mephisto sighed. Upon hearing this, Li scoffed. Who would believe the words of this old man? That would be a true fool. He claims to be old, but who knows how many more years he has left. His own son has even fallen out with him over this. That unfortunate fellow named Wuxinmo has been waiting for Mephisto to die, so he can take his place, but after countless years of waiting, he has become a fool while this old guy is still around. What is the tragedy of a prince? It is that their father, the king, is immortal. They can clearly see the position, but can only look at it, unable to touch it. There is a saying in the human world, is there really a prince for 60 years? If Wuxinmo had heard this, he would definitely reply, I've been waiting for millions of years. So what can he do next? Of course, he rebels. Thus, Wuxinmo rebelliously took action. But time and again he failed against this old fox Mephisto, eventually getting so angry that he ran off to the human world. I was quite bored, so I came here to play. I didn't know this was your territory. I apologize for the deaths of your subordinates, but they were the ones who attacked me first. I was just forced to retaliate. Li waved his hand and feigned innocence, saying, It's nothing, just some bugs. Mephisto casually pointed his finger, and countless flames erupted from the ground, engulfing all the demon corpses. Young man, you are strong, stronger than any human I've ever seen. Thank you for the compliment. I see we have a good rapport. Would you like to join Hell and become my subordinate? Power, women, money, strength, I have it all here. Chapter 125, Direct Confrontation. Oh, are you trying to recruit me? Li laughed, but in his heart, he was extremely disdainful. He would rather deal with a dog than with Mephisto. Who in the entire universe does not know that the demon king Mephisto loves to deceive, and that trust does not exist with him? Yeah, so what? Are you interested? Mephisto laughed. He was attracted to Li Ye's immense power. As long as he could recruit Li Yi, his ambition to unify Hell would gain a powerful ally. Even if you want to recruit me, you should at least show some sincerity, right? No sincerity. Aren't my conditions generous enough? This is what you call sincerity? Power. As long as I want it, I can dominate the earth in an instant. Who can stop me? Women, money, it's the same. I can have as much as I want. The only thing that interests me is power, but the power I need, you cannot provide. This Mephisto may be strong, but he's nothing compared to the one in the comics. That one is quite powerful, even among the omnipotent cosmic beings. Ha ha ha. You really are a clear-headed person, knowing that the only reliable thing in this world is the power in your own hands, while everything else is just fleeting smoke. However, you were wrong about one thing. The power you need, I can give you. Mephisto laughed heartily. Oh, then I want to see what kind of power you can give me. How about the undying, unkillable body of the Ghost Rider? Mephisto extended his hand, and a burst of light appeared, followed by an ancient scroll materializing in his grasp. Mephisto, are you joking? Who doesn't know that the Ghost Rider is actually your servant? Mephisto's Ghost Rider is a fallen human who made a pact with Mephisto, selling his soul to him, and thus became a skeletal reaper wrapped in hellfire. All those with heavy sins will die under his judgment eye. Anyone who meets the gaze of the judgment, I will have their soul directly struck by hellfire, burning away all the sins they committed in life until their soul falls into hell. Though this ability is strong, it has weaknesses. It is ineffective against those who are much more powerful than him, and it doesn't work on those who feel no guilt. The Punisher once stared into the judgment eye, firmly believing that everything he did was right, causing the judgment eye to lose its effect. The Ghost Rider is indeed powerful, but selling his soul to Mephisto means that his body and mind are completely under Mephisto's control, and he doesn't even possess the right to die. Haha, just kidding. Just kidding. How about magic? I can teach you the most advanced magic in the world. I'm a warrior. I have no interest in fragile mages. What about an indestructible demonic body? Do you think there is any demon's body stronger than mine? Powerful weapons? My fists are the most powerful weapons. Mephisto went on to say a lot, all of which were rejected by Li Yi. You really are a picky person. Mephisto frowned. It's not that I'm too picky. It's just that you're too weak, old man, and you can't provide me with what I want. Li Yi scoffed. You say I'm weak? Mephisto's expression instantly turned cold. In this universe, there were very few who could defeat him. He had lived for billions of years, and it was the first time someone dared to say he was weak. Yes, you are very weak. Li Yi replied. Hee hee, young man, don't be too impulsive. Isn't being impulsive what being young is all about? All right, let's stop pretending and just get down to it. I've had enough fun. Li Yi rubbed his fists and said, Are you going to fight me? Of course. Li Yi finished speaking, and his figure instantly disappeared, then reappeared in front of Mephisto. His fist tightly clenched as he struck out. Bang! Mephisto didn't expect Li Yi to attack immediately, and before he could react, he was sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily into a distant mountain peak. Rumbling, the hundreds of meters high mountain peak instantly collapsed, burying Mephisto under countless fragments of rock. Is this the Hell Demon King? Dia Distain Foresight. He hadn't even used 1/10,000th of his power. Bastard! A huge roar came from the collapsing mountain. Boom! Then, tens of thousands of tons of giant rocks were all lifted into the sky. Damn humans, not only rejecting my goodwill, but also daring to strike. Today is your day to die. Is that so? But many people have said the same thing to me. Yet I'm still living well. Li Yi smiled and replied. This matter will soon become a reality. Now let me show you my true power, the true anger of the Demon King Mephisto. As Mephisto's roar echoed, the originally ordinary white-haired old man underwent a tremendous transformation. Sharp black horns sprouted from the top of his head, and huge horns appeared on both sides of his head. His face became ferocious and terrifying, as if he were clad in armor. His hands elongated and thinned, with 4 sharp claws growing from each hand. Bat-like wings emerged from his ribs, but only his skeletal structure remained, covered in horrifyingly sharp barbs. His legs vanished, replaced by a long tail. He was a terrifying, world-destroying demon. This was Mephisto's demonic form. After the transformation was complete, his body began to grow rapidly, and in an instant he towered over everything, occupying the entire space, with even a 1,000-meter-high peak appearing as a small hill before him. Wow, he really is a terrifying monster. He must be at least 100,000 meters tall. Li Yi exclaimed. The celestial beings appearing in the movie Eternals are only about 300,000 meters tall, while Mephisto's body has already reached 1/3 of that. Li Yi knew that Mephisto could continue to grow larger. For such a powerful lord of hell, the size of his body was merely a thought away. Little bug, I will extract your soul and torment it for eternity. A thunderous voice emanated from Mephisto's enormous form. If you can do it, then come on. Li Yi laughed and said, Go to hell. Mephisto swung his enormous demon claw towards Li Yi. His massive body moved slightly, creating an overwhelming pressure of wind. Li Yi felt that the surrounding space had become unusually solid, and he could no longer use spatial abilities like teleportation to escape. It turned out that Mephisto had sealed off the entire space of the domain. Within his domain, he could do anything. Anyway, I wasn't planning to run away. Li Yi clenched his fists, gathering the power within him, and suddenly struck out against the enormous claw that blocked the sky. Bang! The two collided, instantly generating a massive energy explosion akin to hundreds of great Ivans detonating simultaneously, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire Mephisto domain, visible even within the territories of other Hell Lords. Chapter 126. Fierce battle. The tremendous noise spread throughout the Mephisto domain. and the terrifying energy storm unleashed by the collision ravaged everything around, flattening mountains and boulders into the ground. What is happening? Such a massive figure. That is His Majesty Mephisto. Who is His Majesty Mephisto fighting against? Could it be another Hell Lord? Fool, how could that be possible? Which Hell Lord would be foolish enough to engage in battle within His Majesty Mephisto's domain? Then tell me, besides the other Hell Lords, who else could fight against His Majesty Mephisto? How would I know? I think we should keep our distance. We won't even know how we died if we get caught in the aftermath. Influenced by the battle shockwaves, the demons in the Mephisto domain trembled in fear. In another area of hell, the domain belonging to the legendary fallen angel Lucifer. Boom! The powerful energy waves quickly reached this place. Such strong energy impact. Who is that old Mephisto fighting against? On a high throne sat a handsome man in a suit, savoring a glass of red wine. This suited man was the earthly incarnation of the fallen angel Lucifer. Unlike the old man Mephisto who liked to take on an elderly form, Lucifer preferred to become a handsome human male. Legend has it that God created the world, and all things bowed to Him. The angels clustered around God in heaven, executing His will, assisting Him in managing the world, and praising His virtues. Lucifer was once the six-winged seraphim before God, the most beautiful and noble among the angels, assisting God, praising Him, and accompanying Him day after day, year after year, without doubt, dissent, or war. One day, God looked at the orderly world and decided to create a new, unique being. Thus, in His likeness, He created the progenitor of humanity, Adam, placing him in the Garden of Eden to live freely. God also took Adam to the temple, anointed him as the Messiah, and summoned all the angels, instructing them to kneel and pay their respects to Him. The angels, including Michael, obeyed God's command out of reverence, but Lucifer hesitated. Angels had lost their freedom and could not afford to lose their dignity and pride. Faced with Michael's kind advice, Lucifer politely declined. I have served God for countless millennia. In terms of merit, I am above Adam. As a six-winged seraphim, my rank is second only to God. In terms of status, I am above Adam. I am fire within fire. In terms of origin, I am above Adam. I wield unparalleled power. In terms of strength, I am above Adam. Why should I bow to him? Before Adam, Lucifer resolutely refused to lower his head or kneel, and the angels behind him also declined to kneel before Adam. Faced with the disobedient son, God issued another command, hoping Lucifer would comply. Before God's majesty, Lucifer still defied the order. He could not abandon his inner pride, could not relinquish the dignity of an angel, and could not stop himself from envying Adam, the child favored by God for no reason. More importantly, he longed for the right to act on his own, to touch freedom, and he did not wish to see his siblings kneel before a human. Once he disobeyed, there was no turning back. His devotion to God over countless years was in vain, and Lucifer's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Ultimately, he abandoned his faith in God, leading the angels under his command to the ninth heaven. He looked up at God, driving away his inner anxiety and fear, straightened his back, spread his enormous wings behind him, and declared war on God. God commanded the archangel Michael to lead the angelic host into battle. Gabriel sounded the horn, and the once brotherly bond turned into a clash of swords, leading to mutual slaughter. In the end, the angels could not contend with God, and Lucifer was defeated. God created hell, casting him and his followers down from heaven into the abyss. Before leaving, he uttered the words that shook heaven and earth. I would rather reign in hell than serve in heaven. From the ninth heaven to the lowest depths of hell, Lucifer fell for 9 dawns, becoming the demon king Satan, while his followers became demons. Interesting, it seems I need to go take a look. Lucifer smiled wickedly, and then his figure instantly vanished from the throne. Bang! 2 powerful attacks suddenly collided, neither yielding. Crack! At that moment, the space at the center of their collision suddenly shattered, producing several space fissures the size of 100 meters, but they quickly disappeared. If such powerful forces collided in the real dimension, it would undoubtedly tear a massive hole in space, swallowing everything nearby. However, the hell dimension is different from the real dimension. Here, the spatial barriers are much sturdier, as powerful demons inhabit this realm, and hell lords frequently engage in battles. If the barriers weren't strong enough, the entire hell dimension would have been destroyed long ago. Humans, surprisingly able to withstand my strike, you are indeed strong. But this is where it ends. Mephisto said coldly. Old man, is that all? You are far from enough. Roar. Mephisto allowed a furious roar and swung his tail. The ground within a radius of several thousand kilometers was covered with purple circles of 100 meters in size. Clearly, Mephisto was preparing an extremely powerful ultimate move. Be completely engulfed by the flames of hell. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless purple flames erupted from the circles, resembling numerous volcanoes erupting, shooting up to several thousand meters in the air. If this move were used on Earth, it could instantly destroy the entire United States. Boom! After the ultimate move, the entire land was scarred and devastated. Lie's figure disappeared without a trace. Where did that human go? Could he be dead? Mephisto pondered. Hey, I'm right here. A voice came from behind Mephisto, and he quickly turned around, the movement of his massive body causing significant destruction around him once again. Lee seized the opportunity, tightly clenched his right fist, and began to gather power. Star-crushing destruction fist. A tremendous amount of energy was instantly released from Lie's fist. The immense energy capable of obliterating a planet crashed violently into Mephisto's massive demonic body. Mephisto let out a painful howl and was instantly sent flying, causing the entire space to shake and tremble. Although he appeared to be in great pain, his demonic body remained intact. You fool, what use is being this big other than becoming a target? Lee sneered as he looked at the enormous body lying on the ground. Chapter 127, Fierce Battle 2. Damnomans. Mephisto groaned in pain as he struggled to get up, roaring in anger. If Lie's powerful punch were to strike the Earth, it could instantly destroy the entire planet, in a truly destructive manner, not just indirectly like exploding the core. Such a formidable attack could not cause any damage to Mephisto's demonic body, which shows just how terrifying his power is. Is this all that a dignified Hell Demon King is capable of? Mephisto fell silent after hearing this, standing quietly there. Whoosh! Then, the gigantic body that was 100,000 meters tall began to shrink rapidly. In an instant, it transformed into a height of 7 or 8 meters. Although it was still a giant, the difference compared to the previously enormous body was like that between a whale and an ant. Human, you were right. Just now I was careless. From now on, I will truly regard you as a powerhouse of the same level, Mephisto said with utmost seriousness. Just as I wish. Lee smiled and replied, get ready. Mephisto raised his two sharp claws. The originally dim sky emitted a dazzling light like the sun, illuminating this place as if it were daytime on Earth. It must be known that this is the Hell Dimension, where millennia of darkness is the norm. Could it be that move? Wait, Your Majesty Mephisto. We are still here. Your Majesty Mephisto, I don't want to die yet. Please spare me. The nearby demons all knelt down and begged for mercy. It seems like quite a powerful move. But is it really okay? Your demons are still here. Lee laughed and said, hee, it's just some garbage. We can create as much as we want. Mephisto replied expressionlessly, as expected of the King of Hell, still so cold and ruthless. Lee mocked. Mephisto doesn't care about our lives at all. Everyone run. Mephisto, I curse you to die a terrible death. Mephisto, you old bastard, your heart is truly cruel. We have worked hard for you for countless years, and you treat us like this. If I had known, I would have left with the Witch Heart Demon Lord back then. You old man deserve to be abandoned by everyone. To hell with you, Mephisto. Everyone, follow me to escape from here and go seek refuge with His Majesty Lucifer. The group of demons, seeing that Mephisto completely disregarded their lives, cursed wildly as they fled. Mephisto, however, paid no attention, because this group of demons was about to die soon. Crack! The sky opened up with a huge hole, and a massive fireball slowly emerged from the opening, bringing with it a terrifying heat like a small sun. Lee used his super eyesight to estimate that it was about the same size as the moon in the real dimension, just a little smaller. Do the attacks of these Hell Lords have to be so terrifying? Lee sighed helplessly. Fortunately, this battle took place in the Hell Dimension. If it had happened on Earth, Earth would have been destroyed countless times already. Go to hell, humans! Mephisto shouted, and then threw a huge fireball at Lee. Lee remained calm and flew towards a massive fireball, stopping several dozen kilometers away. He then took a deep breath, and a large amount of energy began to gather within him. He exhaled towards the fireball. Wherever his breath passed, thousands of miles were frozen, and countless snowflakes danced through the air, instantly turning the entire space into an icy world. Even a massive fireball, the size of the moon, was quickly encased in ice, transforming into an ice sphere. The fleeing demons were also frozen, completely losing their life force. Lee then clenched his fist and punched the giant ice ball. Bang! The ice ball exploded in an instant, with debris scattering like flowers in the sky, creating an incredibly vibrant scene. Humans, I want to see how many more hits you can withstand. Seeing this, Mephisto charged towards Li Yi, instantly appearing before him, raising his sharp claws that shimmered with a mysterious purple light, and attacked Li Yi. Li Yi did not show any weakness and swung his fist to meet the opponent. Bang! The fists collided, instantly creating a massive energy storm that wildly ravaged everything. Li Yi felt that Mephisto's power had solidified a bit more than before. Indeed, there is no necessary correlation between size and strength, and only a suitable body type can exert optimal power. The two were locked in a stalemate with their attacks. Suddenly, Mephisto swung his massive tail towards Li Yi. Whoosh! Bang! The tail struck Li Yi's waist, sending him flying. Mephisto followed closely, matching his incredible speed as if he were piercing through space. His claws were once again covered in a strange purple light, which, under the light's impetus, gradually transformed into substantial flames, swinging down towards Li Yi. Li Yi quickly adjusted his biological stance, dissipated the kinetic energy from his body, and then turned around to deliver another punch. The two attacks collided, unleashing immense energy that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, with the dust rising to blot out the sun. The resulting shockwave affected the surrounding area within 300 miles, leaving the ground looking as if it had been plowed, covered in cracks. Mephisto resorted to the same trick again, swinging its massive tail towards Li Yi once more. Li Yi, however, was already prepared. With a gentle turn, he dodged the attack of the tail and seized the opportunity to kick Mephisto in the abdomen. Bang! Mephisto was instantly sent flying, crashing through everything in his path and leaving a 10,000-meter-long scar on the ground. Roar! Mephisto quickly got back up, letting out a terrifying roar, clearly enraged to the extreme. Whoosh! He then transformed into a beam of light and charged towards Li Yi again. Li Yi was also unafraid and transformed into a beam of light, rushing forward. Boom! Thunder rumbled. Instantly, the heavens and earth shook, and the surrounding space felt as if it were experiencing a magnitude 12 earthquake. A terrifying energy storm raged across the ground, leaving behind hideous and terrifying scars. As the dust settled, the two figures that once stood there had vanished, leaving only a massive pit with a diameter of several dozen miles. Bang! 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 The sound of fierce collisions echoed through the space as the two engaged in a heated battle at nearly the speed of light, with each collision inflicting tremendous damage on the surroundings. Li Yi unleashed his powers without holding back, unlike on Earth where he had to be cautious, fearing he might cause harm to it. As for here, Li Yi wouldn't feel sorry even if he turned the Hell Dimension into a sieve. Chapter 128, Lucifer's Arrival. A man and a demon battled fiercely for nearly 2 hours, with no clear victor. The entire land was riddled with wounds, a scene of devastation. There was no living creature within a 10,000-mile radius of their fight. Bang! The two figures collided again, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack, with all things falling silent. The dust generated swept through the surroundings, blocking out the sun. At that moment, Mephisto made a mistake, revealing a gap, and Li Yi seized the opportunity to throw a punch. Bang! Mephisto was instantly blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn human, you must die today. Mephisto roared in a near-manic rage. He, the great king of hell and one of the 7 lords of hell, was repeatedly slapped in the face by a lowly human he used to toy with at will. How would he accept this? In his eyes, humans were merely a ridiculous, pitiful, and sad species. They should be deceived by him, their souls toyed with at his leisure. He loved to absorb the despair generated after humans crumbled. Whoosh! Mephisto flew into the air, opening his massive bloody maw, emanating a dark red glow. Zizz! Rumble! Small bolts of lightning crackled around Mephisto, and the space was continuously vibrating, a sign of excessive power accumulation. Has this old man gone mad? Is he planning to destroy his own domain along with that human? It seems this old fellow has lost his sanity from the stimulation. Lucifer, who had already arrived in the shadows, watched Mephisto's actions with confusion. Although he saw through Mephisto's move, Lucifer had no intention of intervening. They were in a competitive relationship among the 7 lords of hell. Mephisto was the strongest and most likely to unify the Hell Dimension. If Mephisto destroyed his own domain, he would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss of strength, making it the best opportunity for Lucifer to unify the Hell Dimension and ascend to the supreme throne. Unifying the Hell Dimension would give him the capital to take revenge on God. For countless millennia, he had been thinking about revenge, counterattacking heaven, and killing that biased old man god. Although he didn't know how a human became so powerful, it really helped me out a lot. Lucifer chuckled. On the ground, Li Yi, possessing a super brain, quickly guessed Mephisto's actions but didn't pay much attention. He was now a silver Superman, the ultimate being that remained unscathed even in a cosmic explosion. Although he currently had only 10% of his power, killing him was not that simple, unless Mephisto could blow up the entire Hell Dimension. Here, a brief explanation is needed. Although the Hell Dimension is adjacent to the real dimension, it is much smaller and has a far harsher environment, which is why countless demons want to invade the real dimension to fight for living space. Mephisto roared, releasing a beam of destructive light from his mouth, which instantly grew to tens of thousands of meters in size, attacking Li Yi with a force to annihilate heaven and earth. Inferno, unmatched explosive heat wave cannon. Li Yi clasped his hands together and instantly released a massive wave of yellow energy in retaliation. The power of the talismans alone could not withstand Mephisto's destructive light beam. After all, the talisman power could only elevate Li Yi to the level of a father god. However, the absurdity of the talisman power lies in the fact that the stronger the host, the stronger the talisman power becomes. Transformed into a silver Superman, Li Yi's power was enhanced countless times, and naturally, the talisman power was also enhanced countless times. Boom! The two world-ending attacks collided violently, instantly causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter, with gods and demons vanishing. A terrifying energy storm violently tore through space, leaving behind fearsome and grotesque spatial rifts, which then rapidly spread and divided. Although the spatial barriers of the Hell Dimension are sturdier than those of the reality dimension, they can still shatter under excessive energy impact. In the reality dimension, these two terrifying energies could destroy the entire solar system in an instant. In the distance, Lucifer had to deploy a protective shield to barely shield himself from the effects. Boom! The spatial barrier could no longer withstand the energy impact and shattered completely, forming a gigantic rift thousands of miles wide. On the other side of the rift was pure darkness, empty and void, an endless abyss that was even more hellish than hell itself. Once the gigantic rift opened, it began to devour everything madly, with the two world-ending energies being the first to be consumed, without causing even a ripple. Although its devouring power was terrifying, its impact on the three universe-level powerhouses was minimal. After devouring nearly a third of Mephisto's domain, the gigantic rift finally closed contentedly. This was a significant loss for Mephisto. His power would undoubtedly be greatly diminished, shattering the balance with Lucifer and losing the opportunity to unify the Hell Dimension. Mephisto, I am still alive. Li Yi gave himself a thumbs up and said arrogantly, "Damn humans." Mephisto cursed as he charged towards Li Yi, wanting to continue the battle. Enough. At that moment, a towering beam of light appeared between the two figures. Lucifer slowly revealed himself. "Who is it?" "It's you." Mephisto and Li Yi spoke simultaneously. "Greetings, respected human warrior. It's a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Lucifer. I believe you've heard of my deeds in the mortal realm." Lucifer said humbly, "Faden Anu Lucifer. I didn't expect to meet you here." Li Yi looked slightly surprised. Lucifer did not behave like a terrifying hellish demon king. Instead, he resembled a polite gentleman. "Lucifer, what brings you to my territory?" Mephisto said coldly. "Hee, old man, you've made such a commotion that the entire hell knows about it. What do you think I'm here for?" Lucifer replied, "Are you trying to interfere with this battle?" Mephisto instantly became alert. "Old man, this battle has already caused too much destruction to the Hell Dimension. It must be stopped. Impossible. That damn human must die here today." Mephisto refused. He had paid such a great price. If that human were allowed to leave hell safely, what would that make him? A clown? Hey. You make it sound like you can do something to me." Li scoffed from the side. "I absolutely cannot let him leave." Mephisto said emphatically, "That is not up to you." Lucifer sneered. With a hum, he stretched out his hands, and powerful magic instantly manifested around him. "Are you threatening me? What do you think?" Chapter 129, Returning to the Reality Dimension. "Lucifer, don't you think you're meddling a bit too much?" Mephisto said coldly. "Mephisto, we've known each other for so many years. Don't you understand me yet? What I enjoy the most is meddling," Lucifer said with a playful expression. Upon hearing this, Mephisto immediately began to channel his magic, preparing to fight Lucifer. However, after hesitating for a moment, he chose to give up. His own power was already on par with Lucifer's, but now he was severely weakened. Engaging in battle would only bring him humiliation. Moreover, there was a human nearby whose strength was not inferior to theirs. If a fight broke out, both would surely gang up on him, and he wouldn't believe these two would play fair. As an ancient being who didn't know how many years he had lived, Mephisto would naturally not do something so foolish. All right, this matter isn't over today. Now, get out of my domain immediately, Mephisto said, half yielding. Not so fast. I still need to use the spatial fissures in your domain to return to the reality dimension. He wanted to provoke Mephisto into making a move, giving him a reason to destroy his domain even more thoroughly. Why let him make the first move? Of course, it was because of Lucifer standing nearby. Although Lucifer appeared to be on his side for now, once he made the first move, Lucifer, as a part of hell, even if it was just pretending, would have to go to war with him. Lee did not think he could defeat the two major lords of hell, and he was also unsure if continuing the battle would attract other lords of hell. Human, don't get too cocky. I will settle this score with you slowly, Mephisto said through gritted teeth, clearly enraged. However, to Li Ye's disappointment, he chose not to continue fighting. After finishing his words, Mephisto transformed into a beam of light and disappeared, not wanting to argue further with the two, and tacitly allowing Li Yi to remain in his domain. Thank you for your help, Lord Lucifer, Li Yi said politely. No need to be polite. I'm just maintaining the stability of hell. Lucifer waved his hand grandly and replied, I wouldn't believe you. Li Yi secretly complained his heart. Why did he only show up now, instead of stopping the fight when it first started? It was clearly a plan to consume Mephisto's power and take the opportunity to unify the hell dimension. Lucifer's intentions were as obvious as Sima Zhao's heart. However, Li didn't expose it. The emergence of such a powerful being among humans is truly surprising. Just luck. Just luck. Watching your battle with Mephisto makes me a bit eager. Let's have a match when we have time. These are just small tricks of mine. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. The two continued to exchange pleasantries. I think we have a good rapport. My palace is quite large. Would you like to visit my palace? Lucifer suddenly invited. Let's skip it this time. I'm about to head back. Li Yi refused without hesitation. Are you kidding? This guy looks decent on the surface, but his true identity is the Lord of Hell. Who knows if he has set up some traps waiting for me to jump in. What a pity. Next time, you must come to my place as a guest. Lucifer pretended to sigh and said, of course, next time for sure. Next time for sure. Li Yi replied. The two smiled and bid farewell to each other. Hypocritical guy. They both secretly cursed in their hearts at the same time. Then Lucifer also transformed into a beam of light and disappeared. Li Yi returned to the spatial rift. Due to his battle with Mephisto, which resulted in the deaths of tens of millions of demons, the spatial rift had not been further affected. After waiting for another 10 minutes, a golden light burst forth from the rift, transforming into brilliant fireworks. This was a magical message from the Ancient One, indicating that the rift was about to be repaired. It seemed we could go back now. Li Yi laughed and looked at the devastated Mephisto domain, and suddenly a thought crossed his mind. It would be a shame to leave without leaving something for the host as a memento. That would be inconsiderate. Then Li Yi extended his hand and condensed an energy ball about 1 meter in diameter. Although this energy ball was small in size, its power was not to be underestimated. It was a demonstration of energy compressed to the extreme. Li Yi then flew into the air and began to scan with his supervision. Soon he spotted the majestic city of demons in the distance, Mephisto's lair. After locking onto the target, he hurled the energy ball with great force, and it swiftly passed through the spatial rift. Boom! A massive explosion erupted behind him, akin to detonating hundreds of multi-megaton nuclear bombs simultaneously. Li Yi passed through the spatial rift and returned to the real dimension. I'm glad you're back safely, Gu Yi said with a smile upon seeing Li Yi unharmed. Thank you. Li Yi nodded in response. I sensed a huge energy fluctuation from the hell dimension. Is it caused by your battle with those hell demons? Ancient One asked in confusion. I did indeed kill quite a few demons and fought to a standstill with one of them. It's really strange. If they were just ordinary demons, even high-ranking ones wouldn't stand a chance against you. Could it be that you encountered Hell Lord? His name is Mephisto. The fact that you were able to fight him to a draw shows how much stronger you've become. You may have already surpassed Odin and me. Ancient One sighed. She had of course faced these Hell Lords as well, but relying solely on her own magic was not enough to defeat them. In the end, she had to use her strongest time magic in conjunction with the Time Stone to banish them all. It's such a pity that you're not the Sorcerer Supreme. Li Yi, have you considered taking my place and becoming the Sorcerer Supreme? Ancient One suggested again. Forget it. I don't want to bear any responsibilities. Li Yi rejected without a second thought, even though he really wanted the Time Stone in Gu Yi's hands to unlock the powers of the Silver Surfer. Whether to protect the Earth completely depended on personal mood. If he wanted to protect it, he would, and if he wanted to leave, he would. Li had no intention of bearing any responsibility. As for the Time Stone, he could find a way to steal it after Strange took office. Boom! A massive explosion instantly leveled Mephisto's demon city, leaving a giant crater several hundred kilometers in diameter, with all the demons inside reduced to ashes. The explosion left Mephisto, who was recuperating, utterly bewildered, but this attack still couldn't harm him in any way. Although his body was unharmed, the rage inside him was impossible to suppress. Damnumans! A loud roar echoed throughout hell. Chapter 130. The Reconstruction of New York City. Damn humans. Mephisto's roar spread throughout the entire hell dimension. What happened to that old guy Mephisto? Maybe he's experiencing hormonal imbalances. Or perhaps he's going through menopause. Are you kidding? When do demons have menopause? Perhaps that old fellow Mephisto has been pretending to be human for too long and has picked up human habits. Forget it. Why care about so much? Let's focus on ourselves first. Upon hearing Mephisto's roar, the other lords of hell began to discuss among themselves. Even leaving, he still wants to pull one over on Mephisto. What a sinister human. Lucifer laughed. Of course, Mephisto, who had been tricked by Li Yi, would not let it go easily and immediately began his revenge plan. However, it was impossible for him to leave hell and personally go to the real dimension. Once he left his territory, his strength would be diminished to almost nothing, and with the weakening of the dimensional barrier, he would probably be beaten like a dog by that human in the real dimension. Seeking punishment was not the hobby of Mephisto, the Hell King, so he had to think of another way. It seems I have to use the pieces I left behind. Mephisto sneered. With a wave of his hand, an image appeared before him. In the image was a middle-aged man wearing a jacket and riding a motorcycle. This person was the Ghost Rider. After the spatial rift between the real dimension and the hell dimension was repaired, Li bid farewell to Master Gu Yi and returned to the Hero Association. Li, you didn't even notify us when you came back. It was Fury who told us. Otherwise, we would have thought you died in outer space. Tony said with his usual sharp tongue. Don't worry, even if you die, I will still be doing just fine. I still want to attend your funeral. Li also retorted, unwilling to back down. You guy, never mind. Where did you run off to after you came back? I contacted Betty, but found out you were out of signal range. Tony said with confusion. You should know that as long as you're still on Earth, Betty can receive the signal. I was entrusted with a task and went for a stroll in hell. Li casually said, what? Hell? This world has many different dimensions. The hell dimension is one of them. It is inhabited by powerful demons, ruled by the 7 Hell Lords. Li briefly explained the concept of hell to Tony. Tony took a deep breath and exclaimed in shock, what on earth is going on in this world? Not only are aliens watching Earth, but even demons from hell have appeared. How has humanity survived up to now? Don't worry, Li reassured him. There are specialized people dealing with these demons, and they generally don't come into the real dimension. Li comforted him. I understand. Tony nodded heavily. By the way, has everything been fine while I was away? Li asked, is everything going well? Tony replied, no, everything is progressing normally. Most issues have been resolved, but there is still one major challenge ahead, the reconstruction of New York City. Although we successfully defeated the Chitauri army, the entire city has turned into ruins. It looks like the end of the world, and rebuilding it will be a massive undertaking. Such a large project will require a substantial amount of funding, starting at least in the trillions. According to the rules of the human world, the victorious nation would typically exploit the defeated nation, draining it to compensate for its own losses, with land concessions, reparations, and loss of sovereignty being inevitable. However, this time it was a war with aliens. They lost and just walked away. Can humans really chase them into space to demand reparations? Therefore, this loss has to be borne by humanity itself. Although the aliens caused significant destruction, the most damage was actually caused by Superman, whose 2 punches triggered an earthquake in New York City. But who would dare to demand compensation from Superman? Moreover, after Superman's previous violent outburst, they couldn't even resort to inciting the foolish masses anymore. What does this say? Good people are bullied, and good horses are ridden. If it were DC's Superman, regardless of whether it was to save the Earth, he would have already been locked up with ridiculous handcuffs and taken to court for judgment after causing such destruction. In this situation, all the American government could do was come out and shout empty words like we will definitely rebuild our homeland and we will restore New York City to its former glory, calling on people from all walks of life, while the actual work would rely on those capitalists. The poverty of the American government is well known worldwide. As a government that often faces its shutdowns due to Congress not allocating funds, how could it come up with so much money? One reason for this is that the American government itself is a product of compromises among various powers, naturally leading to inevitable flaws. Rely on capitalists? What awareness do capitalists have? They pursue profit. It's difficult to get them to spend a dime without a benefit. Patriotism? Charity? Conscience? Wrong. For capitalists, everything is business. Anything can become business. As long as there is enough profit, they might even collude with aliens to sell the earth. Faced with this situation, one person stood up, our billionaire, philanthropist, inventor, playboy, and the head of Stark Industries. The superhero Iron Man, Tony Stark. He became the first to be willing to fund the reconstruction of New York City. With Tony leading the way, and the fact that rebuilding New York City would indeed provide substantial profits, the capitalists began to invest money. Of course, this was not just an American issue. Other countries also offered assistance, with you contributing $500 million and me $1 billion, as this was a war for the entire human race against aliens. Various social sectors also donated, and thus the funds for rebuilding New York City slowly came together. Of course, Lee didn't care about any of this. He was only responsible for destruction, not repairs, although he could simply use the power of the horse talisman spell. After Tony finished various tasks and had some leisure time, he kept having nightmares, dreaming that Earth was occupied by aliens and all the people had died in battle. They blamed him for not doing anything when he could have changed everything. Perhaps this isn't a dream, but the future. I must do something. With this thought in mind, Tony approached Dr. Banner, who was on vacation, and shared his ideas. Initially, Banner opposed the idea, but slowly became persuaded by Tony's arguments. Thus, the two began a secret plan. Chapter 131. Change S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Director. Do we really have to do this? Maria Hill asked with a grim expression. Hill, I know you all are unwilling, but this is unavoidable. I hope you can consider the bigger picture. Nick Fury replied heavily. All right, I just hope he doesn't take advantage of us. Hill said helplessly. Natasha remained silent nearby. Their distress stemmed from the absurd condition they had promised Superman during their earlier negotiations, to serve as his maid for a week. While they were troubled, they didn't realize that Li Yi had already forgotten about this matter. The entrance of the Hero Association headquarters. Li Yi just finished a date with Susan and Little Mischief, and, out of boredom, he came here to take a look. Both girls fully accepted Li Yi's open approach to having multiple partners. Little Mischief already knew Li Yi's true nature, and since she had already shared him with Daisy, it didn't matter to her to add one more. Susan initially found it hard to accept, but in the end, she was persuaded by Li Yi, unable to get out of bed for half a day, and ultimately had no choice but to accept it. Li Yi ran into Little Spider at the door. Hi, Li Yi. Little Spider greeted. Peter. Here to deliver tasks again. You are really diligent. No wonder you're such a good neighbor in New York City. Li Yi responded. It's nothing, I just want to do something for everyone with my strength. The Little Spider humbly said. After each hero completes a mission, the Hero Association conducts a settlement, and heroes can receive corresponding rewards. The Little Spider felt that joining the Hero Association was the best decision he had ever made. Before joining the Hero Association, he had spent a lot of time being a hero, which left his studies and work in a mess. He was even fired by his boss for being late multiple times, and later, he couldn't even afford rent. Fortunately, his landlord was kind enough to allow him to pay late. Otherwise, he would have ended up sleeping on the streets. After all, he couldn't keep bothering Aunt May. As for studying, although he had high talent, he had missed many classes, and the teachers of various courses were already very dissatisfied with him. He even lost a teaching assistant position that was almost guaranteed. The professor told him, Peter, I hope you first consider what you really need and want to do. I don't want a half-hearted person to be my assistant. Under heavy pressure, Peter even thought about giving up being Spider-Man. But thinking of his Uncle Ben, he gritted his teeth and persevered. However, this kind of endurance obviously had its limits, and he might give up his identity as Spider-Man one day if he couldn't bear it anymore. At that moment, Superman came to him and invited him to join the Hero Association. At first, he actually disagreed, but after Superman's persuasion, he joined, and soon he found it was a great decision. After joining the Hero Association, he could receive corresponding rewards every time he completed a mission. These rewards might be insignificant in the eyes of the wealthy, but for him, they were undoubtedly a fortune. With this money, he no longer needed to worry about making a living. He just needed to balance his study time and hero time, which greatly reduced his stress. Not only could he afford rent, but he could even take Aunt May to a fancy restaurant. Aunt May never suspected where Peter's money came from, In her heart, she believed Peter was too kind to ever be a bad person. After all, when others turned to the dark side, they sought revenge on society and aimed to destroy the world. But he turned dark and only danced awkwardly in the streets, and his work doubled. He quickly caught up on all the courses at school, and he didn't miss any more classes afterward. The professor was very pleased that Peter listened to his advice and promoted him to a lab assistant again. The little spider knew that all of this was thanks to the Hero Association and Li Yi, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Li Yi. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Yi walked upstairs. After the big battle, he was bored again. Li Yi pondered it. As for being a hero all over the world like Spider-Man, Li Yi was completely uninterested. Boss, a powerful hero has appeared at the assessment site. At that moment, Betty suddenly reminded him. Isn't this something that happens often? Do you need to remind me specifically? Li Yi did it. This is the Marvel world. While there may be a lack of other things, superheroes are as numerous as the stars in the sky. There are nearly 10,000 well-known characters that have appeared, not to mention many more that have not been depicted. Li Yi is not interested in recruiting all the heroes for the Hero Association. He only wants to recruit some relatively powerful heroes to play some games in the league. He doesn't have any particularly big goals. What he pursues is simply 4 words: to do as he pleases. If one day he loses interest and the Earth gets blown up, Li Yi wouldn't lift a finger. Boss, you know that person? Betty replied. I know. Li Yi opened the monitor in confusion. The Hero Association's assessment site. The Hero Association's assessments are not held periodically like our exams. They can be conducted at any time. As long as you register with the Hero Association, you can start the assessment immediately, and the scores can be obtained on the same day. Countless young people with heroic hearts aim to become professional heroes, which has led to long lines at the association's assessment site every day. The Hero Association has now recruited nearly 10,000 heroes. Of course, 90% of them are D-class heroes who are just a bit stronger than ordinary people, mainly dealing with petty theft and street robberies. And they're basically ineffective in the face of real crises. However, having nearly 10,000 armed forces is still quite terrifying. If the Hero Association weren't backed by Superman, it would have probably been infiltrated by various major forces long ago. An organization of this scale could not be controlled by any one person. Many people are unwilling to reveal their identities, wearing costumes and masks to disguise themselves with all sorts of strange and varied appearances. One of them, wearing a white hood and mask, dressed in a black and white bodysuit that showcased her good figure with spiderweb-like patterns, immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. It had been a long time since a girl registered to be a hero. Her figure is amazing. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Her outfit looks a lot like Spider-Man's. Is she imitating Spider-Man? She must be a fan of Spider-Man. Look at her thin frame. She clearly doesn't have much strength and still dares to sign up to be a professional hero. Does she think being a hero is just a game? Hey, are you looking down on women? So what if I am? Come at me, idiot. The crowd began to murmur, but she completely ignored the discussions around her and walked straight to the registration point. Hello, I want to register as a professional hero. Okay, can you please tell me your name or code name? The staff member smiled. They were all professionally trained and naturally did not harbor any discrimination against female heroes like others. Spider Silk. Chapter 132. Gwen joins the Hero Association. The girl registering as a professional hero is Gwen. Under Peter's guidance, Gwen has become initially proficient in her superpowers, able to swing between skyscrapers like a little spider. Her web's flying. In short, whatever little spider can do, Spider Silk can basically do as well. Confidently, Gwen came here to register for the Hero Association. Spider Silk? This girl is indeed a fan of Spider-Man. Perhaps she admires Spider-Man, so she dressed up like him, wanted to be a female version of Spider-Man. With that thin frame, I could lift her with one hand. Some people nearby teased. Okay, your information has been logged. Please wait for the assessment. The staff member smiled. All right, thank you. Gwen took her registration form back to the waiting area, completely ignoring the teasing from those around her. Next, number 569, Spider Silk. The staff member shouted. Soon, it was Gwen's turn. She confidently walked up. First was the strength assessment. How many kilograms do you want to challenge? The staff member asked. Just give me the maximum weight. Gwen said confidently. Are you sure? The staff member asked in disbelief. I'm sure. All right. After confirming several times, the staff member increased the weight of the barbell for the strength assessment to 2 tons. 2 tons. Is this girl crazy? Even I wouldn't dare to challenge that weight. Where did this girl come from? People around were astonished. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Gwen effortlessly lifted the barbell with one hand. Heavens, am I dreaming? She looks so frail. This girl must also be one of the superhumans. In the subsequent tests, the crowd was increasingly shocked. Strength, speed, jumping, reaction, all broke the Hero Association's assessment records. Congratulations, Miss Spider Silk. You have successfully passed the assessment and have been rated as a C-class hero. The staff member smiled. In fact, Gwen's strength could fully qualify her as a B-class hero. But B-class heroes and above require personal assessment by the Hero Association's president, Superman, to qualify. This is why there are still fewer than 20 B-class heroes to date. Lee clearly saw everything through the surveillance. What? Female Spider-Man? How could she appear here? Isn't there already Peter as Spider-Man in this Marvel world? How could another one emerge? Lee was shocked and said, Betty, who is this Spider-Woman? Boss, the real name of Spider-Woman is Gwen Stacy. Lee fell in a deep thought. Gwen did indeed become Spider-Woman in a certain world. In that world, the mutated spider that was supposed to bite Peter mistakenly bit Gwen instead. As a result, Gwen took Peter's place and became the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man of New York City, codenamed Web Weaver. However, the simultaneous presence of Spider-Man and Web Weaver in this Marvel universe truly shocked Lee. System, what is going on? Lee Oskit. Ding is currently query. Query complete. The Marvel universe the host is in is currently overlapping with other Marvel universes for unknown reasons, which is affecting this world. The system quickly provided the reason. Overlapping with other universes? Does that mean villains and heroes from other Marvel universes could appear in this universe? Yes. That sounds interesting. Lee Similet. He was now so powerful that he could easily destroy the entire Earth, and there were very few things that could pique his interest. Of course, beautiful women were an exception. After thinking for a moment, Lee ordered Betty to send a message to the staff in front of the stage. Miss Spider Silk, I wonder if you are available? Our president would like to meet you. After receiving the message, the staff turned to Gwen and asked, President? Could it be Superman? Gwen exclaimed in surprise. The main reason she joined the Hero Association was her admiration for Superman, hoping to become his partner. Now that Superman wanted to meet her, she was naturally overjoyed. Yes, our president is indeed Superman. How do you feel about that? The staff smiled. Of course. I would love to, Gwen replied eagerly, fearing that if she took too long to respond, Superman might not want to meet her anymore. All right, please follow me. The staff then took Gwen to the top floor of the Hero Association. The decoration of the headquarters was extremely luxurious, and the top floor was even more extravagant. When it came to enjoyment, Lee would not shortchange himself, as he had plenty of money anyway. Hello, you must be Spider Silk. Lee chuckled, pretending not to know Gwen's identity. Yes, I'm Spider-Woman. Superman, it's great to see you, Gwen said excitedly. It had been 3 months since they last parted under the starry sky. Although Lee had left her his contact information, she felt that Superman must be busy saving the world and that she shouldn't disturb him. So she endured her longing and didn't contact Lee. I saw your performance at the assessment site. It was impressive. You're fully qualified to become a B-level hero, but you still need some training. Lee Pides. Thank you. Gwen appeared particularly shy when complimented by her idol. Why do I feel like you look so familiar? Have we met before? Lee Suden Leonid Kolosov Tugan. At this moment, the distance between them was only 5 centimeters. Gwen was momentarily stunned. Did he recognize me? Have I been exposed? Gwen's heart seemed to race wildly. Gwen. Lee directly called out Gwen's name. How? Did you know? Gwen exclaimed in surprise, and then took off her mask, revealing her beautiful face. Because I smelled the familiar fragrance on you. Lee laughed and said, You're lying. It's been 3 months. How could you possibly remember what it tasted like? Gwen pouted and replied, I'm Superman. Nothing is impossible. I can't believe you. After taking off her mask, Gwen relaxed and happily chatted with Lee. Don't you want to ask me what's going on with me now? If you want to tell me, you'll naturally tell me. Chapter 133. The Trace of Hydra. I don't even know how I got these powers. I just took a nap and woke up with super abilities similar to Spider-Man's. Even I find it quite magical. Gwen shared her experiences with Lee. I see. Lee had already understood the reason behind it, but still acted as a loyal listener. Lee, I'm so glad I have superpowers too. Why? Because then I can be your partner and fight alongside you. Gwen said excitedly. Oh, why do you want to fight with me? I. Upon hearing Leah's question, Gwen's cheeks instantly turned red, and she stammered for a long time without being able to say anything. Forget it. I want to put you on the spot. It's okay if you don't want to say. Lee waved his hand. When Gwen heard this, she immediately felt that if she didn't clarify things now, it would probably be even harder to explain later. Gritting her teeth, she directly hugged Lee. Gwen, what are you doing? Lee was surprised. Lee, I don't want to hide any longer. I'm afraid if I don't make it clear now, I won't have the chance in the future. I like you, Gwen shouted, expressing the words that made her feel so shy. She then leaned into Li Ye's embrace, feeling anxious and fearing that he would reject her. Li Ye was not surprised by Gwen's confession. He was not the idiotic male lead in a romance story and had naturally seen Gwen's feelings for him long ago. The reason he hadn't made it clear was that he felt he was already juggling 3 relationships and didn't want to pull Gwen into the mess. He just didn't expect Gwen to suddenly confess to him. Sigh. Sometimes being too charming is not a good thing. Li Ye siket ignardi. There was no way he could refuse. If a beautiful woman actively threw herself at him and he rejected her, he would either be a eunuch or impotent. Of course, one couldn't rule out certain particularly devoted groups of people, but Li Ye clearly wasn't on that list. So, he slowly placed his hand in Gwen's hair and started to play with it. Gwen, I like you too. Really? Really? Gwen looked at Li Ye excitedly. Of course. That's great, Li Ye. I love you. Gwen wrapped herself around Li Ye like an octopus. Gwen. What? Gwen asked, puzzled. I have to tell you something. I'm already dating 3 girls. Li Ye gritted his teeth and said it out loud. It had to be said sooner or later. I know. Gwen replied with her big eyes blinking. Huh? Li Ye lukit konfusit. I know you still. So what? I don't mind at all. I'm not here to ruin your lives. I'm here to join you. Gwen's response shocked Li Ye. Are American girls this open now? I know my answer sounds absurd, but I want to stay by your side. But I can't change reality, so I'm willing to accept all of you. Gwen continued. Fool, when you saved my world, I couldn't leave you. Gwen thought to herself. Gwen, thank you. Li Ye gently said while holding Gwen. The two embraced each other, as if time had stopped. By the way, Li Ye, why haven't you come to find me for so long? Have you forgotten me? Gwen suddenly asked. What? How was that possible? I was just busy with other things. Li Ye was caught off guard by the question, but quickly found a reason to dodge it. I'll choose to believe you for now. From this point on, the two officially confirmed their relationship. Li Ye immediately raised Gwen's hero level to B rank. What is this called? This is called having someone backing you up. No matter where you are, background is very important. After that, the two parted ways. Upon returning to his residence, Li Ye encountered 2 people he didn't expect, Maria Hill and Natasha. What are you 2 doing in my house? Li Ye asket in confusion. When Hill and Natasha heard Li Ye's words, they exchanged glances and saw the same confusion in each other's eyes. Didn't you ask us to be your maids for a week, to do your laundry and cook for you? Hill said irritably. What? Did I ever ask for such a thing? Li Ye questioned. After all, he only intended to tease them at the time and completely forgot about it afterward. Oh, since he didn't say anything, we'll be leaving now. As soon as Hill heard Li Ye say this, he immediately turned around and walked away. Feel free. The door isn't locked. Li Ye shrugged casually and said, humph. Seeing Li Ye like this, Hill directly stormed out. Wait, Hill. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the communicator in Hill's ear. It was Nick Fury. Upon hearing this voice, Hill's expression instantly turned grim. Last time, she also wanted to leave. But it was Nick Fury who insisted she stay. And in the end, she was forced to agree to Li Ye's ridiculous conditions. Although it was later proven that there were indeed no superheroes, and not just New York City, but the entire America and even the whole world faced a crisis of downfall, Hill still felt uneasy. I hope I won't have to do something again this time. Boss, I'm here, Hill replied anxiously. We need Superman's help. Nick Fury rambled on about a lot of things. The more Hill listened, the worse her expression became. Okay, I understand. Then Hill approached Li Ye again. Oh, do you have something else? You don't need my help with something again, do you? Li Ye Joshua Liaskit. That's right. Superman. We hope you. Stop. As usual, first tell us what kind of reward you can offer. This sentence instantly left Hill speechless. The reward is, of course, the Cosmic Cube. You should know the value of the Cosmic Cube. Isn't it too cheap for just one use? Natasha suddenly interjected. No. No matter how valuable the Cosmic Cube is in your eyes, to me, it is only worth a single opportunity to use. Li Ye shook his head and said, let me talk to him. Nick Fury said through the communicator. All right, boss. Hill nodded. Then she took out a tablet, and after a series of... The image of the black egg appeared on the tablet. Hey, black egg, you're still alive. Li Ye smiled and said, thanks to you, I'm still living well. Nick Fury replied expressionlessly. That's really a pity. If you have something to say it quickly. You only have one sentence. Li Ye yawned and said, the one we're asking you to deal with this time is also your enemy. Nick Fury, the king of spies, certainly caught Li Ye's attention with a single sentence. Who? Hydra. We have already investigated most of the Hydra members' information. You're not helping us. You're seeking revenge for yourself. We're just providing the information. What do you think? Send over the information and let me take a look. Chapter 134. eliminate Hydra, although Li Yi had now become a real Superman, capable of doing what DC Superman could do, such as using super hearing to monitor the globe and quickly locate Hydra members. He chose not to use it because it was too noisy, since S-H-I-E-L-D was doing the work for free. There was no need for him to do everything himself. As for why Li Yi was so determined to find trouble with Hydra, it was naturally because last time, Hydra sent people to blow up the Hero Association headquarters. This was a slap in Li Yi's face, and being someone who repays grudges, he naturally wanted to settle the score with them. That was why he deliberately exposed Hydra's information to Nick Fury, hoping to use Fury's hands to find all the Hydra members. After Li Yi's reminder, Nick Fury immediately launched an investigation into S-H-I-E-L-D's internal personnel. The more he investigated, the more shocked he became. S-H-I-E-L-D had been so severely infiltrated by Hydra that almost 2/3 of the personnel were Hydra members. Even the former director of S-H-I-E-L-D, Alexander Pierce, who was Nick Fury's mentor, was also a member of Hydra. This completely stunned Nick Fury, and he quickly realized that with the power he currently held, he could not eradicate Hydra at all. After all, most of the powerful heroes had been poached by Li Yi's Hero Association, and the strongest he had in hand was Captain America, Steve Rogers. However, Steve was more of a symbol, a spiritual leader, and his combat power was not keeping up with the times, even with that vibranium shield. That was why he thought of seeking Superman's help. After all, Superman had a grudge against Hydra, and with Superman's nature, he would definitely not let Hydra off the hook. Soon, Nick Fury sent all the Hydra members' information to Li Yi. "Boss, you have a new file. Do you want to accept it?" Betty reminded. "Accept." Li Yi immediately chose to accept and began to observe. He mainly focused on those important personnel, while the other small fry would be dealt with by S-H-I-L-D. Originally, Li Yi had planned to eliminate all Hydra members, but suddenly he had an idea to completely absorb Hydra. After all, there were many talented individuals within Hydra. After making thorough preparations, Nick Fury suddenly announced the re-emergence of the Hydra organization, which had been missing for over 70 years and was lurking within S-H-I-E-L-D. This announcement sparked an internal conflict that swept through the entire S-H-I-E-L-D headquarters. Hydra couldn't believe that their well-hidden presence was discovered, and they were caught off guard by Nick Fury, who quickly sought to organize a counterattack. However, the upper echelons of Hydra mysteriously vanished, leaving the organization scattered without leadership. Nick Fury realized that it was Superman's doing, so he immediately ordered Captain America Steve Rogers to lead S-H-I-L-D agents to eliminate Hydra. Although Hydra was eradicated, it had been lurking within S-H-I-L-D for 70 years, and various aspects were already tightly bound to S-H-I-E-L-D, resulting in heavy losses for the agency. Seeing S-H-I-E-L-D weakened, political leaders from various countries quickly united to impeach Nick Fury, holding him responsible for Hydra's infiltration. Naturally, Nick Fury wasn't going to take the blame so easily. He immediately presented various pieces of evidence proving that Hydra had been lurking since after World War II and that it had nothing to do with him, who had only been in office for a few years. If anyone was to be held accountable, it should be those who initially advocated for the recruitment of Hydra scientists. On the contrary, it was under Nick Fury's wise leadership that S-H-I-E-L-D thwarted Hydra's schemes. The political leaders, having failed to achieve their goals, were left speechless by Nick Fury's arguments. Seizing the opportunity, he demanded a large sum of money from them. Realizing their fault, the countries had no choice but to comply and pay up. Nick Fury then used this money to recruit new personnel and restore S-H-I-E-L-D's vitality. As for the missing Hydra leaders, with Superman personally taking action, no one would believe they were still alive. Inside a secret base, Lee packed up everyone, including Alexander Pierce, and even the machine-turned Dr. Zola. Superman, what did you bring us here for?" Alexander Pierce asked with a grim expression. "First, I want to ask, who came up with the idea to attack the Hero Association headquarters last time?" Lee coldly looked at the group and asked. Seeing Li Yi's icy gaze, the group was all scared to the point of trembling. Only one person, or rather a machine, remained unaffected, and that was Dr. Zola, who had already uploaded his consciousness into the computer. "Don't worry, everyone. Superman won't kill us. If he wanted to, he wouldn't need to bring us here," Zola said in a cold electronic voice. "As expected of Hydra's chief scientist, you guessed correctly. Lia nodded. However, before that, you all need to answer my question. It's him. All these high-ranking members of Hydra pointed to a bald, fat man with a big head and big ears. You bunch of bastards. The bald fat man shouted angrily. Then he immediately knelt in front of Li. Superman, please spare me. I didn't mean to. Last time was just an accident. The bald fat man shouted excitedly. Hee, you really have some nerve to lay hands on my people. Li sneered. He then slowly walked in front of the bald fat man. Superman, please spare me. I am willing to do anything. The bald fat man kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. The brutality of Superman had already spread among the major forces. Li ignored his nonsense and directly grabbed his two arms. Superman, what do you want to do? The bald fat man said in a panic. Crack. Li directly pulled down his two arms. The bald fat man instantly let out a pig-like scream. The other Hydra executives were scared and trembling. They had used such cruel methods on their enemies before, and at that time, they felt nothing. But now that it was their turn, they realized what true terror was. Crack. Li once again brutally tore off his two legs. Kill me, please kill me. It's so painful. The bald fat man was in so much pain that he was almost fainting. But how could Li fulfill his wish? A beam of white light shot over, and the bald fat man's body immediately returned to its original state. But soon Li began to repeat the previous steps. Chapter 135 Control the Hydra. In just a few minutes, Li repeatedly tore off the limbs of the bald fat man dozens of times. At first, he screamed wildly, but gradually his screams became quieter, and in the end, he stopped screaming altogether, staring blankly at the sky with his eyes turning white. To put it in the words of a certain genre, he was completely broken. Although the physical injuries were healed by the talisman, the psychological damage was firmly etched deep in his soul. Everyone present was terrified by Li's horrifying methods, trembling in fear that they might be next. Just kill me, the bald fat man repeated with vacant eyes. Have a safe journey, and be cleaner in your next life. Li threw the bald fat man into the air, and then a small dragon blast directly turned him to ashes. What is happening? Am I not dead? The bald fat man's transparent soul floated in the air. If I'm going to die, I should die completely. Li crushed his soul along with it. The bald fat man has completely disappeared from this universe, in every aspect. Now it's your turn. Li smiled as he looked at the other Hydra high-ranking officials. Mr. Superman, please tell us what you need us to do, and we will absolutely do our best. Alexander Pierce stepped forward and said. It wasn't that he wanted to step forward, but among those present, he held the highest position. If no one stepped up and Superman got angry, these people would undoubtedly sell him out without hesitation. It was better for him to step up first. At least he could leave a good impression on Superman. No, I don't trust anyone's guarantees. Li shook his head and said then, what did you bring us here for? The group of people questioned in confusion. Li didn't want to answer, so he waved his hand and released a beam of light that struck them. My head hurts so much. Superman, what have you done to us? Help, I'll do anything you ask. Please don't kill me. This group of people cried out in pain, holding their heads. After a while, they finally stopped screaming. We greet the great master. They all knelt before Li Yi and shouted fervently. It was obvious that they had all been brainwashed by Li Yi. Li Yi discovered that the sheep talisman is not just a simple soul projection that increases mental strength. It can also transform the soul. All souls are essentially a special type of plasma, and the power of the sheep talisman allows one to touch and modify this plasma. Li Yi has engraved his orders of loyalty onto the souls of all the high-ranking members of the Hydra group, and now they are all devoted to him. Even if Li Yi ordered them to die, they would immediately commit suicide without a second thought. Superman, have you brainwashed them all? A hologram of Dr. Zola appeared on the nearby computer, asking with confusion. Let's just say so. Likazwali Ramarka. So how are you going to deal with me next? This method shouldn't work on a non-living being like me, right? Zola asked curiously, not worried at all about Li Yi killing him. His original body had long since died. What existed now was merely his consciousness, and not just one copy. Even if this one were deleted, he had thousands of copies hidden in Hydra subbases around the world. Unless all these backup consciousnesses were found and destroyed, he could not be killed. Do you want a living and immortal body? Sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. Since you have infiltrated S.H.I.L.D., you must have seen my ability to resurrect the dead, right? You can create a perfect body, and I can help you turn it into a living being and then transfer your consciousness into it. After all, you wouldn't want to be trapped in machinery forever. I think the difference between a living person and a machine is quite significant. After hearing Li Ye's proposal, Dr. Zola paused, seemingly in thought. What price do I have to pay? After a while, Dr. Zola finally spoke. He knew very well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To gain something, one must pay an equivalent price. Especially since Superman was definitely not that kind-hearted. He could clearly sense that Superman was a kind of person like them, just with different goals and methods. Become my subordinate and serve me. I value you as the chief scientist of Hydra. Lee smiled and said, sure. Zola agreed without a second thought. Since she could serve the Hydra, she could naturally serve the even stronger Superman, as serving anyone was just work. Great, welcome to Dawn. Dawn. Is that the name of the organization? Does it mean that we are going to undergo a transformation? Superman, it seems you also have ambitions to rule the world. Zola laughed and said, think whatever you want. Lee couldn't be bothered to explain, as he always said that this name didn't have any special meaning. It was just a lazy copy. Is that all the personnel that S.H.I.E.L.D. destroyed? Lee asked Alexander Pierce, who was kneeling on the ground. Of course not, my great master. That's just a small part of our organization. After decades of infiltration, our organization has grown tremendously, with a membership reaching hundreds of thousands. And we have established branches on every continent, and we are the North American branch. Alexander Pierce said proudly. Hundreds of thousands? Where did you get that much funding? Dia Asket Kuristi. Some members are wealthy merchants who donated all their wealth to the organization after joining. Some members successfully infiltrated the power centers of various countries, using their power to serve the organization. Another part is the funds distributed to us, H.I.E.L.D., by countries around the world, which I intercepted entirely during my tenure as director. Alexander Pierce replied, indeed, the corruption of S.H.I.E.L.D. directors is a tradition that has been passed down through generations. Great master, please do not compare me to that black egg Nick Fury. Oh, why is that? Lia Askit Kuristi. I embezzled those funds to realize our Hydra's great ideals. And that bastard Nick Fury is just a paranoid delusional, always fantasizing about the Earth being invaded, spending all the embezzled money on that useless secret base. Alexander Pierce said with conviction. Hearing this powerful explanation, Lee was momentarily at a loss for words. Forget it. Find a time to gather all the senior executives from the other branches. I want complete control of Hydra in my hands. Lia commanded. Yes, great master. The group of people knelt down in response. Chapter 136. Terrifying creatures in the dark time slowly passed, and the entire America was covered by the darkness of night. Li, however, was completely unaffected, as he was now steadily hovering in space above America, basking in the sun. There was no need for any cultivation. Just soaking up the sunlight could make him stronger, and there was almost no limit to it. The Kryptonians were truly terrifying, much stronger than any scion. Lia Seekit. Since he drew the Silver Superman template, he had completely detached himself from the human race and became a Kryptonian. As for those who said this was just creating a weakness of kryptonite out of thin air for himself, Lee could only respond that these people are completely unaware that kryptonite only works on low-level superheroes. For those above the silver-level superheroes, kryptonite is just a small candy. This scene is depicted in the comic, where someone takes out kryptonite to deal with Superman, but Superman simply throws it in his mouth and eats it. Lee often goes to space to absorb solar radiation energy in order to enhance his strength. However, it's unfortunate that his current power is so immense that he requires a vast amount of energy, and the little strength gained from sunbathing is negligible. Looking at the enormous and dazzling fireball, Lee even had the thought of diving in and waiting to emerge as a golden superhero. However, he managed to control himself. He didn't know how many years it would take to become a golden superhero, and he didn't have that kind of patience. It would be better to complete the system tasks outside, as one day the system might directly allow him to draw a golden superhero or an even more powerful character. Lea's presence in space was quickly captured by the satellites of various factions, among which S.H.I.E.L. DS satellites started recording the moment Li Yi appeared in space. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury exclaimed, "What is he doing? Why would this small matter alert the director? Anything related to Superman is not a small matter. According to observations, he seems to be absorbing solar radiation energy." A researcher speculated while looking at the data on the computer. Absorbing solar energy? Isn't this exactly like the Kryptonians in comics? What's going on? Isn't he's supposed to be an Earthling who awakened powers similar to Superman? He hasn't shown this ability since he appeared. Is he deliberately hiding it? Or did he awaken it recently? Nick Fury frowned. Director, we found that Superman's behavior started after he returned from space. Perhaps he encountered something special on the other side of the space gate that awakened this Kryptonian-like ability. Coulson replied, maybe he really is an alien. After all, even mutants have never exhibited so many completely unrelated superpowers like him. He is practically a monster, Maria Hill said indignantly. She was still angry about Lie's behavior. Just earlier, he said he would be her servant, and now he acts as if he forgot her entirely. Agent Hill, please don't bring emotions into work. Nick Fury frowned. I'm just stating my speculation. Maria Hill retorted. Superman is undoubtedly an Earthling. We can check any aspect of his information, even which hospital he was born in, down to the exact second. Coulson produced a document in response. Hill was instantly speechless, regardless of the reason. The fact that Superman's strength was increasing was undeniable. Based on his performance during the battle in New York, she might not even be his match. What if Superman decided to destroy the world one day? In the darkest corner of New York City, Hell's Kitchen. Ever since Lee seized the empire of the crime lord Kingpin, the area became even more chaotic without his presence. And Lee had no interest in this place. Without his orders, Bullseye naturally didn't dare to send anyone to manage it. Thus, fleeing criminals, drug addicts, and homeless people all gathered in this dark corner, hidden beneath New York City's glamorous surface. The homeless typically congregate in parks, abandoned subway tunnels, etc. New York's subway has a long history, so naturally, there are many abandoned and closed subway tunnels, which have become natural shelters for the homeless. Hey brother, that's my spot. A homeless man said to a person lying on the ground, completely wrapped in black clothing. Get lost. This is mine now. The Black Knight replied in a cold voice. Shit, I don't want to get rough. Just move aside and find another place to sleep. The homeless man cursed. The black-clad man did not respond to him. Damn it, get lost. Are you deaf? The homeless man continued to greet the Black Knight warmly, but the Black Knight remained unmoved. You can go die. Then the homeless man kicked out. Roar. To his surprise, the Black Knight tackled the homeless man to the ground with inhuman speed, letting out a beast-like growl. A monster, let me go. I already ate today and didn't want to fight again. Why do you have to force me? The Black Knight said, revealing 2 sharp teeth. I'm sorry, please spare me. The homeless man said in terror. No. I want to let go of the prey I've caught. The Black Knight sneered. He then bit down on the homeless man's neck. The homeless man struggled violently, but it was of no use. Gradually, his struggles weakened until he stopped moving completely. Thud. Just then, a pipe emitting green smoke was thrown in front of the Black Knight. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The green smoke quickly enveloped the surroundings. Damn it, it's garlic. The Black Knight exclaimed. Then a man dressed in black leather and wearing sunglasses swung 2 katanas at the Black Knight. It's you again, damn blade. The Black Knight jumped high, grabbing a railing above to climb up, disappearing in an instant. What a fast move. Is it a new breed? The sunglasses-wearing man murmured, then sheathed his katanas. He then checked the homeless man lying on the ground. Dead already. I'm a step too late. The sunglasses man frowned. The sunglasses man is known as Blade, while the creature earlier was called a vampire, also known as the Blood Clan. Chapter 137. Blood Clan, that damn half-breed. The filthy half-vampire. He has already hunted many of our kind. We must unite to kill him. But that half-breed is just too strong. And he doesn't have our weaknesses. He is hard to deal with. No matter how difficult it is, we must kill him. Otherwise, we're finished. Perhaps we can set a trap to lure him here and then kill him together. Yes, no matter how strong he is, he can't be our combined opponent. In a dimly lit apartment, several bloodsuckers with sharp fangs gathered to discuss how to kill the Blade. The history of vampires is very ancient, even tracing back thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The birth of the original vampire cannot be mentioned without a familiar name: Atlantis, the Lost Kingdom, where the Atlanteans had long evolved the ability to breathe underwater, becoming a powerful, isolated ocean nation under the leadership of King Namor. Before Atlantis sank, the first vampire in the Marvel Universe was born here. The great Sorcerer Varna of Atlantis used dark magic from the Darkhold to transform himself into a vampire. The Darkhold was left on Earth by the ancient god Thor, who is one of the gods of black magic in Marvel and the strongest dark sorcerer. Many sorcerers, demons, and dark beings draw on his power. Thor is also the main source of Scarlet Witch's magical powers, which allowed the Sorcerer Varna to use the Darkhold's power to become a vampire, marking the origin of vampires in the Marvel Universe. Although the way vampires are born in the Marvel Universe differs from real-world legends, many of their traits are quite similar, such as a fear of sunlight, silver, and crosses. By consuming blood, they can achieve a form of immortality. Although this immortality has significant drawbacks, many choose it, like a certain struggling writer currently typing. As long as there is life, there is hope. No matter how great the flaws, as long as one is alive, there may be a solution in the distant future. Later, the Sorcerer Varna lived too long and grew bored with everything. So he committed suicide in the sunlight, passing all his powers to Dracula, the progenitor of all vampires. From then on, Dracula began his rule over the vampire clan, a reign that lasted for hundreds of years, during which Dracula was killed several times. However, Dracula possesses a unique ability, resurrection. No matter how he is killed, he can perfectly resurrect without any weakening of power or loss of memory, though he must wait some time. As long as Dracula can resurrect, the vampire clan will not perish. The bloodsuckers infiltrated the upper echelons of humanity 5,000 years ago, as there will always be those who cannot resist the temptation of immortality, betraying human interests. Except for a certain mysterious Eastern power. There are infiltrators in the upper echelons around the world. They are like parasites living off humanity throughout human history, in the Roman Republic, Roman Empire, Frankish Empire, Holy Roman Empire. They have been present everywhere. Yet, they hide very well, so well that ordinary humans have hardly seen their true forms, thinking they are mythical creatures. The long accumulation of time has allowed the bloodsuckers to amass significant political and economic power, using their influence to secretly manipulate the world. As for the portrayal of bloodsuckers who have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years, appearing naive and not knowing how to hide themselves or build power, being toyed with by humans for various experiments, such situations would never happen in the real world. After all, the physical attributes of bloodsuckers are far superior to ordinary humans. Even newly transformed bloodsuckers can easily defeat 5 or 6 strong adults. Even if injured, unless struck in the heart or brain, they will quickly recover. Bloodsuckers only need to be cautious of humans using their weaknesses against them. In the era of cold weapons, humans could not possibly be a match for bloodsuckers. Furthermore, ancient creatures that have lived for over 100 years cannot be as naive as those vampires in movies. They are all cunning and shrewd, as naive bloodsuckers have long perished in the sands of history. Even in the age of firearms, it remains the same. Whatever weapons humans can use, bloodsuckers can also wield, which is why they have remained resilient for thousands of years. Currently, many in the upper echelons of America are aware of the bloodsuckers and collaborate with them. Human interests? The future of the race? Such things do not concern them. Interests. Only interests are what they care about. Not to mention, they still hope that when death approaches, they can transform into vampires to gain eternal life. Just the industries and personal taxes controlled by bloodsuckers in North America amount to as much as $200 billion paid to the American government each year. What does this mean? To know that America's annual tax revenue is $3.3 trillion, not in the real time frame. The tax provided by bloodsuckers accounts for 7% of America's tax revenue. The bloodsuckers have existed for too long, and they have deeply intertwined themselves with humanity. Even now, with the world-destroying power of Li, it would be impossible to eradicate them without annihilating the entire human race. But Li would certainly not commit such a mad act. For now, in the dark apartment, several vampires continue their discussion. Bringing that half-breed over is a good idea, but we don't have enough manpower. The higher-ups have also forbidden us from transforming too many of our kind. Why are you so rigid? Can't we just secretly transform? Are you an idiot? This is a rule agreed upon with the higher-ups and humans, and it absolutely cannot be violated. Last time, there was an idiot like you who broke the rule, and as a result, their entire family was slaughtered by the people sent from above. Everyone, I recently obtained a miraculous potion that might help us. Just then, the man in black who had attacked a homeless person at the New York subway station mysteriously spoke. He then pulled out a bottle of green potion from his pocket. What is this? The other vampires asked curiously. This is something I accidentally obtained from the black market. It can turn those who come into contact with it into a kind of monster similar to bloodsuckers, but completely devoid of reason. I call it Blood Servant, and this potion I call the R potion. The man in black said proudly. Blood Servant? That's right. Those humans contaminated by the potion will become our bloodsucker servants. Let them deal with that damned half-breed. The test tube bore a distinct terrifying skull emblem, which was the mark left by Hydra. This potion was clearly one of the failed creations left by Hydra's chief scientist, Dr. Zola. Chapter 138. The terrifying vampire virus is. Is this really going to work? Turning humans into bloodsuckers is also against the rules, right? I think we should consider this carefully. The other vampires hesitated. What are you still hesitating for? Do you think the higher-ups will consider mindless monsters as our kind? And don't forget, if we don't kill that half-breed, no one will have a good life. The man in black said, exasperated. The other vampires fell silent. But many were already agreeing with the man in black's viewpoint in their hearts. If you were really worried about how to explain it to the higher-ups, once the blood servants kill that half-breed, we could destroy them all. The man in black continued to persuade. All right, I agree to this. We'll do it your way. That half-breed must die. Kill him. The vampires cheered one by one, persuaded by the man in black, and all agreed to his plan. Very well. Let's work together to eliminate that bloodsucker Blade. In a hidden dance hall in Queens, New York City. Baby, let me see your sexy body. Just twist like that. Yes. Oh, twist it. A group of handsome men and beautiful women were dancing wildly in the dance floor, releasing the hormones in their bodies. And some wild ones were even hiding in the shadows, doing shameful things. Bang! At that moment, the door of the dance hall was violently kicked open, and a tall white man dressed in black leather and wearing black sunglasses walked in. Blade. His devices indicated that there were vampires nearby, so he tracked them down here. And the signal last appeared in this dance hall. Who is this guy? Does anyone know him? What a strange outfit at night. Is he cosplaying a future warrior? Is there a masquerade nearby? And wearing sunglasses, isn't he afraid of falling? The people in the dance hall were drawn to the loud noise, stopping to look at Blade with confusion. Hey sir, this is a private place. You can't come in without an invitation. Seeing someone intruding, the two security guards at the entrance rushed forward to stop him. Don't touch me. Snap. One security guard said as he tried to throw Blade out, but was caught by Blade and thrown to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. The remaining security guard trembled in fear, not daring to approach. The people present were frightened by Blade's actions, and some girls even screamed in terror. But Blade ignored them and walked straight into the crowd, causing everyone to back away in fright. If it weren't for the fact that today was just for entertainment and he wasn't armed, they would have shot him already. After all, in free America, gunfire happens every day. What do you want to do? This is a law-abiding society. A boy stepped forward, trying to suppress his fear, and asked, No, I'm not looking for you. Come out. I can already smell your foul stench. Blade shouted. Ha ha ha, foul stench. Blade, don't forget. Half of the blood in your body is the same as ours. Just then, a sharp voice came from upstairs, and several white men appeared in front of everyone. These just help me find you better, and then kill you. Blade said coldly to the vampires upstairs. Bang, 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 bang. He then pulled out his gun and started shooting. He had nothing to say to the vampires. Run. The ordinary people present were scared by the sudden gunfire and scattered to escape. But there was only a small exit in front, and everyone crowded to rush out, momentarily blocking the way. The vampires upstairs quickly dodged. Marcus, hurry up and use your potion. One of the vampires shouted. The name of the man in black is Marcus. Damn it, die, Blade. Marcus threw down a green potion, and green smoke quickly filled the entire dance hall. What is this? Blade wondered. He thought it was some biochemical weapon created by the vampires against him. But why was he unaffected? Blade was so focused on himself that he didn't notice the ordinary people nearby inhaling the green smoke, their eyes turning red and faces covered in blood, clearly having transformed into the blood servants that Marcus referred to. Forget it. Let us kill these vampires first. Blade thought about going upstairs to continue hunting the vampires. Roar! A beast-like low growl came from beside him, and Blade felt an intense sense of crisis, quickly sidestepping as a sharp claw brushed past him. What is going on? Blade exclaimed in surprise. Ha ha ha, Blade, these are all gifts we prepared for you. This group of humans has already become our blood tribe servants, and they will tear you apart in our place. The vampires upstairs laughed triumphantly. Could it be the green potion from earlier? Roar! Before Blade could figure it out, the blood servants attacked one after another, and he could only continue to dodge. These blood servants were very aggressive, biting at anyone they saw, and possessed strength, speed, and reflexes equivalent to ordinary vampires, except for their lack of intelligence. Damn it! Blade was stronger than ordinary vampires in every way, dodging all the attacks. But he couldn't retaliate because, in his view, these blood servants were still humans at their core. Just poison at the moment. Blade wouldn't attack humans unless absolutely necessary, compared to the so-called father. His human mother had given him one of the few loves in his life, and he felt somewhat biased toward humans. Under the constraints, Blade could only helplessly evade. Bang! While Blade was busy dodging the attacks of the blood servants, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head and then blacked out. Damn traitor. If it weren't for the people above wanting to personally judge you, I would really want to kill you right now. Marcus tossed aside the iron rod in his hand, clearly the one who had just ambushed and knocked Blade out from behind. Marcus, what should we do now? Should we kill all these blood servants? One of the vampires spoke up. I have a new plan. Let's give humanity a little vampire shock. Chapter 139. Vampire Frenzy. Marcus, what are you planning to do? The other vampires asked curiously. I plan to release these blood servants and let them attack humans, so that these humans can remember the terror of our blood tribe. Marcus replied, but this violates the orders from above. Don't mention those damn stupid orders. We, the blood tribe, are obviously a superior species compared to those lowly humans. Why should we live in the shadows of humanity like this? We should be the masters of humanity, ruling this planet. Marcus spread his arms wide, as if embracing the entire world, and spoke with a fervent tone. The other vampires were stunned by Marcus's crazy remarks, not expecting him to have such thoughts. Ever since the founding ancestor of the Blood Clan, Dracula, went missing without a trace 100 years ago, the Blood Clan has been jointly led by 3 high-ranking vampire elders. With the rapid advancement of human technology, they have gradually begun to contend with the Blood Clan. Due to the Blood Clan's indiscriminate slaughter of humans, unable to bear it any longer, decided to retaliate, leading to rising tensions between the two races. Although the Blood Clan remained powerful, their population was vastly outnumbered by humans, making direct confrontation a futile endeavor, akin to striking a stone with an egg. Therefore, the vampire elders had to find alternative paths, reaching agreements with the human elite through various exchanges of interests and the allure of immortality. The agreement stipulated that the Blood Clan could no longer slaughter humans indiscriminately, while the human elite would provide food for the Blood Clan and help conceal their identities in exchange for sufficient benefits. Every year, many people in America are called upon to donate blood for free. Yet why is it that during critical times, the blood supply is always insufficient? The reason is that most of this blood is supplied to the Blood Clan. Of course, this blood isn't free. America doesn't pay a penny to those who donate blood, but sells it to the Blood Clan at a high price of $400 for every 100 milliliters. This is a highly profitable business, with transportation and storage costs being negligible. Every year, countless patients die due to a lack of blood, not because of the Blood Clan's appetite, but because of America's greed for money. The Blood Clan and humans have adhered to this agreement for centuries, coexisting peacefully. Of course, we can overlook the occasional corpses found drained of blood. On the surface, the Blood Clan has no objections to this agreement, but dissatisfaction has long been brewing in secret, mainly among the younger vampires represented by Marcus. Their ages are under 100, filled with youthful vigor and ambition, dissatisfied with the decaying rule of the old immortals. And they have begun to secretly plan for reform, intensifying the conflict between the new and old vampires. Marcus, you say what to do, and we will follow you. Yes, you will be our leader from now on. To restore the glory of the Blood Clan, we are willing to follow you. After hearing Marcus's astonishing remarks, the vampires present hesitated for a moment before choosing to support Marcus's actions. Very well, now let our lovely blood servants out. With a roar from Marcus, all the blood servants rushed out through the main door. The dance hall was located on a bustling street, filled with people at this time. The blood servants rushed out and bit anyone they saw. What are these things? Help, monsters! Don't bite my hand. Oh, you bastard, let go, my hand is going to be bitten off. Call the police. What good will calling the police do? What can those cops do? Hurry up and notify the Hero Association. The crowd on the street was attacked frantically by the blood servants, instantly scattering in all directions. But with the physical prowess of the vampires, how could ordinary humans compete? Soon, a large number of humans were bitten, their blood drained, and the entire street was in chaos. Even more terrifying was that the bitten individuals did not die. They quickly got back up, but they had all transformed into members of the blood servants, joining in the attack on the civilians. Thus, the number of civilians dwindled while the army of blood servants continued to grow, soon exceeding 10,000 and spreading to other streets. At the headquarters of the Hero Association, it was already nighttime, yet a large number of staff were still working. Of course, these were not overtime workers. They were all-night shift staff, earning 5 times the daytime wage. In America, any larger organization or business dared not treat employees harshly in the open, not out of kindness from the bosses, but due to the troublesome existence of unions. Most bosses preferred to give up a bit of profit rather than get involved with unions. Not to mention that the Hero Association publicly promoted itself as an organization that maintains peace and justice, so they had to do a good job on the surface. Hello. Is this the Hero Association? Hello. This is the Hero Association headquarters. How can we assist you? A call suddenly came into the Hero Association headquarters, and the staff politely responded. Help! Help! There are man-eating monsters here. Many people are being attacked. The caller said frantically. We have received this. Please provide your specific address, and we will dispatch heroes for rescue immediately. The staff quickly replied. I am on XX Street in Queens. Hurry. Those who were bitten have also turned into monsters. Their numbers are increasing. No, it sees me no. Suddenly, a scream came from the other end. Hello, hello. Are you still there? The staff asked again, but there was no response from the other end, clearly indicating that things were dire. Without hesitation, the staff pressed the alarm. Beep, 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 the alarm echoed throughout the Hero Association headquarters. Attention, attention. A large number of unidentified creatures are attacking humans on XXX Street in Queens, New York City. The event level is expected to be ghost level. Heroes of level C or above, please proceed to assist. At this moment, all members of the Hero Association received this notification. Damn, can't we get some rest at night? Tony Stark, who had just finished exercising with Pepper, complained, but he quickly got up to put on his Iron Man suit. As human lives were at stake, being late meant more deaths. Betty, where's that guy Li Yi? He not playing missing again, is he? He the only S-level hero and hasn't gone on a mission several times. Tony grumbled. Mr. Stark, the boss is above you. Betty replied. What? Where? I don't see him. Tony asked, puzzled. In space. Chapter 140. Heroes versus Vampire Army in Space? What is that guy Li Yi doing in space? Tony wondered. The boss is sunbathing. Betty replied. Sunbathing. Their SA mission. I have to hurry over now. Gwen, who was patrolling the city, excitedly received a message from the Hero Association. She had only just become a hero a few days ago, and that fresh feeling had not yet worn off. She spent her days swinging around New York City, helping those in need. Because her outfit resembled Spider-Man's too closely, people initially thought she was Spider-Man in a new suit. Later, they learned from the Hero Association's official website that this was a new female superhero, codename Silk. Silk's sexy figure and helpful nature quickly attracted a large fan base, even earning her a dedicated website, though many were male fans. Silk had too many overlaps with Spider-Man in terms of codename, costume, abilities, and more, leading people to speculate about her relationship with Spider-Man. Many suspected they were a couple, as their outfits clearly resembled couples' attire. Many fans began to ship the Spider couple, and while Silk's male fans were heartbroken, the rumors were soon shattered by Silk herself. During an interview, she candidly addressed the question and stated that she and Spider-Man were good friends, not a couple, and that she had a boyfriend who was also a superhero in the Hero Association. This disappointed many ship fans, and Silk's male fans remained heartbroken. But soon everyone began to speculate about Silk's real boyfriend. Gwen quickly arrived at the scene, only to find the area filled with blood-red-eyed monsters, covered in blood, attacking everything in sight. Help! The remaining ordinary citizens had no way to fight back and could only flee in panic. It seemed the monsters mentioned in the information were indeed them. A voice suddenly called out, and Gwen looked to the side to see 4 people in blue costumes standing on a nearby rooftop. It was the Fantastic Four. The one who spoke was Mr. Fantastic. Reed Richards. You are the Fantastic Four? Gwen asked. That's right. You must be the new hero Silk. Reed replied. Yes. Gwen nodded in response. It seems there's been an outbreak of a virus here, which caused the people to turn into these monsters. The virus is likely transmitted through blood and saliva, which is why they transform after being bitten. Reed analyzed. So what should we do? Attack them? Johnny asked. No. Although they are infected with the virus, they are still essentially human, and there might still be hope for a cure. Let's first limit their movements. Reed replied. After confirming the plan, they began to divide tasks. First, Human Torch created walls of fire to block the advancing bloodthirsty monsters, while Gwen used her webs to trap them, and Susan used her invisible force field. Everyone did their best to limit the monsters' movements without harming them. Seeing their path blocked, countless bloodthirsty monsters roared angrily at the group and then launched an attack. The monsters surged towards the group, forcing them to retreat helplessly. Reed, think of a way to turn them back. We can't keep going like this. Susan shouted. Without a sample of the serum, I can't analyze a cure. Reed replied. The angry army of bloodthirsty monsters quickly broke through their blockade and spread out. More and more heroes joined in, but it was already too late. The army of bloodthirsty monsters began to sweep through the entire Queens area. Attention, attention! The monsters have breached the XX area and are advancing towards XX location. Local residents, please evacuate quickly. The television continuously broadcasted information regarding the monsters. Ha ha ha. It seems our plan has succeeded. Marcus laughed triumphantly while watching the news. Humans are indeed a pathetic species. They still see those turned into bloodthirsty monsters as their kind and hesitate to strike. Exactly. Such weak beings are unworthy of being the rulers of this planet. It should be us, the Blood Tribe, who dominate. The nearby vampires echoed. We can't hold back anymore. Although they were once human, they have all now turned into monsters that kill humans. Human Torch declared. But Reed hesitated. Reed, I know you don't want to take action, so just watch from the sidelines. Human Torch stopped persuading and directly threw a fireball. Boom! It instantly blew away the nearby attacking bloodthirsty monsters. Reed, Johnny was right this time, Susan said. She also spread her arms and released a powerful invisible shockwave. Boom! It instantly knocked back a group of bloodthirsty monsters. Susan, Reed said, you know, Reed, I've always been on your side, but this time it's different. Sometimes, to protect something, you have to sacrifice something. Ben patted Reed on the shoulder and then jumped down, swinging his powerful fists, causing bloodthirsty monsters to fall one after another. Gwen said nothing, as she wasn't very familiar with these people. She directly swung down and used her webs to bind the bloodthirsty monsters. Seeing everyone take action, Reed began to reflect on himself. Was he really too merciful? Was the desire to protect everything wrong? Boom! Just then, a loud noise suddenly echoed from the sky. Iron Man arrived at the scene with a long tail of flames. What? What's going on? There's so many monsters. Tony exclaimed in shock as he looked at the scene filled with monsters. Suddenly, a bloodthirsty monster jumped next to Reed, trying to attack him. Boom! Tony quickly shot the bloodthirsty monster away with his laser, saving Reed. Hey Reed, what are you doing? You almost died just now. Tony shouted. Chapter 141, City Crisis Queens. New York City. Although some nearby heroes arrived in time, a miscalculated strategy led to the bloodthirsty army breaking through the protective line. Although the heroes quickly adjusted their strategy, it was too late. The virus had already begun to spread, and more than half of Queens had fallen. The bloodthirsty army had already grown to hundreds of thousands and was increasing at a terrifying rate. Everything happened too suddenly. It had only been about 10 minutes since the report was received, and the authorities had no time to organize a large-scale response. They could only send nearby police to attempt to stop the bloodthirsty army while issuing emergency notifications for residents of Queens and surrounding areas to evacuate quickly. Boom! A middle-aged man suddenly burst open his front door, waking his sleeping wife. Dear, what's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping at this hour? His wife asked tiredly. A terrible virus has erupted in the city, and it's chaos outside. Hurry, pack your things and leave with me. I'll explain more in the car. While the husband was hurriedly packing important items, he said anxiously, Okay. The wife replied. She had never seen her husband like this, which was enough to show how serious the situation was. Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing? The daughter suddenly appeared in the doorway, holding her cute teddy bear and sleepily asking. It's nothing, Lily. Daddy just accidentally bumped into the door. The husband quickly reassured his daughter. He didn't want her to know about the terrifying situation outside. Such scary monsters would frighten his little angel. Daddy is so clumsy. How could he bump into such a big door? Lily teased. Yes, Daddy is a big fool. The husband echoed, then quickly changed the subject. Lily, haven't you always wanted to go to the countryside to see Grandma? How about Daddy and Mommy take you there now? Now, but it's nighttime. Grandma is already asleep. And I'm so sleepy. It doesn't matter when. Grandma will always welcome Lily. You can sleep in the car. Okay, the little girl, Lily replied. Although she found it a bit strange why they had to go to Grandma's house at night, her excitement about seeing Grandma soon overshadowed her confusion. The family of three hurriedly got into the car and left New York City, heading for the countryside. Ma'am, the situation is urgent. Please hurry to the shelter with me. A couple was hiding in their home, engaging in some private matters. Honey, you're so brave. Do it again. Hee, let me show you my skills. Attention. A large number of unknown creatures are attacking humans on XXX Street in Queens, New York City. The event is expected to reach a ghost level. Residents nearby should evacuate immediately. Just as the couple continued their activities, they suddenly heard the announcement outside. What's happening? The woman asked in confusion. Isn't it obvious? Another disaster has happened somewhere. The man replied. Then what are we waiting for? Let's run. No hurry. Let's finish this round first. Get lost. I'm not in the mood right now. The woman violently pushed the man away. Damn it, I wanted it just now. The man said angrily. The two hurried towards a shelter while arguing. A police officer was persuading an elderly woman. "Ma'am, the situation is very urgent. Please go to the shelter immediately," the officer urged. "But my nephew Peter is missing. I saw him in the room just a little while ago," the elderly woman replied anxiously. "Mom, our people will help you find him. You go to the shelter first, and he will definitely come and meet you," the officer continued to persuade. "Okay, fine," the elderly woman replied. The police officer then led the elderly woman to the shelter. The same scene was happening all over the street. Countless residents were rushing to the shelter, and some even left the city in their cars. In their eyes, New York City was a city cursed by demons. Last time, it was an alien invasion, and this time, it was an invasion of unknown creatures. They didn't know how many more disasters would occur in New York City, and they'd already made up their minds that once this crisis passed, they would sell their property in New York City and move to another city. In Queens, the nearby heroes were desperately fighting against the blood servant army, but unfortunately, there were too many of them, and they could only hold back a portion while others crazily attacked humans. These unconscious blood servants were not weak. Each one was agile and incredibly strong, unlike the weaklings in movies that ordinary people could easily defeat. They also had terrifying regenerative abilities, even if hit by firearms. As long as it didn't hit vital organs like the heart or brain, they could recover in a short time. In front of them, humans were like sheep to be slaughtered, completely powerless to fight back, which was why the virus spread so quickly. Bang! Roar! The Fantastic Four and Tony teamed up to take down all the nearby blood servants, but none of the fallen were dead. They had clearly held back, otherwise. With full firepower, they would have slaughtered all these blood servants long ago. These blood servants were once humans. They couldn't treat them like the Zatari army. If we don't find a way to combat this virus, we'll just have to watch the entire city become infected and turn into blood-sucking monsters. Gwen frowned. "There's indeed a way." Tony hesitated. "What?" Everyone was shocked. "Iron Man, if you have a solution, hurry up and share it." The impatient Thunderbolt asked. "It's not that I have a solution, but Li Yi has a way. His healing ability should be able to eliminate these viruses." "Then where's Li Yi?" "In space." "Hurry and call him back." "Do you think I don't want to?" "I've already tried to contact him, but I can't get through," Tony said helplessly. Everyone looked confused. At SHIELD headquarters, Director, Captain has already led the troops to support. Coulson reported. "Have the causes of the incident been investigated?" Nick Fury asked expressionlessly. "We have found out that these vampire-like monsters first appeared at the XX Ballroom in Queens. We checked the ballroom surveillance and found that Blade and several Blood Clan members appeared at the scene. One of the Blood Clan members threw a green potion that turned everyone in the ballroom into these monsters. Blood Clan, it's them. I told those old geezers above that we must never negotiate with these inhuman, ghostly monsters, but they just wouldn't listen. Now their wolfish ambitions have finally been exposed." Nick Fury frowned. "What is the current situation?" "Director, that group of monsters has occupied more than half of Queens and is now spreading to other areas. Haven't the heroes from the Hero Association gone to support? Why is it happening so quickly?" The Fantastic Four and others who arrived at the scene seem unwilling to take action against these monsters. Kind-heartedness. "Director, what should we do now? That virus is too strange. As soon as someone gets bitten, they immediately become one of those monsters." Coulson asked. "We can only see if Superman is willing to take action. His ability might be able to heal these people," Nick Fury said, looking at Li Yi, who was still floating in space, sunbathing. "As for asking Superman to take action, are you kidding? Other heroes might still play various emotional cards and use righteousness to manipulate, but Superman simply doesn't care. After all, have you ever seen a superhero who completely disregards the live cameras and openly acts against the public? If it weren't for SHIELD quickly suppressing public opinion in conjunction with those forces, social discourse would have exploded by now. At this moment, Li Yi, floating in outer space, still doesn't know what is happening on Earth. To enjoy the sunlight comfortably, he not only gave Betty the order that she must not disturb him no matter what happens, but he also turned off his super hearing. This is why no one has been able to successfully contact Li Yi. He doesn't care about the safety of his several women. After all, he has left enough security measures for them. Not only does he have the power of immortality, but he also has shadow clones hidden in the dark, making it impossible for anyone to harm them. As for the lives of others, or even the fate of the Earth, they don't compare to his leisurely time basking in the sun. Chapter 142, Divine Grace Like the Sea. He has basked long enough. It's time to go back. Just in time to finish watching the several anime series he has been following. Lee murmured to himself. Lee as a otaku. despite now possessing the great power to destroy the world, has not changed at his core. The spirit of an otaku never fades. Even after crossing over to the Marvel Universe, he remains obsessed with watching shows. After arriving in this world, he discovers that the anime he loved in his previous life does not exist here, replaced instead by titles he has never seen before. This frustrates Lee greatly. So he decides to buy out all the companies of the authors he remembers and creates content based on his ideas, successfully restoring most of the plots. As for how much money he spent, Lee doesn't care at all. Rich people can be so reckless when spending money. Lee directly teleported back to his residence in New York City and casually lifted the orders he had given to Betty. Boss, you have 38 missed calls and 112 messages from Mr. Stark, Miss Gwen, Miss Anna, Miss Susan. Would you like to check them? Betty reminded him as soon as the orders were lifted. What the hell? I was gone for just one night. Why is everyone looking for me? He said. Open them. Lee opened the text messages with a puzzled heart. Text message 1. Gwen Lee, where are you? A terrible virus has erupted in New York City, turning residents into monsters. We can't hold on much longer. We need your help now. Text message 2. Susan Lee, can you come over right away? The situation is very urgent. Text message 3. Little Mischief Lee, hurry back. Text message 4. Text message 5. The messages keep repeating this matter. What is happening? Lee Yvonne did it. He then activated his super hearing and began to selectively listen to the voices of the 3 women. Soon, he understood what was happening. Fuck, what is this? Did I accidentally spread the T-virus? Lee quickly opened the system space and found that the test tube containing the T-virus was still safely stored there. It wasn't a T-virus leak. So what are these biting monsters? They don't look like zombies. Instead, they resemble vampires. Never mind. Let's deal with this trouble first. Lee murmured. Then, he vanished into thin air and instantly teleported to Gwen's side. Whoosh! Lee's sudden appearance startled everyone, as they had just been discussing him. Lee, you finally returned. Susan and Gwen spoke at the same time. Then the two exchanged glances and instantly understood each other's identity. Is she one of the 3 girlfriends Lee mentioned? Gwen thought. How many women does this guy Lee want to find? Susan internally complained. Hi, how are you? Lee simply greeted. Lee, you really are taking it easy, running off to space to sunbathe, and we can't even reach you. Tony said indignantly beside him. I just want to take a vacation and relax. What? Can't you handle this incident without me? Lee replied. Lee's words silenced everyone present, because what Lee said was indeed the truth. Every major crisis had been resolved by him, and they were like appendages hanging on for support. I'm sorry. This incident escalated mainly because of me. It was my misjudgment. Mr. Mysterious stepped forward and said, let's leave the accountability for later. We don't have time for that now. Lee waved his hand to interrupt. Lee, your healing ability should also be effective against these viruses, right? Tony asked. Of course, I'm an omnipotent god. Lee said proudly, if I don't brag, I'll die. Tony gave him the middle finger. Bang! Lee paid no attention and soared into the sky, leaving a large pit on the ground as he flew to an altitude of 1,000 meters, slowly spreading his arms. Let the world bask in divine grace. He immediately activated the power of the horse talisman to expel all external forces. A massive orb of light began to gather in Lie's hands, gradually growing larger until it reached a size of 100 meters, its dazzling brightness illuminating the entire city of New York. The blood servants, illuminated by the white light, let out painful wails and then fell to the ground, gradually transforming back into humans. What happened? Why am I here? I remember being bitten by those monsters, right? Oh my god, why has this place turned into ruins? Could it be my doing? Chapter 143. The disaster is over. Lee used the power of the horse talisman to restore the entire army of hundreds of thousands of blood servants in Queens to their original state. Look, what is that? Someone quickly noticed the sunlight-like brilliance in the sky. Ah, such a warm light. Oh my. My hand that was originally broken has grown back. My leg too. Look at me, I was still in a wheelchair yesterday. And now I can jump around. Could be because of the light in the sky. Everyone quickly noticed the changes in their bodies, astonished. Has it been resolved? The catastrophe that left us helpless. I feel like he can solve everything on his own, no matter what disaster it is. It seems. We really are just accessories hanging on the thigh. Tony sighed. He had already built a set of anti-superhuman armor before the battle in New York, but Lie's performance during that battle made him put the armor away. And now he was even more determined not to bring it out and embarrass himself. Lee, seems like a god, Gwen exclaimed in admiration. After turning all the blood servants back, Li slowly descended from the sky. Under the light's radiance, his figure appeared so majestic, almost like a deity. What? A beautiful figure. Is it an angel? Or God? The Creator has come to save his lost lambs. The crowd below looked up at the figure in the sky with reverent faces. Friends in New York City, you are safe. Li said slowly. Quick look at Superman. Superman saved us. Superman. 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 As Li's figure got closer, the crowd finally saw that the figure was indeed Superman. And they began to scream and cheer wildly, shouting Superman. My friends, I'm sorry for being late and causing you such great harm. Li continued, no, Superman. It's not your fault. You saved us. Superman, you shouldn't blame yourself. You are the hero and savior of us all. Superman is truly great. He is a real hero, only thinking about protecting this world. None of us have the right to blame him. The crowd urged Superman to feel better. Li continued to put on an act for a while, before leaving the scene with the other superheroes. Hey Lu, Dan sent a message. The mastermind behind the disaster has been found. As time passed, the official forces arrived to begin cleanup efforts. Although the crisis had been resolved by Superman, the entire Queens area was left in a mess, with hundreds of thousands of citizens present. If not handled properly, it could lead to significant trouble. The disaster caused by Marcus and his group was too great and quickly caught the attention of the elders of the Blood Clan. They sent people to capture Marcus and his companions and brought them back to the Blood Clan's headquarters, where the ancient elders had been sleeping for thousands of years. The three elders ruled the entire Blood Clan empire together, with power evenly distributed among them. However, ruling together inevitably led to disagreements when making decisions, which could seriously risk a split in the Blood Clan. A split would mean a weakening of power, and they could even be defeated by humans, which the Blood Clan could not allow to happen. Thus, the three elders decided that each would take turns ruling for 100 years. One would remain awake while the others slept, without interfering in each other's era. Currently, it was the era of the oldest elder, who was said to have even experienced the most ancient times, the era of the original ancestor of the Blood Clan. Marcus, do you realize your mistakes? The elder asked with a serious face. Ha, my mistakes? What mistakes do I have? Marcus and his supporters, bound and kneeling on the ground, still shouted arrogantly. You used your unknown potions to create monsters to attack humans, causing chaos. This seriously violates the agreement we made with humans. This is your crime. An agreement? The noble Blood Clan actually signed an agreement with lowly humans? Humans only deserve to be our food. How can you place them on the same level as the Blood Clan? You old fools are the disgrace and traitors of the Blood Clan. Unworthy to lead the Blood Clan. Marcus shouted indignantly. Marcus, your thoughts are too extreme. This is not the past. The elder responded. Our strength is far inferior to that of humans now. If I hadn't proposed a non-aggression pact with them 100 years ago, the Blood Clan would have long been wiped out by humans. The elder had high hopes for Marcus, seeing him as a driven and visionary young man, believing he was a natural leader worth cultivating, which was why he spent so much effort on him. If it were any other Blood Clan member who dared to speak to him like that, they would have been reduced to ashes long ago. You're just finding excuses for your cowardice. The decline of the Blood Clan is your fault. If I were to lead, the Blood Clan would have long become the rulers of this planet. Marcus boasted. Shut up. The elder could no longer tolerate Marcus's arrogance and scolded him. If the Blood Clan were in your hands, it would have been destroyed long ago. Do you know what kind of trouble you've caused? You will bring us a war, an extermination war. Humans will definitely not let this go easily. It shouldn't be that serious. Don't we still have an agreement with the human government? A nearby vampire said uncertainly. That was before. The chaos caused by Marcus this time is too great. There have always been many voices among humans opposing our cooperation with the Blood Clan. They will definitely take this opportunity to push for legislation against us. And we don't know how long our allies among humans can hold out. The elder said, war may become inevitable. And the worst part is that we are probably not prepared to face this war. The Blood Clan, elder stated. The Blood Clan was indeed stronger than humans, but their weaknesses were equally obvious. Just the fear of sunlight alone meant they would never be able to defeat humans, only maintaining a stalemate. While humans could ignore the darkness and strike back. Even before the war began, humans had already taken the initiative. Another determining factor was the population base. How many Blood Clan members were there worldwide? Probably only a few million. With such a small number, if a racial war truly began, they would definitely be outmatched by billions of humans. Although they could increase their population by converting humans, the efficiency was too low. and they couldn't guarantee that the converted humans would be loyal to the Blood Clan. After all, humans constantly shouted that love could conquer all, which was something to be wary of. Chapter 144, The Awakening of the Blood Clan Ancestor. Facing the large-scale human army alone, we were already completely outmatched. Not to mention those so-called superheroes among humans. The Blood Clan elder said with a serious expression, "Those superheroes are the strongest among humans, and their individual combat power completely surpasses ours. Especially that guy, called Superman. He alone could probably annihilate our entire Blood Clan." The elder then opened a video, showing Superman battling aliens during the New York War. The Blood Clan members stood frozen in place after watching. Is this still humanity? How could humans be this strong? All of us combined wouldn't be enough for him to kill. God, our decision to sign an agreement with the human high-ups was absolutely correct. The Blood Clan members exclaimed in shock. But the agreement has now been broken. Someone reminded. Marcus did this. It's all Marcus's fault. He clearly has no ability. Yet he dreams of leading the Blood Clan to become the rulers of Earth. If we were to be controlled by such a person, we would definitely be destroyed. Since it's all Marcus's doing, I think we should hand him over to humans and explain the situation. They should understand. After all, no one likes war. Marcus, the center of the Blood Clan. The center of the Blood Clan? Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. The Blood Clan members immediately turned their anger toward Marcus and his group. You cowards, useless trash. You don't deserve to be noble Blood Clan. Marcus, hearing the condemnation from the crowd, showed no remorse and continued to shout arrogantly. Stop. The Blood Clan elder made a stopping gesture and shouted. His prestige was very high, and all the Blood Clan members quieted down. The elder then walked up to Marcus and said, Marcus, do you still not recognize your mistakes? I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. The wrong ones are you cowardly, disgraceful Blood Clan members. Marcus continued to shout defiantly. What a pity. Lock him up and make sure he is strictly monitored. He must not be allowed to escape. The elder said regretfully. It was clear he had already decided to adopt that suggestion, to give up on Marcus and hand him over to humans. No matter how much he thought of Marcus, he was insignificant in the face of the race. Bastard coward. Marcus shouted as he was dragged away. The other Blood Clan members breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Marcus being taken away. Do you think this will avoid war? The Blood Clan elder's loud shout directly pierced their fantasies. Isn't that still possible? A nearby vampire asked in confusion. If humans are truly determined to wage war, do you think they would care about just one Marcus? The elder of the vampire clan retorted. The vampires present all lowered their heads. Damn it. If it weren't for the sudden disappearance of the progenitor, how could our clan have fallen to this extent? One vampire complained. The greatest reason for the decline of the vampire clan is the mysterious disappearance of the progenitor, Dracula. Here, the term progenitor does not refer to the firstborn, but rather to the source of the clan's power. All the power of the vampires comes from the first vampire in history, the great wizard Varna. All the strength and bloodline of the vampires originate from him. Later, after he had lived long enough, he passed this bloodline power to Dracula, who then became the source of strength for all vampires. Only with him does the vampire clan reach its peak, and their power can be maximized. Even the weakest vampire could single-handedly take down a human army. The strength, speed, reflexes, and recovery abilities of the current vampires are simply not on the same level. With tons of strength, speed, fast enough to dodge bullets, and even if swept by machine gun fire, as long as they protect their vital points, they can recover instantly. In terms of physical quality, they could take on Captain America, Steve Rogers, though Captain's greatest strengths are his indomitable spirit and rich combat experience. Tap, tap, tap. Just as the vampires continued their discussion, a stunning young woman and a middle-aged man with blonde hair walked in. Why are you two awake? It's not yet your time to rule. The elder of the vampire clan frowned upon seeing the two. Indeed, these two were the remaining two of the three great elders of the vampire clan, ancient beings who had lived for over 1,000 years. The vampire clan is at a moment of life and death. How can we be absent? The female elder said with a smile. If we don't wake up, by the time we do, the vampire clan may have already disappeared. The blonde elder said expressionlessly. Now that you are awake, share your thoughts. Do you have any solutions? The white-haired elder responded. No, I do not. The female elder shook her head, then added, but I have brought someone who can solve this. What do you mean? The white-haired elder asked in confusion. Clap. The female elder did not respond, but instead clapped her hands. A group of vampires carried in an ancient coffin, leaving everyone present in a state of bewilderment. What is this? A nearby vampire couldn't help but ask. If I were you, I would show a bit more respect. After all, the one inside is not an ordinary person, but the legendary That Great One. The female elder smiled lightly. That Great One? Could it be? The expressions of the vampires changed as they thought of something. Didn't he mysteriously disappear? The white-haired elder exclaimed in shock. To find this Great One, I put in quite a bit of effort, scouring every corner of the world, and finally found him in a place in Australia known as the Lost Corner. The female elder said with a smile. Is he still asleep? Of course. This Great One won't wake easily. It requires a special ritual. The female elder walked to the coffin, cut her palm, drew a mysterious pattern, and began to chant something mysterious that no one understood. After a while, the mysterious pattern on the coffin emitted a dazzling light. Clack! The coffin's lid suddenly opened, and everyone finally saw who was lying inside. Inside lay a man, very handsome, with a pale complexion, dressed in black, wearing a wide cloak and deep black leather boots, resembling a medieval noble. Finally, someone has come to awaken me? The man opened his eyes, sat up, and smiled. He exuded a kingly aura that suppressed bloodlines, causing everyone to hold their breath. The most famous legend among the vampires, a man nearly mythologized, the progenitor of the vampire clan, Dracula. This is not the history of the Marvel Universe, but the history of a world I created. Chapter 145. The request to exterminate the vampire clan Dracula, the rumored vampire, even suspected at times of being the progenitor of all vampires, now appeared alive before everyone. You are the progenitor, Dracula? No, I am not your progenitor. This is a misconception recorded in your history. You should know best. After all, he lived through that era. Dracula coldly looked at everyone, pointing at the white-haired elder, calmly replying, He is not wrong. He indeed is not our origin, but the power within him is the source of our strength. After a moment of silence, the white-haired elder replied, All vampire power originates from the initial bloodline, and this source is now within Dracula. As long as Dracula is alive, the vampire clan will not disappear. Trying to eliminate the vampire clan by killing Dracula is also impossible. Dracula's resurrection has become a rule of this world. Just like the rising and setting of the sun, no matter how many times he is killed, he will eventually revive. Throughout his long life, Dracula has lost count of how many times he has died. In fact, due to living for so long, he has grown weary of everything, much like the first progenitor. However, Dracula is not willing to give up this eternal life, so whenever he feels bored, he finds a deserted place to sleep for a couple of 100 years to relax. The last time he suddenly disappeared was because he exiled himself to Australia to sleep. Now, tell me, my descendants, what is the purpose of awakening me? Dracula asked calmly. Great progenitor, the reason for awakening you this time is because our vampire clan is facing a life and death crisis. The female elder respectfully said, Life and death crisis? Please elaborate. It is like this. In the 100 years since your disappearance, human technology has rapidly advanced, gradually surpassing our strength. That idiot has completely exposed the vampire clan to the eyes of humanity. The female elder explained. Humans have made such great progress in just 100 years. But if it's just humans, it shouldn't be enough to make you panic this much. Dracula frowned. Yes, if it were just humans, even if we are not their match, they would have no way to deal with us. The most important thing is that a group of incredibly powerful beings has emerged among humans, known as superheroes, among whom the strongest is Superman, powerful enough that he alone could kill us all. Superman. Subsequently, the female elder brought out a tablet and opened a video, beginning to play scenes from the battle in New York. Interesting, very interesting. After watching, Dracula laughed, his face filled with excitement. You just said you captured a vampire-human hybrid who is not afraid of sunlight? I am very interested. Take me to meet him. Yes, great progenitor. At the SHELA headquarters. Everyone, we have uncovered the mastermind behind this incident. Nick Fury said with a serious expression. Fury, stop beating around the bush. If you don't speak up, we're leaving. Lee asked impatiently, who did it? It didn't matter to him at all. After all, it wasn't an attack on his territory. Otherwise, given Lie's personality, he would have retaliated no matter what. It's vampires, also known as the Blood Clan. Nick Fury didn't care about Lie's attitude and continued speaking. Vampires. Everyone except Lie and Tony was extremely shocked. Lie knew the ins and outs of the Marvel world long ago, while Tony often hacked into SHIELD's database. For a top genius like Tony, breaking through SHIELD DS Firewall was as easy as going home. So, aren't they fictional creatures? One exclaimed in shock. Vampires don't conform to the laws of biological evolution. Reed pondered. Vampires? That's really cool. Johnny said excitedly. The last actress he found who played a vampire was amazing, and he was still savoring it. Johnny, that's not cool at all. Susan said seriously. How do they manage to turn so many people into those mindless vampire monsters? Is that a power every vampire possesses? Reed asked. No, they used a special serum. And we found something particularly interesting on it, the Hydra logo. Nick Fury then took out a piece of glass debris, which had a glaring, strange skull imprint on it. Hydra? Weren't they wiped out by your S-H-I-E-L-D? Tony asked in confusion. At first we thought so too, but later we discovered that what we eradicated was just a small part hidden within S-H-I-E-L-D. Hydra had already grown and spread globally over the decades they were lurking. So I suspect this incident was a joint effort by Hydra and the Bloodsuckers. To this, Li Yi disdainfully curled his lip. The higher-ups of Hydra had already been brainwashed and controlled by him, and without his orders. They wouldn't get involved in this trouble at all. So what are you planning to do? Li Yi pointed out the key issue. That group of politicians upped their plans to define this as a bioweapon attack from another country, covering up the traces of the Blood Clan. Nick Fury said expressionlessly. But it was still clear that his tone carried obvious dissatisfaction, a discontent with the White House politicians continuing to implement appeasement policies. As expected, it's the same old story. Lee laughed and said, American politicians are just like this, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, only interested in profit. If I had shown a bit of weakness back then, I would have been handled by a group of weak mortals like Superman in DC. Instead, I decisively killed all those who targeted me, and it is the American government that has become the one being handled, now trying to please me everywhere, fearing that if I get angry, I might just blow up America or go to the White House and go on a killing spree. Now, they are reluctant to give up the huge benefits and the temptation of immortality from colluding with the vampire clan, implementing a policy of appeasement towards them. After all, to them, the dead are just some commoners. What does it have to do with them, the powerful and influential? Lie, I hope your hero association can take action against those vampires. Nick Fury pleaded. If it weren't for Li Yi taking away all the people, he wouldn't have to be so humble. He would have already formed the Avengers and stormed the vampire's lair. Not interested. Li Yi refused without thinking, as that group of vampires was too weak, not even worth his interest. He then turned to leave, and Gwen and the others quickly followed, leaving Nick Fury with a grim expression. Of course, Li Yi didn't know and didn't care that the Blood Clan would actively seek him out. Chapter 146, Dracula and Blade Blood Clan Headquarters. How long have I been locked up here? Blade sighed as he squatted in a cell. This was already the third day since he was captured by that group of vampires. If it were an ordinary cell, with his strong physical abilities, he would have bent the bars and escaped long ago. But the cell design for the Blood Clan was definitely different from those for humans. The entire cell was made of a special alloy. Not only would brute force be useless, even missiles might not be able to destroy it. This also showed how wealthy the Blood Clan was. This alloy was not only rare, but also very difficult to synthesize, making it extremely expensive. Yet, the Blood Clan used it to construct an entire cell made of this alloy. Hybrid. A disdainful voice came from his side. It was Marcus, the one who had captured Blade, and he was also locked up here. This cell was originally meant for traitors of the Blood Clan. If I can survive and get out, I will kill all of you blood-sucking monsters. Blade said this without any special reaction, but rather in an extremely calm manner. With you, a hybrid? To be honest, the ones you killed before were just some small fries. There are as many small fries as you want to convert. Those old immortals just thought you were special and wanted to recruit you into the Blood Clan. If we really wanted to deal with you, we would have killed you long ago. Marcus mocked. Blade did not respond, only coldly staring at Marcus. Suddenly, the cell door opened, and a robust vampire walked in. A certain lord wants to see both of you, the strong vampire said. Upon hearing this, Blade's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. An opportunity to escape. It must be those old immortals. Marcus scoffed. The two were then escorted to the main hall of the Blood Clan headquarters. Sitting on the main seat was not the white-haired elder, but a handsome young man dressed in black with a red cloak. The white-haired elder stood to one side, with a man and a woman on each side. Seeing this scene, both of them felt very confused. Who was this person? Blade, vampire hunter, daywalker, we finally meet. The young man, sitting in the main seat, smiled. Who are you? Blade directly asked. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dracula. Dracula? Both of them were astonished upon hearing this name. Blade, who was part vampire and had dealt with vampires for many years, naturally knew the legend of Dracula. The legendary progenitor of the Blood Clan appeared right before them. Of course, they were surprised. They certainly did not doubt it. Even the elder of the Blood Clan obediently stood aside. Who else could command such respect, if not the progenitor Dracula? Progenitor, you have awakened from your slumber, Marcus said excitedly, as if he had seen his idol. Marcus idolized Dracula to an extreme degree, passionately chasing and studying the history related to Dracula, believing that if Dracula had not disappeared, he would have led the Blood Clan to successfully defeat humanity and become the ruler of this planet. Oh, you must be that Marcus, Dracula said with a smile. Yes, I am Marcus, Marcus said excitedly. Hell, what a complete fool. Dracula laughed. What? Marcus had not reacted yet. Swish. Dracula lightly moved his finger, and a dazzling red light flashed by, directly piercing through Marcus's brain. Thud. Marcus's lifeless body fell weakly onto the cold ground. This. Progenitor, why did this happen? The sudden attack from Dracula shocked everyone present, and the white-haired elder asked in confusion. This was different from what they had previously discussed. They had said they would hand Marcus over, so why kill him directly now? If humanity decides to go to war, handing over this fool would be useless. Since that's the case, why keep a fool around? Dracula said coldly. Everyone fell silent. Dracula then looked at Blade. I've heard you're a hybrid of human and vampire, not afraid of sunlight, and retain the powers of the Blood Clan. Dracula said with great interest. To be honest, I would rather not have the blood of monsters like you coursing through my veins. Blade replied expressionlessly. Monsters? They're just different forms of life. According to your standards, wolves are monsters to sheep, sheep are monsters to grass, and aren't humans the biggest monsters? The enemies of all animals. Dracula laughed. Just get to your point. Blade did not continue the conversation and asked straightforwardly. I hope you can join the Blood Clan and serve me. Do you think that's possible? My biggest goal is to kill all of you monsters. Blade scoffed. Why? Although you have some human traits, your essence is still that of a vampire. You must have felt it too, that bloodthirsty impulse, even though you've been suppressing it. One day, that bloodthirsty impulse will completely consume you, and you will become one of us. I'm different from you, Blade said firmly. Although recently the impulse to drink blood had become stronger, he still had confidence in overcoming it. Very impressive. I want to see how long you can hold on. I look forward to you becoming one of us. Dracula laughed, then ordered for Blade to be locked up again. However, during the escort process, Blade used his powerful physical abilities to counterattack the escorting vampire and escape from the Blood Clan headquarters. Dracula, however, was not very concerned and led his loyal subordinates towards Li Ye's direction. He wanted to meet this superhuman in person. After leaving SHIELD, Li immediately found the only awake person from Hydra, Dr. Zola, and threw the fragments he got from Nick Fury in front of him. Is this your previous plan? How many more of these boring plans do you have? Stop all of them. If this happens again, there will be no need for your Hydra to exist. Li is Said Koldi. He is now the master of the Hydra organization, and there are plans even a master doesn't know about. This is outrageous. No, we have completely abandoned our previous plans. Hydra absolutely did not participate in this incident. Dr. Zola said affirmatively. Then what about this symbol? It was one of my previous experiments, and I don't know why it leaked out. It turns out that before his death, Dr. Zola conducted research on extending life, which included a project to create an immortality serum using the genes of vampires. Clearly it failed, as those who drank the serum would turn into irrational monsters that only crave blood, and eventually, their genes would slowly collapse, leading to complete death. If it weren't for Li Ye's intervention, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Queen District would have died. Chapter 147. Confrontation with Dracula. At night, on the bustling street, Gwen, why are you not on a mission today? Lia Skidgon. Since joining the Hero Association, this little girl has been very enthusiastic about fighting crime and the superhero career of helping others. This has puzzled the George couple. What has happened to their daughter, who used to stay at home and dislike going out? Has she changed her personality? The couple even suspected that their daughter had a boyfriend, but Gwen was always elusive, and they couldn't find out the truth. It didn't feel right to ask directly, especially since their daughter was already an adult. However, Director George boldly declared, if that little punk Gwen is dating turns out to be a jerk, he'll just shoot him. Oh, we haven't even had a proper date since we started dating. She specifically took a day off to spend time with you. I'm really busy, unlike you. Clearly the only S-rank hero in the association, yet you haven't even gone on a few missions. Gwen pouted. The incidents that need my intervention are not simple matters. Lee replied. Just as the two were on their date, a strange group of people gradually surrounded them on the street. Lee, did you notice? Someone is following us. Gwen's spider sense quickly detected the unusual presence around them, and she quietly pulled Lie's hand. Lee naturally noticed and clearly knew the identities of this group of vampires. His super hearing could cover the entire planet. If it weren't for the vacuum that prevents sound transmission, he could even extend the range to the entire solar system without issue. Of course, Lee usually shielded this ability and only focused on a few special sound frequencies. Otherwise, the noise from the entire Earth would drive him crazy. Interesting. It seems that this date is destined to be anything but peaceful. Lee laughed and said, Gwen nodded in response, but was very excited inside. After all, one of the main reasons she joined the Hero Association and became a superhero was to become Superman's partner and fight alongside him. The two led several vampires to an isolated corner and then disappeared from sight. Damn, where are they? Tot. Is this it? I'm asking you. Where are they? I don't know. Then hurry up and look for them. If we can't find the ancestor, he will definitely not let us go. Yes. A few tracking vampires, frustrated to find the two they had been following had vanished, exclaimed. Hey, are you looking for us? At that moment, Lie's voice suddenly sounded behind them. I'll run. The vampires were so scared that they turned to flee. Whoosh. Gwen suddenly jumped out and used her webs to bind them all up. The toughness of Gwen's webs was greater than that of the steel cables used to pull a bridge, and even though the vampire's strength far surpassed that of ordinary humans, they could not break free. Well done, Gwen. Lee gave a thumbs up and praised. Thank you. Gwen replied gracefully. Who are you? And what are you following us for? Lee walked up to a few people and asked, I don't understand what you're saying. We're just passing by. Let's go. One of the vampires, seemingly the leader, shouted while struggling. Passing by vampires? Huh? How? How did you figure that out? The little leader exclaimed in shock. Vampires look almost identical to humans when not exposed, just a little paler in complexion. Answer my first question. Lee said coldly, I have no idea what you're talking about. The little vampire leader still held his ground. Lee stopped wasting words and directly pressed down on his head, activating the power of the sheep talisman to extract his soul and check the soul's memories. The ancestor of the blood clan, Dracula. So that's how it is. Lee instantly understood what had happened, and then withdrew his hand. The corpse of the small leader, the vampire, lay stiffly on the ground. Lie. What happened? Gwen asked in confusion. I already know the purpose of this group. Lie replied. Then he gently waved his hand, extracting the souls of the remaining vampires. Gwen looked at the corpses on the ground and couldn't help but frown, clearly still not accustomed to killing. At the top of a building, Dracula stood leisurely, admiring the bustling traffic and the vibrant nightlife below. A place that was just a backward town, without even electricity, 100 years ago had become so prosperous. Humanity is truly a remarkable species. The last time he awakened, human technology was still very primitive, yet in just over 100 years, it had rapidly developed, even enabling them to leave Earth and travel to space and the moon. However, everything created by humans will become the wedding gown of our bloodline. In the face of the great power of time, no matter how brilliant the civilization, it will eventually turn to nothing. Only time is the eternal truth, and I've already grasped the truth, Dracula lamented. Am I right? Your Excellency Superman. He then spoke to an empty direction. That's right, except for the first part. I agree with everything else. Lie's figure suddenly appeared in that direction. I am very curious about how you found me. Lie asked in confusion. The invisibility of the snake talisman is a power of the rules, so it shouldn't be possible to be discovered. No, I didn't actually detect you. I just had a vague feeling, so I tested it, and I didn't expect you to really be there. Dracula laughed. So, if no one had been there, would you have felt awkward? After all, as the ancestor of the Blood Clan, you should have a high status. Lee suddenly raised a strange question. Although he didn't know what BG meant, he had long abandoned the emotion of awkwardness. Dracula replied seriously. Forget it. Let's not go there. I'm just going to ask you one thing. What do you mean by sending your subordinates to follow me? Hee, Your Excellency Superman is indeed very direct. After all, I am quite busy, so hurry up and explain. If you can't explain clearly, I'll kill you. Lie replied impressionlessly. There's nothing special about it. I just want to see the legendary Lord Superman. Dracula responded. Bang. As soon as Dracula finished speaking, Lee punched out directly, sending him flying. Boom. Dracula crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large pit. I'm very dissatisfied with your answer, so you're dead for sure. Lee appeared next to the big pit and said coldly, I was just thinking of having a duel with you, Your Excellency, Superman, Dracula replied leisurely. Despite the fact that Li Ye's casual punch had shattered all the bones and muscles in his body just moments ago, he instantly returned to his original state. Such an attack was simply too easy for the immortal bloodline progenitor. Whoosh! Dracula shot towards Li Yi in an instant. Bang! Li Jaswa Li Ijujutit a Yipkik, sending Dracula flying and leaving an unsightly groove on the smooth road. Chapter 148. You're really weak. So strong, as expected of His Excellency Superman. Ha ha ha. Dracula quickly got back up and laughed. An immortal body? Li instantly became interested. In his eyes, an immortal body, an unbeatable punching bag. That's right, Superman. I, the immortal one, am inherently in an invincible position, Dracula replied, after saying that his body dissipated like smoke, rushing towards Li Yi like a ghost, with a medieval long sword appearing in his hand at some point, swinging it towards Li Yi. Ding! Li Yi was like an unparalleled master from martial arts novel, effortlessly pinching Dracula's long sword with just 2 fingers. The sword was swift, but lacked power. Li Yi commented, no matter how hard Dracula tries, he cannot pull the sword back. Li shook his head in disappointment and flung Dracula, along with his sword, out. Is this the strength of the progenitor of the Blood Clan? It's really too weak, unable to even scratch my itch. Damn it. Dracula was instantly enraged. After living for so long, no one had ever dared to call him weak. Who was he? He was the progenitor of the bloodline, the immortal king of vampires. Dracula suddenly raised his arms high, and dark clouds began to gather in the pitch-black sky. Black lightning churned above the clouds, while pale lightning darted like a giant dragon soaring through the sky, twisting and turning, accompanied by rolling thunder, summoning wind and rain, altering the weather. This was one of the strongest abilities of Dracula, the most powerful progenitor of the bloodline, the king of vampires. He was showcasing his immense power to make those who looked down on him regret it. Although he had seen videos of Superman battling aliens, Dracula remained confident in his ability to defeat Superman. Besides his guaranteed immortality, he possessed incredibly powerful abilities, which were the source of his confidence. I can wear you down. This was Dracula's inner thought. How about that? Have you seen my formidable power? It's still not too late to take back what you just said, Dracula boasted. Oh, why should I take it back? I still stand by my words. You are weak, ridiculously weak. Li provoked. He then go die. Dracula sneered, and then began to summon violent lightning. Boom! Thousands of dazzling lightning bolts struck down fiercely towards Li Yi. The azure flashes of electricity were like countless sharp blades, piercing through the night sky and falling straight towards Li Yi, as if 9 thunders were crashing down upon him. This bizarre scene instantly captured the attention of the crowd. Is that our friend undergoing tribulation? You've read too many novels. This is clearly some bastard swearing. Can you talk about science for once? This is obviously a natural phenomenon of XXX. Umaba, please do not strike me. I have never done anything bad in my life except peeping at the female landlord next door while she bathes. You fool, this is America, where people believe in Christ. You should pray to God. God, please do not strike me, amen. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. The violent lightning lasted a full 10 seconds, affecting buildings within a radius of 1,000 meters, leaving them in complete ruin, with the ground covered in charred marks. As for the casualties, they were countless. If anyone knew that all of this was intentionally caused by Li Yi battling Dracula in the city, there would definitely be someone like Xiang Yuan long cursing Li Yi. Look at what you have protected. Xiaoming would naturally admit her mistake and promise not to do it again. If Li Yi encountered her, he would smile and gently pull off Xiang Yuanlong's head. If faced with a group of Xiang Yuanlongs, then the fiery gaze and electric eyes would take turns to attack. The weak should just hide obediently and not recklessly run in front of the strong, nagging. It was simply too powerful. No wonder he is our ancestor. This immense power, a single ancestor could stand against an entire nation without issue. With the ancestor's protection, our blood clan can rest easy from now on. The blood clan members at the base were watching all of this through satellite surveillance, feeling exceptionally excited. Why do you think vampires have satellites? Bruce Wayne has several exclusive satellites. The blood clan's combined assets are hundreds of times his. So isn't it hard to get few satellites? As for the American government, the blood clan has deployed quite a few pawns in this regard. As the smoke gradually dispersed, Li Ye's figure had long since vanished without a trace. Ha ha, dead. Dracula laughed. Seeing the one who dared to underestimate him turn to ashes made Dracula feel incredibly exhilarated. What are you so happy about? Say it so I can be happy too. A voice suddenly came from above. Then, Lie's figure appeared in the sky above Dracula, completely unharmed. Not even a tear in his clothes. Dracula's smile instantly froze. How is this possible? You are still alive? The previous attack was indeed quite good. Barely able to scratch me, but to think you could kill me is still 20,000 years off. Lie shrugged and said casually, "What kind of monster are you?" Dracula exclaimed in shock. His powerful attack, as long as it was still within the realm of living beings, should have been impossible to withstand. Yet this monster before him emerged completely unscathed. It shattered his worldview. "Do you have any other tricks?" Lie said with great interest. "You." Cold sweat instantly broke out on Dracula's forehead. He already had thoughts of retreating in his mind. After all, his attacks had no effect on this monster, while the monster's attacks could easily obliterate his body. Although he had an immortal body and believed that the opponent couldn't kill him, it still hurt like hell. Continuing to drag this out had no meaning. Of course, there was still. Dracula replied with a grim expression. "Hurry up and let me see." Lie looked forward eagerly. Roar. Dracula let out a beast-like low growl, and in an instant, dark mist surged around him, gradually forming a giant over 10 meters tall, with long horns on its head and bat wings on its back, resembling a devil. Another giant? Why do people always think that being big means being strong? Lie complained. Magneto and Mephisto have both turned into giants to fight Lie, but they were both beaten up by him. Chapter 149. The Blood Clan Ancestors' Disgraceful Escape. "Come on, Superman. Let me show you my true power." Dracula shouted. One moment its true strength, the next its true power. "Can't you stop bragging?" Lie foot. "Damn it, go die." Dracula controlled the giant black mist troll, swinging its demonic arm, which was over 10 meters long, towards Lie, intending to completely annihilate him. Lie didn't even look, simply throwing a punch effortlessly, instantly creating a violent fist wind that seemed to whip up a level 12 typhoon, lifting all the nearby debris into the sky. Bang! The black mist giant's arm was instantly shattered, followed by its shoulder, and finally, even its entire head vanished without a trace, but restored itself the next second. Ha 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 ha! Superman, you underestimate me too much. The demon god was created by my magic, and as long as I am alive, no matter how much it is destroyed, it will return to its original form. But can you kill me, who possesses immortality? Dracula laughed maniacally. Oh, is that so? Then isn't that very simple? Lie laughed and said, What do you mean? Do you think you can kill me? Dracula said coldly, I can. Lie simply replied with one word, then clenched his fist again, doubling his strength, and swung another punch at Dracula. Boom! The impact this time was much greater than the previous punch, not only creating a strong wind, but also causing violent tremors around. Although Lie's attack was not aimed at the ground, the intense shaking still caused countless houses to collapse. The force of the punch instantly dispersed the black mist giant, and even the clouds behind the giant were blown away, revealing the vast and boundless starry universe. Lie scanned with his supervision and confirmed that Dracula was left with nothing. He spoke up, The ancestor is dead. How is that possible? The ancestor is the strongest of the Blood Clan, possessing an immortal body. How could he die? Oh my god, am I dreaming that I'm not dead? Slap me. I need to confirm. Slap. Ouch. Why are you hitting me so hard? I'm just helping you confirm. It seems the ancestor really is dead. Not even a trace left. Do you think Superman will kill us? If it were me, I would definitely eradicate the roots. What are you afraid of? We have so many people. We can wear Superman down. Are you an idiot brought by a monkey? Didn't you see the battle just now? Either of those two could easily wipe us out. We're doomed. We're doomed. Our Blood Clan is finished. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have provoked humans. It's all that idiot Marcus's fault. That guy died too easily. I want to chop his body into pieces. Count me in. Me too. Seeing the Blood Clan ancestors, Dracula, dead at Lie's hands. The Blood Clan members collectively broke down. At first, they couldn't believe it. Then they began to regret provoking humans. And finally, they all blamed Marcus, cursing him. Quiet. What's all this noise about? The white-haired elder scolded. With his immense authority, he successfully calmed the panicked Blood Clan. Elder, what should we do now? Asked a nearby Blood Clan member. Prepare to hand over all the clan's assets and surrender to Superman. I think, with our Blood Clan's vast power, no one can refuse our loyalty. The white-haired elder pondered for a moment before stating his suggestion. Everyone fell silent. Although it was shameful and hard to accept, this was the only way to avoid being exterminated. Wait, look over there. The blonde elder suddenly pointed at a corner of the screen where a red figure was gathering. The ancestor is not dead. Oh, he actually revived. Looking at the red figure, Li Yi exclaimed in astonishment. His punch had clearly reduced Dracula to a molecular state. Even the so-called immortal body shouldn't be able to revive. Could it be that Dracula's revival has become a rule of this world? Li Yi secretly. Legend has it that Dracula cannot be killed. Throughout endless vast time, he can resurrect no matter how many times he is killed. In the comics, there's a clear plot where Dracula attacks female heroes, wanting to suck their blood, and predictably, he gets beaten to a pulp by the heroes, only to reappear in the next chapter. Simply put, the world does not want the original bloodline power of the vampire within Dracula to disappear. As long as the original bloodline power remains in his body, he cannot be killed, unless the entire world is destroyed, completely annihilating the world's will. The red figure quickly transformed into Dracula's appearance. He was truly killed once. Dracula was shocked. It should be noted that the ones who had killed him before were powerful beings like Odin and Ancient One. Has the superhuman in front of him reached that level? Superhuman, since you cannot kill me, and I cannot do anything to you. Why don't we just stop here? What do you think? Dracula proposed. No. Li Yi refused without a second thought, wanting to test if there were any limits to Dracula's resurrection. Bang! He unleashed another powerful punch, the explosive energy once again leaving Dracula with nothing left. Wait a minute. Soon, Dracula returned to his original form, wanting to speak up to stop it again. Bang! Li still didn't listen and continued to swing his fists. Just like that, he shattered Dracula 10 times in fits and starts. It's over. The gap in strength is too great. We're not even in the same dimension. The ancestor didn't even have the strength to fight back. Superman is a monster, right? The vampires watching all of this from the satellite were completely in despair. Damn it, you madman. For the 11th time, Dracula returned to his original state, no longer staying in place to persuade, and directly transformed into a wisp of black mist to escape. Hey, Vampire King, where are you going? Li Yi quickly chased after him. Running away in front of Li Yi, who could reach the speed of light, was simply a joke. Bang! Li Yi delivered a whip kick towards the black mist, directly revealing Dracula's true form. Dracula, the progenitor of the Blood Clan and the king of vampires, crashed into the floor in a very ungraceful manner, taking a long time to get back up. However, his disheveled appearance was completely at odds with his noble aristocratic image. Superman, what do you really want? Dracula growled. Now, let's proceed to the final test. Li Yi released a beam of white light towards Dracula. The power of the Horse Talisman spell expelled all external forces. He wanted to test whether the Horse Talisman spell, which was also a power of rules, could dispel the Resurrection Rule power on Dracula. The white light hit Dracula, but nothing happened. As expected, the failure was within Li Yi's expectations. This Resurrection Rule power was ordained by the will of the world, and the level difference between Li Yi and the world's will was too great. So the Horse Talisman spell he used naturally could not dispel the rule power on Dracula, unless Li Yi evolved to a level similar to that of this world. He didn't know if it was multiversal level or omniversal level. Chapter 150. The Troublemaking Evil Knight in the Hell Dimension, in the Palace of the Demon King Mephisto. Mephisto was infiltrating the reality dimension with his magic power, searching for that human who had caused him great loss. Found it, that damned human. I want you to pay the price. Mephisto looked at the illusion outlined by his magic power, where Li Yi was battling Dracula, and sneered. Enjoy it. He then began to use his soul power to contact the pieces he had left in the reality dimension. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared in the space, crashing into the illusion, causing it to shatter like a mirror and then disappear without a trace. Demon, you won't get away with your misdeeds in the reality dimension. A voice suddenly came. It turned out to be the Ancient One from Kamarage, who had timely discovered Mephisto infiltrating the reality dimension and intervened to stop him. It's you again, damned Ancient One. Just wait. One day, I will devour your soul. Mephisto gritted his teeth and said, just as Li Yi was mercilessly beating Dracula, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from afar. From the sound, it seemed to be the roar of a motorcycle engine, and it was moving at high speed. Damn, who is it now? Why is it him? Li Yi frowned and said, could it be that someone has come to save me? Dracula on the ground was also extremely surprised. Although he couldn't die, being killed repeatedly was too tormenting. His speed, which he was so proud of, was completely ineffective in front of Superman. Dracula felt as if he was facing God, utterly powerless to fight back. At that time, he had just obtained the power of the bloodline origin, feeling proud and thinking he was the only true God in the world, crazily slaughtering humans. Tens of thousands, Millions of human armies were nothing more than a wave of his hand. He even wanted to establish a divine kingdom on Earth, where everyone could only believe in one god, and that was the blood god Dracula. But unexpectedly, when he led his blood army to attack the church in Rome, a guy radiating white light suddenly appeared. He said his name was Jehovah, and with just one strike, he blew Dracula apart. After discovering that he could revive and that he could not be killed, Jehovah sealed himself with the so-called holy artifact and only escaped the seal 400 years later with the help of the descendants of the Blood Clan. As the sound of the motorcycle grew closer, a skeleton engulfed in flames appeared in front of the two. The skeleton had no flesh whatsoever, just bones, all of which were burning with flames. The flames did not cause him any harm, and even his non-mainstream outfit remained as good as new. The Ghost Rider. It must be Mephisto who sent you. Li instantly saw through the Ghost Rider's true nature. You are guilty. I see the numerous wrong souls on you. The Ghost Rider glared fiercely at Li Yi and shouted in a hoarse voice. It's normal for Li Yi to have vengeful spirits around him. He is neither a good person nor a bad person. He has killed many. Not to mention those he killed intentionally, just the countless casualties caused by his reckless use of power without regard for his surroundings adds up to tens of thousands. If it weren't for organizations like S, H, IL, D desperately covering for him, he would have long been labeled as the demon who destroys the world by the public. Of course, Li Yi doesn't care. If he can't be a superhero, then he might as well be an unjust superhero. I am guilty, Li Yi readily admitted, then added, but what can you do about it? His tone was very provoking, making even Dracula beside him want to stand up and give him a punch. You'll be judged. The Ghost Rider continued coldly. Wow. I'm so scared. Li replied impressionistly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Ghost Rider no longer responded, but suddenly revved the motorcycle and charged towards Li Yi. Bang! Li Yi kicked out lightly, directly sending the Ghost Rider along with his bike flying, crashing heavily into a building. The scene became quite awkward. Dracula originally thought this guy was a powerful character, but it turned out to be a piece of trash weaker than himself. Boom! The Ghost Rider quickly pushed away the rubble that was pressing down on him. At this moment, all his bones were broken, and he couldn't even stand steadily. At any moment, he might fall to the ground. Crack! Crack! Then, after a twist, he returned to his original state. Another undead? When did this thing become so common? Li complained that the power of the Ghost Rider comes from hell, so there is no concept of death. Unless someone stronger than the one who granted the Ghost Rider his powers, the demon, comes along, he cannot be destroyed. This is Mephisto's plan. He knows that the Ghost Rider will definitely not be a match for Li Yi, and he simply wants to annoy Li Yi. After all, he can't go to the real dimension to take revenge on Li Yi. So what else can he do? Crack! The Demon Rider took a Gatling gun from his trashy car and covered it with Hellfire. The Hellfire can modify any mechanical or non-mechanical objects, granting them even greater power. Tot. The Ghost Rider wildly fired the Gatling gun at Li Yi, with countless bullets flying toward him. Li Yi didn't even glance, quickly moving in front of the Ghost Rider and grabbing it by the throat with one hand. The captured Ghost Rider continuously let out angry roars. Your source of power comes from the evil spirit on you, right? Li Yi smiled, and then a flash of white light appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying and desperate roar echoed and then disappeared. The skeleton that was originally engulfed in flames slowly transformed into a Caucasian man. Li Yi used the power of the horse talisman to dispel the evil spirit on him. I can't do anything about the world, Will, but how can I not handle a small Mephisto like you? Li Yi smiled and said, this is the end. Dracula beside him looked over, thinking he was a savior, but unexpectedly found him to be a joker. Li Yi casually threw the white man to the ground, not caring about his life or death. Now it's your turn. Li Yi sneered and said, Superman, what do I want to do? Since I can't kill you, how about sending you to the universe? By the way, which planet would you like to travel to? Chapter 151, Exile of Dracula in the Hell Dimension. How did this human do it? Looking at the tools he used to discuss that bastard human being easily dealt with in just a few moves, Mephisto felt a mix of emotions. In his memory, there were hardly any beings capable of killing the Hell Knights he created. After all, he was one of the two strongest among the 7 Lords of Hell, and there were not even enough beings in the entire universe stronger than him to count on one hand. The last battle with that human was merely a tie, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. Mephisto could never have guessed that Li Yi, in addition to having immense power, also wielded 12 powerful rules of strength. How about I throw you to the moon? No, that's too close. Humans often go there. If I bring you back and you continue to discuss me, that wouldn't be good. You can't stay in the solar system. so let's send you to a farther place. Lee looked at the distressed Dracula and hesitated. Then he thought of the vast space where he had battled the Zetarians, which was far enough from Earth. No, Superman, you can't do this, Dracula said anxiously. He was genuinely afraid. He had never been this scared even when facing God. At most, God would seal him for a few thousand years, and he still had a chance to escape. But Superman actually wanted to banish him to the unknown universe. Superman was much more ruthless than God. Why not? What reason do I have to spare you? Lia doket super. Superman, let me go, and I can help you control the vampire clan. How about that? Dracula suggested. Why would I want to control the vampire clan? Superman, the wealth and power accumulated by the vampire clan over thousands of years are beyond your imagination, and there are millions of vampires. They are quite a force. If you let me go, all of this can be yours. Ha ha ha, foolish. If you're gone, all of this is still mine. Lee suddenly changed his expression. Originally, he planned to wipe out the Blood Clan, but realizing that the Blood Clan was too deeply bound to humanity, he found it nearly impossible to uproot them completely. Dracula's words awakened him. Since he had already taken the Hydra as a pet, what was the harm in accepting a Blood Clan member as well? In a game of alliances, the more players there are, the more fun it becomes. When he no longer wants them, he could just toss them aside. Yes, everything Li Yi is doing now, he sees it merely as a game. Whether it's superheroes or the Hero Association, everything is just for the sake of fun. Nothing more. Superman, do you really want to exterminate us? Dracula gritted his teeth, ready to fight to the death at any moment. You don't still think you have a chance to resist, do you? Li Yi. Damn it, I'll fight you. Dracula shouted as he charged towards Li Yi. Bang! Li Yi slapped him directly, and Dracula instantly spun 1,800 degrees on the spot, his head almost twisted. This level of damage was negligible for the immortal Dracula, but it was highly insulting. In less than a second, Dracula returned to his original state. Superman, you can kill me, but cannot insult me, Dracula said angrily with red eyes. Oh, you even learned classical Chinese. But what are you, a vampire, trying to act tough? Slap, slap, slap. Li Yi didn't indulge him at all, continuously slapping him in the face. It felt great. After a good while of this, Li Yi finally stopped. At this point, Dracula no longer dared to be stubborn, fearing that Li Yi would slap him again. Although he could recover, it still hurt like hell. Then, Li Yi cast a gravitational cage to imprison Dracula directly. Superman, what have you done to me? Why can't I move? Dracula said in a panic. This cage was something even the strength-based Hulk couldn't break free from, let alone the spell-casting Dracula. It's time to take you to your new home. Li Yi smiled, and then used teleportation, disappearing from the spot along with Dracula. Whoosh! Li Yi's figure appeared in the cosmic space where he last battled the Chitauri. Not much time had passed, and there were still many spaceships destroyed by Li Yi nearby. Since Li Yi had been to this location before, the system had already recorded the coordinates, allowing for an instant jump here. Even Li Yi didn't know how many light years this place was from Earth, but it was certain that it was outside the solar system. This is your home. Li Yi laughed. Dracula opened his mouth excitedly, as if trying to say something, but no sound came out. Sound cannot travel in a vacuum. Li Yi scanned a nearby area with his supervision and quickly found a planet that was entirely desert. Such a planet had no resources. It was basically a dead star, and no spaceship would be bored enough to land there. 3, 2, 1, go. He then forcefully threw Dracula out. Whoosh! Dracula shot towards the dead star at an incredible speed, struggling the whole way, but unable to escape the gravitational cage. If all went as expected, Dracula would be stuck there for a long, long time, until he completely collapsed and willingly gave up his bloodline power to die. What happened next was no longer Li Yi's concern, as he instantly teleported back to Earth. Superman had taken the ancestor away. He must have sealed him. So what do we do now? Do we take revenge for the ancestor, or surrender? Are you crazy? Seeking revenge on Superman? If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag the entire Blood Clan with you. The Blood Clan began an intense discussion. Of course, these Blood Clan members could only offer suggestions. The final decision rested with the 3 elders. According to the original plan, should we surrender to Superman? The white-haired elder asked. Agreed. There is no other way. The female elder replied. Agreed. The blonde elder nodded coldly in agreement. Thus, the entire Blood Clan prepared to surrender to Superman. As for whether Superman would accept, that was unknown. The White House. A group of politicians gathered again to discuss Superman's situation. The large screen displayed footage of the battle between Superman and Dracula, and a portion of the buildings that had just been restored had once again turned to ruins. Superman was getting more and more outrageous. He could have fought outside the city. He completely disregards America. Look, We've been retreating step by step, and this is the result we get. The damage he caused is greater than that of the aliens. He is the biggest demon. The politicians were all indignant, constantly listing Superman's crimes. Slap. What is the use of saying all this? We can't do anything about him. Don't call me to these meaningless meetings in the future. A politician suddenly slammed the table. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, having to admit this fact. Everyone, I have a secret weapon that might deal with Superman. If it succeeds, Superman will become America's strongest sword and shield. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and an American colonel walked in. Everyone frowned involuntarily. The colonel did not have the qualifications to be here, but upon hearing his words, they held back their disdain. Who are you and what is your method? The American president, sitting in the main seat, asked. I am a colonel in the military. You can call me Strick. All of this happens after Tony publicly reveals his identity as Iron Man. Chapter 152, Ruling the Blood Clan. Colonel Strick, please elaborate. The American president said politely. He even had a secretary bring an extra chair for Strick to sit. Of course, this was merely for show. If Strick couldn't provide a solid explanation, or if he spoke nonsense, the president would unhesitatingly kick him out. All right, Mr. President. Strick adjusted his collar, wanting to perform well in front of these top American leaders, as it related to whether he could gain more power and achieve his goals. I have studied mutants for many years. Even my wife died at the hands of mutants. I detest mutants deeply. Strick rambled on without getting to the point about how to deal with Superman, continuously talking about mutants. Stop. The president directly interrupted him. Colonel Strick, I hope you understand that we are all very busy. The reason we are willing to spend time here is to hear your plan to deal with Superman. So please don't talk about irrelevant matters. Otherwise, you may leave. Irrelevant matters? Upon hearing the president call his wife's death an irrelevant matter, Strick's expression instantly turned ugly. He wanted to slam the door and leave, but held back. The method I mentioned to deal with Superman, or the weapon, is a special mutant whose ability is mental control. He can create illusions to manipulate anyone. As long as we successfully control Superman, America will unify the whole world. Strick said with fervor about his plan. Huh. Everyone present breathed a heavy sigh upon hearing Strick's plan. There was no way around it. The blueprint to unify the world was simply too tempting. Is that mutant trustworthy? It is well known that Superman has a very good relationship with mutants and even let them join the Hero Association as superheroes. Soon, a politician raised a question. Don't worry, I've already controlled him with drugs. He's been completely brainwashed to be my person. Strick smiled. That's good. This is how to deal with those mutants. Absolutely do not trust them. Controlling with drugs is indeed a good method. Everyone praised Strick's tactics. Can I ask what your relationship is with him? The politician who asked the previous question spoke again. He's my son. Strick smiled, looking indifferent. Upon hearing this answer, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at Strick. Even a tiger would not eat its cubs. Yet this man could do such cruel things to his own child and appeared so unconcerned. Had his heart been eaten by a demon? Everyone, what do you think? Strick asked with an eager expression. One last question. Are you sure that Mutant's ability will be effective against Superman? The president asked in a calm tone, directly addressing the core issue. A person who could become the president of America would naturally not be easily swayed by Strick. Strick was momentarily stunned, and after a moment of silence, he replied in a low voice, I'm not sure. What? A plan that is uncertain is being presented. Are you trying to kill us? Superman's wrath is not something simple. Even the entire America could fall into danger. You bastard, how dare you deceive us? Get out of here quickly, or I'll make sure you can't stay in the military, believe it or not. Upon hearing that the plan might not succeed, these politicians immediately turned against Strick, angrily driving him out of the conference room. Mainly, Superman's retaliation was too terrifying. If they didn't have 100% certainty, they wouldn't dare act against Superman. Wait, Colonel Strick, just as Strick was leaving the White House dejectedly, a voice suddenly called out to him. He turned around to see it was the president's secretary. What do you want with me? Strick asked in confusion. Mr. Strick, the president requests your presence. The secretary replied politely, Mr. President? After sending Dracula into the universe, Lee quickly found the headquarters of the Blood Clan. Your Excellency Superman, welcome to the gathering place of the Blood Clan. 3 elders of the Blood Clan led a group of Blood Clan members to greet Lee at the entrance. What do you mean by this? Lia asket in confusion. The 3 elders exchanged glances, and finally, the eldest white-haired elder stepped forward. Your Excellency, We represent the entire Blood Clan to surrender to you. Everything within the Blood Clan can be offered to you, and the entire Blood Clan is willing to pledge loyalty to you, hoping that you can spare the Blood Clan a way to survive. The white-haired elder said humbly, "Is this how you surrender? You must be vampires from France, right?" Li Yi was astonished. He originally thought it would take a lot of effort to kill around 10,000 vampires to make them surrender, but he didn't expect them to surrender so readily. However, this actually saved Li Yi a considerable amount of time. Let's talk. Didn't your Blood Clan originally make an agreement with humans? Why did you violate it? Li Yi sat down unceremoniously on the throne that originally belonged to Dracula and casually said, "Your Excellency, this is all a misunderstanding, mainly because of a self-righteous idiot." The white-haired elder recounted Marcus and the other's actions word for word. "What about that Marcus? He has already been killed by Dracula, dead." Li Yi said unhappily, "I haven't had the chance to properly torment him yet." "Your Excellency, his few accomplices are still locked up in our cells. Should we bring them over?" The white-haired elder quickly replied, "Since the main culprit is already dead, let the others off lightly." Li waved his hand and said. Upon hearing this, the white-haired elder sighed in relief. At his age, the last thing he wanted to see was his own kin killing each other. Li's next words shocked him directly. "Let's not torture them. Just chop them all up and feed them to the dogs." Chapter 153, The Self-Destructive Strick. "Your Excellency, this isn't very good, is it?" The white-haired elder replied with a grim expression, although he had already led the entire Blood Clan to surrender to the superhumans. Seeing his own kind treated this way made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, unfortunately, he had made a very serious mistake, which was taking himself too seriously and valuing the Blood Clan too much. In Li's eyes, they were just a bunch of large real-life toys. Bang! Li didn't waste any words and directly kicked out, striking the white-haired elder hard in the chest. The elder, unlike the immortal Dracula, did not possess an undead body. Although he was stronger than an ordinary vampire, in front of Li, he was merely a slightly larger ant. He immediately flew backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and finally crashed heavily against the wall behind him, leaving a clear imprint of his body on it. This was still the result of Li holding back. Otherwise, a single kick could have reduced him to molecular state, leaving nothing behind. "Elder, are you all right?" The surrounding vampires quickly rushed to check on the white-haired elder's injuries. They breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that he was still alive, and then they all glared angrily at Li Yi. "You despicable guy, we have already surrendered. Why did you still attack? What do you mean by this?" A group of vampires shouted angrily at Li Yi. "Stop! All of you shut up." The female elder and the blonde elder spoke simultaneously to advise against it. Unfortunately, it was too late. A red light flashed, and all the vampires who had just cursed Li Yi found themselves decapitated. Seeing this turn of events, all the vampires present were too frightened to say a word, and the space instantly fell into silence. First, don't think too highly of yourselves. You are nothing in my eyes. If there is any further offense, your clan will no longer have a reason to exist. Second, I do not need disobedient subordinates. My commands must be absolutely obeyed, and there can be no questioning. If you disagree, you could try to overthrow my rule, but the price of failure will still be the extermination of your clan. Third, know your place from now on. I am your master. After stating these 3 points, Li Yi asked, "Who is in favor? Who is against?" Li Said impressionistly. His voice echoed in the silent hall. The nearby Blood Clan members looked at each other, unsure of how to respond. We the entire Blood Clan agree." The white-haired elder trembled as he struggled to stand up. "Do you all have no objections?" Li Yi repeated once more. "Yes, master." The vampires on site all knelt before Li Yi under the leadership of the white-haired elder. These vampires fed on human blood, and since the birth of the first vampire, countless humans had met a tragic end at their hands, becoming food in their mouths. Li Yi didn't care much about these things, but after all, he was once part of humanity and naturally had no good feelings towards the Blood Clan. Keeping their clan alive was already the greatest favor, so he wouldn't be polite with them. The entire Blood Clan was just a toy for his amusement. If they performed well, they could stay, but if they didn't, he would slaughter them all. As for the consequences, let Dracula come and talk. What? He's already been exiled? Then it's fine. Those few should be dealt with as I just said, chopped up and fed to the dogs. And one last thing, from now on, no more attacks on humans. I know your main food source is human blood, and I won't interfere with whether you obtain it through trade, cooperation with human governments, or other means. But as long as you force or attack humans, if one human gets hurt because of you, I will slaughter 10,000 Blood Clan members. Lee Said Koldi. Yes, master. The Blood Clan members present replied tremblingly. Good, go down and make arrangements. Lee waved his hand. The White House, the president's office. Colonel Strick. You finally made it. Come sit down quickly. The president warmly greeted Strick. Mr. President, may I ask why you called for me? Strick asked cautiously. Don't worry. We'll talk slowly. The president smiled. About your plan? To control Superman. What is the success rate? Mr. President, I have a 50% success rate. Based on my years of research. Strick instantly understood that the president was intentionally supporting his plan, and he excitedly began to explain. Yes, the president of America was very interested in Strick's plan. Superman, the strongest superhero on Earth, the planet's most formidable force, immune to all weapons, including nuclear bombs at the current stage. One could say that whoever could harness Superman's power could unify the entire world. Despite the significant risks of Strick's plan, the president was still willing to take the chance. He had been in the position of President of America for 2 terms and was about to step down. However, during his tenure, he had not achieved any effective political accomplishments, and America's hegemonic status was continuously declining. The strength of Eastern powers was constantly increasing. The alliances to the West were becoming increasingly unwilling to be under America's dominance, and the Northern Bear was still alive. All of these were continuously challenging America's hegemony. In addition, the economy was declining, technology stagnating, and social issues were becoming increasingly prominent. He had failed to solve any of these problems. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be rated as the most incompetent president in American history. He was certainly unwilling, but there was nothing he could do about it. Until Superman's appearance, that overwhelming power gave him hope once again. However, Superman could not be controlled by America at all. He didn't even regard the American government, ruthlessly killing many important figures of America. They didn't dare to retaliate, fearing they would be next, and could only fawn over Superman like a lapdog, but they had never given up on dealing with him. Yet, without absolute certainty, they didn't dare to take action, fearing Superman's retaliation, which was also the reason they had not agreed to Strick's plan. However, the anxious president had no such concerns. Even if the plan failed, as long as Superman didn't find out he was involved, it would be fine. Mr. President, are you willing to support my plan? Strick asked hopefully. Without the approval of these high-ranking officials, he could not mobilize enough manpower and resources. His goal was also very clear. After controlling Superman, he would use Superman's power to eliminate all mutants. Only 50%? The success rate is really too low, the president replied. Upon hearing the president say this, Strick completely gave up, preparing to use other methods to achieve his goals. However, he could try it out, but I have one condition, the president said again. Mr. President, please go ahead. Strick said with great excitement. This plan is entirely your design and execution, and has nothing to do with anyone else. If the plan fails and is exposed, I understand it will all be my doing, and I will leave no evidence. If Superman catches me, I will commit suicide immediately. Even if Superman uses the most brutal punishment on me, I will know nothing. Strick said firmly. The president said with satisfaction. Of course, relying solely on Strick's guarantee was not reliable, but the president had other precautions against Strick. Chapter 154 Prelude time flew by quickly, and soon a week had passed. The memory of the monster attack on New York was gradually forgotten by the public. After all, even alien invasions had occurred. What else was impossible? Even if the world were to end tomorrow, they would not have too much emotional fluctuation. This was New York. If one day nothing happened, that would surprise them. They were so calm because New York was home to the most powerful, most kind, and most friendly superhero Superman. As long as Superman was around, they would not fear any disaster because Superman would protect them. Or so they believed in the past week. The Blood Clan had been completely controlled by Li Yi. To prevent any mishaps, Li Yi went all out, using the power of the sheep talisman to brainwash all the high-ranking members, including the 3 elders of the Blood Clan. The millions of hidden Blood Clan members worldwide all became Li Yi's subordinates, and no one dared to resist. Of course, major forces like S.H.I.E.L.D. were aware of Li Yi's actions, but there was nothing they could do. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. That day, S.H.I.E.L.D. was monitoring the area where Superman was located via satellite as usual, but they did not dare to get too close. If Superman got angry, it wouldn't just be a simple destruction of the satellite. Just then, all their computer screens suddenly went black, losing all images and turning into static. What happened? Nick Fury asked with a grim expression. He thought Superman might have made another big move. Director, our computers are experiencing unknown interference. The responsible supervisor replied. sweating profusely. When will it be resolved? The cause of the interference is unknown. It might take a while. Do your best to resolve it. Nick Fury said coldly. Yes. The supervisor hurriedly replied. This was more serious than being scolded. Then, in a hurry, he sat down and began operating the computer frantically. Nick Fury couldn't understand, so he simply returned to his office. Unknown cause of interference? Who could it be? To easily invade S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computers. There were only two possibilities. Either the other party was a genius like Tony Stark, or the other party had internal data. Nick Fury pondered. Internal. Internal. Only those high-ranking officials could access such confidential data. Could they be planning to take action against Superman and intend to bypass S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or bypass me? Damn, these lunatics really don't care about their lives. Nick Fury instantly became alert and hurriedly pressed a button on his desk. If these people dared to take action against Superman again, they must have some confidence. But Nick Fury didn't want to take the risk. Last time, Superman only killed the leading group, but this time, it wouldn't be so simple. Hill, call Coulson and Natasha to me. Okay, sir, came Hill's reply. Coulson and Natasha soon arrived at Nick Fury's office. Boss, why did you call us? Coulson asked in confusion. Just now, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s computers experienced mysterious interference and are currently unable to monitor the area where Superman is located. I suspect someone is trying to take action against Superman again. Nick Fury shared his suspicions. What should we do? You immediately lead the team to Superman's location. If you find any suspicious individuals, take action directly. It would be best to resolve the situation without Superman noticing. On the other side, Lee remains completely unaware. Although he possesses super hearing, it is an active skill that requires him to activate it. However, Lee doesn't have the time to listen to the entire world all day long. He only actively searches for the voice frequencies of a few related individuals during specific time periods. Lee is currently busy hanging out with Little Mischief and Susan. Little Mischief has already had the experience of sharing a partner with Daisy, so she doesn't resist much. However, this is Susan's first time experiencing such a thing, and naturally, she finds it hard to accept. Although American culture is relatively open in this regard, Susan is a more traditional and conservative woman. Aside from the relationship she had with Lee Yi during college, she hasn't had any other romances and cannot accept such an. But how could this challenge Lee Yi? With coaxing and trickery, he managed to convince Susan on the spot. Lee, so it. Can we take a break? Little Mischief pleaded, exhausted, lying on Lie's body. Anna, don't beg him. He's just a jerk and doesn't care about our feelings at all. Susan said angrily from the side, clearly still upset with Lee Yi. All right, then let's stay here for a while, and tonight I'll cook something delicious. Lee ignored Susan's angry words and instead smiled as he said, Lee Yi, can you cook? Little Mischief asked in surprise. Susan beside them also looked over in astonishment. Of course, I've been living alone since I was 12, and if I couldn't cook, I would have starved to death a long time ago. Lee replied. Upon hearing Lie's words, the two girls fell silent. It seemed that they were both unaware of Lie's past. Lee, can you tell us about your past? Susan suddenly said. She only knew about Lie's time in college and was completely unaware of his background and family history. Lee didn't bring it up, so she didn't ask either. What about the things from before? Are you still interested in this? Lie asked in confusion. The two girls nodded in agreement. There isn't much to say, just that I grew up in an orphanage. Later, I relied on working part-time and financial aid to get into college. Lee briefly narrated the life arranged by the system. As for his past life, he no longer wanted to mention it. It turns out, Lee, you actually lived such a tragic life. Little Mischief said with concern. Although she was also homeless, she had lived in a happy family before awakening her mutant abilities. Lee, you. Susan also had a complicated expression. At least she still had Johnny as a relative, but Lee didn't have a single family member. Why are you all so sentimental? I think I'm living pretty well, freely and without restrictions, going wherever I want and doing whatever I want. Lee laughed and said, Aren't you lonely at all? The little rascal asked in confusion. Lonely? Once you're used to it, it doesn't exist. Chapter 155. Initiating action just as the three were chatting. Lie's super hearing suddenly picked up that someone was approaching the villa, and there were quite a few of them, at such a close distance. He could hear them without even needing to activate his ability. Interesting. Is someone targeting me again? They really have some courage. But that's fine. I'm quite bored anyway. Lie sneered repeatedly. He didn't expect that his last intimidation would lose its effect so quickly. He thought that group of politicians had been completely frightened. Lie, what's wrong? Susan asked with confusion when she saw Lee Yi in a daze. It's nothing, just thinking of some interesting things. Lee casually found an excuse to deal with it. thinking that it was enough for him to know about such matters. By the way, I suddenly have something to attend to outside. Oh, okay. The two women, not knowing what was going on, nodded in agreement. After Li Yi put on his clothes, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. Whoosh! Li Yi's figure appeared in midair, constantly scanning the surroundings with supervision. Soon, he discovered a group of well-equipped Special Forces soldiers in a nearby jungle, slowly approaching the villa. He chuckled, found them. Li Yi sneered and quickly flew over. In the jungle, move as lightly as possible and don't draw the target's attention. The squad leader put down the binoculars he was using to observe and whispered, "Yes, Captain." The members behind him replied loudly. "Idiots, I said to be quieter." The squad leader shouted angrily, completely forgetting what he had just said. Captain, your voice is the loudest right now." A teammate beside him quietly reminded. The squad leader shot him a fierce glare, causing the reminded teammate to quickly lower his head. "Captain, we still don't know the mission details. You don't need to know. Just understand that our target this time is a very dangerous mutant." The squad leader replied flatly. In the center of this group of special forces was a person sitting in a wheelchair. This person was Strike's secret weapon against Superman. His son Jason, also known as the Master of Illusions. A super powerful mutant, specializing in affecting a person through illusions, hearing, smell, touch, and taste, making the target fall into an inescapable illusion. In the original storyline, even powerful psychics like Professor X had been controlled by him and nearly killed all the X-Men. "Hey, are you saying that the target is me?" A voice suddenly echoed around. "Who?" The group of special forces nervously gripped their weapons and looked around. Only the squad leader remained unusually calm, even showing a conspiratorial smile. Whoosh! Li Yi's figure appeared in front of the crowd, just as he was about to tease the soldiers. Boom! It was as if a bomb had suddenly exploded in Li Yi's mind, and a strange mental fluctuation surged into his consciousness. Although this mental power was not as strong as Professor X's, it should not be underestimated. In front of Li Yi, countless strange illusions suddenly appeared, as if he were in the world of a horror movie. What is this? An illusion? How interesting, you actually want to control me. Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. Li Yi sneered. Then, he used his mind to activate the power of the horse talisman. A white light emitted from Li Yi's body, and this spiritual force was instantly dispelled, causing the illusion to disappear as well. Li Yi returned to the real world and immediately saw a person in a wheelchair waving their hands at him continuously, as if casting a spell. Li Yi thought for a moment, decided not to expose the situation for now, and pretended to be controlled, staring blankly in place with lifeless eyes. "Ha, it worked." The squad leader laughed out loud when he saw Superman's vacant expression and lack of movement. "Is he our target? He looks so familiar. Seems like I've seen him somewhere. Wait, isn't he Superman?" Some soldiers around recognized Li Yi's identity and exclaimed, "The higher-ups want us to deal with Superman. Damn it, these bastards are trying to get us killed." It was said that the destruction of Military Base 13 was not due to any terrorist attack, but because of Superman. "Captain, what's going on? Are you sending us to our deaths?" "Captain, we fought alongside you for so many years, and this is how you treat your brothers." The group, being smart, quickly guessed that their superiors were using their lives as bait, and they angrily questioned the squad leader, some even pointing their guns at him. "Brothers, listen to me, I'm doing this for everyone's good." Seeing the scene, the squad leader panicked and stammered while trying to explain. "I promise, as long as we complete this mission, everyone will never have to do these dangerous tasks again. And each person will receive a hefty bonus, enough to live comfortably for the rest of their lives." Hearing the squad leader say this, the soldiers' emotions began to stabilize. Although they were furious about how their superiors were using them, they still held back. After all, rank has its privileges. "All right, now lock him up." Once the squad leader saw that the soldiers had calmed down, he quickly ordered. Soon, several soldiers brought over a coffin-like box. This box was not simple. It was mixed with adamantium and was nearly indestructible. Their plan was to lock Superman inside and then take him back to the base, brainwashing him into a combat weapon exclusive to America. What a great show, but too short. It turned out that the vacant eye Li Yi had somehow already regained his composure and was looking at them with a big smile. Everyone present was shocked, their eyes wide open. Superman, you weren't controlled." The squad leader exclaimed in shock. "What do you think? Damn it." At that moment, it felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping through everyone's hearts. What happened to the basic trust between people? Wasn't it said that he was controlled? Why didn't you say so earlier? Is it fun to play with us, ordinary people? A wave of fear instantly took over the entire squad, each one gripping their weapons tightly, not daring to relax for a moment. Superman's brutality towards enemies had long been known within the military. "Attention, all of you," the squad leader suddenly shouted. "Run." Then the squad leader led the way and ran out without any thought of resistance. There's a saying widely circulated in the American military. If one day you become an enemy of Superman and unfortunately encounter him, run quickly and do not engage in any futile efforts. The other team members, also trained special forces, reacted quickly when the squad leader shouted to run. They each ran in different directions, hoping to confuse Superman and escape disaster. Can they escape? Chapter 156. Finding the real target. The soldiers scattered in front of Lee. But he was not anxious at all. Instead, he leisurely observed the illusion master Jason sitting in a wheelchair, who looked like a vegetable. Has his self-awareness already been destroyed? It turns out he was just a pitiful pawn. Lee looked for a while, reached a conclusion, and then temporarily left him in place. He had run far enough, so the hunting game begins now. Lee stared at the direction in which the soldiers were fleeing and murmured. Then his figure instantly disappeared. Please don't kill me. I don't know anything. I'm begging you, I have a family. My children still need their father. Superman, I'm begging you, don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. I have money. I have $300,000 in my bank card. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all of it. In the distance, screams and pleas for mercy continued to echo. No matter what reasons they used to beg for mercy, Lee showed no hesitation in killing them. Lee didn't care whether they were here voluntarily or had been tricked. Once they appeared here with weapons, they had already been sentenced to death in his eyes. Soon, every member of this small team, except for the team leader, was killed by Li Yi without exception. Oh God, please, don't let that monster catch up. Please don't let it catch up. The team leader was still running frantically, hearing the continuous screams coming from behind, praying to God in his heart. Unfortunately, God was very busy and had no time to pay attention to this small fry. Even if God really responded to him, it would be impossible to stand against the powerful Li Yi. Li Yi is now a silver Superman, and even with only 10% of his power, he is not afraid of that old guy God at all. Whoosh! A red light flashed and instantly cut the squad leader's legs in half. The squad leader fell to the ground in pain. My legs. He kept screaming in agony. You wouldn't naively think you could run away, would you? Lee slowly walked over, smiling with a face full of kindness. Superman, don't kill me, the squad leader said in a panic. Do you know? All your teammates are dead. I killed them. Lee revealed his snow-white teeth and smiled, then walked in front of the squad leader. Their deaths seem to be because you brought them here. Don't you feel ashamed and guilty? The squad leader's face turned extremely ugly. He certainly felt no shame or guilt at all, because he originally intended for them to be bait to lure out Superman, who could kill them at any moment. Do you know why I left you alone? You want to know who the mastermind is. So what are you waiting for? I'm listening. I can tell you, but you have to promise not to kill me. Wait, are you negotiating with me? Lié une surprise. That's right, these are my conditions. You must promise not to kill me, or I will never tell you. Otherwise, you'll never find out. The squad leader stared directly at Li Yi, his eyes filled with determination. He had no other options left. This was his only bargaining chip. Ha. Li soudain laughed. Could it be? You don't want to know who is targeting you? The team leader said with uncertainty. All right, the game is over. It's time to hit the road. Li stopped laughing and said expressionlessly. Then he reached out and grabbed the squad leader's head, lifting him up entirely. Wait, I'll be right. The squad leader wanted to continue speaking, but unfortunately, the opportunity had already passed. Li directly extracted his soul. In that instant of losing his soul, the squad leader stopped breathing and became a corpse. Li threw the corpse out like trash, casually crushing the human soul in his hand, and began to read the soul's memories. William Strick, so was him. Li not only learned the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes from his soul, but also obtained the location of the Stryker base. William Stryker, the main villain in X-Men 2, is a colonel in the American military. He originally had a happy family, with a beautiful wife and a smart son, truly a winner in life. However, his son turned out to be a mutant, who awakened his abilities one day and accidentally killed his wife. This led him to develop an extreme hatred for mutants. He devoted himself to studying mutant abilities, extracting them for his own use, and creating mutant weapons to combat them. The adamantium in Wolverine's body was injected by him, which also caused Wolverine to lose his memory. He also used drugs to turn his son, Jason Stryker, into a mindless tool, and then controlled other mutants using the brain fluid extracted from him. In the original world, he even wanted to control Professor X through Jason Stryker, and then use Professor X's abilities to kill all mutants nearly succeeding. Thanks to the X-Men's desperate efforts, the crisis was averted. This time, due to Li Ye's sudden emergence and his unparalleled strength, William Stryker turned his attention to Li Yi. "Isn't this just a complete madman?" Li Yi couldn't help but complain. "Your son killed your wife, and you hate all mutants because of that? Isn't that insane? If you want revenge, just deal with your son. What does it have to do with others? Did they eat your rice? Or live in your house?" Of course, if such a person didn't provoke Li Yi, he wouldn't want to interfere. But since he chose to provoke Li Yi, Li Yi naturally wouldn't hold back. "To think he wants to control me, to kill all mutants, what courage." Li Yi sneered repeatedly. Then he thought of Jason Strick, who sat not far away in a wheelchair like a wooden figure, and suddenly had an idea. "Didn't you turn your son into a tool without self-awareness? Then I'll turn him back and let him kill you with his own hands." With that thought, Li Yi instantly teleported to Jason Strick's side. "It must be quite painful to be a tool for half a lifetime. So let me help you find freedom." Li Yi then released a white light towards Jason Strick, which instantly spread over his entire body. After a while, Jason Strick's originally hollow gaze slowly returned to normal. Who am I? Where am I? I remember now. I am Jason Strick. My father is William Strick." Jason Strick muttered to himself. "Did you save me?" He then looked at Li Yi and asked, "Do you want revenge?" Chapter 157. Jason Strick, "Do you want revenge?" Li Yi asked. "Revenge?" Jason Strick repeated in confusion. "Did you forget who turned you into this? Who turned me into this? Who turned me into this? It was my father, William Strick." The memory slowly resurfaced in his mind, and his eyes gradually filled with hatred, but it quickly faded away. "I don't want revenge," Jason Strick replied heavily. Hearing Jason Strick's words, Li Yi was a bit stunned. A normal person treated like this, even if that person is a relative, would want revenge, right? Is it really a case of the ruler wanting the subject to die, and the subject having no choice but to die, the father wanting the son to die, and the son having no choice but to die? This theory is so powerful that it can even transcend time from 1,000 years ago in China and cross the ocean to come here. But I clearly just saw the flash of hatred in his eyes. "Why? Don't you hate that kind of devilish father?" Li Yi did it. "My teacher once taught me to embrace the world with love. No matter how dark the world you are in, you must have a grateful heart. Powerful strength is not meant for wrongdoing, but to help others. I hope to use my abilities to help those in need." Jason Strick began with a long set of saintly theories, making Li Yi frown. It felt like he had heard it somewhere before. "I want to ask, who is your teacher?" Li Yi tentatively asked. "His name is Charles Francis Xavier, a great leader of mutants dedicated to the noble cause of peaceful coexistence between humans and mutants." Jason Stryker replied, his eyes filled with respect. "So it's him, no wonder." Li Yi complained. "It makes sense. After all, Jason Stryker is the son of William Stryker and also a mutant, so he should know Professor X to a large extent." However, it was unexpected that they had a teacher-student relationship. Professor X's theory of compassion cannot be said to be wrong. It just isn't suitable for the survival laws of this world. Humans claim to be higher animals, having created rich material wealth and spiritual assets through their brains and hands, living a civilized life. However, they have not fundamentally escaped the boundaries of biology, nor can they break free from the natural law of survival of the fittest. Due to the constraints of rules like morality and law, they seem civilized to some extent, but essentially it remains the same. It's just that physical fitness and predatory abilities have been replaced by wealth and power. Li Yi is completely uninterested in Professor X's theory. He believes in the supremacy of the strong and the primacy of power, and he is a thorough nihilist. This is mainly because Li Yi now possesses great power. If he were still the powerless and insignificant person he was in his previous life, although he might not necessarily agree with Professor X's theory, he would definitely think differently than he does now. People in different stages of life have different ways of thinking. To put it simply, one's circumstances determine one's mindset. "Do you know my teacher?" Jason Strick asked, puzzled. "Yes." Li Yi Juswali nodded in response. "Great. How is he now? Is he in good health? Can you take me to see him?" Jason Strick asked excitedly, firing off a series of questions, clearly holding Professor X in high regard. "He's doing well now, in great shape, and he doesn't even need a wheelchair anymore." How is that possible?" "The teacher was because, right? It must be you who healed him, just like how you healed me earlier." "That's right. Thank you, thank you." Jason Strick instinctively stood up and bowed. My body has fully recovered too. It's truly an amazing ability," he said in shock. "Putting that aside, let's return to the previous topic. Are you sure you don't want revenge?" Li Yi asked. The Does my father have a grudge against you? Jason Strick replied heavily, that's right. He wanted to use your abilities to control me, and then leverage my power to kill all mutants, but I saw through his plan. However, since he has made a move against me, I will definitely kill him. Leah sighed, completely unconcerned about mentioning killing Jason Strick's father in front of him. What would you do to him? Well, let me think. Peel off his skin, then pour sulfuric acid on the wound, dismember him, and then put it back together and do it again. Probably. Repeated about 100 times. Lee lowered his head and thought for a moment, then proposed such a kind plan. You must be a devil. Jason Strick looked at Li Yi in shock. He thought his father was a complete demon, but compared to Li Yi, he was far from it. He vaguely remembered how his father tortured those captured mutants. The tiger bench, electric shocks, nail pulling, beatings. The worst was simply killing them. All of these were trivial compared to Li Ye's methods. So can you not kill him? Jason pleaded. Although his father had done such cruel things to him, he still felt a lingering emotion that was hard to let go of. It was the time before he awakened his abilities when his mother was still alive, and the three of them spent a happy time together. Jason still misses it deeply. No matter what, he was still his father. What do you say? Lia replied impressionlessly. He was already a bit annoyed inside. He had kindly cured you, yet you turned around and criticized my actions? But you didn't mention at all what your good intentions really were. Jason also noticed Li Ye's dissatisfaction, so he stopped speaking, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Can I take action myself? After a moment of silence, Jason Strick said, you finally came to terms with it, and are ready for revenge? No, I'm still sticking to my original idea, but he is still my father. Since I can't stop you, I can only let him go a little more peacefully. Jason Strick replied, suit yourself. Lia Said Jaswali. No matter what, his goal had already been achieved, and he didn't care about the reasons behind it. As long as he was satisfied with the outcome, that was enough. So now, let's go. After locating the base where William Strick was, Lee directly teleported there with Jason Strick. Who are you? This is a forbidden area. Leave quickly. Whoosh. The entire base was filled with the smell of blood. Chapter 158, A Bloody Massacre. Not long after Li Yi and the others left, Coulson and Natasha arrived near Li Ye's villa with a fully armed team. The meticulous Natasha quickly noticed something unusual in the nearby jungle and led the team to approach cautiously. Upon their arrival, they found no signs of life. Only numerous corpses scattered on the ground and blood splattered everywhere. Over 100 bodies lay strewn across the jungle, all bloodied and mangled, with severed limbs and some even missing their heads. The scene extremely gruesome. What exactly happened here? Coulson exclaimed in shock. The other team members were equally stunned by the bloody sight, but being highly trained elites, they were merely shocked and felt no discomfort. If ordinary people had seen this scene, they would likely have vomited immediately. The boss's guess was indeed correct. Once again, someone foolishly provoked Superman. But it was clear that they had failed and were all killed by him. Natasha squatted down to examine the area and said, his methods are truly brutal. Coulson frowned. Can a superhero do such cruel things? This isn't a superhero at all. What's wrong? Do you have a big issue with him? Natasha asked while inspecting the surrounding traces. Don't forget, he saved your life. Natasha simply reminded him without saying much more. Coulson was immediately left speechless. After carefully examining the area, Natasha quickly deduced the general course of events and took out her communicator to contact headquarters. Hello, boss, the mission has failed. By the time we arrived, Superman had already killed everyone. He may have already discovered the mastermind and is currently taking action. Natasha reported. Give me the details. Natasha then shared what she had seen and deduced. I just received an alert. The military base number XXX is under attack, and the attacker is Superman. Before Li Yi attacked the military base, he failed. William Stryker, who was watching the events unfold through satellite surveillance, sat on the ground with a face full of despair. He didn't care about the 100 or so soldiers who had sacrificed their lives. He was shocked that his trump card had no effect on Superman. He felt desolate knowing that Superman was aware of the mastermind behind it all and was about to come after him, leaving him with no way to escape. As for the son he had healed, he completely ignored him. No. I can't die. I haven't completed my grand goal. I haven't killed all those damn mutants. How can I die? William Stryker raved. He then summoned a group of people, mutants controlled by Stryker using Jason's brain fluid, who were usually his tools for hunting mutants, but now were his tools for survival. Master, the group said blankly, kill everyone who intrudes here at all costs, including your lives. Do you understand? Stryker said coldly. He intended to use the lives of these mutants to buy himself precious time to escape. Yes, master. The mutants responded in unison. Yuriko, come with me, he said to the Asian woman next to him. Yes, master, she replied. The two then ran towards the plane Stryker had prepared for their escape. Gunfire echoed, with countless bullets shooting toward Li Yi. Li Yi directly ignored them and walked over nonchalantly. How is this possible? It's completely ineffective. Could he not be human, but a robot? A humanoid robot similar to a Terminator? What? A monster? Such a monster is something we can't deal with at all. Everyone run. The soldiers, seeing that bullets had no effect on Li Yi, were all in panic. Whoosh! A red light flashed by. The soldiers in front were all split in half. Not a single corpse was intact. Damn it, monster, try this. A muscular black man came running with an anti-tank XXX model rocket launcher, then laughed as he fired it at Li Yi. Boom! A huge explosion erupted instantly. Flames engulfed the surroundings, and clouds of smoke were stirred up. Haha, no matter what kind of monster you are, as long as you're still a carbon-based life form, you can't withstand our weapons. The black man shouted proudly. Is that so? Just then, a voice came from the smoke, and Li Yi's figure suddenly appeared in front of him, grabbing his neck. Cough, cough, what exactly are you? The black man asked while struggling. I am a god. Li Yi finished speaking and twisted his neck with one forceful move. The black man took his last breath. Li Yi threw his body to the ground like garbage and continued his killing spree. Soon, he had killed most of the thousands of soldiers in the base, and no one dared to stop Li Yi anymore. Li Yi slowly walked towards the direction where Sure Quick was, not in a hurry at all, thoroughly enjoying the thrill of the hunt. Then, 4 figures blocked his path. The 4 figures were each uniquely shaped, with one even lying directly on the ground, resembling an animal more than a human. Are they controlled mutants again? Li Yi smiled and said. The 4 of them were currently in a controlled situation and did not respond, attacking Li Yi with blank expressions. Whoosh! Li Yi didn't even look and directly used his heat vision to cut them all into pieces. As for the extras, Li Yi didn't even have the interest to use his abilities to heal them. This is the tragedy of being an extra. Soon, he would be able to leave this place. Strike was finally getting close to the plane he had been longing for. 500 meters, just 500 meters left, and he would soon escape this damn place. Strike shouted excitedly in his heart. Whoosh! A red light flashed by. Boom! The plane that Strike had been dreaming of exploded right in front of him. No! Seeing his hopes shattered before his eyes, Strike screamed in agony. Master, are you okay? Yoko beside him asked in confusion. It's over. Everything is over. Strike sat down on the ground in despair. Escape? Can he escape? William Strike. A cold voice came from behind, like a grim reaper from hell demanding his life. Superman. Chapter 159, Secretary Super. Superman. William Strike's face turned extremely ugly, realizing that escaping was no longer possible. William Strike, this should be our first meeting, right? Li Yi said casually, that's right. Since it's our first meeting, we shouldn't have any grudges between us, right? No. In that case, what does it mean for you to send your subordinates to my home to attack me? Li Yi similait playfully. Strick remained silent, but was calculating in his mind how to survive. Superman, this matter is our fault. Now you have also slaughtered my base. So let's call it even and stop here. How about it? Strick tentatively suggested. He was testing whether Superman had the intention to kill him. Otherwise, that red beam just now wouldn't have been shot at the plane, but aimed directly at him, and he would have definitely been dead. Just let go like this. I have killed thousands of your people. Li Yi joked. They're just some soldiers anyway. The higher-ups will handle it. Strike said with an indifferent expression. What a cold-blooded person. However, I won't accept it. Li suddenly changed his tone and said coldly, Yuriko, kill him. Strike immediately instructed Yuriko beside him and then turned to run. This was the last chance. Yes, master. Yuriko, who had long been on high alert, rushed forward, with both hands growing over 20 centimeters of adamantium steel claws. Clang! The steel claws fiercely stabbed into Li Yi's chest, but it felt as if they had struck iron, producing a crisp metallic collision sound. Li Yi was not injured at all. Instead, Yuriko's hand was already bleeding profusely, which was caused by the recoil. However, in the next moment, the wound healed, and if it weren't for the blood on her hand, one might even think she had not been hurt at all. The same ability as Logan? That's great. Li Yi smiled and said, Little Mountain Lily, nicknamed the Death Girl, has long black hair and appears delicate, yet beautifully captivating. She has a long ponytail at the back and wears a black leather outfit that accentuates her sexy and attractive figure. An assistant to William Stryker. She is fluent in English and Japanese and is skilled in jiu-jitsu and hand-to-hand combat. She possesses an extraordinary self-healing ability similar to Wolverine Logan, has a skeleton embedded with adamantium, and wields retractable steel claws made of adamantium alloy capable of destroying any material. Her combat strength is formidable. She easily defeated Wolverine Logan and knocked down Cyclops without even using her claws. If it weren't for Logan, the 200-year-old veteran, playing unfairly, using tricks and ambushes, the outcome could have been different. Her father is the head responsible for creating super soldiers like Wolverine, and he applied the results of the experiments to his daughter, granting her abilities akin to Wolverine's. Long controlled by Stryker, she has become his capable assistant and a weapon for killing. She has good looks, strong recovery abilities, and with her adamantium alloy body, her strength can be considered impressive. Leah commented. Suddenly, he thought that it seemed he had always relied on Betty or handled everything himself. Why not find a secretary? Isn't Tony someone who hands everything over to Pepper? As the saying goes, a secretary handles matters when there are tasks. When there are none, the secretary. The death woman in front of him is a very good choice. Yuriko shouted and kicked high at Lee. Lee easily dodged and intentionally tested her skills. Yuriko kept attacking while Lee Yi continuously evaded. Her fighting ability is quite impressive. You've been accepted. Lee chuckled. Yuriko completely ignored him and swung her Edmund alloy steel claws at Lee Yi again. First, let me have some peace and quiet. Lee Yi moved like lightning, quickly reaching out his hand to grasp the indestructible Edmund alloy steel claws of Yuriko, firmly locking them in place. With one hand, he swiftly grabbed Yuriko's snow-white neck and lifted her up. Cough, cough, cough. Yuriko struggled violently, constantly using her feet to attack Lee Yi, but had no effect at all. Wake up for me. Lee Yi immediately activated the power of the horse talisman, and a white light instantly enveloped Yuriko's entire body. After just a moment, she stopped struggling, and Lee Yi also gently lowered her. Who am I? Where's this? Yuriko, whose eyes were once hollow, now regained their liveliness and stood there murmuring to herself. Lee Yi did not disturb her. Knowing that this was a normal situation, people who have been amnesiac for too long will go through this process of recovery. I remember now. I am Yamaguchi Sayuri. After a while, Sayuri gradually regained her consciousness. Was it you who saved me? She then turned to Lee Yi and asked. That's right. It was I who awakened you. Lee Yi replied. Thank you. Thank you. Without you, I don't know how much longer I could have maintained this state. Yuriko said excitedly. No need to thank me. After all, I'm not helping you for free. From now on, you are my secretary, specifically responsible for helping me handle various affairs. Lee Yi said bluntly, with an undeniable tone. Me? Yahiko pointed at herself in confusion, still looking dazed after just recovering. Yes. Is there a problem? And no. Yahiko didn't say anything else. After all, it was this person in front of her who saved her. I still don't know your name? Yahiko asked. My name is Lee Yi. From now on, you can just call me boss. Okay, boss. Yahiko responded without hesitation. Boss, what should we do next? Of course we should. Chase that guy who controlled you with drugs. William Strike was running toward the base gate with all his might. Almost there, almost there. As long as I get out, Superman will never catch up with me. I must escape and kill all those damn mutants. William Strike shouted in his heart. It was this belief that sustained him, allowing him to persevere. Otherwise, his pampered body would not have been able to handle such intense exercise. William Strike soon reached the base gate, but there was no movement at all. He saw countless incomplete corpses lying on the ground, red blood splattered everywhere, turning the base into a terrifying hell. Superman. This guy is really ruthless. William Strike cursed under his breath. He then stopped hesitating and walked towards the entrance. Just then, a figure blocked William Strike's path. Long time no see, my dear. Father. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please wait patiently. Chapter 160. William Strike's death. Standing in front of William Strike was none other than his son, Jason Strike. Long time no see, my dear father. Jason Strike said expressionlessly. It's you, damn monster. William Strike said with disgust, looking at Jason Strike as if he were a monster. Even though he had seen from satellite surveillance that Superman had healed him, he couldn't help but feel revulsion when this monster in his eyes appeared before him. Monster? Ha! A father actually says such things to his son. Jason Strike mocked. Father? So? How could I have a monster son like you? Filthy mutant, damned mutant. You are not my son at all. William Strike cursed angrily, completely losing his usual calm demeanor. His hatred for mutants had driven him mad. The original William Strike did not hate mutants this much. But everything changed with the birth of his son. He and his wife had known each other since they were young, having established a romantic relationship in high school. 10 years later, they married successfully, and their relationship was very good after marriage. Once their jobs became stable, they decided to have a child, and a year later, they had a boy named Jason Strike. It was the birth of this child that changed everything. Jason Strike was not an ordinary child. He was a mutant that people spoke of with fear. The public's perception of mutants was not good. They faced discrimination and were often cursed as monsters in the streets. Although they discovered their child was a mutant, the couple decided to raise him. Little Jason was a highly gifted mutant who awakened his powers at a very young age, capable of trapping people in illusions. But due to his young age, he couldn't control his abilities. So William Strike and his wife lived in a reality filled with illusions every day. Over time, William's wife could no longer bear it and began to suffer a mental breakdown. To help, William Strike sought help from the then-renowned Charles, also known as Professor X. Unfortunately, after a period of teaching, there was still no change, so the professor advised the William couple to leave little Jason at the mutant school. But they couldn't bear to be separated from their son and rejected the professor's suggestion. The three continued living the same life until one day, William's wife could no longer endure it and chose to commit suicide. The death of his wife severely traumatized William Strike, and he began to harbor a mad hatred for mutants, believing they were responsible for everything that happened, even turning his son into a weapon and conducting various experiments on mutants in a futile attempt to eradicate the entire mutant race. Until Superman appeared. That unparalleled power instantly attracted his attention. Hearing William Strike's curses, Jason stood frozen in place, his expression filled with deep sadness. Although he was very young at that time, his memories remained clear. He remembered the woman who played with him and put him to sleep. He also clearly remembered the immense pain in his heart when she committed suicide. "Father, I am sorry," Jason said, looking down, feeling sorrowful. "Sorry? Ha! I don't need your apology at all. You're just a monster. My greatest regret in life is not stopping your mother from giving birth to you. I should have killed you, this monster, long ago, instead of simply turning you into a vegetable, giving that bastard Superman a chance to heal you." William Strike screamed madly. "Is it all my fault? Ask yourself, are you really innocent as a husband, as a father?" Jason could no longer endure it and shouted back. What? What did you say?" William Strike was stunned. "You regret giving birth to me? Did I have a choice? Did you ever ask me if I wanted to come into this world? I was brought into this damned world without knowing anything. And now you come and tell me you regret it. You once had the chance to change all of this. Why didn't you abandon me when you found out I was a mutant? When Professor Xavier suggested leaving me at the Mutant Academy, why didn't you let me return to my kind? Why is it all my fault? If I could control everything, do you think I want her to die? I'd even be willing to trade everything for her. I am human too. Why don't I have the right to live?" Jason poured out all his inner pain into words. William Strike's face turned grim, unsure how to respond. When it came to his wife's death, he indeed bore an unshirkable responsibility. If only his will had been a bit stronger. If only he had paid more attention to his wife's condition. If only. Unfortunately, this world doesn't have so many ifs. "So what are you doing now? Coming to complain to me? Venting your grievances and anger from all these years?" William Strike said flatly. "I came to kill you." Jason gradually regained his calm and said, "You want to commit patricide?" "No." Jason shook his head and then said, "That last time I called you father is the last. From now on, you're no longer my father because you don't deserve it." "Don't deserve it, huh? Heh, go ahead, kill me, and this damn everything. I just hope that if there's a next life, we won't have any relations again." William Strike opened his hands, calmly accepting everything. "I hope so too," Jason replied expressionlessly. He then activated his ability, pulling William Strike into an illusion. William Strike opened his eyes and found his wife nestled in his arms. "Anna." William Strike held his wife tightly, fearing she would leave again. "How did you get here? Did you come to find me?" Yes. I have been looking for you for a long time." "What about Jason? We all left. What will Jason do alone?" "Anna, William Strike was instantly at a loss. "Have you not been good to Jason?" "Anna, he is. Shoo. I have never blamed Jason. He is our child. Even if he is a devil from hell, I still love him." "Anna, I'm sorry. What I did to him." William Strike said through tears, confessing what he had done. "You really are not a good father," Anna accused. "I am not a good father." In reality, Strike gradually lost his breath of life. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. Maintenance personnel will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please be patient. Chapter 161. Discontent, it seems you have made up your mind. Li Yi and your Eco, who had been hiding in the dark of the scene for a long time, stepped out. They had arrived here long ago, but Li Yi wanted to see how Jason would deal with the lunatic William Strick, so they hid in the dark. If Jason dare not act, then Li Yi would personally step in to deal with William Strick. This all should have ended long ago, Jason said flatly, showing no sadness at the death of a relative. What are you planning to do next? Lia asket curiously. I'm going to find Professor Xavier. Jason replied, well, good luck to you. Thank you. After saying that, Li turned to leave, with Yuriko closely following behind. As they left, it seemed she was still holding on to something, which was the soul of William Strick. He had long realized that there were others behind William Strick, without authorization from the higher-ups. How could they dare to act against him just based on William Strick's identity? The military is not like those urban management officers. They can't be mobilized at will. What? What is going on? Didn't I die? The soul of William Strick said in terror. Ha! Do you think I will let you die so easily? Li is needed. Allowing William Strick to be killed by his own son was just one form of revenge. He also wanted to torment William Strick's soul state severely. Superman, what do you want to do? You'll know soon. William Strick naturally refused to submit and struggled desperately, but found it had no effect at all. Li brought Yuriko back to the hero headquarters. Everyone, this is Koyama Yuriko, and she will be my secretary from now on. Any important matters can be reported directly to her. Li pointed at the still bewildered Yuriko and spoke to the members of the Hero Association present. Yes, President. Everyone responded in unison, with no one expressing dissatisfaction. After all, most of the Hero Association's funding comes from Li. If the Hero Association were a publicly traded company, then 80% of its shares would be in Li's hands, so naturally, no one dared to voice opposition, as it would be useless. After introducing everyone, Li turned to leave, leaving Yuriko alone. Hello, my name is Triple X. Welcome to the Hero Association. We will be working together from now on, so please take care of me. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. A group of people quickly surrounded Yuriko, enthusiastically speaking to her. This person is a favorite of the president, so they naturally wanted to curry favor, hoping that if she said a few good words for them in front of the president, their work would multiply several times. Hello. Yuriko could only respond awkwardly. With the help of others, she began her work. Although she wasn't used to it at first, her abilities were strong, and she quickly became proficient, perfectly capable of handling the duties of the president's secretary. William Strick's soul screamed in agony. Just now, Li had brutally torn apart the soul of his arm. The pain of the soul was far more severe than that of the body. There's a saying that pain reaches deep into the soul, which probably means this. Your soul strength is quite impressive. It hasn't collapsed yet. Li laughed and said, Superman, what do you really want? William Strick weakly asked. Nothing. I just want to torment you for the sake of it. Why? Because I'm a sadist. Li revealed a mouthful of white teeth and smiled. Then he began to torment William Strick's soul. After an unknown amount of time, the once solid soul was on the verge of dissipating due to Li's torment. It's time to go. William Strick showed no reaction, his soul flickering. By the way, I forgot to tell you, your wife's soul has gone to another world, and originally you could have reunited with her after your death. Can I really see her? William Strick's soul finally reacted. No, you cannot, because I won't even leave you with a soul. That's the price for provoking me. Li sneered. No, please don't. Panic appeared on William Strick's face for the first time. See you. No. Li ignored William Stryker's pleas for mercy and directly crushed his soul, causing him to completely dissipate and disappear from the world. He then began to examine his soul's memories. Let me see who the true mastermind is. It turns out to be you, Mr. President of America. At the SHIELD headquarters, the same screen showed Nick Fury, the Black Egghead, holding a meeting with a group of gray-haired elders. How do you all view Superman's unwarranted attack? The president said calmly. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside he was already anxious and uneasy. He knew best whether Superman's attack was truly unwarranted, but he absolutely could not say it out loud. Otherwise, not only would his presidential career end prematurely, but his life would also be cut short. Look, this is the result of our constant concessions. We gave him whatever he wanted. We ignored everything he did. And still, it's not enough. The military representative was the first to stand up, speaking fiercely. This time, Superman has gone too far. His actions have seriously threatened America, and we absolutely cannot retreat any further. We must restrain him. We cannot allow him to continue. Other representatives also voiced their opinions. However, Nick Fury remained silent, not opposing as he usually did, nor did he submit the report he had regarding someone attacking Superman first. Lee's actions this time were so extreme that even Nick Fury couldn't stand it anymore, having slaughtered thousands of people in a base. It seems we need to call that person back. Nick Fury thought to himself while touching the communicator in his arms. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please be patient. Chapter 162. Cosmic visitors in the depths of the universe, light years away from Earth. The ship in front, please stop immediately and accept our inspection. A spaceship swiftly passed by, with another ship closely following behind, continuously sending messages to the ship ahead. Ha ha ha, D. Who would have thought that the ship in front suddenly turned its cannon towards the following ship and launched an attack, with countless lasers coming straight at them. Boom! The following ship was caught off guard and was hit instantly. Attention! Attention! The hull has sustained severe damage, and operations will cease in 30 seconds. The ship's intelligence system kept sounding alarms. Damn it, that's what you get for following me, the person in the front ship said triumphantly. Just then, a dazzling light appeared in front of the ship. What? What is that? The people inside the ship were shocked. Whoosh boom! The light transformed into a figure that directly crashed into the ship, tearing through the middle and turning it into a pile of debris. The figure then slowly approached the following ship, bringing it to the nearest planet for repairs. Carol, thanks to you. A man who looked very much like an Earthling, but dressed in a style completely different from Earth, stepped out of the ship. No problem, I just happened to run into you, replied a blonde woman in a red and blue tight-fitting suit beside him. The blonde woman was none other than the famous Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. She was originally an Air Force pilot on Earth, but absorbed the energy of the cosmic cube during an accident, becoming a powerful warrior. She possesses numerous superpowers, including super strength, super speed, super endurance, super perception, energy manipulation, faster than light flight, and binary form. Her full power can instantly destroy a planet, making her a top-tier powerhouse. She left Earth 0 years ago, wandering the universe while helping the weak and maintaining justice. Haha, no matter what, I owe you this time. When you have time, come to Planet 145, and I'll treat you well, the man said with a smile. That's enough, I don't have that much time, and there are many people who need my help, Carol replied. You really are a busy person. The two chatted for a while longer. Beep beep, just then, a voice broke their conversation. What is this? Why is it ringing? Carol looked at the communicator she carried at her waist with confusion. It had been so long that she couldn't even remember what it was for. It seems to be Earth. After a moment, Carol finally recalled. She had indeed given Nick Fury, a friend on Earth, a communicator years ago, asking him to contact her in case of emergencies. Could it be that Earth is facing some kind of crisis? It looks like I need to go back. Carol wondered. Although she had left Earth, she never forgot her identity as an Earthling, and now that her home planet was in crisis, she had to return. Carol then bid farewell to the man, activated her binary form, and quickly flew towards Earth. Although she could travel faster than light, the distance from here to Earth was still quite far, requiring a considerable amount of time. In another part of the universe, a massive warship was swiftly traversing the dark cosmos, heading straight for the blue planet. A figure stood at the edge of the command room, looking out at the countless stars through the window. He wore a large red cape that draped behind him, his arms crossed over his chest, his expression calm and collected. Lord Dojian, we are about to reach that planet, an alien standing beside him said respectfully. Good, I will soon meet that person, someone worthy to be my opponent. The alien named Dojian said excitedly. This guy, with purple skin and dressed in red and blue battle attire, was one of Marvel's 4 knockoff superheroes, Dojian. Dojian is the captain of the guard of the Xie Empire, one of the 3 great empires of the universe. Known as a battle fanatic and the mightiest warrior of the Xie Empire, he hails from a special planet whose inhabitants possessed great power, but it was destroyed for some reason, leaving Dojian as the only survivor. He possesses the universe's greatest super strength, super speed, super endurance, microscopic ability, heat vision, and freezing breath, making him the most Superman-like among all knockoff superheroes. Even his uniform is a classic red and blue color scheme with a cape. Although it doesn't have on his chest, it has a golden triangle. Throw Dojian into the DC universe, and saying he is Superman's counterpart wouldn't be a problem at all. Dojian's goal in coming to Earth this time is to find a powerful opponent to fight. Over a month ago, they detected a massive energy fluctuation in the XX galaxy's XX region and went to investigate, only to be shocked by what they found. The entire area was filled with the wreckage of warships. Upon closer inspection, They discovered that these warships belonged to the infamous Chitauri army under the Dark Titan Thanos. Lee replied with a smile. This matter will soon become a reality, and now let me show you my true power. The true form of the Demon King Mephisto when he is truly angry. Under Mephisto's roar, the originally ordinary white-haired old man underwent a tremendous transformation. Sharp black horns sprouted from his head, and huge horns grew on both sides of his head, making his face look hideous and terrifying, as if he were wearing a suit of armor. His hands elongated and thinned, with 4 sharp claws growing from each hand. Bat-like wings grew from his ribs, but they were just a skeletal structure, covered in terrifying sharp spikes. His legs disappeared, replaced by a long tail. He was completely a terrifying, world-destroying demon. This was Mephisto's demonic form. After the transformation was complete, his body began to grow rapidly, and in an instant he stood tall, occupying the entire space, making even the 1,000-meter-high peaks look like small hills before him. Wow, he really is a terrifying monster. He must be at least 100,000 meters tall. The Celestials appearing in the movie Eternals are only about 300,000 meters tall, while Mephisto's body has already reached 1/3 of that height. Lee knew that Mephisto could continue to grow larger. For such a powerful Lord of Hell, the size of his body was merely a matter of thought. Little bug, I will extract your soul and torment it for eternity. A thunderous voice erupted from Mephisto's enormous form. If you can do it, then come. Lee laughed and said, go to hell. Mephisto swung his enormous demon claw towards Lee. His massive body moved slightly, creating an immense pressure of wind. Lee felt the surrounding space becoming unusually solid, and he could no longer use space abilities like teleportation to escape. It turned out that Mephisto had sealed off the space of the entire domain. Within his domain, he could do anything. Besides, I wasn't trying to hide anyway. Lee clenched his fists, gathering the power within him, and suddenly struck out against the enormous claw that blotted out the sky. Bang! The two collided, instantly generating a massive energy explosion akin to hundreds of giant Ivans going off at once, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the entire Mephisto domain, visible even within the realms of other Hell Lords. Change this later. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please wait patiently. Chapter 163. The arrival of the giant warship. The time rewinds to when Lee had just learned from William's strict soul memory that the President of America was targeting him. Damn it, this old man can't even do his job as president properly and dares to scheme against me, thinking of using me to boost his political performance. What a death wish. Lee Said Koldi. A voice in his heart kept shouting, kill them all, slaughter them all. Lee almost followed his inner voice and went on a killing spree, sending all the high-ranking officials of the United States to hell. Fortunately, he quickly came to his senses. Damn, what's wrong with me? Why am I constantly thinking about killing? Lee looked at his hands in confusion. It seemed that he had strayed a bit from his true self. What was his true self again? It seemed to be about being a hero who acted freely. As his power grew stronger, it felt like he was slowly becoming another person. When did he become so indifferent to life? The battle with Dracula caused tens of thousands of casualties. Although he didn't strike the blows himself, it was still instigated by him. He could have just killed William Strike, without the need to slaughter the entire base, and some soldiers hadn't even attacked him. Before, he only killed those who had attacked him. Why was he now starting to kill indiscriminately? Is this really me? Lee murmured, damn it, I am who I am, no matter how I change. It's all my own choice. The power is in my hands. I can do whatever I want. I can do anything I wish. Lee slapped himself, waking himself up from his confusion. Lee's confusion stems from the rapid growth of his power. He has been in this world for barely half a year, meaning he has only had power for that long. During this time, he also became a silver Superman, rising to become one of the strongest among the many realms. Such a significant change naturally affects his state of mind. In his past life, as a recluse, he wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. But now he can emotionlessly kill millions of humans, feeling no inner turmoil, as if he were crushing a group of ants. However, Lee does not reject this transformation because it is his own choice. He loves this carefree life. What does it mean to be a slave to power? What does it mean for power to consume one's personality? These are merely sour remarks from those who have not attained power. It's not ideal to kill them all, and killing just one is insufficient to instill fear, right? Why not just turn them all into my slaves? Lee suddenly remembered that he still had the power of the sheep talisman. Then he began to take action, directly becoming invisible and sneaking into the White House. In the president's office, damn it, these guys actually dared to dismiss my proposal. I need to teach them a lesson. The great president of America was frantically posting on Twitter against his political opponents. His fingers transformed into countless afterimages, and the simple 26 letters were pieced together, forming numerous beautiful phrases, leaving the opponents defenseless and instantly losing their composure. Ha ha ha, now you know my power. The president laughed heartily. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking came from outside the door. Come in, the president casually said. Mr. President, it's already noon. What would you like for lunch? The entering secretary respectfully asked. Of course, a hamburger and fries, and a large cup of cola, the president said matter-of-factly. Okay, please wait a moment. The secretary replied with a smile, then turned to prepare. Go on, the president waved his hand casually, then continued posting on Twitter. Lee, who was invisibly watching all of this, almost burst out laughing. What is this guy doing? Not handling state affairs, just busy playing on Twitter. Is he governing the country like Comrade Jiangguo on Twitter? XWN. Lee feels that this president is very similar to a certain American president he knows. Both enjoying hamburgers and cola, and both fond of Twitter. Most importantly, they are both presidents of America. In this vast world, there are all kinds of wonders. It's astonishing that such similar people exist in what are clearly different worlds. Lee is Sikit. Then, without any hesitation, he brainwashed him. The remaining high-ranking officials of the United States followed suit, and, just like that, all the high-ranking officials became Li Ye's slaves, and the United States fell under his control. At the meeting the next day, those who had initially been fierce and ready to confront Superman made a complete 360-degree turn, which nearly made Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., curse. Half a month later, near the orbit of Mars in the solar system, the captain of Ashur-A Empire's Guard, the strongest of the Ashur-A Empire, the battle maniac Dojien, arrived in the solar system after a long space travel. Your Excellency, the planet is right ahead, an alien reported. We've finally arrived, Dojien replied flatly, although he appeared calm on the surface. The fighting spirit inside him was almost uncontrollable. For someone like him, who thrived on battle, not fighting for several months felt worse than being killed. I hope you won't disappoint me. Otherwise, this planet won't have any reason to exist. That's right. If that Earthling cannot become his opponent, he would destroy the entire planet. Without a doubt, he had that capability. As for the lives on Earth and the feelings of the Earthlings, to him, they were insignificant, just ants. This is the tragedy of the weak. In the eyes of these aliens, Earth is a small and pitiful planet, easily dominated and even destroyed at will. As the saying goes, to destroy you, what does it matter to me? However, they were destined to be disappointed because Earth has Superman. The massive warship was quickly detected by satellites from various major countries and forces, and this group of aliens did not hide their whereabouts. More aliens? Nick Fury said painfully while pressing his temples. Currently, the word alien was the last thing Nick Fury wanted to hear, as the painful memories of the Battle of New York from a few months ago were still fresh in his mind. Why do aliens always target Earth? Nick Fury couldn't understand why this group of aliens kept coming to Earth one after another. The last time was because the King of Gods wanted to train his precious son, and the time before that was because they messed around with the cosmic cube. So what was it this time? And next time? Could it be that Earth has some magical power that attracts these aliens here? After learning about the impending alien invasion, the heroes of the Hero Association and S.H.I.L.D. gathered once again. Everyone, we need to take the initiative, Lee said flatly at the meeting. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, maintenance personnel will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please be patient. Chapter 164 Earth Heroes vs. Do Jin 1 taking the initiative? Everyone wondered. Yes, taking the initiative. Lee reiterated. That's right. We can no longer let Earth become a battlefield. Everyone remembers the Battle of New York a few months ago, which nearly destroyed the city. Taking the initiative can shift the battlefield to their ships, avoiding damage to Earth. Tony Stark chimed in. This is indeed a good plan. Nick Fury looked at the screen, stroking his chin thoughtfully. By taking the initiative, we can locate their leader and quickly take them down, which might prevent this war. I agree. Everyone expressed their support for Li Ye's proposal. Great, it's settled then. Li Ye smiled and expressed his satisfaction with the performance of this group of superheroes, as it allowed the League game to continue. Although Li Ye could directly fly into outer space and kick the spaceship into the sun, he didn't want to do that. The The main character always waits until the end to take action. After all, if he did all the work, what was the point of keeping this group of superheroes around? He might as well let them disband and just serve as cheerleaders for Li Yi in the future. Just like Superman and his 4 sidekicks. And a Batman who isn't even worthy of being a sidekick. Mere mortals at the peak have no role to play on the battlefield of gods. Even less than an ant. Li Yi really couldn't understand why so many people praise this guy. Isn't he just taking advantage of Superman's kindness and love for Earthlings to defeat him? If Li Yi faced him, he could kill him countless times within 0.001 seconds. And what's with the claim of never losing a duel? Only that fool Superman would allow Batman to constantly use various tricks against his weaknesses. The outcome could be decided in an instant. Could Batman keep up with Superman's speed? After the group devised a plan, they quickly set their actions in motion. To be safe, they chose only superheroes above B level. They decided to leave C-level heroes, like Captain America, out of the mix. However, they soon encountered a new problem. How to get there? That massive warship was thousands of miles away from Earth. We don't have any ships capable of traveling through space, Tony said helplessly. Although the Earth side obtained a lot of Chitauri warship wreckage during the last battle of New York, it was impossible to master that technology in just a few months. There were also some intact warships, but after the space portal closed, they all lost their power source. Of course, even if they could operate them, they wouldn't know how. Because they simply wouldn't. After all, the alien technology tree and Earth technology tree are not aligned at all. How about we just jump up there? Suddenly, the good-natured Banner spoke up. This was obviously just a joke. Even if Banner transformed into the Hulk, it wouldn't be possible to leap from Earth to someone else's spaceship. Moreover, the most important thing is that very few people present could survive in space. Li Yi counts as 1, Hulk counts as 1, and that's only 2 in total. Leave it to me. At this moment, Li Yi stepped forward and said, "Oh, do you have a spaceship that can travel through the universe?" Tony asked in confusion. "No, but I can carry the spaceship over." Everyone was shocked by Li Yi's proposal. Li Yi might not know, but the forces on spaceship. Tony explained a bunch of technical knowledge to Li Yi. "Stop. Don't use your mortal brain to guess what I can do." Li Yi had a face full of disdain, which greatly angered Tony. "I have a power called biological stance, which allows me to." Then Li Yi briefly explained his ability to everyone. What monster? He can actually survive in the universe just with his physical body. Biological stance? Isn't that a power from comic book superheroes? It's simply too incredible. Now even the Earth can't contain you anymore. Li Yi, how many more abilities are you hiding? All the heroes were amazed by Li Yi's powers. All right, no more nonsense. Everyone get ready. We will head to the universe soon. Li Yi waved his hand to interrupt. Soon, everyone found a well-preserved Chitauri warship in the S.H.I.E.L.D. warehouse, but it was completely unusable due to a lack of energy. After the heroes entered the Chitauri warship, Li Yi supported the ship from below and quickly wrapped it with a biological stance, flying rapidly into space. At that moment, on the enormous warship, sir, the Earthlings seem to have discovered us. They're approaching us in a Chitauri warship. This group of Earthlings dares to come toward us. Their courage is commendable, Do Jian said blandly. So, strange, an alien exclaimed. What is it? Do Jian frowned. That Chitauri warship has lost its energy. It shouldn't be able to start, but it's flying. It's unbelievable. It's simply the 8th wonder of the universe. How did these Earthlings achieve this? Such technology is unprecedented. If it could be controlled by the Empire, we would no longer have to worry about energy. The aliens said in shock. Is that so? It seems we have another reason to fight the Earthlings. Do Jian said. Sir, should we attack? No, let them come closer. After I defeat them all, I will ask them how to make a warship fly without energy. Yes. The 2 warships quickly approached. For some unknown reason, the aliens did not use their interstellar heavy weapons to attack. Li Yi had prepared to defend, but all his efforts were in vain. In fact, if the aliens did not use those interstellar heavy weapons, they were comparable to the superheroes in other aspects, and even somewhat inferior. After all, Gamera's combat power could make her the universe's #1 assassin. The individual combat power of aliens in the Marvel world is quite mysterious. Of course, there are also some excessively powerful individuals like Do Jian. Once the warship was close, the heroes disregarded everything and jumped onto the Chitauri warship, only to find a large number of foot soldiers waiting in ambush. Damn it, life and death are trivial. If you don't agree, let's fight. Wolverine shouted and charged forward. The other heroes followed closely behind, starting to slaughter the aliens on the deck. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. The maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please wait patiently. Chapter 165, Earth Heroes vs. Do, Jin 2. Due to the internal simulation of the alien home planet's atmospheric environment in the warship, the gravity is similar to that of Earth, allowing the superheroes to unleash their full potential. Fire. At the commander's order, the soldiers of the Chitauri Empire continuously fired lasers from their laser guns, with countless lasers surging like a tide. Swish! A laser hit Wolverine, who was leading the charge. Is this all you've got? The laser left a severe burn on Wolverine's body, but in the next moment, he recovered to his original state. Having regeneration abilities is so enjoyable. He didn't have to worry about getting hurt at all. Of course, the more serious the injury, the longer it took to recover. If his head were blown off, even Wolverine would need half a day to recover. Relying on his regeneration ability, Wolverine charged forward and once close to the soldiers. His extended adamantium claws continued to reap lives. Your technology isn't that advanced. Looking at the weapons held by the Chitauri Empire, Tony scoffed, speaking with a hint of disdain. Now let me show you our Earth technology. Swish! The palms of Iron Man's suit instantly released 2 palm cannons, knocking down a large number of Chitauri soldiers around him. Hey guys, look at this. Spider-Man continuously shot webs, binding all the Chitauri soldiers. Being inherently kind, he didn't want to take lives indiscriminately, even if they were aliens. Roar. The Hulk, transformed from Dr. Banner, simply let out a furious roar, sending the surrounding soldiers flying with a terrifying sound wave. Little Mischief, Susan, and Gwen elegantly knocked back the approaching soldiers as if they were taking a stroll. In this way, the superheroes either fought alone or cooperated seamlessly, mercilessly harvesting these aliens, who had no power to fight back. This group of Earthlings is too powerful. Our people are completely unable to fight back. Are Earthlings such terrifying beings? I think putting them on the ship might have been a wrong decision. We should have directly used the Annihilation Cannon to destroy their planet. Bastard, what do you mean by that? Are you questioning Lord Do, Jin's decision? And no, I didn't mean that. Then what do you mean? Seeing their side's combat power being completely crushed by the Earthlings, the leadership of the warship began to argue. Shut up. Do Jin snorted coldly. The people around immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. The reputation of the strongest warrior of the Chitauri Empire is not to be underestimated. Sir, let me take care of them. At this moment, a burly Chitauri warrior appeared from behind, carrying a weapon resembling an axe on his shoulder. Clearly different from the foot soldiers below, he was an elite fighter. Go ahead. Do Jin nodded indifferently. Haha, watch me chop these Earthlings into pieces one by one. The burly warrior laughed heartily and jumped down. Get out of my way. Let me do it. The burly warrior cleared the surrounding foot soldiers and faced the superheroes alone. Whoa, a big guy is coming. Tony exclaimed. Earthlings, I will be your opponent from now on. Do you want to come to me one by one or all at once? The big guy boasted. You seem very confident. Tony laughed. Of course, I am the second warrior of the Empire. The big guy straightened his chest, proudly declaring. Empire? Tony frowned secretly. It seems this group of aliens has a powerful force behind them. Who are you? What are you doing on our Earth? Tony asked cautiously. Enough of the small talk. Let's fight and then talk. The big guy said impatiently. Is that so? Then as you wish. Hulk. Tony shouted. Hulk. The green giant Hulk roared and stepped forward. He is your opponent, Tony said with a sly smile. Hulk is their strongest force after Li Yi. Ha, come on. The big guy shouted excitedly and charged straight at Hulk, swinging the enormous axe in his hand towards him with great momentum, determined to slay Hulk. However, Hulk showed no fear and simply sidestepped to avoid the giant axe's attack. Then, with a powerful punch the size of a cooking pot, he smashed it into the big guy's face, sending him flying and leaving him motionless on the ground with a deformed helmet. What a weak alien, Hulk scoffed. All the aliens watching this scene widened their eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Kun is the strongest person under Lord Swordmaster, and he was taken down by that Earth creature. In one blow? Am I dreaming? Earthlings are truly terrifying. The surrounding aliens began to panic upon witnessing Hulk's immense power. Everyone quiet down. You are soldiers of the Empire. This is no way to behave. 2 armored aliens, 1 male and 1 female, stepped forward. Their armor was as magnificent as the big guys, clearly different from the ordinary soldiers. Lord Sheila, Lord Akuz. The appearance of the 2 temporarily stabilized the shaken morale of the troops. We will be your opponents, the female alien said coldly, her expression unreadable. The male alien stood silently beside her. We'll handle her. Susan and Mischief stepped forward. The female alien had telekinetic abilities, and, as expected, she faced off against Susan, ultimately being knocked unconscious by an invisible shockwave, with kind-hearted Susan opting not to deliver a fatal blow. The male alien, possessing high-speed movement, encountered Mischief, who had the power of the rabbit charm, and was directly overwhelmed in speed, unable to last 3 rounds before being defeated. "Looks like you guys aren't that impressive," Tony said with a pleased smile, seeing his side's overwhelming victory. "You." The surrounding aliens glared at Tony in anger. At that moment, applause echoed. "You all are quite impressive. My 3 guards were actually defeated." Lord Swordmaster stood above, clapping and praising them. The surrounding soldiers quickly put down their weapons and stood to the sides, saluting, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a master returning to the field. Realizing the situation, the heroes understood that the alien before them was in charge of the warship. To be continued. Chapter 166. Earth Heroes vs. Swordmaster 3. You are their leader? Tony asked. Leader? What a strange title. Swordmaster replied, puzzled. It means the one in charge. That would be me. Swordmaster nodded indifferently. I am the captain of the guard of the Zaya Empire. You can call me Swordmaster. Swordmaster, I want to ask what the Zaya Empire is and what your purpose is in coming to Earth. Tony asked bluntly. This playboy really doesn't understand how to respect others. Swordmaster was not angered but smiled slightly. Earthling, your strength has earned my recognition, so I will answer your questions. This universe is vast and boundless. And within the known universe, there are 3 major empires: the Kree Empire, the Skrull Empire, and the Zaya Empire. The Zaya Empire is one of the most advanced and expansive civilizations in the universe, and is also the youngest and most powerful cosmic empire among the 3. Swordmaster briefly introduced the current cosmic landscape to the heroes. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. It turned out there were so many different life forms and races in the universe. Compared to them, humanity indeed seemed insignificant. My purpose for coming to Earth this time is to find an opponent who can fight me. Your strength has earned you this precious opportunity. Come defeat me. No matter how many people, no matter what means you use, as long as you defeat me. We will leave Earth immediately. Swordmaster laughed. Really? Really? Tony said in surprise. The others also looked incredulous. This alien's request seemed too simple. No invasion, no trouble. Just looking for someone to fight him. But if you lose, I will destroy this planet. Swordmaster added. What? You can't. Earth won't be so easily destroyed. Better go back to your planet. If you want to touch Earth, you have to step over my dead body. The heroes instantly became indignant. Hee. All right, in order to protect your planet, do your best to defeat me. Swordmaster laughed. Hulk, come. Hulk jumped out and roared. Hulk, wait, let's discuss. Tony tried to stop him, but Hulk had already launched an attack on Swordmaster. Hulk smash. Hulk leap high, fist clenched, and smashed down at Swordmaster. Not bad strength, but Swordmaster's figure vanished in an instant. Bang! Hulk's fist created a large dent in the spaceship, with metal crumpling within a 10-meter radius. The Zaya Empire's warships were made from a rare and incredibly hard metal in the universe, capable of withstanding impacts from small asteroids. To see such hard metal damage like this by Hulk showcased his immense strength. Too slow. Whoosh. Swordmaster appeared behind Hulk and kicked him. Bang. Whoosh. Boom. Hulk was caught off guard and was kicked squarely, flying out at supersonic speed and crashing heavily into the metal wall of the warship. Hulk. The heroes shouted in concern. It seems one person isn't enough. You all should join in. Swordmaster said, arms crossed, chuckling. All the heroes got into battle stances, being able to easily send Hulk flying. This alien's combat power was definitely not to be underestimated. Let's all go. Tony said. Okay. The heroes nodded. Whoosh. Tony took the lead, soaring into the air and unleashing the most powerful energy wave from his chest. This suit of armor was his latest masterpiece, utilizing electromagnetic pulse technology to boost energy by 3 to 5 times. No matter how many upgrades he made, he always felt it wasn't enough. In his mind, defeating Li Yi was his goal for upgrading the Iron Man suit. As long as he didn't achieve this goal, he wouldn't stop upgrading. This technology is already impressive for Earthlings, but to use it against me? You're still far from it. The dual sword didn't even dodge, allowing Tony's energy waves to hit him, but until the energy ran out, it left no trace of damage on his body. Hiss! Countless white spider silk instantly wrapped around the dual sword, as it turned out that Spider-Man and Gwen had together unleashed their webs on him. The two pulled hard from left and right, try to limit the dual sword's movements. Ha! Can't move now, can you? Spider-Man laukit. Are you two playing house? The dual sword frowned. It didn't feel particularly special. He just really disliked the sticky webs. just as he was about to struggle free. The thing suddenly hugged him from behind and restrained him, and then Mr. Fantastic turned into rubber to tie up his feet. This is not a game, the thing declared proudly. This is our tactic, Mr. Fantastic added. Other heroes seized the opportunity to attack. I don't have time to play house with you, the dual sword shouted, instantly breaking free from the thing's restraint. Over 100 tons of strength was simply too weak for him. The dual sword casually punched the thing in the chest, sending him flying out, even cracking the stone on his chest. Bam! Mr. Fantastic shouted in worry. You still have time to care about others. The dual sword suddenly raised his foot and stomped down on Mr. Fantastic. Wow! Mr. Fantastic instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, then fainted, kicked away by the dual sword. The power of this kick far exceeded the limits of his rubber body. The dual sword then grabbed the web on him and pulled hard, sending Spider-Man and Gwen flying out, crashing heavily to the ground. Too strong, Tony exclaimed in shock. In just a few exchanges, he had taken out all the attacking heroes. Johnny, Nova, Susan shouted. Got it, Human Torch replied. He then transformed into Firestorm and began to spin around the dual sword. A fiery vortex shot up from the ground, enveloping the dual sword inside, with terrifying high temperatures distorting the surrounding air. We're here to help too, Jean shouted. The two women simultaneously activated their powers to isolate the flames. The power of lightning. Storm unleashed furious lightning from her hands, attacking in conjunction with Human Torch's flames. Crackle. Hold on, Susan shouted. They coordinated well, but unfortunately, the dual sword's voice came from the sea of fire. Boom! Then the fiery vortex exploded violently. Too weak, the dual sword's figure slowly appeared. Not a hair harmed. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please wait patiently. Chapter 167 Earth Heroes vs. Dual Sword 4A. The fiery vortex exploded violently, and the raging energy immediately backfired, sending the heroes flying. Hey, look at this. Just then, Wolverine, who had been idly standing by, extended his claws and lunged at the dual sword, his sharp claws swinging toward him. Bang! The dual sword didn't even look and simply kicked out casually, sending Wolverine flying back at an even faster speed, crashing into the metal barrier of the battleship, struggling for a long time to get out. Damn, here we go again, Wolverine muttered in frustration. He had been stuck in a wall like this the last time he fought Li Yi at the X-Men Academy. The wall was about to become a relic for Wolverine. The dual sword looked around and said flatly, So, do you have no one left? The faces of the superheroes turned extremely grim, but no one stepped forward to take a beating. After all, their strongest heroes had been easily defeated, and the gap in strength was simply too great. Stepping up to seek a beating was pure masochism. As for what the dual sword said about destroying the Earth, their strongest member hadn't even made a move yet. Roar. Just then, the Hulk, who had been knocked away, roared and ran back. Oh, you're still okay? The dual sword said in surprise. He knew how powerful that kick was. If it had hit the battleship, it could have instantly blown it up. Yet this green creature seemed completely unharmed and lively. Hulk is the strongest, the Hulk shouted, and he swung his massive fist again toward the dual sword. Bang! The dual sword easily blocked the Hulk's punch with one hand, then suddenly struck out with his other fist, sending the Hulk flying again. The dual sword pushed off the ground, instantly catching up with the Hulk, and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks on him, with the speed of his punches even exceeding the speed of sound, producing a series of sonic booms. The Hulk was beaten to the point of having no ability to fight back, only desperately protecting his head. After a while, the dual sword kicked the Hulk away, sending him crashing hard to the ground again. You can't match my strength, and your speed can't keep up either. You only deserve to be my punching bag, the dual sword said flatly. The Hulk painfully struggled to get back up, weakly letting out a roar. The difference in strength, compared to before, was like heaven and earth. The Hulk was strong because his endless anger could fuel his growth at any time. But the price was that the Hulk had always been a mindless beast that only knew destruction. Since Li Yi persuaded Banner to join the Hero Association, with Li Yi's help, Banner began to communicate with the Hulk and taught him right from wrong. Over time, the effects were significant. The Hulk became more rational and could even say simple words to communicate with outsiders. The Hulk originally had considerable intelligence, but because Banner always locked him up and didn't communicate with him, he often became enraged. Rationality meant a reduction in anger, and with less anger, the Hulk's power naturally diminished. However, a rational Hulk is definitely more popular than an angry Hulk. Let me see what else you can do. The dual sword quickly charged toward the weakened Hulk. Hung! The hero shouted, ready to step in to stop the dual sword. Whoosh! Susan suddenly raised her hand and released a yellow energy wave of the dual sword, the yellow energy wave rushing toward him at high speed. The dual sword instinctively raised his hand to block, thinking this attack was as weak as the previous ones. This power? No, not right. The moment he made contact, the dual sword sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. Bang! Zizizizi. The energy wave pushed him back continuously, forcing him to use both hands to defend himself. Yet he still couldn't stop it and was pushed against the battleship's barrier. The metal barrier couldn't withstand such immense pressure and instantly broke open, with the energy wave continuing to push the sword of combat into the universe. Boom! Following that, a tremendous explosion occurred, and dazzling light illuminated the dark space of the universe, causing everyone to instinctively shield their eyes. That guy was sent flying. Did we win? The reversal was too fast, and the heroes looked on in disbelief at this scene. We won. They then reacted and cheered loudly. The sword of combat lost. How? How is that possible? I must be dreaming. The sword of combat is the strongest warrior of the Xie Empire. How could he possibly lose? On the other hand, the soldiers of the Xie Empire appeared as if their faith had collapsed. The image of the sword of combat as the strongest had long been ingrained in their minds, becoming an object of their admiration, even their faith. Every soldier of the Xie Empire aboard the battleship was an elite within the Empire, and they had all given up the superior treatment within the Empire to follow the sword of combat across countless light years to this remote planet. Earthlings, it's not over yet. Don't celebrate too early. At that moment, a fleet commander sneered. My lord, could it be that the sword of combat still? A nearby soldier questioned. Of course, the sword of combat is not so easily defeated. Hey buddy, what good is being tough when your leader has been knocked out? Tony laughed proudly. Is that so? At this time, a voice came over, and then the figure of the sword of combat slowly appeared at the huge hole from which he had been blasted out, with not a single wound on him. And even his clothes were intact, clearly indicating that the previous attack had no effect on him. Sword of combat. Upon seeing him, the soldiers of the Xie Empire couldn't help but shout in surprise. However, the expressions of the superheroes turned very grim. They had just thought they had one, only to realize it was all in vain. That just now should not have been your power, right? The sword of combat looked at Susan, puzzled. That's right. It was my boyfriend's power. Susan said proudly. It seems your boyfriend is the one I've been looking for to battle. So where is he? Yes, right here. ISNTE. Susan smiled. Right here? The sword of combat frowned, not understanding what Susan meant. Dear, someone is looking for you. Aren't you coming out? Susan shouted. Sigh. I was hoping to see more of the show. Li helplessly revealed his figure. Do Jin's eyes widened in an instant as he saw Li Ye's silhouette. There really is someone. And I actually didn't notice it all this time. The soldiers of the Xie Empire around them were also in shock. For so long, they hadn't discovered a single earthling hidden here. How long have you been hiding here? Do Jin frowned and asked. I've always been here, what's wrong? Li laughed and said, have you been here all along? That really is a terrifying hidden ability. Do Jin praised, you're too kind. Li humbly said, next, you will be my opponent. Do Jin looked at Li Yi with blazing eyes, filled with a fighting spirit. From the energy just now, he could sense the kind of powerful strength possessed by its owner. No, Li unexpected. Why? Do Jin asked in confusion. You are not worthy to fight with me. Li Yu made a shocking statement. What? Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Do Jin had no reaction. But the soldiers of the Xia Empire nearby were already upset. Earthling, do you know what you're talking about? Ignorant Earthling, do you know who the person in front of you is? Lord Do Jin is the strongest warrior of the Xia Empire. Rude Earthling, quickly apologize for your ignorance. The surrounding soldiers said indignantly. Quiet. Do Jin waved his hand to stop them. The surroundings instantly fell silent. So how can you be willing to fight me? Do Jin asked. It's simple. Continue what you were doing just now and defeat them all. Li pointed in the direction of Tony and the others and laughed. Damn it. Li, you bastard, you're out here and still want to watch us get beaten up? Tony instantly got upset and started cursing. Tony, stop blocking the way. I'm not pointing at you. Li waved his hand in disdain, telling Tony to get lost, revealing the little troublemaker behind him. Me? The little troublemaker pointed at herself with a look of disbelief. That's right. Little troublemaker, those abilities I gave you are quite powerful, and you haven't used them properly. Look at Susan. He's using that power excellently. The little troublemaker is the one among all of Li Ye's women who has been granted the most magical powers, reaching for dog, cow, chicken, and pig. Because she is the weakest and has no self-defense abilities, but still wants to be a superhero as her man. Lee naturally has to satisfy her. Earthling, are you insulting me? Asking me to fight a woman? Do Jian said coldly. Hey, are you looking down on women? The little troublemaker's face darkened instantly upon hearing this. During her time as a superhero, she had heard plenty of comments like, what is a woman doing as a superhero? Women should go home. You can't do it. Don't embarrass superheroes. And now she particularly hated this kind of rhetoric. I only respect the strong, Do Jian said coldly. Whoosh. The little troublemaker's figure instantly disappeared, appearing in front of Do Jian, punching him and sending him flying. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please be patient. Chapter 168. Earth Hero vs. Do Jian 5. Damn it. You really are asking for a beating. After sending Do Jian flying with one punch, the little troublemaker said coldly. Bang! Do Jian crashed through the metallic barrier of the battleship and flew out, landing in a floating meteorite area, performing a backflip and landing on a large meteorite. The little troublemaker followed closely, and with the existence of the immortality spell, the vacuum of space had no effect on her. Lord Do Jian has been sent flying again. How many monsters are still hidden among this group? I think if this keeps happening, we might not be able to go back. The soldiers of Ashia Empire discussed among themselves. This power, I acknowledge you. Do Jian looked at the little troublemaker, his expression serious. The power of this Earth woman is strong. Although it is still not as good as his, she can indeed fight him. Hey, who needs your acknowledgement? The little troublemaker pouted. Do Jian was speechless. He thought he would never understand women in his lifetime. He then accelerated towards the little troublemaker. The light energy in his body began to operate, and surging energy poured into his arms, flowing into his right fist, emitting dazzling golden light. This woman is stronger than those just now. She deserves his seriousness. He threw a punch. The violent energy surged forward with endless might. So strong. Can I win against him? Seeing such powerful energy, the little troublemaker's heart couldn't help but waver. No, Lee said that the abilities on me are very strong. As long as I use them well, I will definitely not lose. The little troublemaker firmed her resolve and swung her fist to meet Do Jian's punch. Boom! The two fists collided, as if destroying heaven and earth. The two energies erupted in forms of light and flame along the surface of the meteorite, and the meteorite within a 10-kilometer radius instantly exploded. Thick dust spread from within the meteorite, and the storm caused by the collision swept countless fragments into the sky. Sure enough, I blocked it. The little troublemaker exclaimed excitedly. Why didn't you step up at the beginning with such strong power? Do Jian retracted his fist, puzzled. I just found out. The little troublemaker replied casually. She had never known that the abilities Li Yi gave her were so powerful. After all, she usually dealt with weaklings and had never fought against real strong opponents. Do Jian said nothing more and quickly swung his fists, each punch carrying world-destroying power. The little troublemaker did not show weakness, continuously countering with punches. Bang, 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 bang. The two instantly exchanged countless punches. Silent explosions occurred in the vacuum, and countless fragments floated and spun around. The two's fists collided one last time, and the endless terrifying energy completely engulfed the small meteorite beneath them, turning it into a sky full of debris. The explosive backlash sent both of them flying backward, eventually landing on a pile of rubble. Do Jian's eyes suddenly emitted dazzling red light. Heat vision, the signature skill of the great Superman, Do Jian. This knockoff Superman naturally copied this skill as well. Whoosh! The red beam shot towards the little troublemaker, blasting all the rocks in its path to smithereens. Coincidentally, I can do this move too. The little troublemaker laughed. Then her eyes also emitted dazzling golden light, shooting out a golden beam towards Do Jian's heat vision. Electric eyes are intimidating. Electric eyes are intimidating. The two beams of light held their ground without deviation. You can do it too? Do Jian was extremely shocked. He had always thought this ability was unique to his race, but he didn't expect someone else to share the same ability. Bang! The two energies ultimately couldn't do anything to each other, merging and canceling each other out, resulting in a massive explosion. See if you dare to look down on women. The little troublemaker said coldly. Woman, you are indeed strong. However, I believe I am the strongest. The energy on Do Jian suddenly surged several times. All this unreasonable power seemed to openly declare to the world, I have a cheat. Do Jian's biggest cheat, the mind cheat. The more confident, the stronger the power. At the limit, even a multiverse-level creator god could be punched to pieces by you. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please be patient. Chapter 169, Earth Hero vs. Do Jian 6. The power on Do Jian instantly expanded countless times. Now let's continue, Do Jian said with a confident smile. Feeling the terrifying aura from Do Jian, the little troublemaker couldn't help but frown. Do Jian, however, ignored her feelings and quickly charged forward, the light energy on his body once again condensing in his arms. His entire fist seemed to grasp a miniature sun, with golden rays piercing through the gaps of his fist, resembling the explosion of 100-megaton nuclear bomb. Damn it, my body won't move. The little troublemaker was overwhelmed by this massive energy. No matter how she struggled, her body remained immobile. Do Jian's attack drew closer, and the little troublemaker seemed to see the word death on that fist. Move for me. The little troublemaker exerted all her strength, but still had no effect. Just as Do Jian's fist was about to strike her, bang, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the little troublemaker, blocking Do Jian's fist with one hand, instantly dissipating the world-destroying energy. Lie. The little troublemaker opened her eyes and saw that it was indeed Li standing in front of her, shouting excitedly. Are you okay? Li turned his head and smiled. I'm fine. The little mischievous one replied with lingering fear. She was indeed startled just now. However, she didn't know that even if the sword attack hit her, the power of the dog talisman could keep her safe, though it would definitely hurt. You finally made your move, the sword fighter said coldly as he retracted his hand. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It had been too long since anyone could fight against him. Of course, I can't just stand by and watch my woman get hurt. Li tilted his head and casually replied. The little rascal behind him blushed instantly upon hearing this. Although she and Li had been together for a long time, she still felt shy in front of others. Little rascal, you should go back first. Li smiled and said, The little rascal nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Next, it will be my turn to be your opponent. Li stared at Do Jian and said in a flat tone. Do Jian could feel a slight pressure. You can easily block my punches. You really are strong, Do Jian exclaimed, then quickly changed his tone. But you're definitely not my match. You're quite confident. Of course, I'm the strongest. Soon, you'll change that perception. The two fell silent, staring at each other. Whoosh. Boom. They both launched a punch at the same time. In an instant, a devastating power erupted, causing a massive explosion, and an energy storm swept across hundreds of kilometers. In less than a second, Do Jian was sent flying like a meteor, disappearing without a trace in an instant. Did I see that wrong? How is that possible? It shouldn't be. Do Jian should be invincible in that state. Am I dreaming? Soldiers of the Xie Empire watched this astonishing scene through the ship's equipment, speaking in disbelief. The superheroes nearby were equally bewildered. Although they knew Li Yi was strong, it was absurd how strong he was. He was an alien that could crush and annihilate them all. Yet now he was completely dominating Do Jian. We might not even count as an accessory hanging on his thigh. The gap is too big, Tony unconsciously remarked, and the superheroes nodded in agreement. After sending Do Jian flying with a punch, Li did not let his guard down. He used his supervision to see Do Jian flying back at a speed surpassing hundreds of times the speed of sound, looking completely unscathed. Li embraced himself with both hands, waiting for the sword of battle to return. Whoosh! Soon, a golden light flew over, transforming into the shape of the sword of battle. Earthling, I underestimated you. State your name. You have earned the right for me to remember it. The sword of battle said with a smile. At this moment, he was completely excited, and the terrifying energy was expanding due to his unprecedented confidence. You can call me Superman. Li repeated. Superman, let's settle this once and for all, Do Jian shouted, then transformed into a golden light and charged towards Li Yi again. Li also transformed into a black beam of light and charged forward. Whoosh! Bang! The black and gold beams collided violently, creating a tremendous explosion that illuminated the dark expanse of the universe. The energy storm unleashed from the impact ravaged hundreds of kilometers, and even those on distant warships could clearly feel it. Whoos, 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 bang, bang, bang. The two beams of light intertwined and collided like lightning, with each impact producing massive explosions, bringing vibrant life to the silent universe. How is this possible? Do Jian's heart surged with disbelief. He had already exerted all his strength, yet the superhero always managed to keep up with him, perfectly blocking his attacks. He had used every trick in the book, but still couldn't do anything to the superhero. Bang! In a moment of his hesitation, Li landed an uppercut on his chin, causing a violent shock that made him dizzy. Li Yi would never let such a good opportunity slip away. Seizing the chance, he launched a relentless barrage of punches. Bang, 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 bang. The storm-like fist struck all over Do Jian's body, leaving him no choice but to desperately protect his head, getting beaten around like a sandbag. Do Jian felt this scene was incredibly familiar. Wasn't this just like when he was on the battleship beating up that green monster? But now, he was the one getting hit. Is this it? Li Yi continued to beat him while mocking. Aren't you the strongest? Come on, show me your true skills and defeat me. Is this the level of the strongest warrior of the Xia Empire? Damn it, shut up. Do Jian couldn't stand Li Yi's taunts any longer and let out a roar, his power surging again. His fighting spirit intensified, and his confidence grew stronger. I am the strongest. Do Jian clenched his fists and charged at Li Yi once more. Bang! Li Yi still calmly blocked the attack. Impossible. How could you still block it? Do Jian roared, continuously swinging his fists, and the power within him kept growing. Yet no matter how much he enhanced his strength, the opponent always kept up with him, and each time could just suppress him. How is this possible? How could there be such a powerful person on Earth? It's clearly just a remote corner, a subordinate planet of Asgard. Do Jian became increasingly alarmed as he fought. With his mindset starting to waver, his confidence began to shake, and the speed at which his strength was growing slowed down, gradually coming to a halt, even beginning to decline. You no longer believe you are invincible? Li Yi keenly sensed that Do Jian's strength was beginning to weaken and mocked him. Although Do Jian was powerful in his normal state, he was merely at the level of a celestial father, capable of destroying continents, shattering planets, withstanding impacts equivalent to supernova explosions, and releasing heat rays exceeding the temperature of stars. But compared to Li Yi, he was far behind. A counterfeit Superman could never match the real Superman. If he wanted to defeat Li Yi, he would have to maintain his confidence, continuously increase his strength, and ultimately surpass Li Yi. Unfortunately, his conviction was not steadfast. This was quite normal. He had always fought against those weaker than him, leading to a record of victories, which filled him with self-confidence. But when he encountered someone of equal or greater strength, the confidence he gained from bullying the weak would naturally collapse. This idealistic mindset was both his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. His potential was high, but his baseline was low, and the conditions were quite harsh. After all, which intelligent being can always maintain confidence without ever feeling lost? I am not your opponent. Do Jian's power weakened further until he returned to his normal state, saying with a face full of frustration. For the first time in his life, he felt such helplessness. The earthling before him seemed like a mountain tens of thousands of meters high, while he felt like an ordinary person without superpowers trying to climb it with bare hands. Defeating him seemed almost impossible. All right, let's call it here. Upon hearing Do Jian admit defeat, Li Yi also stopped. After all, they were not mortal enemies. And this battle maniac was not a bad person. He just wanted to find an opponent to spar with. The two then returned to the ship of the Xia Empire. Everyone, I have lost. Do Jian chose not to hide this, but spoke openly. The strongest Do Jian actually admitted defeat in person. This. We must be dreaming. The people of the Xia Empire were utterly astonished. It turns out Li Yi won. If even Li Yi lost, Earth would be in danger. No wonder it's you, Li Yi. You've protected Earth once again. The superhero narrators breathed a sigh of relief. Next, you should know what to do, right? Li Yi looked at the leader of the Xia Empire, Do Jian, and said, "We will leave immediately." Do Jian replied, "It's not that simple. You have to pay compensation." Compensation? Do Jian asked with a puzzled expression. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please be patient. Chapter 170 Compensation. Compensation? Do Jian asked with a puzzled face. Of course. This incident was started by you. You traveled thousands of miles to invade our planet. Li Yi, without saying a word, first put on a hat. Your Excellency Superman, we did not intend to invade your planet. I believe I've already mentioned this before. Do Jian frowned. He addressed Li Yi with Your Excellency, which was a sign of respect for a powerful opponent who had defeated him. Hey, I don't know who said earlier that if we lost, we would destroy our planet. Tony suddenly interjected from his side. I was stating a fact. If you lose, I naturally have a right to decide the fate of your planet. Conversely, since I have one now, I also have the power to decide the fate of this warship, including the people on it. Li chuckled and said. Do Jian fell silent for a moment and replied, You're right. So, how do you plan to deal with us? I want this warship. Li Yu made a shocking statement. Impossible. Do Jian shook his head and said, "This warship is our last hope for returning. We can't hand it over to you. What if I insist? Liye Purobit. Then we can only fight to the death. However, if we die, the Xia Empire might send someone to investigate." Do Jian said firmly. These soldiers were brought out by him, and he must bring them back. Are you threatening me? Li squinted his eyes, emanating a genuine killing intent. This was not a threat. It was a fact. Do Jian said defiantly. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became eerie. Li Yu was already contemplating whether to kill them all and seize their warship. As for the sword duel, Li Yu was confident he could snap his neck before he became too self-assured. However, after hesitating for a moment, he ultimately gave up. Although Li Yu was not afraid of this so-called empire, Earth was a different matter. Earth was located in the solar system, tethered by the sun's gravity, and there was no escaping it. They could easily send a warship to destroy Earth. Of course, Li had many ways to resolve this. For instance, by distributing the power of talismans to some people, he could instantly create countless supermen to protect Earth. Or he could wrap Earth in a biological stance and move it to another galaxy. There were many methods, but Li Yi found them cumbersome and didn't want to bother. Someone would definitely ask, what about your sheep talisman? Brainwashing. It's not that Li Yi didn't want to use the power of the sheep talisman to control Do Jian. After all, Do Jian was a combat force, and if he could, Li Yi would definitely not let that opportunity slip. However, the control of a sheep talisman could only be used on those with weaker soul power. If it worked on everyone, Li Yi would have been invincible long ago, able to directly control devourers of stars, eternity, infinity, death, even the court of life, Oye, and the like. Unfortunately, it was simply impossible to achieve. I want all the technology of your Xia Empire, including spaceships, space jumps, interstellar weapons. Li Yi pondered for a moment and proposed another condition. The current technological level on Earth is really too poor. Every time humanity battles with aliens, whether it's Asgard's magic or the Chitauri's interstellar warships, humans have always been crushed in terms of technology. We must find a way to improve. Otherwise, we will always be in a passive position, taking hits. Why can only aliens invade Earth and not humans expand into space? Question: how can we better protect Earth? Answer: send all Earthlings out into the universe. Lia's heart had different thoughts again. Do Jian hesitated once more. This is my final bottom line. If I still can't agree, then Li Yi threatened. Your Excellency Superman, I promise to meet your demands. We will compensate for your losses. Do Jian ultimately compromised. After all, he couldn't defeat Li Yi and had instigated the conflict first. He then called over several technicians from the battleship and ordered them to comply with Li Ye's requests. And Master, this technology was developed by the Empire after thousands of years of research. Are we really going to hand it over? One technician asked in confusion. Hand it over. Do Jian ordered expressionlessly. Yes. The technician didn't dare to question further and hurried to prepare. To be continued. Chapter 171. Captain Marvel arrives on Earth. You Earthlings are really primitive. You're still using this method to store information. We eliminated this method 1,000 years ago. A technician from the Xia Empire disdainfully handed a USB drive to Tony. Losing to such primitive beings, we really feel sorry for you. Tony replied without reservation as he took the USB drive. You are not our opponents at all. We only lost to Superman. The alien in front of him immediately lost composure, angrily retorting. Superman is also an Earthling. Tony shot back with a single sentence. Tony left the alien speechless. Thus, both sides completed the transfer of technology. Led by Do Jian, the Xia Empire personnel activated the battleship to prepare for their return to the Xia Empire. Superman, you are very powerful. Staying on Earth is such a waste. Why not join our Xia Empire? I can guarantee your status will not be below mine. Before leaving, Do Jian invited Li Yi. Thank you very much for your invitation, but I still prefer to stay on Earth. Li Yi rejected it without a second thought. Although he was technically a Kryptonian and had little connection to Earth, and no one dared to say anything about him leaving, he had not forgotten that his soul was still that of an Earthling. Moreover, there were many things he loved about Earth, such as various delicacies and beautiful women. What a pity. Do Jian shook his head and sighed. He then boarded the battleship and left Earth. Li Yi also brought the heroes back to Earth, to the headquarters of the Hero Association. This time, it really was a gain. Not only did we not cause any damage to the Earth, but we also obtained so much technology. With these technologies, we will soon be able to leave Earth and step into the universe. Tony said with a smile, operating on the virtual screen. Tony, we can't disclose these technologies for now. It's still too early for humanity. Li Yi reminded from the side. Of course I know, after all, a small Earth has been divided into hundreds of countries, hostile to each other and fighting. If these technologies are leaked, they will definitely be used to create weapons and kill each other. Tony replied without hesitation. You're overthinking it. I'm not worried about that at all. I just think these technologies are what I painstakingly obtained, and before I enjoy the benefits, no one else can touch them. Lee casually crossed his legs and replied. Tony was completely speechless. He had overestimated Lee. This guy had always been a jerk and had never changed. You take your time to tidy up. I'll just leave first. Lee greeted and instantly teleported away. Hey, you bastard, you're the president of the association, right? Tony cursed. After the matter was settled, the superheroes returned home, each to their own family. The X-Men also returned to the Mutant Academy. We really have become Lie's workers, being summoned whenever there's something to do. Wolverine said indignantly. Hey Logan, don't say that. Since we became superheroes, the public's perception of mutants has changed a lot, hasn't it? Storm said. Aurora is right. According to the latest public opinion poll, 68% of the public expressed a willingness to coexist peacefully with mutants. You know, in the last survey, this number was only 18%. B said, looking at the data on the computer. See, Lee, you really did it. Storm laughed. I was just joking earlier. We're not working for free. Lee also pays us. Wolverine said. Damn, the more I think about it, the more it feels like we're working. Just then, while the group was chatting, they suddenly heard Professor X's voice in their heads. Logan, come over here. There's a problem with Jean. Hearing the voice, the group hurried to the laboratory, where they saw Jean lying on the medical bed, and the professor standing by the bed. During the last time Lee helped treat the professor's poisoning, he inadvertently healed the professor's legs. So now they were as good as normal. Professor, what's wrong with Jean? Storm asked anxiously. She was a close friend of Jean's and naturally cared a lot about her. She overused her powers and has fainted. Professor X explained. Phew, thank goodness. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Jean, lying on the bed, changed to an incredibly painful expression. Buzz, 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 then a powerful energy erupted, lifting all the equipment and machinery in the lab into the air. The group was also suffering from this energy. The professor aimed his hand at Jean, using his telepathic abilities to calm her. Jean slowly calmed down, stopped the energy outburst, and the floating debris fell back down. Professor, what just happened? How could Jean? Logan asked eagerly. The others also looked puzzled. I didn't expect the seal to loosen. Professor X said seriously. What? At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury was in a bad mood because a woman was standing in front of him. A woman with blonde hair, wearing a red and blue tight combat suit, stood before him. It was Captain Marvel, who had returned to Earth from light years away. Fury, Earth doesn't look like it's in crisis at all. Carol frowned as she looked out at the bustling city. After receiving Nick Fury's message, she thought Earth was in some kind of crisis, so she hurried back, only to find Earth safe and sound, completely different from what she had imagined. Nick Fury fell into deep thought, not knowing how to respond. Initially, he thought the high-ups in America would completely tear their relationship with Superman, that Superman would pose a significant threat to the entire country, which was why he hurriedly called Captain Marvel back. But he didn't expect those old geezers to change their minds so quickly, catching him off guard. Now facing Captain Marvel, he didn't know how to answer. If he told the truth, it would be like the real-life version of The Wolf is Coming. If there really was a major crisis on Earth next time, and he contacted Carol, she might not even give him the time of day. What should I say? Nick Fury thought to himself. Suddenly, he caught sight of the computer analysis regarding the Shi'ar Empire, and an idea struck him. Carol, you came back too late. The crisis has already been resolved. He then began to explain to Carol about the Shi'ar warship invasion of Earth a few days ago. At that time, I thought that with Earth's strength alone, we couldn't fight against those aliens, and we needed your help. But these superheroes exceeded my expectations. Their united power. Nick Fury explained. The Shi'ar Empire? Why would they invade Earth? Captain Marvel asked, puzzled. During her time wandering the universe, she had encountered people from the 3 major empires and was relatively familiar with them. She couldn't understand why one of the 3 major empires, the Shi'ar Empire, would invade the remote and barren Earth. I heard there's a battle maniac named Swordmaster over there. He came to Earth just to find a worthy opponent. No wonder. Carol nodded in realization. Although she hadn't met Swordmaster, she had heard of him. Superman, a powerful warrior not weaker than me. Looks like I need to check it out. Carol murmured. She wanted to see how strong that guy, namely Yi, was and whether he could protect Earth well. Chapter 172. The awakening of the Phoenix Force. Time slowly passed, and 3 days had gone by since the Shi'ar Empire warship invasion. On this day, as usual, Lee was lying in bed, leisurely watching anime. Suddenly, A powerful energy erupted in a corner of the earth, and Li Yi sensed it immediately. What is going on? Why is there such a strong energy explosion on Earth? Li Yi frowned and said, "This energy is very powerful. Li Yi can feel that it is no weaker than the fighting swords from the previous battle. This is just a part of it. If it were to fully erupt, no one could predict what would happen." Li Yi quickly flew into the air, using his supervision to observe the location of the energy explosion. This direction is the Mutant Academy. At the Mutant Academy, everyone looked in one direction, where a room emitted a dazzling red light, the center of the energy explosion. Jean was lying on the bed with a painful expression, surrounded by terrifying visible red energy that made it impossible to approach. All the clutter in the room was floating in the air, and the walls and floor were cracked from the energy's pressure. The X-Men were all gathered outside the room, looking inside with worried expressions. Jean's situation was very special. When she was young, I discovered that she harbored a strange energy within her. This energy was incredibly powerful, and at that time, Jean was too young to control it well. To prevent this energy from causing massive destruction, I created a mental barrier with my psychic abilities to isolate Jean's powers and consciousness. Professor X explained to everyone. But the subsequent developments were completely beyond my expectations. As time passed, the seal gradually loosened, and this energy began to slowly influence Jean, leading her to develop a dual personality. That alternate personality calls itself Phoenix, driven only by instinct, filled with desire, anger, and slaughter. Its emergence brings endless destruction. So, Professor, that's why you... Storm spoke up. Yes, I set up the mental barrier again, but she is too powerful. I don't know how long this barrier can hold her back. She will eventually come out, so we must prepare early. Does that mean one day we will become enemies with Jean? Storm exclaimed in surprise after hearing the professor's explanation. I have been trying to avoid this situation, but... Professor X replied. Faced with this reality, everyone's mood was extremely heavy. Jean was a comrade they had fought alongside through thick and thin. But the awakening of Phoenix meant they had to stop her, fighting against a once-close friend, something no one wanted to face. The power of the Phoenix. Their conversation was overheard word for word by Li Yi, who had teleported in. The power residing within Jean was one of the most powerful forces in the universe. The Phoenix Force. The Phoenix Force comes from the primordial universe, born at the beginning of all things, chaotic yet immortal, eternal yet transient. It is the embodiment of life and spirit in the primordial universe, symbolizing life and emotion. It is the most fearsome existence in the multiverse, capable of turning its passion into the Phoenix's judgment for rebirth or destruction of everything in the universe, even the universe itself. As the embodiment of life and emotion in the primordial universe, the Phoenix possesses the highest level of perception and intuition, allowing it to sense everything that has happened, is happening, and will happen. As the connection point of all life and spirit in the infinite multiverse, it has immense psychic power, capable of all psychic phenomena, such as telepathy and thought transmission. It is also the container and ruler of future generations in the infinite multiverse, possessing limitless energy. Its control over matter reaches the subatomic level, easily altering their elements, achieving mass energy conversion, material reorganization, and creation from void. It can also freely create, manipulate, and destroy all space-time, achieving spatial teleportation, spatial stasis, temporal teleportation, and temporal stasis. It can even govern causality, weave destiny, destroy, distort, modify, and restart reality. The complete version of the Phoenix Force can even transcend omnipotent universal levels. According to its portrayal in the movie, the Phoenix Force within Jean is clearly just a fragment and has been significantly weakened. It couldn't even decompose Wolverine's pants, and of course, there's also the reason for Jean's main consciousness holding back. The portrayal in the comics is much better. In the comics, Jean can bring people back to life, easily manipulate timelines, supersede all things, and destroy a planet in an instant. The Phoenix Force within Jean was supposed to explode during the plot of X-Men 2, but due to Li Yi's unexpected emergence, the so-called plot was completely disrupted. However, unexpectedly, even with the plot gone, the Phoenix Force still erupted. Li Yi quickly understood the ins and outs of the situation in context, and it was related to him as well. Li Yi gathered the X-Men in space to confront Do Jian. The X-Men fought with all their might, but the gap in strength between them and Do Jian was too great. While Jean was using her powers alongside Susan to restrict Do Jian's movements, she overexerted herself and accidentally triggered the seal set by the professor. resulting in the eruption of the Phoenix Force. Can I absorb this part of the Phoenix Force? Li pondered silently. Clearly, this thorough tile thrower, Li, had set his sights on the power of the Phoenix. Although he wasn't sure if this portion of Phoenix power could enhance his own strength, Li certainly wouldn't complain about having too much power. Since this matter was related to him, Li was not prepared to evade it, and even planned to resolve it once and for all. I really am a responsible and kind person. Li felt a sense of emotion in his heart. He then left X Academy to search for a way to transfer the power of the Phoenix. The best place he could think of was Kamarage. Li believes that the Ancient One, who has lived for hundreds of years, must have a way. Moreover, if he asks her, she would definitely feel embarrassed to refuse. After all, he helped her a lot last time. To be continued. If there is an error in this chapter, click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please wait patiently. Although he doesn't know if this part of the Phoenix Force can enhance his own strength, Li certainly wouldn't mind having too much power. Since this matter is related to him, Li is not planning to avoid it, and is even prepared to resolve it once and for all. I am truly a responsible and kind person. Li felt émotionnel. He then left X Academy to search for a way to transfer the power of the Phoenix. The best place he could think of was Kamarage. Li believes that the ancient Master Gu Yi, who has lived for hundreds of years, must have a way. Moreover, if he asks her for help, she would definitely feel embarrassed to refuse. After all, he helped her a lot last time. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please wait patiently. Although he doesn't know if this part of the Phoenix power can enhance his own strength, Li certainly won't complain about having too much power. Since this matter is related to him, Li is not planning to avoid it, and is even prepared to resolve it once and for all. I am really a responsible and kind person. Li felt émotionnel. He then left X Academy to search for a way to transfer the power of the Phoenix. The best place he could think of was Kamarage. Li believes that the Ancient One, who has lived for hundreds of years, must have a way. Moreover, if he asks her for help, she would definitely feel embarrassed to refuse, especially since he helped her a lot last time. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please be patient. Although he doesn't know if this part of the Phoenix Force can enhance his own power, Li certainly won't complain about having too much power. Since this matter is related to him, Li is not prepared to avoid it, and is even ready to solve it once and for all. I am truly a responsible and kind person. Li felt a surge of emotions in his heart. He then left X Academy to search for a way to transfer the power of the Phoenix. The best place he could think of was Kamarage. Li believes that the Ancient One, who has lived for hundreds of years, must have a way. Moreover, if he asks her, she would definitely feel embarrassed to refuse. After all, he had helped her a lot last time. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please be patient. Although he doesn't know if this part of the Phoenix power can enhance his own strength, Li wouldn't refuse too much power. Since this matter is related to him, Li is not planning to evade it, and is even ready to solve it once and for all. I am really a responsible and kind person. Li felt a surge of emotions inside. He then left X Academy in search of a way to transfer the power of the Phoenix. The best place he could think of was Kamarage. Li believes that the Ancient One, who has lived for hundreds of years, must have a way. Moreover, if he approaches her, she would definitely feel embarrassed to refuse. After all, he had helped her a lot last time. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please be patient. Although he doesn't know if this part of the Phoenix power can enhance his own strength, Li certainly won't complain about having too much power. Since this matter concerns him, Li has no intention of avoiding it, and is even prepared to resolve it once and for all. I am really a responsible and kind person. Li felt a surge of emotions in his heart. He then left X Academy to search for a way to transfer the power of the Phoenix. The best place he could think of was Kamarage. Li believes that the Ancient One, who has lived for hundreds of years, must have a way. Moreover, if he asked her directly, she would certainly feel embarrassed to refuse, especially since he helped her a lot last time. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please wait patiently. Although he doesn't know if this part of the Phoenix power can enhance his strength, Li certainly won't complain about having too much power. Since this matter is related to him, Li Yi is not planning to avoid it, and is even prepared to resolve it once and for all. I am truly a responsible and kind person. Li Yi felt a surge of emotions inside. He then left X Academy to search for a way to transfer the power of the Phoenix. The best place he could think of was Kamarage. Li Yi believes that the Ancient One, who has lived for hundreds of years, must have a way. Moreover, if he asked her for help, she would definitely feel embarrassed to refuse, especially since he helped her a great deal last time. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please be patient. Although he doesn't know if this part of the Phoenix power can enhance his own strength, Li Yi certainly wouldn't mind having too much power. Since this matter concerns him, Li Yi is not planning to avoid it, and is even ready to solve it once and for all. I am truly a responsible and kind person. Li Yi felt a deep emotion in his heart. He then left X Academy to search for a way to transfer the power of the Phoenix. The best place he could think of was Kamarage. Li Yi believes that the Ancient One, who has lived for hundreds of years, must have a way. Moreover, if he asked her for help, she would definitely feel embarrassed to refuse. After all, he did help her a lot last time. XEWN. To be continued. Chapter error. Click here to report. No registration required. After reporting, the maintenance staff will correct the chapter content within 2 minutes. Please wait patiently. Chapter 173. Seeking help from the Ancient One. Whoosh. Li Yi teleported to Kamarage, following the coordinates from last time. In the courtyard outside, a group of mages was still drawing circles. However, Li Yi noticed a particularly striking figure among them. It was a tall white man with a thick beard and messy hair, looking quite unkempt, standing out conspicuously among the Asian mages. The white man was struggling to complete a circle, but each time he got halfway through, he would fail and repeat the process over and over again. Stephen Strange. Li instantly recognized the identity of the white man. He was the successor of the Ancient One, the future Supreme Sorcerer, Dr. Strange, and he looked exactly like Benedict Cumberbatch. Huh, why is he appearing at this time? Isn't it supposed to be a few years later? Li Yvonne did it. He clearly remembered the timeline of the movie. Dr. Strange came to Kamarage several years after the Battle of New York. And now, there was not even a year since the Battle of New York. Huh, what am I still struggling with? The timeline of this parallel universe is inherently chaotic, and it is also influenced by other parallel universes. Li shook his head, dispelling the doubts in his heart. With a crackling sound, a portal appeared out of thin air beside Li Yi, and then a figure in a long robe stepped out. Is he the one who is going to take over the position of the Supreme Mage? Li didn't need to look to know who the figure was, and casually asked, "Is it you?" "That's right. Magic indicates that he will be the most outstanding among us." Gu Yi replied, then changed the subject. "However, I believe that magic can sometimes be inaccurate. I still think that if you could join us, you would be the most outstanding one." "Master Gu Yi, thank you very much for the compliment. But I'm really not interested in becoming the Supreme Mage." Li smiled and said, "Hee." The Ancient One did not respond, only smiling gently. Seeing that Strange had not drawn the most basic circle after a long time, Li asked in confusion, "The future Sorcerer Supreme's talent can't be this poor, can it?" Li tested the magic of Kamarage by himself last time, and the simplest and most basic thing was drawing the circle of light. It's simple to say, but difficult to do, depending on whether you have magical talent. Those without talent could practice until death and still wouldn't be able to draw a spark. Of course, such people wouldn't be seen in Kamarage. Those who come to learn magic there all have talent, just divided into average, excellent, and genius. People with average talent can draw the circle in as short as a week or as long as 3 months. Those with excellent talent can do it in no more than 3 days. Genius-level talent is rare, able to learn almost any magic in a very short time. They can master the basics just by seeing it once, and Li Yi belongs to this type. Of course, relying solely on his own aptitude. He could never learn magic in this lifetime, but who would have thought he has the enhancement of talisman power? At this moment, Strange's performance was only slightly better than those with average talent, not at all resembling what a future Sorcerer Supreme should be. After hearing this, Ancient One smiled and said, "His talent may not be as good as yours, but he is indeed the best among all the sorcerers. However, he is still unable to let go of his past, and his unstable mindset severely hinders him. So that's how it is. Li enodit in understanding." Just like those heroes in martial arts novels, when faced with inner demons, their martial arts would stagnate, and they might even suffer from a backlash of their own power. "What brings you to Kamarage this time?" asked Ancient One. Although she could observe the future through the time stone, she could only see a general overview and not the specific details. "Master Ancient One, do you know about the Phoenix Force?" Li pondered for a moment and said, "The power of the Phoenix. I know a little about it." The Ancient One nodded and said, "Not just a little. I not only understand it very well, but I also have had quite a bit of interaction with the previous host of the Phoenix Power, Wu Fengji. I discovered a part of the Phoenix Power on Earth, but it is residing in another person. I came here to ask you if there is any way to transfer that part of the Phoenix Power to me. I want to use it to enhance my own strength." Li straightforwardly stated his purpose. After all, Master Gu, he had no malice towards him. "Aren't you already very strong now? If you don't use the time stone, even I wouldn't be your match," Gu Yi said with a smile. "Not enough. I hope to become even stronger." Li replied. "All right, I do have a way." After thinking for a moment, Ancient One agreed to Li Ye's request. In the future, she observed, whether defined as justice or evil, Li always stood on the side of protecting Earth, so she naturally had nothing to worry about. "Come with me." The Ancient One extended her hand and drew a circle, instantly creating a sparking portal. She stepped in, with Li following closely behind. On the other side of the portal was an ancient room filled with rows of bookshelves, all packed with books. This was the library of Kamarage. It recorded all of Kamarage's magic, including combat magic, spatial magic, time magic, and even the most evil dark magic. However, Li was not interested in any of this. He was a pure combat enthusiast, preferring hand-to-hand fighting. Moreover, unlike Superman, who had low magic resistance and found magic to be a fatal weakness, he possessed the power of a talisman that could dispel other magic, making the impact of magic on him minimal. The Ancient One led Li past row after row of bookshelves, heading straight to the very back. "This is it. This book contains the method to transfer the power of the Phoenix." The Ancient One stopped in front of a large, open magic book. She then began to flip through the pages, forming seals, a series of actions that Li Yi did not understand, and then conjured a bracelet with magic. As long as this bracelet touches the host of the Phoenix Power, it will automatically transfer the Phoenix Power to you. But be careful. The Phoenix Power must be in a stable state. Otherwise, its violent energy will destroy the structure of the bracelet. The Ancient One explained, handing the bracelet to Li Yi. "Thank you so much, Ancient One." Li Yi took the bracelet and put it on his arm, expressing his gratitude and even using honorifics. "It's nothing, after all. You helped me a lot last time." Gu Yi replied. After exchanging a few more polite remarks, Li Yi bid farewell to Gu Yi and returned to his residence. "Must it be in stable state? It seems that I have to wait until the Phoenix's power completely erupts and then subdue it." Li Yi pondered it. Chapter 174, Black Phoenix. Li Yi continued to stay in his mansion, making preparations, not wanting to provoke the Phoenix Power in advance. There was only one chance. If he failed, the Phoenix Power might not know where it would go next. Li Yi thought to himself. Time passed unknowingly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had gone by. Mutant Academy. At this moment, the academy was eerily quiet, no longer filled with the sounds of laughter and play from the past. It turned out that Professor X had arranged for the students to be relocated to other places in advance to prevent Jean's second personality from going berserk and hurting anyone. Now, only a few X-Men remained at the entire Mutant Academy. The room still emitted a red glow, and a terrifying energy blocked anyone who attempted to get close. If someone got too near, they would be instantly disintegrated into atomic form by the Phoenix Force. The X-Men could only helplessly stand guard outside the room. "Professor, Jean has been in this state for 3 days. Is there really nothing we can do to help her?" Storm asked with concern. Professor X shook his head helplessly and said, "I have done my utmost. Now it depends on whether Jean can withstand the invasion of the Phoenix. Jean can definitely do it. She's a very strong woman," Wolverine said, while taking a puff from his cigarette. "I hope so. I really don't want to be against Jean." Beast expressed his worries. At this moment, within Jean's inner world, "Daddy, Mommy, I don't want to be separated from you." A cute girl cried continuously in the corner. "Where is this? Who is she?" Jean looked at the little girl in confusion. "This looks so familiar. I feel like I've been here before. It hurts." Jean clutched her head and cried out in agony. "I remember now. This is my home, and that little girl is me." After a while, memories from Jean's childhood slowly surfaced in her mind. "You finally remembered." A voice suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "What? Is someone there?" Jean looked around in confusion, but saw no one. "I'm here. Where are you? Why can't I see you?" Jean shouted loudly. A dazzling light suddenly appeared before Jean, and then the light transformed into a red-haired human woman, who looked exactly like her. Jean's second personality, the true host of the Phoenix Force, Dark Phoenix. "You? Who are you?" Jean asked in shock, staring at the person who looked just like her. It's me. I am you. Dark Phoenix chuckled. No, impossible. How can you look exactly like me? The truth is what it is. I am you, and you are me. We were originally one, but someone deliberately separated us. Who is it? You know that person too. It's the one you regard as your father. Charles Xavier. Dark Phoenix said coldly. Thinking of that bald man who had locked her away for so many years, Dark Phoenix felt a surge of hatred and vowed to kill him once she got out. Professor? Why would he do that? Jean asked in confusion. Because he is afraid. I will tell you the truth. Truth? What truth? Do you still remember your father and mother? Father and mother? Why should I remember them? They cruelly abandoned me. No, that was just a false memory created by that old man Charles. The truth is, Dark Phoenix waved her hand, and countless memories sealed by Professor X appeared in Jean's mind, and she instantly remembered everything. That afternoon, the rolling vehicles, the middle-aged woman lying dead beside her, and herself covered in blood. It was me. I killed my mother. Jean screamed in pain, clutching her head, unable to accept this horrifying fact. Charles lied to you. He altered your memories. He just wants you to be his tool. Dark Phoenix took the opportunity to sow discord. No, Jean shouted, an overwhelming energy erupting from her. Being betrayed by the one she trusted most completely triggered Jean's outburst. That's it, let all out. Let all out. We will make that old man pay. What should I do? Jean slowly calmed down, her eyes filled with coldness. Give your body to me, and I will help you kill that old man who deceived and used you, and destroy this filthy timeline. Dark Phoenix tempted again. Okay, Jean replied blankly, slowly relinquishing control of her body. In the outside world, the energy around Jean dissipated, and she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a smile. Snap! Then she opened the door and walked out. Jean, are you okay? The X-Men, who had been waiting at the door, were surprised to see Jean smiling. Of course I'm fine, and call me Dark Phoenix. Dark Phoenix sneered. Not good. She is not, Jean. Everyone, be careful. Professor X shouted. Bang. But it was too late. Dark Phoenix immediately unleashed her telekinesis, and an invisible shockwave instantly sent the X-Men flying. The unprepared team was knocked away in an instant, and countless buildings behind them were flattened. The Phoenix Force was incredibly powerful. Aside from Wolverine, who had formidable regenerative abilities, the other X-Men all fell to the ground, unable to withstand the impact of the Phoenix Force. Even a physically strong beast couldn't resist the shockwave, but it intentionally bypassed the weak Professor. Dark Phoenix hated him to the core and wanted to torture her enemy to death. She grabbed Professor X by the throat with one hand and lifted him up. Cough, cough, Jean, I know this isn't the real you. Please wake up. Professor X struggled to try to awaken Jean's dominant personality. Even now, you still think about saving Jean. A sin indeed. Shut up, you liar. Do you know why she willingly gave her body to me? It's so I can kill you. Dark Phoenix said coldly. Jean, don't do anything you'll regret. Too bad. She has already gone. Stop. Let go of the Professor. A recovered Wolverine lunged forward, trying to save Professor X. Get lost. Dark Phoenix uttered a single sentence, and the terrifying energy around her instantly sent Wolverine flying. Now, there's no one to save you. Dark Phoenix sneered. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Professor X was about to lose consciousness. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew by. Huh? Who? Dark Phoenix suddenly realized that Professor X was no longer in her grasp, nor were the others lying on the ground. Hey, Jean. Lie's figure slowly appeared, casually greeting. It's you, Superman. The Black Phoenix said coldly. Chapter 175. Battle with the Black Phoenix 1. Superman. The Black Phoenix said coldly, her eyes filled with endless killing intent. The Black Phoenix is the second personality of Jean, representing the dark side of her heart, filled with desire, rage, and anger, completely opposite to Jean's character. Seeing Superman appear and rescue her enemy, the Black Phoenix immediately added Superman to her kill list. Hey, Jean, it's only been a few days since we last met. How have you changed into? Lee pretended not to know the situation. Lee, be careful. She is no longer Jean. Wolverine shouted from the side. What? Logan, what are you talking about? She is clearly Jean. There's no time to explain. She really isn't Jean, Lee. You have to stop her, or she will destroy everything. Wolverine said anxiously. With Jean's persona not letting up, he couldn't even get close to her, and could only place all his hopes on Lee. Are you going to go against me too, Lee? Dark Phoenix said coldly. Although he didn't know what was going on, the urgent task was to stop her. Lee smiled and continued to pretend. Stop me? Do you think you can do that? The Phoenix power on the Dark Phoenix erupted instantly, and the overwhelming pressure even made Lee feel the strain. Truly, The Phoenix power, one of the strongest forces in the universe, is indeed terrifying. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, while the late bird suffers. Thus, Lee decided to learn from a certain young man's tactic of dealing with a 69-year-old comrade. A sneak attack. He quickly charged towards the Black Phoenix, and in her astonished gaze, he clenched his right fist tightly and then struck out fiercely. Bang! Whoosh! The Black Phoenix instantly turned into a shooting star and flew away. Her combat awareness was very strong. Lia exclaimed in admiration. It turned out that the Black Phoenix had opened its protective shield the moment Li Yi threw his punch, blocking his attack. From now on, there was no need to worry about causing casualties around. Li Yi chased after the direction in which the Black Phoenix flew away. The Black Phoenix flew at a very fast speed, reaching the vast ocean from the Mutant Academy in just a few seconds. Superman! The Black Phoenix finally stopped and shouted wildly. I'm here. Looking for me for something? Li Ye's figure suddenly appeared 100 meters away from the Black Phoenix, saying provocatively, You really dare to oppose me? The Black Phoenix replied expressionlessly, with contempt in her fiery eyes. Although Superman is known as the strongest hero on Earth, in the eyes of the Black Phoenix, he is nothing more than an ant. There shouldn't be anything in this world that I dare not do. Lee dug into his ears and casually said, The power of the Phoenix might be too unfamiliar for you. Well then, let me use the power of the Phoenix to make this universe tremble once again. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color. Dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled. Fierce winds howled, and the sea turned turbulent. The Black Phoenix gently waved its hand, and an endless surge of Phoenix power erupted, forming a terrifying energy storm that pressed toward Li Yi. Li Yi intended to test the power of the Phoenix, so he did not evade and prepared to withstand it. Bang! The energy storm slammed into Li Yi, crashing him heavily onto the surface of the sea. Boom! The surrounding sea water within dozens of kilometers instantly vanished, creating a massive vacuum, with the surrounding water continuously rushing in. Outside the attack range, towering waves hundreds of meters high were stirred up, each wave higher than the last. Fortunately, this was the vast ocean. If this move had been used on land, it could have terrifyingly flattened New York City in an instant. Of course, if there were any ships nearby that accidentally got caught in this storm, let us mourn for them. On the shore, people were leisurely vacationing, completely unaware that a terrifying storm was unfolding in the middle of the ocean. Just then, what was that? A tourist noticed what seemed to be a wall appearing on the sea surface. It looked like a wave. Someone nearby answered, Wow, I haven't seen such spectacular waves in a long time. Let's go surfing. Someone excitedly suggested. Wait, something feels off. Someone noticed something unusual and took out a telescope to look. Oh my God, that's a tsunami. They saw a tsunami nearly 100 meters high rushing towards the shore at an incredible speed, screaming in terror. The tsunami is coming. What? How could this area possibly? It really is a tsunami. Run, the tsunami is coming. Help, I don't want to die. The once relaxed tourists on the shore instantly panicked, fleeing in all directions, wishing they had two more legs. Bang! The tsunami violently crashed against the shore, sweeping away countless unfortunate souls and submerging numerous coastal buildings. At SHIELD headquarters, beeping alarms indicated a massive energy reaction. The alarm rang throughout the headquarters. Can't I get a moment's rest? Nick Fury said helplessly, quickly rushing to the screen to inquire. What happened now? Ever since Superman appeared, he had a moment of peace, working day and night, just finished dealing with an alien battleship invasion, and now this. Sometimes he really wanted to quit. Whoever wants to be the director can have it. Director, a massive energy response has been detected at longitude XXX and latitude XXX in the center of the Atlantic Ocean, with a total energy equivalent to 10 million tons of TNT, a technician reported. 10 million tons? What could possibly have such power? Nick Fury exclaimed in shock. It should be noted that the most powerful weapon ever tested in human history, the Soviet hydrogen bomb Big Ivan, was only equivalent to 60 million tons of TNT. Our satellite captured this. The technician projected a blurry photo. The photo was very unclear, only showing a vague silhouette of a person in black clothes with a cloak behind them, but the familiar outfit made everyone know who it was. It's Superman again. Nick Fury covered his face, helpless. You look troubled. Does this happen often? Captain Marvel Carol suddenly appeared at SHIELD headquarters. She had taken an interest in Superman, so she didn't immediately return to space. This guy makes huge disturbances every so often, completely disregarding others. Nick Fury replied with a dark expression. Who is he fighting? Carol nodded knowingly, then asked. Sorry, the satellite only captured Superman. We cannot ascertain the specific situation. The technician replied. Chapter 176, Battle with the Dark Phoenix, 2 Bang. Lee was struck into the sea by the powerful force of the Black Phoenix's eruption. Indeed, just a fraction of the Phoenix's power was so strong that it had already surpassed the likes of Ancient One and Odin, who could challenge peak celestial beings at the single universe level. Lee evaluated inwardly. It was worth his efforts. Dead? This is the price you pay for not recognizing the gap in our strengths. Although you are the strongest superhero on Earth, in front of me, you're no different from an ant. The Dark Phoenix murmured while staring at the gradually calming sea surface. Whoosh! Bang! Lie's figure broke through the surface of the sea, stirring up waves all around. The Black Phoenix saw Lie's figure, and her expression instantly turned incredibly ugly. That last move was quite powerful, but if you want to defeat me, you're still a bit short. Lee laughed and said, damn it, go die for me. Bloom. Power of the Phoenix. The Dark Phoenix raised her hands high, and a terrifying energy storm erupted from her as the epicenter, as if a nuclear bomb had exploded. Lee no longer held back, tightly clenched his fist, and aimed a punch at the incoming energy storm. Bang! The endless fist wind collided with the terrifying energy storm, resulting in a shocking explosion. Boom! It once again triggered a massive tsunami. The fist wind violently tore through the energy storm, and Lee seized the opportunity to move forward, delivering a punch toward the Black Phoenix. The Black Phoenix once again opened a red protective shield. Lie's fist slammed against the protective shield, but it was still ineffective. This is a bit troublesome. Lie laughed. The sturdiness of the Black Phoenix's protective shield exceeded his expectations. Whoosh! The figure of the Black Phoenix vanished in an instant, then reappeared in the distance. Teleportation? Seeing this familiar move, Lee was a bit surprised. However, he quickly understood. This was the power of the Phoenix. An omnipotent force that could even interfere with the most mysterious element, time, let alone space. The Black Phoenix suddenly spread her arms wide, and the dark red power of the Phoenix erupted around her, seemingly forming 2 massive dark red wings that made her look extremely imposing. Now, let me show you the true power of the Phoenix. The Black Phoenix said coldly. She then soared into the sky, flapping her wings to release 2 sharp beams of light that sliced toward Lee. Although the attack range was much smaller than before, the quality of the energy and its density were completely on a different dimension. Where the light passed, even space was torn open with a fierce wound. The 2 wings of the Black Phoenix were the manifestation of the power of the Phoenix, and their might was terrifying to the extreme. Lee did not dodge. Instead, he began to gather energy at his eyes. His eyes turned bright red, emitting dazzling red light. Whoosh! Then, he shot out 2 beams of terrifyingly high-temperature heat vision. Bang! The heat vision collided violently with the light. Crackle! It emitted brilliant light, illuminating the entire sea area, even briefly overshadowing the sun, plunging the area outside into darkness. Boom! Both sides ended up at a stalemate, with the 2 terrifying energies annihilating each other. Whoosh! The figure of the Black Phoenix instantly disappeared, then reappeared behind Lee. With a flap of its wings, countless sharp rays followed. Just as the rays were about to attack Lee, his figure also vanished. Bang, bang, bang! The rays struck outside, stirring up waves in the sea. Lie's figure appeared above the Dark Phoenix. You actually mastered the power of space as well. It's quite surprising. The Dark Phoenix frowned and said, Dragon Fist. Lee ignored it and gathered energy in his hands. A burst of yellow energy wave was released instantly. The Black Phoenix used its enormous phoenix wings to shield itself. The energy wave was directly blocked. However, the residual energy penetrated through the surface of the sea, reaching the seabed thousands of meters deep, leaving a bottomless pit. The Black Phoenix's figure vanished once again, with Lee closely following. Swish, 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 swish. Bang, 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 bang. The 2 continuously flashed in space, attacking each other, appearing in the sky one moment, surfacing the next, then vanishing again, spreading throughout the space, everywhere at once. Powerful attacks relentlessly ravaged this sea area, constantly stirring up the waves. However, both were carefully controlling their powers, with most of their strength directed at each other, only a small portion affecting the outside. Lee is worried about damaging the Earth, making it impossible for himself to live a comfortable life. The Dark Phoenix doesn't understand why. Perhaps it's because Qin's main consciousness is stopping her. Whoosh! The Dark Phoenix's strike misses again, and she can't help but become furious, the power of the Phoenix suddenly spreading out. Li suddenly felt his body freeze in place. A powerful force pressing down on him, making it impossible to use teleportation. If he forced it, the space might shatter, causing a terrifying disaster that could even involve the Earth. I've sealed the surrounding space. Let's see how you can escape now. Of course. If you're not afraid of destroying the world, feel free to shatter it. The Dark Phoenix sneered, then attacked again with world-destroying power. Sigh. Li let out a sigh and said, I originally wanted to play with you a bit, but I didn't expect you to go all in right away. Fine. No more pretending. I'm showing my cards. He took a deep breath and then exhaled towards the Dark Phoenix. Frost Breath. Another signature skill of Superman. Wherever the breath passed, the land was frozen for thousands of miles, and the sea within 100 kilometers was completely encased in ice. Why must you do this? Why must you force me to take action? Li looked at the Black Phoenix frozen inside 100 meters of ice and smiled. Suddenly, crack, crack, bang, the ice layer exploded, and the Black Phoenix escaped from inside. Gasping for breath, she began to breathe heavily, clearly having exerted a lot of effort to break free from Li's ice. Although the power of the Phoenix is infinite energy, the body she is currently using is still that of Jean, a mortal, and she can still be harmed and exhausted. The original world was already destroyed by Wolverine's claw. Jean, give up. You're no match for me. Li took the opportunity to persuade. And then, will you let me go? The Black Phoenix sneered. I will transfer the Phoenix power from you to myself. Li said without any hesitation. No, you can't. The Black Phoenix shouted fiercely, her Phoenix power surging once again, as she was prepared to use her life force. I would rather destroy this world. Chapter 177. Crushing. I will destroy you along with this world. The Black Phoenix said coldly. Her Phoenix power surged once more, flames enveloping her body. Be destroyed. Want to kill me? No one has been able to do it before. No one can do it now, and no one will be able to do it in the future. Go to hell. The Black Phoenix waved her hand, and a terrifying energy storm formed by her Phoenix power surged forward again. Li did not waste any words. His figure instantly charged forward, throwing a punch at the Black Phoenix, with endless fist winds meeting the energy storm. This time, Li did not hold back and unleashed his true power. The moment the two attacks collided, the fist wind shattered the Black Phoenix's energy storm like withered grass. How? How is this possible? How could you be so strong? The Black Phoenix was truly shocked this time. This was her final and most powerful strike, yet it was easily destroyed by Li Yi. It's not that I'm too strong, but that you are too weak. What you possess is merely a fraction of the Phoenix's power. If it were the complete Phoenix power, it could instantly destroy the entire universe, let alone defeat me. What a pity. Right now, you're simply not my opponent. Li shook his head and sighed. No, it's impossible. I refuse, I refuse. The Black Phoenix roared, then continuously launched attacks at Li Yi. Refuse? Then I'll beat you until you do. Li Yi sneered. He was not obligated to indulge the woman before him, even though she was the second personality of Qin. He easily deflected the attack from the Black Phoenix, then slapped forward, creating a massive wind comparable to a level 12 typhoon. The fiery red wings of the Black Phoenix behind her were instantly blown apart by the storm, and she struggled continuously, trying to stabilize her form and prevent being swept away. After a while, the storm finally ceased, allowing the Black Phoenix to catch her breath. What's wrong? Weren't you going to kill me? Is this all you've got? Weren't you going to destroy the world? Li mocked from his side. You bastard. The Black Phoenix gritted her teeth. Qin's body was already at its limit. She was now completely pushing herself to the brink of sacrificing her life to hold on. Slap. Li slapped her face without any hesitation. You. The Black Phoenix looked at Li Yi with full anger, her eyes completely devoid of pupils, filled entirely with the flames of the Phoenix, as if the surrounding darkness was about to ignite. How dare this man slap her face? Slap. Li slap it again. Bastard. Slap. I'm going to kill you. Slap. No matter how much the Black Phoenix curses, the only response to her is the constant echo of slaps in her ears. Li is not worried about hurting her, as the Phoenix Force will protect her. In another world, Wolverine was able to kill Jean mainly because Jean gave up hope for life and actively withdrew the Phoenix Force from herself. Have you had enough fun? If not, then let's continue. Li said coldly. You think I'm making a scene? Is that not the case? You don't even know what you're doing. Of course I know. I'm seeking revenge. I want to destroy this world. I say you're just being unreasonable. Did the world offend you in any way that you want to destroy it? It's Professor X, that bald head, who has kept you locked in the depths of Qin's consciousness. Just go settle the score with him. I was about to do that, but you stopped me. The Dark Phoenix gritted her teeth and said, I only suggested you go settle the score with him. I never said I would stop you. Li replied casually, what do you want exactly? The Black Phoenix realized that she was no match for Li, unable to defeat him, and finally lowered her proud head. Return Qin's body. Li said, I'm sorry, I can't do it. The Black Phoenix replied with a dark face. Oh, then I'll continue. Li expressionlessly twisted his arm, preparing to bring his palm down on the delicate face of the Black Phoenix once again. Wait! The Black Phoenix hurriedly shouted to stop him. She really didn't want to be hit again. It was not only extremely humiliating, but also very painful. I really can't do anything. Qin and I were originally the same entity, inseparable. Now that she is unwilling to come out from the depths of my consciousness, it's like locking herself up, and I can't wake her up? The Black Phoenix explained. That's not how it is. Li lowered his head and fell into deep thought. The reason why Qin had turned to the dark side was that Professor X had altered her memories, making her mistakenly believe that the professor only viewed her as a tool for his own use. As long as this misunderstanding was resolved, it should be possible to bring Qin back. All right, you go back with me first, and I'll find a way to solve this. Li said go back. Back to where? Of course, to the Mutant Academy. I'm not going back to that place. The Dark Phoenix pouted. Sorry, you have no choice. Aren't you afraid I'll kill them all? The Dark Phoenix asked in confusion. With me here, you can't do it. Li confidently replied. So, Li took the subdued Black Phoenix back to the Mutant Academy. Li, how is Jean? As soon as they returned, the X-Men rushed over to ask. Well, you can ask her yourselves. Li sidestepped, revealing the Dark Phoenix behind him. Are you Jean? Or? The X-Men appeared extremely tense, all preparing for battle. The recent attack from Jean was still fresh in their minds. Although they knew it wasn't her true intention, they still felt uneasy. Sorry, it's still me. The Dark Phoenix sneered. Li then informed everyone of the specific situation. You guy, hurry up and return Jean. Wolverine said angrily. She has already disappeared, and from now on, there's only the Dark Phoenix. Bastard, I want to kill you. Wolverine was furious and wanted to rush up, but Beast quickly stopped him. Could it be that Jean can never come back? Storm said dejectedly. No, there is still a possibility. Just when everyone was feeling disappointed, Li's voice came through. What? Li, do you have a way? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. As the saying goes, to untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. The reason Jean is asleep in the depths of her consciousness and unwilling to wake up is that she wants to escape from this despairing world. Only by resolving her emotional knots can she wake up. So, the key lies with you, Professor X. Professor? Everyone suddenly looked at Professor X, sighed. It seems my decision back then was wrong. Professor X sighed. He then slowly recounted his story with Jean. Chapter 178. Transferring the Phoenix's power. Jean couldn't control her powers, which led to her mother's accidental death. Her father was consumed by grief and refused to raise her anymore. So I brought her to the Xavier Institute for Mutants and started teaching her to control her abilities. To prevent this painful memory from affecting Jean, I altered her memories, making her believe that her parents had already passed away. Professor X slowly revealed the truth from that year. Perhaps this is what caused Jean to misunderstand. Professor X sighed. Everyone fell silent, feeling sorrow for Jean's tragic experience. Professor, you know I've always supported you, but this time, you are wrong. Beast Hank was the first to stand up and speak. Jean has the right to know the truth about everything. You shouldn't have altered her memories without her consent. Professor, I have always respected you, but what you did to Jean is too unfair. Storm said disappointedly. No one here understands the pain of losing memories better than I do. That feeling is really terrible. I don't even know why I'm living or why I'm fighting. Wolverine said. Jean's experience reminded him of his own past, of a woman named Silver Fox, with whom he once wanted to build a family and live a normal life together. Self-righteous old man. Dark Phoenix scoffed from the side. I indeed made a mistake. This is one of my greatest regrets. Professor X sighed. Looking at this aging man, everyone no longer spoke any words of blame. All right, you can discuss this later. The most important thing now is to awaken Jean. Li sighed. But now Jean has isolated herself, and we have no way to contact her. Storm Girl raised the biggest dilemma. Professor, can you still enter Jean's consciousness? Li asked. No. Ever since this power erupted, I have tried more than once. But each time Jean has rejected my entry. This power completely surpasses my mental abilities. As long as Jean does not agree, I think no one can enter her consciousness. Professor X shook his head and said, It's simple. Just transfer this power to someone else. Li smiled and said, transfer? Is that really possible? Professor X exclaimed in shock. Of course, it's no problem. If it weren't possible, why would I even mention it? Li repeated, Himepe. You really are only thinking about the phoenix power I have, pretending to care about this woman. How shameless. The Black Phoenix sneered beside him. Unfortunately, Lia completely ignored her. The Black Phoenix couldn't fight back or escape, so she had to accept her fate. Anyway, even if the phoenix power was transferred from her, she would still exist. She had already become a personality independent of Qin. I want to take her to other places to transfer. Isn't it possible here? Wolverine asked. For me, anywhere is fine. If you don't mind the energy explosion along the way shattering this place, I have no objections. Lee laughed and said, you guys should go to another place. Wolverine replied. The Mutant Academy was almost flattened during Jean's last outburst. After saying goodbye to everyone, Lee teleported with the Dark Phoenix to a desolate suburb. Here, even if the Phoenix Force erupted, it wouldn't cause any significant casualties. Now it's just the two of us. What do you want to do? How do we extract the Phoenix Force from my body? Dark Phoenix smiled and said, just like this. Lee didn't waste any time and directly placed his hand with the bracelet on the chest of the Black Phoenix. Ha! I finally have my luck turn around. I will never have to work again in this lifetime. In a vast white space, a figure excitedly said, this person is named Zheng Ning, originally a 996 corporate slave with no prospects. But recently he switched careers and became the host of the wish space of the multiverse, with the main task of helping wishers from all realms fulfill their wishes to earn corresponding rewards. Assistant, I'm ready to start taking on tasks. Zheng Ning sopted. Within the wish space, there is a spatial assistant that the host can consult for any difficulties. Okay, host, here is the first task. Liu Bei from the world of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms hopes to save the common people and revive the Han Dynasty. Task reward, one-time choice of a permanent skill. Task duration, 3 years. The system replied, what? The first task is such a difficult dungeon? Zheng Ning exclaimed in shock. Unlike those keyboard warriors who fantasize about going back to ancient times to rampage and become kings, Zheng Ning is very self-aware. He is just a weak nerd. And if he were to return to the Three Kingdoms era, he would be a total weakling, easily defeated by anyone he encounters. That era was chaotic, and he could lose his life at any moment, not to mention assisting Liu Bei in reviving the Han Dynasty. This was seriously beyond Zheng Ning's capabilities. Assistant, are you joking? How could someone like me complete such a task? Zheng Ning complained. Host, please remain calm. The wish space has already considered this, so before the task, the host will receive a skill to help complete it. However, the skill is a one-time use. To permanently acquire this skill, the host must complete the task and receive the task reward. The assistant replied, I see. I thought the wish space wouldn't let me, the host, go to my death. Host, a friendly reminder, you are the 115th host of the wish space. What about the previous hosts? All died while completing their tasks. Zheng Ning's face instantly turned grim. Assistant, can I give up being the host of the wish space? No. Once the wish space is bound, it cannot be changed unless the host dies. Isn't this forced selling? Zheng Ning sighed indignantly. Host, the binding of the wish space was done with your consent. You didn't mention that dying in the task world would mean real death. Host, it is clearly stated in the contract we signed that the wish space has not deceived you. Zheng Ning looked at the dozens of pages long contract in silence. It was his own fault for not reading carefully, so he couldn't blame anyone else. Fine. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. Besides, I don't want to go back to my previous life as a corporate slave. I might as well take a gamble. As the saying goes, when one dies, they return to the earth, and if not, they live for countless years. Zheng Ning made up his mind. Assistant, issue the skill. All right, skill is being issued. Zheng Ning eagerly opened the skill to see what the space had prepared for him. Teleportation, invisibility, flight, or an invincible body. The power of laughter can make people laugh heartily anytime, anywhere. I'm going to conquer the world. What use is this skill? Zheng Ning sopted. Make people laugh heartily? What a useless skill. Is this to make him a clown, specifically responsible for making others laugh? Wait, change it. Chapter 179. The Temptation of the Black Phoenix. Do you want to have your own body? Liu said astonishingly. He thought that the power of the Phoenix originally belonged to someone else, and he couldn't just take it for free, so he considered offering some compensation. What do you mean by that? The Black Phoenix asked with a puzzled expression. I mean it literally. I have a way to separate your consciousness from I think being free on your own is better than sharing a body with someone else. Li explained it. Separated. Really? the Dark Phoenix said excitedly. She had long had enough of the dark and sunless days. Being imprisoned in Sheen's consciousness by Professor X was like being locked in a sealed iron cage, which could easily drive someone to madness. This was why she went on a rampage attacking Professor X as soon as she emerged. If it weren't for Li Ye's timely arrival, she would have definitely killed him to vent her hatred. Now, hearing that she could leave Sheen's body, she was naturally extremely excited. Of course it's true, Li said confidently. The Black Phoenix is actually equivalent to the negative aspect of Sheen, representing the evil side. The power of the Tiger Talisman not only balances the various talisman powers within me, but also has the ability to separate yin and yang, making it perfect for dealing with this situation. Moreover, since she has always been sealed by Professor X and does not interfere with Sheen's dominant personality, separating her will have minimal impact on both sides. The Black Phoenix was excited for a moment, then looked at Li Yi with suspicion and asked, "Why do you want to help me? We're not familiar with each other. Could it be you want something?" The Black Phoenix suddenly recalled what this guy had just done to her. Do you want to do something to me? Cough, cough, cough. What? The Black Phoenix's sudden words startled Li Yi. What are you talking about? I just feel a bit guilty about taking away your Phoenix power for nothing, so I wanted to compensate you. Li Yi said seriously, hee. Explanation is just a cover, and a cover is just a fact. The Black Phoenix chuckled lightly, then slowly placed a hand on Li Yi's chest, caressing his firm muscles. Don't worry, even if you really think that way, I won't look down on you, the Black Phoenix said in a teasing tone. She is a wild woman, unbound by any ethical or moral constraints, acting decisively and resolutely. For example, right now, she has her eyes on this man who is stronger than herself, and she takes the initiative without hesitation. Black Phoenix, please have some self-respect. The education I received since childhood does not allow me to do this. I am an upright person. Li pushed aside Black Phoenix's hand and said solemnly, "Are you really that upright?" "I don't think so." Black Phoenix continued, "If you keep playing with fire, you'll have to bear the consequences." Li narrowed his eyes and warned, "Oh, what consequences? Let me see." "Damn!" Li shouted loudly and directly pounced on her. The Black Phoenix's provocation completely enraged Li Yi, and he was determined to teach this woman, who didn't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, a good lesson, making her understand the dangers of the martial world. A fierce battle broke out. This intense fight lasted for a long time, continuing from the bright sun all the way to dusk. "So what else do you have? Bring it all out." "Le mocked, I give up. Please don't come back. I admit defeat." The Black Phoenix could no longer hold on and pleaded for mercy. Without the support of the Phoenix's power, it was impressive that she could endure for so long, but unfortunately, she was facing Li Ye's immensely powerful silver superhuman body. "Then I will be your master from now on." Li Yi smiled proudly and said, "Got it, master." The Black Phoenix replied weakly. The two of them used the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed, holding each other as they slept. The next morning, the sun slowly rose, and warm rays of light shone upon the earth, bringing life to all things. Li slowly opened his eyes. "Good morning, master. Did you sleep well last night?" The woman in his arms smiled, blinking her big eyes. It was okay." Li replied. Then he got up to pick up the clothes he had thrown aside last night, and was about to put them on. "Master, let me help you," Hei Feng Wang said gently as she took the clothes, looking exceptionally docile and obedient, completely unlike the crazy woman who had been shouting for blood yesterday. Li looked slightly surprised at the Black Phoenix in front of him. "What's wrong?" the Black Phoenix asked curiously. "It's nothing." Li shook his head and said, "Isn't my change very strange?" The Black Phoenix noticed Li Ye's confusion and chuckled softly. "You are stronger than me. The weak submit to the strong. It's that simple. For a strong woman like the Black Phoenix, it's easy to say that men can conquer her, but it's difficult in practice. It's hard for the weak. If you want to pursue such women, it's best to give up early, because they won't even glance at the weak. However, once conquered by the strong, they will quickly adapt to their roles and become incredibly loyal." You really are a practical woman." Li smiled and said, "I'm just trying to survive better." The two continued to chat casually for a while and got dressed. "All right, let's get down to business now. It's time to separate you two. Having two different personalities in the same body will eventually lead to a split personality. No, in your case, it already qualifies as a split personality, so it's better to treat it early." I feel like you're insulting someone," the Black Phoenix retorted. "That's entirely your misconception. Anyway, how should I cooperate?" the Black Phoenix asked, puzzled. She was very curious about what kind of ability it would take to separate two consciousnesses that originally belonged to the same individual. "Just watch. I'll handle the rest," Li assimiled confidently. After the Black Phoenix was mentally prepared, Lee instantly activated the power of the Tiger Talisman towards her. In a burst of light, his original figure split into two, as if using a shadow clone technique. QN, still regaining consciousness, swayed and was about to fall when Lee quickly reached out to catch her. The Black Phoenix stood straight in place. Is this my body? A body that belongs solely to me? Looking at her hands and then touching her face, she exclaimed excitedly, "That's right, you have completely become two different individuals. Aside from looking identical, there is no longer any connection." Lee smiled and said, "Great. I'm finally free. I can do anything I want. I'm going to watch movies. I'm going to the amusement park. I'm going to Hawaii to watch the sunrise by the sea. I'm going to the Arctic to see the aurora. I'm going to..." The Dark Phoenix cheered like a little girl. Speaking of which, the Dark Phoenix was quite pitiful. She was born under the influence of the Phoenix Force during Qin's childhood and had essentially grown up with her. However, Professor X had always kept her isolated in the depths of Qin's consciousness with a mental barrier, unable to do anything or feel anything, only able to accompany loneliness in endless darkness. Although she was essentially a part of Qin, she still yearned for freedom. It was in such an environment that she grew up, filled with negative energy, becoming cruel, tyrannical, and predatory. But fortunately, she met Li Yi. Although she lost her powerful Phoenix Force, she finally achieved her goal of freedom. Looking at the pure and innocent Dark Phoenix, Li Yi couldn't help but smile. "Hey, Master, you have to take responsibility. From today on, I'm following you." The Dark Phoenix suddenly ran over and hugged Li Yi's arm, rubbing against him. "Have you decided? I should tell you in advance that I'm already dating 4 people. Well, I've decided. No matter how many women you have, I want to be by your side." The Dark Phoenix said firmly. "All right, as long as you're willing." Li Yi chuckled it. He felt no guilt about having another woman. By the time he sought a second or third woman, he had already thrown the little bit of conscience he had left into the trash. "I'm so strong. What's wrong with having a harem? Which man hasn't fantasized about having a harem at some point?" Although there may be some infatuated lovers in this world who are devoted to one person, Li Yi certainly isn't one of them. Nor is that deadbeat outside who is currently typing away. The law of the world is that the strong are respected, the fittest survive, and there are many strong people. Li Yi found countless reasons for himself, and then felt justified in becoming a scumbag. He then teleported back to the Mutant Academy with Jean and the Black Phoenix, preparing for the professor to awaken Jean. Chapter 180, 2 Jeans Gray at the Mutant Academy. The X-Men looked at Li Yi in surprise, as he was holding one Jean in his arms while another Jean stood beside him. Seeing 2 Jeans, they were completely stunned. "Li Yi, what? What is going on? Why are there 2 Jeans?" Wolverine was the first to react, confused, and then as if he thought of something, he slapped his thigh and shouted, "Oh, I know." Everyone's gaze instantly turned to him. It turned out, Jean has always been a twin, with a sister who looks exactly like her. Wolverine said confidently. However, he found that everyone was looking at him as if he were an idiot. I was just joking because the atmosphere here was too tense." Wolverine said awkwardly with a smile. "Li Yi, what is going on? Why are there 2 Jeans?" Storm inquired. "When I transferred the Phoenix power from Jean, I discovered, so I separated their consciousness and bodies. Now, they have become 2 completely different individuals." Li briefly explained the situation, of course skipping over some inappropriate details. "To think, there is such a miraculous ability. It's truly incredible. Li Yi, are you God? Is there anything you can't do?" The crowd was amazed by Li Yi's miraculous abilities. "Professor, it's up to you next." Li walked up to Professor X while holding the chain and said, "I understand. Follow me." Professor X replied. Then everyone brought the chain back to the lab, and the professor began to activate his psychic powers. Without the obstruction of the Phoenix power, the professor smoothly entered the depths of the chain's consciousness. After some verbal exchanges and sincere apologies, the chain finally understood the professor's difficulties, realizing that he was only trying to protect her, and she emerged with her knots untied. "I'm so sorry for causing everyone so much trouble," the chain said dejectedly. She had learned from the professor what had happened and knew that she had not only destroyed most of the Academy's buildings, but had also injured many people. Feeling an immense sense of guilt. "Don't say that, Jean. We are partners, friends, family." Storm Girl stepped forward to comfort her. The others nodded in agreement. "Thank you. Thank you all," Jean said, moved to tears. "Jean, there is someone you should meet." Professor X suddenly spoke up. "Huh? You are my second personality?" Jean looked at the woman in front of her, who looked exactly like her, feeling utterly shocked. This feeling was very strange, as if she were looking in a mirror, yet it felt like facing a long-lost sister. That's in the past. From now on, we are 2 independent individuals." the Dark Phoenix said with a smile, taking Qin's hand. However, we are closer than the closest family. From now on, I will be your sister. She felt deeply for her main personality's experiences and wanted to protect her, even though they were essentially the same person. Sister, Qin called out in a peculiar tone. It was a wonderful feeling she had never experienced before. My dear sister, I will be by your side to protect you. The Dark Phoenix naturally hugged Qin. Qin vaguely hugged the Dark Phoenix back. Sister, it seems pretty nice, Qin murmured. Just then, a memory surfaced in her mind. It was a desolate place, with two figures entangled together. No, please spare me. Hee, this is what you asked for. Qin's face instantly turned red. What? A huge pervert. On the other side, Li had returned to his residence, but encountered someone unexpected. Aren't you in the universe? Why are you here? Li looked at the surprised Aunt Marvel with confusion. Do you know me? Carol exclaimed in surprise. Her file was classified at the highest level, known only to a few people, including Nick Fury. Carol Danvers, codenamed Captain Marvel, gained the power of the tesseract in an accident, thus becoming a powerful warrior. Li said calmly about Captain Marvel's information. So what brings you to me? Chapter 181. The Challenge of Captain Marvel. So what brings you to me? I want to see the strongest warrior on Earth that Furue mentioned. Now that you've seen him, how do you feel? Li lay on the sofa, crossing his legs and casually holding a Cuban cigar in his mouth, and asked, I saw your fight yesterday. You are strong, terrifyingly strong. Captain Marvel replied seriously, then changed the subject with a provocative tone, saying, but you still don't deserve the title of the strongest. Don't deserve the title of the strongest? Then who do you think is stronger than me? Li asked with great interest. It's me, right in front of you. Captain Marvel pointed to herself. Such a provocative statement would normally never come from Captain Marvel's lips, but seeing Li Ye's incredible combat power ignited her desire for a challenge. Captain Marvel is also a battle fanatic. Otherwise, she wouldn't have run off to roam the universe out of boredom. After all, Earth is too fragile for her. Just a slight release of her power could cause immense damage to the planet. While there are other reasons for her actions, the desire to fight freely occupies a significant part of her motivation. She can't be as carefree as Li Yi. In fact, all the positive superheroes in the Marvel Universe have a strong sense of responsibility and do not see themselves as above mortals. They mostly adhere to the laws and moral standards set by those mortals, except for some darker superheroes. Li Ye's behavior, on the other hand, is that of an anti-hero. He completely disregards the laws and morals established by humanity, acting on his own whims, which makes him extremely dangerous. If it weren't for Li Ye's overwhelming power, humanity would have long since captured him and locked him away in a laboratory where the sun never shines. Li chuckled twice and then said, Did you come here just to tell me this? You can't be that boring, right? Of course, there are other things, but before that, I hope you can have a match with me. Captain Marvel looked at Li Yi with intense eyes. Why should I fight you? Are you scared? I just don't want to engage in a meaningless battle. I need to personally confirm whether you have the ability to protect the Earth. Captain Marvel said seriously. Protect the Earth? I think you misunderstood. I never promised anything about protecting the Earth. Li shrugged and said, Aren't you talking about? Captain Marvel furrowed her brow. Are you referring to me repelling the Chitauri, pushing back the Shi'ar warships and all that? To me, it's just a game. For example, right now, I'm playing this role-playing game called Superhero. If one day I get tired of playing, then this game will be over. Li said nonchalantly. Just a game? Sure enough, you really are just as Fu Rue described. Oh, what did he say? A lucky bastard who gained powerful strength. That's quite an accurate assessment. Li Pides. Nick Fury's evaluation was very accurate. Li was indeed a lucky bastard. If he hadn't obtained the system, he would still be a useless recluse, just staying in his room, playing games, barely making a living by helping others with game boosting. Without the system, he was just a waste. Li does not deny one point, but sometimes you have to admit that luck is also a part of strength. Why did the system not choose someone else, but gracefully chose him? He does not think he has anything special about him. It's purely a matter of luck. What is the biggest difference between great people with outstanding achievements throughout history and ordinary people? Do you think it's hard work? Of course not. Are there not many who have worked hard for half their lives and ended up with nothing? It's luck, also known as fortune. That 1% of luck is far more important than 99% of effort. But as mere mortals, we naturally cannot control that elusive fortune. We can only do our best to prepare and seize that bit of luck. Of course, countless people choose to give up, just like Li Yi in his past life chose to lie flat. Regardless of which choice it is one's own choice. Once you choose, you must bear the corresponding consequences. One should not complain about why they were busy with meaningless struggles when they have worked hard for half their lives and achieved nothing. Nor should they complain about why they did not work hard enough and left regrets after wasting most of their lives. I accept your challenge. Lee thought for a moment and agreed to Captain Marvel's challenge. He wanted to see just how strong this woman who had subdued Thanos really was. All right, but not on Earth. Your battle yesterday caused a lot of destruction. Can you blame me? I was protecting Earth. If it weren't for me yesterday, Earth would have been destroyed. The two then agreed to fight. Lee used his supervision to search within the solar system and quickly found a suitable place, which was a meteorite with a diameter of several hundred kilometers. On the meteorite with a diameter of several hundred kilometers, Lee and Captain Marvel stood at opposite ends. Both are extraordinary beings capable of traversing the cosmic expanse with their physical bodies, and the outcome of this battle would reveal who would win. Captain Marvel squinted her eyes, fixating intently on the man in front of her, feeling the immense power contained within him. After a brief stalemate, Captain Marvel decided to take the initiative. Clenching her fists tightly, she gathered overwhelming cosmic energy around her, emitting a dazzling golden glow. Bang! A large crater was left in place as her golden figure charged towards Li Yi at incredible speed. This strike was no trivial matter. Even a cosmic battleship of the level of Thanos Sanctuary 1 could be smashed to pieces by it. Li Yi smiled and stomped the ground fiercely. Instantly, countless cracks appeared on the surface, and then numerous fragments of stone floated up into the air, some as large as several dozen meters, others just a few meters. Finally, they all smashed down towards Captain Marvel, blocking out the sun, as if intending to completely bury him. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang! Captain Marvel, like a springing gourd, darted through the pile of rubble, his energy blasting the stones into powder. After passing through the debris, he charged towards Li Yi at an extremely fast speed. Li Yi charged forward without hesitation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Two figures collided violently, creating a tremendous explosion that turned a 30-kilometer radius into a massive basin. The shockwave affected the entire meteorite. A figure was instantly sent flying out, none other than Captain Marvel, who transformed into a meteor and shot off into the distance. Chapter 182, Battle against Captain Marvel. The meteor flew away at 10 times the speed of sound, smashing all the meteorites in its path to pieces. Bang! Captain Marvel harnessed the energy in her hands and released a massive wave of light in the opposite direction, which countered her kinetic energy and stabilized her form. Wow! So strong. I actually lost in a direct confrontation. Captain Marvel was incredibly shocked. Although she had not activated her binary form, she had exerted her full strength in her normal state. How powerful is she? In her normal state, she could dismantle a battleship with her bare hands. And in binary form, she was invincible, capable of unleashing energy enough to destroy a planet. However, I will not easily admit defeat. Captain Marvel flew back at an incredibly fast speed. She's back so soon. Li Yi looked at the returning Captain Marvel and smiled, but his eyes were already glowing red. Whoosh! He released a high-temperature heat vision towards Captain Marvel. The dazzling light shot toward her. Just in time, Captain Marvel felt the energy surge within her. Energy attacks were useless against her because she had the ability to absorb energy. So, she stayed in place, completely unbothered and not planning to dodge. The heat vision hit her but caused her no harm. Instead, it was completely absorbed by her, enhancing her energy. Absorbed? As expected of the strongest superhero at this stage. Truly impressive. Lee saw that his moves were ineffective and sighed inwardly. Now it's my turn. Suddenly, Captain Amazing's hands surged with photon energy and pushed violently towards Li Yi. The photon energy flowed out like it was free, crazily pouring out, causing the surrounding space to be compressed and twisted into spirals. Her power comes from the cosmic cube, which is known as an infinite energy source, with immense energy that has never run out. Li stood in place, arms wide open, as if he was voluntarily ready to bear this wave of energy. Li was exactly thinking this way. He wanted to see if Captain Marvel's attack could shake his silver Superman body. Boom! The surroundings instantly erupted in chaos, and a terrifying energy storm quickly enveloped the meteor beneath him. It stirred up a kilometer-high wave of air, generating hundreds of millions of tons of impact force. Crack! Bang! The meteor beneath him shattered into countless tiny fragments. This could be considered a good deed, as it eliminated a potential threat. According to human scientist calculations, this meteor named Phone could potentially collide with Earth in hundreds of years, leading to the extinction of humanity. although their predictions had never been accurate. Even a probability of 0.001 was too risky for humanity to take. It is known that the meteor that caused the extinction of the most powerful dinosaurs 65 million years ago was only about 10 kilometers in diameter. So what about a meteor hundreds of kilometers in diameter? Just 2 words: wait for death. As for human technology, at the current pace of technological development, even in a few hundred years, it would be powerless. Of course, if Li Yi were to reveal the technology of the Xiadi Empire and humanity developed a planet-destroying cannon, that would be a different story. Captain Marvel was unaware that she had done a great deed and was still staring intently at the center of the explosion. She was certain that Superman could not possibly die so easily here. After a while, the explosion gradually subsided, leaving only dust floating in the air. Whoosh! Sure enough, a figure broke through the dust and flew out. It was Li Yi. He was completely unharmed, not even a wrinkle on his clothes, and wore a faint smile on his face. He was unscathed. Captain Marvel was astonished. Her powerful attack couldn't break Superman's defense. Li Yi made a thumbs-down gesture at Captain Marvel. Seeing Li Yi's provocation, Captain Marvel's expression instantly turned cold. Whoosh! Then, her figure disappeared from spot. Li Yi's figure also disappeared. When it reappeared, the 2 figures were almost within arm's reach. Boom! A massive explosion erupted between the 2, and from a distance, a cluster of light rapidly expanded, then burst like a solar flare, illuminating the dark expanse of the universe with endless brilliance. Then came bang, 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 bang. Countless similar energy bursts obliterated the already fragmented meteorites into cosmic dust. Just how strong is this guy's power? No matter how much strength I use, he always keeps up. Captain Marvel grew increasingly alarmed as the fight went on. Although Li Yi's power was much greater than hers, he didn't unleash it all at once to defeat her. Instead, it was as if he was treating it like a sword duel, keeping his power restrained to a level similar to hers. Slap! Finally sensing that Captain Marvel's strength had not increased any further, Li Yi directly grabbed her fist, looking at her with a disdainful gaze, as if to say, "Is this all you've got?" Captain Marvel understood Li Yi's gaze and, in anger, tried to withdraw her fist. But despite using all her strength, she still couldn't break free. Li Yi grabbed her fist and threw her away. It seemed that relying solely on her ordinary form wouldn't be enough. She had to enter her binary form. Captain Marvel twisted her slightly sore arm, her gaze becoming incredibly determined. She collided her fists together, channeling all the energy within her. Boom! A dazzling light erupted from her body in an instant. Golden, blue, purple. Even her hair transformed into a fiery brilliance. Captain Marvel's strongest form, the binary form, was unleashed. Whoosh! Not bad, very strong. This form was already close to Odin's peak. Li Yi commented, "Of course, this is Odin without his equipment. If compared to Odin in his destroyer armor, there's quite a distance to cover. In this state, Odin is at the peak of the god level, which can also be referred to as the all-powerful god level, capable of single-handedly taking on individual universe-level deities. Of course, that's as an individual. If he gets mobbed, then he's finished." Captain Marvel quickly rushed towards Li Yi. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. She continued to gather photon energy in her hands and released it towards Li Yi. Countless golden rays shot towards Li Yi. Li did not dodge or evade, extending his hand upward. With a whoosh, a dazzling light radiated from his palm, and soon formed a gigantic sword of light that reached from the heavens to the earth. Li Yi controlled the lightsaber and slashed down fiercely at Captain Marvel. Whoosh! Bang! He broke through all the golden rays shot towards him. Chapter 183. Battle against Captain Marvel 2. The lightsaber swept across, cutting through all the light waves released by Captain Marvel before stabbing straight towards her. This move was a new technique invented by Li Yi, mainly utilizing the power of the dragon talismans. It was inspired by the majority of anime protagonists, such as Vegito, Ultraman, and Kazu, who all use spectacular lightsabers. Generally, the dragon explosions released by the dragon talismans are unidirectional, flowing energy that charges straight ahead, destroying everything in its path. Li forcefully controlled the released energy particles to stay within a certain range, and then made them move back and forth, thus forming this cool lightsaber. Whoosh! Bang! Zzz! The lightsaber struck Captain Marvel head-on, pushing her back continuously. Boom! Finally, it slammed Captain Marvel onto Io, one of Jupiter's moons. Instantly, a massive explosion occurred. with energy continuously impacting the surface of Io, leaving behind a bottomless chasm dozens of kilometers long and thousands of meters wide at the center of the eruption. From space, a huge scar appeared on the planet's surface. Bang! A gigantic energy storm swept the surroundings, igniting all the active volcanoes on the planet. Countless streams of fiery red magma erupted from the volcanoes and fissures. Black smoke filled the sky, and unexplained explosions and bizarre lightning continuously erupted around, resembling the end of the world. Io, also known as Iapetus, is the closest of Jupiter's 4 Galilean moons, with a diameter of 642 kilometers, slightly smaller than the Moon. It is the 4th largest planet in the solar system, with an extremely harsh surface environment, dotted with over 400 active volcanoes. Huh, how did I end up here? Isn't this where Saitama-sensei fought the evil wolf? You're really unlucky. You got blown up by Saitama-sensei in another world, and now you're about to get blown up by me in this one. Lee smiled and said, Moonlet 1 is the planet that Saitama and the evil wolf fell onto after leaving Earth in the One Punch Man manga. They had a fierce battle here, and under the devastation of their immense powers, this planet ultimately turned into cosmic dust. I wonder who is stronger now, me or Teacher Saitama? Lee couldn't help but have comparative thoughts. In the end, he realized that there was no way to compare because Saitama had never shown his limits. Based on his current portrayal in the manga, it's known that he can easily destroy a planet the size of Earth. Later, during the battle with the wolf, he continuously increased his power, becoming even more outrageous. With just a sneeze, he blew away the gaseous surface of Jupiter, which is over 1,000 times larger than Earth, revealing its core. Moreover, this guy is a terrifying setting where he is constantly getting stronger every moment. And when fighting strong opponents, his power can increase at an exponential rate. In the end, he might even evolve to the point of being able to punch and destroy the solar system, the galaxy, or even the universe. Of course, Lee is confident that he won't be weaker than him in the future. By unlocking Silver Superman to 100, he too can punch and destroy a universe. Shaking his head, he pushed these distractions aside and flew after Captain Marvel. Lee knew that the dual-star form of Captain Marvel was not so easy to defeat. Moreover, he hadn't had enough fun yet. This kind of hand-to-hand combat was his favorite. The previous fight with the Dark Phoenix felt like a warrior against a mage, constantly taking the mage's various powerful attacks head-on, which was not satisfying at all. Phew! Captain Marvel crawled out of the flow of lava, looking as if she hadn't sustained any serious injuries. Energy impacts not only couldn't harm her, but also enhanced her power. The main damage just now came from the collision with the planet. Boom! At that moment, a stone the size of 10,000 meters, or what could be called a mountain, smashed toward Captain Marvel. It was thrown by Li Yi, wrapped in biological stance. Captain Marvel let out a roar, bringing her hands together and releasing all the photon energy within her, instantly forming a massive golden beam of light. The vast and overwhelming energy shattered the surrounding space, creating cracks that looked like a broken mirror. Bang! The enormous beam of light instantly penetrated the 10,000-meter mountain, splitting in half, and then shot straight toward Li Yi, as if it wanted to completely swallow him. Speaking of which, the two had no enmity and didn't need to go this hard, but now they were both immersed in the battle, igniting true fire. Unless one side admitted defeat, the fight wouldn't stop. Of course, if Li Yi unleashed his true power, he could easily defeat Captain Marvel. But the loser outside who was typing to increase word count wouldn't allow him to use his real strength. Since you have an opinion, I will allow you to unleash your true power. At that moment, a whisper suddenly reached Li Ye's ears. It was this whisper that changed Li Ye's mind. Deciding not to delay any longer and to end this battle, he clenched his right fist tightly, began to gather power, and then threw a punch at the rapidly flying golden beam of light. His fist directly broke through the golden beam, and Li Ye's body followed closely behind, continuously approaching Captain Marvel. What? How could he suddenly become this strong? Has he not been using his true power against me all along? Captain Marvel was astonished. The full energy explosion in her strongest state actually couldn't compete with a mere fist. Li Ye's fist continuously approached. Just as it was about to strike Captain Marvel, he suddenly retracted his strength. Boom! However, the residual energy still shattered half of the planet behind Captain Marvel. You lost. Li laughed, then slowly retracted his fist. I lost. Captain Marvel murmured, clearly still in shock. After all, just a second ago they were evenly matched, and the next second, she was defeated in an instant. Then, Li took Captain Marvel back to Earth. At the ELD headquarters. Director. According to the energy detection data, the center of the energy explosion is on Europa. Oh my god. What's wrong? Europa. It's only half left. What? Nick Fury looked at the transmitted images, his face filled with shock. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, it's outside of Earth." He knew that when he called Carol back, a battle between her and Superman was inevitable. But he didn't expect the destruction to be this severe. If they had fought on Earth, it would have been blown to pieces. As a mere mortal, Nick Fury couldn't truly comprehend the powers of the two. Chapter 184. Cosmic Wonders. So, now you can tell me your purpose. Lee turned to the Captain Marvel, sitting beside him, and said, "Superman, I need your help." Captain Marvel was silent for a moment before seriously replying. "What? Help? I must have misheard." Although his strength was not as great as his own, he was still one of the top powers in this universe, and he actually needed his help. "You heard me right. I need to borrow your strength." Captain Marvel said seriously again. "Tell me the specifics." Lee took a puff of a Cuban cigar and casually said, "A few days ago, I received a message from a friend in the universe that a terrifying monster has appeared at the borders of the three great empires, having already destroyed dozens of planets. I must stop it, but my strength alone may not be enough to face it, so I hope you can come with me." The surprised one asked, "What kind of monster?" Lee said in confusion, "A planet, a living planet. It calls itself Ego." "Damn, it's this guy." Upon hearing this name, Lee instantly recalled who it was. This fellow is none other than Star-Lord's adoptive father in Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2. In the comics, Ego is a living planet the size of a planet, having survived for millions of years, possessing immeasurable wisdom, and having godlike strength and endurance, making it one of the top existences in the Marvel Universe. As a member of the Cosmic Elders, it has even hunted alongside a group of powerful beings in the universe against one of the 5 cosmic gods, the Planet Devourer, and has frequently clashed with superheroes. However, the Ego in the movie is different. It claims to be a celestial being that has lived for millions of years. Ego is very intelligent and powerful. It learned how to manipulate molecules and used this ability to build itself a celestial-level armor, disguising itself as a planet. Ego explored the universe out of loneliness, trying to find intelligent life forms other than itself. Ultimately, it achieved this goal, but felt disappointed with the intelligent life it discovered, believing these inferior beings were unworthy of coexisting with it in a unified world. After that, Ego traveled the galaxy for many years, planting seeds on alien planets to expand its territory, hoping to extend its control over everything as a living planet, or to create similar beings like itself. As it said, it no longer had to be alone. To improve its expansion efficiency, it attempted to create offspring similar to itself. So Ego had children with various species on many planets, including Star-Lord, who is its biological son. It also raised Mantis on its planet because her abilities allowed it to sleep. Many years ago, it hired Yondu to go to various planets to bring its children to it, to see if they could help with its galaxy expansion plan. But since they lacked the celestial abilities it required, they were all killed. Star-Lord was the first and last child to inherit the celestial genes. Yondu later discovered Ego's true nature. So when he took young Peter Quill, Star-Lord, from Earth, he decided not to hand him over to Ego, but instead raised him within the Ravagers. Upon hearing of Star-Lord's achievements, Ego determined that Star-Lord was its descendant, found him, and brought him to its planet. It then attempted to persuade Star-Lord to join it, using their powers to make alien seeds grow on every planet, control them, and thus expand itself and conquer the universe. During the persuasion process, Ego admitted to killing Star-Lord's mother, Meredith Quill, by implanting a tumor in her brain, turning it into cancer to take her life, while Star-Lord was still a child at the time. Upon learning that his mother was killed by his father Ego, an enraged Star-Lord began to resist Ego and reach the interior of the planet with the Guardians of the Galaxy, attempting to kill Ego's brain. During the process, he was attacked by Ego and found himself at a disadvantage. Just then, Star-Lord used his celestial abilities to counter Ego and distracted Ego, while the other Guardians placed bombs at Ego's brain. In the end, Ego was killed by the bomb, and the planet disintegrated. Of course, the movie greatly weakened Ego's powers. After all, it is an ancient monster that has lived for millions of years. How could it be so easily killed? It's purely the protagonist's halo of Star-Lord and the others. But wait, isn't this guy the boss of Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2? Why is he showing up now? It seems this universe has been completely thrown into chaos, and the rest no plot left. Oh, you know it? Captain Marvel asked in confusion. I've heard of it before. Dia Josua li dismissit. Isn't there that guy called Do Jian from the CIA Empire? Isn't he even a match for Igo? According to the plot, Igo is at most a father level, not even close to the single universe level of the god group. If he faced Odin, he might get beaten badly. Do Jian has a bug-like idealistic ability, so he should be able to take him down. He has already been defeated by Igo. If it weren't for his luck in escaping, he might have even lost his life. What's going on? Isn't he supposed to become stronger the more confident he is? Li Yi said with confusion. Ever since his last battle with you, he hasn't been able to regain his confidence. Captain Marvel looked at Li Yi with a strange expression, and after a while, he speechlessly said, "Is this a case of being beaten into silence?" Li Yi complained that he did not abuse him and even deliberately suppress his power to a level similar to his. However, he didn't realize that this approach was even more demoralizing. Can you imagine that feeling? Clearly, it seems like your opponent has a similar level of power as you. But no matter how much you enhance your strength, even if you cheat, in the end, the other party can always firmly suppress you. This is simply maddening. What's worse is, Ego also possesses a powerful weapon, the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Captain Marvel said again. This time, Li Yi was completely stunned. The Cosmic Spirit Ball, which is also known as the Power Stone, how did it end up in Ego's hands? It was only after Captain Marvel's explanation and Li Ye's own deductions that the events were pieced together. It turned out that Ego somehow learned ahead of time that Star-Lord was his descendant, and soon approached Star-Lord. While persuading Star-Lord, he made him realize that his mother had died at Ego's hands, leading to a fierce battle between the two. However, the real world is not like the movie world. Star-Lord and his companions were no match for Ego and were easily defeated. In the end, the Cosmic Spirit Ball that Star-Lord carried fell into Ego's hands. Having lived for millions of years, Ego was naturally very knowledgeable and immediately recognized it as the Power Stone. With the Power Stone in hand, Ego's ambition swelled, wanting to devour countless planets to strengthen his power, and thus launched attacks on the three major empires. Chapter 185. Journey to the Universe. Ego himself possessed nearly world-destroying power. And with the Power Stone, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Even when the three major empires used all their weapons, it was still ineffective. No matter how many warships were sent, with just a thought, Ego's terrifying telekinesis tore all the warships into pieces. Even when using annihilation cannons to fire energy beams capable of destroying planets from a distance, they were easily blocked by the energy released from the Power Stone. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat, evacuating from the planet and obediently giving it to Ego. But unexpectedly, Ego was insatiable, devouring one planet after another and still not satisfied. In the end, the three major empires lost dozens of planets at once, which was a significant blow to them. Although there are countless planets in the universe, those suitable for life are extremely rare, about 1 in a million. Most are harsh environments where life can barely survive, commonly referred to as dead planets. The reason the three major empires are called the three major empires is mainly because they occupy most of the life planets in the known universe, making them their territory. All right, I promise you. Li thought for a moment and agreed. Of course, he wasn't acting out of kindness or compassion for the suffering aliens. His main goal was still the Power Stones. The 6 Infinity Stones had already become his private property in Li Ye's eyes, an indispensable energy source for unlocking the Silver Superman template. He would never allow any of them to fall into someone else's hands. As for Thanos, he could roll as far away as possible. With the Silver Superman template, Li no longer regarded Thanos as a threat. Without the support of the Infinity Stones, Thanos in his normal state was pitifully weak. Aside from being a bit muscular, he had almost no advantages. He couldn't even launch energy attacks, only swinging a big sword aimlessly. He could only deal with kids and bully weaklings, Captain America, Thor, Hulk, Iron Man, Fordier, whose power level had already reached a single universe level. Destroying Thanos and his dark army was merely a matter of a breath, not worth worrying about. Unless the Thanos from the comics came to this world, that would be somewhat troublesome for Li Yi. If it were the Thanos who obtained the Cosmic Cube, Li Yi would have to run, as that Thanos could hold down the 5 great creator deities of the multiverse. If Li Yi can unlock 100 of his Silver Superman powers, then it would be worth a try. As for the Time Stone left on Earth, if it weren't for his respect for Master Gu Yi, Li Yi would have snatched it long ago. However, Li Yi is not in a hurry, as he has already seen the next Sorcerer Supreme, Strange, in Kamarage and understands that Gu Yi is considering retirement. He just needs to wait for her to retire, and the Time Stone will ultimately be in his grasp. That's great, Captain Marvel exclaimed. After having faced Superman, She deeply realized how powerful Superman's strength is. Even combining the powers of the three major empires wouldn't compare to Superman. Subsequently, Li held a small meeting to announce his intention to travel to space. What? Li, you are leaving Earth? Tony exclaimed in shock. The others also had expressions filled with surprise. Yes, I will be leaving Earth for a while. Li nodded. Li, do you want to think about it again? Think about what? You left Earth. What will happen to Earth's safety? Aren't you all still here? Although everyone can fight with all their might for Earth, we all understand that you are the key to protecting it. Only you have the power to stop crises like the invasion of the Chitauri and the Shi'ar Empire. Tony advised. Li felt increasingly uneasy as he listened, and he raised his hand to stop Tony, saying, I think you might have misunderstood. Everyone looked confused, not knowing what Li meant. I don't remember when protecting the Earth became my responsibility. Li, what do you mean? Tony asked in confusion. It means what it says. Everything I do now, including saving the Earth multiple times, is because I want to do it, not because I have to. I think you all need to understand this first. Li, I think you misunderstood. That's not what we meant. Tony quickly tried to explain. Tony, there's no need to say more. You just need to understand one thing. In the end, protecting the Earth can only rely on you. Li directly interrupted Tony, saying, after hearing Li Ye's words, the superheroes present fell into silence. For so long, they had become accustomed to Superman's presence, no matter how great the crisis. When they were powerless, Superman would always come to resolve it, and they gradually became more and more reliant on him. They never considered what they would do if one day Superman disappeared, and coincidentally, Earth faced a crisis of extinction. After the meeting, Li teamed up with Captain Marvel to venture into the universe, embarking on a monster hunting and leveling up quest. In a laboratory, Banner, you heard that, right? Protecting Earth ultimately relies on us. I know, but I still think we shouldn't do this. Banner, it's necessary. Come assist me. Tony invited again. Sigh, forget it, it's all for Earth. Banner replied. With that, the two continued their research, and no one knew what they were working on. Chapter 186. Ego's planet. Li Yi followed Captain Marvel to the universe to obtain the Power Stone. Superman, our destination is very far. You have to keep up with my speed. Captain Marvel advised. Wait, are you saying we have to fly like this? Li asked in confusion. Although both of them could traverse the void with their physical bodies, flying there would take ages. Of course, how do you think I got back? Do you have a better way? Captain Marvel said matter-of-factly. After entering her binary form, she could travel at superluminal speeds, and since her energy came from the space stone, she could distort space to some extent, achieving the effect of traversing wormholes. This explains why she could return from several light years away in just a few days. Of course, I have a better way. Li assimilait mysteriously. His figure instantly disappeared from a spot, and then appeared thousands of meters away. What is this? Captain Marvel looked bewildered and asked in confusion. Instant teleportation, also known as spatial transfer, allows for arbitrary travel within the universe. Li briefly explained the principle of teleportation. It's unbelievable that such a magical ability exists. This is a technology that even the three major empires haven't conquered. Captain Marvel exclaimed in shock. Then, based on the coordinates provided by Captain Marvel, Li teleported them to their destination. That planet is where my friend is. Captain Marvel pointed to a brownish-yellow planet. So the two flew towards that planet. The interior of the planet was largely desert, with occasional patches of oasis. The environment was harsh, but it could barely support life. They quickly arrived at an oasis, next to which was a strange building, completely different in style from Earth. Carol, you're finally back. An alien who looked human, dressed in peculiar clothing, greeted Captain Marvel excitedly upon seeing her. This is how the Marvel Universe is. Many aliens are indistinguishable from humans, probably to save on production costs. Sorry for being a bit late. There was some traffic on the way. Captain Marvel laughed. Traffic? Isn't that a means of transportation on Earth? That's right, I came by car. After a moment of joking, the man noticed Li Yi beside her and asked curiously, Carol, is this your friend? Yes, his name is Li Yi, the strongest warrior on Earth, and he's here to help. Captain Marvel introduced. Hello, I'm Shaq, a friend of Carol's. The man said, extending his hand in a friendly manner. Hello. Li also responded politely. Thank you very much for coming to help. Maintaining cosmic justice is everyone's responsibility. The two chatted casually for a while. Li has also learned about his identity. He is a Skrull, an officer of the Skrull Empire, and his current appearance is a transformation, not his true form. The Skrull Empire is one of the three major empires of the known universe, and is also the oldest interstellar empire in the Andromeda Galaxy. as well as one of the largest empires. The Skrulls are a highly advanced technological alien race. The Skrulls developed early, and on their home planet in the Andromeda Galaxy. They initially resembled present-day humans. Later, the cosmic deities arrived and created a humanoid race of Skrulls with superpowers. One branch of mutated Skrulls can transform into various creatures, similar to mutants. Another branch, the Eternal Skrulls, cannot change shape but possess immense power, similar to the Titans. The mutated Skrulls eliminated all competing species, becoming the ancestors of contemporary Skrulls. The last member of the Eternal Skrulls, Clyburn, nicknamed Eternal Skrull, married a female leader of the mutated Skrulls, Sleghult, and became the supreme god of the Skrulls. Note that the Eternal race to which Thanos belongs is a different race from the Eternal Skrulls, so do not confuse them. They can freely change their appearance, disguise themselves as another person, and can also replicate memories. Among them, the Super Skrulls can even replicate the abilities of those they imitate, earning them the nickname knockoff aliens. After the Avengers Civil War, they took advantage of the distrust among the heroes to disguise themselves as Avengers, creating a greater trust crisis and further undermining the Avengers, secretly invading Earth. This time, to deal with ego, the three major empires united like never before, forming an incredibly large fleet, and Shaq is the commander of one of the fleets. What is the current situation? Captain Marvel inquired. The situation is extremely urgent. A few days ago, our outpost, Planet B, 114514, has fallen. That monster's next target is the nearby Planet B, 114528. We have already deployed 10,000 large battleships, 30,000 medium battleships, and 100,000 small battleships in the planet's orbit, equipped with the latest orbital cannons, planning to completely kill this monster here. Shaq replied, "That's truly a terrifying military force. With such a configuration, it will be more than enough for an imperial conquest." Captain Marvel exclaimed in shock. Beside him, Lee was also secretly astonished. Compared to these old cosmic empires, Earth is simply pitifully weak. Even a random small battleship from them could probably obliterate humanity. There's nothing to be done. The technological gap is too great. Just the shield of a single battleship is something humanity can't overcome. However, Earth does have its own advantages, which are the powerful superheroes. In terms of individual combat capability, Earth's superheroes would completely dominate these aliens. After all, Gamera's combat power is already that of the universe's top assassin, but the overall technological level is lacking. Fortunately, Lee had already extorted technology from the sword fight last time, and has secretly begun research, believing that he will soon catch up with the technology of these aliens. Of course, this soon is for Lee, who has an infinite lifespan. For humanity, it might take hundreds of years. After all, technological development is multifaceted: materials, equipment, energy. It's not enough to have related technology to replicate it. It's like an agricultural country. Even if you give them the blueprints for planes and cannons, they still can't manufacture them because they lack the supporting production chain. Sigh, if quantity was effective against that monster, we would have killed it long ago. But fortunately, you're back. With your help, our chances of killing that monster will greatly increase. Shaq sighed. "I'll do my best," Captain Marvel replied. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the communicator on the nearby battleship where Shaq was stationed emitted a sound. "Hello, this is Shaq. Sir, the target has started moving. I understand. I'll be back right away." Shaq then hung up the communicator with a serious expression. "Gentlemen, the operation is about to begin. Ego Star, my child, why not join me? Together, we can establish a home that belongs to us." Ego said to Star-Lord, who was tied up with vines beside him. "Shut up, you old piece of crap. You killed my mother." Star-Lord shouted. "She's just a mortal." Ego sneered. He has never regarded those lowly mortals as equals to himself. "I'm also a mortal." "No, you're different. You carry my bloodline and inherit my divine power. I would rather not have your disgusting bloodline. You have no choice. This is all fated. To hell with fate. I just want to kill you." After a heated exchange, Ego realized he could not persuade his rebellious son, so he decided to set him aside and continue with his grand endeavor. Ego tightly held a purple gem in his hand, which is one of the 6 infinity stones, the Power Stone. Power, this is power. Chapter 187, Alliance. Planet B, 114528, is a resource-rich planet with a diameter of 13,867 kilometers, slightly larger than Earth. The entire planet has nearly equal land and ocean areas. Although the land area is vast, nearly 70% of it is uninhabitable, with only 30% suitable for living. It is said to be resource-rich because the planet produces a unique mineral that is an important raw material for the three major empires to manufacture starships and various weapons. At its peak, this planet alone provided 80% of the raw materials for the three major empires. Controlling this planet is equivalent to controlling the lifeblood of the three great empires. Due to the importance of this planet, none of the three major empires are willing to hand over control of it to each other. Thus, after friendly negotiations, Planet B, 114528 completely lost its sovereignty and is jointly governed by the three major empires. The reason the three major empires were able to unite this time is that their common interests are threatened by ego, and it has nothing to do with so-called cosmic justice. The cosmic stage is essentially a supersized version of an international stage, with a strong control everything, and the weak are left with a manipulated destiny. Even the question of whether the planet you live on belongs to you is determined by the strong. As for resistance, in conflicts between two forces on the same planet, the weak can still rely on external forces to resist, but on the cosmic stage, forces that cannot leave their own planet have no voice at all. No matter how loudly you shout, a random battleship can carry out a dimensional strike in outer space, and some technologically weaker planets may not even know who destroyed them. As the saying goes, to destroy you, what does it matter to me? The Earth stands at the intersection of planetary civilization and cosmic civilization, capable of producing its own celestial bodies, but only in small amounts. Anything more is impossible. Just a little bit. It can know who has destroyed it, but cannot prevent the destruction from occurring. Although possessing overwhelming power, the rulers of the three great empires consider themselves civilized, refraining from barbaric acts of invasion and slaughter, thus forming the Interstellar Alliance, IA. The Interstellar Alliance is led by the three great empires and has a total of 17,895 cosmic forces participating. Its purpose is to maintain peace and security in the universe, to develop friendly relations based on the respect for the equal rights and self-determination of the peoples of various planets, to promote interstellar cooperation to solve economic, social, cultural, and humanitarian issues between planets, and to advance the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms of intelligent life throughout the universe. The Interstellar Alliance essentially encompasses all known forces in the universe, becoming an important platform for resolving conflicts, disputes, and interests among various planets, thereby avoiding large-scale cosmic wars as much as possible. Of course, the only necessary condition for joining the Interstellar Alliance is to become a cosmic-level force, which means being able to traverse freely between various planets. Forces that do not join the Interstellar Alliance are not bound by or protected by its laws. This is why so many aliens brazenly invade Earth. In the eyes of these aliens, humans on Earth are not much more advanced than those still in primitive stages. If it weren't for the emergence of Captain Marvel, no forces would have been interested in understanding this barren planet located in a remote corner of the Milky Way. However, several recent events have slapped them in the face, showing that Earth may not be an easy force to provoke. First, the infamous and universally wanted Dark Titan Thanos sent his Chitauri to invade Earth, but was successfully repelled, with the entire fleet subsequently destroyed. Later, the strongest warrior of the Shi'ar warships, Gladiator, also led his fleet to invade Earth, only to be defeated and return in disgrace. In these events, all major cosmic forces have repeatedly heard one name and deeply remember Superman, a warrior from Earth who possesses unparalleled strength and led the people of Earth to successfully fend off these attacks. The three great empires, in order to protect their important mineral resources, have decided to unite and completely eliminate ego on Planet B, 114528. Thousands of Alliance warships have gathered near Planet B, 114528, densely packed, blocking out the sun. Li Yi and Captain Marvel arrived here aboard the warship commanded by Skrull Commander Shaq. It was truly spectacular. Seeing this extravagant lineup, Li Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "Of course, the three great empires are the most powerful forces in the known universe." Shaq, who was piloting the spaceship, smiled proudly, feeling immense pride in his race's strength. With a powerful backing, even when he undertook missions in other civilizations, he was treated with utmost respect, even by leaders whose status was much higher than that of a mere warship commander like himself. I'm more worried about that planet monster named Ego. If even such a powerful fleet can't defeat it, just how strong is its power? Captain Marvel frowned and said, Hearing this, Shaq could only smile awkwardly. After boasting about being the strongest, he felt slapped in the face. His feeling was not good. The three chatted casually as they arrived at the Alliance's command base. Captain Marvel's fame was immense, and a representative of the Kree Empire named Zana personally came out to greet her. Carol, welcome to your arrival. With you, we will surely defeat that monster and protect the peace of the universe, Zana said enthusiastically, extending his hand. The Kree have the most say in Captain Marvel's strength. After all, her experiences were closely related to them, and they had trained her for some time. The Kree Empire, whose home planet is Hala in the large Magellanic Cloud, is known as one of the three great empires of the universe alongside the Skrull Empire and the Shi'ar Empire. The ruler is the Supreme Intelligence. The Supreme Intelligence is a life computer created by the Kree, which embodies the highest wisdom of the Kree, encompassing all sciences, philosophy, military, thought, and more, and once ruled the Kree Empire. Population, approximately 30 billion. Technological level, advanced with artificial intelligence, warp-drive starships, robots, cyborgs and control technology, genetic engineering, mental technology, energy weapons, and combat exoskeletons, etc. Military, tens of thousands of glorious cruisers, thousands of heavy cruisers and transport ships, hundreds of planet-class warships, dozens of World Destroyer Star System-class warships, etc. After the Annihilation War, the military strength comprised about 100,000 warships capable of deploying annihilation waves or negative bombs, among other highly destructive weapons. The earliest Kree are said to have been born 6 million years ago when the celestial race, the Zorians, used their DNA to create the Kree, making them one of the smartest races in the universe. The original Kree lived alongside the telepathic semi-plant race, the Katati, on the planet Hala in the large Magellanic Cloud. Adult Kree stand between 5 to 8 feet, 1.52 to 2.44 meters tall, possessing stereoscopic vision and humanoid limbs, with opposable thumbs, and most of body hair similar to humans. Later, they were discovered by the Skrulls, who planned to cultivate one of the two races and chose the Katati. Upon learning of this, the Kree slaughtered the Katati and launched an attack on the Skrulls, leading to a war that lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. During the war, the Kree designed a supercomputer called the Supreme Intelligence, which continuously developed and grew, eventually becoming the highest ruler of the entire nation, effectively becoming a god to the Kree. Thank you. Captain Marvel replied politely. I wonder when you will have time. The Supreme Intelligence wants to see you again, and of course, this Superman next to you. Zana laughed. Shaq had already shared Superman's data with the Alliance, and they were aware that this individual would help them kill the planet monster. The Supreme Intelligence wants to see me? Lee pointed at himself and asked in confusion. He had nothing to do with the Supreme Intelligence of the Kelly Empire. Why was it looking for him? Yes, Mr. Superman. Your power is enough for you to have an equal dialogue with the Supreme Intelligence. Zana's tone was filled with respect, as if conversing with the Supreme Intelligence was a sacred matter. But unfortunately for Li Yi, that Supreme Intelligence was nothing at all. I don't have time. If it wants to see me, let it come in person. Lee waved his hand and refused without hesitation. You want me to go? Who do you think you are? Chapter 188. Plan I don't have time. If you want to see me, let it come by itself. Lee decisively refused, causing Zana's blue face to darken. The Supreme Wisdom is the god of the Kelly people, and everyone holds deep respect for the Supreme Wisdom, not allowing anyone to offend their god. Leah's actions were undoubtedly seen as an offense against the gods in their eyes. The Kree behind Zana were also filled with anger. Some had even reached for their weapons at their waists, ready to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. What? Do you want to make a move? Seeing their actions, Lee immediately understood their intentions and sneered. Although Kree technology far surpassed that of Earth, Li Yi was not worried. If a fight broke out, he was confident he could wipe out the entire Kree race. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Zana, what do you want to do? Captain Marvel, standing nearby, quickly intervened loudly. She was still in shock. How did it escalate to a fight after just a few words? Carol, this guy actually dared to offend our god. He must apologize, Zana said with a serious face. Yes, he must apologize. The gods cannot be offended. We must have an explanation. The surrounding Kree were also filled with righteous indignation. Is this really an offense? Your god is quite sensitive. Li Yi. In his eyes, this group of Kree were just a bunch of cute little things. They were the ones who invented the Supreme Intelligence, this artificial intelligence. Yet in the end, they were ruled by it, obediently becoming a vassal of a machine. A machine is always just a machine. Humans are the... Machines can only assist humans and cannot replace them. Without human creativity and imagination, this race would have no hope and would eventually perish. Just like in the movie The Matrix, where artificial intelligence defeated and enslaved humanity, the machines lacked human creativity, and technology could not develop at all. Even after 100 years, machines would still be stuck in the last century. The current situation of the Kree Empire is very similar to that of the world in The Matrix, except that the means of supreme intelligence are not so cruel. Just as tensions were rising and a conflict seemed imminent, a voice interrupted. Lord Zana, what are you doing? At that moment, representatives from the Shi'ar Empire and the Skrulls arrived. Lord Zana, please do not forget the purpose of our alliance. The representative from the Skrull Empire said with a frown. The relationship between the Skrulls and the Kree was very poor. After all, they had been at war for hundreds of thousands of years, a deep-seated enmity. Lord Zana, I believe the Supreme Intelligence would not agree with your actions either. The representative from the Shi'ar Empire spoke up as well. You all, forget it. Zana's expression turned extremely grim. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to back down. After all, the alliance was not solely dominated by the Kree Empire. Subsequently, the representatives of the three major empires began discussing their battle plans. Li Yi and Captain Marvel were able to stay on site due to their powerful combat abilities. The target has arrived in the XX area and will reach Planet B, 114528 in 6 hours. Our mission is to stop and destroy it at all costs. First, we will send the XX battleship to this position to attract the target's attention. Once the target reaches the trap, we will use the planet-destroying cannon to destroy it in one blow. The battleship won't work, no matter the model. It will lose power as soon as it gets close to that monster. We need a person. I'll go. Captain Marvel spoke up. Carol, are you sure? That monster is. Even our strongest warrior, Do Jian, lost to it. A representative from the Shia Empire inquired. In his view, Captain Marvel was probably at the same level as Do Jian, and if Do Jian couldn't win, Captain Marvel shouldn't be able to either. I also want to fight that monster and see who's stronger. Captain Marvel laughed. The battle plan was set. Captain Marvel will lure the target to the designated position, and finally, attack together with the planet-destroying cannon to completely destroy the target. Li Yi remained silent throughout the entire process. He understood that Ego, with the power gem, was terrifyingly powerful, and this group was very likely to fail. There was no need for him to rush. He could just watch a grand show unfold. Chapter 189, Prelude to War 6 hours later, on Planet B, 114528. Rows of neatly aligned Alliance warships were stationed in orbit around the planet. The soldiers on the ships were all focused and tense, waiting for the monster that had destroyed dozens of Alliance planets to appear. Commander, can we defeat that monster? A young rookie soldier asked the ship's commander, trembling. It was his first time on the battlefield, and while he had aspirations of the Empire's battle heroes, he felt more fear and anxiety. Fear of war, fear of death. The ship's commander did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before saying, Soldier, I have participated in over 300 battles in my life, and I have learned one thing. No war is guaranteed to be won, so I cannot give you a definitive answer. Then will we die? No war is without casualties. My teacher, the bunch of rascals from my class, and my students all died. Only I have been lucky enough to survive until now. But some things must be done even if you know you will die. Why? If you know you'll die, why do it? The rookie asked, puzzled. Soldier, I cannot give you lofty answers. Peace in the universe, the future of the Empire. To me, that's all nonsense. The only reason I keep fighting is to protect those I love. My daughter, Will.i.am. Do you have someone you want to protect? I want to protect someone. The rookie murmured, recalling a girl back home who was waiting for him to return. On a lush green field, a boy and a girl embraced each other. The boy happily said, I just passed the rookie test and will soon become a glorious soldier of the Empire. When I become a general, I will definitely come back to marry you. The girl, upon hearing this, showed no signs of happiness, only lowering her head and murmuring, Can you not go? The boy immediately retorted, How can that be? This has been my dream all along. But I'm afraid you'll encounter danger. Don't worry. My combat scores are the best in the whole class. And so, the boy left the girl with a promise and boarded the Empire's ship that came to pick him up, leaving the girl standing alone in the field. I also want to protect her, the rookie murmured. So, for the ones you love, fight bravely. And make sure to survive with all your strength. The commander patted the rookie's shoulder and said seriously, Yes, Commander. The rookie immediately saluted earnestly. In the pitch-black expanse of space, a huge planet, defying logic, was rapidly traversing the cosmic sky towards Planet B, 114528. This planet was Ego's star, the corporeal form of the celestial ego. Child, I will give you one last chance to join me. Ego said coldly to Star-Lord, who was bound nearby. After nearly a month of persuasion, his descendants still remained stubborn, and he was gradually losing patience. Since he refused to join, then he would die. Perfect, he could absorb the celestial energy within him to strengthen his own power. Ego's heart had already turned cold towards Star-Lord and the others. In your dreams, old man, all I want to do is kill you, Star-Lord roared. In that case, wait for death with your companions. Ego turned and left. He had already planned to destroy the ants blocking his way and then return to absorb the celestial energy from Star-Lord. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill now, but during the absorption of celestial energy, there was a period of weakness. This weakness might not matter during peace, but in war, it could be fatal, easily exploited by the enemy, and even a favorable position could be turned against him. Quill, I think it's not wise to provoke him right now. Why not pretend to agree with him and find a way to escape? Rocket Raccoon, who was hanging in midair, commented. I'm Groot. Groot chimed in agreement. This reckless guy probably has nothing but water in his head. Gamoreth said disdainfully. Thanos had sent her to find the orb, so she had followed Star-Lord and the others, only to be captured by Ego. Drax simply extended his middle finger in disdain. This guy was an incredibly powerful being in the comics, known as the Destroyer, but unfortunately he had been nerfed in the movies. Hey, how can you blame me? Should I call that disgusting old man Dad? Yuck, Star-Lord retorted angrily. Just as the group was bickering, Ego's servant, Mantis, walked in holding a pile of bizarre-looking insects. Here is your food for today, Mantis said as she offered some large bugs to Star-Lord. Hey, I'm human, not an insect, Star-Lord shouted, struggling. Quill, you idiot is perfect for eating bugs. I'm Groot. No, I don't want to eat, Star-Lord protested. But Mantis forcefully shoved the bugs into his mouth. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed at Star-Lord's predicament. After feeding Star-Lord, Mantis immediately turned to the others and said, Now it's your turn. Their smiles instantly froze. Why aren't you coming? Do you think that monster will know we have set a trap here and be scared to come? That is possible. After all, this is the first joint operation of the three great empires in history, unprecedented in scale and power. Then all our preparation will be for nothing. No, that monster will definitely come back. Its goal is to devour all our life planets. Our main forces coming together is its perfect opportunity to wipe us out. After destroying us, it will be able to devour the life planets without restraint. After the expected time passed, Ego still hadn't arrived at Planet B, 114528, with his massive planet. And the group began to discuss. Lee, what do you think? Captain Marvel asked Lee, who was beside her. It will definitely come. Lee gave a positive response. Ego's own power had already reached the level of the Father of Heaven, and with the Power Stone, it was like adding wings to a tiger, completely disregarding the resistance of these people. Beep, beep, beep. Attention, attention. A massive energy entity detected at location XXX. The battleship's AI, which had been monitoring, issued a loud alarm. Chapter 190, The Terrifying Ego. Target has appeared. All departments, please pay attention. All departments, please pay attention. The message instantly spread throughout the fleet of battleships spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. All hands, prepare for battle. Under the orders of the three Imperial representatives, the fleet immediately began to mobilize, preparing for combat. Buzz, 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 Ego's star finally arrived. People on the distant battleships could even observe this planet without using detectors, demonstrating its enormous size. Attack! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of battleships immediately pressed the attack button. Countless energy blasts and lasers rained down densely, flying toward Ego's star at an incredible speed. Boom, 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 boom. Ego's star was instantly hit, resulting in a series of massive explosions that stirred up clouds of dust, obscuring the view. Success! What a ridiculous planet monster. It's nothing in the face of our powerful firepower. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Our previous attack was enough to destroy any planet. Just wait and see if it can withstand it. Before the dust had settled, the soldiers of the Alliance began to cheer. After a while, as the dust gradually cleared, Ego's star was revealed to be completely intact. Oh my god, it's fine. How is that possible? Such a powerful attack, actually. A nightmare. This is a terrifying nightmare. Seeing the intact Ego's star, the Alliance soldiers who had just been cheering were all dumbfounded, unable to believe the reality before them. It's the shield. As everyone looked closely, they discovered that the surface of the planet was covered by a faint purple energy shield. In the main ship's command room, impossible, a technician exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention in the command room. Calm down, what happened? The representative of the Kree Empire, Zana, quickly inquired. It's simply impossible, covering a planet with a shield. It requires an immense amount of energy. There is no energy source in the universe that could sustain it. The technician looked at the data on the screen in disbelief. The scene before him felt like a slap to the face, shattering his worldview. No, there is such an energy source. Suddenly, Li Yi, who had been silent, spoke up. What is it? The Cosmic Spirit Ball, also called the Power Stone? What? The Cosmic Spirit Ball is the legendary Infinity Stone. Everyone was shocked. The legend of the Infinity Stones was not a secret in this universe. Many factions were aware of it. The legend states that if one gathers all 6 Infinity Stones, they will obtain unparalleled power, allowing them to dominate the universe and even fulfill any wish. However, no one had ever known the whereabouts of the Infinity Stones, nor had anyone ever found them, let alone gathered them. Now, the mysterious Infinity Stones actually appeared before them. Finished attacking? Then it's my turn. Ego looked at the rows of battleships and sneered. Buzz. A terrifying telekinetic storm instantly erupted, with layers of wave-like telekinetic waves rapidly assaulting the fleet. Boom, 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 boom. Thousands of outer battleships instantly exploded like firecrackers. One after another. Activate the shield. With the commander's order, a protective shield like an eggshell instantly unfolded on the rows of battleships, blocking Ego's telekinetic waves. However, the surrounding meteors were not so fortunate. They instantly exploded under the influence of the telekinetic waves. This was just a test attack from Ego. Just a single attack has destroyed nearly 1/10 of our fleet. This monster is truly terrifying. Can we really stop such a monster? It seems that regular attacks will not be effective. Prepare to execute the plan. It's up to you now, Carol. The representative of the Kree Empire, Zana, spoke. The Star Destroyer, a strategic weapon, was only equipped on a few main ships. Since discovering Ego, they had begun charging it and were about to complete the process. Why not equip each battleship with one? One reason is the fear of misuse. There are not many life planets, and destroying one means one less. Just like Earth's nuclear weapons, where the deterrent effect is greater than the actual use. Each use of the Star Destroyer weapon must undergo strict approval from the Imperial upper echelons, and the Chitauri, as invaders, would naturally use it recklessly. The second reason is insufficient energy. Only a few main ships had enough energy to complete the charging of the Star Destroyer, while other battleships could not manage it. I will do my best, Captain Marvel replied. Having personally felt Ego's power, Captain Marvel was also cautious about making promises. Ego is strong, very strong. His power is definitely above hers. Whoosh! Captain Marvel flew out from the battleship skylight, quickly heading toward Ego's direction. You managed to block my attack. Let us see how many times you can hold it. Seeing that his telekinetic storm was blocked by the opponent's shield, Ego sneered and prepared to launch another attack. Whoosh! Boom! A dazzling wave of light slammed into his shield. Who? Seeing someone ambushing him, Ego roared in anger, quickly using his senses to investigate. He discovered that outside the planet was a woman radiating golden light. It was Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel continuously waved her hands, releasing waves of light that crashed against the shield. The energy contained in the light waves was extremely powerful, causing ripples on the shield, and it looked like it would soon be unable to hold. Ego immediately used his divine power to control the sand and rocks on the planet's surface, forming a gigantic arm that resembled a towering mountain, piercing through the shield and reaching for Captain Marvel, intending to crush her. Captain Marvel clenched her fists, instantly entering her binary form. Her hair and eyes radiated dazzling golden light. She then charged straight toward Ego's massive arm. Boom! Captain Marvel's body directly passed through the center of the giant arm, her energy destroying the structure of everything in her path. Boom! The giant arm collapsed with a tremendous crash, its remnants turning into cosmic dust. There's another powerful being besides that cloaked figure? Ego said in shock. Boom! Captain Marvel clenched her right fist and then struck the protective shield of Ego the living planet. Crack! The shield shattered under the immense power. Synopsis. As Lee opened his eyes, he saw 2 3-meter-tall giants fighting each other. What kind of sin have I committed? I just crossed over, and I'm about to die. Ding! Sensing the host is in danger, the system activated, rewarding a beginner's gift pack, 12 talismans of power. From now on, the Marvel Universe has an additional superhero who can fly, shoot lasers from his eyes, and more. Hulk, from now on, I'm the strongest on Earth. Thor, your hammer has been lifted by me. Ultron, it's time to be remade.